Once they reached the kitchen, Cynthia explained, Grandma still thinks of you as a child. If she found out I let you go out alone to do something so dangerous, both of us would get scolded later. Caleb nodded. Even though this task wasn't dangerous to him in the slightest, he still didn't want Grandma to worry over something like this. So, did you buy groceries? Caleb asked. Of course. Cynthia opened the fridge, revealing fresh vegetables emitting a chilly white mist. But why did you buy so much at once? Caleb asked speechlessly, staring at the fridge packed full of eggs, milk, meat, and vegetables. I didn't know which ones to pick, so I just bought a bit of everything. The champion of the Sinnoh League was not short on money. Caleb, he sighed helplessly and said, Never mind, I'll handle lunch. Can you take Dragonite and the others out to the yard to play? Cynthia nodded, taking the piquet balls from Caleb. After a brief hesitation, she asked, You know how to cook. Caleb opened the fridge and began pulling out ingredients as he replied, I didn't originally, but during the time I lived with Lily, I picked up a few dishes in my free time. That wasn't actually true. He had learned these dishes from Gardevoir while idling in the infinite world. The reason he said this was because he really didn't want to go through another punishment instance. Punishment instances were full of horrors. Not only were they deadly, but they also tested the player's mental fortitude to the extreme. If someone's mental resilience was even slightly weak, they might completely break down upon seeing what was inside. Oh, Cynthia imagined the scene for a moment before leaving the kitchen with Caleb's piquet balls. The weather today was a bit hot, and the sunlight outside was blindingly bright. Just as Caleb rolled up his sleeves, the glare from the sun flashed into his eyes a few times. He walked to the window to close it, but spotted Celebi flying over from the yard. Big! Celebi squeezed through the narrow window gap and perched on the counter, letting out a long sigh of relief. As expected, staying near this human was the most comfortable. Too hot for you. Caleb gave up on closing the window and returned to the counter to wash the ingredients under the faucet. But Celebi shook its little head. It wasn't afraid of the heat, it just found this human's scent pleasant. Do I smell? Caleb sniffed himself, but only detected the faint fragrance of laundry detergent. Bleh! Celebi nodded its tiny head, leisurely floating over to sit on Caleb's shoulder, its face displaying a blissfully relaxed expression. Caleb found this both amusing and exasperating. He never expected that after all the times he had affectionately sniffed Dragonite, today he was the one being sniffed by Celebi. Truly, the tables had turned. Just then, Cynthia walked in. She glanced at Celebi perched on Caleb's shoulder and asked, Need any help? Not for now, Caleb peeked outside. From his angle, he could clearly see Dragonite and the others. Dragonite was wrestling with Cynthia's Garchomp for practice. Mimikyu and Glaceon sat on a nearby rock, watching and clapping. Lucario had taken on the role of a parent, specifically looking after Dano to prevent it from bumping into things and hurting itself. Caleb withdrew his gaze and made 2 cuts on the chicken wings to help the sauce soak in later. Though his knife skills weren't flawless, they were still quite pleasing to the eye. Cynthia watched for a while before saying, I might be pretty busy over the next few days. She had been traveling in other regions for a while, leaving a backlog of work in Sinnoh. On top of that, dealing with the remnants of Team Galactic had stretched their manpower even thinner. Caleb asked, Do you need my help? Not for now, Cynthia shook her head. Caleb thought about the 2 times Cynthia had seen him in dangerous situations. He hesitated before saying, I'm actually pretty capable. That incident with Regigigas was an accident, and so was what happened the other day. As he spoke, he looked at Cynthia. Cynthia froze for a second before realizing what he meant and chuckled softly. I know. She had always known that her little brother was a very skilled trainer. When I say I don't need your help, I really mean it, Cynthia explained seriously after a moment of thought. Team Galactic's commanders and leader have already been captured. The remaining grunts are scattered and weak. Officer Jenny's team can handle them easily. Besides, doesn't Johto have business with you? Caleb scratched his head sheepishly. I just wanted to do something for you. After all, he had been freeloading here for so long. Hearing this, Cynthia's heart softened. He really is still that sweet, simple-minded little brother of mine. Lately, because of Caleb's change in appearance, she had felt a bit strange around him. But now she was certain, no matter how his appearance changed, the soul deep inside him was still that kind, adorable boy who loved Pokémon. After thinking for a moment, Cynthia carefully chose her words and said gently, "If you really want to help, then come compete in the league and challenge me. Become the next champion of Sinnoh." She added, "Once that happens, I'll be able to step down from my duties and focus on researching the myths and histories of each region." "I will," Caleb said. After lunch, Cynthia left for Veilstone City to handle official business. Meanwhile, Caleb used the warp beacon to return to the Johto region. Azalea Town, Tilda. The area was now filled with ambulances from all over, there to aid the injured Pokémon. Wild Pokémon, gravely wounded to the point of unconsciousness, were constantly being carried into the ambulances. The air was heavy with a somber atmosphere. With limited manpower, aside from the critically injured Pokémon, many others had already lost their vital signs by the time they were found, now forever gone from this world. Caleb glanced back, noticing that Lorelei hadn't arrived yet, so he slipped into one of the ambulances and began healing the Pokémon with his Viridian Power. By the time Lorelei arrived, Caleb's Viridian energy had been completely drained. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, sipping an energy drink handed to him by a medic. "Give me a moment." Once he felt slightly recovered, he threw himself back into the task of healing Pokémon. Lorelei watched this scene with a complicated expression. Unlike usual, she didn't crack any jokes. She simply followed quietly behind Caleb, wiping his sweat and fetching him water. Chapter 204. After treating a severely burned Teddiursa, Lorelei said, "Let's take a break." Caleb nodded and asked, "Has a new safari zone been chosen for relocation?" The ecological balance of Ilex Forest had been completely disrupted. The wildfire had not only destroyed the Pokémon's natural habitat, but also wiped out their food sources. If these Pokémon continued to live here, they would face severe shortages of water and food. Hearing this, Lorelei fell silent. The League had initially planned to relocate these Pokémon to the Safari Zone near New Bark Town. But when the League proposed this plan to the Safari Zone authorities, they were met with a firm refusal. A sudden influx of foreign Pokémon would disrupt the ecological balance of the Safari Zone, potentially triggering territorial conflicts that could affect all Pokémon inside, Lorelei explained, looking at Caleb. "That's what they said. And that was the last outcome anyone wanted. But if not there, where else could these injured Pokémon go?" Caleb stood up and climbed onto the roof of an ambulance to survey the charred remains of Ilex Forest in the distance. The once lush, endless expanse of dense greenery had been reduced to blackened, skeletal tree trunks. The wildfire had raged for a full day and night, leaving behind thick layers of ash on the ground. It was already late autumn. The leaves had long begun to yellow and dry, falling to the ground in preparation for winter. Once the fire had spread, extinguishing it had been nearly impossible. When the disaster first broke out, the Johto League had immediately dispatched firefighters and water-type Pokémon to combat the flames. Combined with Suicune's rain dance, they had managed to prevent the wildfire from consuming the entire forest. But even so, the damage was incalculable. After all, these were Ho-Oh's flames. Caleb asked, "What about MT, Silver?" "Lorelei, the Pokémon in MT, Silver are even more territorial. They won't allow outsiders into their domain." MT, Silver, located in western Johto, was an immense, towering peak. The terrain there was treacherous, the weather unpredictable, and its depths were home to countless powerful wild Pokémon, such as the desert tyrant, Tyranitar. Though many trainers ventured there every year to train themselves and their Pokémon, they only stayed on the outskirts. Few dared to enter the true heart of MT, Silver. "Do you have any ideas?" Lorelei asked, her thoughts tinged with pessimism. If this dragged on, this large population of wild Pokémon might not survive much longer. But even as she asked, she didn't actually expect Caleb to have a solution. Where else could they possibly go? "Never mind, I'll go ask Lance if he has any ideas." Lorelei sighed softly and turned to leave. Wait, Caleb stopped her. I do have a way. Lorelei froze. What? Caleb thought for a moment, then said, There's a large open space in my home. It has rivers, trees, grasslands, and plenty of food for Pokémon. It's a perfect place for them to live, and no Pokémon will fight them over territory. I can take them there. He was referring to his Pokémon Paradise, the special facility he had purchased for 500 points. The space inside was vast, almost like the pocket dimensions found in fantasy novels where protagonists could house entire worlds. Hearing this, Lorelei's first thought was of Caleb's unique nature and Lance's description of him. A guy with the ability to navigate between different dimensions. If it had been anyone else, Lorelei might have refused outright, but then she recalled everything Caleb had done. He had infiltrated Team Rocket at great personal risk, providing the League with critical intelligence despite the danger. He had taken care of a little girl he barely knew, cooking for her, braiding her hair, even taking her to school. And just moments ago, he had exhausted his Viridian ability to heal injured Pokémon. What kind of person would do all these things? The answer was obvious: someone kind, brave, and deeply principled. His soul shone brightly even in darkness, unbroken by suffering or death. He loved this world and the Pokémon living in it. Caleb studied Lorelei's expression and added, If it's not possible, then never mind. After all, in a way, these wild Pokémon were considered Johto's, resources. Originally, he had planned to take them back with him, because aside from providing simulated opponents for training, the Paradise also came with a built-in healing function. Any Pokémon belonging to Caleb, no matter how severe their injuries, would instantly recover to peak condition inside. Lorelei remained silent for a long time, deep in thought, before finally asking, Can you tell me where your home is? Caleb shook his head, that he couldn't explain. Of course, if he ever saved up enough points to permanently settle in the Pokémon world, the Paradise would follow him there. Seeing his refusal, Lorelei didn't press further. Instead, she turned to look at the injured Pokémon around them and asked one last question, You really have a way to save them? Caleb nodded firmly. Lorelei met his eyes, then relaxed. I understand. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Caleb was almost taken aback. You're just letting me take them away that easily. Lorelei, why not? Caleb, you're a good person. We all know how much you love Pokémon. I trust you won't hurt them or exploit them. Caleb opened his mouth. What he really wanted to ask was whether the Johto League would object, given that these Pokémon were technically their resources. He didn't voice it, but Lorelei seemed to read his mind. She chuckled lightly and said, It's not that serious. Sure, some people might see Pokémon as nothing more than tools or resources, but I promise you, as long as Lance and I are here, the Johto and Kanto leagues will never become like that. So, what do we do now? Lorelei's previously serious expression shifted back to her usual demeanor. Caleb, will need to catch them in Pokéballs. That's the only way I can take them away. Lorelei, wow, that's going to be a lot of work. With that, she turned to contact shops in Azalea Town and nearby cities, as well as Pokéball factories. No trainer carried that many Pokéballs on them. Besides, a single Pokéball cost 200 Pokédollars. Caleb was currently broke and couldn't even afford one. Lily was still in the early stages of her business venture, and everything required money. Even after liquidating Team Rocket's assets, the funds would only last so long. Before leaving, Caleb had given her his last few $100s, telling her to buy some snacks. Chapter 205. Soon, Lorelei returned driving a small transport truck. The Poké Mart just got a new shipment today, she said. There are about 800 Pokéballs in this truckload. You can use these first. The rest should be arriving soon from Violet City next door. Caleb nodded and was about to board the truck when he heard a voice say, We're here to help you, Naya. Caleb turned to see a Meowth that could speak human language climbing onto the truck bed. Excuse me, is there anything we can do to help? A young man in casual clothes approached, looking somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Caleb and Lorelei. Lorelei recognized him, her expression turning odd. Young master of the Sasaki family, what are you doing here? The young man immediately panicked at her words, looking around nervously. Only after confirming no one else had heard did he stammer, Just call me James. I'm not a young master anymore. Lorelei smirked, saying, I've heard recently that Miss Jezebel has been searching everywhere for you. James didn't respond. In truth, he had run away from home precisely to escape Jezebel. After leaving, he had enrolled in a Pokémon training school, where he met Jessie, who had become a Pokémon nurse trainee, and later encountered a talking Meowth. A few days ago, when they heard about the disaster here, the three of them had come to help. Seeing James's discomfort, Lorelei stopped teasing him and said, In that case, we'll leave it to you, James. James gave her a grateful look, took a box of piquet balls from Meowth, and hurried into the crowd. Caleb spotted a woman wearing a nurse's cap, nodding at James and Meowth, before returning to the team treating the injured Pokémon. That was Jessie. Because Team Rocket had collapsed prematurely in this world, Meowth, Jessie, and James never had the chance to join the organization. Their lives had taken a different path, but fate had still brought the trio together. Caleb recalled the hidden mission about Jessie that the player Gwen had received during the first undercover operation scenario. Perhaps the fate of the Team Rocket trio had begun to change from that moment onward. Caleb didn't know the details of that mission. He had been busy with little Amber at the time. But no matter what, they would always be the best trio, the best partners. Do you know him? Lorelei asked curiously, noticing Caleb's gaze lingering on James. Caleb shook his head and asked casually, Is he really the young master of the Sasaki family? The Sasaki family was one of the more prominent noble families in Kanto. In the anime, they were one of the financial backers of Team Rocket. Caleb had a rough understanding of this. If possible, he wanted to recruit James for his own team. Of course, bringing James into the organization he planned to establish wasn't for the sake of gaining the Sasaki family's support. It was for James himself. In the anime, both James and Meowth were geniuses capable of handcrafting a Magikarp submarine and a Meowth balloon. Caleb didn't want to miss out on this tech-savvy prodigy. If he handed James and Meowth over to Lily, his plan to dominate the Pokémon world with Switch consoles could be realized even sooner. Setting that aside, he had always had a natural fondness for the trio. It was just a shame he might never hear the classic line, "Prepare for trouble," again. Lorelei, he really is the young master of the Sasaki family. But I heard his parents and a young lady from another family forced him into an arranged marriage, so he ran away from home. Yeah, spending a lifetime with someone you don't love would be miserable, Caleb said. Lorelei nodded in agreement, absolutely. Caleb said nothing more and turned to focus on the task at hand. The process of capturing the wild Pokémon in piquet balls wasn't going smoothly. The ones on the brink of death or unconscious were easy enough, but those still conscious were another matter entirely. Caleb and Lorelei received a report from a volunteer that a Kangaskhan was refusing to enter a piquet ball at all costs. Kangaskhan. Caleb glanced at Lorelei and said, I'll go check it out. Lorelei nodded and followed. It was a Kangaskhan covered in severe burns, letting out mournful cries as if searching for something. When Caleb arrived, it had just knocked away a piquet ball, eyeing the surrounding volunteers warily. The volunteer who had brought Caleb over explained, This one, it was cooperative at first, letting us treat its wounds without issue. But the moment we took out a piquet ball, it turned aggressive. Caleb listened, then looked toward the Kangaskhan. At that moment, the Kangaskhan noticed him approaching. Its eyes filled with profound sorrow as it knelt before him. Help me save my child. Though it didn't speak, Caleb understood its plea immediately. It was the wild Kangaskhan he had met once before. I'll help you, stand up first. He stepped forward, using the Viridian energy he had partially recovered to treat its injuries. The Kangaskhan, which had been unmanageable just moments ago, gradually calmed under Caleb's healing. Caleb asked, Has anyone seen a Stantler? Young, about 70 centimeters tall. The volunteers exchanged glances, and soon one raised a hand. I saw one earlier, but it was completely unconscious. I caught it in a piquet ball. Could you bring it to me? Caleb requested. The volunteer nodded, of course. Soon, he returned with a red and white piquet ball. A flash of white light later, a small Stantler with closed eyes appeared before the group. Caleb silently used the Viridian Power to heal it, watching as the little Stantler slowly opened its eyes. He then turned to Lorelei and said, "We need to speed up." With so many injured Pokémon and delayed treatment, many of them could lose their lives permanently. There were too few volunteers, and even with the entire town's residents pitching in, it wasn't enough. Even Nurse Joy from the Azalea Town Pokémon Center had collapsed from exhaustion. In this situation, the only way to save them was to take them back to the infinite world and use the Pokémon Paradise for a mass healing. Lorelei nodded grimly. "Understood, I'll handle it." Caleb gave a quiet hum, then turned to the unconventional mother and child pair before him, saying, "This forest is gone. I'll take you to a new home, a place with endless berries, warm sunlight forever, fresh air and water. If you're willing to trust me, will you enter these piquet balls?" The Kangaskhan and Stantler exchanged glances, then looked at Caleb and nodded, willingly entering the piquet balls. Seeing this, Caleb let out a sigh of relief. He stored their piquet balls in his inventory and moved on to the next Pokémon refusing capture. Chapter 206. In the end, through the collective efforts of all the volunteers and Pokémon nurses, all the wild Pokémon from Ilex Forest were successfully captured into piquet balls. Overall, the capture process wasn't entirely smooth sailing. The Pokémon willing to trust humans were fine, and they entered the piquet balls on their own. But those wary of humans gave the volunteers a great deal of trouble. In the end, it was only through Caleb's personal intervention and the bonus from his savior title that they were persuaded to trust him. This 3-day-long rescue operation in Ilex Forest finally concluded at 4 in the afternoon. A total of 6,328 piquet balls were used, Caleb reported after a rough count of the piquet balls in his inventory, addressing Lorelei. Lorelei nodded, saying, "The rest is up to you." Caleb gave a faint hum and was about to use the warp beacon to leave, when a familiar voice called out, "Hey, wait please." Hearing this, Caleb and Lorelei turned around. Jessie, James, and Meowth came running over, panting heavily. "James, is something wrong?" Lorelei asked. James nodded, his gaze shifting to Caleb as he tentatively asked, "Hello, are you Caleb?" Caleb, the most outstanding investigator of the Kanto League, the one who single-handedly dismantled the colossal organization known as Team Rocket. Every man harbored a hero's dream to some extent. James had first heard this name a year ago, learned of his deeds, and had since regarded Caleb as his idol. He hadn't recognized him earlier, but after overhearing other volunteers chatting, he realized the young man standing beside Lorelei was his idol. Caleb nodded slightly. "I am. Hello, James." James's face lit up with flattered surprise. "You know my name." Due to Team Rocket's premature collapse, James's entire life had taken a different turn. Now, he was in a period of uncertainty. If you stripped away his identity as the young master of the Sasaki family, he was essentially an unemployed drifter in society. If it weren't for Jessie and Meowth. Though Caleb didn't know what James had been through to make him look at him with such admiration, he kept a straight face and said, "I heard from Lorelei earlier. Sasaki James is a very nice name. TN, the impact comes from the fact that James' actual Japanese name is Kajiro, which was inspired by the legendary figure known as Sasaki Kajiro. I also believe there was such a heroic spirit in the Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works." James became even more embarrassed. "Thank you." Caleb asked, as if bringing it up casually, "Where are you working now?" Judging by James's current situation, he didn't seem to be doing well, and was probably without a decent job. Sure enough, upon hearing this, his expression turned awkward, and he said dejectedly, "I haven't found a job yet." Caleb pretended to ponder before asking, "What skills do you have then?" Though James didn't understand why he was being asked this, he answered honestly, "Some basic mechanical principles and programming." These were things he had started learning since childhood. "Perfect." Seizing the opportunity, Caleb took a business card from his backpack and handed it to James, saying, "This is a studio under my name. It's not very big, but the benefits are quite good." James's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at the card in his hand and asked, "Really? Is that okay?" Caleb nodded, "Of course. Meowth and Jessie can come too." "Really? Me too, Naya," Meowth exclaimed in shock. "You're welcome anytime." Caleb smiled at it, then checked the time. "It's getting late. I have some things to attend to, so I need to go now." With that, he left Azalea Town with Lorelei. On the way, Lorelei glanced at Caleb's profile and said, "You seem to really like those three." "Do I?" Lorelei nodded. Reading people was one of her specialties. "All right then," Caleb said with a serious expression. "I just think James has it tough. He dared to fight against his fate, giving up wealth and luxury. I really admire that kind of person." Dared to fight against his fate. Lorelei thought about James escaping his arranged marriage. Even going from a young master of a great family to a penniless street kid without ever considering returning home. "That does fit," she said. Caleb smiled silently to himself. Truthfully, he hadn't planned on making contact with this world's James today, let alone recruiting him directly. Setting aside the urgency of the Ilex Forest situation, he couldn't just walk up to someone and say, "Young man, I see you have exceptional talent and astonishing capabilities. Why not work for me from now on?" That would be far too abrupt for James, and Caleb wasn't the type to pull such a flamboyant move. He considered himself quite straightforward and honest. After parting ways with Lorelei, Caleb used the warp beacon to teleport to Mahogany Town to inform Lily of his imminent departure. Lily's hand stilled. She frowned and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Caleb nodded. "The Pokémon from Ilex Forest need treatment. Their condition will only get more dangerous if we delay further." He looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry." Lily was stunned for a moment before breaking into an understanding smile. "You don't need to apologize to me, Nick-san. Meeting you has been the happiest thing in my life. Go ahead. I'll always be here waiting for you to come back." Caleb took a deep breath, nodded at Lily, then took out the warp beacon from his inventory. Just as he was about to activate it, Lily suddenly called out, "Nick-san." Caleb paused and looked up. "Lily, goodbye." "Caleb, goodbye." Veilstone City Tilda. After leaving Mahogany Town, Caleb teleported directly here. The evening's orange, sunset hues painted the sky. Cynthia was standing in front of an ice cream truck, agonizing over the flavors. "Just get strawberry," a voice called from behind. Cynthia was stunned for a moment, then turned around, looking a little surprised. "What are you doing here?" Finished with things in Johto. She then turned to the vendor. "Boss, 2 strawberry ice creams, please." The vendor, looking at the handsome young man and beautiful woman before him, smilingly scooped 2 balls of ice cream. Caleb took a bite, savoring the cool, sweet strawberry flavor, and said, "I have to go." He told Cynthia everything that had happened in Johto. After listening, the emotions on Cynthia's face visibly shifted. She opened her mouth, looking at her little brother's weary face, seeming to want to ask something. But in the end, she asked nothing. She only said softly, "There are always things in this world we have no choice but to do. Go ahead, don't worry. I'll be here waiting for you to come back." "I'll be back." Caleb took an empty piquet ball from his inventory and aimed it at Celebi sitting on his shoulder. "Bye." Celebi tilted its head, looked at it, then reached out a small hand and poked the button on top. The next second, its form turned into a red light and was drawn inside. The notification sound followed immediately. Mythical Pokémon contest officially concluded. Main quest completed. Leave the current instance now. Yes. Then Caleb vanished. Cynthia looked at the now empty space beside her and murmured in a barely audible voice, "Goodbye, little liar." Chapter 207. Instance appointed time is being calculated. Main quest completion confirmed. After review, player Caleb Chase's instance exploration rate is 68%. Main quest contribution is being calculated. Performance in the Mythical Pokémon contest is being evaluated. Evaluation, S rank. Congratulations to player Caleb for obtaining 5,000 points. At the Pikachu Plaza within the Infinite World, dark, heavy storm clouds rolled in, the terrifying and oppressive rumble of thunder brewing wildly within. At this moment, countless players stopped what they were doing, held their breath, and looked up, quietly awaiting the judgment of the thunder. A few days ago, an article titled, "Hess, so this is what the big shots ranked first and third on the leaderboard are like? How pathetic," appeared on the Infinite Forum. The author of that article vividly recounted the events that took place during the mythical Pokémon contest. From the players entering the instance to Caleb, nicknamed the Achievement King, being actively sought out by Entei, to the later battle between Ho-Oh and Lugia in Ilex Forest. Aside from providing extremely detailed descriptions of Caleb's appearance, abilities, and Pokémon, it also criticized and mocked two certain selfish, fame-seeking top players who slacked off intensely. Players who hadn't participated in that mythical Pokémon contest read it with great interest and made comments like, 1. Wow, so Caleb Chase is a total hottie, I'm in. 2. I want to know, why didn't Tay actively acknowledge him? 3. That's it. This is the legendary Big Shot Beak Joel and Big Shot Yi fan. 4. I'm disgusted. Can these two just die already? My little Caleb dealt more damage with 2 Pokémon than their 12 combined. Disgusting. 5. So, who won the mythical Pokémon contest in the end? The appearance of the last question instantly grabbed the attention of all players. Soon, someone noticed that Yi fan and Joel had already returned to the Infinite World. But what about Caleb? What happened to Caleb? No one knew. Long before the mythical Pokémon contest began, players who hadn't qualified were kicked out of the instance, so they were unaware of what happened afterward. Neither Joel nor Yi fan, who came out early, disclosed what had happened in the instance. Thus, the outcome of that contest became a mystery. Caleb Chase. This name was like a seductive siren to the players in the Infinite World, tempting them relentlessly. Now, the long-awaited achievement thunderclouds had finally appeared. Watching the gathering thunderclouds in the sky, countless players grew excited. They knew that only that existence within the entire Infinite World could summon thunderclouds of this scale. Finally, under the expectant or nervous gazes of countless people, the emotionless announcement rang out, resounding like a great bell in everyone's hearts. Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for unlocking the achievements. In my world. Friend of Pokémon. Fight for you. The world's focus. FCK, he's here. Everyone move aside, keep your eyes peeled, we can't let him get away this time. Stop pushing, let me see what my idol actually looks like. Damn it, you stepped on my shoes. These cost me 500 points, limited edition. Having just left the instance and appeared under the Pikachu statue, Caleb looked at the bizarre scene before him, a huge question mark popping up over his head. What's going on? Why are so many people staring at me? He was stunned for a moment, but didn't dwell on it, preparing to go home and release those Pokémon into the Pokémon paradise. But before he could teleport, several players grabbed his arm. Their eyes were burning with fervor as they exclaimed excitedly, "Is it you?" Caleb. Another, more reserved player swallowed hard and asked, "Caleb Chase." Caleb hesitated for a second before quickly denying it. "No, you've got the wrong person." Having said that, he ignored these players and prepared to teleport away. This was one thing the Infinite World did very well. If a player disliked socializing with others, they could simply stay in their own little room and play solo quietly. Those who enjoyed socializing could freely make friends on the Infinite Forum or in the bars and hotels of the commercial district. "Don't go," seeing him about to leave, the player quickly shouted, "We just want an answer. Tell us and we'll let you go." Caleb. That just sounds like I'm some heartless scumbag. He was speechless for a moment. Glancing at these players who meant no harm, he asked, "What is it?" A burly player asked, "Who won the mythical Pokémon contest?" Caleb smiled at him and said, "What do you think?" The player's eyes widened. It was really you. Ignoring the player's pleas to stay, Caleb directly teleported back to his room and entered the Pokémon paradise. There were mountains, water, trees, flowers, and grass. This was the most suitable place for them to live. For Pokémon, this could truly be considered a utopia in the purest sense. No oppression, no violence, no need to worry about food or harsh weather. He released all the Pokémon from Ilex Forest from his inventory, letting them bathe in the warm sunlight here. He then activated the Paradise's healing function for the first time. As beams of white light flashed, the listless, severely injured, and on the brink of death Pokémon on the ground quickly regained consciousness. "You can live here without worry," Caleb said. As long as he was alive, this little space wouldn't disappear. Even if he settled in the Pokémon world, it would follow him there. Sai, the Scyther that he had previously healed with his Viridian Power, saluted him, then turned and flew toward the dense forest in the distance. The remaining several thousand Pokémon gradually understood the situation. After expressing their gratitude to Caleb, they also began searching for their new homes within this space. Watching the last Caterpie wiggle away, Caleb let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. The expected task completion notification sounded as well. Ding! Hidden quest Sanctuary completed. Quest reward has been sent to the player's inventory. Due to your outstanding completion of this hidden quest, you have been specially awarded the additional title, Child of the Forest. Child of the Forest, S-rank title. When equipped, greatly increases affinity with wild Pokémon inhabiting forests. Caleb was taken aback for a moment. This title's effect was quite similar to the previous Savior title. So far, he had obtained 3 titles. They were Gigantamax Slayer, Savior, and now Child of the Forest. As for achievements, there were too many for him to count. He skimmed through them roughly before closing the achievement panel. There's just too many, I can't even keep track anymore. The settlement rewards have been distributed, so what should I do next? Caleb looked at the gacha chance in his inventory, then turned to find Dragonite lazily resting with its eyes closed in its dragon's nest. Chapter 208. Dragonite had a specially made energy lollipop for dragon-type Pokémon in its mouth. Feeling a shadow fall over it, the chunky dragon slowly opened one eye. Whoa! Caleb smiled at it, then grabbed Dragonite's chubby little paw and pressed it onto the gacha button in the center of the panel. The next second, the gaudy big wheel began spinning rapidly. Dragonite! It let out a soft sigh, watching the scene with a resigned expression. It didn't pull its paw back, allowing Caleb to manipulate it as he wished. The pointer gradually slowed down, and finally stopped on an area that shimmered with a rainbow-like multicolored radiance. The wheel suddenly lit up with a golden light, and a shower of virtual ribbons and colorful fireworks exploded above it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the special item. Enhancement Stone can enhance a trainer's skill to its maximum level. Caleb looked at the colorful stone that had suddenly appeared in his inventory. Trainer skills? He currently only had the Viridian Power. So there was nothing else to consider. He directly selected the Viridian Power. Enhance. The colorful stone instantly burst into dazzling, brilliant light. It seeped from the inventory panel into reality, and then slowly merged into his body. Caleb's consciousness was abruptly pulled from reality into a pitch-black space. Before he could react, the darkness around him began to shatter, spider web-like cracks rapidly spreading out. Cracked. Cracked. Strands of bright light seeped through those fissures. Caleb's consciousness seemed to transform into a wisp of wind, weaving through the vast world with that light. He saw flat land become towering mountains, bitter seawater surging upward, tides ebbing and flowing, countless lives beginning to gestate and be born within. He saw the sea dry up, becoming a landmass covered in lush and vibrant vegetation. He saw a caterpie break free from its cocoon, emerging from its metapod, stretching its wings and flying toward the blue sky. He saw the sun and moon alternate each other, a desert tyranitar standing on the horizon gazing at the fading sunset. Whale pods leaped from the sea as the first rays of dawn broke, countless toros ran across the endless grasslands, Fearos soared beneath the clouds. Snap! As if something invisible had shattered. An even purer, more vigorous warm current of vitality spread from it to every part of Caleb's body. At this moment, he clearly felt that the Viridian Power he commanded had become different, but before he could examine it closely, he felt a powerful shaking. Amidst this shaking, his consciousness abruptly returned to reality. Whoa! Dragonite looked at its trainer with concern, gently touching his forehead with its claw. Caleb was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to fully snap out of that strange state. He grabbed Dragonite's claw and said softly, "I'm fine." Growl. Something rubbed against his calf. He looked down and saw a fluffy black head butting around anxiously. It was Dano. Though it couldn't see, its perception was extremely sharp. It had detected the anomaly almost the instant Dragonite and the other's emotions changed. Only then did Caleb notice that Mimikyu and Lucario, who had been watching TV and playing in the living room, had somehow all gathered here. Bay. Celebi, the first to notice the change in Caleb, deftly perched on his shoulder as usual. It could sense that the scent of nature on him had become even stronger. Caleb felt that Celebi now greatly resembled a cat addicted to catnip, and he was the unfortunate catnip plant. Looking at his worried Pokémon companions before him, he reassured them, "I'm really fine." Dragonite, Mimikyu, and Lucario observed him carefully. Only after confirming he was truly all right did they quietly sigh in relief. Caleb picked up the Dano that was butting around like a little calf on the floor and turned to look at Gardevoir, who was quietly staying in a corner, asking, "Gardevoir, what just happened?" Gardevoir replied, "Master, you stood there in the same pose for 1 hour and 24 minutes. Caleb was taken aback. 1 hour and 24 minutes. That long, it felt like only a moment to me. He comfortingly rubbed Dano's head, then opened the panel to look at the information he hadn't noticed earlier. Enhancement successful, the Viridian Power has been upgraded, new abilities unlocked. Viridian Power, Max, a miraculous power gifted by nature to its chosen one. Basic abilities: heal Pokémon's injuries, communicate with Pokémon, sense Pokémon's inner thoughts. Advanced abilities: 1. Enhanced healing. Healing time greatly reduced, Viridian aura consumption decreased. 2. Enhanced perception. Can sense the inner thoughts of Pokémon around the player and communicate with them. This ability does not require physical contact with the Pokémon. 3. Purification. Can cure any negative status condition of Pokémon, such as burn, sleep, poison, etc. 4. Mass healing. Mobilize the power of nature to restore the HP of designated allied Pokémon within an area. After reading this, Caleb, who is now a walking and talking Pokémon center, grabbed Dragonite and gave it a loud kiss. Shiny Dragonite, forever the best. Dragonite looked utterly bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Gardevoir, prepare some extra snacks for Dragonite tonight, Caleb ordered. As you wish, Gardevoir nodded and turned toward the kitchen. This instant's run had been quite relaxing for Caleb personally. Aside from the sudden appearances of Cynthia and Lily, one could say everything had gone according to his plan. Even if Cynthia hadn't appeared that day, Caleb still had Lance, Lorelei, and Bruno as his backup cards. He took a shower and changed into clean clothes. By the time he returned to his room, Dano had already fallen asleep, curled up on a soft blanket. This little dragon had now left its infant stage behind. Its body and bones were fully developed. Caleb felt it was time to give it some special training. From the time he entered the infinite world until now, he had captured a total of 5 Pokémon: Mimikyu, Lucario, Dragonite, Dano, and Celebi. He was still 1 Pokémon short of a standard full team. Realistically speaking, only Mimikyu, Dragonite, and Lucario were battle-ready. Back in Celestic Town, Caleb had tested Celebi's strength with Cynthia. Overall, it wasn't as powerful as one might imagine. Most of the moves it knew were support-type moves, like Heal Bell, Baton Pass, Heal Block, Healing Wish, and so on. Therefore, he temporarily assigned the tiny Pokémon to a support role. Setting aside the training plan for Celebi for now, the most important thing at the moment was to ask Dano for its thoughts. Chapter 209. Compared to training Pokémon to become the strongest trainer in the Pokémon world, what Caleb truly wanted was to live together with these adorable creatures. Just like the brief few days he had spent in Celestic Town. Having breakfast with his Pokémon, taking walks together, running across the grass, lying on the roof with them at night to watch the stars, listening to their breathing as he drifted peacefully to sleep. He didn't want to force the Pokémon he captured to fight for him. Therefore, Caleb decided to first ask Dano for its opinion. If it was willing to battle, he would provide it with battle training. If it wasn't willing to battle, he would take care of it for the rest of its life. So thought the laid-back trainer Caleb. Dano was still asleep. Mimikyu and Lucario were watching TV in the living room. Dragonite had woken up and gone to the paradise to enjoy the breeze. Caleb lay on his side on the bed for a while, watching the peacefully sleeping Dano. A quiet, serene atmosphere flowed through the room. The sound of the TV outside was like white noise. Listening to it, Caleb began to feel drowsy. "Good night, little one," he said softly. Drowsily hugging the quilt, he closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. By the time he woke up again, the sky and the Pokémon paradise had reached evening. Caleb had been woken up by Dano butting him. The little dragon had somehow snuggled into his embrace and was now rubbing its fluffy head against him. Just then, Dragonite returned, sweating profusely. It glanced at the Dano in Caleb's arms and then came over as well. Caleb... His gaze swept over Dragonite. Having been out playing for so long, it was somewhat dirty, and it was climbing onto the bed the moment it returned. For a moment, Caleb had the illusion that the Dragonite before him was a husky that had just returned from the countryside. He pushed the sudden illusion aside, reached out to stop Dragonite and said, "Go take a bath first." "Woo Tilda." Dragonite looked over with moist eyes. At this moment, it seemed exceptionally well-behaved, like a big golden retriever. "Let's go, we'll bathe together. Go call Mimikyu and Lucario. After the bath, we'll have dinner, and then I'll watch TV with you all," Caleb said, getting out of bed with Dano in his arms and also calling to Celebi nearby. Woo Tilda, Dragonite agreed happily, and went to the living room to fetch the others. Caleb carried Dano toward the bedroom. He had previously used 100 points to expand the bathroom once, enlarging it from about 20 square meters to 100 square meters. The space inside was very large. It was completely able to accommodate Dragonite and the others. Besides that, he had also spent points to install a large hot spring inside. Soon, Mimikyu took the lead, flying in first. Lucario and Dragonite followed closely behind. Without Caleb having to say anything, they plunged into the spring water like dumplings dropping into a pot. Amidst the rising steam, Caleb asked Dano, "Do you want a battle?" "Growl," Dano lifted its head, seeming puzzled. Caleb explained, "It means fighting other Pokémon like Dragonite and the others, then becoming stronger." He still had a special attack enhancer in his inventory, a reward from the collapsed world instance. If Dano was willing, it would be perfect to use on it. Hearing this, Dragonite and the other Pokémon playing over there also stopped and turned to look. Irate Pokémon like Dano naturally possessed a fierce temperament, which became even more pronounced after evolving into Hydreigon. Battle was something etched into their bones. Although this little Dano didn't fully understand the specific meaning of battle, it instinctively nodded and then cried, "Growl." Through his enhanced Viridian Power, Caleb easily understood Dano's meaning. It was asking, "If I become stronger, will I be able to see you?" Caleb was taken aback, then asked, "You want to see me?" Dano nodded, its childish voice ringing in Caleb's mind. "I want to see what Papa looks like. Right now, I can only hear Papa's voice." "You'll be able to see." Dano would regain normal sight after evolving into Hydreigon. "Then I want to battle. I want to become stronger," Dano immediately said cheerfully. Caleb had a general idea now and finally confirmed, "Battling might get you hurt. Getting hurt is very painful. Aren't you afraid?" "Dano, as long as I can see Papa, I'm not afraid." "All right then, eat all of these." Caleb pulled out a large pile of experience candies from his inventory. Dragonite, Lucario, and Mimikyu had long since reached their maximum levels. The only Pokémon that could use these now were Dano and Celebi. After experiencing so many instances, Caleb felt the settings in these instances leaned more toward the anime. Players shuttling between various instances didn't have the time to raise Pokémon from scratch. The level system was just to reduce the pressure on players training their Pokémon. But in reality, a level 100 achieved through exp. Candy's was far inferior in actual strength to one achieved through solid training and battles. The Pakerisu belonging to Luna in the deserted island survival instance was a perfect example. However, if a Pokémon later gained experience through actual battles, its true strength would change. Just like Dragonite, now compared to Dragonite, when it first reached level 100. Although its level was still 100, its actual strength had grown significantly through countless battles. If the Dragonite from back then fought the Dragonite of now, the result would undoubtedly be a complete victory for the current Dragonite. This wasn't just true for Dragonite, it applied to Mimikyu and Lucario as well. Dano began eating the exp. Candies. Caleb received notifications of its level, rapidly increasing. LV-19, LV-38, LV-50. The white light of evolution emerged from Dano. Its body slowly grew larger, and a second head sprouted from its body. The changes didn't stop. LV-50, LV-58, LV-64. The evolution light appeared once more. The Zuelis that had evolved from Dano grew 3 pairs of black wings on its back. Besides the original 2 dragon heads, a third head sprouted from its neck. Its body expanded to nearly 2 meters. With a splashing sound, the now-evolved Hydreigon flapped its wings and hovered above the hot spring, its magenta pupils fixed intently on Caleb sitting on the bank. An intense sense of oppression and ferocity washed over him. Caleb suddenly felt as if he was about to be devoured by the Hydreigon before him. Seeing this, Dragonite on the other side frowned and immediately flew up from the hot spring, positioning itself in front of Caleb. Woo! It let out a warning cry, signaling the freshly evolved dragon to restrain its aura. With its line of sight was blocked, Hydreigon's gaze slowly shifted upward, irritable and ferocious emotions swirling within. Roar! Move aside. Woo! Dragonite didn't budge an inch, its lake green eyes also turning dangerous. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became a tense standoff. Caleb. Chapter 210. Caleb reached out and pulled the Dragonite shielding him, saying, "Dragonite, it's okay." Woo! Dragonite turned its head. The dangerous glint in its eyes vanished completely the moment it saw Caleb. Caleb pinched its chubby little face and then proactively walked to Dragonite's side, exposing himself to Hydreigon's line of sight. Evolution, besides bringing changes in a Pokémon's appearance and size, can also cause significant changes in temperament for some Pokémon. An example is Ash's Charizard from the anime. Because of this, Caleb couldn't be sure what state the Hydreigon before him was in now. It has to be said, Hydreigon looks really fierce and scary. Unlike Dragonite's dumb cuteness, its appearance is extremely vicious and frightening. Caleb could guarantee that if a creature like Hydreigon existed in reality, it would definitely become one of those creatures' parents, used to scare children. The newly evolved Hydreigon quickly shifted its gaze from Dragonite to Caleb. It didn't speak, just quietly watched Caleb with its 3 heads, from head to toe, as if observing. Caleb's heart leaped into his throat. He wasn't afraid of Hydreigon's appearance, but rather worried it would become like Ash's Charizard, entering a rebellious phase and not listening to him. Dragonite grabbed Caleb's hand with its warm paw, signaling him not to be afraid. Caleb squeezed back twice. Just as he was about to speak to break the quiet atmosphere, he saw Hydreigon flying towards him. It flapped the 6 pitch-black dragon wings on its back, the misty water vapor above the hot spring dispersing from the airflow it created. In the silence, Hydreigon arrived before Caleb. It tilted its 3 heads, a look of confusion in its eyes, and said, "Roar? Huh, Dad, why do we look different?" Caleb. His tense heart instantly relaxed. Good, this is still the little dragon I'm familiar with. But he really didn't know how to answer this question. He thought for a moment, then said, "You'll know when you grow up." Growl, Hydreigon nodded, not dwelling on the question any further, and instead returned to the pool to comfortably soak in the hot spring. "You go soak too," Caleb said to Dragonite. "Woo," Dragonite responded, turning and flying back into the hot spring. Caleb watched this scene with satisfaction. Since he had already taken a bath earlier, he didn't enter the water this time. Seeing the joyful expressions on his Pokémon's faces, he turned and left the bathroom, planning to go to the kitchen to get some of Gardevoir's specially made juice. Bitch! Celebi, who was playing in the water, saw him leaving and immediately followed. Why aren't you soaking anymore? Caleb asked. By Tilda, Celebi shook the water off its body and gently landed on his shoulder. Splashed with water all over his face, Caleb immediately understood. He was being treated like catnip by Celebi again. In the bathroom, Hydreigon had towels placed on its 3 heads by Caleb. Its tail twitched a couple of times, splashing a large amount of water. The water splashed onto the other 3 Pokémon. Lucario glanced in that direction, and then continued to rest with its eyes closed. Dragonite frowned, woo. Hydreigon opened its eyes. It still remembered the hostility Dragonite had shown towards it earlier. Except for some Dragon-type Pokémon with relatively gentle temperaments, most Dragon-type Pokémon have extremely strong territorial awareness. Both Hydreigon and Dragonite were no exception. To Dragonite, if it weren't for Caleb, it would have already beaten this kid up hundreds of times, just like it did to those Dragon-type Pokémon in the Dragon Holy Land. And to Hydreigon, Dragonite was the bad guy trying to steal its dad. Earlier, it had clearly felt obvious hostility from Dragonite. Even though it knew the other was protecting their father, the thought that it was the target of Dragonite's vigilance made Hydreigon feel a little wronged. How could I ever hurt my own dad? Thinking of this, Hydreigon immediately radiated an unhappy aura. Perhaps due to the fierce genes inherent in its bones, or perhaps due to the protective instinct of a dragon-type Pokémon over its territory, it let out an angry roar at Dragonite. Although angry, Hydreigon retained its memories from its Deino period, so it remembered that Dragonite was much stronger than it. Hydreigon glared at Dragonite, fierce yet timid. No, it felt it had to become stronger, strong enough to rescue its father from the others' clutches. Dragonite looked on indifferently, snorting 2 puffs of air from its nostrils. It thought, forget it, it's just a newly evolved little dragon. I won't bother with it. Mimikyu, who witnessed the entire scene, gently patted Dragonite's shoulder, telling it not to be angry, then leisurely swam towards Hydreigon to placate its emotions. By the time Caleb brought in 6 cups of juice, Mimikyu had already returned to its spot, and everything looked peaceful, as if nothing had happened. After finishing their bath, Caleb helped each Pokémon dry off with a towel, then took them back to the living room. Today, he planned to watch a movie with his Pokémon to celebrate Deino's successful evolution. His infinite world home had long been expanded by him using points. As the number of Pokémon increased, the original living room had obviously become much too narrow. Therefore, Caleb expanded the living room to 200 square meters in one go, placing an extra-large circular sofa in the middle. Opposite the sofa was installed an extra-large LCD TV. To cater to his Pokémon's preferences, he planned to watch the latest Pokémon movie today. Originally, the relationship between humans and Pokémon was formed through capture and training, creating bonds. Battles and adventures became bridges for the emotional connection between trainers and Pokémon. But this movie broke this convention, creating a new bond between humans and Pokémon, different from that of partners or companions. The movie was an hour and 30 minutes long, telling the story of the mythical Pokémon, Zarude, raising a human boy. Caleb watched with great interest. Even Dragonite and the others had much softer eyes after watching the movie. Caleb became interested. Looking at his 5 Pokémon, he asked, "If I turned into a child, would you take care of me like Zarude did?" Hearing this, Mimikyu, Dragonite, and Lucario exchanged an understanding glance. Unlike Celebi and Hydreigon, they had seen what Caleb looked like as a child. Therefore, the 3 of them nodded without hesitation. Celebi imagined the scene. It felt it couldn't refuse a human child carrying a rich aura of nature. Hydreigon now wished Caleb belonged to it alone. If that day ever came, it would definitely sneak him back to its own nest and raise him well with good food and drink. Chapter 211. Before going to sleep at night, Caleb suddenly remembered that there was still a random item gift box in his inventory that he hadn't opened. He thought for a moment, sat up from the bed, and then took out the gift box wrapped with ribbon from his inventory. As soon as he opened it, Caleb heard a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item. Black Sludge, General Item. When held by a Poison-type Pokémon, it will gradually restore HP. If held by Pokémon of other types, HP will slowly decrease. He couldn't use it right now. Caleb glanced at it and put it away in his inventory, planning to go to the commercial area tomorrow morning to sell this Black Sludge and that Leaf Stone to earn more points, so he could buy the world travel ticket sooner. Unknowingly, he had now saved up 62 points, taking another step closer to the 990 point milestone. Early the next morning, Caleb teleported to the commercial area, found a stall, and set up the Black Sludge and Leaf Stone for sale. The Black Sludge was priced at 1,000 points. After all, it's an item with a limited audience. Unless they were trainers specializing in poison, few people would buy it. He set the price of the Leaf Stone to be 2,500 points, a price he derived by referencing other stall owners around him. With his characteristically handsome face, Caleb sat down in the crowd and immediately attracted the attention of other players. Players around whispered, "Damn, look at that guy. Isn't he the legendary big shot Caleb?" "How do you know? Have you seen him before?" "Yeah, I was there when he came out of the instance yesterday." "So handsome, is he setting up a stall?" "Caleb..." He looked speechlessly at the crowd of players gathered around his stall who were only looking at him and not buying anything, feeling like his little stall couldn't continue. Coincidentally, at that moment, Hatsumi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, sent him a message. It was only 2 words, "Meet up." Caleb replied with "Wait for me," neatly packed up his stall, and directly teleported to Hatsumi's small shop. When he arrived, he found that besides Hatsumi, there was also an old acquaintance there, Terrence. Terrence greeted him cheerfully. "Hey buddy, long time no see." The mime JR, in the shop, brought several cups of tea and placed them in front of the 3. Hatsumi rested her chin on her hand, looking amusedly at this scene, and asked, "I heard from Terrence that you turned into a child in that transformation and substitution instance." Caleb took a sip of tea and nodded, "Yes." Terrence looked gossipy. "Buddy, tell me, what was the outcome of that mythical Pokémon contest?" Hearing this, Hatsumi also became interested. She deduced, "Yi Fan and Beekjol returned to the Infinite World before you, so you won that contest." Caleb nodded, "I won." Terrence immediately excitedly said, "See, I told you he's awesome." Caleb, "So, what did you need me for?" Hatsumi took out a ticket from her inventory and said, "It's like this. After one more instance round, the Infinite World will hold a large-scale event among players. The winning team will receive a final reward of 100 points. In addition, the MVP of the team will receive a random SSS grade item reward." "Team?" Caleb asked. Hatsumi nodded. "Yes, this is a major event specially held by the Infinite World to encourage players to get out more. All players in the Infinite World can participate. There's no penalty for failure. The top 1,000 teams will receive large point rewards. For this event, players need to participate in the form of teams, 4 people per team." She thought for a moment and asked, "Have you played PUBG in real life?" PUBG, 4 people per team, dropped on an island, gathering supplies, surviving until the end. Caleb nodded. Hatsumi continued, "The mode of this event is this kind of battle royale. All players will be dropped on a large map, defeat opponents, and survive until the end." Hearing this, Caleb looked at that ticket. A light blue information panel appeared. "Battle Royale Big Stage, come if you dare. With your Pokémon, lead your team to the end. Generous rewards await you. In this event, players can freely attack each other without penalty. The prizes are abundant. What are you waiting for?" "Caleb, this ad is simplistic and crude, but..." He looked at the 100 points and was tempted. The sooner he saved enough points, the sooner he could retire in the Pokémon world. Seeing this, Hatsumi smiled slightly and asked, "Want to join?" "Sure, when does it start?" Caleb asked. Hatsumi answered, "There's still some time. We might have to participate in one more instance before it starts." "Okay," Caleb nodded. Today was the 2nd day of his rest period. In 5 days, he would enter the next instance. Seeing him agree, Hatsumi didn't say anything more. She asked Caleb and Terrence to stay for lunch and went to the kitchen with Mime Jr. to prepare lunch. Caleb hadn't seen Terrence for a long time either. He thought of the 3 years he lived with him in Celestic Town and asked, "How have you been lately? Have you encountered any interesting instances?" Terrence thought for a moment and said, "No particularly interesting instances." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something he encountered in the last instance and said, "Oh right, in the last instance, I encountered something really ridiculous. Do you know Go?" Caleb nodded, yes. Players can watch anime in the infinite world. Before, when he had nothing to do, he caught up with the latest episode of Pokémon Journeys. Terrence continued, "That guy is simply outrageous. He actually caught Suicune with an ordinary Piquet ball. All the players present were dumbfounded." "Caleb, I have to admit it, that's indeed outrageous." Terrence said indignantly, "I've watched some of Journeys too. That Go is purely here to disgust people. He can catch anything with one ball." "Caleb..." Terrence started laughing as he spoke, but at the end, he was secretly beaten up by a player who couldn't stand it anymore. After the meal with friends ended, Caleb said goodbye to Terrence and Hatsumi and took his Pokémon back home. The black sludge and leaf stone didn't sell. Caleb simply threw them into the storage room to gather dust, planning to take them out when they might be useful later. For the next 5 days, he stayed home watching anime, occasionally playing Switch multiplayer games with Lucario, and taking Dragonite and Hydreigon for rides in the park in the evening. It could be said to be a very normal life. For Caleb, this was almost his ideal retirement life. But happy times are always very short. 5 days passed unnoticed. It was time for the weekly instance again. Caleb teleported to the Pikachu statue. Just as he was about to enter the instance, he received a prompt. "Special instance, only one Pokémon can be carried. Please choose one Pokémon." Caleb was stunned for a moment. He first teleported home and released all his Pokémon, then explained the situation. "Woo," Dragonite called out, indicating it could go. "Roar," Hydreigon was not happy to hear this. It flew to Caleb's side, indicating that it was also very powerful. Caleb glanced at Mimikyu in the corner. Last time on the deserted island survival instance, he had told Mimikyu that he would take it next time there was a chance. He couldn't go back on his word. Mimikyu's eyes lit up immediately, then it jumped to his arms. Caleb held it and said apologetically to Lucario and the other Pokémon, "Next time there's a chance, I'll take you." "Woo Tilda," Dragonite responded helplessly. Lucario and Celebi naturally had no objection. Hydreigon hung its head, feeling down. Caleb had no choice but to soothingly hug Hydreigon's head and say, "Be good and wait for me at home, little one." Growl. Hydreigon opened its mouth and licked Caleb's face. Like a child sulking, it covered his face with saliva. "Growl, go on." "Then, see you later." Caleb wasn't angry even though his face was covered in saliva. He hugged each Pokémon one by one, then returned to the Pikachu statue with Mimikyu. "Enter the instance." "Yes." As a white light flashed, the scene before Caleb's eyes suddenly changed. Notification sounds rang out one after another. "Welcome player to the special instance, Werewolf. Special instance, the item Book of Answers has been disabled. Item Warp Beacon has been disabled. Chapter 212. Where is this place? Who are you people? What do you want?" The familiar newbie questions rang in his ears. Caleb opened his eyes to find himself sitting on a bus driving through thick fog. "Damn, there are newbies in this instance too," muttered a brawny man in a short-sleeved shirt, his arms bulging with well-defined muscles. The 3 individuals, whose faces were filled with terror from suddenly finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, immediately turned their attention to him, asking, "Do you know what this place is?" It proved that most humans struggle to control their emotions when panicked. One of the 3 new players, a woman with long hair, demanded, "Did you kidnap us? Let us go right now. Otherwise, we'll call the police." Her tone was very unpleasant. The brawny man frowned, his expression visibly darkening with displeasure. He seemed to want to say something, but decided it wasn't worth it. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat to rest. "My phone, right? I'm calling the police." The long-haired woman spoke as she reached into her pocket, trying to pull out her phone. But she searched for a long time and found nothing. The nearest person, a spirited old man in his 50s or 60s, glanced at her sideways and said leisurely, "Stop looking. This isn't the world you're familiar with." The woman paused, murmuring, "How is that possible?" The expressions of the other two new players also showed disbelief. One of them, a man who looked like a college student wearing glasses, seemed to remember something and murmured, "Right. I think I was hit and killed by a truck while crossing the road." The other man, wearing a suit and exuding the aura of a corporate elite, frowned and asked, "So, is this the transport to the underworld?" Tilda, the elderly man, who had been leaning back in his seat with a leisurely expression, cleared his throat. He sat up straight, looked at the man, and said with a strange expression, "Didn't you receive the prompt from the infinite world?" The corporate man was stunned and instinctively asked, "What?" He had heard of the term infinite world before, but isn't that something that only exists in web novels? The bespectacled college student was also dazed. Just then, the long-haired woman who had been emotionally unstable suddenly widened her eyes and let out a gasp of surprise. The corporate man and the college student immediately turned to look. They saw the woman tap a few times in the air, and then a spherical object, red on top and white on the bottom, fell down. A piquet ball. She looked at the item in her hand with a complex expression. The next second, the piquet ball opened automatically. With a flash of white light, a Marowak wearing a bone helmet and holding a bone club appeared in the bus aisle. The Marowak looked affectionately at the woman in front of it and let out a soft cry toward her. Tilda. The old man watched this scene, shook his head with a light laugh, and knew that the three of them had now received the prompt from the infinite world. He leisurely leaned back in his seat, waiting for the main quest to begin. The bus fell silent for a moment. Some players who were sitting closer exchanged glances and began talking quietly among themselves. Caleb silently observed this scene. Excluding the driver, there were 11 other passengers on the bus besides himself. A 12-player werewolf game sounds quite interesting. I just wonder what the rules of this game would be. Caleb suddenly began to feel anticipation. The thick fog on both sides of the road rapidly receded. Before long, the bus stopped in front of a castle full of European-style architecture. The NPC driver opened the door, turned back to the players, and said, "We're here, get off." Just then, the long-awaited main quest notification finally appeared, though fashionably late. Main quest: Wingle Travel Agency's grand prize, a 7-day luxury castle tour. As lucky tourists who have won the grand prize, you will spend the most wonderful 7 days of your lives in this luxurious castle, full of mystery. Player Caleb Chase, randomizing identity. Congratulations, your identity is werewolf. Quest objective: achieve final victory in this game of werewolf. All players, please enter the castle. During the quest duration, any player who leaves the castle grounds will automatically fail the main quest. With that, the driver NPC with an uncle's face closed the door and vanished into the thick fog. "This place feels a bit eerie." The bespectacled college student shivered and said, "There aren't ghosts in the Pokémon world, right?" "Who knows?" Compared to the new players, the veteran players were long accustomed to this kind of situation. They had experienced even more bizarre environments. A castle shrouded in thick fog in the middle of nowhere was nothing to them. Seeing how unconcerned these people looked, the male college student smiled somewhat sheepishly. As he walked inside with everyone, he introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Dimitri, a sophomore from X University." The long-haired woman had now calmed down. Recalling what happened on the bus, she said to the muscular man, "I'm really sorry, I was too impulsive earlier. I apologize. By the way, my name is Chiara." The muscular man looked at her and said cheerfully, "It's fine. It's your first time, so it's understandable." As everyone spoke, the old man at the front pushed open the dust-sealed main door of the castle. With a creaking sound, an aura of decay wafted out from inside. "How long has it been since anyone lived here?" Chiara muttered, wrinkling her delicate brows with some distaste. "We'll just clean it up," the old man said, hands behind his back, walking straight in. The first floor of the castle housed a long black table with a rustic charm, flanked by 6 wooden benches on each side. On the table were 12 cards of different colors, each marked with a number from 1 to 12. At that moment, a faint blue virtual projection appeared above the long table. It looked at the players and said in a calm female voice, "Welcome, players, to this instance. Please each choose a seat. I will now explain the rules of this werewolf game to everyone." The 3 new players hesitated. The other 9 veteran players walked straight to the long table and began choosing their preferred seats. Caleb wasn't picky about these things. He didn't believe in lucky numbers either, so he simply chose a seat and sat down. He reached out and flipped over the card in front of him. The number on it was 9, which meant he was number 9. A faint scent of perfume wafted from beside him. Caleb turned his head and saw a girl wearing a baseball cap and a mask sitting down next to him. Seeing him look at her, the girl proactively took off her mask, curled her lips into a harmless smile, and asked, "You don't mind me sitting here, do you?" She was very beautiful, stunningly so. Her deep pupils were like whirlpools, drawing people in. Caleb faintly detected a trace of danger from her. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 213. The girl's number was 10. Sitting to Caleb's right was a young man with a bright smile. He grinned at Caleb and said, "Hey, buddy, looking forward to working with you." Caleb returned a friendly smile, "Likewise." While the two spoke, all the players present took their seats. Seeing this, the faint blue virtual projection slowly began to speak. The name of this game is Werewolf. There are 12 players present in total, among whom are 2 werewolves and 10 ordinary people. A werewolf can only eliminate 1 person per day. The method of elimination is through Pokémon battles. The loser will die and be eliminated. If an ordinary person manages to kill a werewolf during the battle, they can become the new werewolf. There is no time limit for werewolves to kill. The body of an eliminated player will remain in place. If discovered, ordinary people can sound the alarm, summoning all players for a public vote. Note, there is only 1 public vote opportunity per day. During the public vote, each player will speak in order of their number, and each player has 1 vote. The player with the most votes will be eliminated. Ordinary people's victory condition. Find the werewolves hidden among the players within 7 days and eliminate them. Werewolf victory condition. Eliminate all ordinary people or remain undiscovered after 7 days. Note, the electrical equipment in this castle has been damaged. Ordinary people can repair it during the daytime. Additionally, werewolves are free to sabotage it. Current number of unrepaired electrical switches, 4. After speaking, the virtual projection fell silent. Next was the player's free activity time. Caleb glanced at the 3 werewolf-exclusive abilities he had just obtained. Night vision allows you to ignore darkness and see the surrounding environment clearly even at night. Duel, after selecting a target, you may forcibly pull them into a battle space. Anything that happens in the battle space will not be perceived by the outside world. Usage limit, 1. Map, a map of the interior of the castle. At that moment, the young man sitting beside Caleb glanced around at the group, holding up his badge labeled number 8 card. He spoke up with a friendly suggestion, "How about we all introduce ourselves? I'll start. My name is Alessio, and my Pokémon is a Breloom." As he spoke, he took out a piquet ball from his inventory. With a flash of white light, a green Pokémon with a mushroom on its head appeared before everyone. Caleb used Scout to take a look. Breloom LV, 100. The other players reacted one after another. Player number 1 was the old man from the bus earlier. His Pokémon was a LV, 100 Ninetales. Player number 2 was the male college student named Dimitri. His Pokémon was a LV, 22 Gloom. Player number 3 was also a newcomer. She had already given her name as Chiara. Her Pokémon was a LV, 28 Marowak. Number 4 was the muscular man. His Pokémon was a LV, 100 Sandslash. Soon, it was Caleb's turn in this introduction session. For a moment, all the players' eyes focused on him. Caleb paused briefly while taking out Mimikyu. He then used the new ability of his Viridian Power, enhanced perception, to communicate with Mimikyu. 2 seconds later, a flash of white light appeared, and a relatively small, thin caterpie materialized before everyone. The players present were all stunned, rooted to the spot. It took them a good while to remember to use Scout on the caterpie. However, it would have been better if they hadn't seen it. After seeing the caterpie's level, the expressions on everyone's faces became somewhat peculiar. After all, it was a LV. 5 caterpie. Number 8, who had proposed this introduction session, couldn't help but exclaim, "Bro, what's your situation?" Caleb said with a bitter smile, "I don't know either. Who would have thought this instance would be a werewolf game? This is only my second Pokémon." Number 2 looked over and asked curiously, "Are you a new player too?" Caleb glanced at him and then began his performance. "This is my second instance, so I guess I still count as a newbie, right?" Indeed, Number 8's look towards Caleb clearly began to change. However, the pretty girl sitting in seat number 10 looked deeply at Caleb, a slight curve forming at the corner of her lips. How interesting, she thought. The introductions continued, and next it was number 10's turn. Caleb also turned to look at her. The girl took out a piquet ball as she said, "My name is Clara." As soon as she finished speaking, with a flash of white light, a humanoid Pokémon covered in black and gray fur, with a tuft of crimson-red mane on its head, appeared before everyone. Zoroark, number 2's Dimitri, eyes lit up instantly. He stood up excitedly and asked, "Can I pet it?" Clara smiled at him and said, "Sorry, this guy doesn't like contact with strangers." "Oh, I see." Dimitri could only sit back down regretfully. By the time everyone finished their introductions, the sky outside had also darkened. The entire castle was instantly shrouded in shadow. The excitement the 3 new players felt from entering the Pokémon world finally cooled down upon seeing this. Dimitri got up from his chair and tried to turn on the lights, but no matter how he tried, the chandelier above the hall wouldn't light up. Chiara pointed at the now silent virtual projection on the long table and said, "Didn't this thing just say the castle's electrical equipment is damaged?" "But we don't know where the electrical switches are," said number 4, the muscular man. "If we go looking for them, the werewolves might take the opportunity to act." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the faces of the other players. No one knew if the person sitting next to them, chatting with them, was a werewolf. Seeing this, number 1, the old man, suggested, "How about we wait until tomorrow morning to repair them?" "I have no objection, so what do we do next? This castle seems pretty big. There should be many empty rooms upstairs," Chiara said. "But won't splitting up give the werewolf an opportunity?" Dimitri asked, frowning. The muscular man pondered for a few seconds and said, "For safety's sake, let's all stay together tonight. Does anyone object?" Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. No one wanted to be eliminated on the first night. So the group took advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet and found a large room on the second floor. With the werewolf-exclusive night vision, Caleb could clearly see everyone's subtle movements through the darkness. The old man leaned against his Ninetales, looking at Dimitri and the corporate man newbie player in front of him, and proactively shared food from his inventory with them. As for the newbie named Chiara, she had got together with the muscular man. Caleb turned his head to look at them, and then saw the muscular man pinch Chiara's butt. Chiara looked full of shy coquettishness and lightly punched the muscular man's arm. Reading her lips, it seemed like she was saying, "You're awful." Caleb. Chapter 214. The sharp cries of unknown Pokémon echoed from outside the window. The old man walked to the window with his hands behind his back, looked at the thick fog outside, and muttered to himself, "The fog has gotten heavier again." After saying that, he drew the curtains, shutting everything out. This room was imbued with the ambience of medieval Europe. The floor was covered with a thick carpet. Besides a large bed, there were several old-fashioned sofas placed around the room. Directly opposite the sofas was a large built-in fireplace. The walls were hung with paintings, all depicting women dressed in European-style dresses. Caleb's position was to the left of the fireplace. From his angle, he could easily observe everyone's behavior. Not everyone liked chatting and socializing with strangers, so a few players stayed quietly with their own Pokémon, ignoring the outside commotion. The sky finally turned completely dark. As the last faint trace of light vanished, the room plunged into darkness. The old man fished out a flashlight from somewhere. He walked to the fireplace with his Ninetales to inspect it carefully and said, "No firewood. Looks like we can't start a fire." The college student, Dimitri, blinked, looking at the only source of light in the darkness, and asked, "Uncle, where did you get that flashlight from?" The old man returned to his spot, placed the flashlight horizontally on the table, and explained, "The infinite world sells everything. As long as you have enough points, nothing is a problem." Dimitri's eyes widened with curiosity. "Really, you can buy anything? Can you learn magic there?" The old man looked at him and said, "No, these scenarios only have the Pokémonverse. There aren't any of those Xianxia or fantasy worlds found in web novels." "Oh," Dimitri sounded somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but didn't say anything more. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a wave of drowsiness swept through the crowd. Dimitri yawned, using the flashlight's beam to look around. He thought to himself, "With so many people here, the werewolves probably wouldn't kill someone in public, right?" Thinking this, he relaxed, hugged a cushion on the sofa, and slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't the only one with this idea. The other players felt the same way. Subconsciously, they felt that with so many people around, the werewolves probably wouldn't make a move tonight. Therefore, most people peacefully closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep, either lying down or sitting up. Caleb used night vision to scan the 11 people in front of him. Besides himself, there was clearly another werewolf present. To avoid being targeted by his own kind, and causing the werewolf faction to fall into a disadvantage right from the start, Caleb decided to find the other first. The night vision was a werewolf-exclusive ability. If anyone was looking around randomly or making eye contact with him right now, Caleb could almost certainly confirm their identity. But unfortunately, after looking around, he couldn't find that teammate. Therefore, he could only give up on that plan for the time being. Who should I send off tonight?" he mused. Among the trainers present were an elderly man in his 60s, a corporate elite in a suit, a university student, and even an elementary school student with a chubby face, etc. These 11 people almost covered most demographics in society. From elementary school students, whose worldviews aren't fully formed, to an old man who has experienced most of his life, and seems to have a wise gaze that can see through everything. "In that case, I choose you." Duel activated. Everything before Caleb's eyes suddenly changed. The so-called battle space was actually a pure, flawless virtual space. Anything that happened here would not be perceived by the outside world. To the outside, the two people who entered the battle space were still resting with their eyes closed, with no changes whatsoever. Looking at the buzz-cut, chubby kid opposite him, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, Caleb felt he was quite good at battling this type of opponent. The kid had obviously also received the prompt. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down and exclaimed, "SHT, so you're the werewolf." Caleb revealed a harmless smile and released his Caterpie. Seeing this, the kid immediately breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Do you think just because I'm young, I'm easy to pick on? Well, today I'll show you what an elementary school student can do." As he spoke, he sent out his own Pokémon, a large Electivire. He then ordered, "Electivire, use Thunderbolt. Finish off that Caterpie for me." Caleb unhurriedly commanded, "Swords dance." Caterpie flew into the air, spinning rapidly as it faced Electivire's Thunderbolt. Amidst the flashing electric light, the kid's face was illuminated, showing shock. How can a Caterpie possibly fly? Caleb continued, "Swords dance." The kid was scared now, but since they were in the middle of a battle, he could only continue, "Electivire, use thunder. Blast it to pieces." A layer of dark clouds gathered in the sky above. Powerful lightning brewed within them. The next second, a bolt of thunder containing terrifying electrical energy struck directly on Caterpie's head, instantly engulfing it like a lightning snake. A moment later, the lightning dissipated. Caterpie appeared unaffected in the kid's eyes. Caleb received a prompt. "The nanosuit's power has been fully charged. 2 of the 3 layers of disguise had now been broken. The kid's face had drastically changed color. He muttered, "Impossible. How is this possible?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize something. He sharply raised his head to look at the trainer opposite him and shouted unreasonably, "You're cheating. How can a level 5 Caterpie fly? How can it block my Thunderbolt and Thunder? I'm reporting you. You're bullying a kid." Caleb, bye-bye. After stacking 2 swords dances, Mimikyu entered a state of total dominance, becoming like a ghost in an empty battlefield. One play rough was all it took to instantly KO the level 78 Electivire. A sudden exclamation rang in Caleb's ears. He opened his eyes without changing his expression and heard the crowd fall into chaos. Something bad happened. Number 3 is dead. Number 3 was the newbie named Chiara. It seems the other werewolf made a move too, Caleb thought. At that moment another scream was heard. Number 5 is dead too. Number 5 was the kid Caleb had just sent off. Hearing these 2 pieces of news, all the players present immediately fell silent. The sound of breathing and heartbeats was clearly audible. Someone swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "How did the werewolves do it?" No one knew. The room was completely silent. The lifeless bodies of number 5 and number 3 lay on the sofa. Their pale faces looked eerily frightening under the illumination of the old man's flashlight. Although they knew they weren't truly dead, but were merely sent back to the infinite world after failing their quest, facing 2 corpses at once still made everyone feel a bit apprehensive. Chapter 215. The werewolves could kill silently and unnoticed. This also meant that staying together would no longer guarantee safety. "I think it's better if we separate," a female player said. The old man, who hadn't spoken until now, glanced at her and said, "Calm down. The werewolves can only kill 1 person per day each. That means the danger has passed for us who remain tonight." The muscular man sat on another sofa, staring fearfully at number 3's corpse. He couldn't believe that the woman who had been subtly flirting with him not long ago was now a corpse. The old man glanced at him imperceptibly, but said nothing. However, number 8, the young man with the bright smile, frowned and said, "You were sitting closest to her earlier, but when the body was discovered, you weren't there." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was already tense immediately turned to look. The muscular man's face darkened upon seeing this. "Are you saying I killed her? How could that be? Don't forget that elimination is based on Pokémon battles." Everyone then remembered that this Pokémon version of the werewolf game was different from the one they were familiar with. Here, for a werewolf to eliminate a player, they must defeat them in battle. But if a battle had just happened here, how could there have been no sound at all? Unless the werewolves possess some special ability. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed. Seeing everyone's expressions, the old man sighed and said, "There's another possibility. Number 3 herself was a werewolf. One of the rules states that an ordinary person who defeats a werewolf can become the new werewolf. If a new player was a werewolf, what kind of target would she choose to attack? The answer is pretty obvious: someone weaker than her." The group quickly realized who the weakest among them was. They turned their gazes towards the handsome young man in the corner holding the Caterpie. But could a level 5 Caterpie possibly defeat a level 28 Marowak? Number 8 pondered and asked. This meant the young man didn't meet the prerequisite for defeating number 3. The old man withdrew his gaze and said, "I was just presenting one of the possibilities. Of course, it's also possible that number 3 wasn't a werewolf." Then it returned to the initial question of who killed number 3. Clearly, the most likely suspect on the field was the muscular man. Number 6, the corporate man who was also a newbie, reminded everyone, "You had a conflict with number 3 on the bus this afternoon." Coincidentally, the virtual projection on the long table downstairs lit up at that moment and promptly asked, "Would you like to sound the alarm?" Sounding the alarm will initiate a public vote. Each person can vote for the player they find most suspicious. The player with the most votes will be eliminated. Everyone exchanged glances and chose to agree. Instantly, they all vanished from their spots and automatically found themselves sitting in their assigned seats at the long table. The virtual projection emitted a faint blue light. Although weak, it was enough to illuminate the faces of everyone around. Compared to when they first arrived at the castle in the afternoon, the group of 12 had lost 2 members. The seats for number 5 and number 3 were now empty, their number cards marked with a large. The virtual projection continued. Please let player number 1 speak. Other players will be muted during player number 1's speech. Player number 1 was the old man. He frowned, his gaze sweeping over everyone. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Regardless of whether number 4 killed her or not, there are still 2 werewolves among us. I think everyone should be aware of that first. Only 8 ordinary people remained. The 2 werewolves only needed 4 days to kill them all. They didn't have that much time. This meant that within these 4 days, they must find at least 1 werewolf. After speaking, the old man pressed the skip button. Virtual projection, let player number 2 speak. Dimitri scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. After thinking for a long time, he said, I don't know who to vote for either. I'll just vote for whoever you guys decide on later. Virtual projection, let player number 4 speak. The muscular man's face was still somewhat pale, as if he hadn't recovered from the earlier scene. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said anxiously, It really wasn't me who killed her. I'm really not a werewolf. As he spoke, he changed his tone, pointed at number 8 and said, It's him, he must be a werewolf, he wants to frame me. The countdown ended, the virtual projection continued, let player number 6 speak. Number 6, the corporate man, remained silent for a moment and chose to skip. Number 7 was a girl wearing glasses. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze shifting between number 4 and number 8, and reasoned, I think number 8 is more likely to be the wolf. From the information we have so far, it's clear the werewolf has some special abilities, like silent battles. Let's not dwell on that for now. Leaving aside number 3, you all saw this afternoon that number 5's Pokémon was a level 78 Electivire. Number 2's Pokémon is a level 22 Gloom, number 6's is a level 19 Pidgeotto, and number 9's is a level 5 Caterpie. None of these 3 have the prerequisite ability to kill number 3 and number 5. That leaves only number 1, number 4, number 7, number 8, number 10, number 11, and number 12. When the incident happened, I was discussing going to the restroom with number 11 and number 12, so we didn't have the time to kill anyone. That leaves only number 1, number 4, number 8, and number 10. And among these 3, number 8 was the first to jump out and explicitly say that number 4 killed number 3. How could he be so sure? Hearing this analysis, the players present showed thoughtful expressions. Number 4 gave her a grateful look. Caleb really wanted to laugh, but he couldn't show it. He could only shrink into his chair, playing the part of a clueless little newbie. Seeing this, the number 7 girl chose to mute herself. Next, it was number 8's turn. Number 8 started with, That's bullshit. His face was red with anger, but he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet didn't. Finally, he sat down on his chair with a look of frustration, crossed his arms, turned his head away and said, Anyway, it wasn't me. You'll regret it if you vote for me. After saying that, he chose to skip. Caleb scratched his head and said, I'm just a newbie, so I won't talk nonsense. I'll just follow whoever everyone else votes for. His behavior seemed very indecisive to everyone. Combined with the level 5 Caterpie, at this moment, everyone ruled out the possibility of him being a werewolf. Caleb chose to skip. Next, it was number 10's turn. Clara smiled slightly and said, I also think number 8 is suspicious. The remaining number 11 and number 12 exchanged glances and raised no objections. The faint blue virtual projection then said, The speeches are over, please vote. A panel appeared in front of every player, displaying the avatars of the remaining 10 players. Chapter 216. The castle was deathly still. The sky wasn't completely bright yet, and the entire hall was pitch black. The faint blue light emitted by the virtual projection illuminated the faces of the 10 players present. Some were terrified, some relieved, some expressionless. The harmonious atmosphere that had developed among the players in the evening was completely shattered at this moment. Everyone looked grave, silently gazing at each other. No one knew if the person sitting next to them was a werewolf. Soon, the remaining 10 players cast their votes. The faint blue phantom looked around and spoke in a bland tone, Voting is over. Player number 8 is eliminated. The voting results were: number 1 abstained, everyone else voted for number 8. The young man sitting in the number 8 seat, who used to smile so brightly, couldn't smile anymore. His expression was extremely grim. He opened his mouth and said, "You're all wrong." Before he could finish, his figure vanished from the spot, eliminated from the game. The first day's public vote was over. The virtual projection automatically disappeared, leaving only the remaining 9 players sitting at the long table, unmoving for a long time. No one spoke. The atmosphere in the hall was even quieter than before. Sigh, a drawn-out voice sounded. The old man in seat number 1 side stood up from his chair and walked towards the second floor with his Ninetales. The other players got up one after another. The number 7 girl who had spouted that analysis earlier, along with the 2 female players, number 11 and number 12, got up together, arm in arm, and left the area. Number 4, the muscular man, hesitated for a moment. As number 7 stepped onto the stairs, he called out to them and said, "Thank you for earlier." Number 7 grinned, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, and gave a shallow smile. "No need to thank me." After saying that, the group left. The hall was now left with only Dimitri, number 2, the suited corporate man, number 6, Caleb, number 9, and Clara, number 10. Perhaps because they were all newcomers, Dimitri came over quite familiarly to greet them. "Hey, you're a newbie too, right?" Caleb glanced at him, his expression unchanged as he nodded. "This is my second instance, so." As soon as he finished, a light laugh came from beside him. It came from number 10. Dimitri asked somewhat puzzledly, "Is there something funny?" "Nothing, you continue, newbies." Clara deliberately emphasized the word newbies. After saying that, she left a confused Dimitri behind, stood up, and left with her Zoroark. Dimitri watched her retreating figure and said seriously, "I think there's something seriously wrong with this young lady." Caleb silently watched the other person's retreating figure. There was indeed something amiss. He had felt it from the beginning. Could it be that she recognized my identity? Caleb thought back to his memories in the infinite world, but he had no recollection of this girl's figure appearing. The infinite world didn't have a photo function, so he wasn't worried about his image being widely known. Just as Caleb was thinking, Dimitri beside him said, "What do you think? Could she be a werewolf?" Zoroark has the ability to create illusions. I feel like if it were her, she could completely manage to kill someone silently in front of so many people. "I think so too," the suited man agreed. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to Caleb and said, "Let me introduce myself, I'm Wang." Caleb understood. The 2 newbies in front of him thought he was also a newcomer and wanted to team up with him. Dimitri nodded, then pointed out, "We still don't know your name." Caleb acted as if he had just remembered, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I forgot to mention it. I'm Yasuo Chase. You can just call me Yasuo." Dimitri was stunned for a moment. Yasuo, like the Yasuo from League of Legends. Caleb forced an awkward smile. "My dad gave me that name. He really liked playing that character." Dimitri laughed heartily and said, "Your dad sounds pretty fun." Caleb glanced at the second floor and said, "How about we go upstairs first? This isn't really a place to chat. By the way, you just entered the instance. You probably don't have food, right? I happen to have a lot in my inventory." Dimitri was overjoyed. "Thank you." Wang was also somewhat happy, but compared to the outgoing Dimitri, his happiness was much more restrained. "Thank you." Caleb waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We're all noobs here, so we should help each other out. If others hadn't helped me in the last instance, I probably wouldn't have made it here." After saying that, the 3 of them walked towards the second floor under the dim night sky. Although the sky wasn't bright yet, after the incident earlier, the previous peace among the players had been broken. There were many empty rooms in this castle. Even if each person took 2 rooms, there would be enough. After returning to the room, Caleb took out a few cheap sandwiches and bottled water from his inventory and shared them with Wang and Dimitri. He himself lay on the bed, holding Mimikyu and pretending to sleep. But in reality, he was using night vision to look at the map of the castle, memorizing the specific locations of the 4 electrical switches. Ordinary people could repair the electrical switches. Similarly, werewolves could sabotage them. A dark environment was more conducive for werewolves to hunt. In this instance, players couldn't return their Pokémon to their Pokéballs. They had to keep them by their side at all times. Once a Pokémon lost the ability to battle, the player would be eliminated. As for the identity of the other werewolf, Caleb glanced at the two little newbies sitting by the window, munching on sandwiches and drinking water in the dim moonlight. He didn't think either of them were the werewolf. Because with those two Pokémon, a Pidgeotto and a Gloom, whose levels combined didn't even reach 50, they simply couldn't defeat any other player present. In that case, that only left number 1, number 4, Clara, and the trio of sisters, number 7, number 11, and number 12. So who's the second werewolf? Caleb's mind flashed with the expressions and reactions of everyone during tonight's public vote. However, who the other werewolf wasn't his biggest concern at the moment. What worried him was whether there were players among the ordinary people with special abilities. Werewolves could duel, use night vision, and check the map anytime. What about the ordinary people? Would they have abilities similar to the witch, seer, or hunter in ordinary werewolf? The witch could use potions to save or poison people. The hunter could randomly shoot and take out another player when dying. As for the seer, they could check the identity cards of other players to determine their specific roles. The witch was the first ability Caleb ruled out. This werewolf game didn't have settings like, when night falls, please close your eyes. The werewolf's killing method was also through Pokémon battles. This meant that the person being killed would definitely see the werewolf's face during the battle, unless their Pokémon was instantly KO'd by the werewolf. Caleb didn't think the other players wouldn't realize this. Saving someone and then confirming the identity of one werewolf through the saved person was a very simple matter. But no one used a potion to save the two eliminated players tonight. So the witch ability was out. That left only the hunter and the seer. Chapter 217. Daybreak arrived. Caleb got out of bed, opened the curtains, and looked outside. The heavy fog surrounding the castle had mostly dissipated, but the sky above remained overcast and gloomy. Wang walked in from outside and said to Caleb and Dimitri in the room, "Number 1 is calling us to gather downstairs. Are you going?" Dimitri used his hand to block the light coming through the window. Perhaps because he wasn't fully awake yet, there was a trace of irritation in his voice as he asked, "What's the matter?" Wang replied, "Probably to have everyone split up and explore the castle to find the locations of the electrical switches." Dimitri's eyes snapped open as he realized that the person speaking just now wasn't his roommate and that he wasn't at school anymore. This was an instance in the infinite world. He was already dead. Thinking of this, he became completely sober. He rubbed his face and said gloomily, "I'm going, wait for me." "Okay," Wang paused, then turned to look at Caleb. Holding the Caterpie version Mimikyu, Caleb stepped over the sofa and walked outside. "We'll wait for you outside the door," he said. Turning his head, he noticed that Dimitri's eyes were somewhat red, his gaze fixed on a single point, lost in thought. Wang saw it too. He followed Caleb outside and asked, "What's wrong with him? Did you bully him?" Caleb twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed out, "I can't beat him." Wang's gaze slowly shifted, silently meeting the eyes of the Caterpie on Caleb's shoulder. "Right," he thought. Caleb stretched lazily and said casually, "Maybe he's homesick." Dimitri wasn't particularly old, looking no more than 19. Back on Earth, he'd just be a freshman in university. Suddenly arriving here and learning that he might never see his family again, it was a testament to his strong resilience that he hadn't lost it immediately. "Oh," Wang nodded, and then asked, "So will we have a chance to see our families again in the future?" "You can," Caleb nodded. "As long as you can accumulate enough points, you can either resurrect in your world of origin or start a new life in the Pokémonverse." Hearing this, Wang's expression seemed to relax, and he murmured softly, "That's good. Let's go downstairs." Caleb saw that Dimitri in the room had adjusted his emotions and turned to walk downstairs. He had no parents, having grown up in an orphanage. After seeing off the director who took care of him, he had no more attachments left in that world. Therefore, he couldn't relate to Dimitri's feelings. Wang looked at his back, and for a moment felt as if a deep sense of loneliness radiated from Caleb, but it was only for a moment. The next second, that aura disappeared. Mimikyu watched its trainer's profile with its pitch-black pupils, then gently pressed its face against his and kissed him. Caleb raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What's up?" Mimikyu shook its head and continued to stand obediently on his shoulder. Tilda downstairs, Tilda. By the time Caleb and the other two arrived, the remaining 6 players were already seated in their places. Number 1, the old man, looked at the 3 of them and showed a kind smile, asking, "Have you had breakfast?" Dimitri nodded. "We have. What's on the agenda today?" After Caleb and the others sat down, the old man said, "We need to find the location of the electrical switches. Darkness is the werewolves' natural hunting ground. If we don't have light by nightfall, our situation will become extremely passive." He added, "Moreover, without electricity, the water heater won't work. We can't shower. The underground water pump won't operate either. So no water supply and the toilets won't flush." As the old man spoke, he swept his gaze over everyone. Although he didn't continue, everyone understood what he meant. No water, no showers, and the SHT and piss in the toilets couldn't be flushed. He continued, "Of course, I don't think anyone would mind if you just found an empty room to take a dump in, but the lighting issue must be resolved." Number 4 nodded and asked, "How should we group up, or should we act individually? The werewolves probably won't kill during the day, right?" The old man replied, "Who knows? Maybe their killing cooldown has already reset." He then looked at everyone and asked, "There are only 9 of us left now. How about we split into groups of 3? Any objections?" Number 7 glanced at number 11 and number 12, raised her hand, and said, "Then the 3 of us will form a group, responsible for the east wing." The castle hall had interior doors leading to 3 directions: east, north, and west. The layout was somewhat similar to a certain police station in Resident Evil. Dimitri looked at Caleb and Wang, then said, "The 3 of us will take the west wing." The old man naturally had no objections. He glanced at number 4 and number 10, saying, "Then we'll take the north wing." After the discussion, everyone split up to act. Caleb took Wang and Dimitri and entered the corridor leading to the west wing. Number 7, number 11, and number 12 pushed open the interior door to the east wing. The remaining 3 entered the north wing. At a corner, Clara's figure melted into the darkness. A moment later, she followed them as if nothing had happened. This insignificant incident naturally escaped the attention of the old man and the muscular man. Therefore, they didn't realize that the girl behind them had become somewhat different. Zoroark, which evolved from Zorua, possessed the special ability to create illusions and transform into other Pokémon and humans. Clara stood in the shadows, watching the 3 figures gradually recede into the distance, then turned and entered the corridor leading to the west wing. She took out a pale purple sphere from her hand. Butterfree's S-grade item, a special item capable of tracking target individuals and Pokémon. The corridors in the west wing had very few windows, making them quite dark. The air was filled with a musty smell. "A wine cellar and storage room? Do you think there might be wine here?" Dimitri carefully identified the smell in the air, then his eyes lit up. "I smell it. There's the scent of wine here." Wang reminded him somewhat speechlessly, "Don't forget we're here to repair the electrical switches." "Dimitri, what's there to fear? It's still morning, we have the whole day. It's not too late to look for them in the afternoon. What do you think, Yasuo?" Caleb couldn't be more happier if these 2 noobs got drunk. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go take a look. We've been eating bread for 2 meals now. Maybe the cellar has some cured ham hanging." Dimitri nodded eagerly, thinking of delicious ham, and said, "Yes, let's go check it out. It's on the way, so it won't waste time either." Hearing both of them say this, Wang's heart couldn't help but waver a little. He hesitated and said, "Then, let's go take a look." Dimitri immediately pulled his arm with vigor, saying, "Let's go, let's go. By the way, buddy, what did you do back on Earth? This suit looks so formal." Wang replied, "I was just a graphic designer at an ordinary company." "Graphic designer, and you were required to wear a suit to work?" Dimitri asked. Wang looked somewhat embarrassed. No, this suit was bought by my mom for me to go on blind dates. It's just that he had an accident on the way to the blind date and ended up here. Chapter 218. The three of them walked along the dim corridor to the staircase leading to the cellar. Just then, Mimikyu, standing on Caleb's shoulder, suddenly turned its head alertly. Caleb withdrew his gaze from Dimitri and Wang, his expression unchanged as he used the Viridian Power to ask Mimikyu, "What's wrong?" "Mimikyu, someone is following us from behind." Hearing this, Caleb glanced back but, unsurprisingly, found nothing. "Bro, what are you looking at? The door is open, come on down." Dimitri, who had already gone down the stairs into the cellar, shouted up at Caleb from below. "It's nothing, a rat just ran past," Caleb said casually, then nodded at Mimikyu and jumped down the stairs into the cellar. Dimitri scratched his head. "A rat? Are there rodents in the Pokémon world?" He mentally recalled Pokémon that fell under the rodent category in their species: Diglett, Cyndaquil, Minccino, Excadrill. But their habitats probably weren't uninhabited, remote castles. Caleb explained, "Besides Pokémon, this world also has actual animals." Dimitri cheered, "That's great. I was worried I'd never get to eat cola chicken wings again after coming to this world." As the two spoke, Wang had already reached the heavy, large wooden barrels piled in the corner. He took off his suit jacket and casually draped it over his arm, then tapped on the large barrel in front of him. Thump thump. A somewhat dull sound came from within. Seeing this, Wang's eyes lit up. "Come quick, there really is wine here." "Awesome," Dimitri scurried over like an excited husky. Caleb glanced around. Besides the well-preserved wine barrels in the corner, the cellar also contained piles of ham and cured meat, even a few sacks of potatoes and millet. He wasn't surprised that there was food in the castle. The infinite world wouldn't set players an impossible instance, nor would it let new players entering the instance starve or thirst to death. With a dull thud, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. The scent was mellow, sweet, and refreshing. Just smelling it made one unable to resist swallowing hard. But they had no glasses. Seeing this, Caleb took out 3 ordinary red and white Pokéballs from his inventory and handed them over, saying, "Use these." The two were overjoyed and immediately started chugging from them. Caleb twitched the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward, filled a Pokéball with wine, and took a symbolic sip. Mimikyu looked over curiously. Caleb asked, "Want a sip?" He brought the ball close to Mimikyu. While Wang and Dimitri weren't looking, Mimikyu quietly reverted to its original form, extended a small black claw from its disguise, and took a few gulps from the Pokéball. Having spent so much time with Mimikyu, Caleb had come to understand this Pokémon a bit more. Its true body, which was hidden beneath the disguise, was somewhat similar to a gaseous body like Ghastly's. As for the rumor that seeing Mimikyu's true form would scare you into getting sick, honestly, Caleb hadn't experienced that. He certainly hadn't gotten sick, and during his time in the Infinite World, he had even helped Mimikyu wash its disguise. Although ghost-type Pokémon mostly aren't very cute in appearance, like Spiritomb, Cofagrigus, or Dusknoir. Mimikyu, however, while being a ghost-type, also possessed another type, the fairy type. Looking at fairy-type Pokémon, like Sylveon, Primarina, Slurpuff, and Jigglypuff, their appearances are all filled with a different kind of cute feeling. And as a dual-type ghost fairy Pokémon, Mimikyu's true appearance naturally wouldn't be as ferocious as Cofagrigus. Caleb thought the reason people got scared and sick upon seeing its true form was because Mimikyu had a special ability. That being its true body could evoke the deep-seated fears within people. Of course, this was all Caleb's own speculation. The actual circumstances were unknown. Dimitri, who was drunk and hiccuping from the wine, held his gloom and spoke of his lofty ambitions to Wang beside him. "Hey, let me tell you, I'm definitely going to take my gloom and reach the pinnacle of the Pokémonverse, just like Ash, and become the greatest Pokémon master." "Me too." Wang raised the Pokéball in his hand, downing the wine inside in one go. Bilibili, cheers. Dimitri clapped enthusiastically. "Cheers. Let's join hands and become the greatest men in the Pokémon world together." Snore. After saying that, he lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Wang leaned over and tapped his face with the piquet ball. Seeing no reaction, he muttered something, then thumped onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Caleb had only drunk half a piquet ball's worth of wine, so he wasn't drunk yet and was still quite sober. He held Mimikyu, who had turned back into a caterpie, in his arms. Like someone who had drunk sleeping black tea, he leaned against a pile of provisions, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Simultaneously, he communicated with Mimikyu using the Viridian Power. Activate the real-time recording function. The abilities the high-tech battle armor gave Mimikyu weren't just flight and enhanced abilities. Besides those two, it also came equipped with a turbocharging system, nano-mimicry function, and a real-time recording function. The turbocharging system enhanced Mimikyu's move power and speed in armor form, while the mimicry function allowed Mimikyu to customize its appearance and power level. Buzz! A barely audible sound came from the eyes of the caterpie that Mimikyu had transformed into. Although the exterior had temporarily become a caterpie, those eyes weren't its true eyes. Mimikyu's thoughts appeared in Caleb's mind. Someone's coming. Caleb immediately steadied his breathing and let his right arm hang limp by his side. His face was now flushed red, looking almost no different from being drunk. Is the person following us my supposed teammate, the other werewolf? Do they think the three of us, being new players, are easy targets? Caleb checked his killing cooldown. There was still a 10-hour countdown until the next kill. Just as he was pondering the other party's purpose in his mind, the approaching footsteps halted. It sounded like they had stopped right in front of him. They're here for me. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, he suddenly felt someone touch his face. His previously even breathing imperceptibly hitched for a moment. But the person in front of him seemed not to notice. Their hand slowly moved down along his cheek, then lifted and pinched his chin. Caleb couldn't keep up the act anymore. He roughly yanked the other's hand, then pretended to have just woken up, slowly opening his eyes. It was number 10. Clara. Chapter 219. Seeing that the other party wasn't continuing to pretend to sleep, but had opened their eyes, Clara immediately withdrew her hand. Caleb's face showed a mix of genuine and feigned confusion. His eyes bewildered, he asked, "It's you. Why are you here?" Clara watched his expression with her dark eyes, as if seeing through everything. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering two words, "Caleb Chase." Caleb paused for a moment, his expression unchanged. "You've got the wrong person. While my surname is Chase, my name isn't Caleb." Clara didn't seem bothered at all. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Well, calling you werewolf can't be wrong, right?" Caleb instantly came to a realization. Looking at her, he muttered, "You're the seer." Clara didn't deny it, merely asking, "So, Mr. Werewolf, are you going to make a move on me now?" Caleb didn't answer immediately. During last night's public vote, the seer had had one chance to check identity cards. It's obvious that his identity had already been exposed at that time. But the other party hadn't pointed him out on the spot then. Instead, she was revealing herself now. Caleb had never seen a seer who was so eager to reveal their identity to a werewolf. And besides, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to know his true identity as well. After some thought, he asked, "What do you want?" Clara gave a light laugh and said, "Simple, we cooperate. In this instance, I won't reveal your identity, and I'll help you win." Caleb listened silently. Her identity was clearly not part of the werewolf faction. Helping him meant she would fail this instance and receive no points reward. Clara observed the changes in his expression and continued, "But I have one condition. After this instance ends, you have to help me with something." Caleb's expression remained unchanged. He looked up at her, pondered for a moment, and asked, "With what?" The smile on Clara's face gradually faded as she spoke. "I have a Pokémon left behind in a very high difficulty instance. I need a teammate who's strong enough to go in with me and find it." Caleb fell silent for a moment, looked into her eyes, and said slowly, "I'm ranked 29,902 on the player leaderboard. There are 29,901 players stronger than me. I don't understand why you're asking me." "Clara, because you are the only player in recent years to have come out of a punishment instance alive." You know I've been to a punishment instance. Caleb was taken aback. Clara revealed, I was also in that transformation and substitution instance. Oh, Caleb understood now, but that wasn't a reason for him to go help. A very high difficulty instance. It sounded extremely dangerous. He didn't want to risk taking his Pokémon there. Who knew if it might be something like a rampaging Hoopa, summoning all legendary Pokémon for a massive battle. Caleb didn't consider himself particularly powerful. He was just a poor player trying to earn points to retire early in the Pokémon world. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the other party revealing his identity either. At worst, he could also claim to be the seer and challenge her claim. After all, his Pokémon was just a level 5 Caterpie that couldn't beat anyone. Moreover, he could always eliminate this seer before the next public vote began. He just didn't know how strong that Zoroark was, but he feared nothing. With Mimikyu's current strength, plus the enhanced disguise and the damage bonus from the Gigantamax Slayer, few Pokémon could be its match in a one-on-one battle. Unless the opponent knew all of Mimikyu's abilities and had prepared countermeasures in advance. Clara could tell what he was thinking just from his expression. After a moment of silence, she said, I guarantee you won't be in any danger. After finding that Pokémon, I'll transfer 100 0 points to you. As she spoke, she took out a rope shimmering with a golden light from her player inventory and handed it over. Super Escape Rope, SSS grade item. Upon use, you can instantly escape an instance without any penalties. Disappears after one use. Caleb. This was just about finding a poor Pokémon left behind by its trainer in an instance. Rounded up, it meant getting 100 0 points for free, taking a huge step forward on his path to settling down in the Pokémon world. So he thought of taking this deal. At noon, the players responsible for repairing the electrical switches in the north and east wings had successfully completed their tasks and returned to the hall. Number 1, the old man, looked at the empty seats for number 2, number 6, and number 9 and asked, where are those 3? The trio of sisters, number 7, number 11, and number 12, looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. The muscular man thought for a moment and said, there shouldn't be any danger in this castle, right? Could the 3 of them have gotten lost? The old man frowned, thought for a bit, and said, let's go check on them. So the group hastily headed towards the west wing. Soon, they smelled a mellow, sweet aroma of wine in the corridor. Is that a wine cellar? The muscular man wondered, looking at the staircase leading underground. The old man glanced at it with his cloudy eyes and said flatly, let's go down and see. Then downstairs, they found the 3 of them, dead drunk, lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Everyone's. Coincidentally, at that moment, Dimitri felt the sudden urge to pee from drinking too much, which prompted him to awaken. Opening his eyes and seeing everyone in front of him, he was startled and asked in surprise, why are you all here? The muscular man gave him a cool glance and asked fiercely, did you complete your task? Dimitri stammered, no. The muscular man wanted to say more but was interrupted by the old man. Forget it. I just checked. The electrical switches here control the west wing area. They don't affect the power supply to the second floor and the hall. It's fine if they're not repaired. Dimitri sobered up a little, scratched the back of his head and said, I'm really sorry about that. By the way, the wine here is great. Have some too. The others, of course, had no objections. Dimitri secretly shook Caleb and Wang awake, saying, bros, wake up. You can sleep back in your rooms. What time is it? Caleb sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked bewildered upon seeing so many people. What happened? We slept for too long. Dimitri helped him up and said to the old man behind them, Uncle, we're going back to our rooms to sleep now, okay. Before going upstairs, Caleb subtly nodded to Clara. Earlier, while Wang and Dimitri were asleep, he had used the hidden paths marked on the map for werewolves to move conveniently to go to the north and east wings, and sabotaged the electrical switches they had just repaired. This meant that the castle remained without electricity. Later, when night fell, the place would still be enveloped in profound darkness. Chapter 220. At dusk, the boundary between twilight and night hung quietly in the sky. Soon, the last trace of light faded away, completely disappearing. Night had fallen, but the lights didn't come on. Number 7 frowned tightly upon seeing this and exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Wasn't the power supply for the second floor already repaired? Why aren't the lights on?" "It seems the werewolves have acted," Number 11 murmured. "But when did they have the time?" Number 12 looked puzzled. "After we finished repairing, everyone was clearly together the whole time. No one left midway. Unless someone had sabotaged it during the repairs." Thinking of this, Number 12's expression instantly became grave. This meant that one of the 3 of them must be a werewolf. And excluding the 3 new players who were drunk and sound asleep in the wine cellar, there must also be a werewolf in the other group. Not only Number 12, but Number 7 and Number 11 had also realized this. The atmosphere among the 3 immediately became tense. Number 11 defiantly suggested, "Since it's clear that we can't safely trust each other, why don't we just stay separately?" This suggestion was immediately vetoed by Number 7. "No, splitting up is even more dangerous. Separating would create an opportunity for the werewolves. Staying together would actually be safer for the 3 of them. After all, each werewolf could only kill 1 person per day. They couldn't possibly act in front of a third party. Even with a special ability for silent killing, it wouldn't work." Looking at the pitch-black dark corridor, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the atmosphere among the 3 players became quiet for a moment. Number 7 was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's close the door and sleep for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning." The other 2 had no objections. Tonight, no matter what, the 3 of them would not step out of this room. However, plans can't keep up with changes. At midnight, Number 11 was woken up by the urge to pee. She clenched her legs, trying to hold it in. But it was useless, she had drunk too much wine during the day. She struggled in bed for a long time, but finally got up, holding her swollen lower abdomen. Her movements naturally woke the other 2. Number 12 rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, asking, "What's wrong?" Number 11 said softly, "I need to go to the bathroom." As she spoke, she put on her shoes and walked to the door, pulled it open, looked at the deathly silent corridor outside, and hesitated. Although her Pokémon was a max-level Hitmontop, it was utterly useless in this situation. Seeing this, Number 7 suggested, "Why don't you just pee in a bottle? Just aim carefully." Number 11's face turned red upon hearing this. She imagined the scene and refused vehemently, her face flushed. "No, I'll just go to the bathroom." It turned out that the urge to pee is contagious. As soon as she finished speaking, Number 12 jumped out of bed and said, "I'll go with you. I suddenly feel like I need to poop too." As she spoke, she let out a fart. She had eaten too many baked sweet potatoes during the day and had an upset stomach. Number 7. Anyway, the bathroom was just downstairs, not far away. She lay back in bed, pulled up the covers, and said, "Then you go, I'm going back to sleep." With a rustling sound as they left, the room quickly fell silent again. No one knew how much time had passed. Number 7 was woken by the sound of footsteps. She opened her eyes groggily and asked, "Back already?" No one answered her. The room was completely silent. Number 7's eyes snapped open wide. As if realizing something, she jumped out of bed and shouted to her Pokémon, "Umbreon." As she spoke, she looked at the newcomer. Although the room was very dark, by the cold moonlight streaming through the window, she still recognized the person's identity at a glance. Instantly, her pupils trembled, her face frozen in shock. "It's you." Just then, the pitch-black Umbreon, almost blending into the darkness, jumped out from somewhere. "Ah, found it." Although he had night vision, Caleb hadn't spotted the Umbreon's position immediately. Otherwise, he would have had Mimikyu use Play Rough to finish it off right away. Still, it wasn't too late. Before coming, he'd had Mimikyu stack swords dance to the max. With the armor form's boost and the power increase from the Gigantamax Slayer title, this Umbreon, whose type was already disadvantaged against Mimikyu, couldn't possibly withstand this move. Everything went exactly as Caleb had predicted. As Mimikyu's Play Rough slammed into it, the Umbreon instantly lost the ability to battle, its body sent flying and crashing into the wall. Number 7 looked at this scene in disbelief. She seemed to want to say something, but before she could speak, her soul was kicked out of the game, leaving behind only a lifeless corpse. Caleb had just returned to his room and lain down when he heard a prompt. A player has sounded the alarm. The second public vote will begin in 3 seconds. Please prepare. 3. Dimitri, who had been sound asleep, was startled awake by the sound. He looked at Caleb and Wang not far away and exclaimed, "Did the werewolves strike again?" 2. 1. The countdown ended. All players were teleported to the long table in the hall, sitting in their respective seats. The faint blue virtual projection appeared out of thin air. A blue light, representing the light of judgment, shone down from above, enveloping the entire long table. Compared to the first day, the civilians' faction had lost 2 more members. The seats for number 7 and number 11 were now vacant as well. Out of the original 12 players, only 7 remained at this moment. They were number 1, the old man, number 4, the muscular man, number 2, Dimitri, number 6, Wang, number 9, Caleb, number 10, Clara, and number 12, the girl. Virtual projection began. Players are granted 5 minutes for information exchange. The muscular man glanced at number 12 and asked, "I remember you were staying in the same room as number 7 and number 11. Number 12, who had just seen her 2 companions' corpses, was almost scared out of her wits. She nodded repeatedly and recounted everything that had just happened. "At the time, I was using the restroom in the stall, and then I heard the sound of a fight outside. By the time I got out, the werewolf was already gone. I thought about rushing back to the room to discuss with number 7, but I didn't expect her to have been killed too." The old man heard this and looked at number 12's Wigglytuff, asking, "Where was your Wigglytuff when you were using the restroom?" Of course, her Wigglytuff was outside when she was in the stall. She couldn't possibly take it into the narrow stall with her, right? As she thought, number 12's train of thought suddenly halted. When she was in the stall, her Wigglytuff was outside. This meant it might have seen the werewolf's face. The others understood too, and turned their gazes towards the Wigglytuff. "Who did you see back then?" number 12 asked. Wigglytuff hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned its head. Its gaze finally settled on number 4. Everyone immediately looked over. Number 4 instantly frowned and said, "Nonsense. Why would I go to the women's restroom in the middle of the night? Who knows if this story is something you and your Wigglytuff made up in advance?" Number 12 retorted somewhat anxiously, I'm not a werewolf." Number 4, "Who can vouch for you?" Number 12 seemed like a girl who hadn't experienced much. Hearing this aggressive questioning, she trembled uncontrollably, her voice tinged with a tearful tone of grievance. "I'm really not a werewolf." Seeing this, Dimitri felt couldn't bear it and spoke up. "She's crying. She probably can't be the werewolf, right?" The old man watched the 2 argue thoughtfully, remaining silent all along. At that moment, Clara coughed lightly and said, "I am the seer." As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately turned their attention to her. But Clara turned her gaze to the old man and said, "Before the first night began, I checked your identity. You are a good person." The old man's expression remained unchanged as he met her gaze and asked, "And the werewolves? Did you identify one?" Clara turned her head, looked at number 4 and said, "He is a werewolf." Hearing this, number 4 subconsciously widened his eyes, then, as if realizing something, glanced at the stunned number 12 and Clara, and quickly said, "The 2 of you are in cahoots." He then looked at number 1, Caleb, and the other 2 and said, "Those 2 are the werewolves, don't be fooled by them." Clara shook her head with a light laugh and said, "I don't know if number 12 is a werewolf, but I will check her identity tomorrow. As for your identity, however, I think there's no need to keep pretending, is there?" As soon as she finished speaking, the virtual projection spoke. "Discussion time is over. Let player number 1 speak." Number 1, the old man, was silent for a moment. He glanced at Clara and finally said, "I believe the seer." After saying that, he pressed skip. Number 2, Dimitri, "I'll also vote for number 4. Virtual projection, let player number 4 speak." Number 4's face was extremely grim, his chest heaving violently, as if he were extremely frustrated and angry. "You've all been tricked by her. Those 2 are the werewolves." But no one paid him any attention. The remaining Wang, Caleb, and the others naturally had no other opinions. Number 12 slowly clenched her hand under the table and looked at Clara with a complex gaze. The seer, huh? Virtual projection, the speeches are over, please vote. A panel appeared in front of the players. Soon, the voting ended. The virtual projection announced. Voting is over. Player number 4 is eliminated. The voting results are, number 4 voted for number 10. Everyone else voted for number 4. The second public vote is over. Please keep up the good work. After speaking, number 4's figure was kicked out of the game. It wasn't dawn yet. With the end of the second public vote, the virtual projection fell silent again. The hall was plunged into darkness in the blink of an eye. The old man took out a flashlight from his inventory and said, "There's no more danger tonight. Everyone, go back and rest." After saying that, he led the way upstairs. Number 12 and Clara followed closely behind. Caleb looked thoughtfully at the retreating figures of Clara and number 12. If he wasn't mistaken, number 4 wasn't actually a werewolf. The real werewolf was number 12. By revealing her identity as the seer, Clara gained number 1's trust, got number 4 eliminated, and stated she would check number 12's identity tomorrow night. Combined with the conversation earlier in the wine cellar, Caleb easily guessed her purpose. An ordinary person who kills a werewolf can become the new werewolf. So Clara wanted to use her identity as the seer to lure number 12 into attacking her, then take her place and become the other werewolf. There were only 6 players left on the field now. If nothing went wrong, 2 more would be eliminated tomorrow night. By then, the situation on the field would become 2 wolves controlling the game. The civilian faction would have no chance of turning the tables, and the werewolf faction would win the final victory in this game of werewolf. If that were the case, then he could leave this instance the day after tomorrow. Caleb thought silently to himself. The next morning, the players once again split into 2 groups to repair the electrical switches. To avoid a repeat of yesterday's situation, after the repairs were done, the old man called the remaining players together to sit at the long table in the hall and play cards. He turned his gaze to number 12, thinking, "It's obvious that she is the last werewolf." If the seer was correct, then in tomorrow's public vote, as long as they voted out number 12, they would gain the final victory of this instance. As for whether she would act tonight, that wasn't the old man's concern. A player who kills a werewolf becomes the new werewolf. They just needed to vote that person out later. Looking at the remaining players, he concluded that the only players who could possibly kill number 12 were him and number 10. Besides this possibility, there is also a second one. That being the seer had lied about her identity, and both she and number 12 were werewolves, their purpose being to vote out number 4. Number 1 fell into thought. If it's the second possibility, then the 2 werewolves would undoubtedly choose to act tonight. Compared to himself, their target would clearly be the easier to deal with number 2, number 6, and number 9. If they managed to eliminate 2 more people, the ordinary civilian faction would fall into the desperate situation of 2 wolves controlling the game, thus completely losing this instance. Before that, he had to protect those 3 newbies and prevent them from being killed by the werewolves. Speaking of those 3 new players, number 1 glanced at Caleb and the other 2 happily playing landlords nearby, then silently turned his head away. Caleb felt like he was about to effortlessly win this instance. It had to be said, Mimikyu's mimicry ability was incredibly useful in this kind of disguise-based instance. As time passed, darkness fell once again. Caleb had found a candle in one of the castle's drawers during the day. By candlelight, he played cards in the room with Wang and Dimitri. No matter who won or lost on Clara's side, he only needed to eliminate 1 more person, and this instance would be completely over. But before that, he took out a barrel of wine he had brought from the cellar from his inventory, filled their cups, and said, "Have a drink." "Bomb, I win." Dimitri threw down his cards, took the cup from Caleb, and downed it in one go. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Dimitri walked over cheerfully to the door, asking, "Who is it?" The door opened. The old man swept his gaze over the 3 people in the room and said kindly, "It's me. You're not asleep yet." Dimitri asked, "No, can't sleep either, uncle." Number 1 nodded amiably, grunted in agreement and said, "Yes, so I decided to come over and play cards with you youngsters for a while." "That's great," Dimitri welcomed him. "Come on in. As it happens, Yasuo brought a barrel of wine today. Let's drink and play." Chapter 221. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The flickering candlelight danced in the darkness. Though faint, it clearly illuminated the faces of everyone around. Pair of sevens. The old man drew 2 cards from his hand and placed them on the table, a smile on his face as he said, "If you don't make a move soon, I'm going to win." "Can't beat that," Dimitri said with a hint of frustration. His luck wasn't great this round. He still had a large handful of cards, but they were all scattered and disjointed. Next, it was Wang's turn to play. He glanced at the 2 cards on the table, pursed his lips, and said, "Pair of kings." "Tusk." The old man shook his head regretfully, but didn't say anything, merely turning his gaze to the next player. Caleb silently looked at the 4 cards in his hand and shook his head. "Pass." Dimitri's eyes widened in shock. "Bro, don't play like that. He only has 3 cards left. If we give him another chance to play, we lose." Caleb gave him a reassuring look. "Why so nervous? Don't you know that the trump cards are always played last?" He then turned and looked at number 1 calmly. The old man smiled and shook his head, a look of certain victory apparent in his eyes. "You're going to lose. Pair of aces." He had been observing. The big and little jokers had already been played early on. It was impossible for the other side to have a hand that could beat a pair of aces now. Unless someone was lucky enough to have a bomb 4 of a kind. But that was simply impossible. If they had won, they would have played it in the previous round. They definitely wouldn't have saved it for last. Dimitri covered his face in despair. "It's over." Wang spread his hands, indicating he had no options left either. So everyone turned their gaze to the young man sitting on the left, who had been quietly playing with his caterpie. Just then, the sound of a struggle came from the darkness outside the room. It seemed things had concluded over there too. The final victor was unknown. Caleb raised an eyebrow slightly, looked up at the old man and said, "I'm afraid you've all lost." He spread his remaining cards on the table, revealing 4 sixes of different colors. "How is this possible?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Why didn't you play it last round? Weren't you afraid I might have had other trump cards?" Wang suddenly snapped out of his daze. He noticed his teammate had said, "You've all lost," instead of just, "You lose." Caleb grinned, pointed to his head, and said, "My memory is very good. The big and little jokers were played early on, so the other combinations couldn't form a bomb either." The old man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed helplessly, "You youngsters." But soon, his laughter faded. He just saw the caterpie on the young man's shoulder slowly begin to change, gradually transforming into a Pokémon similar to Pikachu. A Mimikyu? The old man sat there dumbfounded, looking at this scene in disbelief. Caleb directed Mimikyu to attack Dimitri's gloom, saying, "It's time to end this." Dimitri's eyes widened. His lips moved, and he said in a trembling voice, "Be bro." Wang frowned, equally shocked as he looked at Caleb. No wonder. The old man quickly came to his senses and understood everything. Now that this game of werewolf was obviously over, and the werewolf faction had one final victory, he wasn't in a hurry to end things. It was just a matter of losing a few hundred points, so he wasn't worried. "I really didn't expect the second werewolf to be you, but since it's you, then everything that happened before makes sense." After figuring everything out, the old man laughed heartily in relief. "Indeed, this world belongs to you young people now." Caleb turned to look at Dimitri and Wang and said, "Don't worry. New players have newcomer protection in their first instance, so there's no penalty for failure. But don't easily trust other players in the future. After all, not everyone is as friendly to noobs as I am." Over the past 2 days, he had taken the time to explain most of the Infinite World's functional facilities and instance rules to these two, to prevent them from being thrown into a punishment instance out of ignorance later. Dimitri and Wang, who had been feeling angry about being deceived, found the accusatory words they had prepared stuck in their throats upon hearing this. In the end, they could only nod gloomily. Being the victim the werewolf had eliminated in this round, Dimitri was the first to be sent away from the instance. At that moment, the voice of the virtual projection rang out. Then all players flashed before disappearing, and the next second, they were directly teleported to the first-floor hall. Out of the original 12 complete players, only 4 remained at this moment. Caleb glanced at the positions of number 10 and number 12. Sure enough, as he had expected, number 12's seat was now empty. Number 10 had killed the werewolf and successfully taken her place. It's been detected that the number of remaining ordinary civilians is equal to the number of werewolves. Game conditions are not met. This game of werewolf is over. The final winners are the werewolf faction. Thank you all for participating. I wish you all a pleasant journey in your future instances. Goodbye. With the game concluded, everyone received prompts for task completion or failure. The old man waved to the 3 people in front of him and said cheerfully, "Goodbye, youngsters." After saying that, his figure was the first to vanish from the hall. Wang nodded to Caleb and followed closely, leaving the instance to explore the broader infinite world. Caleb wasn't in a hurry to return. He looked at number 10 beside him and beckoned, "So, tell me about that instance." After observing her for the past few days, he had a vague feeling that this woman might be more than she let on. And based on her previous description of that instance, a very high difficulty instance, finding a strong enough teammate. Because you're the only player to have come out of a punishment instance alive. Caleb was confident that the instance was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. If it was too difficult, he wouldn't get involved. He could earn the 100 0 points by running a few dozen more ordinary instances. Clara was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Kazuki Yuna." Kazuki Yuna, a high-ranking player in second place on the player leaderboard, who also possessed several powerful S-rank titles on the title leaderboard, such as Spectral Phantom, Flower of Darkness, and Queen of the Night Moon. A series of titles that sounded incredibly powerful, along with her ranking, flashed through Caleb's mind. He immediately shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm out." He had witnessed the situation in the punishment instance, so if real danger arose, players might be killed before they even had time to use items. Even with a super escape rope, it wouldn't be absolutely safe. Yuna looked calmly at Caleb. A faint blue light glowed in her eyes. Faced with this answer, she merely shook her head gently and said softly, "You will go. I see the connection between you and that instance. There, a lost star is waiting for you." Chapter 222. Caleb was taken aback for a moment, somewhat confused as he asked, "What?" The blue light in Yuna's eyes slowly faded, returning to normal as she shook her head and said, "That's all I can see." "Caleb." Gotham's Riddler called, he quipped inwardly. But he still had to ask, "What star, the Wishmaker Jirachi?" Yuna shook her head and said, "I don't know, but if you change your mind, you can return to the infinite world and contact me within 3 days. After 3 days, I will enter that instance." After saying this, her figure gradually faded and disappeared from the world. Caleb. He recalled everything he had experienced since entering the infinite world, but nothing seemed to correspond to stars. He felt that the other party was using those remarks to attract him, hoping he would join her team out of curiosity. After thinking for a while without any clarity, he simply put it aside, selected Complete Quest, and directly left the werewolf instance. The familiar settlement interface appeared. Instance Werewolf is being settled. Main quest settlement in progress. Werewolf faction wins, base points plus 200. Game evaluation, Imposter plus 100 points, Bomb plus 100 points. Rating, S. Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for obtaining a total of 400 points. The moment Caleb returned to the infinite world, he teleported back home. He took a moment to check the friends panel. Both Terrence and Hatsumi's avatars were grayed out. It seemed neither of them had returned from their instances yet. "I'm back." Caleb released Mimikyu from its piquet ball onto the sofa. Having spent 3 days in the instance without bathing, he planned to go to his room first to get clean clothes and freshen up. But after he got his clothes and reached the bathroom door, the room remained completely silent. The expected welcome party did not appear. Caleb stopped walking, turned around, and searched the kitchen and side bedroom. But not only were Lucario and Dragonite nowhere to be found, even Gardevoir was missing. He looked at Mimikyu, who was sitting on the sofa drinking juice, and asked, "Are they not here?" Mimikyu, who was lazily leaning against a soft pillow, shook its head. All right. Caleb thought they might have gone to the Pokémon paradise to sunbathe, so he decided not to worry about it for now and went to take a shower first. But before he could finish washing his hair, a series of roaring sounds came from outside. Dragonite and Hydreigon rushed in, competing to be the first. Caleb only felt a gust of wind, and immediately afterward, two large figures appeared in front of him. Dragonite and Hydreigon nudged and pushed against him, their warm bodies pressing close, very much like two golden retrievers who hadn't seen their owner in a long time. Caleb used his soapy hands to push the two large dragons away. After quickly rinsing his head, he said, "You guys wait for me outside." Woo! Dragonite obediently left. Hydreigon, however, didn't move. It couldn't wait to show its dad the new move it had learned. "Roar," Hydreigon called out. Caleb looked up, confused. Then he saw massive meteors, formed from pure dragon-type energy, materialize out of thin air above the bathroom he had spent a fortune building. Caleb... Boom! Violent explosions rang out all around. The Draco meteor crashed into the hot spring, instantly sending towering waves splashing everywhere. Amid the explosions, Hydreigon tilted its three heads, its eyes filled with pure excitement, as if asking, "Pretty cool, right?" Caleb... Finally, the Draco meteor's duration ended. Caleb turned to look at the ruins around him. Fortunately, the space was stable enough that the damage didn't affect the living room outside. But having heard the commotion, the other Pokémon in the living room rushed over one after another, lining up and staring wide-eyed at the scene. Hydreigon looked back, somewhat puzzled. If it were human, it would likely be scratching its head in confusion right now. Caleb... He sighed helplessly and said, "You did great." Hydreigon immediately showed an excited expression, its eyes gleaming with eagerness as if it wanted to do it again. Caleb quickly stopped it, pointing at the hot spring and saying, "The hot spring over there was destroyed by you. We won't be able to take baths there anymore." Hydreigon looked back and finally realized what it had done. The main head wore a guilty expression, lowering its head and not daring to look at Caleb. "Oh no, I had messed up. Dad isn't going to like me anymore," Hydreigon thought sadly. Caleb didn't notice Hydreigon's thoughts at the moment. He was deep in thought. Before being captured by humans, Pokémon lived freely in the wild. It was completely normal for them to use Hyper Beam to break a tree or shatter a large rock when they were upset, especially for large and naturally fierce Pokémon like Hydreigon. Human houses were indeed a bit too small for them. Moreover, being accustomed to freedom, they often didn't pay much attention to their surroundings while living indoors. A slight carelessness could lead to breaking things around them. Dragonite, Mimikyu, and Lucario were relatively gentle in this regard, so Caleb had forgotten to mention this point until now. However, he could tell that Hydreigon hadn't done it on purpose, so he didn't plan to blame the large dragon who was so eager to show off. Compared to the destruction of the bathroom, he was more curious about how Hydreigon had suddenly learned the move Draco Meteor. Could it be Dragonite? Caleb turned to look at Dragonite, who had become a spectator. Seeing this, Hydreigon felt even worse. Sure enough, Dad doesn't like me anymore. I was going to be kicked out of the house, just like in those human TV shows. Its mind conjured an image of itself with a small bundle hanging from its neck, being driven out of the house by that pesky Dragonite. Caleb hadn't activated his Viridian Power, so he didn't know what Hydreigon was thinking. Still, he comforted the big guy. "Don't worry, it's okay. I know you didn't mean to, but you can't do this again in the future, understand? Your dad is rich. You can break whatever you want as long as you don't hurt yourself or others," Caleb thought to himself. But he couldn't say that out loud. Instilling proper values in Pokémon was still very important. Otherwise, if he visited someone else's house in the future and Hydreigon decided to use Dragon Rage on a doll or TV it didn't like, things could get ugly. Hearing this, Hydreigon lifted its head with hope and nodded obediently. Caleb asked, "How did you learn this move?" Having just made a mistake, Hydreigon was now exceptionally well behaved. It replied, "That bad Dragonite taught me." "And how did that bad Dragonite teach you?" "He called me up into the sky and used this move to smash me relentlessly. Then I got angry, and somehow I just used it." Oh, Caleb roughly understood. He remembered that the Pokémon Paradise had a recording function and planned to ask Gardevoir for a copy later. But for now, he felt it was more important to rinse off the soap suds on his body. Fortunately, Hydreigon's earlier Draco Meteor hadn't been insane enough to attack him as well, so the area where Caleb was standing remained largely unaffected. Chapter 223. After finishing his shower, Caleb changed into clean clothes and left the cleanup of the bathroom to Gardevoir. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the living room to review the surveillance footage from the Pokémon Paradise during his absence. The footage was divided into 3 segments. The first segment showed Dragonite calling Hydreigon to a clearing in the paradise. After the 2 dragons exchanged some words, Dragonite began using Draco Meteor. Initially, Hydreigon was utterly shocked, yelling at Dragonite while frantically dodging the meteors raining down from above. Pure Dragon-type energy flowed through the air. Though the Draco Meteor looked visually spectacular under Dragonite's deliberate control, its actual power was far less than what it would be when used against a real enemy. Dragonite relentlessly used Draco Meteor without pause. Hydreigon was almost completely overwhelmed and was ultimately knocked out, losing the ability to battle. The recording then moved on to the second segment. Having been knocked out the day before, Hydreigon was initially very uncooperative. Faced with this, Dragonite helplessly flew over to it and said something. Hydreigon's attitude then underwent a noticeable change. The second day of Draco Meteor training officially began. Having already accumulated some experience dealing with Draco Meteor the previous day, Hydreigon started off dodging quite smoothly. It even found opportunities to counterattack Dragonite during the process. Seeing this, Dragonite narrowed its eyes and proactively increased the frequency and power of its Draco Meteor. Soon enough, Hydreigon fell from the sky like a broken kite once again, crashing to the ground and falling unconscious. Time officially arrived at the 3rd day. With the experience from the previous 2 days, Hydreigon switched tactics this time, actively launching attacks against Dragonite. The 2 pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon engaged in an epic battle high above the Pokémon Paradise. But the inexperienced Hydreigon was no match for the seasoned Dragonite. Faced with Dragonite's fierce and rapid attacks, an intense, unyielding feeling surged within Hydreigon. Its eyes turned crimson red, and an unprecedented ferocious aura erupted from its body. Pure, violent Dragon-type energy surged wildly around it, finally condensing into irregularly shaped blazing meteors in midair. The footage ended here. Caleb looked at the 2 large guys sitting opposite him, both wearing guilty expressions, and said with a smile, "You did well." Dragonite and Hydreigon's eyes immediately lit up. Dragonite had been somewhat worried that its trainer would blame it for injuring its teammate. But upon hearing this, its round face visibly relaxed with relief. Hydreigon, on the other hand, had been feeling guilty about destroying the bathroom everyone used. After hearing these words, the main head let out a barely perceptible, soft sigh of relief. But just then, Caleb's tone shifted, however. Hydreigon and Dragonite immediately tensed up again. Seeing this, Caleb felt somewhat speechless but still patiently said, "However, from now on, you are not allowed to use moves inside the house. If you break the rooms, we won't even have a place to sleep." Roar! Hydreigon repeatedly nodded in agreement. Caleb stepped forward and rubbed both its and Dragonite's heads, then turned to look around. Mimikyu, Dragonite, Hydreigon, Lucario. One was still missing. He looked at Lucario and asked, "Where's Celebi?" Lucario turned its gaze towards the direction of the Pokémon Paradise, over there. At that moment, Gardevoir also finished tidying up the bathroom and came out, adding, "Master, during the days you were away, Celebi has been living in the forest within the paradise. It rarely returns to this side." Caleb nodded thoughtfully and said, "Send me its location. I'll go see it." Gardevoir nodded, "Yes, master." Woo! Roar! Dragonite and Hydreigon immediately expressed that they could carry Caleb over. Upon hearing each other's cries, they exchanged a glance and then began arguing with roars and growls. Caleb looked at the two dragons quarreling and said, utterly exasperated, "Forget it. Both of you wait for me at home. Lucario, please come with me to take a look." Upon hearing this, Lucario's furry ears twitched slightly. It had no objections to this request, naturally. Dragonite and Hydreigon were very dejected, their tails drooping down unhappily. "Caleb," he sighed helplessly and said, "then let's all go together. But you mustn't argue, understand?" Woo! Roar! Hydreigon and Dragonite immediately nodded happily in agreement. Pokémon Paradise Tilde. Mimikyu, Dragonite, and Hydreigon flew side by side in a speed race across the sky. Caleb and Lucario, on the other hand, strolled through the grassland, chatting as they walked. Lucario wasn't as clingy as Dragonite and the others. Though not very old, its personality was exceptionally calm and steady, and it usually didn't talk much. It was basically a case of Caleb asking a question and Lucario giving an answer. Like right now. "Caleb, have you had lunch yet?" Lucario, "Yes." "Caleb, what did you have for lunch?" Lucario, "Poké blocks mixed with curry soup." Caleb, Even so, he could still tell from the slight twitching of Lucario's ear tips that it was feeling quite happy at this moment. Truthfully, he didn't need to maintain his relationship with Lucario through awkward small talk like this. The abilities brought by their mental link extended far beyond just allowing Caleb and Lucario to fight as one. The prerequisite for being one in heart and body was sufficient mutual trust and understanding between the trainer and the Pokémon. As early as their first link, both Lucario and Caleb had seen, heard, and felt the most authentic version of each other through all the layers. Lucario had chosen him, and he had chosen Lucario. After walking with Lucario for a while, Caleb entered the forest where Celebi was located. Aside from Celebi, this forest was also home to those Pokémon Caleb had brought out from the Ilex forest last time. Seeing Caleb, they immediately ran over happily to greet him. Before long, Caleb and Lucario found themselves surrounded by a large group of Pokémon of various shapes and sizes. Whether it was the stern-faced Beedrill swarm, the unruly Spearows, or the timid Caterpies, they all turned into well-behaved little kids in front of him. "Hello, everyone," Caleb greeted the group of Pokémon with a smile. Just then, a green, sprite-like figure flew over from deep within the forest. It bypassed the wild Pokémon and deftly settled onto Caleb's shoulder, taking a deep breath. Caleb, he brought Celebi and Lucario to a small riverbank, took out some snacks from his inventory to feed Celebi, and asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to live here?" Celebi said cheerfully, "I like it here." Chapter 224. Celebi, also known as the Forest Guardians, are Pokémon that inherently belong to nature. Human houses might feel like restraints and shackles to them. Caleb gave this matter some serious thought. The Infinite World wasn't a Pokémon game. After catching them, stuffing them into Poké balls, and then into a PC without ever letting them out would be far too cruel. Whether it was Caterpie, Dragonite, or Celebi, they all had independent thoughts. Caleb felt that so-called capturing was a relationship of mutual domestication. Trainers needed to domesticate Pokémon to accept everything about the human world, while also domesticating themselves to accept the Pokémon's personality and behavior patterns. Since Celebi liked it here, of course it could stay in this space all the time. Caleb didn't want to force it to live in a human room. Besides, the Pokémon Paradise was his backyard. He could see Celebi just by taking a few steps. Thinking this, Caleb's heart relaxed. He called Gardevoir and asked her to bring the camping gear, preparing for an impromptu camping trip in the forest. Soon, Gardevoir floated over using her psychic powers, carrying a camping tent, cooking tools, a large pot, and various ingredients. Dragonite and Lucario set up the tent nearby. Mimikyu accompanied Celebi as it flitted through the forest. Caleb took Hydreigon into the forest to pick mushrooms. When night fell, stars dotted the dome of the sky. Caleb and his Pokémon had finished dinner and were lying on a patch of open ground, gazing at the stars. Celebi, having played all day, was now so tired it began to yawn. Seeing this, Caleb made room for it beside him. By Tilda, Celebi gently landed, breathing in the rich scent of nature emanating from Caleb, and soon fell asleep. Caleb, however, let his mind go blank, staring blankly at the stars in the sky. Speaking of stars, he couldn't help but recall what Yuna had said to him before leaving the werewolf instance. "You will go. I saw the connection between you and that instance. There, a lost star is waiting for you." The star, she mentioned, might not refer to an actual star, but could symbolize something else. Perhaps a person or a Pokémon. Caleb recalled all the people and Pokémon he had encountered since entering the infinite world, but none seemed to fit. Little Amber from the Infernal Affairs instance had passed away. Lily from the Bug Catcher instance had come to this era. He had already brought Lucario out from the Deserted Island survival instance. He had already met Cynthia from the Transformation and Substitution instance. As for the collapsed world, that was even more impossible. Moreover, the major crisis in that world had been resolved. As the saying goes, surviving a great disaster inevitably leads to blessings. After that incident, the League was bound to become better and better, stepping into a new era together with Pokémon. So who else could it be? Caleb tossed and turned in bed that night, his mind filled entirely with this matter. He thought about it for half the night and finally, first thing the next morning, he contacted Yuna. A gut feeling told him that in that instance, there truly was someone or some Pokémon waiting for him. If he didn't go, he would lose them forever. The second after he sent the friend request, Yuna accepted it. Before he could even speak, he received an invitation. Player Kazuki Yuna invites you to enter her room. Do you agree? Yes. The moment he chose, yes, the scene before Caleb's eyes abruptly changed. It was a very cozy living room. Besides Yuna, there were two other people sitting on the sofa. "I knew you would come," Yuna said with a smile. The man and woman sitting on the sofa turned their gazes to Yuna upon hearing this and asked, "Yuna, who is this?" Yuna replied, "Our last teammate." The man wearing glasses, who looked refined and courteous, showed a surprised expression and said, "This is the big shot you mentioned who survived the punishment instance." "It's him." Yuna nodded and said to Caleb, "Don't worry, they are both my friends on our side." The man stood up grinning widely. "That's right." He walked up to Caleb, extended his hand, and said, "I've long heard of you. My name is Takebana Fumitaka, ranked 10th on the player leaderboard. A pleasure to meet you." The woman also introduced herself, Kamala Hridia, ranked 12th on the player leaderboard. After saying this, both of them turned their gazes toward Caleb. Caleb glanced at his own ranking and said, "Hello, my name is Caleb Chase. I'm ranked 2988th on the player leaderboard." "Fumitaka." "Kamala." Yuna said, speechless, "Did you guys automatically skip over his name?" Fumitaka and Kamala exchanged a glance, only then belatedly realizing it. They then looked at Caleb in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "You're Caleb Chase." Caleb nodded calmly, "Yes." Fumitaka, the Caleb who overpowered Yifan and Beekjol in the mythical Pokémon contest. "Yes." Kamala chimed in, the Caleb who emerges from every instance accompanied by the achievement Thunderclouds. Caleb paused and explained truthfully, "No, there was one time I didn't get an achievement. Like the last werewolf instance." Gasp! The two of them simultaneously drew in a sharp breath, thinking, "This guy is frightening." Caleb read this thought in their eyes. He silently turned his head and looked at Yuna. Yuna smiled and said, "Calm down, take a seat first. Let me tell you about the situation and precautions for that instance." When it came to serious business, Kamala and Fumitaka also put away their exaggerated expressions and sat back down on the sofa. Yuna looked up at Caleb and said, "I apologize for concealing my identity from you before. I know your previous concerns, but you guessed correctly. This instance is indeed a punishment instance with extremely high difficulty. Let me ask you one last time, are you willing to accompany me?" Caleb was silent for a moment and asked, "What did you mean by what you said in the werewolf instance?" Yuna didn't hide it and straightforwardly displayed her ability. It's due to an advanced branch of psychic abilities, foresight. The ability triggers randomly. When triggered, I can see the future of a specific target or events that will happen soon. I only saw a star waiting for you in that instance. As for more details, I couldn't glean them. Yuna pointed to her eyes and said, "This ability isn't very stable." "I understand," Caleb nodded and said, "I'll go." Yuna added, "Before we officially set off, there are a few precautions I want to tell you. First, absolutely do not reveal your origin or identity to the NPCs in the instance. Second, after entering the instance, we may not be dropped into the same location. But absolutely, and I mean absolutely, remember, no matter where you are, do not release your Pokémon from their Pokéballs. Third, the legendary Pokémon in that world are different from those we encounter in ordinary instances. Their strength is truly capable of crushing everything." Chapter 225. "Why?" Fumitaka asked, somewhat puzzled. "What exactly is the situation in that instance? Why can't we even release our Pokémon?" Yuna looked at him and replied, "Because that is a world ruled by Arceus." "Arceus, the creator god of the Pokémon world." Yuna continued, "The Arceus of that world believes that humans are all hypocritical and selfish. It formed a large alliance of legendary Pokémon with other deities. Groudon, Kyogre, and Regigigas divided the world's land into two major plates. One belongs entirely to Pokémon, while the other is inhabited by humans." Hearing this, Fumitaka was stunned, asking, "How is that even possible?" Yuna shook her head and said, "I don't know what historical turning point occurred in that world, but by the time I arrived, it had already become like that. Human society prohibits the appearance of Pokémon. Once a Pokémon appears, legendary Pokémon guardians will take it to the continent where Pokémon live. My Decidueye was taken to the Pokémon continent by Hoopa," Yuna added. "If she hadn't obtained an item like the super escape rope earlier, she might have been obliterated there by Hoopa Unbound and the Genesect army." After hearing this, the other three present fell into silence. After a long while, Kamala said incredulously, "This is too outrageous, isn't it?" Yuna offered a comforting smile and said, "Don't worry. This time, our mission is only to find Decidueye. We don't need to bother with the main quest of that world. After finding Decidueye, we can immediately use the super escape rope to leave that instance." As she spoke, she took out 3 pieces of fruit candy wrapped in colorful candy wrapper from her inventory and handed them to the 3, saying, "We can use this to communicate after entering the instance." Caleb took it, and the candy's information immediately appeared. Telepathy candy. After consumption, one can establish telepathic communication with other players who have eaten the candy, regardless of distance or location. Effect lasts until the instance ends. Fumitaka unwrapped the candy and tossed it into his mouth, asking, "But Yuna-senpai, if that world is so vast as you say, how are we going to find Decidueye's location?" Yuna explained, "I have a special item that can locate a Pokémon-specific position within the instance." "Okay." Fumitaka had a sudden realization and gave a thumbs up to show he understood. Yuna nodded, looked around at the 3, and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Caleb shook his head. The information about that instance had already been made very clear. Interestingly, this punishment instance was the complete opposite of the one he had encountered before. One was entirely ruled by humans, the other entirely ruled by Pokémon. Humans and Pokémon, as beings that have lived in the same world since ancient times, have seen their relationship gradually change over time. In ancient times, people called Pokémon magical beasts and considered them terrifying existences. But as the wheel of history rolled on, people gradually discovered the peculiarities of these magical beasts and began to tame them, creating ancient Pokéballs and turning them into tools of war. Later, the war ended, and people discovered that these creatures called magical beasts possessed intelligence clearly distinct from ordinary animals and emotions no less complex than humans. Magical beasts were renamed Pokémon and began to formally integrate into human daily life. Thus, Pokémon battles emerged. In modern times, Pokémon battles have developed to their peak. Humans and Pokémon have long become inextricably linked existences. They eat together, walk together, care for each other in life, and accompany each other through every day. What about the future? What will the future hold for humans and Pokémon be like? No one knows the answer to this question. Anyway, Caleb didn't want it to become like the collapsed world or the upcoming punishment instance. After leaving Yuna's place, he didn't go directly home but teleported to the commercial district, planning to see if there were any useful items he could acquire. The items produced in this infinite world were very diverse. Besides basic items for Pokémon like fire stones or sharp beaks, there were also many strange and wonderful items with special effects. For example, warp beacons, books of answers, or like Yuna's super escape rope and telepathy candy. Generally speaking, these items were very practical. Players who obtained them would use them themselves. Unless they were short on points, few people would specifically put them up for sale. For instance, Caleb saw an item on a stall in front of him. Super Psyduck Watering Can, a watering can containing mystical power. This watering tool that can make berry trees in soft soil bloom and bear fruit within 30 seconds. Caleb was tempted. If he had had this item in the deserted island survival instance, he definitely wouldn't have been in such a sorry state as he was back then. Still, tempted as he was, he maintained a calm expression as he squatted down and asked, "How much for this one?" The stall owner glanced at the handsome guy in front of him and held up 8 fingers. Caleb looked and guessed, 8,000. The stall owner choked on that number, shook his head, and said, "I'm not that unreasonable. I meant 800 points. What a bargain! Without another word, Caleb paid the points and took the Psyduck watering can. He now had 62,000 points left. 800 points meant nothing to him. If he had to calculate, it was probably just the small change from his next large-scale instance. Moreover, this item could be surprisingly useful in certain special situations. Overall, it was a great value. The stall owner watched Caleb's departing back with a strange expression. Ordinary players in the infinite world typically only earned 100 or 200 points per instance, and some even only managed a few dozen points per run. 800 points was no small amount for such players. A sucker, the stall owner reached this conclusion in his heart. After putting the Super Psyduck watering can into his inventory, Caleb wandered around the commercial district for a while once more, but unfortunately, he didn't come across a second item he could use. So he directly teleported back to his room. Yuna said the legendary Pokémon in that world were extremely powerful. Caleb thought for a moment, went to the utility room, and took out the pair of red and blue orbs from the glass display case. Better safe than sorry. If he really encountered some kind of legendary Pokémon free-for-all battle, he could still use Groudon and Kyogre's power to hold out for a while. He just wondered what Mewtwo would be like in that world. Caleb glanced at the Mewtwo favorability and Mewtwo's heart in his inventory. He thought of the Mewtwo from the collapsed world, which was burdened with pain and despair. He wondered how it was doing now. Just then, Celebi flew over from the room and settled on his shoulder. Ever since Caleb returned from the werewolf instance, it hadn't gone to the forest in the Pokémon paradise, but had stayed by his side. Caleb thought for a moment and asked, "I'm going to an instance tomorrow. Do you want to come with me, or stay at home and wait for me like last time?" "Bye." Celebi chose the former without hesitation. Compared to moldering away in the forest, it felt much more comfortable staying by Caleb's side. Chapter 226. The next day, Caleb, with the red orb and blue orb in his inventory, brought all his Pokémon to the Pikachu statue in the central square. Yuna and the other two were already waiting there. She glanced at Caleb and the other two, took out 4 light blue friendship bracelets from her inventory, and instructed, "Be careful once we're inside." Fumitaka nodded, took a bracelet from Yuna, and said with a playful smile, "Don't worry. Even though I haven't been to a punishment instance, I'm still a top 10 player on the leaderboard. I have some experience." Kamala, standing nearby, poked Fumitaka's shoulder and reminded him, "Sister Yuna is ranked 2nd. Not only did the 2nd-ranked expert almost lose her life, but she also lost a Pokémon inside. The danger level of that instance was unimaginable. Fumitaka immediately changed his tune, saying with a solemn expression, "We'll follow Yuna-senpai's commands then." Yuna sighed helplessly and said, "As long as you don't release your Pokémon, there shouldn't be any danger." By now, Caleb had also put on the light blue friendship bracelet. This was a temporary team-up item. Bracelet symbolizing friendship, R grade. Players wearing this bracelet can enter the same instance. Seeing that everyone had put on their bracelets, Yuna took out an admission ticket with 2 colors from her inventory. The admission ticket was similar to the ticket of time Caleb had obtained last time, but unlike the pure green ticket of time, this one was half gray and half white. The 2 colors were distinctly separated, looking like 2 extremes. As Yuna used it, the admission ticket shattered in midair, turning into scattered gray-white specks of light dust that fluttered around, enveloping the 4 of them. A mechanical voice sounded in their ears. "Welcome, players, to the punishment instance, Dystopia." Rustling sounds arose all around. Caleb slowly opened his eyes, and the next second, his gaze met several round, red pupils. Rattata. A group of rattatas with glossy fur surrounded him, lightly sniffing the scent on him with their small noses. As soon as Caleb opened his eyes, the rattata scattered in fright. But they didn't run far, just crouching in the grass, peeking out with half their faces to secretly observe the situation. Caleb. He used his left hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight overhead, propped himself up with his right hand, and sat up from the ground. A warm breeze swept across the land. The endless green plains, like a green ocean, rippled with waves. Am I in the wilderness? Caleb narrowed his eyes and opened the inventory panel to check the location on the warp beacon. Warp beacon, SSS grade. Players can freely teleport to already unlocked maps. The current world is L002. Cross-instance teleportation is not possible. Player's current location, Nameless Grassland. Nameless Grassland. According to Yuna, the land and sea of this world seem to have been reorganized. The original map and cities should have been completely rearranged. And here there were Pokémon. So, was I sent to the continent where only Pokémon existed? Caleb was taken aback for a moment. Just then, Yuna's voice rang out, "Is everyone here? Report your locations." Immediately after, Fumitaka's voice sounded, "I just asked a passerby. This city seems to be called Sotopolis City." "Kamala, I'm in Lunaria City. Is there a name like that in the Pokémon world?" Yuna, no. That's a name humans gave after the continental reorganization. At this point, she paused for a moment, seemingly checking a map, and spoke again a few seconds later. "In that case, let's assemble at Sotopolis City. Sotopolis City is close to the sea. We can sneak across to the other continent from there." "Wait, what about Caleb?" Yuna seemed to suddenly realize and asked, "Caleb, can you hear me?" Caleb glanced at the surrounding Rattata group and said, "I can hear you." Yuna, report your current location. Caleb, I think I was sent to the continent where the Pokémon are. Yuna. Fumitaka, what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent, earthquake-like sounds came from Caleb's side. Caleb saw a herd of toros charging towards him, his pupils constricting. He spoke rapidly, "Can I release Pokémon over here?" Yuna also heard the commotion on Caleb's end. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you see any Genesects over there?" Caleb quickly scanned the sky and said, "No." Yuna, then it should be fine. Upon hearing this, Caleb directly took out Dragonite's Piquet ball from his inventory, then quickly released and mounted it, and flew into the air. The rumbling sounds from below stopped. Yuna frowned and asked, "What happened? What's going on over there?" Caleb watched the departing toros herd and sighed in relief, saying, "It's nothing, just a herd of toros passing by." At that moment, an exclamation came from Fumitaka's side. "What the FCK? Why are there so many Genesects in the sky?" Yuna explained, "They are surveillance units placed in the human side. But don't worry, as long as you don't release your Pokémon from their Piquet balls, they won't attack you." Fumitaka breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "You said we're to assemble at Sotopolis City, right?" Yuna grunted in agreement. "Yes, Sootopolis City is a port city, facing the other continent across the sea. Only by crossing that ocean can we reach the continent where the Pokémon are. Okay, understood, I'll handle the boat issue, Fumitaka said. I'm already on a train heading to Sootopolis City, Kamala said after some bustling on her end had settled down. Yuna nodded and said, I'm heading there too. Caleb, who had been listening silently on the other end, asked, Is there anything I can do? After all, they had specifically paid him 100 points to help. He added, Tell me Decidueye's location. I can go look for it first. Yuna looked at the light point representing Decidueye's location on the map and asked, Can you determine your current location? Caleb looked around and answered truthfully, No. Although he had the warp beacon, he didn't have a detailed map of this area. Yuna, then forget it for now, just wait there for us to arrive. Caleb also understood his current situation, so he didn't say more. He unilaterally cut off the telepathic link on his end. While listening to Yuna's plans and the situation on their side, he landed on the ground with Dragonite. Ignoring the curious Rattata around him, Caleb stood next to Dragonite. Then he took out the Book of Answers from his inventory and asked the question he was most concerned about, which was also his main purpose for coming here. Who's waiting for me in this instance? Chapter 227. The blank cover of the Book of Answers fluttered silently, and with a rustling sound, it finally settled on a page with one dark word. Mutuo. Mutuo, which Mutuo? Caleb frowned, his mind rapidly reviewing the several Mutuos he had encountered since entering the infinite world. The one from the deserted island survival instance was impossible. Caleb had only met it once, there was no bond at all between them. The one from World B612 was even more impossible. He hasn't even encountered it yet. That left only one Mutuo, the one from the collapsed world, the one that had been tormented by heartache to the point of suicide, the one he'd fought alongside. But how is that possible? Shouldn't it be staying in that world right now? How could it suddenly end up here? Caleb couldn't figure it out, and could only stare blankly at the single word on the Book of Answers. If Mutuo is in this instance, then where is it located? He subconsciously asked himself. The next second, the text on the Book of Answers changed again. Above the clouds and sky. It wasn't a specific place name like Sootopolis City, Johto region, or Snopant Temple, but above the clouds and sky, a location that sounded overly ethereal and vague. In just a few short minutes, 2 of the Book of Answers' 3 attempts had been used. Caleb temporarily stored it in his inventory and looked up towards the direction of the other continent. This world wasn't the Pokémon world he was familiar with. Those regions had long become part of the past here. Under these circumstances, perhaps the natives knew some information about the location, above the clouds and sky. Dragonite, let's go. Caleb flipped onto Dragonite's back, and they flew towards the direction of the sunrise. Evening. Within a few hours, Dragonite reached the coastline of this continent. Across the sea was the continent where humans lived. The vast blue sea was calm and peaceful. Wild Wingulls skimmed over the surface, Krabby wandered on the beach, and Slowpoke rested on rocks washed by the waves. Everything looked peaceful and beautiful. Caleb wondered whether he should use the Book of Answers to determine the specific location of above the clouds and sky, or if he should directly cross the entire ocean with Dragonite to the human land to inquire. However, he was also worried that if he used the Book of Answers, it would display locations that sounded like they didn't exist. After some thought, he decided to go to the human land first. If there was really no other way, he would use the Book of Answers' remaining attempt. Thinking this, he opened the telepathic link and asked, What's the specific situation like in human society over there? Fumitaka was negotiating with a fisherman by the sea to buy a fishing speedboat. Kamala and Yuna had already arrived in Sootopolis City and were preparing to rendezvous with Fumitaka. Hearing Caleb's question, they thought he was just curious about the situation here. They shifted their attention and replied, There are large groups of Genesect armies living here. They patrol the skies like human police and are mainly responsible for stopping vicious conflict incidents among humans. It's currently unknown who controls them. At this point, Kamala suddenly let out an exclamation. Wait. Yuna's voice followed immediately. Is that Mutwo? Mutwo, being a legendary Pokémon with top-tier popularity, is a name every player knows well. Fumitaka, who was busy working on his side, heard this and quickly said, Are you sure you aren't just seeing things? Where's Mutwo? Kamala replied, How could I mistake something that's in front of my eyes? It's standing on top of the highest tower in Sutopolis City, the spire, looking down at everything below. Ah, it's gone. Yuna added, It probably left using teleport. After saying this, she suddenly noticed that Caleb hadn't spoken since Mutwo came up. She asked Caleb, Are you listening? I am. Caleb replied. He thought for a moment and asked, The tower top you just mentioned, does it have any other names? Like above the clouds in sky or something? Ah, Kamala was taken aback for a moment. She glanced at Yuna beside her and replied, I'm not sure. Sister Yuna, do you know? I don't have a clue, Yuna's voice came through. What's wrong? Is something the matter? It's nothing. How's the boat preparation going? Caleb couldn't determine if that Mutwo was the one he knew. For something like this, he needed to see for himself. I just acquired it. Fumitaka said, sounding a bit pained. That old guy sold me a beat-up fishing boat for 500 zero. Good thing I bought some of this world's currency with points before coming here. Yuna-senpai, Kamala, are you here yet? When do we set off? We're on our way, and we'll set off at midnight, said Yuna. When Arceus re-established the order of this world, although it didn't prohibit humans from fishing, it still drew a boundary line on the ocean. Humanity was strictly prohibited from crossing that line. Hearing this explanation, Fumitaka was somewhat puzzled and asked, Since Arceus hates humans so much, why didn't it just wipe out the human race entirely? If I remember correctly, the Arceus in the movie, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, seemed like it wanted to destroy everything, right? Yuna was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. She hadn't encountered the creator god of this world yet. The last time she entered this punishment instance, she only encountered Genesects and Hoopa unbound. The Genesects kidnapped her Decidueye, and Hoopa sent Decidueye to the continent where Pokémon live through a ring. Kamala speculated, Do you think it could be because humans were also created by Arceus? And as the creator god, it loves every one of its children and can't bear to wipe them out entirely, so it resorted to this ultimatum, separating humans and Pokémon. Fumitaka, I think Arceus didn't destroy the world because it saw those humans who love and are good to Pokémon. But who knows? Yuna smiled and said, True. Anyway, we're just here to find Decidueye this time. Flying high on Dragonite, Caleb looked back at the situation behind him and spoke up at the right moment. After a bit of observation, I noticed that there isn't any danger here. The forest is inhabited by some very ordinary Pokémon. There are no patrolling Genesects in the sky either. Hearing this, Yuna was stunned for a moment, then realized Caleb was telling them about the situation on that continent. Caleb continued, If nothing unexpected happens, once you successfully get here, everything should proceed smoothly. And what about you? Asked Yuna, a note of confusion in her tone. Caleb patted Dragonite's shoulder. Dragonite immediately understood and flew out towards the sea. He replied, I have some personal matters to attend to. Chapter 228. Yuna heard the sound of wind whistling from the other end and quickly caught on. Is it that star? She asked. Caleb grunted in affirmation. Yuna smiled softly and said, Although I don't know what happened between you, it has indeed been waiting here for you for a long time. Since that's the case, go to it. Thank you. Caleb glanced at the map unlocked on the warp beacon. Besides the initial nameless grassland, locations like Nameless Forest and Nameless Beach had been unlocked subsequently. This meant that if he encountered danger in human society, he could immediately teleport back here using the warp beacon. While Caleb was advancing forward, Yuna and the others weren't idle either. They drove the speedboat to a deserted part of the coast and waited quietly for midnight to arrive. Time passed imperceptibly, and the group soon welcomed the first night of this instance. Prepare to set off, Yuna and the other two boarded the speedboat. Fumitaka sat in the driver's seat, rubbing his hands together and saying, Haven't driven one of these in a while, so I might be a bit rusty. I'm letting you guys know so that you won't blame me if we happen to capsize later. Kamala lightly tapped his head and said, "Be serious." Yeah, Tilda, why are you so nervous? It was just a little joke. Kamala didn't want to bother with him and turned to look at Yuna, only to find her staring seriously towards the direction of Sootopolis City. Kamala was taken aback and followed her gaze in that direction, but saw nothing. "What's wrong?" she asked. Yuna didn't respond. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a strange blue light flowed within them. At that moment, her eyes pierced through time and space, across the long river of history, and she saw a pair of brilliant golden eyes suddenly open in the darkness. Accompanied by the dull sound of surging seawater, a massive black shadow awoke from an undersea cavern and began swimming upwards. The vision ended abruptly. Yuna's eyes snapped open, and she couldn't help but take a step backward. A trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she turned to look at Fumitaka and said gravely, "We can't set sail." Although she hadn't clearly seen whether that black shadow was Luja or Kyogre, if they continued out to sea, they would definitely be attacked by it, ultimately resulting in the destruction of their boat and possibly their demise. Upon hearing this, Fumitaka quickly brought the boat to a halt. By now, the boat had already traveled a considerable distance from the shore. The dark seawater flowed silently around them, and their boat seemed particularly small floating upon this vast ocean. "What's wrong, Sister Yuna? What did you see?" Kamala's expression also turned grave upon seeing this. "Kyogre has discovered us," Yuna said. The legendary Pokémon of this world were different from those in ordinary instances. Each one possessed world-shattering power. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had watched documentaries in Sootopolis City showing terrifying scenes of Kyogre raising 100-meter-high tsunamis, Groudon splitting the earth, and magma gushing forth. Even though Yuna's strength ranked second on the player leaderboard, she wasn't too keen on confronting this world's Kyogre head-on. She only had one chance. If she failed, the admission ticket to enter this punishment instance would go to waste, and she would never have another opportunity to see Decidueye. Hearing this, Fumitaka drew a sharp breath, then put away his playful expression and nodded seriously, "Understood." With that, he turned the boat around and headed back towards the shore. After returning to the shore, Yuna suddenly thought of something. "Caleb, are you still heading this way?" she asked. Fumitaka and Kamala also held their breath upon hearing this, listening carefully to the situation on the other end. Soon, they heard a clear crashing sound, as if something huge had broken through the water's surface. Caleb and Dragonite looked up at the 100-meter wave before them, and he responded to Yuna's question absent-mindedly. "Yeah." The 100-meter wave twisted and turned, bearing down on Caleb like an overwhelming force. The seawater constantly compressed the last bit of air, carrying a sense of despairing suffocation, and slammed down violently. Caleb held tightly onto Dragonite, murmuring, "This is really exaggerated." "What?" His voice was drowned out by the giant wave. Yuna's side only heard a tremendous noise, and then the world fell completely silent. Fumitaka's face was full of disbelief. He didn't run into Kyogre, did he? Kamala swallowed hard and didn't speak. Just then, another ear-splitting sound of surging seawater came from the other end. Mixed within it was Caleb's clear yet firm voice. "Leave Kyogre to me. Hurry across now while you can." Yuna quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Caleb spat out a mouthful of seawater and said, "I'm fine for now." Just moments ago, Caleb and Dragonite had been slammed into the sea by that giant wave. Although Dragonite had blocked most of the impact for him, the residual force still made his chest tremble and his ears ring. His ears and nose were bleeding. Caleb used his Viridian Power to instantly restore Dragonite's health, then took out the blue orb he had specifically brought from his inventory. Under the moonlight, the giant wave, carrying Kyogre, surged towards them once again. Caleb used his left hand to wipe the blood from his nose, while raising the blue orb in his right hand. Blue orb, mythical item, an orb that radiates a blue glow, said to be deeply connected to the legends of the Hone region. The bearer can control the personification of the sea itself, Kyogre. The next moment, the orb erupted with a brilliant radiance. The light swept across Kyogre's eyes, and immediately afterwards, its movement abruptly halted. The colossal wave behind it suddenly went out of control, plummeting straight down like a torrential downpour. Kyogre's form fell into the sea amidst the rainstorm, only half of its body visible, its brilliant golden pupils fixed on the human opposite. Whoa! Dragonite now noticed its trainer's bleeding ears and nose and immediately became anxious, looking over with a face full of concern. "I'm fine," Caleb comforted Dragonite, then turned to face Kyogre. He connected with its mind using his Viridian Power and asked, "Why did you attack me?" "Kyogre, humans cannot pass through this sea." "Caleb, who said so?" Kyogre didn't speak, but an image appeared in its mind. A figure radiating dazzling light with 18 plates floating around its golden structure, resembling the Alpha. "Caleb, all right, I understand." At that moment, Yuna's voice came through again. "Are you all right?" Caleb glanced at Kyogre and said, "Fine, but I have some bad news for you." Yuna was taken aback and asked, "What is it?" Caleb took a deep breath and said, "The Arceus of this world is the complete form, possessing all 18 creation plates." Chapter 229. "What the? Then how are we supposed to fight it?" Fumitaka was incredulous. Yuna drew a sharp breath and said, "It seems we must complete the mission before it discovers our presence." Caleb grunted in agreement and said, "Leave the matter of Kyogre to me. The rest is up to you." Yuna nodded, understood. Fumitaka, however, was full of shock and confusion. "Aichi, how did he do it?" A player ranked over 29th on the leaderboard single-handedly dealt with the sea god Kyogre. If this were posted on the Infinite World Player Forum, everyone would probably say it was boasting. "He might have the blue orb that controls Kyogre," Kamala guessed. Yuna glanced at the two and said, "We should set off." Only then did Fumitaka react. He quickly jumped into the driver's seat, restarted the boat, and set sail into the endless sea. After cutting off the telepathic link, Caleb turned his gaze back to the Kyogre before him. "Do you also dislike humans?" he asked. Kyogre's deep and muffled voice echoed, "Humans dislike." As Lord of the Sea, it usually dwells in unfathomable underwater caverns and rarely encounters humans. Originally, Kyogre felt indifferent towards humans as a species. But in recent years, with the continuous development of human technology and the ever-expanding scale of cities, they have been dumping marine waste into the sea, disrupting the ocean's ecological balance. Therefore, Kyogre began to develop a dislike for this species. Since Kyogre did not deliberately hide its thoughts, Caleb easily perceived this content. And for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He was just an outsider, an alien in this world. Moreover, he hadn't participated in anything that happened here. People cannot be generalized, and Caleb didn't understand the situation of the humans in this world. Without knowing what they had actually done, he didn't want to speak up for them. All right. Caleb took out the Galarian version Rotom bike he had obtained from the transformation and substitution instance. Stepping onto it, he asked, "You sensed it, right?" Kyogre looked at Caleb with its brilliant golden eyes. As the Lord of the Sea, it could clearly perceive the direction of ocean currents and events happening anywhere on the sea's surface. For example, right now, it sensed a human-made iron boat speeding across the sea, crossing the boundary line and rushing towards the opposite shore. Caleb met Kyogre's gaze and said with a serious expression, "They just want to go to the other shore to retrieve a companion who got lost there. They absolutely mean no harm." "Woo," Dragonite also chimed in. Kyogre remained silent, glanced at Dragonite, then turned its attention back to Caleb. Caleb was taken aback for a moment and said, "Me, I'm also in this world to find a friend. Have you seen Mutwo? It's a psychic-type, pink humanoid Pokémon." Kyogre shook its head. "All right," he nodded. It seemed he couldn't get any information from Kyogre. He sighed inwardly, then slowly asked, "Next, I will release my control over you, but you must not attack me like you did just now. Is that okay?" Kyogre stared into Caleb's eyes, then slowly nodded. It ultimately chose to trust the human before it. Seeing this, Caleb promptly released the control of the blue orb. Regaining its freedom of movement, Kyogre turned around and soon disappeared beneath the water's surface without leaving a single ripple. The sky remained clear and blue, the sea surface like a mirror, occasionally rippling with shallow waves, as if nothing had just happened. "Let's go too," Caleb said to Dragonite. "Woo." 3 hours later, on the beach at the edge of Sotopoli City. While putting the Rotom bike back into his inventory, Caleb observed the specific situation of this city. Modern skyscrapers, various large shopping malls lining the streets, taxis constantly shuttling back and forth on the roads. The pedestrians on the road had no Pokémon by their side. The city also lacked the iconic Pokémon Center buildings of the Pokémon world. If it weren't for the cartoon Pikachu images emblazoned on the street billboards, Caleb would have thought he had traveled back to his original world, where Pokémon were only fictional. Before coming here, he had taken some Universal League currency from Yuna for this instance. He hailed a taxi on the roadside, waved his hand grandly, and directly tossed the driver 2 200 bill notes. Looking out the window, he said, "Take me around the city." The driver glanced back, silently took a cigarette from his pack, and tossed it over. "Caleb." The driver then tossed over a lighter and asked, "Bad breakup?" "Caleb." "No, I'm just here for sightseeing," Caleb said, placing the cigarette and lighter aside. "Haha," the driver laughed upon hearing this. Starting the car, he said, "Seeing your expression when you got in, I thought you'd had a bad breakup. The other day, I picked up a girl who'd just gone through one. She also tossed me $100 as soon as she got in, saying to drop her off at the Golden Gate Bridge. I figured she was most likely going to jump. After dropping her off, I deliberately didn't leave. Sure enough, that girl climbed over the railing and tried to jump into the river. If I hadn't reacted quickly, she might have really jumped." Caleb offered a symbolic awkward laugh. Watching the Genesect perched on a traffic light outside the window, he casually asked, "You have Genesect here too?" The driver took a look and said, puzzled, "You don't have them where you're from." Caleb replied without changing his expression, "No, I'm from a small village so." "Oh, I see," the driver exclaimed with nostalgia, "times have changed." Caleb said nothing. He just silently watched the skyscrapers outside the window rapidly recede in the rearview mirror. This world was quite different from what he had imagined. "Stop at that internet cafe entrance over there," Caleb said. The driver pulled over to the curb while pulling out some change from his wallet to give him. Along with the change was a business card. "Contact me if you need anything again," he said after Caleb noticed the business card. "Okay." Caleb took it, tucked the card into his pocket, entered the internet cafe, and paid $8 to rent a computer. He turned on the computer, opened this world's search webpage, and typed in, Ash Ketchum. The internet speed of this computer was very fast. Almost the second Caleb clicked search, a line of information popped up on the webpage. Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of the anime series, Pokémon, a fictional character. He was born in Pallet Town, Kanto region, and was vibrant, passionate, and strong-willed. Fictional character, he doesn't exist. Caleb frowned, then typed in Professor Oak in the search bar again. Professor Oak, a fictional character in the anime series, Pokémon. Full name, Samuel Oak. Samuel Oak is a well-known figure, and also the earliest appearing Pokémon professor in the series from the Kanto region. In the first and second generation games, he guides the player at the beginning. He established a research institute in Pallet Town and studies Pokémon day and night. Chapter 230. Caleb found it hard to believe, and proceeded to input the names of people he knew into the search bar. He started with Lance. Lance, a fictional character in the anime series Pokémon. Full name, Dragon Lance. He is one of the Elite Four of the Kanto and Johto regions. Cynthia followed. Cynthia, a fictional character in the anime series Pokémon, who is also known as Shirna, the champion of the Sinnoh region. She possesses profound strength, appears very dignified and graceful, and seems like an ice-cold beauty, but is actually gentle and humble without any airs of superiority. She also has a noble temperament, is calm and decisive, and has a strong interest in theology and history. Then Caleb searched for Steven. Steven is a fictional character in the anime series Pokémon. Full name, Stephen Stone. He is the Pokémon League champion of the Hoenn region, and is also a trainer proficient in Steel-type Pokémon. A world where the Elite Four and Ash don't exist. So, is this a derivative world formed by the fusion of the Earth and the Pokémonverse? Before coming to the Infinite World, Caleb had seen many fanfictions online about Pokémon coming to the real world. He pondered silently for a while and finally decided not to delve into the specific background of this world. Moreover, he hadn't even received a main quest since entering this instance. He just needed to find Mutwo and take it away from here. Thinking this, Caleb cleared the search bar and typed 5 bold words. Above the clouds and sky. The next second, countless information entries about above the clouds and sky popped up on the webpage. For example, the first one was a web novel called Above the Clouds and Sky. But the Above the Clouds and Sky, given by the Book of Answers, was a place name, which clearly didn't match this novel. Caleb scrolled the mouse, his eyes quickly scanning, searching for clues about Above the Clouds and Sky on the information-packed webpage. Soon, he found an entry among the inconspicuous search results. There is a mountain peak in the world whose highest point pierces the clouds, attracting countless explorers and extreme enthusiasts to climb it. Unfortunately, no one has ever reached the summit. That place is called Above the Clouds and Sky, symbolizing an unreachable pinnacle. That place is. Caleb held his breath and clicked to turn the page. I made it up. How could such a place exist in the world? Even if it did, it wouldn't be on our land. Netizen 1, the original poster is a stupid motherfucker. I got all ready and this is what you show me. Netizen 2, FCK, I'm reporting this dip SHT. Netizen 3, just a passerby here for a rational discussion. I think what the original poster said isn't necessarily false. There are still many undiscovered places in this world, like the continent next door where Pokémon live. Netizen 4, even if it exists, would you dare to go? Kyogre rules the sea and Rayquaza rules the sky. Have you forgotten what happened to those rebels a few years ago? My goodness, it was terrifying. The entire plane turned to ash in Rayquaza's hyper beam. Caleb. He turned off the computer, walked out of the internet cafe, and found a cafe with a view of the spire. He bought a cup of coffee to refresh himself and sat by the window on the second floor, looking at the glistening spire under the sunlight. Yuna said they had seen Mutwo there yesterday. This punishment instance was very different from the one he had encountered before. The most obvious difference was that one was completely ruled by humans, while the other seemed to be ruled by Pokémon. But undoubtedly, both were extremely difficult for players. The difficulty of Collapsed World lay in how a player could save that collapsing world from so many villainous organizations single-handedly. The difficulty of this dystopia, however, lay in how players should directly face those legendary Pokémon. In terms of wickedness, dystopia couldn't compare to Collapsed World, but in terms of difficulty, Caleb felt its difficulty was even higher than that of the Collapsed World. Based on his observations over the past few hours and the information he gathered online, the current point in time was 38 years after the continental shift. Such a huge event should have left some records online, but strangely, there wasn't the slightest bit of related content on the internet. It was as if everyone woke up one day to find the world like this, and no one knew why. No main quest, no goal. Humans lived normal lives on this side, while Pokémon lived peaceful and tranquil lives on the other continent. So the question was, what exactly were players who entered this punishment instance supposed to do? What could they change? Or, to put it another way, what could they do? What was this place like before the continental shift? Caleb looked at the Pokémon in the inventory panel that appeared before him. He had Celebi. Celebi could take him through time back to 38 years ago to see the truth of this world. Caleb picked up the coffee cup. The brown liquid inside had solidified slightly from cooling. Unknowingly, he had been sitting here all afternoon. It was time to leave. But just as he stood up to leave, a humanoid figure caught the corner of his eye outside the window. Caleb's steps halted. He turned his head sharply to look at that pale pink figure standing atop the tower. At that moment, the Mutwo above seemed to sense something. It turned its head, its gaze directly looking towards this direction. Their eyes met in midair. The next second, Caleb saw the figure on the tower top vanish into thin air. But immediately after, a familiar yet unfamiliar energy fluctuation spread out behind him. Oh my god. Why did Mutwo suddenly appear here? Exclamations came from the surrounding crowd. Caleb turned around and saw that familiar figure of Mutwo. But it wasn't the Mutwo that had fought alongside him before. The reason he thought this was because the look in its eyes carried a sense of strangeness. Caleb's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately guessed the reason for Mutwo's appearance here. It was attracted by the red heart named. Mutwo's eyes flickered, its expression appearing somewhat cold. A voice devoid of any emotion transmitted into Caleb's mind through telepathy. "You, who are you?" The situation seemed somewhat off. This Mutwo's reaction seemed somewhat different from the other Mutwos he had encountered before. Caleb opened his mouth. He truly didn't know how to explain. He swore that if that favorability could be actively turned off, he would turn it off immediately and never activate it again. Seeing the other party remain silent, Mutwo's eyes grew even colder. A layer of blue halo emerged around its body as it slowly floated into the air. Immediately after, Caleb's body also began to float uncontrollably. In almost the blink of an eye, he was brought before Mutwo. Mutwo forced eye contact, blue light representing psychic power surging from its eyes. Caleb felt his brain short-circuit for an instant before realizing what was happening. This Mutwo was using its psychic power to invade his brain and read his memories. Chapter 231. Caleb's body was restrained, but his mind could still function. He directly used his will to summon Mimikyu's Pokéball from the inventory. Mimikyu. With a flash of white light, Mimikyu's body materialized out of thin air between him and Mutwo. Its armor form instantly materialized, delivering an engine-driven strike directly at Mutwo's left shoulder. Mutwo let out a grunt, its attention diverted to Mimikyu. The telekinesis loosened, and Caleb seized the opportunity to land back on the ground. The people who hadn't left yet stared wide-eyed at the Mimikyu. "Oh my god, is that a Mimikyu? How does he have a Pokémon?" No one had time to answer them because the law enforcers of the human continent, the Genesects, which had been stationed outside the window, sensed the energy fluctuations and were already rushing over. Their speed was extremely fast. Accompanied by strange clicking sounds, they instantly surrounded Mimikyu and Caleb in the blink of an eye, aiming their cannon-like head structures at them. Mutwo frowned as it looked at Caleb opposite it. Although the other party reacted quickly, it had still seen some scattered fragments of his memory. Like Amber, like Team Rocket. Some not-so-pleasant memories, ones Mutwo didn't want to recall, automatically surfaced in its mind. It said coldly, "You are from Team Rocket." After saying this, its eyes grew even colder. An incredibly terrifying psychic energy fluctuation spread out from it in all directions. The transparent floor-to-ceiling window instantly shattered into pieces, and the entire second floor was left in disarray. Caleb felt his chest go numb from the shock. Just as he got up from the ground, he saw blue light flash in Mutwo's eyes again. That was psychic. "Mimikyu," Caleb shouted. Mimikyu immediately understood, then turned into a red light and returned to its Pokéball. Caleb activated the warp beacon. The next second, the psychic attack containing terrifying power blasted a large hole in the spot where he had just been standing. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Mutwo floated in midair, coldly staring at the empty hole in the floor. Just then, a golden ring suddenly appeared out of thin air in the atmosphere. A small, pink and gray Pokémon with 2 horns flew out of it. Tilde nameless grassland Tilde. Caleb lay on the grass, gasping for breath. The development of events had completely exceeded his expectations. One thing was certain, the Mutwo of this world had a major misunderstanding about him. From the sentence, "You are from Team Rocket," Caleb could guess which part of his memory Mutwo had seen. It was apparent that it hadn't seen everything. If he had to do it again, Caleb would still choose to blast Mutwo away. The act of entering someone's brain to read their memories is essentially no different from your best friend forcibly stripping you naked to see your bank card password. Caleb didn't like this feeling of violation, especially since he didn't know that Mutwo. His current focus wasn't on this, however. What he was focusing on was Mutwo's phrase, "You are from Team Rocket." The issue was, in this world, both Ash and Team Rocket were merely fictional characters in an anime. So where did Mutwo's mention of Team Rocket come from? That's where the clues ended. This trip to Sootopolis City not only failed to yield information about above the clouds and sky, but it also created a misunderstanding with this world's Mutwo. Hold up. Caleb suddenly noticed an even more important point. If Team Rocket didn't exist in this world, then where did this Mutwo come from? Could it be that this Mutwo was the one he once knew, and it had lost its relevant memories due to some special reason? That wasn't very likely, was it? Just as Caleb was sitting on the grass thinking seriously, a golden ring quietly appeared above his head and dropped straight down. Before he could react, his entire person was back in the destroyed cafe. Besides Mutwo and the Genesects, there was an additional figure, Hoopa, the small Hoopa in its confined form. Mutwo's cold gaze locked onto Caleb as it asked, "Why did you follow me here? And you're trying to use that so-called emotion to control me." Caleb was taken aback, frowned, and said, "I think you've misunderstood. I am not from Team Rocket, and I don't know what you're talking about either." Upon hearing this, Mutwo fell silent for a moment, its tone paranoid. "I saw it." Caleb immediately realized what it was referring to and was about to explain, but Mutwo didn't give him another chance to speak. A layer of intense blue light emerged from its body. Its toes slowly left the ground as it floated into the air. A terrifying, invisible energy swirled in the air at high speed, compressing and condensing. FCK. Caleb cursed inwardly and directly activated the warp beacon, teleporting back to the nameless grassland. But soon, Hoopa's golden ring appeared before him again out of thin air, and with lightning speed, brought him back to Sootopolis City. Mutwo looked over with a gloomy gaze and said, "You can't escape." After saying this, a strong blue light surged from its eyes. This time, learning from the previous 2 attempts, it directly used telekinesis to restrain Caleb's body, preventing him from moving. However, the warp beacon didn't require manual operation from Caleb. Just before Mutwo's attack landed, his figure vanished from the spot once again. Nameless grassland tilde. Before Caleb could even sigh in relief, Hoopa's golden ring appeared again. Hoopa's figure was the first to fly out of it. Mutwo, brimming with terrifying psychic power, followed closely behind. "Damn it, I haven't even done anything. Why is it pursuing me so relentlessly?" Caleb was getting angry. He directly abandoned his plan of continuing his disgraceful attempt to flee. His right hand pulled out 5 red and white Poké balls from thin air. With flashes of dazzling white light, Mimikyu, Dragonite, Lucario, Hydreigon, and Celebi simultaneously appeared before him. Hoopa, the small Hoopa in its confined form, saw this and revealed a mischievous grin, as if enjoying the spectacle, clapping its little hands together. "HMPH," Mutwo snorted coldly. Blue light flashed in its eyes, and immediately, a terrifying psychic aura surged and spread out in all directions. A faint green glow emanated from Caleb's body. The upgraded Viridian Power instantly connected to all 5 of his Pokémon. Mimikyu, Stack Swords Dance to the max, Dragonite, Hurricane, Hydreigon, Dark Pulse, Celebi, Trick Room, Lucario, Aura Sphere. Caleb's will moved, and the relevant commands were transmitted into the minds of all the Pokémon. The 5 Pokémon immediately sprang into action, charging towards Mutwo from different angles and directions. Hoopa, which was in the air, saw this. Then a fun idea suddenly popped into its head. It mischievously controlled its golden ring, making it hover in the air. Under Hoopa's manipulation, the ring slowly enlarged, and the distorted space within it began to tremble violently. Immediately after, various figures of different shapes and sizes poured out of it like beans being spilled from a bag. Chapter 232. The flightless Groudon was the first to fall headfirst from the sky, followed closely by Kyogre and Rayquaza. After the Hone trio came Lugia and the Ian duo, Latias and Latios. Then came the Sinnoh region's temporal and spatial duo, Dialga and Palkia, along with the renegade Pokémon, Giratina. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound like metal clashing, the massive Regigigas steadily fell from above, landing in front of Groudon, its 3 pairs of red, blue, and gray eyes scanning everything before it. The last to appear were the Tau trio from the Unova region, the white dragon Reshiram, the black dragon Zekrom, and the ice dragon Kyurem. In the blink of an eye, the deities of the Pokémon world had descended upon this grassland, filled with the scent of green grass. Hoopa! Hoopa's face showed a triumphant smile from its prank, clapping its hands excitedly as it admired its handiwork. The moment Groudon descended, Caleb had already sensed the anomaly. As the only human present, his first thought was, "I'm done for." Although he had the red orb and the blue orb, which would allow him to borrow the power of Groudon and Kyogre to fight, could they really defeat so many legendary Pokémon? Obviously not. At this moment, Caleb's brain worked at high speed. Using the warp beacon to escape was not feasible. With Hoopa around, no matter where he fled, he would be caught immediately. Besides the warp beacon, he had 2 other options. First, use the super escape rope to leave this instance. Second, have Celebi take him through time to avoid this NV's one legendary Pokémon battle. But since he hadn't found Mutwo yet, he obviously couldn't leave the instance now. This leaves only one option. Thinking this, Caleb took a step back and used his Viridian Power to recall all his Pokémon. Dragonite and the others returned to their Pokéballs one after another. In an instant, the only one of his Pokémon left outside was Celebi. "Bye, ready?" Celebi asked, perched on Caleb's shoulder. Caleb grunted in affirmation, glanced at the group of legendary Pokémon, and made one last attempt to communicate with Mutwo's mind using his Viridian Power, but received an access denied prompt. At the same time, a dazzling green light shone from Celebi's body. Caleb looked at the temporal Pokémon, Dialga, opposite him. He was somewhat worried that Celebi's time travel would be thwarted by it. However, Dialga simply remained motionless. After being summoned, it had been quietly floating in midair, watching Caleb's direction with eyes that showed no emotion. Just then, Mutwo on the other side also realized Caleb's intention. Blue light flashed in its eyes as it activated its psychic power, trying to separate Caleb and Celebi to prevent their time travel. Caleb frowned and shouted, "I'll say this one last time, I am not from Team Rocket, and I didn't come to this world to find you." Mutwo remained unmoved. The psychic power in its eyes surged over like a giant wave. Invisible energy blew through Caleb's hair. He felt an extremely heavy pressure rushing towards him. At this critical moment, a green figure swooped down from the sky and timely blocked the psychic attack. It was Rayquaza. But why? Caleb muttered in confusion. The next second, the energy from Celebi's body peaked. The power of time erupted, taking Caleb away from this place. The time travel was successful. Caleb sat on the same grassland at a different point in time, recalling the scene that had occurred just before he traveled through time. Rayquaza had blocked Mutwo's attack for him. Dialga hadn't stopped him from traveling through time. Strange, it was all too strange. Could it be because of his savior title, plus Viridian Power, plus Child of the Forest title's initial favorability? But what about that Mutwo? Caleb had never imagined that one day he would be hunted by Mutwo because of the Mutwo's favorability item. In previous instances, this item had always been a life-saving talisman, but in this instance, it had become a death warrant. He recalled the words and actions of that Mutwo since he first saw it and organized the information he had gained. First, Mutwo had mistaken him for a member of Team Rocket based on some memory fragments. Regarding this, Caleb wasn't unwilling to explain. He wanted to speak, but Mutwo didn't give him a chance, immediately attacking him with psychic power. When he tried to use his Viridian Power, Mutwo had closed off its heart, denying him access. Second, based on the phrase, "Why did you follow me here?" still trying to use the so-called emotions to control me. It could be inferred that this Mutwo seemed to have been deceived and controlled by someone using emotions before. This behavior had severely hurt its heart, causing it to close itself off and believe that everyone approaching it wanted to control it. If this were true, then everything would make sense. Mutwo attacked him because the max 100+ favorability reminded it of some unpleasant past experiences, making it fear and hate this feeling. This reaction reminded Caleb of a mental illness he had learned about in his previous life called PTSD. PTSD refers to the delayed onset and persistent mental disorder caused by an individual experiencing, witnessing, or encountering one or more actual deaths, threats of death, or serious injuries to themselves or others. So the question was, what had this Mutwo been through? Caleb lay on the grass thinking for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he simply put it aside. He felt that the Mutwo of every world was like a problem child with psychological barriers. The Mutwo from the collapsed world was depressed to the point of wanting to commit suicide, and the Mutwo from this world suffered from a mental illness. Caleb thought of the Mutwo from his exclusive instance world. Amber was dead, Team Rocket was destroyed prematurely, and Giovanni was missing. He didn't know if that Mutwo had been successfully born or if it had developed issues like these two Mutwos. Speaking of Amber, Caleb remembered that summer, the girl running happily by the seaside. In Pokémon Adventures, Celebi used the power of time to revive Steven. What about Amber? But Amber was different from Steven. Her cause of death was a problem with her genes. In this case, even if Celebi altered the timeline with its power, it couldn't change her physical condition. Unless future medical technology became advanced enough. Sigh. Caleb sighed softly, took out the warp beacon from his inventory, and prepared to check the specific situation at this time frame. After all, besides escaping Mutwo, his main purpose in coming to the past was to investigate what exactly had happened in this world 38 years ago. The warp beacon didn't display the world's time frame, so Caleb couldn't tell how many years back he had traveled. He could only determine if it was 38 years ago by checking if human cities existed on the warp beacon's saved locations. Chapter 233. Previously unlocked locations could be freely traveled to even across different eras. Caleb had already tried this back in the collapsed world instance. As Caleb took out the warp beacon from his inventory, several selectable locations appeared on it as usual. Nameless grassland, nameless beach, nameless forest, and at the very end, Sotopolis City. However, the text representing Sotopolis City had now turned dim, losing its original glow. Caleb used his will to select teleportation. The next second, his entire person vanished from the spot and reappeared above a vast expanse of sea. Splash! Before he could even react, he felt stifling seawater flooding into his ears and nose. Caleb. He quickly adjusted his position, returned to the surface, and took deep breaths of the fresh air above. The surroundings were empty. Aside from the endless blue seawater, there was nothing else, not even a small island, let alone Sotopolis City. What's going on? Caleb frowned. He released Dragonite from its Piquet ball and rode it into the air, trying to find any sign of land from above. But still, there was nothing. As far as the eye could see, the seawater stretched to the horizon, as if this world were a planet entirely composed of ocean. Caleb took out the warp beacon from his inventory again. It showed that his current location was indeed within the boundaries of Sotopolis City. So what ancient era did I actually travel to? He was somewhat unwilling to believe it. Even in ancient times, it couldn't be that there were no humans at all, right? Thinking this, he and Dragonite flew along the sea surface towards the horizon. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. During this time, Hydreigon came out to relieve Dragonite once. 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. The Azure Sea still stretched endlessly in all directions. It was getting dark. Left with no choice, Caleb could only teleport back to the initial nameless grassland to rest. He took out the travel tent he had obtained from the transformation and substitution instance, lit a campfire on the grass, and sat by the fire with Dragonite and the others to rest. The sky above was filled with stars, and the dancing orange flames illuminated the faces of the Pokémon. By tilde, Celebi relaxed as it sat on Caleb's shoulder, leisurely swinging its little feet. Caleb placed a red berry into its hand. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voices of Yuna and the other two from the telepathic link, which hadn't been active for a long time. Yuna, Caleb, are you there? Caleb was taken aback for a moment, then opened the telepathic link and asked, "You're able to contact me?" Yuna keenly picked up the confusion in his tone and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen on your end?" Caleb glanced around and nodded. "I ran into a bit of a special situation. I've traveled back to a long time ago." Hearing this before Yuna could react, Fumitaka exclaimed, "Really? So Celebi really is with you?" Caleb didn't hide it. "Yes." Fumitaka was even more shocked. "So what they said on the forum is true? How did you manage to snatch Celebi from Yifan and Beekjeol?" Caleb, who was preoccupied with thinking about today's events, perfunctorily replied, "Maybe they just didn't like Celebi." Fumitaka. A flash of inspiration crossed Caleb's mind. He said, "By the way, Yuna, do you know what happened in this instance 38 years ago?" He hadn't found any related information on the computer earlier. In this instance, human society's history only recorded up to 38 years ago. Before that, it was a complete blank. Nothing could be found. Yuna immediately understood what Caleb was asking. She shook her head and said, "Sorry, I don't really know. When I entered this instance last time, I asked the people here, but they didn't remember what happened 38 years ago." Yuna thought for a moment and continued, "It's as if someone erased their memories." Someone erased their memories. Was it Mutwo? But even if it erased humanity's memories, it couldn't erase the traces of human existence from 38 years ago, could it? Caleb pondered for a moment and recounted what he had encountered during the day. "In the point in time I'm at now, the continent where humans lived is still a vast ocean. And based on what you said earlier, Arceus believes humans are all hypocritical and selfish, which is why it had Groudon and Regigigas create a new continent. But before that, where did humans live?" Kamala was also drawn into their conversation. She thought seriously for a moment and tentatively said, "Maybe they lived on the continent that's now only inhabited by Pokémon." As soon as Kamala said this, Yuna denied the notion. "That's impossible. You saw it yourself, there are no traces of human existence here." Fumitaka chimed in. "They couldn't have come from outer space, could they?" Ignoring Fumitaka, Yuna glanced at the Decidui beside her and asked, "Are you going to attempt the main quest of this punishment instance?" "No," Caleb said subconsciously. After saying it, he realized his mistake. He had unintentionally got himself tangled up. He had come here only to find Mutwo, not to liberate this punishment instance. Yuna smiled understandingly and asked, "Have you found your star yet?" "Not yet," Caleb answered. The location above the clouds and sky was just too ethereal and vague. He still had no leads at all. "Yuna, we've achieved our goal. We might leave this instance tomorrow. What about you? Will you stay here or come with us?" "No, not before find my star." "Yuna, all right then, good luck to you." After ending the telepathic call, Caleb extinguished the campfire and prepared to rest early, hoping to explore this continent first thing tomorrow morning. He thought for a moment and decided to start with the clue of the mountain peak piercing the clouds. But just then, a clear cry suddenly came from the sky. Caleb and all his Pokémon looked up together and saw a large bird radiating 7-colored light flying across the sky. It was Ho-Oh. Watching a legendary Pokémon fly overhead, Caleb's first instinct was to use the warp beacon to escape. But then he remembered this wasn't the future. Hoopa and Mutwo weren't here. These legendary Pokémon had no grudge against him and naturally wouldn't attack him. Thinking this, Caleb gradually relaxed. He had heard that Ho-Oh brings happiness and good fortune to those who see it. Caleb lay on the grass, watching Ho-Oh's receding figure, and silently wished in his heart, "Let me successfully find above the clouds and sky and take Mutwo away. Please, no more mishaps." Chapter 234. That aside, someone suggested I translate another Pokémon fic after this one. Problem is, I think most of the good ones are translated already, so I'll leave the task of searching for a good one to y'all. Criteria: it must be untranslated. preferably completed. No Pokémonphilia. No harem. No hentai. Between 361 to 993 chapters long. Most importantly, it must be compelling enough for y'all to be willing to throw power stones with reckless abandon at its eyes. As it turned out, Ho-Oh indeed had the effect of bringing good fortune. Case in point. The next day, just after Caleb woke up, he saw a Pokémon in the forest with blue dual horns, a deer-like appearance, and a blue and black color scheme. It was standing behind a thick tree, only half its face visible, gazing at him from afar. Caleb. It was the legendary Xerneas, the life Pokémon with the fairy aura. Big. Celebi happily jumped onto Caleb's head, perching on his black hair as it looked at Xerneas opposite them. Ignoring the sneakily peeking Xerneas, Caleb lifted the tent flap and called out to Dragonite and Hydreigon, who were still sound asleep inside. Time to get up and have breakfast. We have a lot to do later. Mimikyu and Lucario were already up, sitting by the fire tending to the pot above it. Soon, Dragonite and Hydreigon rubbed their eyes and emerged from the tent one after the other. Old Father Caleb, now wearing a Celebi hoodie, went to prepare utensils and the bowls and basins for the Pokémon to eat from. Whoa! Dragonite blinked its large eyes, reached out a claw to pluck Celebi from Caleb's head, and placed it on its own head. Celebi. Caleb glanced back jovially, pleased to see his Pokémon getting along harmoniously. The three heads of Hydreigon beside Dragonite simultaneously yawned. It still wasn't fully awake. Tilde open wide, Caleb approached it. Hydreigon opened its mouths without even opening its eyes. Caleb took out 3 chesto berries from his inventory and tossed one into each mouth. Hydreigon chewed noisily, then skillfully spat out the inedible pits. Caleb patted its large head and said, "You can sleep after eating." Roar! Hydreigon responded gruffly, then stuck out its tongue and gave Caleb's hand a warm, wet lick. Caleb. After taking care of his Pokémon, he finally took out a small stool from his inventory, sat on it, and began eating his breakfast. He took a sip of hot porridge, then turned to look into the forest. That Xerneas still hadn't left. Caleb thought it was probably the effect of his Viridian Power and the Child of the Forest title that had attracted it. The S-rank title Child of the Forest effect was that it greatly increased affinity when facing wild Pokémon living in forests. Xerneas was a Pokémon that lived in forests. It possessed the special ability to give life, which was somewhat similar to the healing power of his Viridian ability. Thinking this, Caleb tentatively used the Viridian Power to sense Xerneas's inner thoughts. The next second, he sensed a surge of curiosity. He was taken aback for a moment and looked over somewhat puzzled. Xerneas seemed to have also noticed Caleb's little move. Instead of closing off its mind like that Mutwo had, it initiated communication with him. Xerneas, the aura on you is very special. Caleb, thanks. Xerneas, I have never seen a Pokémon like you before. Caleb shoveled a mouthful of food. I'm not a Pokémon, I'm a human. Xerneas's voice sounded even more curious. Human. Caleb continued eating. Yes, I am human. Xerneas, human, MMH, what kind of Pokémon is that? Caleb finished his meal, put down the bowl, thought for a moment, and explained in simple terms. Humans aren't Pokémon. You can think of them as another kind of creature. Xerneas seemed to understand vaguely. It looked at Dragonite and the other Pokémon nearby and said, They all like you very much. Caleb followed its gaze, nodded, and said, They are all my companions. We are traveling around the world together. Xerneas didn't speak again, just silently watched the scene from over there, seemingly deep in thought. By then, Lucario and Dragonite had also worked together to take down the tent. Caleb stepped forward to put it in his inventory, then turned to clean up the trash he had left behind with Mimikyu. After finishing everything, he recalled Mimikyu, Lucario, Hydreigon, and Celebi into their Pokéballs, then mounted Dragonite, ready to continue searching for the mountain peak piercing the clouds. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Xerneas. We're leaving now. Xerneas looked up at the human figure on Dragonite's back and asked, Will you come back? Caleb thought for a moment before replying, Maybe, maybe not. Seeing this, Xerneas didn't continue the conversation. Caleb said goodbye to this X-Deer and flew into the sky with Dragonite. They flew and flew. The forest and Xerneas below gradually turned into a small black dot until they disappeared from view. Dragonite glanced at the cloud layer above and asked, "Woo, should we keep going up?" Further up, the air would become thin, and the temperature would drop lower and lower. Caleb skillfully took out a cotton-padded jacket from his inventory and put it on, saying, "Yes, up we go." "Woo." Dragonite nodded, suddenly increased its speed, charged through the cloud layer in one go, and arrived below the dome of the sky. Caleb's luck wasn't as good as Dragonite's, so he simply left the task of choosing the direction to it. Dragonite's lake green eyes showed an expression of serious thought. After a moment, it cried out, turned around, and flew towards the east. That direction was also the direction Ho-Oh had flown yesterday. Just then, a voice came through the telepathic link from Fumitaka. "Beep beep. Caleb, please open your mic for communication." Caleb opened his mic and replied, "I can hear you. Yuna, we plan to leave this instance today. Before we go, is there anywhere you need our help?" Caleb thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know about location above the clouds and sky?" As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light appeared in Yuna's eyes. Her advanced psychic ability, foresight, was triggered at this moment. A moment later, she recovered from that special state, her eyes filled with lingering shock. She relayed what she saw. "I saw you and Mutwo fighting in the sky. Hoopa." Hoopa turned into its unbound form, summoning many legendary Pokémon. Caleb, he had already experienced this once. "What was the result?" he asked. Yuna took a deep breath and said, "I don't know." "I see." From Yuna's oracle, he did gain a key piece of information. That his direction was correct. The place above the clouds and sky was indeed above the clouds. As for the battle with Mutwo or something, he'd deal with that when the time came. Caleb sighed, feeling the future was vast and uncertain. If they really fought, he was afraid he'd be blasted to bits by those legendary Pokémon. Witnessing a legendary Pokémon battle like in the movies firsthand would be good, but Caleb only wanted to be a bystander, not participate himself. But the future can be changed, right? Just as Caleb was pondering, Dragonite suddenly let out a warning cry. Caleb quickly snapped back to attention, turned his head, and saw a familiar green figure flying over from the atmosphere. It was Rayquaza. So Ho-Oh really does bring good luck to those who see it, Caleb thought. His current location was already very close to the atmosphere, which happened to be Rayquaza's territory. In the movies, Rayquaza had sensed Deoxys passing through the atmosphere and chased them to the North Pole. The reason Rayquaza appeared here was likely because it sensed the situation here based on air currents. Caleb had a general idea, but Rayquaza shouldn't attack him like it did Deoxys, right? This Rayquaza was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Dragonite, flew past it, and blocked the way ahead. Caleb's will stirred slightly, ready to use the warp beacon to escape at any moment. But Rayquaza didn't attack him or Dragonite. It just floated there, craning its neck to look over. Its eyes held the same curiosity as Xerneas's, as if it had never seen a creature emitting such a strange aura before. Caleb thought of the scene before time travel, where Rayquaza had blocked Mutwo's attack for him. He thought for a moment and released his goodwill towards Rayquaza. Chapter 235. Under the clear sky that was devoid of any blemish, the young man sitting on Dragonite and the massive green creature gazed at each other from a distance. Below them stretched miles upon miles of thick, white, soft cloud layers, like cotton candy. The enormous green creature had a pair of crimson gold pupils that subtly revealed a natural dignity and solemnity, giving off an imposing aura without being angry. This was Rayquaza, the wielder of the sky's authority. Memories about Rayquaza flashed through Caleb's mind. In the games, it single-handedly quelled the conflicts between the other ancient Pokémon, Groudon and Kyogre. In the anime, it once critically injured Deoxys with a single strike. People had many different descriptions for it, such as the powerful dragon Pokémon, the sky guardian living in the ozone layer, or the leader among the ancient Pokémon. But no matter the description, none could fully capture its essence. Rayquaza was different from the other legendary Pokémon Caleb had encountered before. From it, he truly felt an untamable wildness and divinity. It was as if it were the very embodiment of the entire sky. The size difference created a tremendous visual impact. The surrounding air seemed to have been squeezed out. Caleb took a deep breath. He could tell that this Rayquaza meant no harm. The Viridian Power, filled with the essence of nature, activated, spreading out from Caleb in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped Rayquaza. Rayquaza's dignified crimson gold pupils shifted slightly. That aura felt very comfortable to it. Caleb blinked. He discovered that the Viridian Power he had released was slowly merging into Rayquaza's body. This meant that Rayquaza's health wasn't full. It seemed to be in an injured state, though the injury wasn't severe. Seeing this, the human-shaped walking Pokémon Center, Caleb, increased the healing intensity while connecting to Rayquaza's mind. He greeted, "Hi." Rayquaza paused upon hearing the sudden unfamiliar voice. Its huge green head turned slightly, looking around as if trying to find who was speaking. "Caleb, I'm the one who's talking to you." This Rayquaza didn't seem particularly bright. Hearing this, Rayquaza turned its head and looked at the creature sitting on Dragonite with its golden pupils, but did not speak. By now, Caleb had also fully restored Rayquaza's health. He withdrew the healing power, leaving only the telepathic connection, and said, "You were injured." Rayquaza knew it was injured. It had seen a delicious meteorite flying towards Earth in space and went to devour it, but carelessly got hit hard by another suddenly appearing meteorite. But that minor injury meant nothing to it, so it hadn't paid much attention. Seeing that Rayquaza wasn't responding, Caleb decisively gave up on trying to communicate further. After all, he had business to attend to. "Caleb, nice to meet you, but I have to go now." After saying that, he and Dragonite circled around Rayquaza and continued searching for their target among the clouds. Dragonite's speed wasn't slow, so soon enough, Rayquaza's figure turned into a small black dot left behind. But soon after, Caleb heard the sound of rushing wind again. He turned his head and saw the massive Rayquaza following them. Only when it got close to the human and Pokémon ahead did Rayquaza reduce its speed, following them at a leisurely pace. Caleb and Dragonite. Doesn't Rayquaza have anything else to do? Regarding this question, Caleb actually thought about it seriously. What was the daily life of legendary Pokémon like? With their long lifespans, did they feel bored like humans? Those with proper jobs, like Dialga and Palkia, who were mainly responsible for maintaining the stability of the world's spatial and temporal aspects, were fine. They could even spar with each other when bored. But Pokémon like Ho-Oh and Rayquaza, besides hibernating, their only pastime was wandering around the world, right? Caleb didn't attempt to communicate with the Rayquaza behind them. Soon it was noon. Caleb descended through the clouds, landed in a forest, released his other Pokémon, lit a campfire, and began preparing lunch. Over the morning, many new locations had been unlocked on the warp beacon. As for the place he was looking for, however, Caleb still had no clues. He felt he would have to travel the entire world to find that place. More importantly, throughout the entire morning, Caleb had passed countless mountains, rivers, and lakes, but never once found any traces of human existence. Combined with the previous conversation with Xerneas, a bold guess suddenly emerged in Caleb's mind. This world was a world where only Pokémon existed. And he was now the only human in this world. But if that were the case, what about the future human continent? He looked at the book of answers in his inventory. He still had one last attempt for this instance. Should I use it? And should I ask about the truth of this world, or ask for the specific location of above the clouds and sky? At this moment, Caleb's heart pounded. He took a deep breath and ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, choosing to use the book of answers. Wandering aimlessly without clues and relying solely on luck was just too difficult. Thinking this, Caleb took out the book from his inventory and silently recited in his heart the specific location of above the clouds and sky. The blank cover page flipped automatically without wind. Soon, it settled on a page displaying 3 bold words: It does not exist. What does that mean? Caleb's thought process stalled for a moment. He even thought it was a bug for a moment, but quickly discarded the thought. He frowned, recalling the previous question. Back then, he had asked for Mutwo's specific location, and the Book of Answers' response was above the clouds and sky. Now he asked for the specific location of said place, but the book's response became, does not exist. Caleb's brain worked rapidly. Besides it being a bug, he couldn't think of any other reason. Crappy broken book, it really should be used as a table leg prop. Caleb forcefully suppressed the urge to throw it into the fire and burn it. In the afternoon, Caleb, who had wasted the last attempt of the Book of Answers, continued his journey, searching for the landmark of the mountain peak piercing the clouds on this land inhabited only by Pokémon. The locations on the warp beacon gradually increased as Caleb moved. This instance was different from the collapsed world. It had no dangers and no time-limited quests. To be honest, if there weren't someone waiting for him in another world, Caleb felt he could stay here forever. Chapter 236. Caleb spent 6 months crossing countless mountains, rivers, and lakes. He followed migrating swallows from one continent to another. He watched countless metapods metamorphose into butterflies under the morning sun. He witnessed innumerable Magikarps swimming upstream, leaping over waterfalls, and evolving into Gyarados. The sun and moon alternated, the tides rose and fell. Beneath the dome of the sky, Caleb and Dragonite continued their journey. A green, sword-like figure sliced through the sky, leaving afterimages in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Caleb. It was Rayquaza. Since that day, Caleb often encountered this sky dragon while roaming above the cloud layers. After the initial curiosity wore off, Rayquaza seemed to have grown accustomed to Caleb's presence, allowing him to fly within its territory. As far as Rayquaza is concerned, the entire sky was its territory. Actually, when Caleb first left the initial area, he thought he would never see Rayquaza again. But on the second day, after he followed the migrating swallow to the warmer south, he saw Rayquaza's figure streaking across the sky. From then on, a strange tacit understanding formed between them. That being whenever Caleb arrived in a new region, Rayquaza would follow not long after. For Rayquaza, this was an extremely simple matter. It could sense the specific location of any creature in the sky based on air currents. "You went out to space to eat meteorites again?" Caleb asked telepathically. Rayquaza let out a low growl from its throat. Besides Rayquaza, over these 6 months, Caleb had also encountered other legendary Pokémon. For example, a certain electricity-emitting black dragon particularly enjoyed controlling a thundercloud and running around everywhere. Or the Swords of Justice training hard in the mountains: Cobalion, Terrakion, Viridian, and Keldeo. The Keldeo of this world was an especially enthusiastic and combative little heroic colt. On the day they met, it chased after Caleb, demanding a battle. Caleb had no choice but to stay there for a few days, using his Pokémon to battle it one by one. The result was that Keldeo lost very badly. At first, it could still gain some advantage against the inexperienced Hydreigon. But under the companionship and guidance of Caleb, Hydreigon improved rapidly, widening the gap between itself and Keldeo. In the final battle before Caleb left, Keldeo comprehended Secret Sword and transformed into its resolute form. That battle was also the only one Keldeo won. Of course, this was also related to Caleb intentionally holding back. Afterwards, Caleb continued his journey, while the little colt Keldeo stayed behind to accompany the other 3 Swords of Justice. Caleb used his Viridian Power to heal the minor wounds on Rayquaza's body. Just as he was about to speak, he felt Rayquaza's mood become grave. Caleb was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" Rayquaza let out a low growl and dove into the clouds. "Let's follow and see," Caleb said to Dragonite. Something that could make Rayquaza so tense. Could it be that the personification of land and the Lord of the vast sea are fighting again? "Woo," Dragonite responded. Its body swerved sharply downward, plunging into the thick clouds. Just then, Caleb heard a strange roar in his ear. At the same time, Dragonite emerged below the clouds. Rayquaza hovered high in the air, gazing at the scene below. Caleb followed its gaze and saw ripples like lake water undulating in the air. Immediately after, a massive blue figure emerged from the mirror-like air and charged towards another Pokémon on the other side, which had a pale purple body and theropod characteristics. Layers of smoky dark clouds spread across the sky, blotting out the sky and sun. It was a clash between the Guardian of Time, Dialga, and the Master of Space, Palkia. Rayquaza turned its head and let out a roar towards the ground. Only then did Caleb notice that the surrounding space was beginning to gradually collapse and dissolve as the two dragons battled. Rayquaza watched the fiercely fighting Dialga and Palkia with its golden pupils, its body eager, seemingly wanting to go over and stop them. Caleb, he used his Viridian Power to persuade Rayquaza, "Don't do it." There were two of them and only one Rayquaza. If those two teamed up against Rayquaza, it would be really awkward. Moreover, these two weren't Groudon and Kyogre. They were first-class deities wielding the authority of time and space. They were no less powerful than Rayquaza. Hearing this, Rayquaza looked over with a disapproving gaze. Caleb immediately understood its meaning. It said, "If I let them keep fighting, everything here will be destroyed." Caleb, "All right then, let me handle it. You don't have to interfere." A big question mark appeared above Rayquaza's head. Caleb didn't explain. Instead, he reached into his inventory and took out a pink doll item. This was an item he had obtained from the transformation and substitution instance. Clefairy Doll, a throne item, an item to attract wild Pokémon's attention, allows absolute escape from battles with wild Pokémon, can be used an unlimited number of times. Caleb gently patted Dragonite. Dragonite immediately understood and flew over. In midair, Dialga, having just used Roar of Time on Palkia, was preparing to press its advantage when it saw a pink doll falling from above. Its attention was instantly and uncontrollably drawn to it. It couldn't help but follow the pink doll down to the ground, lowered its head, and gently sniffed the scent on it. Caleb breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing the Clefairy doll worked. Just then, Palkia on the other side also saw this. Without a word, it opened its mouth, condensing a purple energy sphere containing terrifying power. That was the Master of Space's signature move, Spatial Rend. Seeing this, Caleb decisively threw a Clefairy doll at it. Palkia's casting was interrupted. Like Dialga, it landed on the ground, eagerly grabbing the pink doll in its claws, unable to put it down. But there was only one Clefairy doll. Using it on Palkia meant the effect on Dialga's side was lifted. Caleb turned his head and saw Dialga standing dazed on the ground, seemingly not yet snapped out of its previous state. But soon enough, its attention was captured by Caleb in midair. Dialga seemed somewhat easier to talk to than Palkia. Thinking this, Caleb released his goodwill towards it, while simultaneously activating his Viridian Power, healing its injuries while attempting to communicate with it. Chapter 237. Feeling the warm power entering its body and continuously repairing the damaged wounds, the Guardian of Time's eyes first showed a trace of confusion. But soon enough, it realized what had happened. It stood on the ground, looking up and quietly gazing at the creature above, emitting a strange aura. At this moment, the irritable mood Dialga had felt due to Palkia invading its territory instantly vanished, replaced by calmness. "Hello," Caleb greeted Dialga with trepidation in his heart. At such a close distance, he could feel the legendary Pokémon's pressure emanating from the other. Dialga rose from the ground into the air, its gaze fixed on Caleb, and said slowly, "I sense the aura of another me on you." Caleb was taken aback for a moment, then realized it was probably referring to the Dialga from the collapsed world. He nodded and said, "Yes, I encountered another Dialga before." Dialga didn't speak further. It slowly raised its head and gazed into the void. Palkia on the other side had also quieted down at some point. It held the Clefairy doll in its hand and looked up. Not far away, Rayquaza let out a roar, also raising its head along with the temporal and spatial duo. At first, Caleb didn't understand what was happening, but as a strand of bright, dazzling light split the sky, his thoughts suddenly became clear. What could make the temporal and spatial duo so quiet? In this world, Besides that one, probably no one else, right? Divine radiance dispersed the dark clouds brought by the fight between the temporal and spatial duo. Within that gentle light, a white, centaur-like figure emerged from the air. Its head and all four legs were covered in a layer of sacred-looking golden patterns. The golden cross-shaped structure at its waist connected to its body at the abdomen, inlaid with 4 emerald-green jewels. And around the edges of that golden structure floated 18 plates of various colors. The different colors together formed a rainbow-like glow. The Arceus of this world had descended. It floated in the air, its pale green eyes with red pupils scanning the Pokémon below. Palkia, which had been so arrogant just moments ago, immediately quieted down. Holding the Clefairy doll, it obediently flew into the air. Dialga followed closely behind, floating on either side of Arceus like ministers guarding their king. After intimidating the fighting temporal and spatial duo, Arceus turned its attention to the only human present. It said, "You do not belong here." As the great alpaca who spat at the face of nothingness and willed creation into existence, Arceus knew very well that this species did not exist on this planet. Caleb couldn't sense any emotion from the other. He remained silent for a moment, then asked calmly, "So, are you going to expel me?" Arceus, "No." After saying this, it left the place with Dialga and Palkia, disappearing into the void, leaving only Caleb and Rayquaza looking at each other. "All right, seems I should be going too," Caleb said to Rayquaza. He still needed to continue searching for above the clouds and sky. Rayquaza let out a roar, indicating it could carry Caleb while flying. "Forget it, I'll go on my own." His body wasn't sturdy enough to withstand Rayquaza's exaggerated speed. Rayquaza didn't press the matter. It was hungry and needed to go to space to find some snacks to replenish its energy. Caleb thought for a moment and said, "By the way, while you're flying in the sky, could you keep an eye out for mountains piercing the clouds?" Rayquaza nodded, then twisted its green body as it flew towards space. Caleb glanced at the sky. It was getting late. He planned to find a place to rest for the night and continue his journey early tomorrow morning. This area had many mountains and dense forests, with a climate that could be described as warm and humid. Unfortunately, the mountains here weren't very high in altitude. But precisely because of this, it created a special ecological environment where a large number of Pokémon could survive. Caleb had Dragonite help light a fire while he sat by the campfire and opened the unlocked map on the warp beacon. Then, he used the panel's built-in virtual brush to draw a large X on it. Another mountain range eliminated. That left only the region in the southwest, where high mountains existed. Caleb calculated the time he had spent here in his heart. It had been 6.5 months. 6.5 months of living in the wild had practically turned him into a savage. The only thing he still couldn't figure out was why the Mutwo from the collapsed world had suddenly appeared in this world. Meanwhile, within the distortion world of the renegade Pokémon, Giratina. As a special space where one could observe the real world, today it welcomed an extremely special guest. Giratina looked at the figure of the original one, feeling extremely bitter but unable to express it. But soon enough, its attention was drawn to the images reflecting the real world. There was a very strange-looking Pokémon. Around this strange Pokémon was a group of very weak Pokémon. They were eating some oddly shaped things, and as they ate, their faces showed satisfied and happy expressions. Is it really that delicious? This thought popped into Giratina's mind. Somehow, it felt a bit hungry, so it casually grabbed a passing specialty of the distortion world, a black stone, and began crunching on it. Arceus turned its head at the crunching noise and gave a light glance, causing Giratina's movements to slow down. Just then, Giratina saw a new Pokémon appear in the image. It was a Pokémon with blue dual horns and a deer-like appearance. It was Xerneas. It heard Xerneas say to that strange-looking creature, "Hello, human." Giratina thought, "Human, what is that?" Then it saw the creature Xerneas called a human pull out several crystal clear and beautifully shimmering cubes from the air. Xerneas began to devour them heartily, a happy expression in its eyes. Is it really that delicious? This thought emerged in Giratina's mind again. Having lived in the distortion world for so long, it hadn't eaten many good things and could only watch the Pokémon in the real world eat in solitude. Although legendary Pokémon at its level could survive by absorbing the floating energy of special dimensions, Giratina still wanted to experience the joys of the real world. Therefore, it attempted to communicate with Arceus. "Can I go out and take a look?" Arceus immediately understood Giratina's thoughts. It glanced at the situation in the image, then gently nodded. Chapter 238. Caleb looked at the Xerneas before him and asked curiously, "Why did you come here?" Xerneas raised its head, a look of confusion visible in its eyes. "I've always lived here." Hearing this, Caleb took out the warp beacon and checked the unlocked map on it. Sure enough, his current location was only a large forest away from the starting point he left 6 months ago. And this forest coincidentally happened to be the forest where Xerneas dwelled. Just then, a rustling sound came from the surrounding grass. Caleb turned his head and saw various small heads poking out from within. Pachirisu, Ambipom, Bunnery. He even spotted a Leafine and a Chimchar among them. Xerneas watched this scene and said gently, "Everyone seems to like you very much." "I like everyone too." Caleb smiled, took out half his supply of Pokéblocks from his inventory, went to each of them to feed them, and took the opportunity to pet the Leafine and Chimchar several times. He had to admit, the Eevee family was truly adorable and cute. They felt great to the touch. Caleb was moved by the idea of collecting a full Eevee family. He crouched down to chat with this well-behaved and gentle Leafine, but before he could speak, the Leafine began to tremble with fear. Not just it, but the other weaker Pokémon around also showed varying degrees of fear in their eyes. What was going on? Caleb stood up and looked around but found nothing. Xerneas looked up at the sky and said telepathically, "Up there." Caleb looked up and saw a large, gray, dragon-like Pokémon flying out of the void. It had 2 pairs of ghostly gray wings. A golden half-ring encircled its neck. Black and red stripes were distributed horizontally on the front of its neck. Its face was ferocious, and its entire body exuded a savage and cold aura. That was Giratina, the legendary Pokémon said to live in the distortion world, also known by the nickname Renegade Pokémon. To be honest, Caleb already felt today had been surreal enough. Not only had he encountered Rayquaza and Xerneas, but he also witnessed Dialga and Palkia fighting, and finally, Arceus made an appearance. And now, the Renegade Pokémon. What era is this anyway? He pondered. At first, Caleb thought he was just lucky to encounter Rayquaza. But now, everything that had happened forced him to change that perception. It was never because he was lucky, but rather, legendary Pokémon running amok worldwide was the norm in this world. He thought of this punishment instance's name, dystopia. Utopia is the ideal society in human consciousness, meaning a beautiful place where everyone is equal, without oppression, like a paradise or country. Was this world beautiful? If we're not talking about the future, but just the present, with no humans existing and Pokémon spread throughout the world, living freely and comfortably, then it could indeed be considered very beautiful. Even after humans appeared later, the world's situation didn't change. Pokémon and humans did not infringe upon each other, living on different continents and staying out of each other's way. In a sense, this was indeed a beautiful utopia without oppression. If the instance's name suggests otherwise, did that mean players had to change the world's current state, integrating Pokémon's lives with humans to truly liberate this instance? But after liberation, would the world's situation really become better than it is now? Just as Caleb was lost in thought, that Giratina had already arrived before him and landed on the ground. Giratina stood 5 meters tall and weighed 750 kg, enough to be considered a behemoth. The moment it landed, the entire ground shook violently, as if there had been an earthquake. Caleb looked up dazedly, just as Giratina also lowered its head to look at this creature called a human. The gazes of the human and the legendary Pokémon met in midair. A savage aura flowed through the air. Unlike Dialga and Rayquaza, Giratina had a pair of crimson eyes, making it look like an Asura from hell, a natural-born demonic villain. However, Caleb didn't sense any malice from it. "Hello," he greeted awkwardly. Giratina looked down at this little guy. It found this human quite cute. Giratina considered the possibility of taking the human into its distortion world to play. But soon, its attention was captured by the large pile of Pokéblocks that emitted a sweet fragrance. Caleb was taken aback for a moment, then followed Giratina's line of sight. "Caleb." He realized that the other was probably feeling peckish. With this realization, he asked, "Do you want some?" Giratina compared its own size to the size of the food pile. It couldn't grab them and didn't really want to lose face by lying on the ground and licking them up like a stoutland might. Xerneas said to Caleb, "It wants to eat those berries." Caleb. He felt those Pokéblocks might not even be enough to fill the gaps between this big dragon's teeth. But upon second thought, he realized that Giratina probably had never eaten Pokéblocks before. Although Caleb didn't know why Giratina had appeared here, he still called Dragonite over, held the box containing the Pokéblocks, and rose into the air. "Ah, open wide," Caleb said, just like he did when feeding Hydreigon. Giratina gladly accepted this little guy's kindness and opened its terrifying mouth. What a terrifying sight, Caleb mused. Meanwhile, in the distortion world, Arceus continued to silently observe the harmonious scene. "Humans." Arceus's eyes flickered slightly, its thoughts unknown. "All gone," Caleb showed the empty box to Giratina. Hearing this, Giratina seemed somewhat disappointed, but remained silent. Then it released a blast of wind from its mouth. The wind tore the void, forming a huge, dark entrance. Caleb and his Pokémon stood to the side, silently watching this scene, seeing off this domineering creature as it left. Giratina turned its head and flew in. The terrifying aura lingering in the space instantly dispersed. The wild Pokémon breathed an almost imperceptible sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, Giratina poked its head out of that black entrance again. "Roar," it shouted at Caleb. Giratina was inviting him in for a visit. Inside should be the legendary distortion world, right? For a guy who enjoyed seeking thrills, this was undoubtedly a great temptation. He had never seen what the distortion world looked like, and moreover, he was being invited to enter in such a peaceful manner. Caleb had to admit he was tempted. "I'll just go in and take a look. It shouldn't be dangerous, right?" he murmured. Chapter 239. It was a pitch-black void, one so vast, its end couldn't be seen. Countless collapsed ruins, broken walls, and massive rocks like isolated islands stood quietly in this void. A desolate and decaying aura filled the atmosphere, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. This was the distortion world, the broken world corresponding to the real world. The entrance behind him slowly disappeared. Xerneas, who had followed Caleb inside, looked back, then raised its head to look at the Giratina in the sky, which had transformed into another form. At the same time, Caleb received a notification. Ding! It is detected that player has entered the distortion world. The item, Warp Beacon, cannot be used here. It can't be used, Caleb was taken aback. He opened his inventory, and sure enough, saw that the icon representing the Warp Beacon had turned dim. "Roar!" Giratina turned its head and called out to Caleb, signaling him to follow, then flapped its wings and led the way ahead. Caleb pulled his attention away from the notification. The gravity in this space was very peculiar, allowing him to become like Spider-Man, leaping dozens of meters and even walking on walls. At first, he wasn't very accustomed. Sometimes, using too much or too little force would cause him to lose control of gravity and float around randomly in the sky. But soon, with the help of Dragonite and Hydreigon, Caleb quickly got the hang of it. Those rocks floating above became his best stepping stones. "Do you usually use this to observe the outside world?" he asked, looking at the liquid mirror-like image before him. Giratina nodded with a grunt. It looked around as if searching for something. Caleb didn't pay attention. He looked at the image of the real world in that picture, and descriptions of Giratina surfaced in his mind. Legend has it that Giratina was banished to the distortion world because it was too violent, and there it quietly gazed upon the outside world. It was a Pokémon known for its aggressiveness and territorial nature. There were also legends indicating Giratina would appear in ancient graveyards. But this description didn't seem very accurate for this particular Giratina. Besides the above theory, Caleb had heard a second theory during his travels in Sinnoh with Cynthia during the transformation and substitution instance. It stated that the distortion world existed in balance with the material world, supporting it, while Giratina, representing antimatter, was responsible for maintaining this world's balance. After wandering around the distortion world for a bit, Caleb mentally kept track of the time. It had been almost 2 hours since he entered here, and the sky outside had also darkened. He needed to go back to sleep. After all, he still had to continue searching for Mutwo tomorrow. Thinking this, he turned to Giratina and said, "Big guy, can you send us back?" Giratina refused this request. "Don't mess around, I have things to do," said Caleb. Giratina pretended not to hear. Caleb pressed, "I'm serious, and without food and water here I will die." Hearing this, Giratina transformed into its origin form, passed through the void, and left this place. Not a few minutes later, its figure reappeared and dropped a fresh fruit tree in front of Caleb. "I really can't stay here to keep you company," Caleb said. "I have very important things to do." Giratina made no effort to hide its inner thoughts, so Caleb easily sensed its intentions through his Viridian Power. Giratina wouldn't listen. It flew around somewhat irritably, then flew off into the distance at a rapid speed, disappearing from Caleb's sight in the blink of an eye. Giratina had run away. The warp beacon couldn't be used here. Did I just get kidnapped and imprisoned by the god of the distortion? Whoa. Dragonite nearby glanced at the fruit tree Giratina had dropped on the ground, walked over, picked a berry from it with its claw, and offered it to its trainer. Caleb felt it wasn't right to eat the other's food without staying, so he took it, wiped it casually on his clothes, and handed it to Xerneas beside him. "Do you have any way to leave this place?" he asked. Xerneas, the life Pokémon, naturally accepted this human's friendly feeding while shaking its head at the question. It did not have the ability to travel through dimensions. "All right." Caleb turned to look at Celebi, which could travel through time, and asked, "Shall we try?" "Bye." Celebi frowned slightly and gently shook its little head. It did not feel the existence of time here, which meant its power could not be used in this place. "It's okay, I'll think of another way." Caleb pinched Celebi's cheek, then opened the inventory panel, trying to find an item that could help them leave. First, the Book of Answers and the warp beacon were ruled out. As for the super escape rope, Mutwo hadn't been found yet, so Caleb wouldn't leave this instance just like that. That left only some miscellaneous items, like the Galar version Rotom bike, the travel tent, the super rod, forest medallion, and the Clefairy doll that was taken by Palkia, but was automatically reclaimed by the inventory. The other items couldn't be of use here, and Caleb couldn't fish out a Kyogre like Lana. That left only one usable item, the Clefairy doll. Just then, a notification sound that hadn't appeared for a long time rang out. Hidden Quest. The renegade Pokémon who wants a beautiful home triggered. Quest objective, renovate the renegade Pokémon's home. Quest reward, Giratina's Aid Opportunity X1. Giratina's Aid Opportunity, used to summon Giratina for support. The summoning duration lasts until the end of an entire instance. Caleb, who was about to use the Clefairy doll to bargain for freedom with Giratina, looked at the hidden quest that suddenly popped up. What the heck? He was stunned for a moment. Renovate the distortion world? How? Then his gaze inadvertently swept over the fruit tree on the ground. He suddenly remembered something. He immediately opened his inventory and rummaged through the furthest corner for an item he had bought before entering this instance. Super Psyduck Watering Can, a watering can imbued with mystical power. A watering tool that can make buried berries bloom and bear fruit within 30 seconds. Caleb held this Psyduck-shaped watering can in his hand, feeling somewhat hesitant inside. Can it really work? I mean, this is the distortion world after all. The land here is different from the material world, he murmured. With this doubt, Caleb crouched down, picked up the berry seed that Xerneas had just eaten, and buried it in the lifeless black soil beneath his feet. Then, he raised the super Psyduck watering can in his hand and poured water onto the soil. A clear, clean stream of water evenly sprinkled onto the black soil from the watering can. Chapter 240. Several minutes passed, but the soil where the berry seed was buried remained completely still. As expected, it's not possible, Caleb muttered. The distortion world supported the existence of the material world. There was no life here, nor should there be any. He regretfully put the Psyduck watering can back into his inventory, ready to give up on this hidden quest and continue to communicate with Giratina, exchanging the Clefairy doll for freedom. But just then, Xerneas, who stood nearby, suddenly began to radiate a dazzling light. Caleb turned around and saw the blue, branch-like horns on its head transform into a seven-colored hue. Under the illumination of this seven-colored light, the berry seed on the ground began to grow at an extremely rapid pace. In just 30 seconds, it went from a slender sprout that had just broken through the soil to a vibrant and lush adult tree laden with plump berries. The changes did not stop there. That touch of green spread uncontrollably, quickly expanding outward from the berry tree as its center. A magical force enveloped the floating island, and the originally lifeless, nutrient-deficient soil visibly shed its black color, reverting to the brown of normal soil. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. By witnessing this scene, Celebi spontaneously emitted a faint green light from its body. Starlight green specks drifted away from it, and tender green shoots emerged from the brown soil bathed in these specks. In the blink of an eye, this desolate, lifeless island had transformed into a vibrant, full-of-life island of vitality. Xerneas, having bestowed life upon this floating island, turned to Caleb and asked softly, "Is this how it's done?" Caleb nodded in a daze. Xerneas was the legendary Pokémon that presided over life. It was said that when the horns on Xerneas's head emitted a seven-colored glow, it could grant eternal life. It possessed the mystical ability to create forests and bestow life. Having received confirmation, the light radiating from Xerneas grew even more intense, forming a semicircular sphere brimming with vitality that spread outward in all directions. Caleb immediately recognized what it was doing. This was the move known as geomancy. In the anime, Xerneas had used this move to revive those petrified by Yveltal. Moreover, while using geomancy, it transformed into the form of a large tree. When asked by Ash and the others if this meant it was going to die, Xerneas responded that it was only the beginning of a new life. Caleb knew this. He did not want to use the favor gained from his title to exploit Pokémon for such purposes, nor did he want to see Xerneas exhaust its energy and transform into a tree to sleep for 1,000 years. Therefore, he frowned and spoke up to stop Xerneas's actions. "Stop, otherwise you'll turn into a tree." Xerneas, standing within the light, glanced at Caleb upon hearing this, shook its head gently and telepathically said, "Do not worry. This is only a small portion of my power. I will not fall into slumber." Only then did Caleb remember that in this world, where only Pokémon existed, the power of legendary Pokémon was far greater than that in other worlds. Unlike Suicune in the anime, which was caught in a fishing net, they were true deities in every sense, controlling aspects of this world. The green sphere of light expanded, enveloping the entire distortion world within it. Life was bestowed upon the floating islands, and flowers, grass, and fruit trees began to grow on them. The distortion world had no sunlight, no time, no space. This meant that these plants would possess perpetual life. They would not die, nor wither, forever maintaining their best state. Somewhere in the void, behind a large rock, Giratina irritably shattered a passing stone with its tail. "How annoying, that creature actually doesn't like my world." Giratina was furious, but its anger quickly subsided. "Fine," it admitted, "this place is rather terrible." Unlike the real world, there were no beautiful flowers, clear rivers, or green grasslands. Everything was lifeless and dull. At this thought, a destructive impulse suddenly surged within Giratina. It wanted to make the outside world exactly like this place. But just as Giratina was about to succumb to darkness, it sensed a peculiar energy wave flowing through the distortion world. "What's going on?" Giratina peeked out from behind the rock. Then, it witnessed an unbelievable scene. Green grasslands like those in the outside world, lush trees, fragrant blooming flowers. But how is this possible? Giratina's first reaction was disbelief. In a daze, it flew out from behind the rock and headed toward the source of that energy. Looking at the vibrant floating islands along the way, it could hardly believe this was the same place it had lived in before. Giratina flew, unobstructed all the way to the largest floating island. It slowly descended onto the grassland, its crimson eyes filled with astonishment. Caleb also noticed Giratina's return. After settling the great contributor, Xerneas, he took the Clefairy doll out of his inventory and negotiated with Giratina. "I'll give this to you. Will you let us leave this place?" Giratina did not respond. As if it had sensed something, it looked upward. Caleb found this scene somewhat familiar. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw the radiant great creator of the Pokémon universe making another appearance. Well, Arceus's light was truly dazzling. Arceus's green eyes swept over the transformed distortion world, before finally settling on Caleb. Caleb felt somewhat uneasy inwardly. He couldn't sense any emotion from the other. There were rumors online that Giratina had been punished and banished to the distortion world by Arceus for being too violent. Was that the case in this world? Then, by turning Giratina's prison into a warm home, wasn't he slapping the divine llama in the face? Caleb's mind conjured up the beautiful image of himself being bombarded by Arceus's judgment. However, none of those anticipated scenes occurred. Arceus merely looked at him calmly, its divine, neutral voice resonating. "You are human." Caleb replied calmly, "Yes, I am human." Arceus continued, "There are no humans in this world." It looked into Caleb's eyes, as if seeing into the depths of his heart. Caleb answered composedly, "I come from another world." Arceus fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why have you come here?" Chapter 241. "To find a friend," Caleb answered. Arceus's tone sounded somewhat puzzled. "A friend? Is it also human?" "No, it's a Pokémon," Caleb explained patiently. Although he didn't know what Arceus intended to do, judging by the current situation, the other party bore no ill will towards him. Arceus fell into thought. Its divine eyes swept over the Dragonite, Hydreigon, Lucario, Mimikyu, and Celebi beside Caleb, before finally returning to Caleb himself. Then asked, "Are all these your friends as well?" Caleb nodded, "Yes." Arceus said nothing more. Its figure vanished into the void, leaving behind a final sentence. "My name is Arceus. Human, if you need help you may call upon my name." Caleb could hardly believe his ears. He turned to Dragonite and asked, "What did it just say?" "Woo," Dragonite obediently repeated the message. Caleb was still somewhat incredulous. "Are you sure you heard correctly?" Dragonite blinked its eyes innocently. "All right." Caleb took a deep breath, suddenly feeling that the path ahead had become much brighter. He turned to look at Giratina, who seemed not to have processed what happened yet, and asked, "Big guy, can you let us out now?" Roar. This time, Giratina did not fly away as it had last time. It obediently opened the portal to the material world. "Goodbye." Caleb took out half of his stored food and Pokéblocks from his inventory and gave them to Giratina. Giratina did not move. It simply hovered silently in the void, watching as the group departed. Before stepping out of the distortion world, Caleb stopped and looked back. Behind Giratina lay a vast, dark, and profound void. Apart from the area transformed by Xerneas, everywhere else was still filled with an aura of desolation and decay. Broken rocks drifted in the void. Cold, lifeless islands floated along with piles of ruins that looked like remnants left after a world war. Giratina was there, seemingly about to merge with those things. Roar, Giratina tilted its head, somewhat confused. Caleb thought for a moment, then stepped back, jumped in front of Giratina, and took out the Clefairy doll from his inventory. "This is for you," he said. "Let it keep you company in this desolate place." Giratina's gaze was immediately captured by the Clefairy doll. It stared unblinkingly as the cute pink doll floated to its front. Then, it carefully gathered the doll into its embrace with its black right wing. Seeing this, Caleb smiled silently. He turned around, caught up with Dragonite and Xerneas, and left the distortion world. The moment he left, he received the notification for the completion of the hidden quest. Ding! Hidden quest. The renegade Pokémon who wants a beautiful home, completed. Reward has been sent to the player's inventory. Hearing this, Caleb opened his inventory and, sure enough, saw a new Chibi Giratina icon. He closed the panel, and the portal behind him gradually disappeared. At that moment, the horns on Xerneas' head had already returned to their usual blue color. It looked at Caleb and said, "I must go now." "Thank you for your help," Caleb said earnestly, "and goodbye." Xerneas took one last look at him, then turned around and nimbly moved through the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Meeting and encountering different Pokémon during travels. Perhaps this is the charm of the Pokémon world. Caleb muttered as he watched Xerneas' figure disappear, then turned to look at Lucario, Hydreigon, and the others, feeling fortunate that he was accompanied by all his companions. After resting overnight where they were, Caleb continued on his way to find the location that had appeared in the Book of Answers. Only one last area remained before he could fully explore this world. When Caleb reached the sky, he once again saw that green figure in the clouds. Compared to a few days ago, Rayquaza's energy seemed somewhat weakened. It coiled its body in the clouds, revealing only half its head to greet Caleb. "Are you injured?" Caleb asked, simultaneously having Dragonite approach it while using his Viridian Power to check its condition. Rayquaza nodded. "Yes, I am about to enter into hibernation to heal my injuries." It had come today specifically to say goodbye to Caleb. "How did you get so seriously injured?" Caleb asked, using his ability to treat it. "Some reckless fools invaded my territory. I taught them a lesson." Reckless fools? Could it be that Deoxys came to this planet? Thinking this, Caleb sensed Rayquaza's thoughts, and sure enough, saw in its mind the scene of it battling 8 Deoxys in the atmosphere. Caleb, feeling the warm energy mending its wounds, a trace of weariness showed in Rayquaza's eyes. This weariness was not just physical, it was more of a weariness of the soul and spirit. This battle had consumed too much of its innate energy. It would need to hibernate for a long time to recover it. "I must go. I'll come find you after I wake up." Rayquaza shook its large green head, said its farewell, then soared high into the sky and disappeared into the ozone layer. It had to be said, the Rayquaza of this world was truly powerful. Even facing so many Deoxys at once, it hadn't been at a disadvantage at all. Caleb sighed with emotion for a while as he watched the direction Rayquaza had left, then said to Dragonite, "Let's go, buddy." "Woo," Dragonite responded, then flew with its trainer toward the last area. 3 days later, Caleb looked at the endless plain before him, feeling somewhat crushed, despairing. There was nothing, no mountain piercing through the clouds. He thought of the words from the Book of Answers, "It doesn't exist." But back when he had asked about Mutwo's location, it had shown above the clouds and sky. He wondered if it was maybe because the place didn't exist yet in this era. But then, whether it was the formation of mountains or the movement of tectonic plates, all of it required a very long time. If that place truly existed, it simply couldn't have formed in just 38 years. So he wondered if Celebi had brought him back to an even earlier point in time. "Celebi, can you determine how many years it is from the point in time we came from?" Caleb asked. Celebi frowned, troubled, extending its small hand and counting on its fingers. Caleb waited patiently. He thought, since he had already spent so much time, a little more wouldn't matter. Soon, Celebi arrived at an answer back. 39 years. This is only 39 years in the past, but how was that possible? Caleb was sure he hadn't missed a single area. But, Chapter 242. Caleb frowned as he descended onto the vast, flat wilderness with Dragonite. This area was filled with trees with thick trunks, similar to baobab trees. Many Pokémon that resembled monkeys were jumping back and forth among the branches. Standing high up, they curiously observed the visitors from afar below. Forget about tall mountains. As far as the eye could see, not even a small hill or mound was visible. Caleb silently watched this scene, his mind racing with rapid thoughts. Since this world had no mountain peaks piercing the clouds, it meant that the so-called above the clouds and sky was not what he had understood it to be. The clues were cut off again, and everything had to start over from the beginning. Caleb couldn't guarantee that if he returned to the future, he would once again face pursuit from that native Mutwo. But there was no need to stay in this era any longer. He had to go back to search for new clues. This was precisely the conflict at hand. Returning meant waiting for him would be a Mutwo suffering from severe mental illness. Add that unpredictable time bomb, the Mischief and Jin Pokémon, Hoopa, who could summon a large group of legendary Pokémon, he would have no way to fight back. Caleb pondered for a moment. Actually, fighting was still possible. If that legendary battle really happened then, he had the red orb and blue orb in hand, which could make Groudon and Kyogre side with him. At the same time, Rayquaza and Giratina would probably also join his side. As for Arceus, Caleb couldn't be sure whether that battle would attract Arceus's attention. He thought for a moment, then looked up into the void and shouted, "Arceus!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the space in front of him rippled like water. Immediately after, a fully equipped Arceus with 18 plates emerged from it. Caleb was stunned so fast. But before he could think more, Arceus, having retracted its radiance and slowly landing on the ground, asked, "Human, have you found your friend?" Caleb collected his thoughts and shook his head. Not yet. He had just been trying to call out to Arceus, never expecting that the other would actually come, and so quickly at that. Arceus asked, "Where are they? Perhaps I can help you." Caleb thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, I'm not very sure either, but it should be on a very, very high mountain. However, I couldn't find that place in this time period." Hearing this, Arceus showed no surprise. It looked at Caleb with eyes that revealed no emotion and asked, "A very high place?" Caleb was deep in thought, so his tone sounded somewhat absent-minded. "I have to go." He couldn't afford to waste any more time here. As he spoke, he raised his head and saw Arceus begin to glow with a very dazzling light. 2 plates of indistinguishable colors flew out from its body and then sank into the ground. The next moment, the entire ground began to shake violently. The scenery in the distance started to change rapidly, and the earth beneath their feet began to rapidly bulge upward, gathering into the shape of a mountain. The baobab trees on the plain gradually turned into small black dots. In just a few breaths, a massive mountain range had appeared on this vast wilderness. The changes did not stop. The gathered peaks continuously drew power from the plates, still extending upward without ceasing. The surrounding temperature began to drop as the altitude increased. In the blink of an eye, Caleb's location had already reached the front of the clouds. Above was the boundless azure sky, below were the endless white clouds. As the wind blew, those ethereal clouds and mist began to slowly churn. Caleb remained unmoving, stunned into stupor. The earth and stone plates completed their task and returned to Arceus's side. Arceus asked in a calm tone, "Is this the place?" "I don't know," Caleb answered in a daze. He turned his gaze to the layer of clouds and mist and asked, "Does this place have a name?" Arceus thought for a moment and said seriously, "No, but you may give it a name." In that instant, Caleb felt as if a tangled dead knot in his mind had come loose. Above the clouds and sky, the place that didn't exist in this era. Is it as I had imagined? Thinking this, he looked at Arceus and asked, "Can I call it above the clouds and sky?" Arceus looked at him calmly and said, "Then it shall be above the clouds and sky." Rumble. At this moment, Caleb seemed to hear a clap of thunder flash by. In the unseen realms, it felt as if some special connection had been made. The questions in his mind finally had definitive answers at this very moment. Why did the Book of Answers show 2 different answers at different points in time? Why did Rayquaza help him block Mutwo's attack back then? Why did Dialga not stop his time-traveling actions? So all of this was destined to happen. The events of the past were the cause he had sown, and the future was the effect resulting from those past events. Setting these aside, only 3 doubts remained in this instance. First, why did humans appear 38 years later? Second, Why did the native Mutwo of this world develop such a severe mental illness? Third, why did the Mutwo from the collapsed world come to this world? To find the answers to these three questions, he could only return to the future 38 years later. I have to go, Caleb said excitedly to Arceus. Arceus seemed somewhat confused. Where are you going? Back to the era I should be in, thank you, Arceus. Then, will we have a chance to meet again in the future? We will meet again, Caleb nodded. If Arceus hadn't fallen into slumber by then, I might still need your help then. Arceus, I look forward to it. Caleb hummed and said, I look forward to it too. Nearby, Celebi's time vortex had finished charging. With an eruption of green light, a dizzying sensation, as if the sky and earth were spinning, washed over him like a tide. Celebi's time travel only changed the time. It did not transport the user from point A in the past to point B in the future. Therefore, when Caleb opened his eyes, he was still on that cloud-piercing mountain peak. However, compared to 39 years ago, the ground here was now overgrown with desolate, yellowing weeds. The moment he landed, Caleb suddenly remembered that in his excitement, he had forgotten to ask Arceus if it had the ability to create humans. After all, the humans that appeared in the future seemed explainable only by this notion. But before he could ponder further, his attention was drawn by a figure not far away. Found you. Chapter 243. The humanoid figure standing at the mountain peak seemed to sense something. Mutwo slowly turned around, and its expression immediately trembled upon seeing that familiar figure. As a special life form created from the fusion of human genes and Muse genes, aside from possessing immense power, Mutwo also had emotions similar to humans. Therefore, it could feel all the joys and sorrows of the world, and could even experience the excitement of reuniting with an old friend. For Mutwo, the young man who had pulled it out of the mire was not only its comrade and companion, but also its redemption and hope. If it hadn't met him, Mutwo didn't dare imagine what it would have become. After watching the rebooted world get on the right track, Mutwo found Palkia, who had memories from before the reboot. With Palkia's help, Mutwo traversed countless dark dimensions and arrived in this world. But by the time it arrived, Caleb's presence had already disappeared from this world. Later, Mutwo met this world's creator and obtained some information from him, and has since waited here until today. After hearing Mutwo's account, Caleb was truly astonished. He asked, "So you waited here for 38 years?" Mutwo nodded silently. It possessed a long life, and time meant little to it. Caleb felt complex emotions. Looking at Mutwo's determined eyes, he had to admit that he was deeply moved. He opened his mouth and said, "I." He then paused for a moment, unsure what to say. He simply gave up on those sentimental words and stepped forward to hug his good comrade with open arms. Wu Tilda. Dragonite, Mimikyu, and Lucario, who had experienced the Mutwo incident, stood behind them, deeply moved by the scene. Then they all gathered around and took turns hugging Mutwo. Only Hydreigon was left standing in place with a bewildered look, not knowing what to do. Caleb introduced, "This is our new companion." Growl. Hydreigon was even more confused. Why did everyone seem so familiar with it? Had it missed something? Woo. Dragonite walked over to the young dragon like an older sibling and patted the youngster with its claw. These two dragons had never gotten along well, so the moment Dragonite placed its claw on Hydreigon's head, another one of Hydreigon's heads opened its fierce large mouth and bit down. But it knew its limits, so it only symbolically ground Dragonite's claw with its sharp teeth without actually biting down. Caleb watched this scene and said, "Kids who quarrel won't get snacks tonight." Hydreigon immediately let go and stood in place looking obedient. Caleb smiled and said, "All right, it's time for us to go back now." Now that Mutwo was found, he didn't really feel like doing this world's main quest. But before leaving, he wanted to thank Rayquaza, Arceus, and the others. However, just as he was about to call out to Arceus, a golden light ring suddenly appeared in the sky ahead. Immediately after, this world's Mutwo and Hoopa emerged from it. To avoid confusion, this Mutwo will be called Mewtwo. Mewtwo's face was shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see its specific expression. Mutwo looked up, glancing at Mewtwo above without surprise, and asked, "Is this the me of this world?" Caleb nodded with a frown. He felt that this Mewtwo was truly unreasonable. "I told you I didn't come to this world for you," he said, annoyed. Mewtwo ignored him, instead turning its gaze to the Mutwo standing beside Caleb, saying coldly, "Under the guise of so-called friendship and companionship, you exploit us into doing those disgusting things. Isn't that what you humans want? HMPH, I won't stand by and watch another ignorant Mutwo be deceived by you any longer." The ignorant Mutwo itself showed a confused expression and asked, "What is this one talking about?" It might have been hurt by humans in such a way before, so it subconsciously assumes that everyone approaching it has that purpose. Caleb answered, "I won't allow such things to happen." As it spoke, a strong sense of extremism emerged in Mewtwo's eyes. A torrent of psychic power condensed and took form midair, turning substantial as it charged toward Caleb. Mewtwo's eyes also glowed with a layer of blue light. Its body slowly ascended, one hand extended, and psychic waves surged out to neutralize the opponent's attack. "Leave this one to me," Mewtwo said to Caleb. Mewtwo had been through a similar experience, so it could more or less understand some of this Mewtwo's feelings. But that was no reason for the other to randomly harm others. The two Mewtwos floated above the clouds, psychic energy swirling around them, but neither initiated an attack first. Mewtwo said obsessively, "Are you sure you want to oppose me for the sake of humans?" Mewtwo looked at the other for a few moments, not answering directly, but instead said slowly, "I don't understand your actions. Our bodies contain human genes. From a certain perspective, you and I are also human." Mewtwo frowned tightly, somewhat angrily wanting to use psychic power to intimidate the other. Nonsense. Mewtwo effortlessly neutralized the opponent's attack while saying, "You can refuse to admit it, but you cannot deny the human genes within us. They allow us to think like humans, to have rich emotions like humans." At this point, Mewtwo's tone changed, looked directly at the other, and continued. "For example, right now you are angry. You want to attack me. You are thinking about which direction to attack me from, and you can feel it too, right?" Mewtwo glanced at Caleb below and continued, "There is something about him that attracts us, making it easier for us to develop fondness for him, easier to trust him. At first, I didn't understand it either." Mewtwo's mind conjured up things Caleb had done in the past, saying, "But now, I'd rather believe that those intangible things are the essence of who he is. To be honest, I am actually grateful that fate allowed me to meet him." Hearing this, Mewtwo fell into silence. After a long while it spoke, "He is from Team Rocket." Mewtwo looked at it and reminded, "We once were too." Mewtwo fell silent again. It looked down at the young man below and asked, "Aren't you afraid that one day he will use you to do things you don't want to do?" Mewtwo said nonchalantly, "I am happy that I can help him." Mewtwo looked utterly disbelieving. "What if he asks you to do things that harm Pokémon?" Mewtwo said with certainty, "He won't." "You are truly insane," Mewtwo murmured. "Is he worth you doing this for?" Chapter 244. Although Mewtwo did not speak, Mewtwo could still see the answer in its eyes. Seeing this, Mewtwo took a deep breath and said, "Since that's the case, then prove it to me personally." Hearing this, the expression on Mewtwo's face also turned serious. "As you wish." As soon as the words fell, the two Mewtwos, as if having reached some kind of consensus, simultaneously stirred up a surge of psychic energy around their bodies, then transformed into pale blue, dazzling light spheres and charged toward each other. The two made contact and immediately separated, then sharply turned downward at high altitude, disappearing into the churning white clouds and mist, only to rise high toward the dome of the sky the next second. The two light spheres, identical in color and size, spiraled upward, leaving a faint white trail in the azure sky. "Woods, they're fighting." Dragonite looked up at the dazzling scene and said. Caleb hummed in agreement and asked, "Can you tell which one is our Mewtwo?" Dragonite shook its head. "Woo." It couldn't tell. The speed of those two was simply outrageous. "Wait," Caleb suddenly became alert. Just now, his attention had been entirely on Mewtwo, and he seemed to have forgotten one thing. He looked around and asked, "Did you see Hoopa?" But before Lucario and the others could answer, Caleb heard a voice from above. "Hoopa Hoopa, are you looking for me?" Hoopa slowly descended in front of Caleb, observing him curiously. "Hoopa, you're so weird," Hoopa said, suddenly moving close, almost pressing against Caleb's face. Then, its form changed very abruptly, taking only 1 second to transform from its confined form to its unbound form. "Hey ha ha ha, are you scared?" The 6 arms floating around large Hoopa trembled as it let out a malicious laugh. Damn, that escalated quickly, Caleb thought, expressionlessly taking a step back. This Hoopa gave him the illusion of a mischievous child who enjoyed watching trouble unfold. But it must be said, Hoopa, after lifting its seal and transforming into its unbound form, had an appearance that was hard to compliment. Those 6 thick bluish-gray arms, the vicious-looking face with a sinister smirk, and that black, deep hole on its chest. It gave the impression of something pieced together from elements like ancient Egyptian mummies and Japanese samurai. In comparison, little Hoopa was clearly much cuter. Large Hoopa laughed heartily by itself for a while, then revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Let me show you something even more interesting." After saying that, the golden ring on its body floated into the air. Caleb, he really wanted to know, with Hoopa being so arrogant, wouldn't the legendary Pokémon beat it up? As a golden light flashed, several black shadows once again emerged from the enlarged golden ring. This time, the first one summoned wasn't Groudon, but the familiar Giratina. Immediately after came Latias and Latios, followed by Kyogre and Rayquaza. Next to appear were the temporal and spatial duo, Palkia and Dialga, as well as Regigigas. Groudon was left for the last group, along with Kyurem. The familiar scene played out before Caleb for the second time. He looked up, directing his gaze toward Rayquaza and the other legendary Pokémon he had known in the past. For Rayquaza, 38 years had passed, but for Caleb, only a few days had gone by. Hoopa unbound hid to the side, watching excitedly, its face almost spelling out "fight, fight, go on, beat the crap out of each other." However, these legendary Pokémon did not move. Dialga and Palkia looked at Hoopa with serious eyes. Seeing this, a flicker of regret flashed through the unbound Hoopa's heart. It quickly reverted to its confined Hoopa form and fled into the light ring like the wind. Roar! Kyurem erupted into a rage on the spot, opening its mouth and unleashing a glaciate toward where Hoopa had disappeared, then left gloomily, flying in the direction of the cave it inhabited. Latias and Latios sighed helplessly. They exchanged glances, then vanished into the clouds. Next, the innocent legendary Pokémon like Kyogre also left one after another. In the blink of an eye, only the temporal and spatial duo, Giratina, Rayquaza, and their 2 unfortunate land-bound companions, Groudon and Regigigas, remained on the mountain peak. Caleb looked at Rayquaza, which had flown in front of him, and asked, "So, you recognized me last time?" Rayquaza nodded its large green head. When it woke from its hibernation, it had searched for Caleb for a while but had never found him. Roar! Giratina came over and greeted Caleb enthusiastically. "Hi, big guy," Caleb responded with a smile. On the other side, Palkia and Dialga looked up at the battle between the 2 Mutwoes above the dome. But at that moment, as if sensing something, they turned to look in the same direction. The other legendary Pokémon also seemed to sense something, all stopping their actions and looking into the void. A dazzling rainbow light emerged out of thin air. Within that light, a sacred form intertwined with pure white and gold slowly descended. Arceus glanced at the 2 white beams above, then turned its gaze to Caleb. "Human, have you found that friend?" Caleb nodded, looking at the sky and said, "Right there." Arceus did not speak. It merely followed Caleb's gaze to the 2 humanoid Pokémon battling fiercely in the sky. The other legendary Pokémon present also watched this scene quietly. The teleportation speed of the 2 light spheres was gradually slowing down as time passed. Clearly, this battle of ideologies was about to reach a conclusion. Woo! Dragonite looked worriedly at the 2 light spheres. Finally, they both reached their limits, preparing for one last clash. Mutwo's figure hovered in midair, calmly watching the Mewtwo opposite it, and said, "You've reached your limit. Is there any need to continue? Mewtwo fell silent for a moment. It took a deep breath, closed its eyes, and memories of the past surfaced in its mind. Being deceived. Being used. Soon, when it opened its eyes again, only deep stubbornness remained within them. It did not speak, but instead erupted with a surge of psychic energy even more intense and terrifying than before. Seeing this, Mewtwo sighed silently. Compared to this young Mewtwo, it had lived for a very, very long time. Mewtwo had lived for decades before the reboot, plus the decades after the reboot, and during this long passage of time, it had long since found the meaning of its existence. Chapter 245. However, this did not mean it would change the other's perspective through peaceful means. Thinking this, intense psychic energy waves surged from Mewtwo's body as well. That psychic energy transformed into an extremely bright white light sphere, enveloping Mewtwo within it. Then, it charged straight toward the opponent who was midair. As the two light spheres containing terrifying power collided, the excess psychic energy in the air began to compress and flow wildly. The two light spheres were squeezed out of shape, and locked in a stalemate, they directly triggered a violent explosion. An extremely dazzling white light immediately bloomed in the sky. The air was affected by the impact, and the air molecules in the atmosphere trembled violently at its frequency. The humming sound of air friction echoed throughout the sky, continuous and unending. An arc of light rapidly spread outward from the center. The terrifying psychic energy fluctuations pushed the air currents in the atmosphere. Fierce winds began to blow on the mountaintop. The clouds below were stirred by this force, churning violently. Caleb's clothes fluttered noisily in the gale. He ignored it, focusing intently on the situation above. Who won? Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet also seemed to have been only a few seconds. Boom! A figure fell straight down from above onto the ground, splashing up a large cloud of dust. Immediately after, Mewtwo's figure slowly descended from midair to Caleb's side. Caleb's anxious heart finally relaxed at this moment. Mewtwo stood up awkwardly from the ground, its gaze fixed intently on Mewtwo. It communicated telepathically, "You won. Mewtwo, will you come with us?" Mewtwo fell silent for a moment. It stood there covered in wounds, as if thinking or perhaps in a daze. After a long while, it turned its head to glance at Caleb, then used teleport to leave the place. Ultimately, Mewtwo chose not to trust humans. "We should go home," Caleb said, looking at the place where Mewtwo had disappeared. So far, he still hadn't received any main quest related to this instance. If that was the case, it meant he could only use the super escape rope to leave here. But before leaving, he had one more thing he wanted to figure out. He turned to look at Arceus and said, "I still have a question I don't know the answer to." Arceus asked, "What is it?" 38 years ago, there were no humans in this world. Why is there now a continent inhabited by humans on the sea? Did you create them? Arceus shook its head and answered, "They came from another world." Caleb was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what the situation was. Having experienced a high-tech instance, he was not surprised by the emergence of technology capable of crossing parallel worlds. According to the timeline, that group of humans arrived in this world after he did. As for that Mewtwo, it might have been created during these 38 years, or it might have been brought from another world by the humans who arrived here first. But no matter what happened in the past, it had little to do with Caleb. He had found Mewtwo, resolved the pursuit from Mewtwo, and now only wanted to return to the infinite world to hold a celebration party. All things considered, he had spent nearly 7 months in this instance. It was time to leave. Thinking this, Caleb took out a red and white Pokéball from his inventory. Mewtwo had seen trainers capturing Pokémon in the collapsed world. Therefore, the moment Caleb took out the Pokéball, it realized what was about to happen. At this moment, Mewtwo's mood relaxed inexplicably. It initiatively extended its right hand and touched the button in the center of the Pokéball. The next second, a streak of red light shot out, tracing Mewtwo's arms and enveloping its entire body before being stored in a Pokéball. The Pokéball swayed slightly in Caleb's hand, but soon stopped. He then received a prompt from the panel. "Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully capturing Mutwo. Everything is finally settled. Caleb gently sighed in relief in his heart, then took out the Piquet balls for Dragonite and the others, saying, "Everyone, return." Woo. Roar. Bi. Q. Dragonite, Hydreigon, Celebi, Mimikyu, and the taciturn Lucario simultaneously turned into red light and returned to their Piquet balls. Thus, the 6 Pokémon of Caleb's first team were fully assembled. He put the Piquet balls into his inventory, then looked up at the legendary Pokémon before him and said, "I'm going home now. Thank you all so much." Giratina seemed dumbfounded upon hearing this, then hurriedly roared and blew out a gust of wind, opening the portal to the distortion world and slipping in. Rayquaza let out a series of roars. Caleb could tell it was saying goodbye to him. "Goodbye," he said, patting its head. Arceus watched this scene quietly, then suddenly asked, "What is your world like?" Caleb was stunned for a moment, then stood up and looked at Arceus. Although he didn't know why the other was asking this, he still answered based on the situation in his exclusive instance world. It's a world where humans and Pokémon coexist harmoniously. There, humans live with Pokémon, travel together around the world, and accompany each other to grow stronger. Arceus fell into deep thought after hearing this. The 18 plates on its back slowly rotated around the golden structure. After a long while, it spoke again as if in a trance. "That must be a very beautiful world." Caleb's mind conjured up the leisurely life with Dragonite and the others in Celestic Town. He nodded in agreement. "It is." At that moment, Giratina's figure also flew out from the distortion world. It held a beautiful pale pink flower in its mouth, slowly descended to Caleb's side, and lowered its head, signaling for him to take it. "This is, for me?" Caleb asked, taken aback. "Roar." Seeing him accept it, Giratina happily nodded its large head. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Giratina's gift. Grassidia flower, an important item. Normally, people would bundle it into a bouquet and give it away on festival days, but this flower also possesses the magical power to allow Shaman to change from its land form to its sky form. "Thank you, big guy." Caleb put the flower into his inventory, planning to treasure it carefully back in the infinite world. Giratina cried out happily. Caleb patted its knee and looked around with some regret. Dialga, Palkia, Arceus, Rayquaza, Giratina. Among those connected to him at that time point, only Xerneas was absent. He mumbled, "It seems I won't be able to say goodbye to Xerneas." Chapter 246. But he still had to give it a try. Caleb stood in the clearing and waved to the several legendary Pokémon before him. Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, as well as Groudon and Regigigas who hadn't yet left the mountain, either flew or stood in place, watching him leave. He activated the warp beacon. The next second, the scene before Caleb abruptly changed from the clear blue sky to a deep, dense forest. This was the forest where Xerneas lived. Since obtaining the Child of the Forest title and upgrading his Viridian Power in the previous instance, he felt a kind of sense of familiarity every time he entered a forest. This feeling was very comfortable for him, like returning home. Because their habitat was the forest, Caleb directly released Celebi, who is also known as the Guardian of the Forest, from its Piquet ball. He looked at Celebi and asked, "Can you sense Xerneas' presence?" Celebi flew a circle in the air and called out, "Bet." It could sense it. Led by Celebi, Caleb boarded the Dragonite Express and began flying at low altitude through this forest. Watching the trees swiftly passing by on either side, his mind wandered in a rare moment of distraction. Dragonite was clearly not suited for rapid movement in places with many obstacles like this. Although Mutwo could take him directly via teleport, constantly teleporting would be rather boring. If he wasn't pressed for time, Caleb wanted to enjoy the wild winds of the Pokémon world a bit longer. In such situations, Pokémon capable of running on flat ground like grasslands and forests would be very useful. Thinking this, several figures of rideable Pokémon quickly flashed through his mind, such as Arcanine, Zebstrika, Rhyhorn, Onix, Ponyta, and the like. Among these Pokémon, The one that most captured his heart was undoubtedly Ponyta. Not the ordinary form of Ponyta, but the Galarian form, the Rainbow Ponyta. It would be great if he had a chance to visit Galar someday. Bay. At that moment, Celebi, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly stopped. Before them was a thick, leafy tree, but this tree's shape was different from the others around it. Its crown spread toward the sky like antlers on both sides. And on that crown grew countless lush, verdant leaves, which, when caught in the sunlight, shimmered with tiny specks of shimmering green. Caleb looked up and saw the scene. He was stunned for a moment, then realized the next second that this tree was the target he was searching for, Xerneas in its tree form. What happened? Seeing this, Caleb used Scout on the tree. Xerneas, tree form, a special form resulting from overexerting its own life force, requires sleeping for a very long time to awaken. How am I seeing these details now? Was Scout upgraded? Caleb murmured, flipping through his system notification panel, which he hadn't opened for a long time. Most of the notifications were about him defeating some wild Pokémon, gaining experience, or a certain Pokémon leveling up. Previously, because each of these notifications would annoy and distract him, he had simply turned off this function. He filtered through the experience notifications from battle results, and soon found a notice among the text. Ding! Scout has been updated. From now on, players can use Scout on any target. Infinite World version 1.14 update content. Due to receiving numerous complaints about serious discrepancies in Pokémon strength assessment values, the function to view Pokémon levels via Scout is now officially removed. Players will no longer be able to view their own and enemy Pokémon levels and strength values. Experience candies have also been removed, and each experience candy will now be replaced with an equivalent amount of points. The current exchange rate between experience candies and points in the Infinite World is 1:10, meaning one small experience candy can be exchanged for 10 points, middle for 20 points, large for 30 points. Scout is officially renamed to Appraise, with the function to use Appraise on all targets. This function can view detailed information lore of items. Note, the content revealed by Appraise is related to the player's own charisma and luck values. Caleb skimmed through it roughly, got a general idea, and then focused his attention on the large tree before him. The panel showed that Xerneas had turned into its tree form after overexerting its life force. But he remembered that when he last saw Xerneas, it was still in its prime. 38 years might be very long for humans, but for Xerneas, which possessed eternal life, it meant nothing. Did Xerneas fall into hibernation because it helped me? Caleb recalled the scene where Xerneas bestowed life upon the distortion world. Or maybe something happened during these 38 years that made Xerneas share its life force. Also, could Xerneas still have consciousness while in hibernation? Caleb pondered seriously for a moment, then stepped forward and tried to sense Xerneas's condition through his Viridian ability. But the moment his hand touched the tree trunk, a hidden quest notification popped up. Ding! It is detected that player Caleb chases friendship with Xerneas meets the conditions. This has triggered Xerneas's exclusive hidden quest, the Seed of Eternal Life. The Seed of Eternal Life, unique hidden. Quest objective, have a conversation with Xerneas. Quest reward. Caleb. What's going on? Why did a quest pop up just as I was about to leave this instance? This was reminiscent of when you're about to get off work, but the boss suddenly notifies you to work an extra hour. Caleb felt somewhat reluctant to do it, but since it concerned Xerneas, he patiently and carefully read through the quest description again. Quest objective, have a conversation with Xerneas. It seems simple enough. Anyway, let me communicate with Xerneas first. Thinking this, Caleb continued using his Viridian ability, attempting to connect with the large tree before him. But minutes passed with no response from Xerneas. With no success in his attempts, Caleb decisively turned to look at Celebi. If it were other players, they might have no way around this, but Caleb could travel back through time, year by year, until he reached the year before Xerneas fell asleep. Celebi nodded cheerfully. The time ripple around it began to erupt. Soon, green light enveloped Caleb, taking him away from this era and back to 1 year ago. Everything before him dissipated like a dream bubble. Caleb opened his eyes and found the same large tree still standing before him. He said to Celebi, "One more time." Chapter 247. The year before last, the antler-shaped large tree stood quietly deep in the forest. A beam of sunlight shone through the leaves onto the ground, casting a large patch of dappled shadows. This scene made Caleb feel it was very much like the place in The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, where the Master Sword was inserted in Korok Forest. But the timing was wrong. Caleb looked back at Celebi. Celebi understandingly nodded and continued to activate the time ripple. The year before last. The year before that. The year before that. All the way back to 31 years ago. The experience of traveling through time wasn't very pleasant. It was like riding a rickety old bus on a dirt road. Just thinking about it, Caleb felt dizzy and a bit nauseous. He looked up at Celebi before him. Even for Celebi, the continuous use of the time ripple was hard to bear. So after this journey, it directly landed on Caleb's shoulder, panting heavily. Phew! Seeing this, Caleb reached out and transferred some Viridian energy to the tiny Pokémon to replenish its overly depleted reserves. But at that moment, Celebi suddenly raised its small hand and let out a weak cry. "Bye." Caleb turned his head. At first, he didn't notice anything wrong, but after Celebi cried out again, he realized that this time there was no large tree before him. This meant that at this point in time, Xerneas had not yet fallen into slumber. "Can you sense its presence?" he asked. "Bye." Celebi closed its eyes, and green light emanated from its body. Its perception followed the forest wind, drifting to every corner of this forest. Soon, Caleb received a positive answer. He tucked Celebi into his pocket and rode the Dragonite Express in the direction indicated by Celebi. When Caleb found Xerneas, it was drinking water from the river. As Caleb arrived, Xerneas seemed to sense something. It stopped drinking, raised its head, turned around and looked over. "Hi, long time no see." Caleb greeted it while carefully observing Xerneas' expression and condition. Xerneas looked at him and slowly said, "Human." Caleb nodded in response, simultaneously pondering the specifics of this hidden quest. Next year, Xerneas would transform into its tree form and enter hibernation. This meant that something would happen this year that would cause Xerneas, in the prime of its youth, to overexert its vitality. But what exactly could that be? Thinking this, he asked, "Have you been feeling well lately?" Hearing this, a puzzled expression appeared in Xerneas' eyes. It had awakened from its last millennium of slumber less than 50 years ago and was currently at the peak of its physical condition. Just by seeing Xerneas' expression, Caleb understood. He thought for a moment and decided to change the question. "All right. Then, have you seen Yveltal these years?" Yveltal. Xerneas knew of it. It was a destructive Pokémon with a dark aura. It could take the lives of other creatures, end their lives, and turn them to stone. Additionally, Yveltal had the ability to absorb the life force of living beings. Whenever its lifespan was nearing its end, it would absorb the life force of all creatures around it, then revert to a cocoon and sleep for 1,000 years. Xerneas did not like that brutal and merciless Yveltal. Before its last millennium of slumber, Yveltal had used Oblivion Wing to suck away the vitality of various creatures over a wide area, causing a great disaster where all living things were turned to stone. That time, to save them, Xerneas had shared its own life force, then transformed into its tree form and entered hibernation. But since awakening this time, it had not yet encountered the other. Xerneas gently shook its head and said, "I can sense its presence. It has not yet awakened from its slumber." Hearing this, Caleb's heart skipped a beat. No way could this year be the year Yveltal awakens. Looking at Caleb's expression, Xerneas seemed to discern his thoughts and said softly, "Do not worry. It will still need a long time to awaken." "How many years exactly?" Xerneas carefully used its senses for a moment and answered honestly, "Approximately 100 years later." After hearing this, Caleb was even more perplexed. If it isn't Yveltal that would cause Xerneas to enter hibernation, Then what else could it be? Could it be the humans of this world? At this point in time, those humans should have already officially arrived in this world. Caleb thought of the strict rules and regulations of the future human continent 38 years from now. Arceus wouldn't treat those humans that way for no reason. Something must have happened to cause this world to become what it is now. Could that incident be related to Xerneas? Caleb originally didn't want to get involved, but now that incident might be connected to his hidden quest. What a headache. But before figuring out what happened, Caleb needed to clarify some things with Xerneas. He looked into Xerneas' eyes and said, "I have traveled back from the future." And the future? Caleb hummed in agreement and continued. In the future, no, 1 year from now, you will turn into a tree and enter hibernation. Xerneas was not surprised. It thought for a moment and said, "Do not worry. For me, that is only the beginning of a new life." It then asked, "Did you come back to find me for something?" Only then did Caleb remember his main purpose for finding Xerneas. "I came to say goodbye." Goodbye. Caleb nodded. "I am leaving this world. I might never see you again, so I wanted to see you one last time, and then I discovered that the future you had turned into a large tree." Xerneas did not dwell on the topic of turning into a tree. It just looked at Caleb quietly and asked, "Did you find your friend?" "Of course. Would you like to meet them?" "If possible." It wanted to see what kind of friend could make this human travel the entire world to find it. Hearing this, Caleb took out the red and white ball containing Mutwo from his inventory. Although putting Mutwo in a regular Piquet ball was indeed unreasonable, the player's Piquet balls were empowered by the infinite world's power and would not burst open from the Pokémon inside. Of course, this was under the premise that the Pokémon did not struggle or resist becoming the player's Pokémon. With a flash of dazzling white light, Mutwo's simple and unadorned figure appeared beside Caleb. Caleb introduced to Xerneas, "This is Mutwo." Chapter 248. Mutwo. Xerneas looked curiously at this Pokémon with its large purple tail. Mutwo gave a light nod and said, "I am Mutwo." Xerneas did not linger its gaze on Mutwo for too long. After getting a general idea, it turned back to Caleb and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Caleb thought for a moment and said, "In a little while." Since he was already here, he might as well complete that hidden quest before leaving. Thinking this, Caleb glanced at the hidden quest panel. The quest objective had updated after his conversation with Xerneas. Quest objective updated. New objective, wait until nightfall. Nightfall, does that mean something will happen tonight? Caleb couldn't figure it out, so he decided to wait with Xerneas until dark. Xerneas had no objections to this. Although it was a guardian, staying by this human's side also gave it a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Caleb checked the time displayed on the panel. It was exactly 4:30 p.m. Night would fall soon. Having already traveled through this world once, he didn't feel like going anywhere else for the time being. He simply set up camp on the spot, released Dragonite and the others from their Piquet balls, lit a campfire, and started preparing dinner. Mutwo silently watched this familiar scene, something that only existed in its memories. For the first time in a long while, it felt a sense of warmth and contentment. This was the life Mutwo wanted, a beautiful life with companions. No human could endure eternal loneliness forever, and Mutwo, with human genes in its body, felt the same way. However, the only companion it wanted to live with was Caleb, and it could only be Caleb. The orange flames danced on Mutwo's face, and its expression softened automatically at this moment. By the way, Caleb placed several ingredients prepared in advance by Gardevoir into the pot and turned to Mutwo, asking, "Why did you appear in this world?" Xerneas, who was nearby, also turned its gaze to it upon hearing this. Mutwo answered, "Because your presence was detected here, so I came." Hearing this, Caleb fell into thought. Although he knew there were many parallel worlds, dimensions, he wondered if Mutwo possessed a special ability to travel through these dimensions. I don't think that's the case. Perhaps the expression on his face was too obvious. Seeing this, Mutwo explained, "Palkia sent me here." So that's how it is. If it was Palkia, then everything made sense. The collapsed world was in the punishment instance with the number L000, while this scenario's world was numbered L002. Judging by the numbers, the distance between them did seem relatively close. Caleb asked, "How long have you been in this world?" Mutwo calculated in its heart, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It seemed like 38 years had passed. It didn't remember very clearly, and for it, the existence of time had long lost its meaning. Sensing Mutwo's thoughts, Caleb suddenly didn't know what to say. So, from beginning to end, this was all a missed coincidence. Mutwo sensed his presence in this world 38 years ago and came over, but he had already returned to the future by then. So, Mutwo waited there for 38 years. And he, entering this instance 38 years later, traveled back 38 years to find Mutwo, and through a series of coincidences, had Arceus create a towering mountain. Although the story's development was full of twists and turns, as long as the outcome was good, that was all that mattered. Caleb felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, he hadn't given up and used the super escape rope to leave the instance. However, mentioning this reminded him of the collapsed world he had rebooted. He asked, "What happened to that world later?" Mutwo met his gaze and answered seriously, "Everything is fine there. Humans and Pokémon work hand in hand. Before I came here, they had already entered a brand new era." "That's good." Hearing this, Caleb sighed in relief. After all, it was a world he had worked hard for, and no matter what, he still held some affection for it. But he wondered how the rebooted Team Rocket trio and the Resistance fighters were doing. Caleb also remembered that pink-haired Lolita, who stayed up late crafting armor for Mimikyu. Mutwo watched his expression for a while and slowly said, "James eventually became an excellent Pokémon researcher. Jessie became a coordinator, stepping onto the stage of contests with Meowth and her Pokémon. The Resistance fighters were born one after another decades later. Like James, they lost their memories of the previous timeline and started their respective new lives." That's good. Caleb also hoped that instance should no longer be counted among the punishment instances. Xerneas listened silently to this conversation nearby. The fire crackled and popped. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. And at that moment, the hidden quest's objective changed for the second time. Quest objective updated. Quest objective, Meteor. Meteor? What meteor? Woo! Dragonite nearby let out a confused cry. Caleb turned his head and saw that the Pokémon around them had all raised their heads at some point, looking at the sky. He followed their gaze upward. He saw streaks of comets with brilliant tails streaking across the sky. This scene was like the one above Itamori Town in the anime, Your Name. The evening breeze was slightly cool. Caleb personally experienced the scene that Miyamizu Mitsuha had once seen. The meteors streaking across the sky were indeed beautiful, but that was under the premise that they weren't flying toward the viewer. A comet crashed into the forest. The sparks generated by friction through the atmosphere instantly ignited the surrounding trees. Immediately after, countless dense comets gradually grew larger in Dragonite's lake-like clear eyes. Amid the rumbling explosions of meteors crashing into the forest, Caleb vaguely guessed why Xerneas had turned into its tree form and entered hibernation. Psychic energy flowed in Mutwo's eyes. It slowly rose into the air, using psychic to block the approaching comets. Under this tragically beautiful apocalyptic scene, Caleb turned around in a daze and looked at Xerneas. The place where the life-presiding Xerneas resided was home to far too many wild Pokémon. Their lives were simply no match for these grand firework-like comets. Before returning, Caleb had considered too many reasons that might cause Xerneas to turn into a tree. Human destruction, the awakening of Yveltal. But he had forgotten to consider the most important point. Besides man-made disasters, there were also natural disasters. Xerneas stood solemnly and gravely in place. It looked up at the sky, comets reflecting in its eyes, swiftly passing through them. Life in the forest was continuously fading. Xerneas noticed Caleb's gaze and looked over with reassuring eyes. It was as if saying, "Do not worry, this is only the beginning of a new life." At this moment, Caleb felt a true divine radiance from it. Chapter 249. Xerneas is a deity, one presiding over life. Therefore, it cannot stand by and watch a large number of innocent lives perish. In the past, Caleb did not believe that the Pokémon called deities in the Pokémon world were true gods. But at this moment, he saw true divinity in Xerneas and understood the true meaning of those legendary Pokémon that wield authority. Rayquaza presides over the sky, living in the ozone layer, and protects this world from external threats. Dialga presides over time and is responsible for maintaining the temporal order of this world, preventing it from falling into chaos. Zygarde monitors the state of the ecosystem. Once the ecosystem is damaged, it appears to suppress those who destroy it. The reason they are called deities refers not only to the immense power they possess, but more so to their ability to maintain the normal operation of this world. This meteor shower lasted for nearly an hour. The forest was ignited, bursting into raging flames. For this forest, this beautiful meteor shower was undoubtedly a major disaster. Countless lives fell silent within it. They would never open their eyes again to see the sun rise or witness the breeze pass through the forest. When everything finally settled, this forest, which had been lush and vibrant during the day, had become a charred wasteland. Mutwo descended from the sky to Caleb's side, its expression heavy, looking at him with apologetic eyes that it couldn't save all the Pokémon in this forest. "You've already done very well," Caleb comforted it, then turned to look at Xerneas across from him. At that moment, a quest completion notification popped up. Ding! Hidden quest. The Seed of Eternal Life has been completed. He wasn't quite sure why this hidden quest had been triggered, and it was the first time he had experienced a quest as a witness. But soon, Xerneas provided the answer to this question. "Human, I am very happy that you came back to bid me farewell. Meeting you is the happiest thing that has happened since I awoke this time. If I were to fall into slumber without saying goodbye to you, I might never see you again." Its slumber lasts over 1,000 years. For an ordinary human, this time is far too long. If upon waking, it were to never see this kind human again, it would be a truly tragic loss. As it spoke, a rich green light began to emanate from Xerneas' body. That green light gathered into the shape of a tree, merged with the ground, and firmly took root underground. An invisible force spread outward in all directions from below. The ruined land, the charred trees, and the lifeless Pokémon lying on the ground slowly emerged with a green glow under the influence of this force. Accompanied by a strange humming sound, changes began to appear. Tender green grass sprouted anew from the charred ground. The scorch marks on the large trees disappeared, restoring them to their state before the destruction. The fallen Pokémon, revived, slowly opened their eyes and rose to their feet. As if sensing something, they began running toward the same direction. And this direction was precisely where Xerneas was currently located. Caleb looked at Xerneas using geomancy and somewhat understood why he had received this hidden quest when he touched that tree. It was Xerneas bidding him farewell in its own way. Under the effect of the infinite world, Caleb thus received this hidden quest. Just then, Xerneas looked at him. The green glowing horns on its head suddenly changed from green to a brilliant rainbow-colored hue. Bathed in that rainbow-colored radiance, Caleb began to feel something unusual happening to his body. Ding! Reward has been distributed. Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for receiving the reward, Lifespan. Caleb was stunned for a moment, then a thought surfaced in his mind. When the horns on Xerneas' head emit a rainbow-colored light, it can share eternal life. Xerneas said softly, "Human, I hope I can see you again when I awaken from my slumber." This was a small selfish wish from the life Pokémon. It hoped that beautiful things could exist forever. After saying this, the light on Xerneas' body reached its peak. Then, its form slowly transformed from a deer into that of a tree. As Xerneas fell into slumber, the green light gradually faded away. Mutwo, Dragonite, and the others looked at the large tree before them with eyes full of respect. Caleb was dazed for a while, then smiled in relief. Well, meeting and getting acquainted with Pokémon is truly a wonderful experience. Then he turned to his companions, saying, "We should go." Mutwo nodded and returned to its Pokéball along with Dragonite and Lucario. Caleb took one last look at the tree Xerneas had transformed into, silently saying, "Goodbye, Xerneas." Then he used the super escape rope obtained from Yuna and directly left this instance. The long-forgotten settlement sound rang out. Instance dystopia settling. World exploration, 100%. Requirement met, obtained achievement, Explorer Gold. Main quest completion assessment. Assessment result, main quest not completed, therefore no points will be awarded. Instance settlement complete. Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for obtaining title reward the Flower Planter. The Flower Planter, magical title. The farming genes engraved in your bones have awakened. Equipping this title allows the player to gain the ability to make all plants grow quickly, excluding special plants like the Tree of Beginning and Time Flower. It has been detected that player Caleb Chase's inventory already contains 6 Pokémon. The arena function has been officially unlocked. Arena, a special venue for players to battle. Players can freely enter to match opponents, upgrade ranks, and obtain rankings. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards upon settlement. No usage restrictions. You can choose legendary Pokémon to battle. Reassessing players' comprehensive strength value rating. Congratulations! Your ranking on the overall player leaderboard has risen by 29,887 places. Current ranking, 1. Note, the comprehensive strength value is the sum of the strength ratings of the current main team of Pokémon in the player's inventory. However, this value may have significant discrepancies from reality and is for reference only. Ding! Would you like to display your specific Pokémon team on the leaderboard? Note, players can freely choose which Pokémon to display. This will not affect the final ranking. Players can use this function to show other players the rare Pokémon they have captured. Chapter 250. Ding! Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for obtaining the achievement. Explorer Gold. The achievement thunderclouds gathered in the sky began to retreat in all directions after this announcement. On the central square, a group of players strolling around looked somewhat unaccustomed to this scene and asked, "Did I hear correctly? He only got one achievement this time." Another player thought for a moment and guessed, maybe, perhaps because his performance in this instance wasn't very good. But before his words finished, another strange change occurred in the sky above. A myriad of golden rays descended from above, forming the shape of a huge plaque. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a line of text slowly appeared on that golden plaque. Ding! Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for ascending to the top of the leaderboard, obtaining the title Extreme Realm. Extreme Realm, King title, exclusive to the player ranked first on the leaderboard. Players equipped with this title can enter the Extreme Realm for special training once a month. Hearing this announcement, all the players didn't react at first, but dazedly stood in place, looking at this scene with disbelief. Someone murmured, "What the hell, did he capture Arceus or something? That's so outrageous." If I remember correctly, someone specifically looked for his name on the leaderboard not long ago. It was over 20-0. Skipping over 20-0 people to reach first place in one go, is this person a monster? No, a player looked at the player leaderboard in shock. At this moment, the first position was already occupied by the name Caleb Chase, while Yi Fan and others were pushed down one place in order. But this wasn't the main point. The key was the Pokémon team displayed next to the name. That player said with a trembling voice, "The first Mutwo in the entire infinite world has appeared." There's also a new title on the title leaderboard, the Flower Planter, an SS grade rare title. "Oh my god, is this guy a monster?" someone murmured. Meanwhile, at a famous bar somewhere in the entertainment district, Yi Fan looked grimly at the text on the panel. Your current leaderboard ranking is 2. The top exclusive title, Extreme Realm, has been revoked. At this moment, the flame of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. Yi Fan's first place was taken. Jiol's eyes sparkled with excitement. She licked her plump red lips. Things are starting to get interesting. Although they weren't teammates, she still knew something about Yi Fan. If she had to describe him in 2 words, the only ones Jiol could think of were scheming and extremely vindictive. Coupled with the incident during the mythical Pokémon contest, new and old grudges combined, Yifan was probably ready to smash Caleb's skull in hatred. But Joel looked at the name that stood next to Caleb's. Mewtwo. For a veteran player who had experienced many instances, although legendary Pokémon were strong, they were not unbeatable. As long as one prepared in advance and brought Pokémon that countered its attributes. Moreover, besides type advantages, she had several trump cards that could be used against Mewtwo. As for Yifan, Joel believed his trump cards wouldn't be fewer than hers. The leaderboard ranking only considered the overall strength of the Pokémon, but did not factor in the trainer's own strength. Not to mention, players also possessed various extraordinary items with different functions. While it was certainly impossible to completely disable Mewtwo, it was possible to weaken it somewhat. I wonder if Caleb will participate in this upcoming Battle Royale. But for an event with no penalties and offering rich rewards, probably no player could refuse, right? If that were really the case, then this season's Battle Royale would be interesting. In Yuna's room, Fumitaka looked at the newly updated leaderboard and exclaimed in shock, "Look, Yuna-senpai, he captured Mewtwo." Kamala also seemed to think of something and asked in disbelief, "The friend he mentioned, could it be this Mewtwo?" Yuna smiled helplessly and said, "I don't know either. You can ask him yourselves, he'll be here soon. Oh look, he's already here." Before her words faded, a figure appeared out of thin air in the living room. Caleb's gaze swept over the three faces, nodded slightly in greeting, then turned his attention to Yuna. Yuna stood up, pulled up her panel, and scanned his face. The next second, Caleb received a prompt. 100 points, received from player Kazuki Yuna. "I just sent it over, did you receive it?" Yuna asked. Caleb nodded, "Yes, see you later." He had come in a hurry. After teleporting back to his room and just releasing the Pokémon from their Poké balls, he had rushed over to collect the bounty. After saying that, Caleb was about to teleport away, but Fumitaka called out to him at this moment, Hey, wait a second, wait a second." Caleb paused, turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Fumitaka tentatively asked, "Did you really capture Mewtwo?" Caleb nodded. "Then can we see it?" Mewtwo was an icon of a generation. When the movie Mewtwo, the first movie, came out, this legendary was crowned the strongest Pokémon. Although many others like Arceus and Giratina came later, Mewtwo remained an enduring belief for some. Caleb looked at the other's fanboy expression, thought seriously for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll invite you to my place in a bit." Hearing this, Fumitaka's face showed a delighted expression. Caleb smiled and directly teleported back to his room, then chose to invite friends to enter. With 3 flashes of white light, Fumitaka and the other 2 appeared in the living room. Caleb said they should all be playing in the Pokémon Paradise right now. Do you want to go there to take a look or wait here for a while? The warm-hearted Dragonite and Mimikyu had pulled Mewtwo along when they returned to show it around all the facilities at home and introduce it to its future home. Fumitaka couldn't hold back and said, "Let's go to the Paradise. I've never ran into Mewtwo in an instance before." "All right, come this way." Caleb skillfully led the way, 3 guests closed behind. He opened the door to the Pokémon Paradise and was about to speak when he heard a cry of pain from behind. Fumitaka, who had stepped on something and fell flat on his face, wiped himself as he stood up. He held the culprit that had tripped him and said, "What is this? It hurts so much." Caleb looked back and apologized. "Oh, that's my Pokémon's toy. Usually no one comes here, so it's messy. Please watch your step." "Toy?" Fumitaka looked oddly at the familiar fiery red, glass ball-like object in his hand. He had seen an object exactly like this in an instance before. If he wasn't mistaken, Team Magma used this thing to control the ancient Pokémon Groudon. "He calls this a Pokémon's toy." He looked at Caleb in disbelief. Caleb also felt it wasn't good to leave things lying around randomly. He thought for a moment, walked over, squatted down, and pulled out several items from under the table, behind the cabinet, and beside the sofa. Along with the one in Fumitaka's hand, he threw them all into Dragonite's dragon nest. Fumitaka simply felt like questioning his life. "Am I seeing things?" Those were the Hone region's treasures, the red orb and blue orb, and not just one pair. He initially thought Caleb was showing off to him, but soon he realized the other had no such intention, because Caleb treated the orbs like ordinary glass marbles. Fumitaka suddenly felt that if Caleb got hold of a championship trophy, he would fill it with soil and use it to grow flowers. "What's wrong?" Caleb turned around, somewhat puzzled at seeing the others hesitate. Kamala finally reacted at this point. She pointed at the two pairs of red and blue orbs and muttered, "That." Caleb took a glance and immediately understood what had happened. Dragonite and Hydreigon usually liked to roll them around on the ground to play, causing him to also treat these two pairs of orbs as ordinary toys for Pokémon entertainment. He truly hadn't realized how ordinary players would feel upon seeing them. He said without changing his expression, "Those are the Hone region's orbs. I obtained them in an instance once." "Then what about that?" Fumitaka pointed at the black, cube-like object on the table. If he wasn't mistaken, that seemed to be the spear key used to open the spear pillar in the Sinnoh region. Although it wasn't in its key form now, Fumitaka still recognized its identity at a glance. Caleb took a look and introduced, "That's the spear key. I also brought it out from an instance." "Oh, I see." Fumitaka nodded dazedly, clearly looking greatly shocked. The three silently followed Caleb to the Pokémon Paradise. As the Paradise's owner, he had the authority to locate specific Pokémon. He glanced at the panel, then used points to buy 4 of the cheapest mechanical taros to serve as transportation. On the way, Yuna suddenly asked, "Are you participating in this upcoming Battle Royale event?" Caleb was replying to messages from Terrence and Hatsumi. Not long ago, Hatsumi had created a small chat group for all 3 of them. Hearing this question, he nodded, "I'm going." Yuna asked again, "Have you found a team yet?" "Yes, but there are only 3 people now. The team isn't full yet." "Oh," Yuna nodded, "that's a shame. I was going to invite you to join ours." Caleb smiled and didn't say anything. Although Terrence and Hatsumi had some gap in strength compared to Yuna's team, in the early stages, Hatsumi and Terrence had provided him with a lot of help and information. He wasn't the kind of person to forget favors. Moreover, Caleb didn't believe he had no chance of winning. At worst, he still had an aid card that could summon Giratina. The moment he displayed his team, Caleb had already prepared himself mentally for being targeted. Giratina was the big surprise he had prepared for those players, and his Mutwo was not just any Mutwo. It was an experienced Mutwo that had lived for nearly 200 years. Additionally, it possessed the ability to Mega Evolve on its own. To be honest, Caleb also couldn't quite gauge Mutwo's strength now. The notification he received upon leaving the instance had truly shocked him. Adding 1 Mutwo directly pushed his ranking to the top. It was simply frightening. Thinking this, he glanced at the crystal-clear blue heart in his inventory. Mutwo's heart, mythical item, condensed from Mutwo's emotions. This item allows Mutwo to freely switch between Mega Mutwo X and Mega Mutwo Y forms and increases the duration of both forms by 100%, exclusive to player Caleb Chase. Without a doubt, with this, Mutwo's strength would ascend to another level. Later, he would find a twisted spoon that could increase Psychic-type moves by 20% for Mutwo. That would truly make his companion a devastating force. At this moment, Caleb suddenly felt he was unworthy of being Mutwo's trainer, but he indeed didn't treat Mutwo as his Pokémon. Compared to Dragonite and the others, Mutwo was more like a human. Because of this, Caleb couldn't view it as a pure Pokémon. Compared to a Pokémon, he felt Mutwo was more like his friend, a comrade who had fought together and slept in the wilderness. Soon, the 4 rode Tauros into a lush forest. At the entrance, they dismounted and proceeded on foot. The wild Pokémon living here sensed Caleb's presence and poked their heads out of the grass one by one, greeting him in their own ways. Even a soft Vulpix jumped out of the grass and affectionately rubbed against his calf. Caleb squatted down, picked up the little guy, and stroked its soft fur. Fumitaka felt something was off. He looked around and found many Pokémon lurking in the grass, watching them. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are these all your Pokémon?" There were so many. From the moment he entered the forest until now, he had seen at least dozens. The forest was so big, and if there were this many just in this area, then the total must be even more. But Caleb shook his head and said, "No, they are just wild Pokémon who are living here for the time being." "How is that possible?" Fumitaka subconsciously wanted to refute, "They are so close to you." Hearing this, Caleb looked up at him and said, "The relationship between humans and Pokémon is not limited to just trainer and partner." Fumitaka then realized his misconception. In the Pokémonverse, besides the partner relationship between trainers and Pokémon, there were also friends, companions, and family living together. He embarrassedly smiled and said, "Then since they are so close to you, you must be a very good friend to them, right?" Caleb shook his head and said, "No, to them, I might be considered their benefactor." He had used his Viridian Power to sense these Pokémon's thoughts before, and they indeed held a special feeling of gratitude and thankfulness toward him. Chapter 251. Benefactor, Fumitaka repeated, somewhat puzzled. Caleb hummed in agreement and said succinctly, "It was a small quest I did a while ago. That aside, we're here." He waved to Lucario, who was standing with crossed arms under the tree shadows. "Where are Mutwo and the others?" Not far away, Celebi and Mimikyu were playing hide-and-seek in the bushes, but there was no sign of Dragonite, Hydreigon, or Mutwo. Lucario walked over upon seeing this, then looked up, indicating they were above. Before Caleb could look up, Mutwo's figure slowly descended from the sky to the ground. He first glanced at Fumitaka and the other two nearby, then turned his gaze to Caleb. Caleb asked, "Mutwo, what would you like to eat for lunch?" Mutwo pondered for a moment, but unfortunately, he didn't have anything in particular in mind. Furthermore, his understanding of human food was limited, so he could only say, "You decide." Mutwo was willing to trust Caleb unconditionally. "All right." Caleb readily accepted and simultaneously used the owner's private chat function to contact Gardevoir in the room. "Do you know what Psychic-type Pokémon generally like to eat?" he asked. Gardevoir asked gently, "Master, the Psychic-type Pokémon you're referring to, is it Mutwo?" "Yes." Based on data collected from instances, it is suggested that Master can prepare more sweet foods for Mutwo, such as delicious salads made from sweet berries. Gardevoir explained, "Of course, Mutwo has human genes in his body, so he can also eat human food. Should I prepare lunch for him according to your diet?" Caleb nodded, "Yes." He will try that first, and if Mutwo doesn't like it, he'll switch to something else. "Okay, then I will start preparing now," Gardevoir said, already on the move. Lunch for 6 Pokémon and 1 adult male was a huge undertaking. While Caleb was contacting Gardevoir, the other 3 were also stealthily observing this Mutwo. Mutwo, having experienced the events of the collapsed world, was very sensitive to others' gazes. Therefore, he immediately noticed the look from that human nearby. Although there was no malice in the stares, they still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mutwo didn't like others looking at him with such near-fanatic eyes. This feeling reminded him of some not-so-good memories. But Mutwo glanced at Caleb, thinking, these people seem to be his friends. Caleb had just ended the call with Gardevoir, when he sensed that Mutwo's mood was somewhat not great. He took a look at Fumitaka, who practically had excitement written all over his face, and immediately understood what had happened. Caleb said, "I have a friend inviting me over, so let's call it a day here." Fumitaka then reacted and quickly said, Oh, okay." Yuna nodded to Caleb and said, "I'll contact you later." After saying that, the 3 figures disappeared from the space. Caleb looked at Mutwo and said, "Sorry." Mutwo shook his head, then looked at Caleb, saying, "You don't need to apologize to me." Caleb thought for a moment and said, "If there's anything you don't like in the future, just let me know. That includes food you don't like and situations that you find bothersome." Mutwo fell silent for a moment and slowly said, "I don't dislike your friends, that human's way of looking at me reminded me of the days in the Team Rocket laboratory." Regarding Mutwo's experiences in the collapsed world, Caleb knew somewhat about them, but those were all in the past and not the current focus. Hearing Mutwo's words, He suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet explained the specific situation of this place clearly to Mutwo. Caleb organized his thoughts and then said, "The place we are in now is very special." He told Mutwo everything about the infinite world and his current situation. After listening, Mutwo fell into deep thought and didn't speak again until after a long while. "You are already dead." Caleb was stunned for a moment. He had thought Mutwo would refute all this as impossible, but the first thing the other asked about was his condition. "It probably doesn't count as death. I don't know what my current state should be called either." Caleb's tone sounded somewhat casual. "Actually, in our world, Pokémon don't exist. Whether it's you or Dragonite and the others to us, you are all characters created virtually in anime." He took a deep breath and continued, "Like you, I have no parents. Pokémon accompanied me as I grew up. When I was little, I often thought how great it would be if one day I could travel to that world with Pokémon. And then just like that, I came here and met you and Dragonite and the others." Mutwo listened quietly. Although he didn't quite understand what it meant to be a virtual character in anime, but "I am real," Mutwo said. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Caleb's shoulder. "Look, you can touch and feel me. No matter what happens in the future, we will journey with you." Woo. Roar. At some point, Dragonite, Celebi, Mimikyu, Lucario, and Hydreigon had also arrived here. They stood behind Caleb like the most reliable support. "You all," Caleb suddenly didn't know what to say. He had originally intended to use this to comfort Mutwo, to tell him that there were still many people who liked him, but he never expected the roles would be reversed. "I really suck when it comes to sentimental talk." Fortunately, Gardevoir came to Caleb's rescue at this time. A gentle female voice echoed in the Pokémon paradise. "Master, lunch is ready. Would you like to dine here or in the dining room?" Caleb thought for a moment and answered, "The dining room." "Okay, Master." Seeing this, Caleb directly used the teleportation function. The next second, he and Mutwo and the other Pokémon returned home. Gardevoir, wearing an apron, was bringing steaming hot dishes and soup to the dining table. Caleb and the Pokémon took their seats. He turned on the TV and pulled up the anime movie, Pokémon, the first movie. Watching the Mutwo on the screen using Psychic to destroy the Team Rocket laboratory, Caleb suddenly remembered something. There was also a Mutwo in his exclusive world. It's just that the world line of that world had changed due to his influence, and he didn't know if that Mutwo had been successfully born. Mutwo looked at the unfamiliar scenes on the screen and asked, "Is that me?" Caleb shook his head. "No, that's a Mutwo from another world. You are of the same species, but not the same individual, just like the Mutwo you fought in that world before." Chapter 252. After lunch, Caleb began to take stock of the rewards he had obtained from the Dystopia instance. They included Mutwo, the Gracidia flower gifted by Giratina, completion of Xerneas's unique hidden quest which granted a lifespan, and the 100 points received from Yuna. Without a doubt, the greatest reward from this instance run was Mutwo. Adding Mutwo immediately propelled Caleb from a ranking beyond 20 to the top position on the leaderboard, earning him the unique title of first place. Extreme Realm. Setting aside the two items related to Giratina for now, Caleb turned his attention to the lifespan. What does this mean? Could it be that I've gained immortality? Legend has it that when the horns on Xernea's head emit a rainbow-colored light, it shares eternal life. Caleb seriously contemplated the consequences of his own immortality. After settling in the Pokémon world, he would watch his familiar friends grow old and pass away one by one, until eventually he would be the only one left in the world. No, that would be far too cruel. Caleb shook his head, pushing that bleak image out of his mind, and decided to deal with it later. He then turned his gaze to his points balance. 162 points. He was one step closer to the 990 needed for the ticket. If the upcoming Battle Royale went smoothly, that number would increase by another 100, turning 162 into 262, taking another significant step forward. Moreover, since the Battle Royale offered only rewards and no penalties, it was a guaranteed profitable event no matter what. Caleb calculated in his mind how many more points he needed to save up to reach 990. Then he stood up, placed the Gracidia flower in a vase, and placed it on the glass display. His collection had grown by one item. The glass display was already filled with an assortment of miscellaneous items, most of which were rewards he had obtained from instances, such as Black Sludge, Leaf Stone, Gardevoirite, Super Rod, and so on. After organizing the items on the display into categories, Caleb clapped his hands in satisfaction and sat down on the sofa to examine the specific effects of the Extreme Realm title. Extreme Realm, a King-tier title, exclusive to the player ranked first on the leaderboard. Players equipped with this title gain one opportunity per month to enter the Extreme Realm for special training. The moment Caleb touched the title, its description began to change. Extreme Realm, breakthrough limits, strive for the peak. Above the strong, there are even stronger. Verifying player identity. Verification successful. Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for officially activating the Extreme Realm. Within the Extreme Realm, players can freely select simulated battles from various instances, challenge powerful enemies within, and undergo extreme training. The Extreme Realm is divided into two difficulty levels, Hell and Nightmare. Each difficulty level has 15 tiers. Each tier cleared rewards players with generous prizes, including but not limited to, and more. Enter the selection interface. Yes, Caleb affirmed. Entry successful, current difficulty Hell. Clearing Hell difficulty unlocks Nightmare difficulty. Hell Chapter. Tier 1, Celebi, the Forest Illusion Pokémon dominated by darkness. Unlocked. Tier 2, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, attack legendary birds. Locked. Tier 3, Great Tsunami, the battle against Dark Lugia. Locked. Tier 4, Special Chapter, challenge the Dragon Master Lance. Locked. Tier 5, Special Chapter, MT, Silver Red Sun. Locked. Tier 14, Fierce Battle, Land and Sea. Locked. Tier 15, Special Chapter, Freeze Everything, Mask of Evil. Locked. Enter Tier 1 Hell Chapter Extreme Realm. Defeating the enemies within will unlock Tier 2 Extreme Realm. Note, all items are disabled. Only one Pokémon can be brought in per attempt. Failure incurs no penalty. No limit on challenge attempts. Seeing these harsh rules, Caleb grew curious about what the inside was actually like. Since there's no penalty, it should be fine to go in and take a look. With that thought, Caleb to enter along with Celebi, who had just landed on his shoulder. The next second, everything before him dramatically changed. This was a dark and deathly silent forest. The sky was covered with an eerie red glow, and there was not a single sound around. Everything was like hell, appearing utterly terrifying. Celebi sensed something wrong and nervously clung to Caleb's arm, cautiously observing the surroundings. Caleb looked at the dense, gloomy thickets around him and thought, the atmosphere is just a bit scary. This environment, this sky, this ambience, it would be perfect for shooting a horror film. As Caleb walked forward, he surveyed the surroundings. The name of this Extreme Realm instance was Celebi, the Forest Illusion, Pokémon dominated by darkness. If I'm not mistaken, defeating Celebi would unlock the passage to the next tier. But where is Celebi? There were no hints given. Celebi felt dark energy beginning to surge from all around, making it even more nervous. Don't be afraid, Caleb comforted it. As he spoke, he reached out to push aside the thicket blocking the path ahead. But the next moment, he felt the ground vanish beneath his feet, and his entire body plummeted downward. Ding! You have died from falling. Retry challenge. What just happened? How did I die from falling? Full of confusion, Caleb selected yes. The next second, he returned to the starting location once again. Caleb plucked the Celebi clinging to his arm and asked, "Can you sense the other Celebi's location?" Bye. The poor Celebi let out a faint cry. The dark energy in this forest was too concentrated. It couldn't sense anything, it wasn't even able to communicate with the forest. Seeing its expression, Caleb said, If you're scared, we can go out first and let Dragonite or one of the others come over. After saying this, Caleb thought Celebi would gladly agree, but to his surprise, it firmly refused the suggestion. Instead, it put on a serious face, flew a circle around Caleb, and cried out with full determination. Bye-bye, Lebi, I can fight too. Caleb. All right, then let's continue exploring further. This time, Caleb chose a different direction. With Celebi leading the way and Caleb following behind, they passed through a few obstructing thickets before Caleb once again felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. Ding! You've fallen to your death. Retry challenge. Damn it! Caleb couldn't believe it. He decisively selected yes. The next second, he and Celebi returned to the starting point for the third time. This time, however, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he pointed upward and said, "First, fly up and observe the surroundings, then come back and tell me what you see." Bye, Celebi nodded with a solemn expression, then fluttered its wings and flew up toward the sky. Chapter 253. Bye, Celebi descended from the sky with a terrified expression, vividly describing to Caleb what it had seen from above. So, this is a fragmented island floating in the void. Caleb imagined the scene in his mind and asked. Bye, Celebi quickly nodded its little head. Hearing this, Caleb had a general idea. He broke off a long branch from a tree and retraced his first route to the spot where he had fallen. Using the branch to push aside the obstructing grass and bushes, a scene reminiscent of Giratina's distortion world appeared before him. The sprawling forest came to an abrupt halt, and beyond was a cliff edge. Caleb slowly approached the edge and, together with Celebi, peered down. The same eerie red filled the void below. Because the edges were not clearly defined and were obscured by lush trees and bushes, it was impossible to see that there was no path ahead without looking carefully. Caleb took a step forward. The prompt sound immediately followed. Ding! You've fallen to your death. Retry challenge. This was now the third time. However, unlike the previous two times, this time he did it to save time by taking a shortcut back to the respawn point. Can you find the very center of this forest? He asked Celebi. Bye, the tiny Pokémon nodded gently. Caleb thought for a moment and said, let's go check there first. Bye, Celebi responded, then fluttered its transparent wings and darted through the forest shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, leading the way. Soon, Caleb spotted a familiar structure among the trees. It was the Ilex Forest Shrine used to worship the forest guardian, Celebi. And at this very moment, sitting inside the shrine as still as a statue, was a Celebi shrouded in dark energy, its eyes tightly closed. Caleb used a praise on it. Celebi, a special Celebi influenced by dark energy, capable of manipulating trees and transforming into a wooden giant entwined with vines and trunks. After defeating it, players have a chance to obtain the following rewards. Character Card Celebi 1%. Pokémon Egg Celebi 0.01%. Grass Type TM Selectable 10%. GS Ball 5%. Leaf Stone 10%. Miracle Seed 15%. Random S-tier item 20%. Just as Caleb was reviewing the information from Appraise, the Celebi beside him suddenly let out a startled cry. Bye. The next second, a dark green storm shrouded in black energy swept toward them. Caleb felt his vision go dark, and then he was promptly sent back to the respawn point free of charge. Fourth restart. We were one-shotted. Caleb looked at the Celebi beside him. Celebi met his gaze innocently. Bye. No, that's not right. The move used by the opponent was Leaf Storm. As a grass type, Celebi had a natural resistance to this move. Moreover, before any modifications, its level had already been raised to 100 by Caleb. There was no way it should have been instantly defeated by the Dark Celebi. That left only one possibility. He was the one who got instantly one-shotted. After all, this world wasn't the anime world. Pokémon moves were supernatural forces to humans, let alone a high-powered move like Leaf Storm. To test this theory, Caleb retraced his path back to the shrine and used Appraise again to activate the Dark Celebi. This time, he specifically had Celebi stand farther away, while he faced the Dark Celebi's energy ball head-on. The energy ball exploded, and Caleb's vision was engulfed in white light before he was sent back to the respawn point once more. Fifth restart. Caleb finally understood. He said to Celebi, "Okay, now we can officially begin." Celebi was full of fighting spirit. Bye. The duo returned to the front of the shrine once again. In this special challenge instance, once the challenger died, the instance would reset completely. Caleb looked at the Dark Celebi with its eyes tightly closed, then exchanged a glance with his own Celebi. "Go, use ancient power." "Bye." Celebi responded and dove straight toward the shrine. At the same time, a faint white light surged around its small body, condensing into a sharp force that struck the Dark Celebi. Upon being attacked, the Dark Celebi, which had been in standby mode, was instantly activated. It flew into the air and, as if following a pre-programmed routine, showed no hesitation and swiftly used Magical Leaf on Celebi. Magical Leaf, a grass-type move that scatters mystical leaves that track the target, guaranteeing a hit. Sharp dark green leaves shot out from the Dark Celebi like homing bullets, closely tailing Celebi as it flew into the air. Caleb said sternly, "Use Psychic." "Bye." Celebi responded somewhat flusteredly. Its eyes glowed with a light blue light as it hurled a psychic energy ball made of psychic power toward the magical leaf behind it. A few of the leaf blades were hit, glowing blue before weakly fluttering to the ground. However, a few leaf blades slipped through the gaps and accurately struck Celebi's small body. Celebi cried out in pain, stumbled slightly, lost its balance, and began to fall toward the ground. "Hold on," Caleb frowned. Celebi, being a peace-loving Pokémon, didn't usually like to fight. Caleb respected its wishes and hadn't subjected it to systematic battle training. This lack of experience resulted in Celebi having insufficient battle experience and poor coordination with Caleb. Before Celebi could get up from the ground, the Dark Celebi began gathering a white light in its mouth. That was Hyper Beam. "Can you get up?" Caleb shouted. If it didn't get up now, it would be pinned down by the Hyper Beam. But it was too late. As soon as Caleb finished speaking, the powerful white beam shot out and instantly engulfed Celebi. Caleb's vision went dark, and the next second, he was sent back to the respawn point once again. Sixth restart. Celebi's condition was fully restored, along with the instance reset. Before Caleb could speak, Celebi shouted angrily, "Bye, I must defeat that guy." Seeing this, Caleb dismissed the thought of asking if it wanted to switch out. After a moment's thought, he said, "Don't rush it. Let's formulate a battle plan first." The opponents in the Extreme Realm didn't seem like they could be easily defeated. Moreover, that Dark Celebi's strength exceeded that of a wild Celebi. Its reaction speed and ability to pin opponents down were as if it were being commanded by a trainer with skills no less than an Elite Four member. Besides that, the power of its moves couldn't be underestimated. It had instantly defeated Celebi with just Magical Leaf and Hyper Beam, something even Hydreigon couldn't accomplish. Chapter 254. Since they couldn't gain an advantage in raw power, they would adopt a hit-and-run tactic. Strike once and then flee, pulling aggro, and use the terrain to their advantage for a protracted battle. After formulating the plan in his mind, Caleb brought Celebi back to the front of the shrine once again. The Dark Celebi remained curled up inside the shrine, its eyes tightly shut. Seeing this, Caleb thought it resembled certain special bosses in online games, in that they only activated and engaged in combat when players attack them. With this in mind, he didn't immediately attack the Dark Celebi. Instead, he circled around the shrine where it was perched. Sure enough, before the player provoked it, it wouldn't initiate an attack. This could be exploited to use powerful moves that required charging or had significant wind-up. Caleb pondered for a moment. The only powerful moves his Celebi knew were the Grass-type Leaf Storm and the Psychic-type Future Sight. However, Leaf Storm drastically reduced the user's special attack due to recoil, so Caleb decisively abandoned that move in favor of Future Sight. Future Sight, a Psychic-type move that predicts the opponent's position after a period of time and sends a Psychic Energy Blast to attack at that moment. Thinking this, Caleb retreated a distance to avoid being caught in the dark Celebai's counterattack, which would end the battle prematurely. Once within a safe range, he decisively commanded, "Use future sight." Celebi nodded its little head, and a blue light glowed in its eyes. Since the opponent wasn't moving, the time for future sight was significantly shortened. Soon, a white energy ball composed of psychic power shot toward the dark Celebi. The powerful psychic wave exploded, instantly reducing the shrine to rubble, with shattered stones and wood scattering in all directions. Seeing the dark Celebi awakened, Caleb quickly directed, "Fall back, use magical leaf." Upon hearing the command, Celebi immediately turned and flew into the forest. Enraged, the dark Celebi directly used its grass-type ultimate move, Leaf Storm. Countless leaves scattered in the air instantly formed a green storm, carrying dust and debris from the ground and hurtling towards Celebi. But at this moment, the terrain tactic came into play. The dense forest helped Celebi mitigate a significant portion of Leaf Storm's power. With rustling sounds, trees in the forest fell one after another. Caleb hid and observed this scene. Seeing that Celebi wasn't affected by Leaf Storm, he turned his attention to the dark Celebi. Without a doubt, after using Leaf Storm, its special attack would be greatly reduced due to recoil. In this situation, it would be impossible for it to defeat Celebi in 2 moves like last time. This, in turn, provided Celebi with ample time for hit-and-run tactics. "It's our turn now, use magical leaf," Caleb loudly commanded. Celebi, who weaved through the forest, entered a confident state after gaining the upper hand in the first exchange. It cried out and glanced back at the pursuing dark Celebi. "Bye," excitement gleamed in Celebi's eyes. It tilted its body, scattering a large number of glowing green leaves, then suddenly accelerated. As if equipped with auto-trackers, the leaves accurately shot toward the dark Celebi. Since both were moving at high speed in the air along the same path, the dark Celebi couldn't dodge this attack. Not only that, after being hit by magical leaf, and with the leading Celebi suddenly veering away, the dark Celebi trailing behind failed to dodge in time and crashed directly into a large tree ahead. "Bye," the leading Celebi peeked out from behind the tree, looking gleefully at the dark Celebi below, which had bumps all over its head from the crash. "Nya nya nya." "Nice," Caleb continued to command, "use ancient power." "Bye," Celebi responded, quickly hurled a ball of ancient power, and then continued kiting from the front. Their strategy was working. But as it turned out, plans couldn't keep up with changes. After several rounds of repeated attacks, just as Caleb thought the dark Celebi's health bar was almost depleted, the Pokémon suddenly halted in midair. Then the entire forest began to emit an eerie humming sound. The ground shook, and dark shadows rose from the earth, flying overhead. Caleb looked up and saw countless branches, trunks, and vines flying through the sky, converging on the dark Celebi and forming the embryonic shape of a massive wooden giant. The boss was entering its second phase. Seeing the dark Celebi about to complete its transformation, Caleb quickly commanded, "Finish it with one last hit. Leaf Storm." By witnessing this, Celebi's mood also grew tense. A green storm gathered before it and swept toward the opponent. Since the dark Celebi was in the midst of transforming, it couldn't dodge and had to take the Leaf Storm head-on. As expected, the move landed successfully, but while it hit, it didn't deliver the final blow. Caleb was stunned. "How is that possible? I couldn't have miscalculated. The dark Celebi had clearly taken so many attacks. Unless this dark Celebi was designed to force lock health and not die upon entering its second phase." As the last vine sealed the gap, the massive forest giant officially completed its transformation. Celebi appeared extremely small in comparison. Facing Celebi, it slowly extended a finger. Immediately afterward, dark green vines suddenly emerged from the surrounding trees, tightly wrapping around Celebi's body. Caleb frowned. The next second, a familiar sound rang in his ears. "Ding! You've fallen to your death. Retry challenge. 7th restart." Celebi seemed very downcast. Like a child who had done something wrong, it didn't sit on Caleb's shoulder as usual, but kept its head lowered, not daring to look at him. "Bye, Caleb-chan, I'm sorry." Hearing this form of address, Caleb was a little stunned at first. He paused for a moment before comforting Celebi. "It's okay, it's not your fault. You performed perfectly. We both still have room for improvement, right?" He thought for a moment and added, "If you want to defeat it right now, it's actually not impossible." Hearing this, a hopeful light shone in Celebi's eyes. Caleb smiled, then left the Extreme Realm instance with Celebi and teleported directly to the commercial district. "What are we doing here?" Celebi asked. While sending messages to Yuna, Terrence, Hatsumi, and others, Caleb answered, "Buying a TM for you." There was only one way to defeat that dark Celebi, and that was to have Celebi learn Toxic. Chapter 255. Toxic, a poison-type move that inflicts a poisoned state on the opponent, with poison damage increasing over time. Grass types have a double weakness to poison. Using a poison-type move against that dark Celebi would be twice as effective, not to mention Toxic is such an annoying move. As long as the opponent successfully becomes badly poisoned, Caleb could simply take Celebi to the edge and wait it out. Victory would just be a matter of time. Hearing this response, Celebi let out a confused hum, fluttered its transparent wings, and lightly landed on Caleb's shoulder. The surrounding players who saw this immediately showed expressions of envy. They whispered among themselves, "Look at Celebi, who's that guy?" As far as I know, the number of players in the infinite world who own a Celebi can be counted on one hand. Considering that person's appearance and demeanor, I think the answer is pretty obvious, a veteran player said seriously. The passerby standing next to him widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "The one who caught Mutwo?" The veteran player nodded emphatically, his gaze fixed on the handsome young man over there, and said, "The first Mutwo in the entire history of the infinite world." The passerby asked, "Has no one ever caught a Mutwo before?" The veteran player shook his head, sadly no. The passerby then thought of the achievement notifications that had flashed across the sky over the years and murmured, "So, what exactly did he do in that instance?" The answer to this question was destined to remain unknown to the world. Caleb browsed around the commercial district. He saw quite a few TMs for Substitute and Protect, but he didn't see a single one for Toxic. He regretfully bought all the Substitute and Protect TMs available, and was just about to check elsewhere when he received a message from Yuna. "Yuna, I have one." Before Caleb could reply, a notification popped up. "Your friend is inviting you to her home, accept." "Yes." Everything before him changed rapidly. With a flash of dazzling white light, when Caleb opened his eyes again, he was already in Yuna's home. Without a word, Yuna tossed over a purple disc-shaped item. "You have received a gift from a friend, Toxic." Caleb stored it in his inventory and asked, "How many points? I'll transfer them to you." Yuna waved her hand, leaning lazily on the sofa while holding a flare-on, and said, "No need. Consider it my farewell gift to you." Caleb paused and looked up. "You're leaving." Yuna hummed in agreement, then took out a ticket printed with a red and white piquet ball pattern from her inventory, and said with a smile, "I'm tired of this instance-running life. It's time to settle down and enjoy my retirement." Caleb was somewhat puzzled. "But didn't you say yesterday that you were going to participate in the Battle Royale event?" "But I can't get first place. I've seen the outcome of that event," Yuna explained. "Besides, I've already saved up enough points to buy the World Residence ticket long ago. Players of my caliber don't lack points." Here, she paused, then looked up at Caleb and said, "The #1 player on the leaderboard receives a monthly reward of 50 points from the Infinite World. Players at the master rank in the battle arena also get 50 points each month." Hearing this, Caleb remembered what Hatsumi had once said. Indeed, the difference between people was stark. Poor Hatsumi had been here for so many years, and only managed to save a few 100,000 points. Is this the gap between high-level and low-level players? No, I need to check out the battle arena later, raise my rank, and strive to save up enough points for retirement sooner. But before that, he had to deal with the first-floor boss of the Extreme Realm. After saying goodbye to Yuna, Caleb teleported back home. After using the Toxic TM on Celebi, he once again entered the Extreme Realm instance with Celebi. The 8th challenge officially began. Following the same route as last time, Caleb quickly arrived at the shrine where the dark Celebi was. There, he instructed Celebi to use Toxic. As a deep purple glow merged into the dark Celebi's body, and upon being activation, the dark Celebi also fell into a badly poisoned state. Caleb quickly commanded, "Retreat." Celebi immediately turned around and flew into the surrounding forest at high speed. Once again, the dark Celebi was kited. However, unlike last time, it now had the toxic debuff on it. Everything proceeded according to plan, orderly and methodical. Same route, same turning point. For the second time, the dark Celebi failed to dodge in time and crashed headfirst into a large tree, sliding down from it. Having done this before, Celebi's battle experience had clearly improved. Facing the stunned dark Celebi, it directly used ancient power to sneak and damage. Soon, the forest once again emitted an eerie hum. Countless branches and vines flew in from all directions, layer upon layer, encircling the dark Celebi like a suit of armor. "Create distance, don't get drawn into a fight," Caleb commanded sternly. Celebi's little heart was also tense at this moment. It responded and swiftly turned around, fleeing in another direction, soon disappearing from sight. The forest giant, having suddenly lost its target, could only wander aimlessly like a zombie, causing destruction across this fragmented forest map. In an inconspicuous dark thicket in a corner, Caleb and Celebi lay in ambush, only their eyes visible as they observed the situation outside. Celebi, having successfully escaped, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A battle of this intensity had strained its spirit to the extreme. It nervously watched the movements of the forest giant. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Time slipped away unnoticed. The air was very quiet, so quiet that Caleb could hear the beating of Celebi's tiny heart. As time went on, the movements of the forest giant gradually slowed down. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. In fact, it was so long that Caleb's arm had gone somewhat numb. At that point, the giant's massive body finally fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Zing! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter, Tier 1 cleared. Opponent successfully defeated. Time taken, 20 minutes 18 seconds. Rewards, and have been delivered to the player's inventory. Finally. Seeing this, Caleb and Celebi exchanged a look of tacit understanding, and both let out sighs of relief. Their highly strained spirits finally relaxed at this moment. Celebi's entire body went limp as it slumped to the ground from exhaustion, but following that was a sense of exhilaration from overcoming a powerful enemy. Celebi, who had always loved peace and hated fighting, even felt like doing it again at this moment. Chapter 256. The system prompt popped up. Do you want to continue to the next tier? Caleb glanced at the opponent for the second tier. Tier 2, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, attack legendary birds. Challengeable. Then he selected No, and exited the Extreme Realm instance with Celebi. Mutwo happened to be in the living room watching Pokémon anime series with Mimikyu. Seeing Caleb and Celebi return, Mutwo proactively asked, "Do you need my help?" "I do," Caleb nodded. Later, he would need Mutwo's help to clear the battle arena. The Battle Royale event would start in 2 days. Before that, he wanted to raise his rank as much as possible. Hearing this, Mutwo immediately stood up, ready to set off. "No rush, we'll go after lunch," said Caleb. Mutwo had no objections and obediently sat back down. Celebi, on the other hand, saw Mimikyu and excitedly flew over to her and began animatedly recounting how it had just defeated a powerful enemy. Mimikyu. After intensely commanding Celebi through several fierce battles, Caleb felt a bit thirsty. The attentive Gardevoir noticed her master's state and immediately brought a glass of chilled sour plum juice from the fridge to quench his thirst. "Thank you," Caleb said habitually, took a sip, placed the cup aside, and then checked the items obtained from the first tier of the Extreme Realm. Miracle Seed, a standard item. A seed that nurtures life. When held by a Pokémon, the power of Grass-type moves increases by 20%. Character Card, Celebi, a card filled with mystical power. Using this card summons the corresponding Pokémon to aid in battle. Number of uses, 5. It's been detected that the player's inventory already contains Celebi. This character card overlaps with it. The player can choose to fuse the character card with Celebi. After fusion, Celebi will permanently gain some of the card's abilities. Fuse. Fusion effects overview. 1. Darkification, active skill. Celebi enters a darkened state, greatly increasing its special attack, but it will lose rationality and become extremely dangerous, with a high likelihood of attacking the trainer. 2. Giantification, active skill. Celebi harnesses the power of the forest, summoning vines and branches to transform into a forest giant. In this state, its physical defense and special defense are greatly increased, while its speed is greatly reduced. Caleb scanned it roughly. A summoning card with only 5 uses versus a permanent active skill. Anyone with a functional mind would choose the latter. Leaving aside the darkification skill for now, the value of giantification alone was worth more than those 5 uses. Leech Seed, Toxic, Recover, Heal Bell. Coupled with the massive boost to physical and special defense from giantification, it was practically an enhanced version of Toxic Stall. Caleb was eager to test how Celebi's new ability would perform in battle. He asked Gardevoir to prepare lunch, and in the meantime, took Celebi to the battle arena via teleportation. Ding! Welcome, player Caleb Chase, to the battle arena. Here, you can engage in tense and exciting Pokémon battles with players from all over the world. This is your first time entering the battle arena. Would you like to hear the rules? Yes. The battle arena operates on a matchmaking system. When you step onto the trainer's designated spot on the battlefield, you can immediately start matching with an opponent. Pokémon battles follow 6v6 rules. The match only ends when all Pokémon on one side lose their ability to battle. The winner receives corresponding ranking points. When you accumulate a certain number of points, your rank will increase. In this battle arena, player ranks from low to high are Pokéball class, Great Ball class, Ultra Ball class, and Master Ball class. Each major rank is divided into 5 minor tiers, e.g., Pokéball Tier 5. When a player accumulates 100 ranking points, they will enter a rank promotion match. If victorious, they will rise from Pokéball Tier 5 to Pokéball Tier 4. When the promotion match for Pokéball Tier 1 is won, the major rank will increase to Great Ball class. You are currently unranked. Would you like to hear the rules again? Too long, I'm not going through that again. Caleb refused the offer and walked to the trainer's position on the battlefield. The moment he stood there, the clock above the battlefield began to spin rapidly. Soon, a figure wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts appeared on the opposite side of the field. Your opponent for this match is Tgthegood, unranked. Caleb glanced at the opponent, then looked down to adjust his Pokémon's held item. He equipped the newly obtained Miracle Seed to Celebi and took out Celebi's Pokéball from his inventory. The match officially begins. Please, both contestants, send out your first Pokémon. The mechanical voice of the system referee rang out. Caleb looked up, about to throw the Pokéball, when he saw the opponent's rather dramatic expression. What's wrong? Caleb frowned slightly, pausing his movement. Just as he was about to send out Celebi, the young man named Sven spoke, cautiously asking, Are you that Caleb, the number 1 on the leaderboard? Caleb nodded, That's me. Having his suspicion confirmed, Sven's expression suddenly darkened. The opponent had Mutwo, so how could he possibly defeat him? He was just a newbie who had just gathered 6 Pokémon and was entering the battle arena for the first time. Seeing his opponent's lack of response, standing there in a daze with a look of despair, Caleb vaguely guessed his thoughts and offered solace. Don't worry, I won't use Mutwo. I'll only use 1 Pokémon. If I lose, I'll concede immediately. Sven's expression improved slightly, but he was still somewhat skeptical. Really? Caleb hummed in agreement, I never lie. Sven took a deep breath and said heavily, All right then, I'll begin. With that, he threw his Pokéball. With a flash of white light, a Snorlax, massive as a small hill, appeared on the battlefield. Caleb also sent out his Celebi. Celebi hadn't yet snapped out of the excitement from defeating a powerful opponent. Seeing the massive figure ahead, its eyes immediately lit up. Leech Seed, Caleb started. Sven's expression turned grave. Snorlax, use yawn. Bye, Celebi let out a crisp cry. Green light surged before it, rapidly forming an emerald green seed that flew straight toward the opposing Snorlax. Due to Snorlax's enormous size, the small leech seed easily hit it and sank into its body. At the same time, Snorlax let out a big yawn. An intangible drowsiness spread through the air. Celebi immediately felt a wave of sleepiness wash over it. Sven clenched his fist in excitement upon seeing this. Although the opponent's leech seed hit successfully, as long as Celebi fell asleep next, his Snorlax could use Heavy Slam and Giga Impact, easily finishing off that Celebi within seconds. Heavy Slam, a Steel-type move. The user slams into the target with its heavy body. The heavier the user is than the target, the greater the move's power. Without a doubt, the weight difference between Celebi and Snorlax was enormous. This gap could maximize Heavy Slam's power. But just as Sven was confidently envisioning the upcoming scene in his mind, he suddenly heard the opponent ask, "Your Snorlax's ability is immunity, right?" Sven glanced at the sleepy Celebi and figured since he was about to win anyway, it wouldn't matter if he told him. He nodded and said, "That's right. In that case, I won't use Toxic on you." Caleb thought for a moment, then commanded Celebi, "Use Giantification." Chapter 257. A brilliant, vibrant green light erupted from Celebi's body. As the light flashed, countless emerald green vines materialized. Robust branches twisted and entwined, and within a few breaths, they formed a large wooden giant approximately 4 meters tall. FCK, Sven couldn't hold back a curse at this sight. He even forgot to command his Snorlax to use Heavy Slam. He stared blankly at the strangely shaped giant and murmured, "Bro, what is this thing?" While checking Celebi's status bar, Caleb replied, "Have you seen the Celebi movie?" Sven nodded numbly, "Yes." "Then that's it," Caleb said, looking up at Celebi, who was piloting the mech. "Do you want to continue the battle?" Only then did Sven react. Now that the opponent's size had changed, Heavy Slam was clearly no longer suitable. After a moment's thought, he issued a command with inner astonishment. "Snorlax, use Crunch. Aim for its right leg." Although Celebi had successfully used the forest giant transformation, it had also fallen into a drowsy state due to Snorlax's yawn. Therefore, faced with Snorlax's attack, Caleb could only stand by and watch. Giantification was like a protective shell. Unless the outer vines were broken, the enemy couldn't harm Celebi inside. Moreover, with the boost from Grass-type power, Celebi's physical defense and special defense in this state were greatly enhanced. Only Pokémon with extraordinary power or type advantage could break through this shell. Snorlax's Crunch hit successfully, but it didn't seem to have a significant effect on Celebi. Sven continued to command, "Snorlax, use high horsepower, keep attacking the same spot." Before he finished speaking, a green light suddenly emerged from Snorlax's body and flowed into Celebi's. That was the effect of Leech Seed draining energy. Although not obvious, it barely offset the damage from Crunch. If this move were combined with Toxic, along with Celebi's Recover and Safeguard, its sustainability and damage output would instantly reach their peak. In this scenario, unless someone could defeat Celebi in one hit, it would be nearly impossible to beat it. But in its giantified state, it was clearly very difficult for an average person to one-shot it. Besides testing this strategy, Caleb also wanted to see the duration and cooldown of giantification. While Caleb was thinking, Snorlax's high horsepower also hit Celebi successfully, but it still didn't budge it. Instead, it woke Celebi from its drowsy state. Having just woken up, Celebi looked around in confusion. "Bye. Crap, the opponent is awake." Seeing this, Sven's heart sank. He couldn't help but glance at Caleb across from him, but the other party didn't seem to notice Celebi had woken up. He stood still, unmoving, and even gave Sven a questioning look. Sven suddenly felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. He could only grit his teeth and command Snorlax to continue fighting. Time passed, and under Snorlax's relentless attacks, the wooden giant's right leg finally staggered, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. "It's working," Sven's heart leaped with joy. He was about to order a follow-up attack when he heard the opponent command, "Celebi, use recover." As soon as the words were spoken, a green light surged around the wooden giant's right leg. Under the glow, the damaged area instantly restored to its perfectly intact state. Sven's mood instantly plummeted. Prolonged use of moves in battle had exhausted his Snorlax's PP. It now stood panting wearily on the spot. Caleb, from start to finish, had only used Leech Seed and Recover. Although the damage from Leech Seed wasn't high, its healing effect combined with Recover was utterly torturous. Can I really defeat such an opponent? A thought of retreat surfaced in Sven's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the battle panel and pressed the surrender icon. The next second, his figure left the battle arena and returned home. Even though he lost the battle, for some reason, Sven felt unprecedented relief. The opponent had fled. Caleb looked somewhat speechlessly at the notification of gaining 25 ranking points that popped up on the panel. He looked at Celebi and asked, "Can you maintain this state a bit longer?" "Bye," Celebi nodded. "Good, let's continue," Caleb said. With that, he started matching for the next opponent. 30 minutes later, the second opponent mentally broke down and chose to surrender. "Caleb, bye." Celebi looked back at its trainer in confusion, not knowing what was going on. They were fighting just fine, so why did the opponent suddenly disappear? Caleb thought the opponent might have been disgusted by this stall tactic. He didn't say much and silently matched for the next opponent. 20 minutes later, the third opponent's mentality shattered, and they fled on the spot. At the same time, Celebi also reverted from its giantified state. "Can you use it again now?" Caleb asked as Celebi flew back. "Bye," Celebi carefully sensed and then shook its head. It seemed the duration of the giantified state was about an hour. Now, only the cooldown time remained. Thinking this, Caleb said, "Tell me immediately the next time you can use it, understand?" "Bye," Celebi nodded then. Its stomach let out a series of growls. Just then, Caleb received a message from Gardevoir that lunch was ready, so he directly left the battle arena and teleported home. Meanwhile, a thread appeared on the player forum. "Mentally broken, sob sob, the top player on the leaderboard is inhuman. He went to the battle arena to use stall tactics and stomp noobs." This thread detailed the battle the player encountered in the battle arena that morning and tearfully accused Caleb of the despicable behavior of stomping noobs. Within 5 minutes of being posted, the thread's replies exceeded 3,000. 1L 233, even though I feel sorry for you, why do I want to laugh so much? 2L Caleb Chase, that name again, I remember he's a newcomer too, right? Haven't seen him in the battle arena before. 3L, if I'm not mistaken, this should be his first time unlocking the battle arena. As for the tactic you mentioned, it's indeed disgusting, haha. Reply to 3L, I'm truly mentally broken. That Celebi is such a cancer. It not only uses Safeguard to prevent status conditions, but also uses Heal Block to prevent opponents from recovering HP. 4L, I'm curious about what kind of player Caleb is. He's not OP, right? He should still be in the Pokeball Ball rank if I'm not mistaken. Reply to 4L, yes, I saw he only has 75 ranking points, so he has likely only fought 3 matches. Reply to 4L, okay, that's good. I'll intentionally drop some points and try to meet him. 5L, the above reply wants to snipe Caleb. What's your rank? Can you stream it? Let everyone watch the fun. Reply to 5L, Ultra Ball Tier 3. Okay, I'll go set up a stream and post the room number here later. 6L, here for the show. 7L, here for the show +1. Chapter 258. After finishing lunch, Caleb and his Pokémon snuggled on the sofa to watch a movie. Then he dove back into the battle arena to continue his grind to climb up the ranks. He didn't have much time. There was only a day and a half left before the start of the Battle Royale event. The event would last for 3 days, and once it ended, it would be time to enter the next instance. Caleb had to take advantage of the time now to quickly rank up and secure the Master Ball tier's monthly reward of 50 0 points. Since he needed to rank up quickly, Caleb didn't continue using the time-consuming strategy from the morning. Instead, he directly brought out Mutwo. Once the Pokémon was confirmed, the matchmaking officially began. Because Caleb himself was unranked, the opponents he matched with were also all unranked. Most players at this tier were novice trainers who had recently just gathered 6 Pokémon and unlocked the battle arena. Facing them was practically no pressure at all. As for whether using Mutwo in the battle arena was honorable, what was honor? Weren't points more important? After swiftly defeating his first opponent, Caleb received a prompt for rank promotion. Ding! Congratulations on accumulating 100 battle points. You will now proceed to the promotion match. If you win, your rank will officially advance from unranked to Pokeball Tier 5. Players at Pokeball Tier 5 can receive a monthly rank reward of 500 points. Caleb skimmed through the message, closed the panel, and continued matchmaking for his next opponent. Whether it was because players in the Pokeball tier were generally new or because Mutwo's strength was too overwhelming, every subsequent battle could be described as a crushing victory. Caleb smoothly advanced all the way to Great Ball Tier 1, accumulating 100 battle points. Winning just one more match would promote him to the Ultra Ball tier, bringing him one step closer to the Master Ball tier. He checked the time. Unknowingly, he had spent over 6 hours in the battle arena. It was already 7:00 p.m. Seeing this, he said to Mutwo, "This is the last match. After we finish, we'll go home and rest." Mutwo naturally had no objections. These opponents were far too weak for him. Meanwhile, in a live stream titled, Sniping Caleb Chase, in the player forum's streaming section. Is anyone still watching? The streamer, Rafael Sato, adjusted his microphone and asked. Since he hadn't matched with his target all afternoon and had been surrendering repeatedly, the viewer's enthusiasm had waned significantly. As soon as he spoke, he saw a string of listless comments floating across the screen. I can hear you. I'm here early, watching from the front row. Streamer, you've already dropped to Ultra Ball Tier 5. New here, has Caleb been matched with you yet? Rafael glanced at the comments and replied, Not yet. Did anyone match with him this afternoon? Are you sure he was still in the battle arena this afternoon? I'm sure. A friend of mine ran into him today and got wrecked. That's good. All right, let's keep queuing. With that, Rafael stepped onto the trainer platform on the battlefield. Matchmaking officially began. Soon, he received a notification that he had matched with an opponent. With a flash of light, a handsome black-haired young man appeared on the opponent's trainer platform. Your opponent for this match is Caleb Chase, Great Ball Tier 1. Finally, seeing the name, Rafael's mood instantly surged with excitement. He said to his viewers, Everyone, watch closely. This is probably the only chance I'll get. For this battle, he had specifically chosen several Fire-type Pokémon from his roster that were relatively effective against Celebi. Seeing this, the previously disinterested viewers immediately became excited. Streamer, go for it. Destroy him. If you win, I'll send you a rocket. It's starting. The battle officially began. Rafael sent out his first Pokémon, a sharp-eyed Blaziken. This Blaziken had accompanied him through countless instances and was even capable of Mega Evolution. It was undoubtedly his ace Pokémon. Using it to battle a Grass-type Celebi, Rafael was absolutely confident of victory. Some viewers watching this asked, Streamer, did you forget that besides Celebi, he has several other Pokémon? I remember he has a Dragonite, a Lucario, and a Mimikyu. In terms of type matchups, the streamer doesn't seem to have an advantage. A player who got wrecked this morning here to explain. Caleb told me he would only use Celebi in battle. If he lost, he would surrender immediately. He'll only use Celebi. Seeing this comment, Rafael grew even more confident. With that in mind, he looked up at his opponent. It was at this moment that players who had been crushed by Mutwo that afternoon remembered the live stream. They entered the stream one after another, intending to issue a warning, but when they saw the streamer's confident and determined expression, they hesitated. The thought, no, I can't be the only one who gets wrecked, prevalent on their minds. So those players gave up on warning him and instead found a good spot to enjoy the show while snacking. Caleb found his opponent's behavior somewhat strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He directly threw Mutwo's Pokeball. With a dazzling flash of white light, a figure familiar to all players in the infinite world appeared on the battlefield. It was Mutwo. Raphael's. What's going on? Why is he using Mutwo? His eyes widened, and he quickly whispered to his viewers, "Didn't you guys say he would only use Celebi?" A string of comments swiftly floated by. "I never said that. It wasn't me. Hahaha, time for a good show." Raphael became pissed off at the comments, but suppressed the urge to vomit blood. He took a deep breath, looked up, and instructed, "Blaziken, Mega Evolve." So what if it's a legendary? If Red could defeat Mutwo with his Mega Charizard, I can definitely do it too. After all, how can Mutwo possibly surpass the powerful bond between me and my Pokémon? The Mega Bracelet activated. The keystone embedded on Blaziken's wrist emitted a dazzling, colorful light. Bathed in that light, Blaziken gradually transformed into a new form, Mega Blaziken. Wow, the streamer is full of surprises. Go, let me witness the power of Mega Evolution. This makes my blood boil. This is Mega Evolution? So cool. I wonder when I'll get my own Mega Evolution Pokémon. HMPH, a bunch of trash viewers. Raphael curled his lip and looked up at his opponent. Chapter 259. Caleb tilted his head to look at the Mega Blaziken across from him. The reason he hadn't ordered Mutwo to attack during the opponent's Mega Evolution was that this was his first time seeing a Mega Blaziken in real life. However, a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, what a coincidence, I happen to have one too. Caleb withdrew his gaze from the Mega Blaziken and calmly said, "Mutwo, why form?" Since the Infinite World's live broadcast function used a God's eye view, Caleb's words were clearly transmitted to every player watching the stream. At that moment, everyone's first reaction was to freeze in place. What the? Did I hear that right? Is he talking about Mutwo's Y-form Mega Evolution? I heard it too. As they discussed, Mutwo's body also began to emit an intense white light. Unlike Blaziken's relatively slow Mega Evolution process, Mutwo completed his form change in an instant. Seeing this a string of so fast, comments flooded the chat. Raphael stared dumbfounded at the Mega Mutwo while floating midair with blue light surging all over its body and muttered, "I think I'm about to get crushed." Putting aside the stat suppression of Mutwo over Blaziken, just the type disadvantage alone was enough to screw Blaziken over. Mega Mutwo's special attack was extremely high, and on top of that, Psychic-type moves were super effective against Fighting-type. His Blaziken was probably going to get one-shotted. "I'm so stupid, really," Raphael said to himself. "Don't lose heart, streamer. Go for it, maybe you're the master of type disadvantage reversals." Hahaha, even as I say this, I can't help but laugh. Yeah, streamer, do your best. Even if you lose in the end, at least you fought hard. This is heaven testing you. Yeah, I've already donated a 1,000 points worth of rockets. Streamer, stop standing around dumbfounded, show us how broken Mega Mutwo really is. A series of heartwarming messages scrolled across the chat panel, but Raphael couldn't feel any warmth from them. The battle had long since begun, but since the opponent seemed to be frozen, Caleb didn't initiate an attack. He patiently waited for the other side to regain focus. Soon, he saw the other party lift his head, his gaze returning to the battlefield. "Can we start now?" Caleb asked politely. Raphael was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected the other party to be waiting for him. "Yeah, let's do this. Blaziken, use double team." Blaziken bent its knees slightly. After Mega Evolution, its speed and jumping ability were greatly enhanced. The next second, its figure leapt high into the air with graceful agility. At the same time, multiple identical double-team clones swiftly emerged from all sides. "Now use Flame Charge," Raphael quickly commanded. As soon as he spoke, the main Blaziken body, which was still in midair, along with its clones, were suddenly enveloped in crimson flames. The flames swirled upward, enveloping Mega Blaziken as it spun rapidly and charged fiercely toward Mutwo. Caleb watched this scene calmly. Using double team to distract the opponent, then launching a flame charge attack from the air. Admittedly, the idea of an aerial flame wheel was quite interesting. If the opponent couldn't identify the real Blaziken, it could indeed achieve a surprise effect. But unfortunately, its opponent was Mutwo. "You psycho cut on one on the far left," Caleb commanded steadily. Although the double team move was flashy, it had an obvious flaw. When using it, the Pokémon's main body wouldn't disappear. It was like those little online games that test observation skills. For example, there's a piece of candy, covered with a cup, and 3 other empty cups are brought in, mixed together, and the player has to find the cup covering the candy. The principle of double team was the same. As long as the trainer kept an eye on the main body and wasn't distracted by the clones, no matter how many clones there were, the trainer could easily find the target. This placed great demands on the trainer's attention and eyesight. Some trainers even underwent specialized attention training for this. Of course, compared to finding the real body, there was another simpler way to deal with it. That was to use a large area attack move to blast the real body out. Compared to the first method, this one was clearly much more straightforward and brutal. A faint blue light appeared in Mutwo's eyes. Invisible psychic waves solidified before it, and in the blink of an eye, formed a solidified psycho blade. Not good. Seeing this, Raphael's eyes sharpened, and he quickly reacted dodge. But his command was still a beat too slow. Coupled with the fact that the flame charge, which was aided by gravitational force, couldn't stop midway, this meant that Blaziken simply couldn't avoid that psycho cut no matter what. Swish! The white psycho blade ruthlessly tore through the layer of flames, enveloping Mega Blaziken. The terrifying psychic power erupted the moment it hit Mega Blaziken. Boom! Carrying the flames with it, it instantly formed a majestic fire cloud above the battlefield. Under this spectacular scene, Mega Blaziken's body was sent flying backward. A white light shone on its body. When the light faded, it had also reverted from its Mega Evolution form back to its ordinary form. The audience in the live stream collectively drew sharp breaths at the sight. This guy is terrifying. Is this the power of Mutwo? Absolute overwhelming power. Bro got one-shotted. Mom asked me why I'm watching the match on my knees. Like, did you guys see that? Isn't this battle more hype than Boruto? True, the spectacle is explosive. My God, that scene with the psychic power carrying the flames spreading across the sky was so beautiful. I can't even describe how awe-inspiring it was. It was like watching an epic blockbuster. Mutwo, the eternal god. By the way, does any expert know how to catch a Mutwo? Watching this makes me want to catch one too. It just so happens that tomorrow is my instance day. I pray I get placed in the Kanto region. Don't even think about it. I once encountered a Mutwo, but before I could even say anything, it sent me packing. That thing, honestly, really isn't something just anyone can handle. True, I've encountered one too. Forget Mutwo, I can't even handle a Zapdos. I envy you guys for being able to encounter legendary Pokémon. A newbie like me has only been through 6 instances and hasn't encountered a single legendary Pokémon. Chapter 260. Seeing his opponent standing there in a daze, Caleb spoke up to remind him, "You should send out your next Pokémon." Raphael didn't move. He was having trouble accepting this outcome. WTF, my Mega Blaziken was taken out in one move. The viewers in the live stream could tell exactly what was going on just by looking at his expression, and comments filled with schadenfreude came pouring out. Hahaha, look at the shocked expression on the streamer's face. It's hilarious. It's like he didn't even process what happened. So this is Caleb Sama. I declare that from today onwards, he has replaced Steven as my idol. It just so happened that Raphael inadvertently saw these 2 comments. Lowering his voice discreetly, he said, "You guys don't think he's cheating, do you?" A comment immediately popped up. "What do you mean?" "This Blaziken of mine is a 6 IV max value top-tier Pokémon I grinded from a game world scenario. It's been max level for a long time, and with Mega Evolution on top of that, there's no way it should have been one-shotted. Streamer, if I remember correctly, aren't you only ranked around 5,000 something on the player leaderboard?" Seeing this seemingly random comment, Raphael subconsciously nodded. Yes. Immediately after, that viewer spoke up again. Then what's your opponent's ranking? Number 1, Raphael finally came to his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the young man across from him. The handsome young man had a faint smile and exuded a calm and steady aura. A Celebi sat on his shoulder, and at that moment, the young man tilted his head as if saying something to the Celebi. At that moment, Raphael suddenly had a vague feeling. It was no accident that this guy had managed to catch Mutwo. He suddenly lost the will to continue the battle. There was no way he could defeat an opponent like that. Thinking this, Raphael hesitantly brought up the surrender interface. The viewers watching the live stream saw this, and immediately tried to dissuade him. Hey, don't surrender. At least finish this battle. Haha, I think I see myself from a few hours ago in the streamer. I was just as desperate back then. Fight my ass, my strongest Pokémon got one-shotted. No kidding, Raphael didn't want to get swept 6-0. How about you ask him to switch out a few Pokémon to battle you? Aren't you guys curious about Caleb-sama's other Pokémon? Curious +1. Besides Mutwo and Celebi, he also has Lucario, Dragonite, Hydreigon, and Mimikyu. Damn, those are all rare Pokémon. Looking at my Caterpie, I'm shedding tears of envy. Once this topic was brought up, a few toxic comments immediately jumped out. Do you guys think, if he didn't have Mutwo, what would his ranking be? Some tens of thousands, I think. I don't really remember. So that means without Mutwo, he's nothing. The chat fell eerily quiet for a second, but soon, some viewers who already shared similar thoughts were swayed by the rhetoric. It was true that Caleb was strong, but what if he didn't have Mutwo? In a small room somewhere in the infinite world, Terrence frowned as he looked at the comments floating across his screen. He tossed aside his potato chips, casually wiped his hands on his pants, and started furiously typing on his keyboard, replying. Idiots, your assumptions are flawed to begin with. How do you think he caught Mutwo in to begin with? You jealous MFS. Besides, even before catching Mutwo, he defeated Yifan, who was ranked first at the time, and Beak Jiol, who was ranked third, in that mythical beast contest. And now you're saying he's not worthy of first place. Tusk, if you don't need your eyes, please donate them to those in need. Thank you. As soon as these 3 comments flashed by, they instantly sparked an even fiercer divide. Some believed Caleb truly had the strength to be number 1, while others thought he was nothing without Mutwo. But soon, these arguments shifted onto Raphael, who was hosting this live stream. They demanded that he challenge Caleb and have him use his other Pokémon to prove himself. Raphael naturally noticed the shift in the chat. He said somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Cut the crap, give his other Pokémon a good thrashing for me, and I'll gift you some rockets. Points are no object for me. I want to see what all these Caleb fanboys are barking about." Raphael hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of rockets. All right then, I'll give it a try. A single rocket was worth 500 points, which was equivalent to his earnings from one instance run, and there was no middleman taking a cut. Terrence, who had been inexplicably labeled a Caleb fanboy, was furious. He immediately sent these comments and screenshots to the person in question. I was just speaking up for my good bro. How did that make me a fanboy? Terrence, bro, show them what you're made of. Caleb raised an eyebrow as he looked at the comments in the screenshots that Terrence sent him. He usually didn't care much about these kinds of things, making him prove his strength to a bunch of strangers. Were they even worthy of such an effort? Just as Caleb finished replying to Terrence's message, he heard a voice from across the field. Caleb, I know I've lost this battle, but could you maybe switch out to a different Pokémon to battle me? Like, don't use Mutwo, use that Celebi instead. Dragonite is fine too. Caleb couldn't be bothered to say more and directly stated, if you genuinely want to have a Pokémon battle with me, I'd be happy to oblige. But with something like what you did today, I'd rather not. The implication was that he found out about the live stream of this battle, and he was not happy about that. Offending a big shot for 500 points, that's just too costly. If Caleb holds a grudge, the consequences for me are simply unimaginable. Raphael was inwardly horrified, but looking at the comments scrolling past, he still pretended to be calm and said, I don't mean anything by it, I really do want to have a serious Pokémon battle with you. Caleb raised an eyebrow and reminded him, Mutwo is also my Pokémon, and I've been taking this seriously the entire time. It was just that he was hungry now and just wanted to finish the battle quickly to go home and eat. The other guy kept dragging it out, which was really annoying. Raphael forced a smile. I mean, like in online battles in the games, the kind where legendaries are banned. Caleb shrugged and cut straight to the point. I don't need to prove my strength to anyone. If anyone thinks I'm nothing without Mutwo, all I can say is, you do you. Grrr tilde. As soon as the words left his mouth, Caleb heard a growling sound come from Celebi's stomach. He paused, glanced at Raphael, and asked, Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want Mutwo to send you off? Raphael's. He could tell the other party was unhappy, so he decisively chose the former. Chapter 261. The battle ended, the streamer fled, and the livestream room was consequently shut down. However, because of Caleb's earlier statement, the number of threads discussing his name on the player forum skyrocketed rapidly. The arrogance, who exactly does Caleb think he is? Assuming Caleb didn't have Mutwo, would he still be number 1? Does he truly has the capital to be arrogant, or is he just bluffing? Why didn't he accept the challenge? Am I the only one who thinks Caleb is really handsome? Just a passerby, not sure what everyone is so curious about. If you want to know Caleb's actual strength, won't the upcoming Battle Royale event reveal it? He probably won't miss such a richly rewarded event, right? Terrence lay on his bed, alternately clicking on analysis posts, and then rushing into hate threads to argue with the original posters. After sparring with other players for a while, he closed the panel, stared at the ceiling, and the agitated mood from the arguments lingering for some time. He thought for a moment, opened the friend's interface, selected Caleb's name, and sent a message over to clear his confusion. Terrence, dude, you could clearly beat him, so why didn't you use Dragonite to fight him? Wouldn't it have been better to humiliate that streamer with Dragonite and shut those people up? Soon, he received a reply from the other side. It contained only 5 brief words. Caleb, I'm starving, let's have some lunch. Terrence. He was somewhat dazed, but immediately after, he received a notification inviting him into a friend's room. After accepting the invitation, Terrence's location instantly changed. Caleb and his Pokémon were gathered around the dining table. While eating, he glanced up at Terrence and asked, Have you eaten? Want to join us for a bit? Terrence didn't react at first, answering rigidly, I've eaten. But soon, he snapped out of it. With such a big commotion on the forum, the person responsible was actually busy stuffing himself. How could he even manage to eat at a time like this? An expression of disbelief appeared on Terrence's face, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Caleb was truly the kind of person who would stop a battle because he was hungry and run home to eat. Having lived with him for 3 years, Terrence was well aware of this. No need to argue with them, Caleb said, finishing the last bite of rice. Feeling the satisfaction of a full stomach, he instantly felt much more relaxed. Terrence was about to say something else, but just then, Hatsumi teleported over. Her gaze shifted between the two, and she said with a smile, I was actually planning to mooch a meal off you today, but it looks like I missed my chance. Caleb. He simply cleared the tableware and handed it over to Gardevoir to handle. Terrence blinked and turned to sit on the sofa. Hatsumi sat on the other side, surveying the surroundings, and said, I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. With a living room this big, you'd need to ride a motorcycle just to get to the bathroom, right? That's too exaggerated, Caleb retorted. The room had a teleportation function, allowing players to directly teleport from point A to point B, though Caleb hadn't used it much. After the harmless joke, Hatsumi got down to business. In past Battle Royale events, the locations have always been random. 4 prevalent terrains, islands, rainforests, deserts, and snowfields have appeared. The locations of the events aren't the Pokémon-verse instances that we're familiar with. They're more like a small, pocket dimensions. They have no NPCs and no wild Pokémon, only various terrains and structures. And within those structures, all sorts of magical items are hidden for players to pick up and use. Hatsumi paused and said, that's all I know. Although she had been here for a long time, she hadn't participated in the previous events due to special reasons. Caleb nodded, thought for a moment, then asked, "Have you found the fourth teammate yet?" "No," she shook her head, "I'm still looking for candidates." Caleb nodded, "Then I'll leave it to you." He didn't know many people in the infinite world, and even those he did know already had their groups. After discussing business, the three went their separate ways. Hatsumi was responsible for finding the remaining teammate, and after sitting for a while, Terrence also said he wanted to return to the arena to train his Pokémon through battles. After all, only one day remained before the event started. After seeing them off, the virtual sky outside darkened. Caleb spent some time with his Pokémon, enjoying the evening breeze on the plains, before returning to his room to rest. The next morning, Caleb initially planned to continue PvP in the arena, but after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to tackle the second tier of the Extreme Realm. The reason was simple: fighting in the arena wouldn't improve his strength and offered no help for the upcoming Battle Royale. But the Extreme Realm was different. Every tier cleared provided tangible benefits. This time, he chose to challenge it alongside Mutwo. Then everything before them rapidly changed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in a shattered world. Like the first tier, the second tier's backdrop was also a crimson sky. Below was a deep blue ocean, with water pouring over the world's edge into the void, creating a bizarre spectacle. In this ocean stood 3 deep, mysterious islands, arranged in a triangle across the sea. A mechanical voice rang out. "Welcome, player, to the Extreme Realm Tier 2, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Attack legendary birds." Caleb recognized this place at a glance. This was where the events of the film, Pokémon the Movie 2000, took place. Those 3 islands were precisely the habitats of Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, the legendary birds known as the fire, ice, and lightning deities. Just then Mutwo suddenly spoke, "Something's coming." His eyes glowed with a blue light, adopting an offensive stance, prepared to use a move at any moment. As Moltres drew closer, Caleb used a praise on it. Moltres, deity of fire, a legendary Pokémon inhabiting Fire Island. It uses scorching flames to attack enemies. After defeating it, players have a chance to obtain the following rewards. Character card Moltres, 1%. Pokémon Egg Moltres, 0.01%. Gacha Draw, 1%. Fire-type TM Any, 10%. Firestone, 10%. Charcoal, 15%. Random S-grade item, 20%. Screech. Moltres let out a sharp cry at the sight of enemies, opening its red beak to spew forth blazing flames. Seeing this, Mutwo extended an arm before Caleb could even speak, using his psychic power to form a transparent barrier in front of them. Chapter 262. The crimson flames were completely blocked by a wall of light composed of psychic power. Waves of intense heat rolled and swept away in both directions. Caleb asked, "Can you take it down in one hit?" Mutwo gave a simple affirmative hum, then raised his other hand. An invisible psychic force immediately enveloped Moltres. Under the terrifying pressure of the psychic squeeze, Moltres let out a painful cry. Its offensive abruptly halted, and even the flames on its head, tail, and wing edges became noticeably weaker. Watching this scene, Caleb almost whistled in amazement. Mutwo is simply up. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Ensnared by the psychic force, Moltres struggled fiercely. But Mutwo's power was a sheer force of superiority. This kind of suppression was equivalent to Ho-Oh's over Suicune or Arceus's over Dialga. Still, Moltres did not give up. To be precise, this Moltres had no consciousness of its own. It was merely an individual entity replicated by the infinite world based on some instance, one devoid of emotions in its mind. It was a complete war machine that only knew to attack challengers. Because of this, Mutwo's overwhelming pressure meant nothing to it. It let out a piercing cry, and in the next second, raging flames erupted from its body, shooting skyward. As if possessing a consciousness of their own, these flames seemed completely unaffected by the psychic force. They transformed into a large bird-shaped blaze and lunged toward Mutwo. That was the fire-type move, Burn Up. Burn Up. The user burns its entire body with flames to inflict significant damage on the opponent, but after use, its fire-type attribute temporarily disappears. This was undoubtedly the Molter's final counterattack. Caleb glanced at Mutwo. Coincidentally, Mutwo also looked at him at that moment. Before Caleb could speak, a blue light gleamed in Mutwo's eyes. He nodded at Caleb and hummed. In the next second, teleport activated. A tidal wave of psychic power carried Caleb to another location. Watching as Moltres lost its ability to battle and vanished into a beam of white light, Caleb paused and looked at Mutwo. Mutwo tilted his head in confusion, then asked, "Weren't you going to tell me to use teleport just now? I merely responded in advance." Hearing this, Caleb was taken aback. He had indeed been about to say that, but he hadn't actually spoken yet. "How did you know what I was going to say?" he asked. Mutwo fell silent for a moment before explaining. "Because I knew you would think of using teleport in this kind of situation." It had been like that back in that world. Mutwo could employ methods similar to mental control, which included erasing a target's memories, reading consciousness, and so on. These actions weren't complicated for Mutwo. If he wanted to, he could execute them. Some had said Mutwo was a Pokémon with limitless potential. Therefore, after parting with Caleb, driven by longing for him, Mutwo developed the ability to immerse his consciousness into preserved memories, building upon his memory-reading capabilities. During those years, apart from exploring the new world, Mutwo remained dormant somewhere, his consciousness revisiting the times he had spent with Caleb. Even Mutwo himself didn't know how many times he had repeated this. He only knew that staying by this human's side made him feel very at peace. Hearing this, Caleb was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, "Is this the powerful bond between humans and Pokémon?" It was so powerful that not a single word was needed. Just through eye contact, they could understand each other's thoughts. But the term bond was incredibly cheesy. Caleb was content to let it dwell in his thoughts. Saying it out loud would just be too cringe. Mutwo didn't say more. He turned his head and cast his gaze toward the second island. With the flame bird defeated, it was now the electric bird's turn. Exactly 4 minutes had passed since the two entered the instance. And this was where the difficulty of the second tier of the extreme realm lay. If players couldn't defeat Moltres within 4 minutes, they would subsequently have to face both Moltres and Zapdos simultaneously. Similarly, Articuno, the freeze Pokémon, would appear 5 minutes after Zapdos. This meant players had to defeat the first 2 Pokémon within 6 minutes. If they failed, the consequence awaiting them would be a combined assault from the 3 legendary birds. Fighting 1 against 3, and with the enemies being Pokémon holding divine roles. If it were an average player, they might never clear this tier. Here comes Zapdos. Looking at the yellow-feathered Pokémon flying toward them, Caleb used Appraise on it. In the next second, a familiar interface popped up. Zapdos, the lightning deity, a legendary Pokémon inhabiting the Thunder Island. It uses powerful lightning to attack enemies. After defeating it, players have a chance to obtain the following rewards. Character card Zapdos, 1%. Pokémon Egg Zapdos, 0.01%. Gacha Draw, 1%. Electric Type TM Choice, 10%. Thunderstone, 10%. Light Ball, 15%. Random S-grade item, 20%. Mutwo asked, "Shall we act now?" Caleb nodded, "Let's do it. Let's finish early and go to the next tier." Receiving the instruction, Mutwo defeated Zapdos using the same method he had used to defeat Moltres. Soon, Zapdos lost its ability to battle, transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing from the area. After Zapdos, it was Articuno's turn. 3 minutes later, Articuno joined the ranks of the defeated legendary birds. At this moment, Caleb felt for the first time the importance of having a powerful Pokémon by his side. Mutwo's presence would greatly reduce his unnecessary troubles. With Articuno's defeat, the challenge of the second layer officially concluded. Zing! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter Tier 2 cleared. Successfully defeated opponent. Time taken, 9 minutes 32 seconds. Rewards have been distributed to the player's inventory. Nice, Caleb looked delightedly at the new items in his inventory. Although some were temporarily useless to him, they were great for collection. The Articuno character card could be used to summon Articuno for help. However, Caleb didn't have an Articuno, so he couldn't fuse with the card's ability like with Celebi. Therefore, after 5 uses, the Articuno character card would disappear. The light ball was a held item for Pokémon, but only Pikachu could use it. When held, it increases the power of Pikachu's attack and special attack. As for the fire-type TM and the Ice Stone, Caleb had no use for them for the time being, so he simply placed them together with the light ball in a corner of his inventory, planning to take them out when needed. Besides these, only the 2 gacha draws remained. Caleb thought for a moment and decided to leave these 2 rare draws for Dragonite to handle. Chapter 263. Due to the need to use the gacha, Caleb and Mutwo temporarily exited the Extreme Realm instance and teleported directly back home. Is Dragonite here? Caleb asked, looking at Celebi and Mimikyu who were lying on the sofa drinking juice. Bye. Q. The 2 little Pokémon shook their heads. Dragonite was different from them. Because of his size, Dragonite would feel very stifled if he stayed in the room all the time. Even though Caleb had already expanded the room once, Dragonite still preferred to stay in the paradise. It only returned at night or when Caleb was around. Seeing this, Caleb nodded slightly, then accessed the paradise's permissions to lock onto Dragonite's location and teleported directly there. When he arrived at the destination, Dragonite was lying on the grass with Hydreigon, leisurely sunbathing. Sensing a familiar presence suddenly appearing in the air, Dragonite slowly sat up from the grass, opening his large lake-green eyes to look in Caleb's direction. Woo! Hydreigon, lying nearby, also opened its eyes at the sound. Upon seeing Caleb, it immediately rushed over and enthusiastically licked his face, smearing saliva all over it. This was Hydreigon's way of expressing affection. Although Caleb didn't mind, he still turned his head and said in a faint tone, "You stole the strawberry cake I left in the fridge." He could smell the strawberry scent. Hearing this, Hydreigon's body stiffened and instinctively took a small step back, a guilty look flashing in its eyes. Caleb, never mind, it's fine if you ate it. Go play. He rubbed Hydreigon's head and didn't make a big deal of it. After all, it was just a snack he had prepared for them. Hydreigon's previously tense mood immediately relaxed upon hearing this, thinking, Dad is really too good to me. Caleb didn't know what Hydreigon was thinking at that moment. He turned around, sat down in front of Dragonite, opened the gacha interface from his inventory, and pulled the big spinning wheel in front of Dragonite. Dragonite blinked, recognizing this thing. He was supposed to put his paw on it, then this thing would spin automatically, and then his trainer would become very happy. Thinking this, Dragonite proactively extended his paw and gently placed it on the wheel. Caleb was taken aback. I didn't even say anything yet. But the next second, he saw the pointer on the wheel start spinning wildly. Soon, the big wheel stopped, and a red light shone from it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the A-grade item and the S-grade item. Ban card, a grade item, can be used on a designated target to automatically disable one Pokémon from the opponent's team. Note, this item only works on players and has no effect on trainers within instances. Rewind, S-grade item, a magical item with save and loading functions. The player can save at a certain point in time. The save will automatically record the status of all the player's Pokémon and the contents of the player's inventory. The player can choose to load the save at any subsequent point in time. After use, everything returns to the state before the save. Can only be used once per instance. What? Caleb looked at Dragonite in shock. Does this Dragonite of mine have some kind of super luck buff on him? Woo, what's wrong? Dragonite looked over somewhat puzzled. Caleb snapped back to his senses and said, It's nothing, I'm just too happy. This was truly something worth celebrating. Caleb rubbed Dragonite's chubby, plump little face. Woo, Dragonite deliberately puffed out his cheeks. Caleb smiled, poked them, and said, As a reward, is there anything you want? Today, even if Dragonite wanted the stars in the sky, Caleb would buy them for him. But Dragonite didn't want anything. He already had a warm home, a trainer who treated him very well, and a group of unique companions. Compared to his previous life in the Dragon Holy Land, things were very good now. Sensing Dragonite's thoughts, Caleb was touched. Like Mimikyu, Dragonite was a companion who had been with him since the first instance until now. Caleb still remembered the unruly appearance Dragonite had when they first met. Unknowingly, Dragonite had shed his wild nature, gradually becoming gentle and well-behaved, even learning to proactively accept and care for newly joined companions. Caleb thought for a moment and asked, "Are you sure there's nothing you want?" Dragonite shook his head with a silly smile. "Woo, no." If possible, he wanted to live together with Caleb forever, and he also wanted Caleb to always be happy. But Dragonite didn't say this out loud. He just pushed Caleb's hand with his paw, thinking, "All right, go do what you need to do. I want to continue sunbathing." Caleb sensed Dragonite's intent. He smiled and stood up, saying, "Then I'll go first. See you at noon." The time was now 10 a.m. He could probably manage one more tier of the Extreme Realm instance before it was time for lunch. Dragonite had already lain back down on the grass, responding lazily, "Woo tilde." "Let's go," Caleb said to Mutwo beside him, and entered the Extreme Realm instance again. The name of the third tier of the Extreme Realm was Tier 3, Great Tsunami, the battle against Dark Lugia. The moment he entered this stage, Caleb saw an all-black Lugia floating in midair with its eyes closed. It was still that kind of ruined world, and below was similarly a deep, bottomless ocean. Mutwo used his psychic power to help Caleb float in the air. He silently looked at the Dark Lugia and suddenly said, "It's very strong." Caleb, who was checking the items in his inventory, was taken aback by this. He looked up at the Dark Lugia, noticing it hadn't moved. Caleb quickly guessed that its activation method should be the same as Celebi's in the first tier, meaning it would only attack after being attacked. But it wasn't awake yet. Caleb turned to look at Mutwo. He wasn't surprised that Mutwo could sense Dark Lugia's strength, so he asked, "How does it compare to you?" A blue light appeared in Mutwo's eyes, his tone unchanged, saying, "There's still a bit of a gap. Shall we act now?" "Not yet." Caleb turned his gaze to Rewind, the S-grade item that Dragonite had drawn in the inventory panel. Unlike the Book of Answers and the Warp Beacon, which could only be used in instances and not in the infinite world, this item showed a usable prompt at this moment. Is this a loophole in the infinite world? Caleb's calm mind raced. Looking at this item, he remembered using the SL save load method to catch legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon games when he was a child. So the question was, could SL be used in the Extreme Realm? Save before the challenge. If the item dropped after the battle wasn't what you wanted, is it possible to rewind to the state before the save and attempt the challenge again? Instances already completed in the Extreme Realm couldn't be challenged a second time. The Celebi and Legendary Birds instances Caleb had previously challenged had now turned black, indicating they were inaccessible. If it were possible, wouldn't that mean he could reset infinitely until he got the reward he wanted? Like the rarest item of all, a Dark Lugia Pokémon egg. Chapter 264. Caleb used Appraise on Dark Lugia. In the next second, the potential rewards appeared before him in a panel. Dark Lugia, the Guardian of the Seas, a legendary Pokémon that dwells in the ocean. A special variant of Lugia. It uses powerful gales and tsunamis to attack enemies. After defeating it, players have a chance to obtain the following rewards. Character Card Dark Lugia, 1%. Pokémon Egg Dark Lugia, 0.01%. Gacha Draw, 1%. Psychic Type TM Choice. Flying Type TM Choice, 10%. Shiny Stone, 10%. Twisted Spoon, 15%. Random SS Grade Item, 20%. Caleb decided to act without hesitation. He directly commanded Mutwo to attack the Dark Lugia floating in the air. A terrifying tide of psychic power surged towards the opposite side like a tidal wave. In just 1 second, the idle Dark Lugia entered an active state. It opened a pair of blood-red eyes, flapped its wings, let out a long cry towards the sky, and layers of sonic boom sounds instantly blasted towards Mutwo. Fierce storms stirred in the air, and a visible air vortex rapidly condensed within it. That was the flying-type move, Aeroblast. Caleb watched the scene calmly and ordered, "Why form?" Mutwo nodded slightly, and his figure immediately shot towards the Dark Lugia at high speed. His body emitted a bright white light during flight, and in the blink of an eye, he evolved from his normal form into Y form. Dark Lugia looked coldly at Mutwo. It raised its head, and a rapidly spinning blue water ball condensed in front of it. In the next second, that water ball transformed into a thick water column and shot towards the path of Mutwo's flight. But just before the attack was about to hit Mutwo, Mutwo used teleport. His body disappeared from his original location, appearing above Lugia's head. A strike imbued with violent psychic power was suddenly unleashed. The Dark Lugia was hit on the spot, lost its balance, and fell into the ocean. As the Guardian boss fell, the rewards it dropped immediately appeared in Caleb's inventory. Ding! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter, Tier 3, cleared. You have successfully defeated your opponent. Time taken, 3 minutes 12 seconds. Rewards have been distributed to the player's inventory. Caleb didn't get the item he wanted. He pondered for a moment, then looked at the item labeled SL in his inventory. Just before launching the attack on Lugia, he had used the save function to save the challenge progress. And now, after the Extreme Realm Instance challenge ended, it still showed usable. Caleb's heart stirred. With his heart pounding, he pressed the button labeled Loading. A flash of intense white light passed before him, and the next second, Caleb was rewound to a few minutes earlier. "It worked," Caleb exclaimed. Looking at the Dark Lugia floating not far away in midair, Mutwo was stunned, seemingly not reacting for a moment. Seeing this, Caleb proactively explained the specific situation to Mutwo, then took him to exit the Extreme Realm first before re-entering. Rewind could only be used once per instance. After one use, it couldn't be used again. But if he exited the instance and re-entered, would it be possible to use it again? Thinking this, Caleb opened his inventory and saw that the item, which had just shown as unusable, was lit up again. And sure enough, everything was as he had guessed. The instance reset, and the usage count for rewind also reset accordingly. A light shone in Caleb's eyes. The challenge started anew. The scene that had occurred in this place not long ago played out once more. Soon, the Guardian boss fell into the ocean in the same manner. Ding! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter Tier 3 cleared. You have successfully defeated your opponent. Time taken, 3 minutes 8 seconds. Rewards have been distributed to the player's inventory. Still a dud. Although there was a character card that could summon Dark Lugia to assist 5 times, it had usage limitations after all. Therefore, Caleb chose to start over. The triple operation of loading, exiting, and save was done smoothly in one go. Everything started anew again. Caleb looked at the Dark Lugia before him and launched his attack on it for the 3rd time. Soon, Dark Lugia lost its ability to battle. But among the rewards it dropped, there was still no Dark Lugia Pokémon egg. A 0.01% chance was already tiny, not to mention with his notoriously unlucky status. Just thinking about how unlucky he was irritated him to no end. "No, this time I have to get this Pokémon egg." Caleb took a deep breath and said to Mutwo, "Come on, let's continue." Mutwo. Honestly, Mutwo wanted to ask if that pitch-black creature really that great. Mutwo carefully recalled past events. He remembered that Caleb had never proactively mentioned wanting to capture him. He had only casually brought it up during their parting. And now, he seemed dead set on not giving up until he got that creature. Could this Lugia be better than I am? Mutwo silently pondered. Years of solitary life had long cultivated a monk-like calmness in him. Even when facing Arceus, his heart remained unmoved. At this moment, however, he was experiencing a strange feeling. With the addition of this feeling, that Dark Lugia welcomed a sudden torrential thrashing. Caleb was stunned. By the time Dark Lugia lost its ability to battle, he had forgotten to check the rewards it dropped and instead looked at Mutwo first. Mutwo's actions, just now, he somewhat displayed the posture of proving himself stronger than Lugia. When Mutwo returned to his side, Caleb finally reacted, asking, "What's wrong?" Mew then explained his dilemma. After listening, Caleb immediately felt somewhat amused and exasperated as he explained, "No, the main reason I want to capture it is because I always used to draw a junk when using gacha before. My former colleagues always said I had an unlucky constitution, so I wanted to see if I could use this opportunity to test just how unlucky I am. In human terms, this should be called getting into the swing of things, or you could just plainly it's an obsession." Mutwo listened silently, thinking that human behavior and thoughts were indeed as difficult to understand as ever. Caleb then turned his attention to the items dropped by Dark Lugia. Ding! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter, Tier 3, cleared. You have successfully defeated your opponent. Time taken, 3 minutes 12 seconds. Rewards have been distributed to the player's inventory. Chapter 265. Still, the egg didn't appear, but an SS-grade item did drop. For players, an SS-grade item could be more useful in some aspects than a Dark Lugia. After all, even a perversely useful item like Rewind was only S-grade. Caleb paused for a moment, then opened his inventory to check the SS-grade item he had just obtained. It was a pair of rings. The rings were silver, exquisitely and delicately styled, carved with fine patterns. Although they couldn't compare to the luxury of rings inlaid with pigeon eggs, they exuded a sense of natural elegance and refinement. This is probably the best reward from this tier, besides the Dark Lugia Pokémon egg, right? Thinking this, Caleb reached out and selected the pair of silver rings. In the next second, a panel emerged from them. Ring Moonlight illuminates the heart, bond item. Its abilities can only be unlocked after meeting one's destined person. Ring Dreams of the Fleeting World, bond item. Its abilities can only be unlocked after meeting one's destined person. Caleb, what does this even mean? Singles aren't worthy of using this item, is that it? Mutwo, who was nearby, saw Caleb spacing out and asked, "What's wrong?" Caleb snapped back to his senses, casually tossed the rings into the ocean, and replied, "It's nothing. Let's continue." Then he activated Rewind. The instance reset for the 4th time. All items that had dropped into the inventory disappeared, along with the pair of rings that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. But this time, the Dark Lugia Pokémon egg still didn't drop. Mutwo looked at his expression and understood that Caleb still hadn't obtained what he wanted. He silently asked, "Shall we continue?" Caleb was about to answer when he received a message from Gardevoir. He shook his head, saving the progress again, and said, "Let's go back for lunch first." Mutwo had no objections. After lunch, Mimikyu, Celebi, and Lucario watched TV in the room. Dragonite took Hydreigon to the Pokémon Paradise for battle practice. Caleb and Mutwo continued entering the Extreme Realm instance to use the SL method to grind for items. Tomorrow was the day the big Battle Royale event started. Before entering the Extreme Realm, Caleb sent a message to Hatsumi, asking if she had found a 4th teammate. Soon, he received a reply from Hatsumi. "Hatsumi, no, but I received some news." Caleb, what? Hatsumi, it seems that the large-scale event hosted by Infinite World this time isn't the usual Battle Royale mode like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Because up until now, the Infinite World hasn't asked us to upload our team roster. In the past, we always had to submit it a day in advance. The specific gameplay didn't matter much to Caleb. He thought for a moment and replied, "Caleb, let's just see how it goes when the time comes." Hatsumi, okay. After finishing the conversation, Caleb closed the chat interface. Looking at the Dark Lugia before him, he casually saved a file before the challenge. A few minutes later, as Dark Lugia plunged into the deep sea, the panel once again popped up with a bunch of useless items. Caleb glanced over them and then immediately loaded the save point. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 5 p.m. Caleb looked at the Dark Lugia under the crimson sky and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Who knew how many times he had repeated this process over the past few hours, and yet the Dark Lugia Pokémon egg still hadn't dropped. Caleb's mood was starting to crumble. Was his luck really that bad? Mutwo quietly asked, "Are we continuing?" Caleb took a deep breath, glanced at the time and shook his head. "Forget it, let's rest for a bit." After working all day, Mutwo was probably tired too. So the two of them left the Extreme Realm instance. Caleb first spent some time in the room watching a movie with Mimikyu and the others, then went to the paradise to play with Dragonite and Hydreigon for a while. Soon it was time for dinner. Having spent the whole day without obtaining the item he wanted, Caleb was feeling quite frustrated, which made him rather absent-minded throughout the meal. Mimikyu and Dragonite keenly sensed his mood and exchanged a knowing glance. Dragonite nudged his chin toward Mimikyu. Mutwo and Lucario sat silently on the other side, watching the scene unfold. Mutwo understood what Caleb was upset about, but there was nothing he could do about it. Mutwo had previously tried to communicate with Dark Lugia, hoping it would be sensible enough to willingly enter the human's Poké Ball. But that Dark Lugia had no consciousness of its own, making communication impossible. Lucario didn't say anything, but also turned his gaze toward Caleb. On the other hand, Celebi and Hydreigon were completely confused. The impatient Hydreigon couldn't hold back and let out a puzzled cry. Roar. Caleb snapped out of it, looked at his Pokémon and asked, "What's wrong?" Hydreigon enthusiastically nuzzled over, opening its bloody big mouth to lick Caleb. "Caleb." He quickly reached out to block this bad dragon's mouth and said, "You're not allowed to lick me after eating garlic." When he had hot pot before, he used minced garlic as a dipping sauce. Hydreigon was curious, so Caleb fed it a piece of beef roll dipped in the sauce. As a result, this dragon fell in love with the flavor. Upon hearing this, the middle head of Hydreigon immediately showed a hurt expression. Caleb relented, saying, "Only after brushing your teeth." Ow. After this little distraction, Caleb forgot all about being unlucky. After dinner with his Pokémon, he took a bath and prepared to return to his room for a good night's sleep, so he could be in perfect condition for tomorrow's big event. However, even by 1 a.m., he still hadn't fallen asleep. His mind kept circling back to Dark Lugia. "No, I have to get it today." Caleb was fired up. He flipped out of bed, quietly found Mutwo, who hadn't gone to sleep and was lying on a tree in the paradise, watching the stars. Noticing his approach, Mutwo praised, "You are the most persistent human I have ever met." Caleb. Mutwo thought for a moment and added, "As long as you persevere, you will definitely succeed." "Where did you hear that?" Caleb asked. Mutwo answered, "From human television. For example, from those motivational speaker videos." Since arriving here, Mutwo hadn't had much to do, so he started studying human behavior and thought patterns. Hearing this, Caleb was stunned for a moment. Then he used his permissions to check his TV viewing history and saw titles like 101 Essential Tips for Successful Men, High EQ Makes Social Interactions Less Awkward, and similar content. Caleb opened his mouth, but for a moment he was at a loss for words. In the end, he could only say, "I'll recommend a few movies for you. You'd better stop watching that stuff." Mutwo, okay. Chapter 266. The nth instance, reset officially began. Mutwo, already familiar with the process, transformed into his Y form and soared above the Dark Lugia. His terrifying psychic power surged downward like a tidal wave. The attacked Dark Lugia was instantly activated, but before it could even open its eyes, Mutwo followed up with a Strike. Mega Mutwo Y had a special attack stat of 194, and with the additional 10% damage boost from the title Gigantamax Slayer, the combined force was too much for Dark Lugia to withstand. It didn't even make a sound before plunging straight into the sea. The next second, the success notification rang out. Ding! Extreme Realm Hell Chapter Tier 3 cleared. Opponent successfully defeated. Time taken, 3 minutes 12 seconds. Rewards have been delivered to the player's inventory. Another failure. Caleb habitually reached for the load button upon seeing the third item, Shiny Stone, prepared to restart again. But then his eyes caught a word that hadn't appeared in the previous hundreds of attempts. It finally dropped. He opened his inventory and saw that compared to a few minutes ago, there was now a Pokémon egg shimmering with a pitch-black glow. Next to the egg was a label. Finally, Caleb was a little emotional, but just then, the surrounding space suddenly darkened. A blue panel emerged from the air. A loophole has been detected in S-grade item Rewind. Repairing. Repair complete. Assessing impact caused by loophole. Number of affected users, 1. Beep. It has been detected that player Caleb Chase obtained item Dark Lugia Egg using the loophole. Beep. Program error. Reassessing impact caused by Rewind. After that, the panel went silent. Caleb froze for a moment, then quickly opened his inventory and looked at the Pokémon egg emitting a dark glow. Soon, the panel reappeared. Assessment complete. Dark Lugia Egg identified as a product of the loophole. Given the inherent nature of the Rewind loophole, the egg will not be reclaimed. However, a restriction will be applied. The egg cannot be hatched until the player officially leaves Infinite World. As compensation, the player may choose one of the following items. 1. A complete set of top-quality evolution stones. 2. A randomly generated 6 IV Pokémon egg, maximum tier, pseudo-legendary. 350 of each type of berry. 4. SS-grade item ring, Moonlight illuminates the heart, ring dreams of the fleeting world. Please make your selection. Caleb was stunned. What does that mean? He opened the inventory interface and selected the Dark Lugia Egg. Sure enough, compared to earlier, a new restriction had been added. Dark Lugia Egg, hatching restriction, unusable. Restriction will be lifted after the player leaves Infinite World. So this means I can only hatch the egg after leaving Infinite World. Caleb thought it over briefly. He could accept that. After all, Dark Lugia was his, so it was just a matter of time. Besides, this egg held extraordinary meaning for him. It was proof that even someone with notoriously bad luck could finally strike gold. And with Mutwo already in his team as a top-tier combatant, it wasn't necessary for Dark Lugia to join right away. Thinking this through, Caleb relaxed and turned his attention to the compensation rewards offered by Infinite World. A complete set of top-quality evolution stones. He didn't need them for now. Choosing this would just mean collecting or selling them. A 6 IV perfect Pokémon egg. Caleb's gaze lingered on it for 2 seconds, then moved on. That reward was too luck-dependent. When it came to draws, his luck had always been terrible. He figured if he picked this, he'd probably end up with a Caterpie or a Rattata. All things considered, Caleb felt it was better to choose something else. The third option, 50 of each type of berry. Though it sounded rare, in reality, any berry could be bought from the Infinite World's shop with points. This option didn't mean much to Caleb. His Pokémon already ate top-tier food daily. Items like Pokéblocks, once rare in the Pokémon world, were now just snacks for Dragonite. That's how it goes when you earn a lot and spend a lot. With so many Pokémon, just feeding them cost Caleb around 300 points a day. Human food wasn't expensive. Most of it could be bought in bulk for a single point. What really cost money were the custom-made Pokémon meals and growth supplements. That left only the fourth option. The rings. The rings Caleb had thrown into the sea earlier during the day. Ring Moonlight illuminates the heart. Bond item. Ability unlocks upon meeting your destined person. Ring Dreams of the Fleeting World. Bond item. Ability unlocks upon meeting your destined person. Caleb stood still for a moment. Should I choose this? His gaze wandered over the other 3 options. He didn't know what the rings did, but their rarity spoke for itself. Double SS-grade rare items. There were probably fewer than 100 in all of Infinite World. Caleb stared at them for a while. Forget it, I'm choosing it. Item ring, Moonlight illuminates the heart. Ring, Dreams of the Fleeting World, have been delivered to the player's inventory. With the final notification, the day and night-long challenge of Extreme Realm Tier 3 finally came to an end. Done, Caleb high-fived Mutwo, then exited the Extreme Realm instance. It was now late at night. Having obtained what he wanted and proven he could be lucky for once, Caleb went to bed satisfied. The night passed without incident. The next morning, while Caleb was eating breakfast, a worldwide announcement echoed throughout Infinite World. Ding! Large-scale special event, Chaos Era Domination, has officially begun. Random world generation in progress. Random events evolving. Special terrain generation in progress. Wild NPCs randomizing. Fog of war spreading. Day-night system loading. Ding! World generation complete. Players may now enter via the event panel. No penalty for failure in this event. The final winner will receive 100 points and have a chance to obtain various rare Pokémon and items. Caleb paused mid-bite, opened his friends list, and sent Hatsumi a message. Caleb, this doesn't require a team. Hatsumi quickly replied. Hatsumi, looks like it doesn't. Damn, all that effort I spent was wasted. Chapter 267. To be fair, that's true, Caleb thought. Hatsumi let out a deep sigh and said, Sigh, let's just head in and see. If teaming is allowed, we'll reconnect. At the moment, it didn't seem likely. If everything was truly randomized, there was no guarantee they'd be placed in the same region. And since players couldn't communicate using the chat function within the instance, and with a map that large, trying to locate a specific player would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Unless they happened to spawn in the same area from the start. Caleb didn't say much. He casually sent an OK emoji sticker, closed the chat interface, then glanced around at the 6 Pokémon who were all perked up and listening intently to him. Then he saw their serious expressions. Caleb couldn't help but laugh, saying, Relax, don't be so tense. We're not going to war, we're just playing a little game. Only then did the Pokémon ease up a bit. Back into your Pokéballs for now. Without returning them to their Pokéballs, Caleb couldn't bring them into the instance. The 6 Pokémon immediately lined up obediently, and, one by one, turned into beams of red light and returned to their Pokéballs. Only then did Caleb open the event interface and press the red button to enter the event. The next second, everything in front of him began to change rapidly. A notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Welcome, player, to the world of the large-scale event, Chaos Era Domination. He found himself in a dark void. Not far away stood a simple wooden door, like Doraemon's Anywhere door. Before entering the event, you may choose your landing location. As soon as the voice finished, a pale blue holographic panel appeared before Caleb. The panel displayed 5 options. 1. Moonlight Plains, a plains region with balanced resources across the 3 major categories, recommended for novice players. 2. Cyan Rock Highlands, a highland region rich in mineral resources but lacking in wood, recommended for players seeking a challenge. 3. Sea of Trees, a forest region rich in wood resources but lacking in minerals, recommended for novice players. 4. Happy Farm, a farm region rich in food resources with abundant rice and fruit trees but scarce wood and minerals, recommended for novice players. 5. Random, everything is randomized. Note, players who choose this option will receive a random City Lord skill at the start. Chaos Era Domination, City Lord, is this instance's gameplay what I think it is? Or wood, food. These 3 resource types were clearly staples in simulation management games. So, is this a scenario where players start from scratch to build a territory, and then wage war against tens of thousands of other players? Caleb imagined the scene and immediately got excited. If that's the case, then I'm no longer exhausted. Though not an expert, but as a fan of strategy simulation games, he had some personal insights when it came to choosing a starting location. However, he still didn't know what role Pokémon would play in this type of instance. Caleb gave it some thought and focused on the 5 options in front of him. That was the most important thing for now. As for the role of Pokémon, he'd find out once inside. As everyone knows, to develop a territory, the most important thing is population. And to gain more population, the prerequisite is having plenty of food resources. In strategy games, food is used to recruit population, wood is used to expand territory and build facilities, and mineral resources are used to develop technology within the territory. To build a perfect city, all 3 resources are essential. Thinking this through, Caleb's gaze lingered on the Moonlight Plains, which offered balanced resources. But he quickly looked away and mentally ruled out that option. The reason was simple. He didn't like places that were too ordinary and lacked challenge. That left the mineral-rich Cyan Rock Highlands, the wood-rich Sea of Trees, the food-rich Happy Farm, and the final random option. His gaze swept across the 4 remaining options, and finally stopped at the words, City Lord Skill, behind the random choice. To be honest, none of the given options really satisfied him. Since that's the case, I might as well let the instance decide for me, Caleb thought to himself. He reached out and decisively selected the final option, random. The next second, the blue panel shattered instantly, and a crisp, pleasant voice rang out. Ding! Your landing location is Glazed Volcano. Congratulations, you have obtained the City Lord skill, Friend Out of Thin Air. Friend Out of Thin Air, City Lord exclusive skill, I have a friend. Upon use, it randomly summons a Pokémon World NPC with whom the player has had prior interaction to provide assistance. Duration, 24 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, only effective during this event. What the hell kind of name is Friend Out of Thin Air? Caleb was speechless at the name of this City Lord exclusive skill, but its effect was actually quite good. Summons a Pokémon World NPC with whom the player has had prior interaction to provide assistance. He recalled the NPCs he'd met since entering Infinite World. Lorelei, Lance, Steven, Cynthia, Ash, Lily, and a bunch of miscellaneous passers-by. If he could summon Lance and the others to help out, Caleb would be thrilled. After all, he'd worked for the Kanto League a few times in the Pokémon world. But that was just wishful thinking. Had prior interaction wasn't the same as became friends with the player. Which meant there was also a chance he'd summon one of those youngsters from Oldale Town. That was definitely not what Caleb wanted to see. With the starting region selected, he stepped through the wooden door floating in the void and officially entered the instance. After transporting him, the wooden door slowly disappeared into the air. Caleb glanced back, then turned to check out the surroundings, only to see a Meowth appear in front of him. Above its head was a bold label. Meowth's eyes welled with tears. Lord, you've finally returned. This must be the NPC assigned to guide him through the beginner tutorial. Caleb thought to himself and replied aloud, Yes, I've returned. Meowth chattered on, While you were away, our territory was attacked again by a bunch of nasty Spearows and Rattatas. Oh my goodness, I just want to kick their butts with a boot. Caleb, why does this Meowth sound like one of those dramatized voice reading programs? He thought, then said helplessly, Take me back to have a look first. Meowth, yes lord, this way please. With that, Meowth turned around and began leading the way. Only then did Caleb have a chance to take in the surroundings. All around was a lush forest, the sky a clear blue, and yellow wildflowers swaying gently by the roadside in the breeze. Not far away stood a massive volcano, though it looked like it had been dormant for quite some time. Chapter 268. Led by Meowth, Caleb quickly arrived at an area enclosed by a simple wooden fence. Inside the area stood several wooden huts built from timber and leaves, appearing extremely rudimentary from the outside. This must be my territory. Caleb roughly surveyed the surroundings and said to Meowth, Give me an overview of the territory. Meowth nodded, Okay, Nyatilda. Over the next few minutes, Meowth explained the situation of the territory in detail. With each sentence it spoke, a notification popped up in front of Caleb. Soon, the information gathered into a complete panel. Initial territory, unnamed. Lord, Caleb Chase. Reputation, 0. Population, 5. Food, 100 units. Wood, 100 units. Minerals. Stone, 100 units. Iron ore undiscovered. Copper ore undiscovered. Silver ore undiscovered. Gold ore undiscovered. Barracks, locked. Medical tent, locked. Farmland, locked. Mine, locked. Lumberyard, locked. Daily food consumption by residents, 50 units. After reading it, Caleb's first impression was how poor the territory was. The so-called territory was actually just a tiny village with a population of 5, and he was the new village chief. He reviewed the panel again, his gaze landing on the mere 100 units of food. He asked, Is that all the food we have? Meowth nodded. We used to have a lot more, but a few days ago those Spearows stole it all, Naya. You weren't here, and we didn't have any Pokémon strong enough to fight them. Upon hearing this, Caleb turned to look at the 5 Pokémon in the territory besides Meowth: an Onix, 2 Machamp, a Tauros, and a Bellossom. Caleb. He recalled the scene just before entering the village, where Bellossom used Solar Beam to pick fruit. Are these just for show? He thought. That said, Caleb knew very well that these Pokémon were just ordinary NPCs created by Infinite World to serve as population, so they probably had no combat capabilities. Meowth, looking worried, reminded him, "My lord, our food supply is low. If you don't replenish it soon, the residents may leave the territory due to hunger in 2 days. If that happens, our reputation in the world will suffer greatly, Naya. No new residents will want to settle here." Oh, so if food runs out, the residents will flee. Caleb got the gist. Anything else? He asked. Meowth paused, looking confused. What, Naya? Is there anything else I should be aware of? Caleb elaborated. Like how this game works, he added inwardly. Meowth suddenly understood and continued. Also, my lord, you need to develop the territory quickly. Upgrading the territory will unlock the barracks, and then you can recruit soldiers to protect the territory. With more soldiers, we won't have to fear attacks from other territories. My lord, you can also issue commands to the residents living here. They can do many things, like searching for farmland, chopping wood, and mining stone ore. If resources are sufficient, you can also have them build facilities. Under your leadership, our territory will surely prosper soon. Everything Meowth said was basic knowledge from strategy simulation games. Caleb was no stranger to it. He thought it over and walked toward the Bellossom resting against a tree. As he approached, a pale blue panel popped up over Bellossom, displaying glowing options. View status, issue command, dispatch chat. Caleb selected view status, and the panel updated immediately. Bellossom resident. HP 100-100. Mood average note, mood affects work efficiency. Status full note, hunger affects work efficiency. Description: a fragile ordinary resident with a helpful personality. If only there was a medical tent. Caleb got the idea and moved on to the next option. Upon selecting issue command, 2 sub-options appeared: build facility and move location. As the names suggest, build facility lets them construct buildings, while the move location sends them to a designated spot to wait. Caleb checked what buildings he could currently construct. City Lord's Hall, LV1, a landmark building in the territory. Its presence boosts resident morale and motivation. Effect: reduces dispatch and construction time by 20%. Required: wood times 100, stone times 100. Time 2 hours. Barracks LV1, a magical building that recruits soldiers from another world. Increases territory security. Required: wood times 50, stone times 50. Medical tent LV1, heals soldiers and restores HP. Required: wood times 20. Farmland LV1, used to grow food. Periodically yields food resources. Required: wood times 10. Mine LV1, used to gather minerals. Periodically yields mineral resources. Required: stone times 10. Lumberyard LV1, used to gather wood. Periodically yields wood resources. Required: wood times 10. Caleb clicked the third option, dispatch, and a map appeared on the panel. The map was large and covered by a thick layer of fog. Only a small area near his territory was visible. Several resource points were marked. Farmland LV1, dispatch residents to gather. The longer the time, the more food collected. Max 300 units. Mine LV1, dispatch residents to gather. The longer the time, the more minerals collected. Max 300 units. Caleb scanned the map and saw most resource points were level 1. The yield wasn't much, but they were still useful in the early stages. He thought for a moment and split the 5 Pokémon into 2 groups, one to harvest wheat at the nearest farmland, the other to use the remaining wood and stone to build a barracks. The 5 Pokémon lined up obediently. In the front row, Tauros pulled a cart, leading Bellossom and Onix to the resource point. The two Machamp went to the storage warehouse, retrieved wood and stone ore, and began building the barracks by hand at Caleb's designated location. Caleb watched the construction for a while and realized these creatures weren't real Pokémon. Rather than calling them Pokémon, it was more accurate to say they were game NPCs created by Infinite World wearing Pokémon skins. No, more precisely, in this world scenario, aside from the players, everything was a game NPC created by Infinite World. Upon realizing this, Caleb no longer felt guilty about ordering Pokémon around to do labor. Chapter 269. Dispatching residents to gather food resources would take 5 hours, while constructing the barracks would only take 2. While waiting, Caleb asked Meowth, the butler, about the specifics of the event, and Meowth answered everything one by one. As Caleb listened, he flipped through the map shrouded in thick fog. He was currently located halfway up Glazed Volcano. In a war involving only humans, this kind of location would be extremely easy to defend and hard to attack. But this game was different. The presence of Pokémon, with all kinds of extraordinary abilities, added far too many unpredictable elements to battles. Pokémon here referred not only to the player's own Pokémon. They also included Pokémon soldiers recruited through the barracks. Players needed to combine their strengths, using sound tactics and command to attack other players' territories. Once one side captured the opponent's Lord's Hall, the defeated side would be eliminated. That was the rule of this Chaos-era domination game. Caleb released Mutwo and the others from their Piquet balls. According to Meowth, the players' Pokémon acted as generals. Each one could lead a Pokémon squad into battle and, based on their attributes and personalities, provide buffs to their subordinate Pokémon army. This was something Caleb hadn't noticed before. He opened Mutwo's personal interface and, sure enough, saw the relevant information. Mutwo, General, increases the power of Psychic-type moves for subordinate Pokémon by 50%. 50%? Caleb instantly imagined forming a Psychic-type army. He turned to look at the other Pokémon. Dragonite, General, increases the power of Dragon-type moves for subordinate Pokémon by 25%. Lucario, General, due to his calm demeanor, the movement speed and agility of subordinate Pokémon is significantly increased. Mimikyu, General, when facing Pokémon larger than herself, subordinate Pokémon gain a 20% boost to all move types and increased speed, making it easier to dodge enemy attacks. Hydreigon, General, due to its ferocious nature, its subordinate Pokémon can enter a Berserk state. In Berserk mode, special attack, physical attack, and speed are greatly increased, but physical defense and special defense are significantly reduced. This effect has a 24-hour cooldown. Celebi, General. This all-healing Forest Guardian greatly enhances the effectiveness of subordinate Pokémon's healing moves. It had to be said, these buffs were quite comprehensive. Healing, speed, Berserk power. The only thing Caleb didn't yet know was what types of Pokémon soldiers could be recruited from the barracks. He thought it over and decided to wait until the barracks were built before worrying about that. As for now, he opened the accompanying Lord panel. Caleb Chase. Territory level, 1 initial level. Upgrading requires certain resources. After upgrading, facility level caps can be unlocked. Lord reputation, 0, a nobody in the Chaos-era domination world. Work hard to raise your reputation to attract more residents to your territory. Exclusive skill, friend out of thin air. Friend out of thin air, City Lord exclusive skill, I have a friend. Upon use, it randomly summons a Pokémon World NPC with whom the player has had prior interaction to provide assistance. Duration, 24 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, only effective during this event. Caleb's gaze lingered on it for 2 seconds. Although this skill didn't seem very useful at the initial stage, he still wanted to try summoning someone. The reason was simple. He missed the people from that world. He wondered how Lily was doing, whether the remnants of Team Rocket had been dealt with, and what the weather was like in Celestic Town lately. Come to think of it, I haven't returned to that world in a long time. Caleb took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging in his heart, then activated the skill. The next second, a deep blue light burst forth, forming a 2-meter-tall dimensional rift in front of him. Soon, a blurry figure emerged from the depths and slowly walked out. Long hair, tall figure. Is it Cynthia? Caleb's heart suddenly tensed. To be honest, Cynthia was the person he had the deepest connection with in that world. 3 years during the transformation and substitution instance, plus the few weeks after that. Saying he didn't want to see her would be a lie. Caleb could clearly feel that both Grandma and Cynthia had already treated him like family. They had always treated him as one of their own. As an orphan, familial affection was something he had always longed for, so he cherished it deeply. He wanted to protect them. It was with this belief that he had proactively joined forces with the Sinnoh League to completely eradicate Team Galactic from the Sinnoh region. Caleb rarely lost focus, but in this moment of distraction, the figure finally stepped out of the rift. Only, the person who emerged wasn't blonde, but red-haired. It was Lorelei. Caleb. Maybe the disappointment on his face was too obvious, because Lorelei noticed it immediately. She raised an elegant eyebrow, took a step back, and asked, "Should I not have come?" Caleb adjusted his emotions and returned to normal, saying, "No, you're very welcome." Lorelei feigned suspicion and said, "Really? I don't believe you." Caleb. It had to be said, Lorelei was good at lightening the mood. Seeing Caleb's speechless expression, she chuckled softly, then turned to look around and asked curiously, "Is this the world you live in?" Caleb shook his head and had Meowth bring over a wooden stool for Lorelei, saying, "No, the situation here is a bit special. I can't really explain it." As he spoke, he rummaged through the bottom of his inventory for drinks he had prepared for guests. Lorelei didn't respond immediately to his explanation. Caleb thought she didn't believe him and was about to say something when Lorelei suddenly let out a gasp. Caleb stopped searching and looked up in confusion. Then he saw Lorelei's shocked expression. Her gaze was fixed on Mutwo, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that Mutwo?" On the other side, Mutwo, who had been surveying the terrain, turned his head upon hearing his name. Seeing an unfamiliar woman, he silently looked toward Caleb. "A friend," Caleb said to Mutwo via telepathic communication using the Viridian Power, then spoke aloud to Lorelei. "Yes, that's Mutwo. You're familiar with this Pokémon." Does this mean that they successfully created Mutwo in that world? Caleb wondered. Lorelei nodded and said, "Professor Qqi from the Alola region discovered a previously unknown Pokémon over there, and that Pokémon's name is said to be Mutwo." Alola region, that's where Amber is resting. Chapter 270. Alola, Caleb asked. Lorelei nodded and said, "It's a region made up of islands." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, then looked over, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, you went to Alola once before, didn't you?" Caleb nodded. That time, he had gone to Alola to fulfill Amber's final wish, and hadn't stayed there long. "Exactly," Lorelei nodded. "A previously unknown Pokémon was discovered there, and all the regional professors were alerted. Professor Oak even boarded a plane overnight to Alola, wanting to see Mutwo with his own eyes." Caleb became interested and beckoned, and then Lorelei replied, "That Mutwo didn't seem to like humans very much. It used psychic powers to drive away the professors who tried to study it, but strangely, even so, it didn't leave that place. It was as if it was guarding something." Caleb paused and asked, "Was it the cemetery on the eastern outskirts of Hawley City?" "How did you know?" Lorelei raised an elegant eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. Caleb said, "Just a guess." Of course he knew. That was the resting place he had personally chosen for little Amber. Lorelei didn't care about the answer to that question. After all, this young man carried too many unknown secrets, and one more didn't make a difference. She had come to understand through their previous interactions what kind of person Caleb was. She trusted his character, and believed he wouldn't do anything to harm Pokémon or the Kanto League. Lorelei felt that knowing this was enough. As for everything else, did it really matter? Clearly not. And compared to that, she was more curious about why he had summoned her. Thinking this, Lorelei asked directly, "Did you call me here for something?" Caleb shook his head, "No." He mainly wanted to test the effect of the friend out of thin air skill. Lorelei, she said a little speechlessly, then why did you summon me? Caleb looked at her innocently. He thought for a moment, then said, this thing isn't something I can control. Come to think of it, this skill could even summon Giovanni or Cyrus. He mused. Lorelei picked up on the key detail, and recalling the disappointed look on his face when she first arrived, she said, so you didn't know who would show up. Caleb nodded and added, but the target has to be someone I've interacted with. He paused for a moment, then said, the summon lasts for 1 day. After 24 hours, you'll be able to return. Lorelei. She really wanted to know what the other 3 Elite Four would look like when they realized she had vanished for 24 hours and couldn't be found anywhere in the world. That would be far too entertaining. Thinking of this, a smile curled at the corner of Lorelei's lips. The busy ice-type Elite Four of the League finally had a full day off. Lorelei's mindset shifted quickly. She decisively treated this trip to another world as a vacation. As the two chatted, time quietly passed. Caleb was just about to ask about the current situation in Kanto and Johto when he received a notification that construction was complete. 2 Machamp-wearing safety helmets carried a pile of leftover planks over to him and chattered away. Although Caleb couldn't understand them, it was a game, so their words were automatically translated and displayed on the panel. Caleb nodded and casually dispatched the 2 resident NPCs to the nearest resource point to gather wood before heading over to inspect. The 2 Machamp pulled the cart without complaint and left. Lorelei watched with wide eyes and asked, what are they doing? Caleb wasn't sure how to explain. He thought for a moment and said, this is a game. You can think of them as virtual characters made from data. Game? Speaking of games, Lorelei suddenly remembered something. With a faint smile, she said, last month, a new game called Pocket Monsters suddenly appeared on the market. It's only been out for less than a month, but it's already gone viral across the entire Johto region. Did you know about this? Do I know? Caleb tilted his head. You don't know. Before leaving last time, he had asked Lorelei and Lance to help look after Lily. After all, he wasn't comfortable leaving that girl alone in this era. Lorelei chuckled and said, Lily told me it was your idea. No, I just plagiarized it. Caleb didn't say that aloud. Instead, he asked, how's Lily doing lately? Lorelei replied, she's doing quite well. The game's popularity has made her game studio incredibly profitable. As for her personally, she's now the current gym leader of Mahogany Gym. Price's sudden betrayal had left the Johto League severely understaffed. The current Johto trainers were all too young, lacking both experience and strength to take on the role of gym leader at Mahogany Town. As for Lily's strength, Lorelei and Lance had some idea. With Caleb's backing, the 2 of them worked together to persuade her to take the position. Actually, they had a little ulterior motive. They hoped that through Lily, they could keep Caleb in the Kanto League. A talented trainer is a resource every league wants, and Caleb was one of the best. Initially, Lorelei hadn't been anxious. But after hearing that Caleb had teamed up with the Sinnoh champion to eliminate Team Galactic from the Sinnoh region, she immediately worried that their star trainer was about to be poached. Caleb didn't notice her momentary distraction. Thinking about Lily's situation, he relaxed and said, that's good. Lorelei snapped back to reality, looked at the backs of the 2 Machamps and asked, can I go with them to take a look? Support character Lorelei requests to join the gathering team. Accept. If you accept, this resource point will yield an additional 500 units, and the gathering time will be reduced to 2 hours. Caleb was stunned for a moment, then said, of course you can. Then see you later, Lorelei said. See you later, Caleb replied, watching Lorelei escort the gathering team as they departed. So that's how support characters are used. He lowered his head and asked the nearby NPC butler, Meowth, about it. Meowth quickly answered, support characters can escort gathering teams to protect them from wild Pokémon and raids from other territories, Naya. In addition, they can help guard your territory and lead troops to attack other territories, Naya. Caleb nodded thoughtfully. He didn't dwell on the topic and turned to the barracks that the 2 Machamps had just built. Barracks LV-1, a magical facility that can recruit soldiers from other worlds. When the territory level reaches LV2, the Level 2 barracks will be unlocked. Level 2 barracks can accommodate more soldiers and summon higher-tier units. Chapter 271. The so-called Level 1 barracks was actually just a crude tent built from coarse cloth, hemp rope, and wooden stakes. Within this territory, whether it was the barracks or the residents' homes, these were all places that players could not enter. Caleb wanted to lift the tent flap, but found it completely immovable, so he could only open the barracks interface from outside. Barracks LV1. Recruitable units. 1. Rattata, a Level 1 unit capable of tearing enemies apart with sharp teeth and claws. An initial unit that can evolve into Raticate, Level 2 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. 2 Pidgey, a Level 1 unit, a tiny bird Pokémon capable of flying at speeds of 76 kilometers per hour with extremely good eyesight. Even from high altitudes, it can use Gust to deliver precise strikes on enemies. This is an initial unit that can evolve into Pidgeotto, Level 2 unit, and then Pidgeot, Level 3 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. Note, units from other worlds do not consume food. Besides combat, players can assign them to gather resources. Not requiring food consumption could indeed save players a significant amount of daily expenses. Moreover, they could even be sent out to gather resources. This was exactly like what Mr. Lu Xun once said: they eat grass but produce milk. The Level 1 barracks could only recruit these 2 types of soldiers. Caleb glanced at his mere 100 units of food. Each Pokémon resident within the territory consumes 10 units of food resources per day. 5 of them would be 50 units, and the consumption would be deducted at 00:00 midnight. This meant that he still had 50 units freely available for today. No, not just 50 units, there were also the 300 units collected by the first gathering team. The gathering process was already halfway done, and the team would return in another 2 hours. So the freely available food units increased from 50 to 350. After a brief thought, Caleb waved his hand and spent 200 units to recruit 100 Rattatas and 100 Pidgeys from the barracks. Ding, dings, ding. With a series of prompts, the tent before him automatically opened an entrance, revealing a light blue dimensional rift inside. Immediately after, swarms of Rattatas and Pidgeys poured out like a fountain, gathering on an open space to form 2 neat 100-unit squads. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Caleb, seemingly waiting for his orders as the lord of the territory. Woo! On the other side, the Dragonite and other Pokémon sunbathing heard the commotion and came over to see what was happening. Just then, a prompt automatically popped up. Please assign a general. After assignment, soldiers will receive bonuses from the general's attributes. Generals? Caleb remembered this matter and called up the general interface to check the buffs provided by his 6 Pokémon. Mutwo, General, increases the power of Psychic-type moves by 50% for subordinate units. Dragonite, General, increases the power of Dragon-type moves by 25% for subordinate units. Lucario, General, due to his calm demeanor, the movement speed and agility of subordinate units is significantly increased. Mimikyu, General, when facing Pokémon larger than themselves, subordinate units gain a 20% increase in power for all moves and a boost in speed, making it easier to evade enemy attacks. Hydreigon, General, due to its ferocious nature, subordinate units can enter a berserk state. During berserk mode, special attack, physical attack, and speed are greatly increased, but physical defense and special defense are significantly reduced. This effect has a 24-hour cooldown. Celebi, General. As the forest guardian capable of healing all, the effectiveness of all healing moves for subordinate units is greatly enhanced. Considering the specific situations of Rattatas and Pidgeys, it was clear that only Mimikyu, Lucario, and Hydreigon were currently suitable as their generals. Thinking of this, Caleb glanced at the Mimikyu, Lucario, and Hydreigon beside him. The Pidgeys benefited from speed and were very small, only about 30 centimeters tall. After a brief thought, Caleb assigned them to Mimikyu's command. As for the Rattatas, he assigned them to Hydreigon, whose buff provided Berserk mode. Just after the assignment, Caleb received a tutorial prompt about sending units to gather resources. Food resources were temporarily sufficient. Lorelei was already gathering wood resources, leaving only the stone resources area vacant. If I work hard today, I can build the level 1 Lord's Hall. Then, by grinding tomorrow, I could raise the territory level to level 2 and unlock stronger level 2 units. After roughly planning this in his mind, Caleb waved his hand and sent these 2 new squads to the quarry to mine stones. As for food resources, this reminded Caleb of a title he had once obtained. Flower Planter, a mystical title. The farming gene engraved in your DNA has awakened. Equipping this title allows the player to gain the ability to make all plants grow quickly. In this world scenario, the food resources consumed by NPCs appeared in the form of wheat before being gathered. From a certain perspective, it was also a type of plant. Thinking of this, Caleb went to the food storage and retrieved a small amount of food resources. With a flash of white light, a clean, plump wheat grain appeared in his hand. This was a seed. Caleb walked to an open area, had Dragonite use his claws to dig a hole in the ground, and then buried the wheat grain inside. At the same time, he activated the ability of the mystical title, Flower Planter. In the next moment, a sprout broke through the soil and grew upward at an extremely rapid pace. Within almost a few breaths, it produced plump, golden wheat ears. Meowth came hopping over excitedly, looked at the wheat, and said cheerfully, "What a bountiful harvest, Naya. My lord, I never imagined you had such a miraculous ability. From now on, the Pokémon in our territory will never have to worry about going hungry again. If this news spreads, it will definitely attract many wild Pokémon to come settle here. That way, our territory will surely become more and more prosperous, Naya." As soon as Meowth finished speaking, a notification sounded. Ding! Your world reputation has increased. Your territory's fame has risen. From now on, it will be easier to attract world-traveling merchants and special residents to settle here. Caleb, could it really be like this? Then he thought of something. These special titles were different from the Viridian Power. They could be used without relying on any medium. This meant that Caleb could use this special ability without any restrictions on number of uses or cooldown time. 1 unit of food resources multiplying tenfold. This is even more outrageous than the skill friend out of thin air. If a single wheat grain could do this, what would happen if I used this ability on an entire field? Can I continuously farm food units? Just as Caleb was about to build a level 1 farm to try it out on the spot, he suddenly received an alert. Beep, your gathering team is under attack from Territory Supreme Ruler, LV1. Chapter 272. The gathering team that was under attack was the one accompanied by Lorelei. Caleb paused for a moment as he looked at the words Supreme Ruler floating on the panel. Just as he was about to take Mutwo with him to settle the score, he saw the information on the panel change. Beep, support character, Lorelei has successfully repelled the enemy forces. So fast, Caleb was a bit taken aback. But then he thought about it. It was still the very beginning of the game, and everyone was on their first day. Aside from their own 6 Pokémon, players probably hadn't recruited many Pokémon soldiers yet. And who was Lorelei? She was the Ice-type Elite 4 member of the Kanto League. Her strength was top tier, even within the Infinite World. Unless she was unlucky enough to run into a player ranked at the very top of the leaderboard, those lower-ranked players were probably no different from rookie trainers from the Kanto League to her. Having been in the Infinite World for so long, Caleb had a rough understanding of the leaderboard. The so-called player leaderboard was highly fluid. The top spot couldn't always be held by the same person. There would always be players who achieved their goal and saved enough points to buy a residency ticket into the Pokémon world. Once they left, their names would automatically disappear from the leaderboard. Yuna was a prime example. Seeing that Lorelei had already dealt with the enemy, Caleb shifted his attention away and back to using his ability to obtain food resource units. Recruiting the Pidgeys and Rattatas had already cost 200 units, leaving him with 150 food units. He opened the construction panel and directly spent 50 wood resources to build 5 farm plots. The construction time for farm plots was very short compared to the barracks. With 3 Pokémon residents working together, it only took 5 minutes to cultivate 1 plot. The Onyx, Tauros, and Bellossom that had returned early received the command and went to the area Caleb designated, then started tilling the ground. Caleb watched for a while, then retreated under a large tree to play Gwent with Lucario and Mewtwo. By the time the 4th farm plot was finished, the 2 Machamps sent to gather wood resources returned to the territory with 300 units of wood resources. Lorelei walked ahead of them, a faint smile on her lips as she looked at Caleb. "Someone just tried to steal your stuff," she said. Caleb put down the Gwent cards in his hand, opened the construction panel to send these 2 Machamps to continue building the lumberyard, stood up and said, "I know, you already successfully drove them off." Lorelei raised an eyebrow and asked, "Should we fight?" Caleb was taken aback, asking, "Fight what?" "What do you think?" Lorelei deadpanned. Caleb, "All right, I get it. Do you know their location?" The map hadn't been unlocked yet, it was all shrouded in fog. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the territory called Supreme Ruler. Lorelei smiled and said, "Of course." She looked up and soon, a Delibird flapped its wings and flew over from the distance, landing beside Lorelei. It seems like she was already prepared. Caleb was curious to know what that player on the other side had done to make Lorelei so proactive about counterattacking. Thinking this, he curiously asked. Lorelei seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Her face darkened for an instant. "That's not important. What's important is that they've already bullied their way to your doorstep now." "Okay." He said no more, turned around, went to the already constructed farm plots, used the flower planter title to extract 500 food resources, then recruited 250 Rattatas and 250 Pidgeys from the barracks. After making preparations, he returned to Lorelei, bringing along the massive army of Rattatas and Pidgeys, and said, "Shall we go?" Now it was Lorelei's turn to be speechless. She glanced somewhat hesitantly at the dense black shadows above and asked, "Is such a massive show of force really necessary? I think teaching him a slight lesson would be enough." Even though he knew the other party's actual strength might not be great, Caleb still pointed out, what if that person has some hidden trump card? He never initiated unprepared battles. Lorelei opened her mouth, but upon hearing this, she found herself at a loss for words. "Being cautious isn't a bad thing," Caleb said. "All right." Seeing this, Lorelei had the Delibird lead the way. Meanwhile, in the territory of Supreme Ruler, a young man with dyed red hair was sitting on a wooden stump, browsing the territory interface on his panel. His name was Roy Puissant, ranked over 20,000 on the player leaderboard. A few hours ago, he had taken his Pokémon and residents out to scout for resource units, never expecting to run into Lorelei from the Pokémonverse. Could it be that NPCs from the Pokémon world can also act as lords and play the game alongside players in this instance? Roy was puzzled, so the first thing he did upon returning to his territory was to look up the specific introduction for this event. But he found nothing. And just then, he heard a rumbling sound coming from outside the territory, as if a large army was advancing. Roy was stunned. The moment he looked up, he saw a mass dense black shadows flying overhead. Immediately after, a series of emergency notification sounds rang out. What just happened? Before Roy could even process it, he received prompt after prompt about buildings being destroyed. Beep, your territory is under attack. The attacker is territory unnamed. Beep, resident housing is under attack. Durability is rapidly decreasing. Beep, durability reached 0. Resident housing has been destroyed. Beep, barracks are under attack. Durability is rapidly decreasing. Beep, durability reached 0. Barracks have been destroyed. The durability of level 1 buildings was mostly around 250. It only took a few attacks for them to be destroyed. And if all the buildings within a territory were destroyed, that territory would be completely desolate. In this game, there were 2 ways to eliminate a player. The first was to occupy the other party's Lord's Hall. This method was relatively gentle, and allowed one to obtain all the stored resource points from the other party's warehouse. The second was to destroy all the buildings within the other party's territory, completely disabling the territory. However, this method yielded no resources from the enemy. Remembering this, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Roy's back. He quickly released his 6 Pokémon from their Pokéballs, wanting to fight back. However, the moment his Pokémon emerged from their Pokéballs, a vast ocean of intangible psychic power surged forward. Immediately after, a blue glow appeared around the 6 Pokémon. That was psychic. Roy's eyes widened. Just then, the swarm of Rattatas and Pidgeys that had invaded the territory stopped in front of the last resident housing. They stood completely still, as if obeying some command. In the midst of this eerie scene, a Mutwo slowly descended from high above. Chapter 273. Mutwo. Roy's eyes widened even more. A name instantly surfaced in his mind. Caleb, he's here. Where is he? No, wait, why is he attacking me? His face was full of disbelief. Suddenly, the sound of human footsteps came from one side. Roy turned his head sharply and saw a red-haired woman and a handsome young man swaggering in through the village entrance. Mutwo slowly descended to land beside the handsome young man. Looking at Lorelei, who was glaring at him, Roy gulped nervously. He knew why Caleb was attacking him now. Looking at the man standing there in a daze, Caleb said, "You attacked my gathering team, so I have to send you off." His tone was very calm, sounding less like a threat and more like a friendly discussion with the other party. But the tone of speech had nothing to do with the meaning of the sentence itself. Roy looked like he was about to cry. "Please, man, I didn't know that was your gathering team. And I didn't even manage to steal anything either." Hearing this, Caleb was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Lorelei beside him. She narrowed her eyes, her voice cold, scared now. Caleb gave her a surprised look. Roy cried out exaggeratedly, "Sis, I was wrong. I really didn't mean to say you have small breasts. I thought you were like those Pokémon NPCs in the territory, a brainless robot, so I just..." "Caleb..." Lorelei gritted her silver teeth, saying, "Caleb, I want to raze this place to the ground this very moment." "Do it," Caleb nodded. As soon as his words fell, the swarm of Pidgeys hovering in midair and the Rattatas on the ground immediately sprang into action, devouring the last resident housing in the village like locusts. "Beep, you have successfully breached territory, Supreme Ruler." A pleasant notification sounded, but since the other party hadn't built a Lord's Hall yet, this territory automatically became a wasteland, and he couldn't obtain any resources as spoils. At the same time, Roy's figure turned into a beam of white light and disappeared from this land. He had been eliminated. Caleb ordered the Rattatas to pack up the 5 Pokémon NPCs from this territory and take them home, then turned to look at Lorelei and said, "Shall we go?" Lorelei frowned, looked down at her own chest, her face full of worry, and looked up at Caleb. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment before Lorelei asked with a grave expression, "Is it really that small?" Hearing this question, Caleb instinctively glanced down, then quickly looked up, coughing lightly to remind her, "Don't forget I'm a man. It's not appropriate for me to answer this question." Although Lorelei's is actually quite sizable, compared to Cynthia's, it's still slightly inferior. Why am I thinking of Cynthia at a time like this? Caleb was somewhat puzzled. Cynthia treated him like a younger brother. As a younger brother, he shouldn't compare his sister to other women. That was plain rude. Caleb reflected on this silently in his heart. But Lorelei was relentless. "What if I insist on you answering?" Caleb muttered in resignation, "Not small. I think it's quite big." Hearing this, Lorelei finally seemed satisfied. She put away her Pokémon, said contentedly, "Let's go." Then the two headed back. After returning to the territory, the 2 Pokémon squads responsible for digging stones at the mines also returned successfully, bringing back a large batch of high-quality stones for the territory. Caleb stood in front of the warehouse, taking stock of the day's harvest. Wood, 1,600 units. Stones, 3,200 units. Food, 750 units. No, to be accurate, the amount of food units wasn't 750. With the flower planter title, Caleb could theoretically farm food indefinitely in the farm plots. A single level 1 farm plot could yield 100 units of food. 5 plots would be 500 units. Without the title, its maturation time would be about once every 2 hours. But with the title, Caleb only needed 30 seconds to harvest a large batch of food resources. The title didn't consume the bearer's own stamina or energy. Discounting those 30 seconds, it was practically equivalent to unlimited. What did unlimited food mean? It meant he could recruit an endless number of Pokémon soldiers from the barracks. It meant he could save the time it took for gathering teams to go out and collect food, and instead focus his efforts on wood and stone units. I've suddenly become rich. Caleb suppressed the joy in his heart, then opened the territory interface and chose to build the Lord's Hall. The level of the Lord's Hall determined the level of the territory. Only by upgrading it could other buildings and facilities within the territory unlock higher levels. The construction time for the Lord's Hall was slightly longer. Even if all Pokémon residents worked together, it would take a full 10 hours. It was already dusk in this world, and before he knew it, a veil of darkness had enveloped the sky. Seeing this, Caleb didn't continue to send Dragonite and the others to lead teams out to gather wood and stones. Instead, he kept them within the territory, guarding the farm plots to farm food. Lorelei also released her Pokémon, and, using the cooking utensils and ingredients Caleb took out from his inventory, started preparing dinner for everyone. She looked at the sky, then at the surroundings, and suddenly said with emotion, "Suddenly, I feel like this kind of life is quite interesting." Caleb glanced at her and asked, "What are you tired?" Lorelei stared blankly at the sky for a long moment before laughing softly. "Of course I'm tired. There's a huge pile of things waiting for me to handle in the Kanto League. That guy Lance is usually absent. Bruno only knows how to train in the deep mountains. Elder Agatha is also getting old. What a bunch of unreliable folks." She paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, "If only someone could come and help me." Hearing this, Caleb didn't think of himself. He thought of the new generation in the Kanto region, Ash, Gary, and others. "By the way, who won the last Kanto League conference?" Caleb suddenly asked an unrelated question. Lorelei answered with a sigh, "Why the sudden interest in the league conference?" "I'm just curious." He just wanted to know if Ash's storyline had been changed. Lorelei chuckled lightly. "If you're curious, then go see for yourself. With your strength, collecting 8 gym badges shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing this, some unpleasant memories surfaced in Caleb's mind. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Many of those participating in the league conference are just kids who just turned 10. Me going there would be just bullying them." He didn't want the infinite world awarding him some title like Youth Slayer or something. "But, if I get the chance in future, I'd like to spar with Ash's Greninja, Incineroar, and other Pokémon," Caleb thought. Chapter 274. Lorelei left on the following morning. The duration of Friends Out of Thin Air was only 24 hours. Once the time was up, she was immediately sent back to her own world. Initially, when the teleportation light shone on Lorelei, she hadn't reacted to what was happening. It wasn't until Caleb said goodbye to her that she realized she was about to leave. Lorelei originally wanted to ask when they could meet again, but before she could say it, everything before her eyes vanished like a fleeting glint. After seeing her off, Caleb continued to devote himself to the construction of the territory. Friends Out of Thin Air had a 24-hour cooldown time, so he had to wait until tomorrow to summon a new support character. After a whole night of effort by the 10 villagers within his territory, the Level 1 Lord's Hall was officially completed. The Lord's Hall was different from the residents' houses. It was one of the few facilities within the territory that players could enter. The furnishings inside were also very simple, consisting of a table, a few chairs, a wooden cabinet for storing things, and a simple single wooden bed. It looked nothing like a Lord's Hall should, but instead resembled an old-style village council office. Caleb stood in the hall, scrolling through the prompts that popped up on the panel. Ding! Lord's Hall construction completed. New facilities unlocked. City Wall LV1. Watchtower LV1. Market LV1. Tavern LV1. As the names implied, the city wall was a structure used to defend against enemy attacks, protecting the territory from harm. It had a certain amount of durability, but if durability dropped to 0, the wall would be breached and become useless. The watchtower functioned like a sentry post. It was used to detect if enemies were attacking, allowing players to prepare countermeasures in advance. The market's function was to attract traveling merchants from various places to set up shop. Players could spend a certain amount of resource points to purchase special items from them, or exchange food for an equivalent amount of wood and stone resources. As for the tavern, it was used to attract wild general-level NPCs and some Pokémon NPCs with special abilities to come for a drink. Players could choose to recruit them and assign them to military units. Similarly, they also possessed various buffs that could be applied to the soldiers under their command. Just as Caleb was sitting in the Lord's Hall formulating today's plan, the butler, Meowth, came in from outside and said, "My lord, a few fellows would like to join our territory. Do you agree to let them join Naya?" The manpower in this village was insufficient, and Caleb would be thrilled if a few hundred wild Pokémon NPCs just showed up. So of course, he will gladly agree. Thinking this, he stood up and, led by Meowth, came to an open area outside the Lord's Hall. Sure enough, the next moment, an inquiry prompt popped up. "Will you accept these 5 villagers into your territory?" Caleb remained silent for a moment. He looked at the 5 Pokémon before him, Charizard, Golduck, Arcanine, Haunter, and Rhyhorn. What a waste of talent, he thought. These Pokémon would be invaluable no matter where they were, yet now they could only be used to build houses and produce goods. However, Caleb knew very well that these were just virtual NPCs created by the infinite world, wearing a layer of Pokémon skin. He readily agreed and dispatched the 5 to build the tavern. The Pokémon in this instance were divided into 3 main categories. The first consisted of villager-level NPCs like Charizard, Golduck, and Bellossom, who could not fight. Their role was to help players build territory facilities and go out to gather resources. The second consisted of military unit-level NPCs like Rattata and Pidgey, whose main role was to go out and attack other players' territories and defend the city. The third consisted of those special NPCs with magical abilities, such as traveling merchants and general-level Pokémon that were fond of taverns and the like. After assigning work to the 5 wild Pokémon, Caleb returned to the farm plots to farm resources. He had already made plans for today, such as upgrading the Lord's Hall to level 2 and getting the 2 functional facilities, the tavern and the market, built. He had originally planned to build the city wall first, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough manpower. There were those who mined stones and those who were chopping wood. Not a single Pokémon was idle. Everything in the territory was developing vigorously. Caleb himself wasn't idle either. For almost the entire morning, he was by the farm plots farming resources. Every time he farmed 100 units, he would recruit 100 Rattatas through the barracks and send them off to mine stones. He spent the entire morning filling the level 1 barracks to its capacity of 5,000 units. Population was essential for development. These 5,000 soldiers continuously left the territory and continuously brought back large amounts of resources from outside. Remaining within the territory, Caleb poured all these resources into the construction of the territory. Buildings sprang up one after another. Lumberyards, mines, walls, markets, and taverns sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. And all of this was thanks to the Flower Planter title. In the evening, Caleb stood in the center of the newly renovated village, surveying his surroundings with contentment. After today's development, the Lord's Hall had successfully been upgraded to level 2, and other facilities had also all unlocked their corresponding levels. Compared to when he first arrived, the village had completely transformed. A high fence surrounded the village, while fresh bluestone paved paths lined the interior, where the residents' homes stood in a neat, orderly arrangement. Caleb walked over to the tavern used to recruit general-level Pokémon, but since the facility was newly constructed, there was no one inside yet. The market also seemed quite empty. Meowth explained, "My lord, I've already spread the word. Tomorrow, there will be traveling merchants and powerful individuals coming to set up shop Naya. Caleb nodded, though he wasn't in a hurry. If his guess was correct, his progress was already significantly ahead of the other players. After all, not everyone had the ability to farm unlimited food. After a busy day, Caleb took a short walk with his Pokémon through the surrounding forest, taking the opportunity to survey the surrounding area. Before going to sleep, he assigned the upgrade plans for the Level 2 barracks and Level 2 farm plots to the construction team. He also checked the territory interface. Initial territory, unnamed. Territory level, LV2. Lord, Caleb Chase. Reputation, 20. Population, 15. Food, 24,500 units. Wood, 9,100 units. Minerals. Stone, 8,600 units. Iron ore undiscovered. Copper ore undiscovered. Silver ore undiscovered. Gold ore undiscovered. Barracks unlocked LV1. Medical tents, 4 buildings LV1. Farmland, 20 plots LV1. Mines, 10 sites LV1. Lumberyards, 10 sites LV1. Daily food consumption by territory residents, 150 units. Time for some shut-eye. Caleb relaxed, placed his legs on Dragonite, tucked Celebi into his arms, then comfortably closed his eyes. When he wakes up tomorrow, he could rush the territory to level 3. Also, the cooldown for friends out of thin air would also be over, and he could summon a new support character to chat with. Chapter 275. Early the next morning, the level 2 barracks were finally completed, increasing the soldier capacity from 5,000 to 20,000. But Caleb didn't immediately go check what new units had been unlocked. Instead, he opened the skill interface and selected the skill, Friend out of Thin Air. Aside from Dragonite and Hydreigon, who were out stretching their wings, his remaining 4 Pokémon sat beside Caleb in a circle, lifting their gazes to watch the dimensional rift slowly emerge in the center. The next second, a blurry figure surfaced from the depths of the rift. The figure paused briefly, then slowly walked forward. The newcomer had silver hair, a strikingly handsome appearance, and thick brows slightly furrowed as he scanned the surroundings with a probing gaze. Then he saw Caleb sitting in a chair, along with the 4 Pokémon beside him. It was Steven. The moment Steven saw Caleb, his expression suddenly changed to a look of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His brows furrowed. "Weren't you dead?" Caleb. He hadn't expected the summoned person to be Steven, someone he'd only met once. Faced with that question, he didn't know what to say. Steven forced himself to calm down, his face growing solemn and serious. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a moment. After successfully delivering its passenger, the dimensional rift vanished cleanly. Steven pondered for a moment, then asked with a frown, "Is this the spirit world?" From what he knew, there was indeed such a place in the world, a realm where deceased humans and ghost-type Pokémon resided. It was said that Dusknoir was the gatekeeper of the spirit world and could escort humans there. No, Caleb shook his head. He wasn't sure how to explain it to Steven. In truth, the two of them weren't close. They had only met once at the Pokémon school in Slateport City and hadn't interacted since. It was nothing like his relationships with Lorelei, Lance, or Cynthia. Caleb scratched his head, a bit troubled, then said, "You can think of this as a special parallel dimension. I can't explain it clearly, but in 24 hours, you'll return to your original world." Steven fell silent upon hearing this. As a champion, he had encountered many things that defied common sense, so this wasn't entirely unacceptable. After thinking further, Steven looked at Caleb with calm, deep eyes and hesitated before asking, "And you're certain that you aren't dead?" Caleb nodded, "I'm not dead." Steven let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief, as long as the person in front of him wasn't a ghost. Just then, he noticed the humanoid Pokémon standing nearby. His focus instantly shifted from the surroundings to said Pokémon. "Is that Mutwo?" he asked. Caleb tilted his head. "You know Mutwo?" Steven nodded and said, "Recently, Professor QQE from the Alola region discovered a Pokémon in Hawley City that had never been seen before. That Pokémon was Mutwo." Caleb had already heard this from Lorelei. He thought that Mutwo may have sensed traces of Amber's presence and gone to Holly City. He didn't respond, but Mutwo glanced at him. This wasn't the first time Mutwo had heard about the other world's Mutwo, and every time the name came up, he could sense a faint ripple of emotions from Caleb. Mutwo thought for a moment, then asked telepathically, "Do you know that Mutwo?" There was nothing to hide. Caleb nodded and said, "Do you remember the familiar feeling you sensed from me the first time we met?" Mutwo nodded, slightly puzzled. "I remember." "Is it related to this matter?" Mutwo wondered. "That feeling came from an item I obtained from that Mutwo. It helps increase your kind's favorability towards me." Caleb briefly explained the events involving Amber from the first instance to Mutwo. Mutwo listened silently, then said, "That Mutwo must have formed a psychic resonance with the girl named Amber, and as a result, was influenced by her emotions. Amber's gratitude and fondness towards you influenced that Mutwo, which hadn't yet been fully developed." Mutwo paused for a moment, then said, "This is all my speculation. You know, in my world there was no Amber. This Mutwo was created by Blaine using Muse genes and human DNA." Caleb also recalled the events from the Collapse world and asked, "If I hadn't had that item, would you have still sent me away back then?" Mutwo, "I don't think so." If he hadn't sensed that familiar emotional resonance, Mutwo might have eliminated Caleb on the spot. Thinking about this, Mutwo felt a mix of fear and relief. Fear that if he had killed Caleb, that world would have been completely plunged into darkness, and Mutwo himself would have been consumed by the darkness. The relief came from the fact that he hadn't killed Caleb, but instead sent him to a safe place. Mutwo said, "If I ever get the chance, I'd like to meet that Mutwo." He wanted to thank it in person for the emotional resonance that allowed him to understand Caleb more deeply. Caleb sensed Mutwo's thoughts and, unable to hold back, stopped speaking telepathically and chuckled, saying, "I think you're becoming more and more human." Stephen turned to Caleb with a puzzled look and asked, "What are you talking about?" Caleb scratched his head awkwardly at that. He'd gotten so caught up in the conversation that he forgot Stephen was still standing there. Stephen quickly understood what had happened. He had read that Mutwo could communicate with humans via telepathy, but he didn't press further about what they were discussing. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Is it your Pokémon?" Before Caleb could answer, Mutwo responded telepathically, "Yes." Caleb gestured to all his Pokémon, then said, "They're all my companions." Stephen looked around. He saw a Mimikyu, Lucario, and even Celebi, a Pokémon he'd only heard of in legends but never seen before. And then this Mutwo. Stephen was stunned. So who exactly is this young man standing before me? In his understanding, Caleb had always been a bug catcher from Oldale Town. But everything he saw today was violently shaking that belief. Has anyone ever seen a bug catcher with a Celebi and Mutwo? No one has. Stephen looked solemnly at the young man before him, wondering, is he really just a bug catcher from Oldale Town? And is everything that I'm seeing even real? He even wondered if this was all just a dream brought on by his exhaustion from searching for meteorites. But that also raised the question of how he could dream of someone who had been dead for so long, and whom he'd only met once. Chapter 276. Stephen Stone, the champion trainer of the Hone region, was calm and intelligent by nature. Unlike the talkative Lorelei, he spoke little when facing strangers. Caleb wasn't the talkative type either, and since he hadn't interacted much with Stephen before, he didn't know what to say for a moment. The two of them sat in silence. Facing Stephen's slightly distant gaze, Caleb said, "After 24 hours, you'll be able to return to your own world. I'm sorry for summoning you here." Stephen snapped back to reality, his expression returning to normal, once again calm and composed. "No need to apologize, I don't mind." "Thank you," Caleb thought for a moment, then pointed to the small automatic refrigerator on the table and said, "There's food and water in there. If you're thirsty, feel free to help yourself. You can go outside too, but there aren't many humans around here." He had things to take care of now. The Level 2 barracks had been completed, and the construction team in the territory was currently upgrading the farmland. When he woke up, Caleb also received a notification that traveling merchants had appeared in the market, and that several new Pokémon NPCs had arrived at the tavern. Stephen understood the implication in Caleb's words and nodded. Then I'll be troubling you. Although Stephen had been summoned as a support character via friend out of thin air, whether he helped the player or not was entirely up to him. Caleb couldn't force him to work, and since the territory wasn't short on manpower now, he let Stephen do as he pleased. After settling Stephen in, he left the Lord's Hall. Meowth, who had been waiting outside, stepped forward and reported, "My lord, a traveling merchant caravan entered our territory last night, Naya." Caleb nodded. "Let's go take a look." After a night had passed, several new empty residential houses had appeared in the territory. Even the ground had refreshed with a brand new dirt road, connecting the territory's entrance to the barracks, tavern, and other facilities. Although the territory still looked quite primitive, compared to the first day, it had changed dramatically. The current LV1 city wall was just a flimsy-looking fence. Caleb was already planning to upgrade it to LV2 today. As he thought this over, he and Meowth arrived at the market. The previously empty lot now hosted a resting merchant caravan. Each Rhyhorn was tied with ropes, pulling creaky wooden carts piled high with mountain-like bundles. Leading the caravan was a group of Honchkrow merchants wearing gauzy scarves. Upon seeing Caleb approach, the lead Honchkrow merchant immediately stepped forward and said, "You must be the lord of this territory. Are you interested in buying something? We've got lots of fresh goods." Caleb. This NPC wearing a Honchkrow skin looks surprisingly natural. While inwardly grumbling, he said aloud, "Sure, I'll buy. Please take your pick. We guarantee our goods are the finest." With that, a panel floated up in front of the Honchkrow. City Protection Token, a magical token. When used, the territory enters an invincible state for 24 hours, nullifying all enemy attacks. Price, 100 gold coins. Concealment Charm, a magical talisman. When used, the territory becomes hidden on the map. In this state, enemies cannot detect the territory's location. Price, 100 gold coins. World Map. Owning it removes the fog from the map. Price, 50 gold coins. Bountiful Harvest Token. When used, instantly grants 24 hours worth of resource units. Price, 10 gold coins. Resource Conversion Card, a special item. Converts resource unit A into an equal amount of resource unit B only usable between food, wood, and stone. Price, 10 gold coins. Caleb glanced at the pile of goods stacked on the wooden carts behind the Honchkrow and asked, "Is that all?" The Honchkrow noticed his expression and said awkwardly, "Yes, Lord. Since your territory is still quite underdeveloped, we can't guarantee profits, so we only brought these items this time. But don't worry, once your territory prospers, we'll bring more goods next time," the Honchkrow added with a smile. "All right, it seems I'll need to upgrade the territory to unlock more merchandise." Caleb thought silently, then asked, "One last question. Where can I find gold coins?" "Gold coins?" The Honchkrow perked up at the question, then replied, "Of course, they're mined from gold deposits, but gold mines are extremely rare and guarded by powerful Pokémon. Unless your territory has deep foundations, it's hard to gain the upper hand against them." Gold mines. Caleb opened the map and took a look. The initial resource points near his territory had all been marked, but they were just LV1 farmlands, quarries, and lumberyards. Not even a basic copper mine was present, let alone a gold mine. To find a gold mine, he'd have to explore the fog-covered areas. But Caleb didn't plan to go there just yet. The items sold in the shop looked nice, but for now, they weren't essential. Only 3 days had passed since the event began. All players were still in the newbie phase. At this stage, fighting other players wasn't some thrilling siege battle. It was more like a scrappy brawl between villagers. The kind where people fought with shovels, pitchforks, and other farm tools. After leaving the market, Caleb headed straight to another functional facility, the tavern. Like the market, the tavern had welcomed many background NPCs, such as bartenders, servers, and cleaners. Caleb pushed open the door, and all the Pokémon NPCs inside immediately turned their attention to him. At the same time, he saw the information for the first recruitable general-level NPC. Tyranitar General has a rugged and unruly personality. Its immense strength often makes it arrogant, but once familiar, it proves fiercely loyal and protective, even willing to defend its master to the death. Recruit, selecting Yes, will trigger related dialogue with the target. Caleb glanced at the information, then looked to the left. The tavern wasn't large, and a Tyranitar inside was already quite conspicuous, especially since it was sitting in a chair, clutching a large mug and chugging noisily. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze, the Tyranitar set down its mug and looked over with a proud, defiant expression. Chapter 277. The recruitment prompt popped up a second time. Recruit, selecting Yes, will trigger related dialogue with the target. Note: general-level Pokémon refresh randomly and do not remain in the same territory for long. If the player wishes to recruit one, please do so promptly. Each general-grade Pokémon has different recruitment conditions. Players must fulfill the conditions they set in order to bring them under their command. With a mindset of giving it a try, Caleb selected Yes. The next moment, the Tyranitar seemed to receive some kind of signal, turned around, then looked directly at him and let out a roar. Though Caleb couldn't understand the words, he somehow grasped their meaning. Tyranitar, you are the master of this place. Caleb nodded, Yes. Tyranitar, want to subdue me. Simple, defeat me, you are my master. Caleb, is Infinite World acting as a translator? He wondered. Though the translation was awkward, the meaning wasn't hard to understand. Caleb nodded slightly and said, All right. As soon as he spoke, a notification from Infinite World rang out. Ding! Tyranitar's combat trial has been triggered. Objective: defeat Tyranitar within 3 minutes. Success will grant you General Tyranitar. Both sides prepared simultaneously, and the surrounding light instantly dimmed. The tavern's noisy sounds vanished, along with all the tables and chairs. In the blink of an eye, only a dark space remained. Caleb and Tyranitar stood at opposite ends of the darkness. This was their battlefield. Tyranitar roared toward the sky, and a dense sandstorm began to whip through the dark space. Ability: Sandstream. When the user enters battle, the weather becomes a sandstorm. How do you fight a rock-dark dual-type Tyranitar? The answer was obviously fighting type. Lucario. Caleb pulled a Poké Ball from his inventory. With a flash of dazzling white light, Lucario landed on the ground in a cool pose. The battle officially began. Neither side moved immediately. Under sandstorm conditions, Lucario's vision was somewhat impaired. He calmly watched Tyranitar across the field, waiting for his trainer's command. Tyranitar's figure was shrouded in the dim sandstorm, hidden by the darkness, making it impossible to see its exact movements at first glance. Do you remember what I told you before? Caleb asked. Back in the collapsed world, he had specifically trained Lucario to master and use aura according to a custom regimen. For example, sensing the surroundings using only aura without relying on sight. As the saying went, more skills are better than less. The battle environments and instances were often overly complex. Darkness, weather, and terrain could easily affect a Pokémon's performance, disrupting their vision, hearing, and smell. Learning to fight using aura without external conditions was a training Caleb had recently given Lucario. Dragonite and the others were a different story. Unlike Lucario, they didn't possess special powers like aura, so Caleb's plans for them were different. Take Hydreigon, for instance. Caleb intended to train it into an airborne mobile turret, using its ability to fly to unleash relentless attacks from above. Hydreigon already had high special attack IVs, and Caleb had given it several special attack boosters. If it went all out, even Celebi might not be able to match it. Not to mention Dragonite's daily personal guidance. With such excellent Pokémon, Caleb found things incredibly efficient and worry-free. Upon hearing his words, Lucario nodded. He instantly understood what Caleb meant. Invisible aura spread outward from his body. The moment he activated aura, time itself seemed to slow down. Everything around him rapidly surfaced in Lucario's mind, from the tiniest dust particles in the air to Tyranitar hidden in the sandstorm. White particles began to gather in Tyranitar's mouth. At that moment, Lucario's eyes snapped open. Tyranitar was aiming to use Hyper Beam. At the same time, Lucario heard his trainer's calm voice echo in his mind. Left side 12 o'clock, dodge. Lucario's body moved instantly. In perfect sync with Caleb's thoughts, he understood his intent even before the words were spoken. Next up, dodge, then close in with quick attack, followed by a point-blank aura sphere. Sensing Caleb's plan, Lucario sprang into action. After easily dodging Tyranitar's Hyper Beam, he transformed into a sharp white streak, charging toward Tyranitar at incredible speed. Before Tyranitar could react, Lucario collided head-on with it, and an aura sphere instantly formed in his hand, blasting straight into Tyranitar's face. The hit landed, and after such a rapid combo, Tyranitar staggered. But its footing was too solid. The attack didn't knock it down. Instead, as it retreated, it swung its thick, powerful tail covered in armor-like scales. That was the Dragon-type move, Dragon Tail. Lucario was struck and thrown backward. As he regained his footing, a wave of malicious energy surged from Tyranitar's mouth. It sliced through the sand and hit Lucario. Seeing this, Caleb raised an eyebrow in surprise. This Tyranitar's reaction speed is impressive. Its Dark Pulse charge time is fast too. Caleb had seen other Pokémon use Dark Pulse before, and they usually had a clear 2 to 3 second wind-up. But this Tyranitar's charge time was only about 1.5 seconds. It was so fast that Caleb almost didn't react in time. Still, no matter how strong Tyranitar was, this battle was entirely under Caleb's control. Letting Lucario take that Dark Pulse was a deliberate move by Caleb and Lucario. Otherwise, with Lucario's agility, he could have easily recovered mid-fall and dodged it. Which brings us to Lucario's hidden ability. Ability justified. When the Pokémon is hit by a Dark-type attack, its attack stat is boosted by its sense of justice. And now it was Lucario's turn. Lucario, Caleb called out. Yes. Lucario responded telepathically. Use extreme speed to close in, then use close combat to end this battle. Close combat has a base power of 120. With type advantage, the damage was already high. Add in the abilities Attack Boost and the Gigantamax Slayer Title's Amplification, and even a full health Tyranitar likely couldn't withstand the blow. Chapter 278. Sure enough, when Lucario closed in on Tyranitar in a streak of white light, his swift and fierce attacks fell upon Tyranitar like a torrential downpour. The next second, Tyranitar let out a pained cry, and then its massive hill-like body toppled straight backward. As Tyranitar lost its ability to battle, the sandstorm covering the field finally dissipated. Along with it, the dark space surrounding them began to change. In the blink of an eye, Caleb found himself back inside the tavern. Zing! Congratulations on successfully passing Tyranitar's trial. You have successfully recruited the General Tyranitar. The Tyranitar standing opposite him let out a deep, powerful roar and looked over with an intense gaze. Caleb immediately understood its meaning. Through the recent battle, he had gained Tyranitar's recognition. It was willing to become his general. Without wasting time, Caleb quickly accessed the panel, assigned a squad of soldiers to Tyranitar's team, and dispatched them to a wild resource point to gather resources. Tyranitar left without any complaint. Caleb stood at the entrance of his territory, watching it depart. Like Dragonite and the others, as a general-class Pokémon, Tyranitar possessed its own troop-type bonuses. Thinking of this, Caleb opened the general panel. Sure enough, he found Tyranitar's detailed attributes there. Tyranitar, General. Due to its ability, when Tyranitar enters the field, a sandstorm domain automatically appears centered on itself. Rock-type Pokémon within this domain gain a 25% speed increase, a 25% power increase for ground-type moves, and obtain the Concealment effect. Concealment utilizes the sandstorm to interfere with the enemy's line of sight. If the enemy is beyond 5 meters, the accuracy of their moves is significantly reduced. As his eyes scanned this description, Caleb raised an eyebrow slightly. A sandstorm assault team. The troop type he had just assigned to Tyranitar was a squad of Rattatas. But it was clear Rattata was not well suited to Tyranitar's ability. Considering this, Caleb turned and went to the barracks. After a night's time, the barracks had just been upgraded to LV2 by those Pokémon NPCs, unlocking several new troop types. Barracks LV2. Recruitable troop types. LV1. 1. Rattata, a level 1 unit capable of tearing enemies apart with sharp teeth and claws. An initial unit that can evolve into Raticate, level 2 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. 2 Pidgey, a level 1 unit, a tiny bird Pokémon capable of flying at speeds of 76 kilometers per hour with extremely good eyesight. Even from high altitudes, it can use Gust to deliver precise strikes on enemies. This is an initial unit that can evolve into Pidgeotto, level 2 unit, and then Pidgeot, level 3 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. LV2. 1. Gloom, level 2 unit. A weed Pokémon capable of using Grass-type and Poison-type moves. Possesses the magical ability to heal allies and poison enemies. If it accumulates sufficient combat experience, it can choose to evolve into Vileplume or Bellossom. Vileplume enhances the troop type's poison abilities. Bellossom enhances the troop type's healing abilities. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. 2. Dugtrio, level 2 unit. A mole Pokémon. Its body remains hidden underground, allowing it to move swiftly beneath the soil without being detected by the enemy. Excels at attacking foes with Sand Tomb. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. 3 Tauros, level 2 unit. A wild bull Pokémon adept at charging and ramming, typically used for breaking through enemy formations. In battle, can use its powerful horns to destroy enemy lines. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. That was it. After the upgrade to LV2, the barracks only added these 3 new troop types. Caleb examined them carefully, then with a wave of his hand, directly recruited 5,000 of each, exactly filling the new capacity of 15,000 added by the LV2 barracks. After all, he could generate food infinitely, so he could afford even the most expensive troop types. The current troop types were all in a transitional phase. It was highly likely they would be replaced by higher-tier units later on. Furthermore, even if these low-tier troop types were disbanded, the Infinite World would not refund the resources consumed to recruit them. But if not disbanded, they would occupy the already limited soldier capacity. For ordinary players with limited resources, this was a very painful dilemma. Dismissing them meant wasting the food spent on recruitment. Not dismissing them meant they clog up the soldier slots. But Caleb didn't overthink it. His reason for recruiting the units was simply to have them go out and gather wood and stone resources for him. Moreover, he was different from ordinary players, as he possessed the powerful magical title, Flower Planter. With his unlimited food resources covered, Caleb turned his attention to the limited wood and stone resources. He opened the map panel and looked at the dozen or so gathering teams he had dispatched. In this game, the number of gathering teams a player could send out was limited, capped at 15. Although it was unknown whether more slots would be unlocked later, the current number still felt somewhat insufficient for Caleb. Even though food could be generated infinitely, ultimately, wood and stone resources were still limited. The resource points near the glazed volcano area were mostly LV1. Whether it was a LV1 farm or a LV1 lumberyard, the maximum amount of resources that could be gathered from each was only 300 units. One patch yields 300 units. 15 patches yield 4,500 units. Caleb turned his head to look at the facilities under construction within his territory, like the medical tent. As their levels increased, the resources required for their upgrades were also becoming more and more substantial. 4,500 units were clearly not enough. The first thing Caleb thought of was the resource conversion cards sold at the market. Using those, he could convert food resources into an equivalent amount of wood or stone resources. But currently, he hadn't found a gold mine yet and couldn't acquire gold coins, so this path wasn't very feasible. That left only the second option, for him to personally venture out and explore the fog-shrouded map to search for higher-level wild resource points. Thinking this, Caleb recalled Dragonite, planning to go out for a walk with it. As for the territory itself, with Steven and Mutwo here, he wasn't worried about sudden attacks. Caleb pondered for a moment, then got up and returned to the Lord's Hall. However, he didn't find Steven inside. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, a worldwide notification suddenly sounded from the sky. Beep, a random event has been triggered. Players in the glazed volcano area, please note, glazed volcano will enter an eruptive state in 10 hours. Please proceed to the volcano to prevent its eruption. Players who successfully prevent the volcanic eruption will receive a reward of 500 reputation points. If the attempt fails, all players within the glazed volcano area will be eliminated from the game. At the same time, similar notifications rang out across the world. Hearing this sound, Caleb's figure froze for a moment. 2 words surfaced in his mind. Blue zone, a blue zone in another form. Chapter 279. There were still 8 hours left until the eruption of glazed volcano. Caleb specifically waited within his territory for Mimikyu, and the others leading the gathering teams to return with resources before setting off with his Pokémon towards the volcano crater. Seeing such a large mobilization, Steven, who had been chatting with NPCs inside the territory and observing the situation of this world, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Caleb replied, "The volcano is about to erupt. I need to go check it out. Want to come?" Steven thought about it for a moment. "I have nothing else to do anyway." So he nodded and followed. By the time the two reached the volcano crater, quite a few players had already gathered there, with more still arriving from behind. After the live streaming incident in the Infinite World, Caleb's appearance was no secret to some players. When they saw him arriving, they whispered among themselves, "Damn, isn't that Caleb? His territory is around here too." Caleb, the one ranked first, that Caleb. Yes, why does the man next to him look so familiar? Isn't that Steven? Why is he here? Am I seeing things? The topic quickly shifted from Caleb to Steven. Although Steven spent most of his time in his own world idly searching for stones, he was still a champion, and his basic ability to read the room was intact. So he quickly noticed the surrounding gazes. But he didn't mind. As a champion and the future heir of the Devon Corporation, he was long accustomed to being watched. Steven withdrew his gaze and looked down at the crater, where scalding magma bubbled. He said, "There's something down there." Caleb nodded. He had also seen the creature lurking in the magma, exposing only its crimson back. It seemed to be Heatran. At that moment, the event prompt sounded again. Beep, large-scale special event, Volcano Defense Battle, has officially began. Number of participants, 48. Each time you defeat a special creature emerging from the volcano, you'll earn a certain amount of points. After the event concludes, the bottom 20 ranked players will be eliminated. As soon as this announcement was made, the scene erupted in commotion. But before anyone could speak, steaming red figures began to surge out of the magma below. They weren't Pokémon. They looked like a swarm of incorporeal spirits. The ground surrounding the magma now displayed a durability value of 5,000. As one red spirit slammed into it, the durability instantly dropped by 50 points. At that moment, all players understood that once the durability hits 0, the defense battle would fail and they'll be eliminated. But to stop those red spirits meant they had to descend into the volcano. Feeling the oppressive heat below, the players hesitated, doubting if they wouldn't melt if they went down there. While they hesitated, several more spirits crashed into the ground, reducing the durability to 4750. That got everyone moving. Steven saw this too. As a support character, he had access to some player abilities and noticed the durability number. He asked, "We need to stop those things." Caleb grunted in affirmation. He didn't overthink it and simply jumped down. This instance was different from the more serious ones. It wasn't a real world, but more like a game world. And since it was a game world, it came with player protection mechanisms. Pain perception was one of them. Yesterday, while preparing ingredients, he accidentally cut his hand and noticed it didn't hurt much. That had already sparked some thoughts. Now, seeing the situation, he confirmed it. He landed on a platform rising from the magma. Though the temperature was terrifying, once he was down there, it wasn't actually that hot. At least not compared to Dragonite's flames. He didn't dwell on it, but the other players were stunned by the sight. Someone voiced their doubt, is he not afraid of dying? At the same time, Steven jumped down as well. He frowned slightly at the chaotic spirits flying around, then pulled out a piquet ball. With a flash of white light, a Metagross shimmering with metallic brilliance appeared beside him. Leave it to me. Steven seemed to understand his role as a support character. Without saying much more, he directly commanded Metagross to fight. Caleb didn't hold back either. He released all his flying-capable Pokémon and sent them into the fray. He himself used a praise on the creature lurking in the magma that resembled Heatran. The next second, the creature's information appeared. Injured Heatran, the lava dome Pokémon, primarily inhabits caves within volcanoes. Its nature is as intense as a raging fire. After completing the volcano defense battle, as an expression of gratitude, it will join the roster of the top-ranked player as a general class Pokémon. At the same time, the other players also saw this information using a praise. Their eyes instantly became fervent. In this instance, each player could only bring 6 Pokémon. Under such conditions, whoever had one more general class Pokémon would have a clear advantage. Thinking of this, they looked at the points ranking board. 1 Caleb Chase, 38 points. 2 Ewan Calder, 12 points. 3 Hwangyeonseok, 8 points. The players. With that powerful Mutwo around, and seemingly the points Steven earned from defeating creatures also counted towards Caleb's total. A feeling of speechlessness welled up in some players' hearts. How are we supposed to compete with that? Even if we throw our lives at it, we can't win. But not everyone's thought that way. On a nearby platform, Ewan frowned as he looked at Caleb chatting with Steven. He recalled the discussions on the player forum. If Caleb didn't have Mutwo, would he still be number 1? Ewan strongly agreed with that sentiment. What kind of Pokémon trainer could only rely on one legendary Pokémon? Ewan was ranked 9th on the Infinite Worlds player leaderboard and didn't think he was inferior to those above him. I want that Heatran, but with Mutwo in play, it's obvious I can't take first place in this event. Thinking of this, Ewan turned his attention to a certain item in his inventory. Judgment move card, Arceus's exclusive move. Contains immense power capable of destroying everything in an instant. Effect: launches an indiscriminate attack on all targets except the user. This was a reward he had obtained from a gacha draw before. There were 18 cards in total, 1 for each type. He had used the cards representing the dragon and bug types in previous instances, leaving 16 move cards on him now. So the question was, with 16 move cards, could he instantly wipe out everyone present? Chapter 280. The answer was a resounding yes. Ewan didn't even think about whether it was worth it or not. He didn't have a habit of hoarding consumables. For him, it was enough if the item did its job well. So now, he just needed to wait for the right moment. Steven watched the red spirits running around in panic and asked, "What are those things?" They looked like some kind of ghost-type Pokémon he'd never seen before. Caleb wasn't sure how to explain either. He thought about it and answered honestly, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Steven just shrugged and didn't ask more. Instead, he calmly scanned the surroundings, observing the strange people nearby. Weird, this is all so weird. This world and all the creatures here. If he couldn't feel pain, Steven might even think this was all a dream. Complex thoughts swirled in his mind. At the same time, the volcano defense battle finally reached its peak. After being pushed back repeatedly, the red spirits that appeared out of thin air suddenly started a strange evolution. First, their bodies grew from small to large. Then, their faint, spectral gaseous forms began to solidify into physical bodies. Even their numbers suddenly increased a lot. Caleb immediately realized that they were going all out now. He shouted to Dragonite and the other Pokémon, "This is the last wave. We can go home after this. Do your best." "Woo." Dragonite responded midair, then opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful hyper beam. A dazzling, concentrated beam shot out instantly. The terrifying energy it contained obliterated one of the red spirits in a flash. Caleb received a notification, plus 20 event points. These evolved wild monsters are worth this much. He was stunned for a second. Right while he was surprised, the other players also finally realized what was happening. Excited looks burst onto their faces. Ewan squinted his eyes as he watched this, thinking, now is the perfect time to overtake them all. Then he activated Judgment. As the move card in his hand dissolved into strands of white light, a powerful shift surged through the atmosphere. The crater was enveloped by a thick glow. A powerful energy, vast like mountains and seas, churned within. Mutwo seemed to sense something. He stopped mid-action, raised his head, and stared solemnly at the anomaly above. Then, in a flash, he activated Mass Teleport, instantly relocating Caleb, Steven, and the others outside the volcano. The moment they left, countless water-type energy blasts rained down from the sky, unleashing a frenzied barrage on the players who hadn't escaped in time. Caleb looked at the exploding volcano crater and quickly understood what had happened. He looked at Mutwo and asked, who was it? Mutwo shared the memory scene directly into Caleb's mind. Caleb didn't recognize the person, but he didn't say anything. He just started walking back towards the now calm volcano crater. At the same time, Ewan looked around at the empty surroundings and burst into a string of arrogant laughter. That last wave of attacks had shot his points straight into first place, which meant the Heatran was his. Thinking this, Ewan laughed triumphantly again. As expected, compared to Arceus, Mutwo is still a notch below. As for Caleb, he's just a lucky trainer who happened to catch Mutwo. Ewan thought about this as he sat down on the spot, waiting for the event to end. He wasn't afraid of retaliation from other players. His luck in this instance had been great. Right next to his territory were several high-tier level 3 resource points and even a level 1 gold mine. After these past few days of development, his territory had smoothly reached level 2. It wouldn't be long before it reached level 3. Great luck plus fast development meant Ewan had already stockpiled a large group of level 2 troops in his territory. Anyone who came to attack would lose. You could say he was already unbeatable at this stage. Besides that, he still had several trump card items in his inventory that he hadn't used. Just thinking about all this made Ewan feel excited. He recalled the web novels he'd read in middle and high school. This grand player showdown was just like a secret realm from those stories. The other high-level players were like the prodigies from powerful families. And he himself was the ultimate dark horse, destined to trample those prodigies, ascend to the peak, and shout something like, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't you dare bully me because I'm poor. Caleb and Yi Fan, those two are nothing special. He might even make other players revere him from the depths of their hearts. Excited laughter echoed through the empty volcano. Caleb, who had just returned to the crater, saw this scene. Steven asked in confusion, what's he laughing about? Maybe he's lost his mind, Caleb guessed. While they were talking, Ewan sharply sensed something was off. Who's there? He immediately stood up warily and looked up towards the top. 6 eyes met. Caleb and Steven said nothing, but their gazes were full of meaning. Seeing this being a normal person, Ewan instantly realized his earlier manic behavior had probably been seen. He instantly felt embarrassed, both ashamed and angry. What the heck are you looking at? He shouted at them. Caleb. Steven. Caleb didn't bother replying. That kind of behavior was no different from freeloading during a boss fight in an online game, then killing others afterward to steal loot. He simply ordered Mutwo to kindly send him off. Ewan immediately tensed up. He glared and shouted, if you've got guts, don't use Mutwo. Let's have a fair competition using the instance's game mechanics. By game mechanics he meant siege warfare. Caleb understood but raised an eyebrow and said, why shouldn't I use Mutwo? He's part of my team. He paused, then smiled knowingly. Oh, I get it. You don't have one, so you're jealous. Ewan became so furious, he wanted to hit Caleb. He wanted to fight personally, to have an intense physical brawl just between the two of them. Mutwo now hovered above Ewan, looking down at him from above. Ewan grew tense, grew nervous. Though he still had trump cards in his inventory, using them here would be a waste. Besides, in this instance, players don't get eliminated if they die, so even if Mutwo sent him packing, he would just respawn in his lord's hall. But just then, he heard Caleb say, "Oh, by the way, my territory coordinates are 209.1507. Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking up in confusion. Caleb gave a friendly smile. "I'll be waiting for your attack." Yuan shocked, "Don't get too cocky." "Fine, I'll come. I've already stockpiled a massive wave of level 2 troops. There's no way he can beat me." Caleb didn't bother responding. He simply waved his hand, and Mutwo immediately took action, sending Yuan straight back to his spawn point. Chapter 281. With Yuan's departure, the once bustling volcano quickly fell silent. Caleb stood on a protruding rock, glancing somewhat regretfully at the rankings on the scoreboard. Due to Yuan's full-scale attack, using the judgment card move, the points he gained had instantly propelled him over to claim first place. This pushed Caleb down to second place, but only the top rank would receive Heatran, General Class, as a reward. At this thought, Caleb turned to look at the Heatran, quietly bobbing in the magma. "Well, it's not like I'm desperate for another General Class Pokémon anyway," he muttered. Then, turning to Steven, he said, "Let's head back." Steven, who had been silent nearby, glanced at the Heatran and asked, "Is it over?" Caleb nodded, "Yeah." Though the official end-of-event notification hadn't appeared yet, no more enemies were spawning here. Staying any longer would be pointless. It was better to return and focus on developing their territory. Steven said nothing more. During his time in this world, he'd come to understand his role. He was an outsider brought in as backup, but the young man who had summoned him didn't actually need his help. Caleb's strength alone was more than sufficient. For Steven, the champion of Hone and a symbol of its pride, this was a novel experience. He found it intriguing. As he climbed onto his Metagross to leave, he recalled Caleb's earlier conversation with the other player and asked, "Will he really come?" Before Caleb could answer, a massive pillar of magma erupted nearby. A gargantuan red gaseous figure, far larger than previous enemies, emerged from the molten flow. Above its head floated a line of steaming, gilded text. Already mounted on his Dragonite, Caleb gave Mutwo a nod. Instantly, a blue light glowed in Mutwo's eyes. An invisible psychic wave carrying scorching winds surged toward the boss. The blast struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. With just a single hit, the boss dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Caleb glanced at the notification, plus 200 event points. He looked up at Steven and asked, "What were you saying earlier?" "Steven." He glanced at Mutwo, the Pokémon's was expression calm. The interruption had momentarily made Steven forget his question, but his sharp mind quickly retrieved it. "That person earlier, will he come to attack your city?" "Oh," Caleb thought for a moment, then he answered, "Probably." Whether Yuan came or not didn't matter. If he didn't, Caleb could simply use the Book of Answers to track him down. This instance had no hidden mysteries, so it was a perfect place to expend the book's 3 uses. As the boss fell, the volcanic defense battle officially concluded. The points from the kill pushed Caleb back to first place, surpassing Yuan. Ding! Special event Volcanic Defense Battle has ended. Surviving players, 1. Player Caleb Chase has successfully prevented the volcanic eruption. Reward, plus 500 reputation points. Event scoreboard finalized. Rank 1, Caleb Chase. Reward, Heatran General Class. Heatran General Class, the Lava Dome Pokémon, inhabits magma-filled volcanic caves, can create magma terrain at the player's designated location. Magma terrain blocks enemy advancement. Any Pokémon stepping onto it, excluding those immune to magma or capable of flight, will immediately fall into a near-death state for every passing second. By the time Caleb and Steven returned to their territory, it was noon. Thanks to their morning efforts, all facilities had been upgraded to level 2. As Caleb arrived, Meowth, the butler, hurried over with a crowd of wild Pokémon residents, saying, "My lord, your deeds at the glazed volcano have spread our territory's fame. Many Pokémon have come here to settle after hearing of your achievements. Will you accept them?" Caleb scanned the group, More NPC workers? Why not? He approved and assigned them to gather resources. With everyone's efforts, the territory's resource stockpile grew steadily. Caleb checked the requirements for level 3 territory. Food was sufficient. Wood and stone resources were just enough. Then he initiated the upgrade. Led by Machamp, the construction team immediately surrounded the Lord's Hall with materials. A construction in progress label appeared. Lord's Hall level 3, construction time remaining, 15 hours. After assigning Heatran to lead a level 2 unit to gather wood, Caleb received another notification. Ding! Your troops and have accumulated enough EXP to evolve into and. Caleb paused. These were his earliest summoned units. With the territory thriving and all NPCs busy, Caleb found himself with nothing left to do. He and Steven spent the afternoon chatting in the tavern over tea, sharing stories of the Pokémon world and rare creatures they'd encountered. The two grew familiar quickly. Time flew. After a night's rest, the next day arrived, and Steven's summoning duration expired. Before departing, he said, "This was a fascinating experience. Thank you, Caleb. If you ever visit Hone, look for me." He planned to introduce this remarkable trainer to his friend, Wallace. He also needed to investigate recent events in Kanto. Caleb nodded. "I will. Let's hope you're not off camping in some cave when I do." Steven laughed sheepishly, recalling his habit of vanishing into the wilderness to explore fossils. "I'll leave my private number with my father. Contact him anytime." Caleb nodded as the dimensional rift activated. He waved, "See you." "See you," Steven waved back. With that, he vanished. The skill Friends Out of Thin Air entered its 24-hour cooldown. Chapter 282. After seeing Steven off, Caleb finally had time to check the notifications on his interface. Ding! Lord's Hall LV3 construction completed. New facility, Council Hall unlocked. Existing facilities have been upgraded to match their corresponding levels. Council Hall, what's that? Caleb tapped the relevant interface, and a detailed description immediately popped up. Council Hall, communication facility. Once built, enables the use of the Friends function within the instance. Friends function, as in, the ability to contact others. Caleb raised an eyebrow. If this function worked as he imagined, he could finally communicate with Terrence and Hatsumi. After a brief consideration, he diverted a construction team to build the council hall. He then assigned idle teams to upgrade key structures like the barracks and city walls to LV3. Now at LV3, his territory bore little resemblance to the desolate plot he'd first encountered. Another notification caught his eye. Your territory's reputation status has changed. Current status, moderately famous. Under your wise leadership, your territory's prominence has grown. Taverns now have a significantly higher chance of spawning general-class NPCs. Caleb paused. After swiftly delegating tasks, he headed straight for the tavern. Pushing open the door, his eyes immediately locked onto a Pokémon with vivid crimson plumage amid the crowd of generic NPCs. It wore a coffee-brown cowboy hat, its massive frame comically squeezed into the cramped space. Sensing the territory lord's presence, the creature tilted its head and fixed him with piercing scarlet eyes. Caleb. He glanced up at the floating info panel. Ho-Oh Special Pokémon, an extremely rare Pokémon. It runs around the world holding a camera, mistakenly, enjoys traveling around the world. Legend says it brings good fortune wherever it goes. Non-combat NPC. Recruit, selecting yes will trigger dialogue. Caleb clicked yes. Ho-Oh adjusted its hat and spoke loftily. So you're the ruler of this land. Caleb, that's right. Ho-Oh sniffed, wings crossed. This place isn't entirely disagreeable. Since you're so eager, I'll reluctantly consent to stay. Caleb, this NPC's script is extra as heck. Suddenly, Ho-Oh leaned forward, its tone shifting. But can you handle my appetite? I've got a legendary appetite. Ding! Ho-Oh's gluttonous trial triggered. Objective: prove your wealth by supplying Ho-Oh with 100 units of food within 60 minutes. Reward: Special Pokémon. 100k food units. Is this really Ho-Oh or just a Snorlax in disguise? Caleb was taken aback. Grumbling aside, recruitment was still necessary. While he didn't know the difference between a special Pokémon and a general class Pokémon, the Ho-Oh's rank was up there, so it couldn't be that far behind. After the trial was triggered, a submission panel popped up in front of the Ho-Oh. Task completion, 0-100. Caleb checked his food reserves. Previously at 80k, his food stores had plummeted to a measly 21k units after he upgraded the Lord's Hall to LV3 and constructed the Council Hall. This meant he had to collect 79k food units within 1 hour. For most players, this would be an impossible early game hurdle. But Caleb wasn't most players. Each LV2 farm yielded 600 food units. With 20 plots and his flower planter title buff, hitting 100k within an hour was technically feasible. After roughly calculating the time in his mind, Caleb ignored the gluttonous Ho-Oh and went directly to the farm area, then focused his efforts on the green wheat before him. But just as he began frantically harvesting wheat, WOO. An enemy attack. Caleb stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. An alarm blared from the watchtower. Alert, your territory will be attacked by the fairy territory in 3 minutes. Fairy, it must be that Yuan guy from yesterday, Caleb concluded calmly. A sudden ripple of psychic energy permeated the atmosphere, and the next second, Mutwo appeared out of thin air. Dragonite and Hydreigon followed closely behind, slowly descending from the sky next to Caleb, while Mimikyu and Celebi scurried to his side. Lucario was the last to arrive. At this moment, except for Tyranitar and Heatran, who were leading the gathering teams outside to collect resources, all other Pokémon immediately came before Caleb upon hearing the alarm. Caleb looked up at Lucario. Before he could speak, Lucario, who had sensed the enemy attack in advance, shared the scene he had detected through aura. It was a group of Geodudes lined up in neat ranks, led by a Beedrill. Like soldiers in an ancient battle, they moved in unison through the mountain forest, carrying an imposing momentum as they advanced towards this direction. The numbers weren't large, seemingly only around 300 or so. They were probably the enemy's vanguard. However, Yuan himself didn't seem to have come. Sending this group of Geodudes seemed to be meant as a probe. Caleb couldn't leave at the moment. He looked around at the Pokémon and asked, "Who wants to have a go at this?" Hydreigon suddenly stirred restlessly, seeming eager for action. Caleb immediately made a decision. "Then I'll leave it to you. Do your best." Among his 6 Pokémon, Hydreigon was the one most lacking in practical battle experience. Rather than letting Mutwo go and easily wipe them out, it was better to let Hydreigon gain some experience. Hearing this, Hydreigon immediately became excited. Roar! He assigned Hydreigon a squadron of LV2 Tauros from the barracks. Then, he opened the panel and mapped their route. The Tauros filed out of the barracks one after another. Led by Hydreigon, the stampeding herd charged forth like Genghis Khan's cavalry, ready to trample everything in their path. Soon, Caleb received a battle notification. Ding! Your forces are engaged in battle with Fairy. Unfortunately, without accompanying his troops, Caleb couldn't spectate the battle. However, this first encounter between the two sides soon concluded, and the corresponding notification promptly popped up. Ding! Your team is victorious in battle. Total enemies routed, 328. Enemy general repelled, 1. Casualties among your own units, 38, recoverable at the medical tents. Chapter 283. In this battle, Caleb had assigned 5,000 Tauros troops to Hydreigon, yet the casualties amounted to only 38. This made Caleb feel that even if the enemy intended this as a probe, their performance was still embarrassingly poor. The enemy forces retreated, and the remaining wounded soldiers fled in panic, scrambling toward their territory. Caleb saw a prompt on the interface indicating Hydreigon wanted to pursue and annihilate the fleeing enemies. He thought for a moment, then turned to Mutwo and asked, "Can you pinpoint their territory?" Mutwo nodded slightly, understanding Caleb's intent. A blue glow flickered in his eyes, and Mutwo's figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside Hydreigon, which had its gaze locked onto the fleeing enemy troops. Seeing that Mutwo gone over, Caleb set Hydreigon and its subordinate Pokémon to standby mode, then resumed channeling energy into the farm plot before him. 58 minutes and 32 seconds later, just as the food resources had accumulated to 100k units, news came from Mutwo that he had found the target. Caleb headed toward the tavern while opening the map. Sure enough, a new icon had appeared. Current status, hostile force. Before Caleb could issue orders to Mutwo, he arrived at the tavern. As if sensing something, the Ho-Oh lifted its head and said, "Human, have you gathered enough food?" Caleb clicked to submit the 100k food units. "Yes, I have." Excitement immediately flashed in Ho-Oh's eyes, but it quickly suppressed it, then said with a tsundere expression, "In that case, I suppose I'll stay here then." As soon as the words fell, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing Ho-Oh's gluttonous trial. You have successfully recruited the special Pokémon. Ho-Oh, special NPC, rumored to have left its footprints in every corner of the world. Successful recruitment automatically unlocks the map function. Caleb paused. A map. He remembered the traveling merchant in the territory also sold one for 50 gold coins. His heart sank. Spending 100k food units just to get the obstructing fog off the map, what a terrible deal. While thinking, he opened the Lord panel. On the left side of the territory interface, a new icon labeled had indeed appeared. He clicked it and scanned it quickly. When he saw the contents, his gloomy mood instantly lifted. This map was actually different from the one sold by the traveling merchant. The merchant's map only removed the obstructing fog and showed general terrain and location names. But this map not only included all that, it also clearly marked all resource points and the exact locations of all territories. The only thing missing was the names of the territory owners. But for Caleb, that was already more than enough. As if sensing his change in mood, Ho-Oh glanced at him sideways and said, "So, not bad, right? These are all the treasures I discovered during my travels." Caleb gave it a thumbs up. Impressive. With that, he turned and walked away, heading to the barracks to dispatch Tyranitar, Dragonite, and other standby Pokémon to several high-level gold mines on the lower part of the map to collect gold coins. As the Pokémon left, the territory instantly quieted down, leaving Caleb as the lone figure. But before he could feel lonely, Mutwo appeared before him. Caleb's attention immediately shifted to Mutwo. He allocated half of his Pokémon soldiers to Mutwo, including those still outside with Hydreigon, and asked, "Can you handle it alone?" Mutwo nodded slightly and replied truthfully, "Yes." After a pause, he added, "The opponent doesn't seem very strong." Caleb thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you." After all, he had nothing else to do here, and friend out of thin air couldn't be used again until tomorrow morning. Without the boisterous Dragonite and Mimikyu around, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Mutwo had no objections. The two of them led the Pokémon troops and used long-range teleportation to move toward the target location. As for Hydreigon, since it was already outside, it had to travel separately and rendezvous later. The ever-perceptive Mutwo asked mid-journey, "If we're both gone, what if the enemy attacks our territory?" Caleb had already considered this before leaving. He explained, "Their territory is only level 2. Level 2 defenses have low durability and are easy to destroy. Our territory is already level 3. The city walls and watchtowers are also upgraded to level 3. Unless they started moving an hour ago, there's simply not enough time for them to succeed." After a brief pause, Caleb added, "Also, if they send forces here, it means their main battlefield defense will be weakened. If that happens, things will be much easier." Beyond that, he had the warp beacon in his inventory, so he could return to his territory with Mutwo in an instant. Caleb vaguely remembered Yuan's name. He had seen it once while browsing the rankings to check if any players had captured legendary Pokémon. Though Yuan's rank was high, his overall strength likely still fell short compared to Mutwo, which had catapulted Caleb to the top spot. It wasn't that Caleb had blind faith in Mutwo. It was simply that Mutwo was truly powerful. Apart from the strength Mutwo had accumulated over the centuries, His intelligence alone surpassed many humans, putting him far ahead of ordinary Pokémon that relied on trainers to fight. Sure enough, after hearing Caleb's explanation, Mutwo nodded thoughtfully. I understand. He was learning, growing, and his thought process was becoming increasingly human-like. This was the result of centuries of experience. He viewed war and the world through a human lens. Looking at the calm Mutwo, Caleb couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He thought again of the cold, silent Mutwo back at the Resistance base. His heart stirred slightly. He patted Mutwo's shoulder, and under the legendary Pokémon's puzzled gaze, said, "We'll both keep getting better. After this instance ends, I'll take you to see my world." Mutwo looked at Caleb. Their connected minds allowed him to clearly sense the human's feelings. An unfamiliar warmth, which Mutwo had never experienced before, surged in his heart. He nodded, his gaze softening. "Yes, I look forward to it, my friend." Hearing this, Caleb felt a bit awkward. He felt like that sounded a bit too cheesy. He quickly changed the subject. "Looking at the map, we should be almost there." And indeed, they had arrived. Yuan's territory was nestled within a lush forest, with a straight river running through it. Mutwo performed a grand army aerial deployment. Seeing Mutwo and a dense swarm of level 2 troops suddenly appear before him, Yuan was so shocked, he nearly passed out on the spot. Chapter 284. The level 2 Tauros units didn't wait for Caleb's command. They charged straight into the outer walls, fences, of the territory with Raging Bull. The already flimsy walls now looked even more fragile, swaying like a delicate flower in the wind. With each thunderous impact, their durability plummeted. Yuan didn't react in time. Damn it, he stood there with his mouth agape, inwardly cursing himself. He'd treated this instance like a standard strategy game, completely overlooking the Pokémon's extraordinary abilities to teleport and breathe fire. Every player ranked among the top 20 on the leaderboard was exceptional. After a moment of self-reflection, Yuan quickly snapped back to action, pulling 6 piquet balls out of thin air and tossing them upward. At the same time, his gaze swept toward Caleb, who stood nearby with a "let's see what you've got" expression. It looked like Caleb didn't bring the other Pokémon from his team, only Mutwo. Yuan's previously anxious heart surged with joy at this, but quickly turned to shame and anger. They were both high-profile players, but it seemed like Caleb was looking down on him. Yuan shouted, "Blastace, Arcanine, Gyarados, Scizor, Skarmory, Ludicolo, go." Then, with a wave of his hand, he remotely summoned all his troops from the barracks via the Lord panel. Each territory spawned different fixed soldier types, so instead of Pidgey or Tauros, Yuan deployed a swarm of electrodes crackling with electricity. Their target was clear. They charged straight at the Tauros units that were attacking the walls. The two sides clashed instantly, sparks flying and dust billowing. Caleb glanced at the chaotic battle below, then shifted his gaze to the 6 incoming Pokémon. "Are you going to Mega Evolve?" Caleb asked. He wasn't the type to underestimate his opponent. After all, they were both top-ranked players. Besides the Judgment Move card, Yuan surely had other powerful items. However, Mutwo simply narrowed his eyes and replied, "No need." Before the words had even finished, Mutwo vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in front of the fastest Pokémon, Arcanine. A torrent of psychic energy surged outward like a tidal wave, sending Arcanine flying backward instantly. Next came Skarmory. Mutwo's movements were fluid and elegant, almost like a performance. As expected of Mutwo, he's absolutely formidable, Caleb thought, then turned to look at Yuan. That single look alone nearly made Yuan explode with rage. Though Caleb said nothing, Yuan instantly understood the meaning behind his gaze. That mother FC cur, he's looking down on me. If that's how it is, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a loud snap, Yuan pulled out his most powerful item from his inventory, a massive key radiating a dark, shadowy aura. Key of Banishment, S-tier item. When used on a designated Pokémon, it banishes the target to the distortion world. Duration, until the instance ends, usable once per instance. Originally, Yuan hadn't planned to use this item, because it required a cringeworthy incantation to activate. But compared to the humiliation of being wiped out 6-on-1, he'd rather suffer the embarrassment. So he shouted at the top of his lungs, "O key that harbors the power of darkness, reveal your true strength before me. By the name of your master, Ewan Calder, I command you. Seal, release." Caleb was stunned. Mutwo paused mid-motion. At that moment, the key expanded several times over, emitting a blinding black light. Then, a rift tore open behind Mutwo, and a massive suction force dragged him inside. Ding! The opponent has used the item, Key of Banishment. Your Pokémon, Mutwo, has been banished to the Distortion World and cannot be used again until this instance ends. Caleb. All right, now I get what that bizarre performance was all about, he thought. Let's see what you've got now. Ewan snorted coldly. He then pulled out an item that instantly restored his Pokémon's HP and healed Blastoise and the others. Caleb. Ewan studied his expression closely, hoping to see a trace of panic on the face of the top-ranked player. But after staring for ages, he found nothing. On the contrary, that handsome face remained calm, even bordering on nonchalance. Ewan tilted his head in confusion, no reaction, not even a hint of fear. Caleb, I wasn't planning to use it yet, but since you attacked me yesterday, I suppose I'll return the favor and send you packing. Ewan froze. What did that little bastard just say? Send me packing? Without Mutwo, how? Ewan tried to speak, but the next moment he was speechless. A massive black rift tore open on the same spot where Mutwo had just vanished. Seeing this, Ewan's pupils contracted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. No way. Since when did Mutwo possess the power to escape from the Distortion World? Did my item get count? Roar! Before he could think further, a deep roar echoed from the rift. Then, a massive figure with black, red, gold, and gray coloring flew out. Giratina. Ewan's eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. He'd never heard of Caleb capturing Giratina, and that creature clearly wasn't a general-class NPC spawned by this instance. That's because the moment Giratina emerged, it affectionately pounced on Caleb, its cry full of joy and excitement from a long-awaited reunion. It was obvious that Giratina was familiar with Caleb. Ewan began to question his sanity. But the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. From the still-open rift emerged a creature radiating divine energy, a pure white llama embedded with 18 plates. Ewan's mind almost short-circuited. Forget Ewan, even Caleb was stunned at this unexpected turn of events. He had only used the item, Giratina's Aid Opportunity, obtained in the Dystopia instance to summon Giratina. So he failed to understand what Arceus doing here. Arceus didn't know either. It had been resting when it suddenly sensed a disturbance from the Distortion World, an intrusion of power not belonging to their universe. So Arceus rushed to investigate, only to see Giratina escaping through the rift. The moment Giratina left, Arceus clearly sensed its aura vanish from the universe. Seeing that, Arceus turned its gaze toward the rift, realizing that beyond it rift lay a different reality. Chapter 285. The moment Arceus's body passed through, the floating rift vanished. What followed was an unparalleled silence. Arceus's gaze swept across the battlefield, and finally settled on the young human not far away. Caleb. Its majestic and divine voice echoed through the air. Arceus didn't bother to suppress its aura. Radiant light surged around it as it descended upon the land in a manner of supreme grandeur. Time flowed differently in each instance, and with infinite world existing in a state of eternal stasis, 60 years had already passed in Arceus's reality since Caleb returned. The long years hadn't made it forget the fleeting human youth it once met. On the contrary, Arceus still remembered their encounter. Behind them, the NPC troops continued to battle, but here, the atmosphere was utterly still. Caleb and Arceus locked eyes. After a brief moment of excitement, the massive Giratina calmed down and landed beside Caleb, casting an impatient glance at the noisy crowd behind it. So noisy. Watching this scene, Ewan was nearly scared out of his wits. He stood frozen in place, legs stiff as laid. What the heck is going on? Summoning Giratina is already insane, but even Arceus. Is this guy cheating? Ewan knew the tide had turned. With Giratina and a fully equipped Arceus carrying all 18 creation plates, Any resistance was futile. Given that, he might as well lie flat and accept his fate. Thinking this, Yuan sighed heavily, looked at Caleb with reluctant eyes and asked, "Can you spare me?" "No," Caleb said coldly, his expression impassive. He had always repaid kindness and avenged grievances. If Yuan hadn't attacked him back at the glazed volcano, he might have considered forming an alliance. "All right, I understand." Yuan nodded in resignation. He thought it over, and there was no life-or-death grudge between them. Rather than provoke Caleb and turn him into an enemy, it was better to surrender and build goodwill. "Then I wish you good luck." He paused, then added, "I heard ye Fan and Beakjol have teamed up with others to ambush you in this instance. Good luck." Caleb was silent for a moment, then replied, "Thanks, I'll be careful." Seeing this, Yuan didn't resist further. He opened his Lord panel and withdrew all his Pokémon troops. He stood aside to watch his territory be destroyed, starting from the outer walls to the core Lord's Hall. With a thunderous crash, the building collapsed under the assault of a swarm of Tauros. The Lord's Hall was breached, and Yuan's figure instantly dissolved into motes and vanished. Following that, Caleb received the system notification. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully breaching the territory, Fairy. Compiling battle statistics. In this siege, you lost 18 Tauros and sustained 142 injured soldiers, who can be treated in medical tents. Resources seized from the enemy. Food, 15,620 units. Wood, 10,800 units. Stone, 24,100 units. Gold coins, 280. Captives, 57. The captives were all ordinary NPC residents, which were useful for building territory facilities. Caleb glanced at them and ordered Hydreigon, which had just arrived, to take the resources and captives back. Hydreigon looked at the towering figure beside its trainer and felt a deep sense of threat. It didn't move immediately, but instead nudged up to Caleb, looking pitiful. "Caleb." He reached out and hugged Hydreigon's big head, comforting it the young Pokémon. "Good boy. I'll reward you with 100 drumsticks when we get back." Hydreigon happily trotted off at that, throwing a smug glance at Giratina before leaving. Giratina, now a mature elder dragon, snorted twice. It found the three-headed dragon childish. Though it didn't know what drumsticks were, the name didn't sound like anything important. Still, after Hydreigon's silhouette disappeared into the sky, Giratina turned to Caleb and asked, "What's a drumstick?" Caleb was speechless for a second, then explained, "It's a kind of food." Giratina had tasted Caleb's Pokéblocks before. Hearing food reminded it of that sweet flavor, so it instinctively asked, "Is it tasty?" "Caleb, I'll let you try one when we get back." Giratina, "Oh." At that moment, Arceus approached. Giratina fell silent, stepping aside to daydream about drumsticks, leaving the spotlight to its boss. "Hey, Arceus," Caleb greeted it warmly. He could see from its eyes that it still remembered him. "Hey, Caleb." Arceus replied, mimicking human mannerisms. It had now softened its divine pressure, radiating a gentle, calming presence. "Caleb, want to come back with me for a while?" Arceus nodded lightly. And so, one human and two deities began their return journey. On the way, Caleb explained the current situation and added at the end, "Don't worry, you'll be able to return to your place soon." Arceus wasn't concerned. Even in its absence, Dialga and Palkia maintained order in that universe. Though Arceus was the creator god, it still had time to slack off. Seeing this, Caleb didn't say more. He turned and asked Giratina if it could open a portal to the distortion world to release Mutwo. As it turned out, it could. As soon as the rift to the distortion world opened, Mutwo teleported out. Mutwo had been prepared for battle, but upon seeing Arceus and Giratina, he was genuinely stunned. He turned to Caleb with a questioning look. Caleb explained what had happened and the item he used. Mutwo nodded and said nothing, silently following behind to protect Caleb. Arceus glanced back. It recognized this Mutwo. Then it recalled how long Mutwo had waited in that world and how Caleb had searched the entire world to find it. Arceus couldn't help but sigh softly. How enviable. Even a creator god couldn't help but be moved by such a bond. one forged across countless lifetimes, time and death. Hearing this, Giratina also looked at Mutwo with unmistakable envy. It also wished it could travel alongside this human. That kind of life must be incredibly exciting. But then it remembered its duty. Giratina couldn't leave, not while the stability of the distortion world depended on it. Its hopeful excitement quietly faded. Chapter 286. When Caleb returned to his territory, the council hall, which was required to unlock the friend feature, was finally completed. Caleb opened the friends interface, only to find that Hatsumi and Terrence's avatars were grayed out. This was probably because their territories hadn't reached level 3 yet. After pondering for a moment, Caleb closed the panel and headed with Giratina and Arceus to a grassy field behind the Lord's Hall. Both Arceus and Giratina were simply too massive for any human-built structure to accommodate them, so Caleb had no choice but to host them outdoors. Neither Arceus nor Giratina minded such trivialities. It was already noon, and the Pokémon teams that had gone out to gather resources were gradually returning. Afternoon sunlight illuminated the place, and a gentle breeze brushed over the soft grass. Mimikyu and Celebi played and frolicked together, while Dragonite and Hydreigon lay sprawled on the ground, muttering quietly to each other about who knows what. Lucario and Mutwo sat on either side of Caleb, gazing tenderly at the peaceful scene. Caleb loved this relaxed, carefree feeling, but sometimes it unexpectedly struck him as unreal, almost dreamlike. The Pokémon that had once existed only in fictional materials were now running and playing right before his eyes. After all, who hadn't fantasized of such scenes as a child? Still, if someone had told him 10 years ago that he'd one day end up in the Pokémon multiverse, Caleb would have thought they were completely out of their mind. Yet now, it was all undeniably real. He couldn't help but feel a touch of wistfulness. He'd always been a materialist, someone who cherished dreams but clearly distinguished fantasy from reality. Feeling at ease, Caleb lay back on the grass and gazed up at the clear blue sky. But just a few seconds later, two shadows fell over him, blocking the sunlight. Mimikyu and Celebi, worn out from play, wobbled over and flopped down beside Caleb's head, leaning against his shoulders with exhausted little cries. Bae. Caillou. Tired already? Caleb chuckled. Even during battle training, he'd never seen them this worn out. Bae. Caillou. The two little ones pouted adorably. Then, like a magician, Caleb pulled out 2 cups of refreshing juice from thin air inventory. Aside from basic Poké balls and items, his inventory was packed to the brim with all kinds of food. Everything from Poké blocks for his companions to human snacks like nuts and dried fruit. With so many Pokémon to feed, he had no choice. Without these supplies, they'd probably starve during instance runs and quests. Nearby, Arceus and Giratina watched the scene with gentle amusement. In their world, humans and Pokémon lived on separate continents, rarely interacting or interfering with each other's affairs. Even the alpha Pokémon found this harmonious gathering remarkable. Pokémon of wildly different temperaments and diets had come together because of one human, choosing to live side by side, even forsaking their familiar habitats. And it was all because of a single human. Just one human. Arceus glanced toward Caleb, hesitant, wondering whether it should ease its restrictions on humanity in its own world. After all, judging an entire species based on the actions of 1 or 2 individuals would be profoundly unfair to the rest. Unaware of Arceus's inner thoughts, Caleb rested on the grass for a while longer before getting up to continue his ambitious construction efforts across the territory. By midday, the city walls, watchtowers, and farm plots had all been upgraded to level 3. The barracks were progressing more slowly, however, and wouldn't finish until the next morning. Though the pace was slow, Caleb wasn't in a hurry. Carrying the 280 gold coins he had acquired from Yuan, he walked down the straight main street and arrived at the market. The shop hadn't refreshed yet, so the items for sale were exactly the same as last time. City defense token. Concealment charm. Map. Bountiful harvest token. Resource conversion card. Thanks to Ho-Oh's presence, Caleb immediately ruled out the map. And with his Flower Planter title, which already granted 24-hour resource collection, he also dismissed the Bountiful Harvest token without hesitation. That left only 3 items. The City Defense token would render his territory invincible for 24 hours, making it immune to enemy attacks. The Concealment Charm would hide his territory entirely, making it undetectable to enemies. And the Resource Conversion card allowed equal conversion between food, stone, and wood resources, all for a mere 10 gold coins per card. With this card, he could drastically cut down on resource gathering time. Without a second thought, Caleb exchanged for 18 resource conversion cards. He used the remaining 100 gold to purchase the City Defense token. After completing his purchases, Caleb recalled his stone-gathering teams, opened the map, and quickly located the nearest gold mines, immediately dispatching his teams there. The glazed volcano terrain map had a limited number of gold mines. There were only 12 in total, 6 at level 1, 4 at level 2, and just 2 at level 3. After assigning Heatran and Tyranitar to mining duty, Caleb moved over to the farm plots, pulled a folding lounge chair from his inventory, and settled in to work. Whether it was due to a bug in the Infinite World system or not, the resource conversion cards in this instance had no upper limit on how much they could convert. That meant a single card could transform 5 million food units into equivalent amounts of stone or wood resources. While Caleb worked, the quiet-natured Mimikyu and Celebi played nearby, while the restless Dragonite and Hydreigon eagerly volunteered to go out exploring. Since the area posed no danger, Caleb let them go and casually assigned the 2 dragons a gold mining task. As for Giratina and Arceus, they began exploring this strange new world, which was so different from their own. Caleb could have recalled them into some piquet balls for rest, but seeing their curiosity, he didn't bring it up. That night, however, before going to sleep, he did recall them into a pair of piquet balls, stored them in his inventory. He had worried they might struggle to sleep in an unfamiliar place. But when he checked the panel, he found Giratina already snoring loudly, having devoured every drumstick in his inventory for dinner. Arceus was a bit more composed. It seemed to sense Caleb's gaze and even looked up in his direction. Caleb smiled softly and said, "Good night, Arceus." Arceus replied gently, "Good night, Caleb." Chapter 287. Early the next morning, the cooldown for Friend Out of Thin Air ended. Caleb immediately rushed to the grassy field behind the Lord's Hall and eagerly activated the skill. The familiar dimensional rift appeared for the 3rd time. Soon, a dark figure slowly stepped out from within. He moved cautiously, eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with clear wariness. Caleb began mentally running through the list of native characters he'd encountered before, wondering which one had just arrived. But before he could finish reviewing all the possibilities, the figure fully emerged from the rift. Buzz cut around 170 cm tall, dressed in a tailored black suit and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. The moment he stepped out, his piercing gaze locked directly onto Caleb. "Caleb." "Giovanni, it's you." Caleb didn't answer. Instead, he calmly studied Giovanni's appearance, quickly concluding this couldn't be the Giovanni from the collapsed world, since that one was already dead. That left only one possibility. This was the Giovanni from Cynthia's world, the one he had met in the first instance, Infernal Affairs. As Caleb assessed Giovanni, the Team Rocket boss was doing the same with the young man before him. Handsome, composed, his expression so calm, it was impossible to read his thoughts. Compared to their last encounter, Caleb had undergone a complete transformation. His youthful naivety had been replaced by an aura of calm reliability. What had happened to him? A flicker of doubt crossed Giovanni's mind, but he snapped out of it almost instantly. Remembering that this very man was responsible for the downfall of Team Rocket and the ruin of decades of his hard work, Giovanni moved with lightning speed, yanking a piquet ball from his belt. In a flash of white light, a powerfully built Nidoking materialized between them. Caleb. Faced with an enemy who had destroyed everything, Giovanni had no intention of playing nice. The moment he regained his senses, he commanded without hesitation, Nidoking, use Megahorn. Responding instantly, Nidoking let out a thunderous roar. Invisible currents swirled violently around its body, layer upon layer of pressurized wind coiling tightly around the purple horn on its head. Then, with unstoppable force, it charged straight at Caleb. Caleb didn't move, not a muscle twitched on his face. He simply stood there, utterly still. For a split second, Giovanni felt an absurd illusion that the creature barreling toward Caleb wasn't a Nidoking capable of shattering boulders, but a wobbly plastic toy car. Nidoking closed the distance in the blink of an eye, already within striking range. Giovanni sneered inwardly, his lips curling in contempt. So much for transformation. This fool is clearly frozen in terror. But the next second, his smirk vanished. His curled lips stiffened, his expression locked in a mix of shock and fury. Mutwo had appeared before Caleb in an instant, effortlessly catching Nidoking's horn with one hand. Then, Mutwo's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced past the terrified Nidoking and fixed a dangerous stare on Giovanni. Mutwo, Giovanni was visibly shaken. He couldn't fathom how Mutwo had appeared here. As the former leader of Team Rocket and the mastermind behind Project Mutwo, no one understood Mutwo better than he did. And yet, even the brilliant Giovanni's mind went completely blank for a few seconds. It had been nearly a year since he last saw Mutwo. Back then, right after Mutwo destroyed New Island's lab, Giovanni had approached it with a proposal for an alliance. Mutwo not only rejected him, it shot his helicopter out of the sky. Since then, he'd never seen Mutwo again. The last he'd heard of it was in Professor Qiqi's recent research paper from the Alola region. If Mutwo is in Alola, then is this Alola? Giovanni's mind raced. Caleb was also deep in thought. People like Giovanni were walking time bombs. He was liable to resurface at any moment and unleash chaos. During the Team Rocket incident in Johto, Giovanni never showed his face. Caleb certainly didn't believe he'd suddenly reformed and become a law-abiding citizen of the Pokémon League. His eyes narrowed as he turned to Giovanni, wondering if he should tie him up and interrogate him about his recent past and what he was plotting. Giovanni instantly noticed Caleb's unsettling gaze and tensed. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded coldly. Caleb replied flatly, "Nothing much." Then, with a subtle glance exchanged between Caleb and Mutwo, the legendary Pokémon immediately understood. He casually tossed Nidoking aside, then pinned Giovanni in place with psychic energy. A blue glow flickered in Mutwo's eyes. Giovanni struggled futilely, forced to lock eyes with the legendary Pokémon. As the proud leader of Team Rocket, he'd never endured such humiliation in his life. Helpless and enraged, he wanted nothing more than to kill someone. But before he could even process the thought, Mutwo's psychic force surged into his mind, sweeping through his memories with blinding speed. Giovanni's mouth opened slightly. His eyes glazed over, his expression turning vacant and dazed. "Did you find anything?" Caleb asked. Mutwo withdrew his psychic probe and reported, "I saw traces of other organizations in his memories. Team Magma, Team Flare, and others." Caleb froze for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication. He turned to Giovanni. Could it be that this world's Giovanni was secretly collaborating with villainous teams from other regions? That would explain his absence during the crisis with Price in Johto. It seems he temporarily abandoned both Johto and Kanto. If that's true, the situation is far more serious than I had imagined. Caleb had no desire to witness the birth of a team, Rainbow Rocket Alliance, and even less to see all the evil teams unite to wreak havoc. "What should we do now?" Mutwo asked. Caleb thought for a moment, then decided, erase all his memories related to Team Rocket. Understood. Mutwo didn't hesitate, he acted immediately. Minutes later, Giovanni slowly regained consciousness. He blinked, disoriented, and looked around in confusion. "Who am I? Where is this? What are you doing?" he asked weakly. "Caleb." He turned to Mutwo. Mutwo gave an innocent shrug, saying, "My hand slipped." And because of that slip, Mutwo had accidentally erased all of Giovanni's memories. Caleb gave Mutwo a thumb up. "Good job." Right, for once, a faint smile appeared on Mutwo's face. In his opinion, people like this were better off eliminated entirely. Chapter 288. Caleb actually saw a hint of mischievous cunning in Mutwo's eyes, but on second thought, that made perfect sense. This Mutwo had been under Giovanni's control in the collapsed world for so many decades. The fact that he didn't eliminate him on sight was already a show of restraint. Though they weren't the same person, their crimes were nearly identical. Caleb pushed the thought aside and turned to Giovanni, quickly formulating a plan. He adopted a solemn expression and asked, "You really don't remember anything at all?" Giovanni looked genuinely confused and shook his head slowly. Caleb sighed softly and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Although Giovanni had lost his memory, he was still an intelligent adult. Amnesia hadn't turned him into a fool. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Do you know me?" "George Freedomson," Caleb said gravely, "you've worked hard, comrade." Giovanni grew even more perplexed. After a moment's thought, he asked, "George Freedomson, is that my name? Can you tell me what happened? I can't remember anything." Caleb nodded calmly. "That's right. It's your code name, assigned by the organization." "Organization?" Giovanni echoed. "The Kanto Pokémon League," Caleb replied without missing a beat, then launched into an impromptu fabrication. 8 years ago, you were an outstanding league investigator who went undercover in Kanto's criminal syndicate, Team Rocket, under the alias Giovanni. For the past 8 years, you worked tirelessly to rise through their ranks, eventually becoming Team Rocket's leader. Thanks to your efforts, the League successfully dismantled the entire organization in one sweeping operation. Just now, you called me, gave me a location, and hung up abruptly. By the time I arrived, you were already unconscious, so I brought you here." Giovanni frowned, deep in thought. Caleb watched his expression carefully. "Comrade George," he said seriously, "I'll ask you one last time, are you absolutely certain you remember nothing?" Caleb pointed at himself and added, "Do you remember who I am?" Giovanni instinctively shook his head, then studied Caleb's face intently before shaking his head again, more heavily this time. Caleb's expression remained thoughtful, but inside, he was frantically improvising. "According to the intelligence you sent us earlier, Team Flare possesses a brainwashing technology." "Team Flare?" Giovanni asked. "You infiltrated them after Team Rocket's collapse. Since your cover wasn't blown, you used your former identity to gain access to other regional villainous organizations and extract intelligence." At this, Giovanni fell silent. After a long pause, he said quietly, almost pained, "I'm sorry. I truly can't recall anything." "Is Mutwo's mind wipe really that thorough?" Caleb wondered. Then, he sighed dramatically, "You've sacrificed so much. Since your cover is likely blown, take some time to rest now. Welcome back, Comrade George Freedomson." Committed to the bit, Caleb gave Giovanni a warm, reassuring hug. Then, without a shred of guilt, he pulled a notepad and pen from his pocket, scribbled Lorelai's phone number, and handed it to Giovanni. "Once you're back, call this number. She'll arrange your leave and debriefing." Caleb dumped the entire mess squarely onto Lorelai's shoulders. He would let her deal with Comrade George Freedomson. Whether Giovanni believed the story or followed through, Caleb wasn't entirely sure. After all, the whole tale was pure improvisation, riddled with holes. All he could hope for was that, when Giovanni returned home a day later, he wouldn't be surrounded by Team Rocket grunts. Giovanni tucked the note into his suit pocket. Since Caleb was now playing the role of Giovanni's handler, he added more context to make the story plausible. This place is an alternate dimension opened through Mutwo's psychic power. It's similar to Giratina's distortion world. I'm conducting research on such phenomena, and I'll send you back to your world in exactly 1 day. Giovanni glanced at Mutwo, his expression unreadable and cold. The explanation was wildly fantastical. Yet, in a world where Pokémon existed, it wasn't entirely implausible. Caleb couldn't tell if Giovanni bought it, but he pressed on, "I don't know what happened before you called me, or whether your identity was truly exposed. I retrieved you from your residence, so when you return, you'll reappear in the same place. Use your judgment wisely." "I understand," Giovanni nodded. Satisfied, Caleb led him to the Lord's Hall to rest, then quietly signaled Mutwo to put him to sleep with hypnosis. Only after Giovanni was soundly unconscious did Caleb slip away. By the next morning, all the Pokémon mining teams had returned with gold, and core facilities like the barracks and city walls had reached level 3. Caleb checked the resource requirements for upgrading his territory to level 4, then headed straight to the barracks to inspect the newly unlocked level 3 Pokémon troops. Barracks LV3. Recruitable troop types. LV1. 1. Rattata, a level 1 unit capable of tearing enemies apart with sharp teeth and claws. An initial unit that can evolve into Raticate, level 2 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. 2 Pidgey, a level 1 unit, a tiny bird Pokémon capable of flying at speeds of 76 kilometers per hour with extremely good eyesight. Even from high altitudes, it can use Gust to deliver precise strikes on enemies. This is an initial unit that can evolve into Pidgeotto, level 2 unit, and then Pidgeot, level 3 unit, after accumulating a certain amount of combat experience. Recruitment cost, 1 food unit. LV2. 1. Gloom, level 2 unit. A weed Pokémon capable of using Grass-type and Poison-type moves. Possesses the magical ability to heal allies and poison enemies. If it accumulates sufficient combat experience, it can choose to evolve into Vileplume or Bellossom. Vileplume enhances the troop type's poison abilities. Bellossom enhances the troop type's healing abilities. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. 2. Dugtrio, level 2 unit. A mole Pokémon. Its body remains hidden underground, allowing it to move swiftly beneath the soil without being detected by the enemy. Excels at attacking foes with Sand Tomb. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. 3 Tauros, level 2 unit. A wild bull Pokémon adept at charging and ramming, typically used for breaking through enemy formations. In battle, can use its powerful horns to destroy enemy lines. Recruitment cost, 10 food units. LV3. 1. Venusaur, seed Pokémon. Uses wide area sleep powder to inflict status conditions, supported by powerful grass poison type moves. Cost, 100 food units. 2. Blastoise, shellfish Pokémon. Its hardened shell blocks massive damage, ideal defensive unit. Cost, 100 food units. 3. Charizard, flame Pokémon. A flying unit that dominates the skies with searing flamethrower strikes that shatter enemy formations. Cost, 100 food units. Wow, compared to LV, 2 units the recruitment cost had jumped tenfold, Caleb thought. Even with his flower planter title-boosting resource income, Caleb felt a twinge of pain. 100 food units per soldier meant 100 0 for 1,000. These were far too expensive to recruit recklessly like he had with Tauros. He decided to reserve all current resources for upgrading his territory to LV. 4. Unfortunately, that required 500 units of each resource, which is 1.5 million in total. Despite farming all afternoon yesterday, he was still short. There was no choice but to keep grinding. Sitting back in his chair, Caleb opened the map. Thanks to Ho-Oh's bug-like ability, he could clearly see the location of every player's territory, though not their names. On day 5 of the Chaos-era domination instance, players were being eliminated daily. Their territories vanished from the map the moment they were knocked out. Caleb watched as territories flared and disappeared in rapid succession. Players clashed fiercely, while his own corner of the map remained eerily quiet. It was kind of boring. He absent-mindedly stroked Celebai's head as the little Pokémon nuzzled against him, seeking affection. He had no intention of joining the chaotic player wars, not just because fighting would slow his development, but because he was waiting. He wanted to connect with Terrence and Hatsumi first, as soon as their council halls finished construction. Chapter 289. Caleb sat there all day. While casually farming and keeping an eye on the shifting territories of other players on the map, he only realized it was already evening when Dragonite came over, stomach growling loudly, begging for dinner. "What would you like for dinner?" Caleb asked, opening his panel to check the fruits of his day's labor. He was quite pleased with the results. Dragonite thought seriously for a moment, his emerald green eyes sparkling brightly. "Woo." Caleb wasn't using the Viridian Power to connect with Dragonite's thoughts at the moment, so he had no idea what the chonky dragon meant, but he nodded anyway as if he understood and said, "Sure." Then he walked to the tent and pulled cooking gear from his inventory. With so many Pokémon to feed, he always kept a wide variety of food on hand, from Pokéblocks to warm milk and even vegetable soup. Whatever they wanted, they could have. After sitting in one spot all day without moving, Caleb felt a little dizzy. He had even completely forgotten about Giovanni, who was still sleeping in the Lord's Hall. It wasn't until after dinner, while cleaning up and heading back to sleep, that he suddenly remembered the many lying inside. Caleb turned to Mutwo, one glance between trainer and Pokémon, and they reached a silent agreement. Starving this villain boss for a full day is probably fine, right? So Caleb pretended not to notice, climbed onto Dragonite's back without a shred of guilt, and headed back to his quarters with his Pokémon entourage for a good night's rest. The next morning, Giovanni finally woke up after having slept for close to a full 24 hours. As he sat up, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his stomach growled emptily. "You're awake," Caleb tossed him a sandwich. "You really slept a long time. I have no idea what you went through before, but eat something first. I'll send you back soon." Giovanni took the sandwich in silence. He looked at Caleb and recalled yesterday's events, but deep down, a strange, uneasy feeling stirred within him. Perhaps it was ingrained instinct. Even without his memories, he didn't let his suspicion show. He simply ate the sandwich quietly, expression unreadable. Mutwo noticed this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Caleb checked the timer on friend out of thin air. Only 8 minutes remained. With a calm expression, he used the Viridian Power to communicate telepathically with Mutwo. Did you completely erase his memories, or just suppress them? Has there ever been a case where someone recovered their memories mid-amnesia? Psychic-type abilities were notoriously chaotic. They encompassed flight, teleportation, hypnosis, and more. But aside from Mutwo, Caleb had never seen another psychic-type Pokémon capable of memory erasure. He needed to know if the memories were erased or simply suppressed. The former would be preferable, but if it was the latter, Caleb would have to consider keeping him here permanently. The thought flickered through his mind like a shadow. Mutwo thought for a moment, then replied, "They were completely erased. There are no prior cases of recovery." Good, Caleb wasn't a killer by nature. He didn't get thrills from bloodshed. So since Mutwo confirmed the memories were gone for good, he saw no reason to act further. Mutwo had already extracted all of Team Rocket's secrets. A memory-wiped Giovanni was no longer useful, and he was no longer a threat. Unaware that he had just narrowly escaped death, Giovanni finished his breakfast in a few quick bites, stood up, and politely thanked Caleb. With only 1 minute left on the summoning timer, Caleb said, "I'll send you back now. Remember to call that number as soon as possible. I've arranged for someone to meet you and handle your leave." Giovanni nodded, understood. He glanced toward Mutwo as if wanting to say something more, but before he could speak, the world around him abruptly shifted. Giovanni stood frozen for a long moment, slowly taking in his surroundings. He was in a small room with metallic walls. A single bed stood against one wall, and a brown leather sofa sat nearby. Click! The door opened from the outside. Giovanni looked up just in time to see a sleek, glossy-furred Persian squeeze through the gap. Recognizing its master, Persian's eyes lit up. It dashed over and rubbed its fluffy head against Giovanni's leg. Giovanni looked down silently. Confused by the lack of response, Persian paused and tilted its head upward. Meow. "Are you my Pokémon?" Giovanni asked. Persian looked even more puzzled, but still nodded gently. Giovanni didn't reply. He sat down, stroked Persian's head, then pulled the note with the phone number from his pocket. He stared at it blankly, lost in thought. After a moment, he picked up the room's phone, dialed the number, and waited. Soon, a sharp, no-nonsense female voice answered. "Hello." Giovanni hesitated for a bit, then spoke. "This is Giovanni." On the other end, Lorelei nearly dropped her glass of juice in shock. But she quickly composed herself and asked in a neutral tone, "What is it? Did something happen?" Lance, who had rushed over after hearing Lorelei had vanished for a day, noticed her shift in tone, and looked over with concern. Lorelei had already sat down. She mouthed Giovanni to Lance just as the voice on the other end continued. Click. Another unfamiliar voice interrupted. Giovanni, where were you yesterday? Giovanni turned to the newcomer and replied calmly, I had business to attend to. Team Flare's boss, Lysander, eyed him suspiciously, saying, the security cameras didn't record you leaving the premises. Giovanni set the phone down but didn't hang up. Do I need to report my movements to you now? Lysander arched an eyebrow, his tone laced with warning. Of course not. But don't forget this is my territory. And right now, you're the one who needs my help. Giovanni remained silent. Lysander scoffed, you're not the head of Team Rocket anymore. News of Team Rocket's total collapse in Kanto and Johto at the hands of a single league investigator had spread worldwide. Giovanni had become a laughingstock among villainous circles, though no one dared say it to his face. After all, even a fallen lion was still a lion. Still, Giovanni said nothing. Lysander gave him a long, piercing look, then turned to leave. Since you're back, he said over his shoulder, get ready. Archie and Maxie will be arriving soon. Chapter 290. Giovanni and Lysander walked down a quiet corridor and entered a sleek, high-tech conference room radiating cold sterility. Lysander pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze fixed curiously on the silent Giovanni. Noticing the stare, Giovanni lifted his head. Their eyes met, and an invisible tension filled the air. Just then, the electronic door slid open. 3 men of distinct appearances entered. They were Maxie of Team Magma, Archie of Team Aqua, and Getsis of Team Plasma. Lysander withdrew his probing gaze and turned to the others. Why did you call us here? Asked Archie, the blue-haired leader of Team Aqua, after taking his seat. The other 2 also looked toward Lysander. Each of them ruled their own region. An unspoken rule among villainous organizations was clear: do not interfere with another region's affairs. But that didn't mean they were ignorant of each other's activities. So when Lysander reached out to them, every one of them was deeply curious. Lysander didn't answer immediately. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and asked, I assume you've all heard about Cyrus. The room fell into heavy silence. Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, had recently been arrested by the Sinnoh League inside a high-rise building. In a single night, the once mighty organization had been completely dismantled, vanishing like a popped soap bubble. Archie, ever the quick thinker, instantly grasped Lysander's intent. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Maxie. Lysander smiled faintly and said, I think Giovanni here is better suited to explain. All eyes immediately turned to Giovanni, who had remained silent until now. Though his memories were gone, Giovanni wasn't a fool. Years of strategic thinking hadn't vanished with his past. Piecing together what he'd just heard and the story Caleb had told him, he quickly deduced their purpose. Cooperation, Giovanni said flatly. Maxie raised an eyebrow, as if surprised to see Giovanni here at all. Lysander continued, Team Galactic in Sinnoh, Team Rocket in Kanto, and the Johto syndicates have all collapsed. So who's next? Would it be Team Plasma in Unova, Team Flare in Kalos, or Team Magma and Aqua in Hone? No one knew. The weight of his words settled over the room. Even these proud leaders couldn't ignore the precedent. Team Rocket, a colossal empire, had fallen overnight, without warning, as if some unseen force was aiding the League. They'd all been stunned when they first heard the news. Lysander gave them time to think, not rushing the conversation. He then glanced around and said, Take some time to rest. We'll reconvene tomorrow to discuss this further. No one objected. One by one, they left the conference room. When Giovanni returned to his quarters, however, he found someone already inside. He closed the door, eyes flickering with confusion, but his face remained impassive. What is it? He asked. Mattori reported coolly, The base in Alola is complete. When do you plan to leave? Alola? Giovanni didn't recognize her, nor did he know what Alola was. The memory loss left him feeling powerless. Caleb's words from earlier surfaced in his mind. Giovanni closed his eyes, exhausted, and didn't respond. Mattori didn't notice anything unusual. She assumed her boss was simply worn out from Team Rocket's collapse and the stress of moving between regions. She'd seen this look before. Maybe I really do need to rest, Giovanni thought with a silent sigh. Lysander's words and the subtle probing from Getsis and the others had raised his trust in Caleb from 50 to 80%. Clearly, in his current state, continuing undercover wasn't wise. Giovanni thought for a moment, then replied wearily, after tomorrow's meeting. Mattori had no objections. As Giovanni's secretary, she was used to his temperament, understood. I'll begin preparations. With that, she left. Giovanni watched her go, then stood motionless for a while, trying to recall what had happened over the past days, but his mind remained stubbornly blank. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the phone again and dialed the number on the note. Is this the organization? This is Giovanni. I'd like to request a period of leave. Kanto Region Tilde. After hanging up, Lorelei wore a deeply perplexed expression. Seeing this, Lance frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What did he say?" He said, Lorelei recounted the entire conversation, then groaned, "What on earth did Caleb do to him?" After thinking it over, Lance said, "This might actually be a good thing. Since Giovanni has lost his memories, why not play along with his delusion?" "What if he regains his memories midway?" Lorelei asked worriedly. Lance thought for a moment. "Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." She realized he was right and nodded reluctantly, already planning to meet Giovanni in person. Lance watched her for a beat, then asked, "Did Caleb say when he'd be back?" Lorelei shook her head. "No, but he seems to be in the middle of some kind of game, so it probably won't be anytime soon." Tilde Sinnoh, Celestic Town Tilde. Cynthia looked at the beautiful girl before her and asked, "How have you been lately? Do you need any financial support?" Lily smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Cynthia, but no. Our game has been selling really well recently." Though they'd struggled with cash flow at first, those days were long behind them. Cynthia's expression softened. "That's good to hear. Can you stay here for a few days?" Ever since learning about Lily's connection to Caleb, and having long since adopted Caleb as family, Cynthia had taken it upon herself to look after the girl in his absence. Beyond that, she genuinely liked Lily. Both were poised, intelligent, and open-minded. And since Lily had researched ancient myths and Celebi's lore extensively during her search, they shared countless topics of conversation. Since Caleb's departure, Cynthia often invited her to visit Sinnoh. Lily thought carefully, then replied, "I think I can spare 2 days." Cynthia's elegant brow furrowed. "Only 2?" Lily gave a helpless shrug. "I can't help it. Besides managing the company, I've got a flood of new trainers challenging the gym." She was now the gym leader of Mahogany Town. Her schedule was packed. "I see," Cynthia smiled. "Then, have you ever considered working for the Sinnoh Pokémon League?" Lily shook her head and quipped, "I'd rather not. If I suddenly showed up here, Lorelei-senpai would beat me to a pulp." Lorelei and Lance had gone out of their way to help her secure her position in Johto. Though it was mostly for Caleb's sake, Lily wasn't the type to forget kindness. Cynthia didn't press further. Lily asked, "Any news from Nixan lately?" Cynthia sighed, shaking her head. "None. That guy has disappeared again. No one knows where he's gone this time." Chapter 291. By the time the Five Nations Summit concluded and Lorelei finally met up with Giovanni, 3 full days had passed on Caleb's side. During those 3 days, the friend out of thin air skill had reset and activated twice, but neither summon was who Caleb hoped for. Instead, Officer Jenny from Celadon City and Nurse Joy from Snowpint City had appeared. Meanwhile, the marketplace in his territory had refreshed several times. Compared to before, it now offered new items, the most valuable of which were the Sao Discord card and the Territory Illusion function. Sao Discord card. Sever diplomatic ties between 2 player territories, forcing them into a hostile state and triggering automatic attacks between them. Territory Illusion function. Alter your territory's outward appearance, allowing you to freely switch its visual tier between LV1 to LV5, visible only to enemies, rendering enemy scouts ineffective. The Sao Discord card's utility was obvious, but compared to the illusion function, it paled in significance. No one played the humble village idiot, better than Caleb. The moment he purchased both items, he activated the illusion function, instantly transforming his newly upgraded LV5 territory, which was now a bustling city, into the shabby, into a humble LV2 village. Outside the territory, Nurse Joy, who had just been summoned, let out a surprised gasp. Wow. Seeing her reaction, Caleb led his entourage of Pokémon out of the territory. Sure enough, the moment his right foot left the territory, its appearance shifted from a thriving city to a modest village. Inside, of course, everything remained unchanged. Nurse Joy's eyes sparkled as she ran over. She asked, glancing toward Mutwo, "How did you do that? Is it one of your Pokémon's abilities?" Mutwo heard the question but didn't answer. Instead, it looked toward Caleb. The meaning was clear, and Nurse Joy quickly caught on. Following Mutwo's gaze, she focused on the tall, strikingly handsome young man. This morning, she'd been startled by the sudden appearance of a portal. But driven by curiosity and her adventurous spirit, she stepped through it after only a few seconds of hesitation. Then she saw the young man who was surrounded by a group of diverse Pokémon, some adorable, some imposing. They were all curiously observing her. After Caleb explained the situation, Nurse Joy quickly accepted it and happily enjoyed her rare, otherworldly day trip. But for some reason, she felt a strange familiarity about the young man, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Facing this Nurse Joy, the very same one who he'd once briefly met in Snowpent City, Caleb nodded and lied with a straight face. It's Mutwo's ability. Mutwo, Nurse Joy recalled a recent article she'd read in the Pokémon Daily. It had described Mutwo as a mysterious humanoid Pokémon, first discovery, incredible power, and unknown origin. Since Pokémon were capable of near-miraculous feats, she accepted Caleb's explanation without suspicion. But she still studied him, hesitating before finally asking, "Excuse me, have we met before?" Caleb thought, "You've not only met me, but you held me in your arms." Back when he had just entered the transformation and substitution instance, when he'd been turned into a little kid, it was this very Nurse Joy who'd taken care of him. But he didn't say that. Instead, he shrugged lightly, "Maybe when I challenged the gym in Snowpent City." "Oh, no wonder you seemed familiar," Joy said, but a nagging doubt still lingered in her mind. Caleb didn't give her time to dwell on it. He immediately had Dragonite and a few other Pokémon take her on a tour. Even though this was a virtual world, the scenery was still quite nice. At his command, Dragonite let out an eager cry and nudged Joy's shoulder with his big head, inviting her to climb onto his back. After sending Nurse Joy off, Caleb returned to the farm plot to continue to harvest food for future needs. Over the past 3 days, he'd successfully upgraded his territory and all key facilities to LV5. He had also quietly dealt with several players who'd been eyeing him suspiciously. All over the world, battles raged on. Every day, large numbers of players were eliminated from the game. The glazed volcano region was no exception. But strangely, aside from a few provocations early on, no one had attacked his territory in recent days. Yesterday, Caleb even watched a squad of NPCs bypass his territory to attack another player's base. It was as if they all knew this place wasn't worth provoking. Caleb... That was awkward. He'd even prepared for battle. But the reason was easy to guess. They must have realized this was Caleb's territory. And who was Caleb? Number 1 on the Infinite World Power Rankings. The first player to own a Mutwo. He was clearly not someone they could afford to mess with. Seeing this, Caleb didn't interfere. He continued farming and expanding his city. Indeed, as his territory leveled up, its size and land coverage had also increased. According to the map, he now controlled 1/5 of the entire glazed volcano region. Compared to day 1, his territory had completely transformed from a backward village into a massive city. Caleb looked at the map. After 3 days, only 18 players remained in the glazed volcano region. The game had entered its climax. Each region would have only one winner. Once unified, players would face off against winners from other regions. That would be the climax of the game. Caleb wasn't worried. He had plenty of cards up his sleeve. Beyond his early development advantage and troop numbers, he had Arceus and Giratina, 2 god-tier external reinforcements. He even had an unused rewind opportunity, which he saved for the perfect moment. The next morning, Friend Out of Thin Air ended its summoned duration. As Caleb sent Nurse Joy off, he handed her 2 letters. Holding the letters, Nurse Joy asked, "What are these?" "Please help me deliver these to House 207 in Celestic Town," Caleb said earnestly. "Celestic Town," Joy echoed. Caleb nodded. "My family lives there. I can't leave this place or contact the outside world right now." Joy smiled softly. "I see. In that case, leave it to me." Caleb offered her a pouch of League coins. "Thank you." Nurse Joy declined. "No need for payment. I should be thanking you for yesterday's hospitality." "Then I won't insist," Caleb said with a grateful nod. "I really appreciate it." "Goodbye," Nurse Joy smiled warmly, then jumped into the dimensional rift with the 2 letters. Chapter 292. After watching Nurse Joy leave, Caleb looked up at the sky. In the distance, the siege warfare had stained the horizon red, and the special effects of smoke from breached cities hung in the air, giving off a distinct feeling that a storm was about to break. He opened his map and stared thoughtfully at the remaining player bases in the glazed volcano region. Then he casually swiped his fingers across the interface a few times. The next second, the sky above his territory was blanketed by an overwhelming mass of shadows, surging outward from the city with unstoppable force. Once outside the city walls, the swarm split into several streams, each racing off in different directions. Level 5 soldiers, Salamence. Known for its ferocity and aggression, Salamance's base stats in this game far surpassed those of troops from lower tiers. Naturally, such exaggerated stats also meant its recruitment cost skyrocketed. But for Caleb, who had the ability to farm resources effortlessly, that wasn't an issue at all. So, right after upgrading his territory to LV5 and reviewing Salamance's data, he immediately disbanded all his LV1 troops and spent every last resource he had to recruit 100 Salamances. Level 5 was the cap for territory upgrades in this game, and no further upgrades were possible. Under these circumstances, aside from recruiting troops, Caleb no longer needed to grind like crazy the way he had in the past few days. An LV5 barracks could hold 200 troops, and capturing another player's territory added 100 more to that capacity. This meant it was extremely difficult for players in the early game to overwhelm enemies purely through troop numbers. This put solo players with no allies at a serious disadvantage. That was exactly why Caleb decided to launch his offensive today. Most players' territories were still stuck around LV3. Without Caleb's resource farming ability, they could only survive by gathering from resource nodes in the wild. And as territory levels increased, the amount of resources needed for each upgrade grew larger and larger. With limited wild resource nodes available, their leveling speed inevitably slowed down more and more. Terrence and Hatsumi still hadn't contacted him, and Caleb couldn't tell if they'd already been eliminated by other players. With his teammates missing, he had to make the most of his level advantage to unify the glazed volcano region and push his barracks troop capacity as high as possible. And so, on this day, the other players in the glazed volcano region were hit with a terrifying assault. One player who had just sent his entire army out to attack another player's base suddenly got a notification that his own territory had been raided. Before he could even begin to retreat, another alert popped up, informing him that his lord's hall had been destroyed. The player's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the timestamp, showing how quickly his territory had fallen, utter disbelief written all over his face. It had taken the attacker just 1 minute and 12 seconds to go from the city walls straight to the Lord's Hall. Was my freshly upgraded LV3 territory really that fragile? He seriously suspected the perpetrator was cheating. But as soon as he saw the attacker's name, his shock and disbelief instantly vanished. Oh, well, if it's him, then yeah, that makes sense. The player numbly gave up resisting. His avatar dissolved into scattered particles of light and was kicked out of the instance. This sudden turn of events also stunned the defending player on the other side. What the? 1 second we're fighting, the next he's just gone? Did someone but before he could even figure out what was happening, the sky above him suddenly went dark. The moment he looked up, his eyes threatened to leave their sockets as shock played on his face. A swarm of salamanders. The moment the thought crossed his mind, darkness swallowed the land. Under the assault of the salamanders and their commander, Hydreigon, the sturdy LV3 city walls crumbled like tofu, shattering at the slightest touch. This was a scenario that only occurred when high-level troops attacked low-level territories. In the blink of an eye, the ravenous army had broken through the defenses and reached the Lord's Hall. At that moment, this random player vaguely understood what had just happened to the previous guy. He numbly glanced down at his panel. As soon as he saw the attacker's name, he immediately chose to stop resisting and just lay back, accepting his fate. 12 hours later, the glazed volcano region was officially unified. Caleb stood atop the city wall, with Mutwo and his other Pokémon beside him, silently watching as his territory's map now covered the entire region. A series of pleasant notification sounds rang out. Ding! You've conquered player's territory. Due to your expanding influence, your barracks troop capacity has increased by 100. Ding! You've conquered player's territory. Due to your expanding influence, your barracks troop capacity has increased by 100. Caleb closed the panel and prepared to head down to refill his barracks, but before he could move, another alert rang out. Beep, you've received a message from a friend. Caleb quickly opened his interface. Terrence, hey. Caleb, you're way too slow. I thought you could build the council hall once your territory hit LV3. Terrence, bro, what are you talking about? Build the council hall at LV3? What do you mean? Caleb, he'd almost forgot that other players couldn't farm resources like he could. He didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he immediately sent Terrence an alliance request through the friend feature. Alliance was a built-in function of the council hall, similar to a party system. Once allied, players could see each other's positions on the map, and as long as one survived, even eliminated teammates could still earn placement rewards. Terrence accepted the request without hesitation. Just as Caleb was about to ask about Hatsumi's status, a flood of messages came pouring in. Terrence, what the FCK, you monster. Terrence, when the hell did you reach LV5? Wait, how are you already at LV5? Terrence, no wonder Hatsumi kept saying she needed to cling to your leg. Now I want to say it too. Daddy, please carry me. Caleb's calm down man. Terrence, why I can't calm down. Do you have any idea what kind of hell I've been living through here? This stupid map has barely any resource nodes, and the players are all bloodthirsty maniacs, fighting non-stop every damn day. There's no way to develop properly. I haven't slept in peace once. Those bastards keep attacking my base at 3 a.m. I haven't closed my eyes in 24 hours. Caleb, yeah, that does sound pretty rough. He checked the map. Now that they were allied, Terrence's territory location appeared clearly on it. It was in a region called Diglett Basin. Caleb zoomed in. Thanks to Ho-Oh's presence, he could directly view the resource nodes in that area. After a moment of thought, he asked, Caleb, what spawn location did you pick when you entered the instance? Terrence, random. You know me, I'm the kind of guy who loves challenging the unknown. Caleb automatically ignored the last part. Caleb, what's your city lord skill? A skill profile was quickly sent over. Builder, a lord-exclusive skill that allows you to freely reshape the terrain around your territory, turning plains into rivers, grasslands into hills. Construction time varies depending on the terrain. Chapter 293. Caleb, you holding up okay? Diglett Basin was a fair distance from Glazed Volcano. Even with Salamance's speed, it would take a full 5 hours to get there. Terrence, of course, my city lord skill is seriously op. Terrence's tone brimmed with pride. It was thanks to that skill that he had managed to survive in such a chaotic place. Hearing this, Caleb glanced at the distance between the two regions and roughly calculated the travel time in his head. Assuming nothing unexpected happened, if he started marching now, relying on his overwhelming advantage in territory level and troop stats, it would still take at least half a month to fight his way through to Terrence's location. he shared his plan honestly with Terrence. Terrence was thrilled. He couldn't wait to meet up with Caleb, who gave him a strong sense of security. Though that's what he thought, his response was, "Terrence, no rush really. I can hold out a while longer. Just be careful not to get backdoored while you're away." Caleb wasn't worried. The entire glazed volcano was now his domain. Unlike before, the map panel now notified him of everything happening in the region. For example, if enemy troops crossed into glazed volcano, or if a low-level resource spot upgraded, he'd be informed. More importantly, he also unlocked a new feature: outdoor facility construction. Things like flame traps, energy turrets, defensive walls, and so on, all effective tools for halting enemy advances. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. "Caleb, any news from Hatsumi?" Just as he sent the message, a new avatar lit up in his friend list. Right after, a message from Hatsumi came through. "Hatsumi, you two move fast, huh?" Caleb quickly created a 3-person group chat. The 3 of them exchanged information and immediately submitted an alliance request. "Hatsumi, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention." "Terrence, what is it?" "Hatsumi, do you guys remember Yifan and Beekjol?" Both Terrence and Caleb agreed. After a moment's thought, Caleb added, "Caleb, are they planning to mess with me again?" "Hatsumi, how'd you know?" "Caleb, those two are stubborn by nature. I grabbed Celebi right in front of them and snatched the one spot. Of course they're bound to be bitter. Even if others forget, those two are definitely the types to hold grudges." Hatsumi didn't waste words. She agreed. "Hatsumi, exactly. I heard from a friend that Yifan hired a bunch of people and is planning to team up to ambush you in this instance." Caleb fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Caleb, even knowing that, the both of you are still willing to ally with me." Caleb had initiated the alliance request. As allies, his name would now appear on both Hatsumi's and Terrence's territory panels. Caleb himself wasn't afraid, but if Hatsumi and Terrence chose to side with him, they'd almost certainly face harassment from those two later on. Hatsumi was sharp to begin with, and though Terrence seemed a bit goofy on the surface, he wasn't actually dumb. As soon as Caleb said that, they both instantly understood what he meant. "Terrence, I do," was Terrence's immediate reply. Then, grinning, he quipped, "Terrence, don't worry, bro. I've got your back. Anyone who wants to mess with you will have to step over my dead body first." Back in the transformation and substitution instance, Terrence had spent 3 years with Caleb. Though he was in the body of a Smeargle, his mind was still human. Male friendships were simple. If you clicked and got along, you were friends. Add in their similar ages and the fact that Caleb had taken good care of him back then, and Terrence didn't hesitate for a second. "Caleb." Reading their messages, Hatsumi couldn't help but laugh. She had entered Infinite World much earlier than the two. Though her physical age hadn't changed, mentally, she was practically old enough to be their grandma. But thanks to her youthful appearance, nobody could possibly see her as a square-dancing auntie. Caleb and Terrence were only about 20, which was still college age back on Earth. So to her, they were juniors through and through. With that in mind, Hatsumi replied cheerfully, "Hatsumi, then we'll all look out for each other from now on." After settling the alliance matter, the 3 shifted the conversation to the current instance. Hatsumi's territory was located in the upper right corner, in a region called Blastoise Swamp, forming a rough triangle with Caleb's and Terrence's bases. Caleb checked the area using the map, then marked out the hidden resource nodes and enemy territory locations for both Hatsumi and Terrence. At this stage, most players' territory levels were between LV1 and LV3. Without Caleb's special ability, they could only gather resources from nodes outside their bases. Resource nodes were limited, that is, they were far from enough to meet everyone's needs, which meant fierce battles over resources were inevitable. Combined with other factors, their territory upgrade speed would naturally slow down more and more. As a result, Caleb's level advantage would likely last a long time. Thinking this through, he checked his barracks troop capacity. After unifying Glazed Volcano, the cap had increased from 200,000 to 5 million. After a moment's thought, Caleb made a decision. "Caleb, I'll send each of you 500 LV5 troops as reinforcements. They'll arrive in 5 hours. Both of them froze for a second when they saw that. Hatsumi, where did you get so many soldiers? The resource nodes in just one region shouldn't be enough, right? Higher-level troops required exponentially more resources to recruit, not to mention top-tier units like Salamence. Hearing this, Caleb didn't hold back. He directly sent them the info for his tidal flower planter, leaving both of them stunned. After some casual chatting, Terrence finally replied. Terrence, don't worry man, we won't let you down. He understood Caleb wasn't just sending troops to protect them. He wanted them to use this opportunity to unify Diglett Basin and Blastoise Swamp. Caleb replied with a simple, having confirmed that neither of them had been eliminated, he closed the friend panel. After dispatching 2 waves of Salamences, only 180 Pokémon soldiers remained in his barracks. But now, his food resource count had dropped back to 0. Caleb sighed helplessly, waved off Celebi and the others to go play on their own, and trudged back to the farm plot to grind out food resources. Mutwo watched this scene, gave a slight shake of his head, floated up to the rooftop of a nearby building, and lazily basked in the sun. Chapter 294. Diglett Basin Tilda. Invisible smoke drifted across this barren land. Rows of powerful Pokémon soldiers marched in perfect formation, kicking up clouds of dust as they advanced toward a city surrounded by thick earthen walls and water-filled moats. All kinds of flashy attacks slammed into the defenses. With a thunderous crash, the earthen wall finally collapsed under the strain. But the very next second, an identical thick earthen wall shot up from the ground, blocking the Pokémon army once again. Damn it, that punk's Lord skill is so freaking annoying, Jeroen cursed as he watched the scene unfold. 3 days ago, he had set his sights on this strategically located territory, planning to conquer it quickly so he could start farming the nearby resource nodes. Unexpectedly, after fighting for a full day and night, not only had he failed to take the territory, but he'd also lost a significant amount of resources and troops. The Diglett Basin was a chaotic mess of competing factions. Jeroen didn't have time to keep wasting here, so he had contacted a friend to help gang up on the defender. Today was the day of the final showdown. His friend frowned as he watched the wall regenerate, then quickly made up his mind. The City Lord skill can only be used when the Lord isn't in combat. I'll go in with my Altaria to stall for time, you handle the rest. Jeroen wasn't dumb, he had already figured that out himself. The problem was, he hadn't brought any flying-type Pokémon into this instance, and none of the troops his barracks had spawned could fly either. He nodded, all right. Once we take this territory, you get half the resources. Sergi said nothing. He stared at his inventory panel, his brow twitching uncontrollably. In his inventory was a foresight item. It couldn't predict specific events, but it could accurately gauge the danger level of a given situation. Right now, that item was glowing with an eerie, black-tinged red light. Black-tinged red meant extreme peril or great misfortune. But he couldn't understand why. He had used a city protection token on his own base, which granted 24 hours of immunity to all attacks, and he'd scouted this territory thoroughly beforehand. It was just upgraded to LV3 yesterday morning. The Lord was some no-name player who'd been under siege for days and couldn't gather resources outside, so his troop count was low. The only real nuisance was that terrain-altering Lord skill of his, but they have already found a counter for that, so he couldn't figure out why the danger reading still said great misfortune. Riding Altaria, Sergi soared over the manipulated terrain below and headed straight for the rear city wall. The unknown always breeds fear. As he drew closer to the wall, his heart climbed into his throat. Yet when he finally landed in front of it, the ominous omen never materialized. Could the infinite world have glitched? Sergi dismissed the thought. He had reached his destination. Sitting atop Altaria, he looked down at the unfamiliar player below and gave the order, Dragon Pulse. A purple shockwave erupted from Altaria's mouth. Terrence only saw a blinding flash of violet light, and the next moment, he was back at the respawn point. In this special instance, players weren't eliminated upon death, but respawned in the Lord's Hall. With the Lord's skill interrupted, the previously impenetrable earthen walls outside immediately showed cracks. The enemy seized the opportunity and launched a full assault. In the blink of an eye, large sections of the wall crumbled. As the Lord, Terrence immediately received the alert. He didn't even have time to recall his 6 Pokémon fighting outside the walls. The moment he stepped out of the Lord's Hall, another purple flash knocked him down again, sending him back for a second respawn. Damn it, I'm getting spawn camped like a dog. Frustrated and humiliated, Terrence flopped onto his bed and opened his friend panel to complain. Bro, how much longer till your reinforcements arrive? I'm about to get booted out of here. Caleb checked the march timer before answering. Caleb, 20 minutes. Seeing how pitiful he sounded, Hatsumi couldn't help but ask. Hatsumi, is it really that bad? Who are they? Terrence, I'm trapped in my Lord's Hall. I can't even contact my own Pokémon. I just got a notification that the enemies are attacking my city walls. The 2 attackers are named Jaron Van Dake and Sergei Morozov. Hatsumi, Sergei Morozov, I've heard that name before. I think he's connected to Yifan. Seeing that, Terrence instantly shot up from bed. Just as he was about to say something, he got another alert. His outer walls had been breached. His expression darkened. Terrence, how much time left? He asked urgently. The question was vague, but Caleb understood. Caleb, 18 minutes and 36 seconds. Terrence's vision darkened. With the enemy attacking from both inside and out, at this rate, his Lord's Hall wouldn't last that long. Muttering curses, he walked outside. Terrence, if I get eliminated, you 2 better avenge me. With that, he closed the panel and strode out of the Lord's Hall. Seeing his target emerge, Sergei was about to attack, but then heard a sharp, wait. He paused. The earlier unease from the Great Misfortune warning had completely vanished. Now, seeing how pathetic the guy looked, he couldn't resist sneering. What? Got last words to say. Terrence rolled his eyes internally but asked calmly, You know Yifan and Beekjiol, right? At those names, Sergei froze for a second, then thought it over and asked, What about them? Terrence took that as confirmation and pressed on. Heard you guys have been looking for Caleb's location lately. How do you know that? Sergei blurted out instinctively, then quickly corrected himself. Wait, why are you asking? Terrence, what if I told you I know where he is? Sergei didn't believe him. I'm his friend. That made Sergei even more skeptical. Really? I doubt it. I've never heard of him having any friends. After all, in Infinite World, few people had ever seen Caleb in public, let alone heard of him having friends. Reliable intel said he was a lone wolf who never teamed up with anyone. Terrence gave a mysterious smile and proudly displayed his Lord panel. Alliance name, Brotherhood Oath of the Peach Garden. Allies, Caleb Chase, Terrence Jones, Haruno Hatsumi. Hatsumi had come up with the Alliance name herself. Now Sergei had no choice but to believe it. After a moment's thought, he asked, So, you're betraying him? Terrence shrugged, I just don't want to get eliminated so early. If you stop attacking, I'll give you his location. Of course, whether that location was real or not, well, that was another story. Just then, Jaron arrived in front of the Lord's Hall. The city walls were already gone, leaving only the basic internal structures, and the Lord's Hall remained. What's going on? Jaron asked. Sergei didn't answer him. He just kept his eyes on Terrence and said, Give me a minute. Terrence was more than happy to stall, so he nodded generously. It seemed Hatsumi had guessed correctly. Sergei was about to contact Yifan. Chapter 295. Sergei wandered off to the side to contact Yifan, while Terrence casually pulled a beach chair from his inventory, plopped down, and crossed his legs. Jaron watched this with a twitching eye and couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid? Terrence glanced at him, shrugged, and said, What good would being scared do? Besides, this whole instance is just a game. There are no penalties if we fail. Haven't you heard the saying? Jaron was momentarily speechless, then asked, What saying? Terrence lazily lifted an eyelid and said calmly, If it's meant to be yours, it'll be yours. If it's not, no amount of effort will make a difference. Jaron's. Just then, Sergei walked back over, his eyes locked onto Terrence. Fine, he said, but we need to verify the intel first. Sure thing, Terrence replied cheerfully. He then theatrically opened his map panel, glanced at it for half a second, and blurted out a random coordinate. 205.1756. Sergi jotted it down and turned to Jeroen. Let's hold position here while we wait for ye Fan to confirm the location. Then the two of them found a shady spot and sat down on the ground. Terrence quietly slipped into the private chat and typed, "Terrence, how much longer?" Caleb replied instantly. Caleb, 11 minutes. Since they had nothing better to do, Terrence filled his teammates in on what had just happened. The three of them chatted idly for a bit, and before they knew it, time had flown by. Caleb, we're here. And just like that, the entire Diglett basin changed. One moment, the sun was shining brightly. The next, it vanished. In the distance, a swarm of Pokémon surged toward them like a mass of dark clouds. Sergi sensed something was wrong and immediately sat up alert, looking toward the darkened sky. Jeroen muttered in awe, "Whoa, that's one huge storm cloud. How did the weather change so fast?" Sergi, however, had 20/20 vision, so he clearly saw what was really coming. That wasn't a storm cloud at all. It was a terrifying army of Salamence. The scale was massive, they were easily over 200 strong. Realization hit Sergi like a ton of bricks. He whipped his head toward Terrence, who'd somehow stood up without anyone noticing, and narrowed his eyes. "It was you, wasn't it?" Terrence grinned. His bro was truly impressive. He'd sent over 500 max-level elite troops just as he'd promised. Jeroen was completely lost. He looked frantically between the sky and his cryptic teammates. "What are you guys talking about? What's that thing up there?" Sergi didn't answer. He just stared daggers at Terrence. Terrence chuckled and answered for him, "That's your one-way ticket back home." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Salamence army arrived above the territory. At the front of the swarm, a single Dragonite shot down like a meteor and landed right in front of Terrence. The shiny Dragonite's sharp eyes fixed on the two stunned opponents. Woo! Terrence instantly recognized the Dragonite. He loved this Pokémon species, but had never had the chance to catch one. During the transformation and substitution instance, he had spent his days playing with Caleb's Dragonite. Seeing the chonky dragon now, he waved cheerfully. "Hey, long time no see." Dragonite sniffed the familiar dog scent and quickly recalled the Smeargle. "Woo!" Dragonite responded, then opened his mouth and unleashed a twister. Jeroen and Sergi went flying. Sergi was quick on the uptake and instantly realized this Dragonite's identity. Realizing he'd been played, he barely managed to steady himself midair as he furiously barked orders for his 6 Pokémon to attack. Just then, the Salamence army moved. The overwhelming force of the dragons filled the air with a savage, violent aura. The oppressive pressure was like a suffocating wall, nearly crushing those on the ground. Outside the base, the low-level Pokémon soldiers Jeroen and Sergi had brought with them whimpered and collapsed to the ground. Completely outmatched in both numbers and power, they were swallowed whole by the 500k-strong Salamence horde. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was completely overturned. Sergi and Jeroen watched in horror as their hard-earned army of 20 LV3 troops, which they bought with precious resources, vanished into thin air. Sergi clenched his teeth so hard, he nearly drew blood and snarled through gritted teeth. "Caleb!" Hearing someone shout his trainer's name in that tone got Dragonite pissed. With 2 swift punches, he sent both annoyances straight back to the respawn point. Riding the wave of borrowed power, Terrence watched the scene with excitement. Seeing Dragonite's soft, chubby face, he couldn't resist the urge to reach out. But Dragonite sensed his sneaky intentions instantly. He backed up a few steps and let out a warning growl. He didn't like physical contact from anyone other than his trainer. Besides, Dragonite was only here to deliver the Salamence army. Having done that, the chonky dragon planned on leaving now. Disappointed he couldn't pet Dragonite, Terrence muttered a few grumbles into the private chat, then smoothly took command of the 500k Salamence troops. He watched as Dragonite soared off into the distance. Once Dragonite's silhouette disappeared over the horizon, Terrence turned around, surveyed his utterly wrecked territory, and let out a cold laugh. He lifted his gaze toward the sun-drenched Diglett basin in the distance. From now on, This entire region is mine. At the same time, Hatsumi's reinforcements had also arrived. Caleb watched his two allies charge headfirst into their grand unification plan, while he himself sat back in his own territory, leisurely fishing. Though there were no fish in the territory, that didn't stop him from pulling live fish from his inventory and tossing them into the water-filled pit Lucario had just dug. Celebi, Mimikyu, and the rest of his Pokémon sat in a neat row by the pond, each holding a fishing rod suited perfectly to their stature. The Pokémon were used to Caleb pulling things out of thin air, but Giratina, who hadn't seen this often, was quite puzzled. The renegade Pokémon tilted its intimidating head and stared at the swimming fish, then asked, "Where did you get these little things?" Caleb didn't know how to answer at first. After a moment he said, "From my inventory." Giratina blinked its big, innocent eyes, "But I don't see any inventory." Caleb thought for a second. "Think of it like an invisible pocket dimension, kind of like your distortion world. All my stuff is stored in there, and I can pull it out whenever I need to." Giratina only half understood, but it did catch the part about the distortion world. That was Giratina's home. Caleb had visited its world before, but Giratina had never been to his, and Caleb hadn't even invited it to visit either. Thinking about this, Giratina felt a mix of sadness and annoyance, then asked quietly, "Can I go see it?" That question left Caleb completely baffled. How would that even work? Let it enter his inventory. But living Pokémon couldn't be stored in the inventory unless they were inside Poké Balls. Chapter 296. Although Caleb really wanted to catch Giratina and take it with him, he couldn't do that. Giratina was the embodiment of antimatter and was responsible for maintaining the order of the distortion world, the counterpart to the real world. If it stayed away for too long, the distortion world would inevitably fall into chaos, which would then affect the stability of the real world. Thinking of this, Caleb smiled and said, "My distortion world is tiny, so it can't accommodate you." "Oh, all right." Though a little disappointed, Giratina didn't press further. Watching this scene, Arceus spoke gently. "I never imagined there would be such wondrous power beyond our universe." It gazed at the patch of empty air where Caleb had just pulled out the live fish, a trace of confusion flickering in its eyes. Early the next morning, after checking on Terrence and Hatsumi's progress for a while, Caleb went to the open area behind the Lord's Hall to have breakfast with his Pokémon. It had been a full day, so the cooldown on his Lord skill, Friend Out of Thin Air, had officially ended. Caleb casually decided to summon a good buddy to help him out. But just as he activated it, a world announcement popped up. Ding! Attention all players. The number of surviving players in the instance has dropped below 1,000. The event, Chaos Era Domination, has officially begun. From now on, the coordinates of all territories will be revealed on the map for players to view freely. The last surviving player and their allies will receive a reward, 100,000 points. The player who conquers the most territories will receive the MVP exclusive reward for this event. 1x SSS grade item random draw. Caleb licked his lips. SSS grade items were seriously good stuff. His item, Rewind, was so ridiculously overpowered, yet it was only S grade. Aside from Rewind, he had two other SSS grade items in his inventory, the Book of Answers and the Warp Beacon. Setting aside the Book of Answers' 3 question opportunities per instance, the Warp Beacon alone was incredibly broken. It allowed instant teleportation anytime, anywhere, regardless of distance or situation. At that moment, Lily stepped out of the dimensional rift, and the first thing she saw was her big brother wearing that silly, goofy smile. As a certified Brocon, the girl didn't find it strange at all. Instead, a thought flashed through her mind. It has only been a few months, but Nick-san has gotten even more handsome. Seeing who it was, Caleb became even happier. He walked up and gave the girl a hug. After they parted, he asked, "Did you get the letter I sent you?" Lily hadn't had time to answer before she noticed the several Pokémon floating behind Caleb, ones that absolutely shouldn't be here. Mutwo was one thing, but what about those other two? Even though she has always known her brother wasn't ordinary, Lily was still shocked by this sight. Back when she was investigating Celebi, Lily had studied various regional myths and legends. If she wasn't mistaken, that terrifying-looking one was the legendary ruler of the distortion world, Giratina. And that other Pokémon, glowing with a sacred milky white light, Lily noticed the 18 tablets circling its body. Following his sister's stunned gaze, Caleb glanced back and explained, "Oh, they're friends I met in another world. They're just here to help me out for a while. As for Mutwo, he is currently traveling with me." Lily was the future champion of Hone, so after the initial shock, she quickly regained her composure. Looking at Caleb, who appeared so calm and unruffled, she genuinely felt a surge of pride in her heart. Oni-chan is absolutely amazing. At this moment, Lily really wanted to throw herself into his arms like she did when she was little. But she wasn't a child anymore, so she simply curled her lips into a reserved smile. Only the tightly clenched hands hidden behind her back revealed just how happy she truly was. Due to her childhood experiences, Lily wasn't very good at expressing her emotions. The period when Caleb was with her had been the happiest time of her entire childhood. After Caleb left, Lily became increasingly quiet, a trait that influenced her battle style. So much so that after becoming Hone's champion, she was often described by outsiders as powerful, calm, and a silent queen who strikes with deadly precision. Of course, Caleb didn't know any of this, because the adult Lily always acted differently around him. After catching up, he led Lily toward the Lord's Hall. But Lily remembered what Caleb had just said about Arceus coming to help. She hesitated for a moment, then softly called out, "Nigsan." Caleb turned, "What is it?" "Is there anything you need me to do?" This girl always wanted to help her big brother. Caleb made a vague sound, then answered without really addressing her question, "I heard from Lorelei that you've been so busy with the company that you even forget to eat. Is it really that hectic over there? If you're tired, you don't have to do anything." After all, his original reason for creating the game studio was simply to give Lily something to do, all to keep her from getting bored in that unfamiliar place. Of course not, Lily instinctively denied it, then met Caleb's concerned gaze. "I mean, it's not that tiring. Lorelei and Lance have helped me a lot, and Cynthia also comes by often to help." Seeing this, Caleb didn't say more. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Don't think about all that while you're here. Just treat it like a day off." Lily smiled happily, "Okay." But as it turned out, the more you hoped for peace, the more trouble came your way. Caleb hadn't even sat down yet when he received a notification that several enemy forces had entered his territory. He didn't need to check to guess what was happening. Now that the event had officially started, his coordinates were exposed to everyone, and those small groups of Pokémon soldiers were clearly scouts sent to gather intel. But before he could even act, a loud rumbling sound erupted from the city outside. "What's going on?" Lily blinked in surprise and instinctively looked up at Caleb. Caleb hadn't yet explained the instant situation to her, but given the sudden situation, he could only say apologetically, "Some clueless idiots came looking for trouble." He didn't ask Lily to stay behind. He knew her too well. There was no way she'd sit still and do nothing. When the two stepped out of the Lord's Hall, they saw this scene. A fierce sandstorm raged through the territory. Amid the thunderous crashing of collapsing buildings, Onyx, Digletts, and Bunnelbees burst out from underground, rampaging and destroying the buildings within the territory. The tavern collapsed. Pokémon merchants in the commercial district panicked and scattered in all directions after being attacked. NPC residents of the territory were buried under the raging sands and quickly lost their breath. Seeing this, Caleb was furious. Sensing his anger, Mutwo and Dragonite charged out without needing orders. The 300k Salamence in the barracks launched a full-scale assault, delivering the fiercest possible counterattack against the invaders. Several Digletts that couldn't escape in time were instantly torn to shreds, dissolving into motes and vanishing into the air. The rest of the enemy Pokémon soldiers sensed the danger and quickly used Dig, fleeing deeper underground, leaving behind only a chaotic wasteland of ruins on the surface. Chapter 297. Within a few breaths, the enemy forces had vanished completely. Judging by their tactics, this didn't seem like a genuine siege, but more like a harassment raid. Mutwo hovered midair, intending to dig deep into the ground to drag those despicable creatures out. But when his psychic powers penetrated the earth, he couldn't sense any trace of the Pokémon. Mutwo frowned, descended in front of Caleb, and said gravely, "I can't track them. It's as if they vanished into thin air." "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Caleb said softly. He opened his panel and sifted through a flood of notifications about destroyed buildings until he found one that read, "Your territory is under attack by player Yitong." His eyes locked onto the name Yitong. Vowing revenge, he pulled up the map and quickly searched for this player's territory. What he found surprised him. Yitong's territory was more than 80 regions away from the glazed volcano region. The public reveal of player territory coordinates had only just happened moments ago. Covering that distance in such a short time was practically impossible under normal circumstances. Caleb thought for a moment. He didn't recall encountering any player named Yitong in previous instances. Could this Yitong be connected to Yifan? Caleb felt it was highly likely. With that in mind, he opened his friends list and messaged Hatsumi to ask about Yitong. Hatsumi had been in Infinite World for a long time and had built her own intelligence network. So as soon as she saw the question, she immediately understood what was going on. "Hatsumi, you don't know who Yitong is." "Caleb, should I know him?" Hatsumi responded with a string of ellipses, expressing exasperation, before giving a proper explanation. "Hatsumi, Yitong is supposedly Yifan's cousin. He used to rank 10th on the player leaderboard, but ever since you shot up, he dropped to 11th. At this, Hatsumi couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Normally, once players made it onto the leaderboard, they'd naturally look up info on the top-ranked players out of curiosity or strategy. But not Caleb. It seemed that aside from those he'd interacted with directly, he knew nothing about the rest. If Yitong ever found out, he'd probably explode on the spot. "Caleb..." He was a bit speechless. "Caleb, why do these people act like villains from web novels? Can't we all just play our own games and coexist peacefully?" "Hatsumi, haha, you might not realize how big the gap is between rank 10 and 11. The 10th ranked player gets 1,000 points as a quarterly reward. The 11th place only gets 500 per month. Caleb, that's 1,000 per month, 10-0 in 10 months, 90-0 in 90 months, 900-0 in 900 months. That's enough for a residence ticket." Caleb finally got it. Now he could see why the guy would hate him so much. "Hatsumi, I have a friend who got some intel from Yifan's side." She sent over a skill entry. "Shadow of the Earth, City Lord skill. Grants access to special soldiers in the barracks. Ground-type Pokémon in these units automatically enter stealth mode after burrowing underground, becoming undetectable by scouting abilities." "Nick-san," Lily's voice came from beside him. "It's nothing," Caleb said, pulling himself out of his thoughts. He pulled up his panel, spent some resource points to calm the panicked NPC residents, and began repairing the damaged buildings. He couldn't go after Yitong right now, since the glazed volcano zone still had enemy scouts lurking around that needed dealing with. But that didn't mean Caleb would let him off the hook. Things were starting to get interesting. The war about to unfold might very well become the turning point of this instance. After a moment's thought, Caleb activated Rewind and saved a checkpoint just in case something unexpected happened next. Once that was done, he turned his attention to Giratina and Arceus. Aside from Mutwo, these two would be his ultimate trump cards for what was coming. But it wasn't time to deploy them yet. He assigned Dragonite and Mimikyu to lead troops from the barracks to eliminate the remaining scouts. Only after they'd left did he turn to Lily. Remembering it wasn't even 7 a.m. yet, he asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Lily looked at the ruins before her. She'd lost her appetite. She glanced at Caleb with concern, her eyes seeming to ask if he was sure he didn't need any help. Caleb understood her look. He pulled a small, folding stool and a sandwich prepared by Gardevoir from his backpack and smiled. "Then help me finish this." Lily let out a soft laugh. Without another word, she took the sandwich and took a bite. Watching Caleb pull out a chair and sit down beside her, she asked, "When will you go back to that world? Everyone misses you." Caleb wasn't entirely sure himself. Time flow between instances wasn't in sync, meaning he could end up in the past or the future. But after so many runs, he'd eventually hit the right timeline. Time was relative. So what felt like a long gap to him might only be a day or two for Lily back home. He hummed, saying, "It should be soon. How's life over there? Are you settling in okay?" "It's pretty good, much better than before," Lily replied. Before she managed to jump through time with Celebai's help, she had spent every day constantly striving to grow stronger and uncover the truth. Life had been hectic. Now, she finally had time to slow down and rest. Speaking of the past, Caleb glanced at Lily and hesitated before asking, "Have you gone to see your younger counterpart from this timeline?" Lily silently shook her head. Just as Caleb was about to say something else, he saw her looking at him with a pleading expression. "Nick-san," she muttered softly, "can you please not go looking for this timeline's version of me?" "Why not?" Caleb asked, a little stunned. She explained, "Because you never came to find me during this time. If she found out you're still alive in this world, I'm afraid everything I've experienced might disappear. Changing the past would alter the future, and that might mean even the current version of her would vanish." Caleb quickly understood. It reminded him of a movie he'd once seen, The Butterfly Effect. "I understand. I won't go," Caleb said, taking a deep breath and making a promise. Chapter 298. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed in this instance. Perhaps that surprise raid from a week ago had lit the fuse, because over these 7 days, tensions across the entire world had escalated rapidly. Maybe it was the siege reward that triggered it, but players in this instance had gone wild, fighting everywhere. One by one, players were eliminated. The remaining ones seized their cities, consolidated map resources, and expanded their territorial influence. When Caleb checked the number of surviving players, the figure had shockingly plummeted from 3 digits to 2. Even he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at that terrifying pace. "Caleb, everyone has gone insane," he casually remarked in their 3-person chat group. Terrence looked at the massively expanded territory on the map weirdly. "Terrence, you're not much better, are you?" "Caleb, really, I think I've been pretty restrained." He hadn't even let Mutuo, Arceus, or the others fight yet. Terrence immediately said he needed some quiet. After chuckling at their back and forth, Hatsumi responded. "Hatsumi, other players are probably terrified. Most haven't even maxed out their territory levels, and you've already taken over half the world. Caleb, I just want to wrap up this dungeon early and go back to enjoy life. This place is awful. You can't eat well here, can't sleep well, and there's not even a place to take a shower." He wasn't exaggerating. Though his base had solid infrastructure, there was no kitchen. And as for sleep, some lunatic players loved launching midnight raids, making rest impossible. Hatsumi agreed wholeheartedly. "Terrence, Yi Fan has been making moves too. Look at the map. He's already formed an alliance with over 20 players. Don't tell me, are they trying to pull a coalition against Dong Zhuo Adjective? T/N, this is a Romance of the Three Kingdoms reference." Terrence sounded surprised. Since allied territories shared the same color on the map, he could easily spot them. Hatsumi had also noticed this and agreed. She addressed Caleb. "Hatsumi, it's a real possibility. Your rapid expansion was bound to draw attention." Terrence put himself in Yi Fan's shoes and immediately sensed a strong threat. "Caleb's let them come. I'm not Dong Zhuo." "Terrence, do you need us to send troops for backup?" "Caleb, no need. Just be ready. If they really come, I'll message you guys, then you two can go raid their territories." Terrence and Hatsumi didn't know about Arceus or Giratina. So hearing this, Terrence was still uneasy but didn't argue. "Terrence, all right, be careful." Hatsumi didn't say much since she suspected Caleb still had some hidden trump card, so she felt reassured. "Hatsumi, don't worry, we've got this side covered." Over the past week, they had used the 500 Salaman's army to sweep through 2 entire regions, gaining enough resources to develop further. After closing the chat panel, Caleb casually reallocated troop resources, sending Dragonite and Hydreigon, each leading a Salamence squad, to conquer nearby minor territories. That night, Caleb rested lightly on the city wall. What he told Hatsumi earlier wasn't a lie. These past few days, countless players had kept harassing him with midnight raids, robbing him of proper sleep. Mutwo and Lucario stood silently in the shadows, watching their drowsy trainer with indescribable feelings. The two Pokémon exchanged glances. Lucario quietly stepped forward and sat beside Caleb, offering his body as a pillow to support his trainer. Mutwo watched for a while, then floated into the air to keep watch. Caleb slept soundly. He briefly woke up halfway through, saw Lucario beside him, and immediately drifted back to sleep. Lucario wanted to pat his back like Caleb used to do for young Deino, but hesitated and didn't follow through. Mutwo glanced back, then looked up at the sky. The first half of the night passed without incident. Dawn was approaching. Just as Mutwo thought the night would end quietly, a loud explosion echoed from outside the city walls and within the city itself. Lucario's eyes snapped open, his ears alertly perking up in the direction of the sound. Caleb leapt to his feet the instant the alarm blared. Seeing the attack notification on his panel, he felt an odd sense of relief. Finally, he exhaled. Terrence's prediction had come true. Yifan had arrived with his coalition. This wasn't harassment anymore, it was a full-scale assault. The same Onyx, Diglett, and other ground types from a week ago burst from the earth, once again wrecking buildings within the territory. Outside the city walls, an endless sea of Pokémon armies stood assembled. A terrifying aura spread across the land. At the front, Yifan stared across the battlefield at Caleb. Seeing Caleb so calm, his expression utterly impassive, as if this entire scenario had been part of his plan all along. Yifan's blood boiled with frustration. As the saying went, after 3 days apart, one must look at another with new eyes. Yifan couldn't believe it. The last time they met, this guy had been some nobody hiding in a corner. Now, however, he'd climbed above Yifan himself and snatched away the throne that belonged to the strongest. But despite his anger and resentment, he had to acknowledge that it had truly happened. Caleb said nothing, he didn't need to. His 6 Pokémon instantly floated to his side. On his left stood Mimikyu, Celebi, and Lucario. On his right hovered Mutwo, Hydreigon, and Dragonite. Like their trainer, they gazed calmly down at the ocean of enemies below. At that moment, Yifan suddenly calmed down. As a seasoned trainer, he could feel the powerful bond radiating from Caleb. Caleb loved every one of his Pokémon, and each Pokémon returned that love in full. That was the very foundation a trainer needed to reach the pinnacle. Though he hated to admit it, Yifan said, "I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent, so from here on, I'll fight you seriously." Only one of us will remain, the victor becomes king, Yifan thought. Caleb understood what Yifan meant, but his expression turned oddly awkward. The entire Alliance army fell silent. In that eerie quiet, Caleb slowly spoke, "Sorry, but you're no longer my opponent." Caleb's words were clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The other players erupted in shock. Yifan's face flushed with rage. "You." Caleb casually snapped his fingers. 5 million salamence poured out of the barracks like a tidal wave, twice the size of the Coalition's army. Seeing the sky darken with dragons, the Coalition players turned pale. But that wasn't all. In the heavy, oppressive atmosphere, the sky suddenly tore open. A massive creature with a body woven from black, red, gray, and gold plummeted through the rift. With a fearsome face, 4 powerful limbs, and a body built for destruction, it hovered silently in midair like a wrathful deity, coldly scanning the mortals below. The Alliance's faces shifted from green to ashen blue. Even Yifan stood speechless, staring up in stunned silence. Yet Caleb's grand display wasn't finished. Amid a cascade of sacred white light, a llama-like being, wreathed in radiant, multicolored halos, gently descended from the still-open rift. 18 uniquely colored plates rotated slowly and solemnly around its form. At that moment, the Alliance forgot even how to change expressions. Every head tilted upward in utter disbelief, gazing at a sight few had ever witnessed. From their awestruck faces, it was clear. This was their first time seeing a living Arceus. Chapter 299. Arceus slightly raised its sacred and pure white forelimb. That seemingly insignificant gesture alone caused the heavens and earth to shift in color. A terrifying force, incomprehensible to all present, surged outward. The previously invisible and intangible energy began to rapidly materialize, transforming into streams of white light gravel radiating intense energy fluctuations. The solemn and divine radiance that symbolized judgment dispersed the darkness of the sky. In the midst of silence, a rain of light descended upon the land like divine punishment. The Coalition army watched helplessly as their Pokémon forces were obliterated by Arceus's attack. Their faces twisted in panic, voices cracking as they screamed, "Retreat!" But it was already too late. This place wasn't one they could simply come and go from as they pleased. Giratina, having waited long enough, swiftly soared over the Coalition's heads. Its golden pupils were devoid of emotion as it coldly surveyed the panicked crowd below. The renegade Pokémon's body shifted midair into its origin form, then vanished into the void. Before the ripples in space even settled, Giratina tore open the fabric of reality behind the retreating forces, re-emerging in the physical world to block their escape route. "Gotta say, it really does look terrifying like this," Caleb murmured quietly to Mutwo and Lucario, who stood beside him. In this state, Giratina finally looked every bit the god it was. Mutwo gave a soft hum of approval. Below, the battle raged on. After unleashing its judgment once, Arceus ceased its movements, silently hovering in the air and watching everything unfold. Giratina blocked the Coalition's retreat, and Caleb's million-strong Salamence army formed a massive black ring, encircling all the Coalition's Pokémon and players. Beyond that, nothing else moved. Faced with this hopeless situation, one player in the Coalition couldn't hold back his rage. "FCK, I shouldn't have taken ye fans' damn offer." Most of these players had been lured into the alliance halfway through by Yi Fan. He bribed them with tens of thousands of points, high-tier items, or rare Pokémon. Though not top-tier on the leaderboard, they weren't nobodies either. They had assumed that no matter how strong Caleb was, he couldn't possibly handle so many opponents. But now, everyone drowned in regret. Not only had the plan failed, but so many players were now penned in like livestock. If word got out, they wouldn't know where to hide their faces. And the worst part, their opponent was just one person. Some players even felt relieved they weren't famous. Once this incident spread, the first to become a laughingstock would be Yi Fan, the Coalition's organizer. Yi Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew it was all over. His reputation, his legacy, everything was about to become a joke. "As soon as this instance ends, I'm buying that damned ticket and bouncing." He silently resolved to flee Infinite World that very night. He had already saved enough points. The only reason he hadn't left was to capture more rare Pokémon and collect powerful items for future use. On the other side, Beak Jiol, who had come with him, calmed down after her initial disbelief. She didn't share Yi Fan's despair. To her, what mattered most was the instance's final reward of 100 points. But just then, she noticed something odd. Aside from surrounding them, the enemy hadn't made any further moves. Could it be? At that exact moment, Caleb sent a message in the chat, "Go ahead." He rapidly scanned each player below, sending their names to his allies. In the distance, the first faint streak of dawn broke through the horizon. Morning was coming. Below lay a dense sea of Pokémon legions. Above, Arceus and Giratina stood watch, their forms bathed in golden light as the sun rose. The ancient city on the plain, the overwhelming army of Pokémon, the hopeful glow of dawn, and the two ancient gods of creation together painted a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Caleb doubted he'd ever witness anything like this again. A sudden urge to share it welled up in him. As an archaeologist who's always chasing ancient legends, Cynthia would absolutely love this, Caleb mumbled. His Lord skill, friend out of thin air, had just come off cooldown. The past few summons had brought mostly irrelevant NPCs, like waiters at a certain restaurant, teachers at a certain academy, the captain of a certain ship, and so on. Not only were they useless, but Caleb had to ask Mutwo to brainwash them into thinking the experience was just a dream. Thinking of this, he didn't immediately activate the skill. Instead, he pulled out the book of answers from his inventory. He hadn't used any of its 3 questions in this instance. Now was the time. Question: who will my lord's skill summon next? The book's page instantly refreshed. Tgthegood, currently in jail. Caleb. After a pause, he tried again, shifting his posture slightly. Question: who will my lord's skill summon next? Ash Ketchum, currently challenging gyms in Johto. Of course, different times and positions summon different people. Caleb sighed. One try remained. He thought for a moment, then turned and called Dragonite back. In front of the chonky dragon, Caleb clasped his hands together like he was praying to a Buddha, muttering under his breath. Wish-granting dragon, grant my wish and make it happen, quick. Dragonite blinked, tilting his head in confusion. Just then, Caleb asked his 3rd question in his heart. He thought, if this didn't work, he'd use Rewind to reload the save from 7 days ago and try again. He saw Dragonite's puzzled expression, but before he could explain, the book of answers refreshed. Cynthia, currently slacking off at work. Now, Caleb immediately activated the summon, then hugged the bewildered Dragonite and planted a big kiss on its chubby face. Wooer Tilda. Dragonite didn't understand what was happening, but being kissed by his beloved trainer was undeniably wonderful. All confusion vanished instantly, replaced by pure joy as the chonky dragon affectionately nuzzled the top of Caleb's head with his cheek. So when Cynthia stepped out of the dimensional rift feeling curious and expectant, the first thing she saw was this absurdly wholesome brotherly affection between trainer and Pokémon. She tilted her head slightly, one elegant eyebrow arched, her long golden hair spilling over her shoulder with the motion. Come and have a look, Caleb said simply. He didn't need formalities with Cynthia. They had lived together for over 3 years. With her, he could drop all the polite pretense he kept around people like Steven or Lance. Cynthia paused, then the corner of her lips lifted in a rare, gentle smile, softening her usual cool demeanor. Without a word, she walked to his side and raised her eyes to take in the magnificent sight before them. Chapter 300. What the, isn't that Cynthia? At that moment, a few sharp-eyed players among the trapped group below also noticed the sudden appearance on the city wall and cried out in surprise, prompting everyone else to look up. What's going on? Is she just an NPC randomly spawned by the instance? That doesn't make sense, someone muttered in confusion. Arceus and Giratina already showed up. What's so shocking about Cynthia showing up too? Another player said flatly, his face completely numb from all the mind-blowing stuff he'd seen. Oh, right. Hearing the whispers nearby, Yi Fan stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the city wall. For players who had experienced enough instances and paid close attention, the existence of exclusive worlds wasn't exactly a secret. Combined with how familiar those two seemed, he quickly deduced that Cynthia had likely been summoned by Caleb using some item or ability. I really am outmatched. Yi Fan closed his eyes and said nothing more. Just then, Beekjul walked over and asked, "What do we do now?" Yi Fan glanced at her, his expression complicated. "We've already lost." Jiol frowned. "Are you seriously just giving up like this?" In her memory, the man before her had always been a proud, confident prodigy. She'd never seen him like this. "You're not the Yi Fan I know. Where's your pride, your confidence, your refusal to lose?" Hearing that gave Yi Fan goosebumps. He scowled. "Don't spout that crap, it's gross. If you want to get revenge, go do it yourself. What else can we do? Can you beat him? It's not like I can't handle losing." Jiol was momentarily speechless. As much as she hated to admit it, she knew she couldn't beat that guy. One Mutwo was already a nightmare, and now there was also Arceus and Giratina. Seeing her reaction, Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He just looked up at the 2 figures on the wall, a deep sense of emptiness filling his chest. It reminded him of everything that happened back in that Celebi instance. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Young people were passionate. They loved fiercely, hated openly, and plenty got into fights over impulsive moments. And he believed that if their roles were reversed, Caleb would have felt just as angry and resentful as he did when something he was about to claim got snatched away at the last moment. Thinking this, Yi Fan leaned wearily against his Pokémon. Just minutes ago, he received a notification that his territory was under attack. So he'd already figured out why Caleb was keeping them trapped here. They couldn't fight back. He'd brought nearly all his forces with him on this trip. Even if they made it back, he probably couldn't protect his territory. Caleb had no idea what Yifan was thinking, and honestly, he didn't care. Terrence and Hatsumi had just messaged him saying they still needed a few more hours to reach their destination. That meant he'd have to keep this group penned here for a while longer. This instance was nearing its end. Aside from Yifan's crew, the remaining players were basically weaklings. They were no threat at all. After chatting with Cynthia for a bit, Caleb called over Arceus and Giratina so Cynthia could observe them up close. Sure enough, the moment those two legendary Pokémon approached, even the usually cool and composed Cynthia couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes lit up instantly. Just then, a commotion broke out below. Caleb heard his name being called, and after listening more closely, realized someone was shouting for him to come down. So he turned to Cynthia and Arceus and said, "You two chat here for a bit. I'll go take a look." Arceus nodded graciously. Cynthia gave a soft hum, then smiled warmly at her sweet, well-behaved little brother. Go ahead. Seeing living legends from myth had left her unusually thrilled, but she knew this moment was entirely thanks to Caleb. Overwhelmed with gratitude and joy, she looked at him standing there obediently, and couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle his hair. Caleb. He had no idea how he appeared in Cynthia's eyes. His mouth opened, but whatever he'd planned to say vanished completely from his mind. Of course, Caleb noticed Cynthia's excitement at seeing Arceus, so he didn't think much of her gesture. Pretending not to notice her little affectionate move, he paused briefly and said, "All right, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk later." "Okay," Cynthia nodded. So Caleb headed down, bringing Mutwo and Lucario with him, his arms slung casually around Dragonite's neck. A dozen or so players immediately rushed over. One particularly pretty girl was pushed forward by her friends. The moment she saw Caleb's handsome face and the Mutwo beside him, her cheeks flushed bright red. People naturally admire strength, and combined with Caleb's good looks and tall frame, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled with cartoonish heart-shaped bubbles. She stammered, "Caleb, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have joined Yifan to attack you." "Oh," Caleb said indifferently, then generously added, "It's fine, just wait to get eliminated." Hearing that, the group behind the girl panicked instantly. A burly guy turned red-faced and begged, "No, we're sorry, please don't boot us out." Caleb stayed silent, his expression unreadable as he stared at the dozen or so players in front of him. He was about to refuse and walk away, but when he saw another group of players watching coldly from the side, he changed his mind. Smiling slightly, he asked, "You want to ally with me?" The group's hearts leapt into their throats. Excited and hopeful, they all shouted in unison, "Can we?" "Sure, no problem if you can afford it," he said. Their stomachs dropped. They exchanged uneasy glances before asking, "How much?" "Not much," Caleb smiled. "Just half of this instance's final reward." "That's 50,000 points per person. 16 people meant 800,000. Add the 100,000 from the instance itself, and he'd have enough for a ticket." Caleb mentally crunched the number. The group in front of him looked torn, whispering nervously in private. 50K, isn't that way too much? But isn't it better than getting nothing? "I don't care, I'm in. You guys do what you want." The girl who spoke earlier nodded decisively towards Caleb. "I agree." This instance was special. Aside from a few restricted features, almost all Infinite World functions worked here, including direct point transfers. She pulled up her panel, scanned it toward Caleb, and instantly sent him 50 points. Then, she eagerly submitted an alliance request. Caleb was slightly surprised by how quickly she acted, but recovered fast and smoothly accepted. Seeing that, the others stopped hesitating and followed suit. In no time, Caleb's point balance broke the million mark. There was no limit to alliance members. Apparently, Infinite World hadn't anticipated this kind of exploit. So when Caleb turned his gaze toward another group of easy targets, including Yifan, the system suddenly issued an emergency bug fix notice. Ding! A system flaw has been detected in this instance. Flaw, unlimited alliance member capacity. Fix, unlimited right arrow maximum 19 members. The announcement left every player stunned. Then, as if realizing something, they all turned their heads in perfect unison to stare directly at Caleb. Caleb, this was definitely not my fault. Chapter 301. Since the earlier conversation hadn't been whispered, the others nearby had overheard at least the gist of it. Those who realized what was happening, but hadn't acted in time, were filled with regret, though they could only pretend to be indifferent on the surface. Even worse off were the ones who had originally planned to join that group and beg Caleb for mercy. Now they were drowning in regret. Some held back out of pride, others out of loyalty to Yi Fan, and now it was too late. Even Yi Fan himself was feeling incredibly conflicted. This guy, he didn't even know what to say anymore. After collecting his protection fees, Caleb ordered the Salamence army to open a path for the group that joined him, then turned and headed back up to the city wall. On the way, he casually explained to a thoroughly confused Terrence and Hatsumi why so many new players had suddenly joined their side. Watching Caleb walk away, the pretty girl who had spoken first gazed after him dreamily and sighed, "He's so handsome. I think I'm falling for him." Her friend beside her twitched and deadpanned, "You call that love? What else would it be? You're just thirsty for his body and face. You're shameless." Caleb had effortlessly diffused the crisis. After keeping Yi Fan's group trapped for 5 hours, Terrence and Hatsumi started sending in victory reports one after another. The enemy forces were crushed. The players below immediately vanished in flashes of white light, eliminated from the instance. Yi Fan's defeat marked the end of this game scenario. The remaining stragglers were nothing before Caleb's Salamence army. Like loose sand in the wind, they were swept away. 3 days after sending Cynthia back, the Chaos-era domination instance officially came to a close. Caleb stood side by side with his 6 Pokémon atop the city wall, chatting idly with Terrence and Hatsumi while waiting for the instance settlement notification. Ding! Special Instance Chaos-era domination is now settling. Congratulations, you successfully defeated all other players and survived to the end. Reward, 100 points have been deposited into your personal inventory. You conquered a total of 5958 territories, the highest among all players. You are this event's MVP. Reward, 1x SSS grade item random draw ticket has been added to your inventory. Outside the instance tilde. Lately, the biggest topic in Infinite World was undoubtedly the Chaos-era domination battle royale. Today marked over a month since the instance had opened. Normally, interest would have died down by now, but this time was different. Not only hadn't the hype faded, it had only intensified. Every day, the top threads on the player forums asked, "Wait, that event still isn't over." Some players returning from other instances would immediately ask passersby if the battle royale was still ongoing. Then, after learning it was, they'd sigh in relief, teleport home, skip dinner, and dive straight into the forums. In this strange atmosphere, a player suddenly noticed something. Yi Fan, ranked second on the leaderboard, had disappeared. The news spread like wildfire, sparking a massive uproar among players. Yi Fan has vanished. Impossible. Even if he lost, he's a veteran player, so he's gotta have tons of life-saving items. What if it was an instant death? By standard rules, a player disappearing from Infinite World could only mean 2 things. First, the player died during an instance run. In that case, everything tied to them, ranking, forum account, etc. would vanish. Second, the player had saved enough points to buy a residency ticket into the Pokémon world. Wait, wasn't that event supposed to be non-lethal? Yeah, it was. So, does that mean Yi Fan left? But why? What even happened in there? Why would he just ghost everyone without a word? Within an hour of the rumor spreading, the entire Infinite World community was buzzing about it. Some said Yi Fan got scared off by Caleb. Others claimed he was just tired and wanted to retire peacefully in the Pokémonverse. But no one knew the truth aside from those who had joined his coalition. Soon, however, an informed player posted the full story on the forums. They detailed how over 20 players had banded together to attack Caleb's forces, and how Caleb summoned Arceus, Giratina, and even Cynthia, then single-handedly crushed the coalition. The thread sent shockwaves through the community. WTF, Arceus, you're full of crap. Full of crap my ass, I was there. And it wasn't just any Arceus, it was the full 18-plate Arceus. You have no idea how epic it looked, it felt like a dream. I don't believe it. The poster must be insane. I've been in infinite space for ages and never heard of a player capturing Arceus. And if it's true, why doesn't Arceus show up on the leaderboard? Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. If that's really the case, then is Caleb even human? I'm starting to understand why ye fan Bylade. Just as players were still debating whether to believe it, the clear sky of Infinite World suddenly darkened. A massive storm cloud gathered overhead, heavy with ominous thunder. Players recognized the scene and felt a mix of déjà vu and anticipation. Sure enough, the next moment, a booming voice echoed across the realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Caleb Chase for earning the achievements. King of Chaos. Favored by the gods. I have a friend. Mad Farmer. Before anyone could react, another announcement followed. Ding! Large-scale activity, Instance Chaos Era Domination, has officially ended. Player Caleb Chase and his team have achieved final victory. Each member receives a reward of 100 points. Player Caleb Chase performed exceptionally and has been named MVP of this event. The MVP exclusive reward has been deposited into the player's inventory. This event has concluded perfectly. We hope all players continue striving forward. At that moment, the entire Infinite World erupted in chaos. All the legendary rumors about Caleb, whether half-believed or half-doubted, were instantly confirmed in the minds of players. And the name Caleb Chase, it was now etched into the Hall of Legends. Caleb himself had no idea about any of this, and he certainly wasn't acting like the mysterious, aloof, elite trainer people imagined him to be. At that moment, he was sprawled on a couch like a lazy lord, ordering his servant, Dragonite, to give him a massage. He had accumulated enough points in an instant, and his life suddenly became dull. With no new goals, Caleb radiated pure, unapologetic couch potato energy. He was debating whether to just enter the Pokémon world and retire, or keep grinding in Infinite World. But before that, he had one last thing to do. Caleb opened his inventory and stared at that SSS-grade item draw ticket. Chapter 302. Caleb had never been one to personally handle gacha draws. He pulled Dragonite's claw over and gently pressed it against the draw interface. In the next second, the colorful roulette began to whirl with a loud clatter. Confetti burst from the screen, and the tiny pointer gradually slowed down from its rapid spin, giving off the distinct vibe of a cheap mobile game's gacha system. Caleb winced, recalling some unpleasant memories with gacha, but then he reminded himself that this one was guaranteed to be SSS grade. That thought reassured him a little. Plus, with Dragonite's luck backing him up, it couldn't possibly be too bad. As he thought that, the pointer finally came to a stop, landing right on a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn the SSS-grade item. Substitute glasses. When worn, this item hides your identity and appearance. It also blocks one attack, functioning exactly like the Pokémon move Substitute. Cooldown 1 hour. Staring at the suddenly materialized, painfully old-fashioned black-framed glasses in his hand, Caleb was momentarily speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he put them on. Just as he was about to buy a mirror from the shop interface, his Pokémon all froze, their eyes wide like they had just witnessed something unbelievable. Dragonite was the most dramatic, his expression screaming, "What just happened? Who are you?" Pokémon identify humans by their aura and appearance. The substitute glasses altered both, which explained the strong reactions from Dragonite and the others. To them, it was a completely unfamiliar human with a strange aura. Pokémon didn't overthink things, they just got confused by sudden changes, especially naive and innocent ones like Hydreigon and Celebi. Among the 6 Pokémon, Mutwo was the first to react. He didn't rely solely on aura to identify humans, he could sense Caleb's psychic signature on a deeper level. No matter how much a person's appearance changes, their mental patterns remain constant. So even if Caleb transformed into another species, as long as he wasn't brain-dead, Mutwo could always recognize him. Lucario followed closely behind. Seeing how startled the Pokémon were, Caleb had no choice but to take off the glasses. After calming Dragonite down, he put the glasses back on and bought a mirror to check his reflection. In the reflection stood a guy with painfully generic features, wearing a pair of outdated black-rimmed glasses. He looked about 1.7 meters tall and would blend into any crowd without drawing attention. The look was plain, but Caleb was very satisfied. Yes, with this item, I can roam freely again. Fame brings trouble, and now that he was well-known in Infinite World, a bit of a disguise was absolutely necessary to avoid being targeted in future instances. Because the recent event instance had taken place between two regular ones, it had eaten up half of his rest days. So all told, Caleb only had 3.5 days off this time. Most of his time in that instance had been spent digging, farming, and grinding resource points. Add to that the constant harassment from other players, and Caleb had been mentally tense for a long time without proper rest. So the moment he returned to infinite space, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for an entire day. Seeing that he'd slept for a full 24 hours, Caleb was a bit surprised. But after that brief shock, he dove headfirst into pure relaxation mode. Aside from eating, he spent all his time gaming and watching anime with Mutwo or Lucario. The last instance had been a huge success, and Caleb's point balance had skyrocketed. Unable to resist, he spent tens of thousands of points buying out all the discounted games on Steam. Looking at his overflowing game library, Caleb felt a strange sense of satisfaction. With that feeling, he headed to the kitchen, grabbed a few bottles of gamer fuel from the fridge, and prepared for an all-night gaming session. But when he returned to the living room, he was stunned by what he saw. Mutwo was playing Sekiro. Caleb watched in disbelief as Mutwo's character fought Genichiro in the prologue. He was so shocked, he stood rooted to the spot. Soon enough, Mutwo was killed by the scripted boss fight in 2 hits. Caleb let out a weird sigh of relief. "You can actually read this?" Caleb asked. Mutwo handed the controller to Lucario and answered honestly, "I've studied some human writing before." Caleb then watched Lucario open human, fall flat, controlling a clumsy little character to move a block meant to block the path. Caleb couldn't help but offer some advice. "Move it there, step on it to climb over." Lucario followed his instructions and quickly cleared the wall, reaching the next checkpoint. Seeing how interested the two Pokémon were in gaming, he immediately bought 2 high-end computers from the shop and installed a ton of games for them. Pointing to League of Legends on the screen, he asked, "You guys want to try this?" Mutwo glanced down. "I can try." Caleb noticed Mutwo's hands. It didn't seem capable of pressing QWERDF like a human. But it turned out his concern was unnecessary. After Caleb explained the game's mechanics and rules, Mutwo used his psychic powers to control the mouse and keyboard. Caleb, finally reassured, he let Lucario and Mutwo get familiar with the game, then happily queued up with them. After a wild afternoon in the Pokémon playground, Dragonite and the others returned, sweaty and exhausted. Seeing the 3 inside gaming, they curiously gathered around. The match was nearing its end. With Mutwo's Malphite landing a massive ult that knocked up 5 enemies, Caleb's Yasuo instantly followed up with his own ult. Their perfect combo turned a 2v5 into a clean sweep. Meanwhile, Lucario's Ashe was still awkwardly last-hitting minions in the back. With a loud team wipe, Caleb and Mutwo pushed through the enemy base. Seeing the word "victory" light up on the screen, Caleb could hardly believe he'd just played a game with Mutwo. So, for the rest of the 3-day break, Caleb spent all his time hanging out with Lucario and Mutwo. When the next instance notification finally sounded, he was reminded that he was, after all, an Infinite World player. Reluctantly, he put down the keyboard, left the messy room to Gardevoir to clean up, and took his 6 Pokémon into the next instance. Chapter 303. In the pitch-black mysterious space, Caleb stood before the giant door leading to the Instance world, listening attentively as the Infinite World system explained the key points for this scenario. This instance offers two distinct gameplay routes. Players may freely choose one to follow. Please note, each route corresponds to a different faction and will provide players with unique main quests based on their choice. As the voice faded, the door before Caleb suddenly split into two. Its original brown color shifted dramatically. One side turned black, the other white. Please choose one door to enter based on your preference. Black and white, as in Pokémon Black and White. If nothing unexpected happened, then this instance was likely set in the Unova region. Caleb had a rough idea now, and his gaze wandered between the two doors. In the Pokémon games, black and white represented different themes. Black symbolized Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon of ideals. White symbolized Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon of truth. Different colors, different factions, huh? So which one should I choose? In the Pokémon multiverse, opposing factions usually meant the League versus villainous organizations. Perhaps to make the instance more interesting, the Infinite World hadn't labeled which faction each color represented. This meant players basically had to choose blindly. Caleb was a bit speechless, but he wasn't actually too worried. Even if he ended up in the villain faction, he could simply not do the main quest. After all, he had enough points to cover the penalty for failure. Thinking this, he stepped directly into the white glowing door. Ding dong! Attention passengers, this train will soon arrive at Castelia City. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion. A clear, friendly female voice came from the speakers. Caleb opened his eyes and found himself on a moving train. The section he was on was packed with people, all of whom were now waking up and quickly scanning their surroundings. From their behavior, it was clear these people weren't natives of this world. Caleb wasn't particularly surprised. He was quite used to this by now. He calmly turned his gaze to the large window opposite him, looking out at the spectacular cityscape of towering skyscrapers. Wow, so this is Castelia City. It's so beautiful. I've only ever seen it on TV. I didn't expect the real Castelia City to be this impressive. After a brief moment of awe, the players quickly calmed down. Before the train arrived, someone spoke up and asked, "Did you all choose the white door too?" "Yes." "Me too." "So that means we're all in the same faction, right? The main quest hasn't been announced yet. I wonder if our faction quests will be related." Being in the same faction meant their main quests wouldn't conflict. Soon, these strangers began chatting comfortably amongst themselves. The train slowed as it approached the station. The moment it came to a complete stop, the main quest for this instance was finally announced. Main quest. In recent months, the Unova region has experienced numerous cases of missing Pokémon. These severe incidents have drawn the attention of the Unova League's higher-ups, who dispatched many excellent League investigators to look into them. However, no leads have been covered so far. The truth behind these cases seems to harbor some hidden secrets. You are a righteous trainer traveling the world. Upon hearing about the events in Unova, your sense of justice compelled you to come here. Quest objective: Phase 1, find a way to establish cooperation with the Unova League. The next phase will unlock upon completion. Time limit, 30 days. Failure penalty: half of the player's current points will be deducted. Caleb. All his earlier thoughts of slacking off or idling vanished instantly. If he only had a few thousand points saved up, losing half wouldn't be a big deal since he could earn them back quickly. But he currently had over 1,000,000 points. Losing half of that felt like it would send him straight to the emergency room. A shiver ran down his spine. As the train doors opened, Caleb didn't bother talking to the other players behind him. He directly got off, found a passerby to ask for directions to the Pokémon Center, and headed straight there. The players left behind blinked, looking at each other in confusion. They had originally planned to find a place to discuss strategies and figure out how to cooperate with the Unova League. But before they could speak, they were distracted by Caleb's hurried figure. After a moment, someone couldn't help but ask, "Where is he going? Does he need to use the bathroom? Wait, no. Why does he look familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Someone else wondered, stroking their chin. I just heard him asking a passerby for directions to the Pokémon Center. Should we go check it out too? This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by everyone. The city was in the midst of summer, and the midday heat was brutal. Rather than staying out under the scorching sun like idiots, it was better to head to the trainer-friendly Pokémon Center and enjoy some air conditioning. Unova region, Castelia City, Pokémon Center Tilda. While Caleb was using the video phone at the Pokémon Center to contact Cynthia, Nurse Joy watched as a group of sweaty individuals flooded in like refugees. Having never seen such a scene, Nurse Joy looked alarmed but forced a smile and asked, "Excuse me, is there something you need help with?" A player who treated the instance like a game and Nurse Joy like an NPC chuckled and said, "The NPCs here are so smart. They're just like real people." Nurse Joy looked utterly bewildered by these words, her mouth opening and closing, unsure how to respond. Caleb watched the scene in silence. On the other end of the phone, Cynthia noticed the commotion but didn't think much of it. She just said seriously, "I have matters to attend to here and can't come over for now, but I'll put you in touch with a friend who'll be visiting Castelia City." A friend, Caleb was curious. Humming an affirmation, Cynthia smiled faintly and said, "A very capable friend. I think she'll be very happy to meet you." Hearing this, Caleb was taken aback. He couldn't figure out why Cynthia's friend would know him. Cynthia didn't explain further. After a few pleasantries, she hung up. Caleb then called Lily. She thrilled to hear that he finally came back and immediately said, "Nexan, do you need money? We happen to have a branch office in Castelia City. If you're short on funds, you can just go get some from there." This little sweetheart is really thoughtful, Caleb thought. Lily had also gotten busy lately, so she couldn't come over in the next few days either. Caleb didn't mind. He just told her to take care of herself, drink plenty of water, and come later when she had time. Lily had a lot on her plate. Besides being the gym leader of the Mahogany Gym, she also had to run all over the region to check on the various factories and branch companies. She hadn't had a proper night's sleep in ages. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Caleb felt a pang of heartache. After asking after her well-being, he ended the call so Lily could go rest. He spent the afternoon at the Pokémon Center, waiting for Cynthia's friend to arrive. With nothing else to do, and surrounded by trainers from all over the world, Caleb took the opportunity to ask around about the Unova Pokémon disappearance cases. Unfortunately, no one knew anything. The other players didn't wander off either. Like Caleb, they stayed at the center, chatting idly with other trainers. As dusk fell and the trainers inside the Pokémon Center began to doze off, a sound like the whirling of helicopter rotors suddenly echoed from outside. The noise jolted everyone awake, and they all turned toward the door. Immediately after, the door of the Pokémon Center opened, and a young woman with golden hair, blue eyes, and an elegant, dreamy aura walked in. One player recognized her immediately, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "That's Caitlin, what is she doing here?" Chapter 304. As one of the Elite Four of the Unova League and a close friend of Cynthia, Caitlin had actually known about Caleb for quite some time. Although the Unova region was far from Kanto and Johto, modern communication was fast and efficient. The events that had occurred over there recently were no secret to the higher-ups in the Unova League. Caleb's name had reached Caitlin and others during that time. He had practically single-handedly wiped out Team Rocket, forcing Giovanni to flee in disgrace. Even Caitlin couldn't help but be shocked by such a feat. Not only that, but he had also helped bring down Team Galactic in the Sinnoh region. Caitlin had long wanted to meet Caleb, a figure with such legendary accomplishments. Back when she had asked Cynthia about him out of curiosity, Cynthia had proudly talked about Caleb with such enthusiasm that Caitlin's inner curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. So, the moment she received Cynthia's call, she dropped everything and rushed over, commandeering a League helicopter and flying straight to Caleb's location. And so here she was. Right now, looking at the handsome young man blinking at her, Caitlin asked curiously, "Are you Caleb?" Before Caleb could even respond, the players who had been eagerly watching from the sidelines gawked. Whoa, no way, it can't be that much of a coincidence, right? Someone squawked excitedly, but still asked cautiously, is he the Caleb we're thinking of? Caitlin and Caleb both turned to look at them. Black hair, black eyes, likes wearing a black hoodie, about 1.8 meters tall. It's him, it all matches up. Another female player with a ponytail said excitedly. Caleb. Caitlin heard this and chuckled. Are these people your fans? No, Caleb said, exasperated. He didn't want to be the center of attention everywhere he went. It was one of the reasons he preferred to keep a low profile. No, we are. But the group of players immediately confirmed Caitlin's observation. A few of the shorter ones, who looked like they could be elementary schoolers, gazed at him with burning enthusiasm. Caleb, can you please show us your Mutwo? At the mention of Mutwo, Caitlin's elegant eyebrows shot up, and she looked at Caleb with surprise and curiosity. They were all trainers, so the implication was clear. Caught in the spotlight, Caleb tried to deflect. It's actually just a ditto, nothing worth seeing. He knew that if he let Mutwo out now, tomorrow's headlines would probably scream. Breaking news. Mysterious Pokémon MEWTWO spotted in CASDLIA City Pokémon Center. Then any hope of staying under the radar would be gone. Just then, Mutwo's telepathic voice grumbled from inside his Pokéball. I am not a ditto. Caleb. Caitlin came to his rescue. Mutwo is still in the Alola region, as far as I know, and I haven't heard of any trainer capturing it. As she said this, images flashed through her mind. Videos she had seen of Mutwo battling and overwhelming multiple opponents alone. Caitlin spoke with a hint of longing. A Pokémon like that, it's simply impossible for a human to capture. Hearing this, the group fell into a thoughtful silence. Even though these players had never faced Mutwo themselves, they were well aware of its power. She's right, could a Pokémon like that really be captured by a human? Wait, no, there's someone who had done exactly that, and he is standing right in front of us. With that realization, they all turned their intensely enthusiastic gazes back onto Caleb. Caleb stared back expressionlessly, his gaze clearly threatening to send them to the Shadow Realm if they bring that up again. The kid who started the topic shrank back a little, but then he quickly thought of something else. Wait, that's not right. Why would Mutwo be in Alola? Another, more experienced player explained, each adventure, instance, is its own separate world. Not everything lines up exactly with the anime or games. Author's note, terms like infinite world and instance were automatically filtered and substituted with other content when spoken in front of NPCs. So no matter how loudly the players schemed in front of Caitlin, she had no idea what they were actually saying. TN, that's news to me. Caitlin lost interest in continuing the topic. She said to Caleb, shall we go somewhere else to talk? Sure, Caleb nodded. His main quest required him to work with the Unova League, so he didn't refuse her invitation and followed her out of the Pokémon Center. The group of players stared blankly as the two left. While they were still hesitating about whether to follow, the helicopter had already taken off with them aboard. A helicopter obviously wasn't the best place for a chat. From the looks of it, Caitlin didn't plan on staying in Castelia City. Caleb didn't ask where she was taking him. It wasn't like she was going to dump him in the ocean to feed the fishes. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, they were practically strangers. So after a bit of small talk, they just settled back into their seats to rest. It was then that Mutwo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It is possible for it to be captured by a human. Caleb was taken aback for a moment, needing a few seconds to realize that Mutwo was referring to the earlier conversation at the Pokémon Center. He suddenly noticed Mutwo seemed a bit off today. Hesitating, he asked telepathically, "What's wrong?" Mutwo was silent for a moment. Just as Caleb thought he wasn't going to answer, Mutwo spoke. "I sense the presence of another Mutwo from that red heart in your inventory. It seems lost. In pain, I think, if you went to find it now, it would not refuse you." Hearing this, Caleb paused for a second, then opened his inventory and looked at the vibrant red heart. A complex feeling washed over him. All this time, he had never used that item to make the various world's Mutwos do anything for him, nor had he actively used that inexplicable 100+ favorability rating to try and capture them. Back when he took on the mission to save Amber, aside from sympathy, he had mostly done it for the unique hidden quest reward. The affection each Mutwo felt for him rightfully belonged to Amber. Deep down, he felt like he'd stolen something that wasn't his. He didn't even know where this world's Mutwo's affection came from. He hadn't met it, hadn't spoken to it. Caleb felt a pang of guilt. Amber was gone. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to comfortably take the Mutwo that should have been hers, or claim the feelings that Mutwo should have had for Amber. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is that why you stayed with me too? Because of this thing?" Mutwo sounded puzzled. "Why would you think that?" Caleb explained the thoughts running through his mind. After listening, Mutwo seemed to think for a while, as if deciding out how to phrase his response. Finally, he said seriously, "In the beginning, I was indeed influenced by this thing, but its effect on me wasn't as strong as you might think. It didn't force my decisions. Still, I am grateful for it. Because it existed, I did not kill you when we first met. As for why I was willing to be captured by a human, it's simply because that human was you." Read the remaining 56 chapters ahead of schedule here. p@tree0n.com/myamatingel01. Chapter 305. Until now, Caleb had always seen Mutwo as the silent and stoic type. He never imagined he'd hear such emotional words from him. Caleb was deeply moved, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. All his thoughts eventually condensed into a simple, somewhat dry, "Thank you." Then Mutwo changed the subject, "So, I hope you will go to see it." "Why?" Caleb was surprised. He didn't even know that Mutwo. "Mutwo, because it is waiting for you too." Caleb was even more confused. "How is that possible? I've never even met it. Without that heart, I'd just be a complete stranger to it." Faced with this doubt, Mutwo just said softly, "That heart tells me it is searching for a human." Caleb opened his inventory and looked at the heart, which appeared no different from before. Stunned, he asked, "It can do that?" Mutwo thought for a moment, then explained, "No, it does not speak. I sensed it. Ever since we entered this world, that heart has become active. It is very lost and in pain." Psychic-type Pokémon naturally had keen perception, let alone a unique Pokémon like Mutwo, who was fused with human genes. He could sense that the heart wasn't merely an inanimate object. After hearing this, Caleb thought for a moment, then said, "Okay." At this point, the matter of Amber deserved closure. He glanced at the Poké ball containing his Celebi in his inventory, wondering if this little forest guardian had the ability to revive the dead. He'd already visited the Alola region before, and its landmarks were unlocked on his warp beacon. With a single thought, he could instantly travel there. But not right now. Caleb looked at Caitlin beside him. She seemed to sense his gaze and instantly opened her eyes, glancing back at him with a questioning look. Caleb gave an apologetic smile. "First time on a helicopter, I'm feeling a bit disoriented." Caitlin nodded in understanding. She rummaged around and pulled out an orange-wrapped candy. "Eating this might help you feel better." "Thanks." Caleb politely took it, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Orange flavor," he thought, savoring the candy. Mutwo suddenly remarked, "This human has psychic aura." "I know," Caleb replied telepathically. Then he realized something and asked, "You don't remember her?" Mutwo thought carefully and answered honestly, "No." In fact, aside from Caleb, all other humans seemed pretty much the same to Mutwo. "But we watched the anime before entering this instance," Caleb said. It was the Best Wishes arc, and they'd just seen the episode where Caitlin appeared before starting this scenario. The two of them had even specifically discussed this human with psychic powers. Hearing this, Mutwo belatedly remembered, but he just gave a flat hum without much further reaction. At that moment, Caitlin took the initiative to open up a conversation. "I heard from Cynthia that you've known each other for a long time." Caleb opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, she talked about me to you." Seeing his curious expression, Caitlin smiled and explained, "A little, but I was the one who asked, because you're just such a fascinating person." "Fascinating? That sounds oddly fitting," she mused. Caitlin observed his expression and continued, "You went undercover in Team Rocket for a few days and then exposed the locations of all their hidden bases." Then you traveled to Sinnoh and casually took down Team Galactic. Caleb was surprised. Cynthia told you all that. Caitlin shook her head. No, that came from Kanto. Lance and the others think very highly of you. Lance said that. Caleb was baffled by the world's approach to undercover work. Shouldn't the League be protecting my identity and keeping my actions classified? I thought all my activities of that time would be locked away in the Kanto League's confidential files. So how did everything spread all the way to Unova, which is so far from Kanto? Extremely exasperated, Caleb said. As a League investigator, I was just doing my job. Hearing this, Caitlin smiled even more brightly. Well then, Mr. Investigator, may I ask if your target here in Unova is the villainous organization, Team Plasma? Caleb replied flatly, no, just a routine Pokémon disappearance case. He wasn't certain if the mastermind behind those cases was connected to Team Plasma or not. Is that all? Caitlin's tone sounded quite disappointed. I'm just an ordinary trainer. That kind of thing is too dangerous for me, Caleb said. Dealing with Team Rocket was only possible because of Lance's protection, and wiping out Team Galactic happened with Cynthia's help too. Caleb's statement sounded reasonable. Caitlin considered this. The reports mentioned Caleb was impressive, but they didn't specify how. And judging by Lance's attitude and the Kanto League's recent actions, they seemed to be quietly protecting this young man. If his combat skills aren't exceptional, then maybe. He is exceptionally smart, Caitlin thought. Caleb had no idea that Caitlin now saw him as clever but fragile and in need of protection. After his last comment, she didn't pursue the topic further. Caleb had expected to be taken to a city where the Pokémon disappearances had occurred. He didn't expect the helicopter to take him directly to the Unova League headquarters located on the Pokémon League mountain. Looking at the complex of buildings and the bustling League staff, Caleb was taken aback. Am I even allowed in here? Though he was a Kanto League investigator, he'd never been to their headquarters. This place clearly stored sensitive intel. As an outsider, being brought here on first contact felt improper. Caitlin asked dryly, are you a Team Plasma spy? Of course not. Then it's fine, Caitlin explained. All major incidents in Unova are reported here. The details of the missing Pokémon case you want to work on are here too. Got it, Caleb quickly understood. Thinking about it, given his current status, it was unlikely he'd do something like steal intel. As the two entered the building and stepped into the elevator, a notification update sounded in Caleb's ear. Ding! Main quest updated. Quest objective, Phase 1, find a way to establish cooperation with the Unova League completed. Phase 2 unlocked. Phase 2, cooperate with the Unova League to investigate the details of the Pokémon disappearance cases. Completion unlocks the next phase. Time limit, 28 days. Failure penalty, half of your points will be deducted. Chapter 306. The first disappearance case happened 3 months ago. Caitlin led Caleb smoothly through the League headquarters to a data archive room. After scanning the shelves, she placed a thick stack of documents in front of him. The first victim lost a very rare Garchomp. Caleb took the files and started reading through them carefully. The Garchomp had gone missing while staying at a hotel. Before its disappearance, its trainer had taken it to challenge the local city gym, where it remarkably managed to defeat 3 opposing Pokémon in succession. Reading this, Caleb asked, did you check the hotel's security footage? We did, but it didn't show anyone entering the trainer's room, Caitlin replied. The ability to bypass surveillance and enter a locked room undetected seems to point towards a Psychic-type Pokémon, or at the very least, a Pokémon with Psychic-type abilities. Caleb thought for a moment, then flipped to the next page. The second case occurred almost simultaneously with the first, though in different cities. One in Nacron City, the other in Oplucid City. That didn't catch Caleb's attention as much as the description of the missing Pokémon in the second case. Missing Pokémon, Dragon-type Salamence. Before its disappearance, the trainer had entered a series of arena battles in Oplucid and earned the title of tournament champion. Just then Caitlin asked, you noticed? The question was vague, but Caleb understood immediately. With a nod, he said, All the missing Pokémon are powerful dragon types. Caitlin thought for a moment and said, over the past 3 months, nearly every city in Unova has reported similar cases. According to incomplete data, a total of 782 rare and powerful dragon-type Pokémon have gone missing. Caleb was stunned. Do they like dragon types that much? Caitlin gave a wry smile. It's possible they're being stolen for trade with other regions, but that seems unlikely. Our personnel haven't found any signs of large-scale Pokémon sales at customs or ports. Besides, Pokémon aren't mindless creatures. Most are loyal to their trainers. Unless brainwashed, it's nearly impossible to make them accept a new trainer while retaining their memories. But Caitlin glanced out the window and stretched lazily. It's getting late. Let's call it a day and get some rest. We can talk about the rest tomorrow after we're well rested. Caleb didn't object. He'd already waited a long time in Castelia City, and after several hours on a helicopter, night had fallen. He joined Caitlin for dinner. The Unova League's facilities were well equipped, with separate dining areas for trainers and Pokémon. Caitlin casually released her Pokémon from their piquet balls and dined with them. Caleb hesitated slightly seeing this. Caitlin looked up, puzzled, not letting your Pokémon join you for dinner. Oh, Caleb nodded and released Mimikyu, Celebi, Lucario, Dragonite, and Hydreigon. For various reasons, he chose not to release Mutwo. If Mutwo appeared at the Unova League today, there was no doubt it would cause a huge stir. Mutwo himself understood this. After Caleb apologized to his companion telepathically, he sat down next to Lucario. The attention of the other people dining in the cafeteria was immediately drawn to this spot. Driven by the excitement of seeing unfamiliar Pokémon, a group of Unova League investigators couldn't help but approach, curiously eyeing Celebi. What Pokémon is this? Someone pulled out their Pokédex and scanned Celebi, but only got as a result. Due to the vast distance between Unova and Johto, and the fact that their regional Pokédexes aren't interconnected or fully comprehensive, data on Celebi wasn't recorded in the Unova Pokédex. Startled by the crowd, Celebi clutched a berry and hid on Caleb's shoulder. So, the investigators collectively turned their attention to Caleb. This little one is Celebi. It's a Pokémon from the Johto region, Caleb said succinctly. Hearing Johto, a few investigators who had received prior intel shifted their focus from Celebi to the young man before them. They exchanged glances, and one of them tentatively asked, Are you Caleb? Caleb wasn't sure what they were getting at, but he nodded anyway. I am. To his surprise, the group of young investigators became even more excited when they got his confirmation. Am I really that famous now? Caleb wondered. Then a thin investigator with blue hair stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, is your purpose for coming to Unova to deal with Team Plasma? Caleb was speechless. So now everyone knows about me driving off Team Rocket and rounding up Team Galactic, huh? Caitlin had been quietly enjoying the scene. Seeing Caleb's exasperated expression, she finally spoke up. All right, that's enough. Caleb has more important matters to handle in Unova. As for Team Plasma, don't worry too much about them. With the Elite Four speaking, the investigators backed off and returned to their seats, watching from afar. Caitlin didn't mention Team Plasma again. Instead, she remained intrigued by Celebi. She had already finished her dinner, so she watched with keen interest as Caleb skillfully fed his Pokémon. Caleb quietly fed Celebi and Mimikyu. The two Pokémon sat obediently on their chairs, munching away with their mouths stuffed full. Not keeping her waiting, Caleb returned his Pokémon to their piquet balls after they finished eating. Caitlin then led him to the room the League had prepared for him. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow, Caitlin said. Get a good night's sleep. I won't disturb you further. Call me if you need anything. As she spoke, she handed him a tag with her number. Caleb took it, then after bidding her farewell, he closed the door. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and the night sky was full of stars. Caleb glanced out the window and took a deep breath. Then he opened his inventory and activated the warp beacon. Destination, Alola Region. Chapter 307. Alola Region, Holly City. The teleportation landed Caleb on a beach. He immediately recognized it as the same beach he had once visited with Amber. The city was in the midst of a grand festival. The beach was bustling with people, and flickers of firelight rose into the night sky, exploding into brilliant fireworks that lit up the darkness. People stood there, hand in hand with their families and Pokémon, watching the spectacle intently, so no one noticed Caleb's sudden appearance. He stood quietly for a moment, watching the fireworks display. Then, he telepathically asked, "Can you sense its exact location?" Mutwo was strangely silent for a moment before replying, "No need, it's already here." Caleb was stunned. Before he could react, he heard the surrounding crowd break into commotion. He seemed to sense something and turned around, then met a pair of cool, brown eyes. In that instant, the sounds of fireworks and the crowd seemed to vanish. But a moment later, Caleb snapped back to reality, and the cacophony of noise flooded his ears. "Is that Mutwo? Why did it suddenly come here? Oh my God, it seems to be looking at that trainer. What's going on?" Some confused tourists pushed their way through the crowd with great effort in order to get a better view of the spectacle. Their eyes immediately locked onto the man Mutwo was watching. It became apparent that they knew each other. Before anyone could figure out why Mutwo had suddenly appeared, a new question followed. "Who is he?" "No idea." Comments like these echoed around the place. A few reporters who happened to be on vacation picked up cameras, originally meant for the fireworks, and quietly aimed them at the scene. Silence, silence was the bridge of their reunion. Caleb noticed a camera flash aimed at him. He was about to turn and confront the photographer when a strange voice echoed in his mind. "You came." Mewtwo stared fixedly at him, silently communicating telepathically. Caleb froze, forgetting about the photographer for a moment. He looked up at Mewtwo, asking, "You know me?" That shouldn't be possible, he thought. After all, he had never encountered this Mewtwo in any of the previous instances. Mewtwo didn't explain. Its gaze swept over Caleb as if searching for something. After looking for a while without finding it, it finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you a trainer?" The sudden change of topic left Caleb bewildered, but he still nodded. "Yes." Mewtwo asked bluntly, "Don't trainers carry Pokéballs?" Lately, it had encountered many humans who wanted to capture or challenge it, so it had some understanding of the trainer profession. It knew that Pokémon needed Pokéballs to travel with humans. What does carrying Pokéballs have to do with this Mewtwo knowing me? Caleb wondered. Mewtwo, waiting impatiently for an answer, seemed to grow even colder and somewhat irritable. "How are you supposed to take me with you without a Pokéball?" Then, with a sour expression, Mewtwo scanned the crowd, used psychic power to snatch a Pokéball from a bystander, and voluntarily entered it. Then, it carefully controlled its power so the ball wouldn't explode. It then arced through the air, headed for Caleb's hand. Caleb instinctively reached out and caught it. The Pokéball containing Mewtwo settled quietly in his palm. The crowd had witnessed the entire scene. The festive atmosphere vanished, replaced by stunned silence. "What's up with this Mewtwo? I thought Mutwo said the item's affection rating didn't affect them that much. So why did this one just throw itself at me first meeting? It even brought its own Pokéball to boot." Caleb wondered, dumbfounded. Just then, the onlookers finally snapped out of it and stared wide-eyed at the young man holding the red and white ball. Their expressions revealed a shock akin to seeing a Caterpie taking on Rayquaza. Caleb didn't need to think hard to know what went on in their minds. So, he directly used the warp beacon and teleported back to the room Caitlin had prepared for him in Unova. Caleb took out Mewtwo's Pokéball. With a flash of white light, the aloof Mewtwo appeared in the room. They locked eyes again. After a moment, Caleb couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who I am?" Mewtwo looked at him and finally answered, "Amber's brother." Caleb stared. That wasn't what he wanted to know. Mewtwo seemed to understand what he was thinking. After a pause, it lowered its gaze and said, "She, Amber, talked about you every day. Before she left, she asked to stay by your side and protect you." Amber was worried that after she was gone, Mewtwo would be lonely in this world, so she asked it to find Caleb. During its time in the dreamscape, Mewtwo had seen all of Amber's memories. It knew what Caleb had done and everything that had happened in the past. Amber knew about Team Rocket. She had been afraid they would retaliate against Caleb. Mewtwo understood this and decided to find him and protect him for her. But the truth went far beyond that. After Amber's departure, Mewtwo felt lost and afraid in this unfamiliar world. In that state, Caleb, who was connected to Amber, became its only anchor. Maybe it was Amber's influence, but over time, that emotional attachment grew stronger. Especially for a creature newly born from a lab, such feelings could easily take root. Unknowingly, the seed took root and sprouted, gradually growing into a towering tree with lush branches and leaves. However, Mewtwo didn't voice these thoughts. It looked at the speechless young human before it, and for the first time, deep inside, it felt a sense of peace. "Actually, I don't need protection," Caleb said after a long pause. If that was the only reason, it wasn't necessary. During his time in Infinite World, he had reviewed Mewtwo's story and knew it had gone through a long period of confusion after leaving the lab. After careful consideration, Caleb said solemnly, "Little Amber is gone. She was a pitiful child. My actions back then led her to misunderstand some things, which is why she thought I needed protection. But Team Rocket is gone now. There's pretty much no one in this world who can hurt me. You don't have to protect me specifically because of that." Caleb felt these things should be clarified early on. Mewtwo probably had its own things to do. He wasn't even sure if this world's Mewtwo, had gone through its rebellion arc. But to his surprise, Mewtwo's expression darkened. Its voice turned cold. "You don't want me." "Caleb, where did that come from?" He hesitated. Maybe he was being too sensitive, but he didn't want a Pokémon to follow him just because of some item from Infinite World. "It's not that I don't want you. I just feel that you belong to Amber and also." As he spoke, he pulled out the red heart from his inventory, placed it on the table, and moved to the side. "What about now? Do you still feel favorably towards me?" Mewtwo gave the heart a strange look. After a long while it said, "That seems to be mine." Caleb tilted his head in confusion as he turned to look at the red heart. Using appraisal, a line of text appeared above the item. Mewtwo's heart, SSS grade special item, formed from Mewtwo's feelings of gratitude. Holder gains plus 100 base favorability with Mewtwo. Mewtwo's feelings of gratitude. Which Mewtwo? Which one could it possibly be? Caleb's expression turned complicated. He had assumed the item was fabricated by Infinite World. Mewtwo watched his expression, its surface calm belying its inner tension, then asked, "Can I stay with you now?" Chapter 308. What else could Caleb say? If he refused or hesitated in this situation, he'd probably be beaten to death the next day by some disgruntled reader. So he said, "Of course you can." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mewtwo's expression visibly relaxed with. Caleb pretended not to notice. He released the other Mewtwo from his piquet ball and, recalling what Mewtwo had told him earlier, looked into his eyes and asked, "You knew all along, didn't you?" Mewtwo looked back at him. "I thought you'd be happy. It's like me, it follows you simply because you're you." "You could have at least given me a heads up." Caleb glared at his irreverent companion. He'd spent all that time worrying and struggling internally for nothing. Mewtwo blinked innocently. The internet says humans like surprises, that receiving surprises makes humans happy. Caleb was speechless. Thinking it over, he realized that Mewtwo wasn't entirely wrong. He turned to Mewtwo and asked, "Why were you in the Alola region?" Logically, Mewtwo should have been manipulated by Giovanni after its creation. Did my interference alter the storyline? He wondered. Mewtwo looked at him and answered honestly, because Amber was there. Of course, Caleb was also part of the reason. Mewtwo had promised Amber it would stay with Caleb to protect him, but by the time it arrived, he was already gone. Mewtwo searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Having nowhere else to go, it stayed there, guarding the place where Amber rested. Caleb remained unaware of the latter part. Hearing Amber's name, he sighed softly and asked, "Do you miss her?" Mewtwo replied, "She was my first friend." Much of what Mewtwo knew about the world came from Amber. They had stargazed in the dreamscape, wandered above cities, and talked about their hopes and daily life. Though most of the time, It was little Amber who did the talking. Mewtwo was mostly content to listen quietly. From her, Mewtwo had felt a deep loneliness, one that resonated within its own heart. The world was vast, yet it seemed to have nothing to do with them. Who were they? Where did they come from? Why were they here? For a long time, Mewtwo had no answers, leaving it feeling lost. Caleb responded gently, "Then let's go see her." Mewtwo immediately guessed what Caleb intended to do, and gave him a deep look. Unlike Mewtwo, Mewtwo wasn't an inexperienced newborn. He had experienced too much, witnessed countless partings and reunions. Combined with the human genes within him, when faced with such situations, he might not understand everything, but Mewtwo could grasp the general picture. Rare and powerful Pokémon held an irresistible allure for human trainers. Knowing Mewtwo deeply missed Amber, Caleb still proposed to take it to see her. Mewtwo wondered if Caleb wasn't he afraid that Mewtwo might choose to stay for Amber's sake and not return. Mewtwo had seen such things often, but his humans still chose to do it anyway. The longer he stayed with him, the more Mewtwo felt drawn to him. Caleb loved Pokémon, was willing to respect their choices, and would never capture a Pokémon forcibly for his own selfish desires. Could there be any human in this world better than this one? Mewtwo didn't think so. In truth, Caleb had also considered that possibility. If he were more manipulative, he could have hidden Celebai's time travel ability and made himself Mewtwo's only option. But why bother? Even if Celebai could revive Amber, the Forest Guardian would only restore her body to a healthier point in her timeline. It couldn't fix the inherent defects in her genes. Caleb had specifically looked up related information in the Infinite World before. If it weren't for Amber, Caleb would never have had any connection with Mewtwo. If he hadn't met Amber, he wouldn't have obtained that heart, and he would have consequently died in that punishment instance back then. Mewtwo didn't understand what Caleb meant. It looked at him with confusion, thinking, "See her? How? Isn't Amber gone?" Seeing Mewtwo's confusion, Caleb exchanged knowing glances with Mewtwo instead. "Surprises? Yeah, who doesn't like surprises?" he snickered. Without explaining, Caleb returned both Mewtwo's to their Pokéballs, activated the warp beacon, and returned to Alola. Then he released Celebai. On a certain day of a certain year. In a hospital room in Holly City, white curtains fluttered in the breeze. A pale, frail girl sat quietly on the hospital bed, looking down at the bright sunlight streaming through the window onto her blanket. Just then, Caleb walked in from outside, asked about the girl's condition, and then turned and left the room. After he left, a flash of white light appeared in the room, and a figure identical to the one who just left appeared by the bed. Although the two looked exactly the same, the auras they exuded was slightly different. Amber stared in surprise at the new Caleb, then glanced at the closed door. She whispered, "Oni-san, weren't you going to buy breakfast?" Hearing this, Caleb felt complex emotions. The novelty of seeing another version of himself flashed through his mind. As he took the Pokéball out of his inventory, he said, "I'm from the future. There's someone who wants to see you." With that, he released Mewtwo. Seeing who it was, Amber's small mouth fell open in disbelief. Mewtwo-chan. Mewtwo gazed intently at this friend who had once wandered under the stars with it. After a long pause, it replied telepathically, "It's me." After some explanation, although little Amber couldn't fully understand everything, she grasped the general idea. She gave Caleb a bright smile and said softly, "Thank you for coming back to see me, Oni-san. I'm very happy." Caleb gently ruffled her hair. If he remembered the timeline correctly, the day after tomorrow was the day Amber would fall into her eternal sleep. Amber looked at Mewtwo and continued, "Oni-san, can Mewtwo-chan and I talk alone for a bit?" Caleb had no reason to refuse. He walked out of the hospital room and after closing the door asked, "Is there really no other way?" Mewtwo was silent for a moment, then said, "Celebai's power over time cannot stop the deterioration of that girl's body. To truly revive her, you need the power of Ho-Oh." Having lived in the collapsed world for centuries, Mewtwo had some understanding of each legendary Pokémon's abilities. Reviving the deceased was something only Ho-Oh could accomplish. Chapter 309. Caleb didn't know what Amber and Mewtwo had talked about, and he didn't ask. However, just that after leaving Amber's room, Mewtwo gave him a long, heartfelt hug. Caleb's gaze drifted past Mewtwo's shoulder and met the eyes of Mewtwo standing behind it. Mewtwo stared deeply at him, giving Caleb a strange feeling. "You know, I don't think I've ever hugged you like that," Mewtwo suddenly said telepathically. That isn't necessary, Caleb thought. Mewtwo had only been alive for less than a year. Even if it had developed consciousness early on, it's still too immature compared to Mewtwo. "It's still a kid," Caleb said to Mewtwo, while still embracing Mewtwo. Mewtwo hummed silently. His expression drifted for a moment, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, and he murmured, "I wish I had met you earlier too." After returning to the present timeline, Caleb threw himself back into the main quest. As expected, the next day, some photos taken by tourists, they were all over the internet, along with headlines like "Mysterious man appears in Alola, suspected to be Mewtwo's trainer," flooded the news across all regions. Unfortunately, the lighting had been poor, and the person's face was obscured in shadow, making it hard to identify. Caleb saw the news, but since his identity hadn't been exposed, he didn't pay it much attention. Even so, a few people who knew him well pieced it together, namely Cynthia and Lily. By then, Caleb and Caitlin had already arrived in Oplucid City, where the first disappearance case had occurred. "Why come here all of a sudden?" Caitlin asked, puzzled. "That hotel values guest privacy. They don't have cameras in the rooms." Her implication was that they'd already exhausted all the possible leads here. Caleb was deep in thought. Hearing her comment, he casually asked, "So what clues did you find?" Caitlin shook her head. "Initial suspicion is that the culprit used Psychic-type Pokémon to commit the crime." "Makes sense," Caleb frowned and glanced at the blonde girl beside him. "But aren't you supposed to be busy? You're an Elite Four member." He'd seen how Lance, Lorelei, and Cynthia were constantly running around, swamped with work. "Of course I'm busy." Caitlin briefly showed a girlish expression, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous smile, though she kept a serious tone. But accompanying you on your investigation is also very important work." Caleb. Maybe because she was already in the mood to slack off, Caitlin didn't have high expectations for this trip. Still, she dutifully led Caleb to the hotel where the incident occurred. They took the elevator upstairs and opened the room with a keycard. Caitlin looked around. "Well, this is the place." Caleb stood beside the wooden bed and surveyed the room, then asked, "Do you know the exact time the incident happened?" Caitlin turned to him and said, "Of course, it was around midnight on July 21st. Why do you ask?" Caleb grinned and pulled a red and white piquet ball. "To find clues, of course. What could be faster than going back in time to catch the thief in the act?" With companions like Mewtwo and Celebi, he didn't need to be as cautious doing missions as before. As for whether it would mess up the timeline, he'd simply interrogate the thief, then have Mewtwo wipe their memory. No one would know they'd ever been there. That's called efficient use of resources. With a bright flash of white light, the tiny forest guardian appeared before them. "Bye," Celebi chirped happily. Caleb expertly pulled out a Pokéblock from his inventory and fed it. Seeing this, Caitlin suddenly remembered the legends about Celebi. She asked in surprise, "Can this little one really let people travel through time?" After all, it was just a legend. As a native of the Pokémon world, Caitlin didn't have the player's omniscient perspective. She didn't know everything about Celebi. Not to mention, she has never even seen a trainer with one before. Caleb just smiled lightly. "You'll know once you experience it yourself." With that, he patted Celebi's little head. "Bye." A dazzling green light suddenly erupted from Celebi, filling the room. In the flash, their figures vanished from the room. When Caitlin opened her eyes again, the sky outside the window was dark. She instantly realized they had gone back 3 months in the past. Caleb checked the time on his panel and said, "Let's wait a bit. It's 11:48 p.m. now. It'll be midnight soon." Caitlin hummed in agreement, still immersed in the shock of time travel. She stared at Celebi in the darkness, hardly able to believe the legend was true. Caitlin was quiet, so Caleb didn't speak either. In the dim room, only their breathing could be heard. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a square patch of light on the floor. Time passed as they waited. The patch of light on the floor had even noticeably shifted. Finally, a sound from a third party broke the silence in the room. In the darkness, Caleb and Caitlin opened their eyes simultaneously. Before them stood two tall figures. One was a human, the other an Alakazam from the Kanto region. The man hadn't noticed the two people behind him. He'd been tailing his victim for a long time and finally found this opportunity. His attention was entirely on the 6 Pokéballs on the bed. At that moment, Caleb and Caitlin sprang into action. Their roles were clear. Caitlin's eyes glowed blue as she used telekinesis to restrain the man. Meanwhile, Caleb swiftly released Mimikyu from her Pokéball. Fully trained to max level, Mimikyu instantly suppressed the Kadabra. A surprise Shadow Claw from the darkness struck its weak point, knocking it out instantly. Great teamwork, Caitlin beamed. The case that had troubled the league for so long finally had a breakthrough. Caleb picked up Mimikyu and looked at the terrified man held by psychic force. Under Caitlin's gaze, he pulled out another Pokéball. A white light flashed, and Mutwo appeared in the room. Caitlin's eyes widened instantly. "It was you," she exclaimed in disbelief, "that person in Alola." Chapter 310. Caitlin, one of the Unova League's Elite Four, wasn't like Lance from Kanto, who was constantly running around. Most of her free time was spent surfing the internet. Thanks to the Unova League's intelligence departments, Caitlin was among the first to learn about the incident that occurred in Alola last night. Mutwo had voluntarily appeared before someone, used psychic force to steal a passerby trainer's Pokéball, and chose to follow a human. These unbelievable, fantastical pieces of news spread like wildfire to every region. However, Caitlin never would have guessed that the mysterious person who captured the world's attention was actually right in front of her all along. She suddenly realized she had misjudged the young man standing across from her. "Now's probably not the time to talk about that," Caleb said dryly as he looked at Caitlin's stunned expression. Caitlin snapped out of it, "Sorry, I just didn't expect it to be you." Caleb waved it off, signaling that they should focus on the task at hand. He turned to the man Caitlin had restrained with telekinesis. The man looked to be in his 20s, wearing a generic blue plaid shirt. His appearance was so generic, he could easily disappear into any crowd. Caitlin composed herself, returning to her usual proud and poised demeanor. She stared at the man, whose face showed a mix of fear and confusion, and demanded, "Who put you up to this?" The thief swallowed nervously, struggling to speak. I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing this, especially after the case had troubled the league for so long, Caitlin was almost amused by his denial. "Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about." The thief forced himself to stay calm. "Yes, I was just training my Pokémon's psychic abilities. I don't know how I ended up here." Caitlin furrowed her delicate brows and threatened, "If you keep lying, I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in jail." The thief flinched at her words and mumbled, "I'm really not lying." Caitlin fell silent, simply staring at him intently. Time ticked by slowly. The thief seemed hesitant, but he still didn't speak up. At one point, he even made eye contact with Caleb, and the two exchanged a look of mutual bewilderment. Is this really how they interrogate suspects in the Pokémon world? Caleb had assumed it would be similar to how it was done in his original world, equipped with harsh interrogation methods, where stubborn suspects would be subjected to intense pressure. But then again, maybe Caitlin's noble upbringing meant she'd never done this before. Thinking this, Caleb cleared his throat and said, "Let me handle this." Caught off guard by Caleb's offer, Caitlin flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, this was her first time doing something like this. As a League Elite Four member, such tasks usually weren't her responsibility. Moreover, given her status, she couldn't exactly resort to physical force if the suspect refused to talk. Caleb didn't say more. He had plenty of experience with this sort of thing from his past adventures with Mutwo. They didn't even need words. Just a glance, and Mutwo would know whether to read someone's memories or alter them. However, when he looked over at Mutwo this time, his stoic companion just stood there motionless, quietly meeting his gaze. "Caleb..." He was confused for a second, then quickly realized which Mutwo this was. He had almost forgotten that he was now a trainer with two Mutwos. Hesitating for a moment, Caleb asked, "Can you read his memories?" Mewtwo hesitated. "I've never done something like that before." It was worried it might accidentally hurt the man. After thinking it over carefully, Caleb decided to drop the idea. If Mewtwo couldn't control its power and accidentally killed the guy, that would be bad. After all, Caleb was only here to be an observer. He had no intentions of altering the timeline. Reading human memories required psychic intrusion deep into the brain, which could be risky. So he said, "Then let's leave it to the other one." Another flash of white light, and a larger, more mature-looking Mewtwo appeared in the room. Mewtwo? Caitlin never could have predicted things would unfold this way. Seeing this, she couldn't hold back her exclamation, "There are two." Caleb smiled at her, saying, "Yes, they're both my companions." Mewtwo nodded politely at Caitlin. It is said that Pokémon and trainers grow alike over time, and Caitlin found herself stunned by how similar this Mewtwo's expression was to Caleb's. Mewtwo felt pang of sadness when Caleb assigned the task to Mewtwo. It worried Caleb might not want it anymore. Its mind raced, imagining itself abandoned and wandering the world alone. That day, Amber had once again asked Mewtwo to protect Caleb. The young legendary Pokémon had treated that request as its sole purpose. But now, it seemed Caleb didn't really need its protection. He had many powerful partners by his side, and he already had another Mewtwo. They worked together so seamlessly. Every time Mewtwo thought about this, a wave of bitterness washed over it. So, who am I meant to protect? Why do I exist? At that moment, Mimikyu, who had been standing quietly in the shadows after defeating Kadabra, blinked. She keenly sensed that this new companion's emotions seemed a bit off. Mimikyu glanced at her trainer. Caleb was busy with Mewtwo, reading the bad guy's mind. The disguise Pokémon hesitated for a moment, then activated her nanotech particles. Gold and red armor snapped into place, and its back engines emitted a soft blue glow. Then the thrusters propelled Mimikyu to their new companion's side. "Caillou, what's wrong?" Mewtwo looked up at the little creature. It had only met once. Mimikyu cheerfully introduced herself. "Caillou, Caillou, Caillou. Hello, I'm Mimikyu. From now on, we're companions." She didn't know what was wrong, but she wanted to try her best to cheer up her new friend. As Caleb's first Pokémon, Mimikyu wanted everyone to get along happily. Caitlin, who had been keeping an eye on Caleb, noticed the situation out of the corner of her eye and exclaimed in shock, "Is that Pokémon Mimikyu? And what's that form?" Caleb and Mewtwo, having finished reading the thief's memories, also turned their attention to the scene. Chapter 311. "What's wrong?" Caleb asked. Standing beside the Mewtwo, Mimikyu blinked her black beady eyes and cried out, "Caillou." Caitlin looked at the scene somewhat bewildered. She didn't understand what was happening or what the Pokémon that resembled Mimikyu was saying. But Caleb, who possessed the Viridian Power, understood. Mimikyu was saying their new companion is unhappy. Hearing this, Caleb was taken aback. He looked at Mewtwo and asked hesitantly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mewtwo shook its head, its expression slightly off. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Yeah, you don't sound fine at all," Caleb thought. Actually, he could more or less guess some of what Amber had said to it. He never doubted Mewtwo's claim that Mewtwo had strong affection for him. But seeing it like this, Caleb began to wonder if Mewtwo didn't actually want to follow him, and that it only did so out of obligation to Amber's final request. At this moment, many thoughts raced through Caleb's mind. Mewtwo was an exception. They had shared many experiences that transcended life, death, and time, forging a deep bond between them. As for Mewtwo, Caleb wondered how it would have turned out if no one had reached out to it during its incubation, if it never met Amber. His presence had already altered so much. The events of Mewtwo Strikes Back and other canonical arcs hadn't occurred in this world. Without those experiences, what kind of personality and values does Mewtwo have? Caleb suddenly realized he knew practically nothing about this little fella. Still, he kept these thoughts to himself, showing no reaction on his face. Glancing at Caitlin, who was still stunned, then back at Mewtwo and said, "Let's talk about this later." Mewtwo remained silent. Caleb glanced at the task panel that had just updated. Ding! Main quest updated. Phase 3 unlocked, quest code, Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. Quest objectives. 1. Rescue the missing Dragon-type Pokémon. 2. Prevent from awakening. Minimum reward, 100 points. Maximum reward, DNA Splicer. Current faction, Unova League. If awakens successfully, your main quest will fail. Beware of enemy faction operatives. Caleb stared at the flood of question marks on the screen, speechless. What kind of cryptic nonsense? Caitlin finally recovered from her shock and asked, "Did you find anything?" "Just their code name, Dragon Hunters," Caleb said after a moment's thought. It was a mysterious organization. Aside from meeting locations and bounty postings for dragon types, he hadn't found much in the thief's mind. "Dragon Hunters," Caitlin frowned. Caleb hummed in affirmation. Recalling the information he'd seen in the case files, he said, "They're a group that exclusively targets dragon-type Pokémon. The higher-ups post high-reward bounties, and freelancers take the jobs. These freelancers are collectively called Dragon Hunters. The higher-ups are smart. They don't share much info with the hunters. Even meeting spots aren't fixed. I'd say they're more like off-the-books operatives." Hearing this, Caitlin's frown deepened. The League's oversight had been somewhat lax these past few years, leading to this situation. She met Caleb's gaze, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "This is our failure." Caleb, however, took it in stride and reassured her, "Don't worry, there's still time." Hearing that, Caitlin instinctively asked, "What should we do next?" "Well," Caleb pondered for a moment, "I'll figure something out later." He thought about following the trail first. Worst case, he still had the Book of Answers, one of his op items. Besides, compared to this case, the issue with Mewtwo feels more urgent, Caleb thought. Caitlin nodded, then looked at the thief on the ground and asked hesitantly, "If we leave, what happens to him?" "Mind wipe," Caleb said. "Don't worry. After erasing these memories, no one will know we were here." Which meant the thief would still steal the Pokémon. Recalling the trainer's devastated face when they reported the theft, Caitlin hesitated and asked, "Can't we stop him?" "No," Caleb said firmly. "If you mess with time, time will mess with you. No one knows what changing the past will do to the future, or if it'll still be the future you know." This was a principle he always adhered to. If this event were altered, the quest itself would become a paradox. No one could predict the consequences. Caitlin's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant. After a long pause, she nodded and said softly, "I understand. Let's go back then." Caleb nodded, recalled Mimikyu and both Mutwoes, and used Celebi to leave the timeline. After telling Caitlin he would investigate the matter, he parted ways with her for the time being. Back in his room, Caleb took out the Mewtwo's Pokeball. Looking Mewtwo's cold expression, his heart sank. He thought for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Mewtwo said nothing. Silence fell between them. The scene reminded Caleb of a line from a literature textbook. "A sorrowful wall now stands between us." After a long pause, Mewtwo finally said quietly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Caleb opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. After a while, he could only say, "All right then, you can tell me if anything's wrong. No matter what, I will respect your decision." Mewtwo hummed and returned to its Pokeball on its own. Caleb stood there in awkward silence. Then, the 5 Pokeballs on his desk popped open on their own. Dragonite, Celebi, Mimikyu, Lucario, and Hydreigon noisily tumbled out. Caleb was startled. He reached out and scratched Dragonite's chubby face, asking in surprise, "What's up with you guys? Are you hungry already?" He glanced at the time. It was only 9:30 a.m. "Roar," Hydreigon said that Mutwo had let them out. Caleb didn't quite understand. He was about to ask for clarification, but Mimikyu and Celebi pounced at Hydreigon's middle head and blocked its mouth with their tiny bodies. Wu Tilda Dragonite said, nuzzling against Caleb's hand, ignoring the commotion caused by the others. Distracted by Dragonite's words, Caleb asked, "You want to see Garchomp? It'll probably be a while before they can get here, though." He suddenly laughed at himself mid-speech. If Cynthia couldn't come now, he could simply go to her. "Let me ask there where they are, then I'll take you there," Caleb said. In that previous transformation and substitution instance, he had traveled all over Sinnoh with Cynthia, unlocking almost every city. Now he could teleport there anytime using the warp beacon. With that, he picked up the phone to call her. Tilda inside the Piquet ball Tilda. In the mental realm, constructed by Mutwo. Mutwo looked across at the confused Mewtwo and sighed softly. Why didn't you tell him? Mewtwo looked at its counterpart. They floated on opposite sides of the mental space, like mirror images. I didn't know what to say, it replied. Mutwo fell silent upon hearing this. As a fellow Mutwo, no one could understand the little Mewtwo better than he did. At this moment, he could feel the confusion radiating from his counterpart. These emotions were all too familiar to Mutwo. Why do I exist? For whom do I exist? He had also asked himself these questions at one point. Now, Mutwo had found the answers. Let me give you some advice, Mutwo spoke up. Mewtwo looked up and met his gaze. Mutwo said softly, the answers that you seek. Perhaps you can find them all in him. Besides, the bond and understanding between us wasn't there from the start either. Mutwo added in a joking tone, you don't know this, but the first time I met him, I almost crushed his head with my psychic force. Hearing this, Mewtwo was stunned. It couldn't imagine that scene at all. Then it involuntarily asked, what happened after that? After that, Mutwo smiled, we slowly became what we are now. In human terms, a bond is something that forms after you meet. I think you understand what that means. Chapter 312. Caleb ended up going to find Cynthia. When he teleported to Veilstone City, Cynthia was cleaning the temporary room the Sinnoh League had prepared for her. She looked genuinely surprised by his sudden visit. Setting down her mop, she took off her mask and walked over to the sink to wash her hands, saying, isn't the Unova League pretty busy right now? How come you have time to drop by? Caleb just shrugged and released several of his Pokémon. Both Mutwos stayed put, and he didn't push them. He answered, Dragonite wanted to see your Garchomp, so I brought him over to hang out for a bit. The moment Dragonite popped out of his Piquet ball and heard his name, the chonky dragon immediately plopped his head onto Caleb's and beamed happily at Cynthia. Woo! Oh, I see. Cynthia smiled warmly and released her own Pokémon, letting them wander off to play. Caleb spotted the Charmander he had given her during that New Year's festival, though it was now a Charmeleon. He scritched Dragonite's chubby cheek and gently shoved the chonky dragon aside. Glancing over at Mimikyu and Celebi, who were already roughhousing with Cynthia's team, he asked, anything else that needs cleaning? Cynthia didn't stand on ceremony. She pointed toward the yard outside and said, that patch of grass needs trimming. I haven't stayed here in ages. I only got back yesterday and haven't had time to deal with it yet. She pointed him to the shed and added, the lawn mower should be in the storage shed. Caleb walked over, opened the door, and was hit with a musty smell. Yep, definitely hasn't been used in a while. After rummaging around for a bit, he finally dug the lawn mower out from the very bottom. He hit the power button to test it and found it had 0 charge. He wheeled it outside and said, it's out of power. Cynthia had expected that. She came over, took the mower, and pulled out a charging cable. It just needs a bit of charging. By the way, are you in a rush to head back? Not at all, Caleb said, rummaging through his inventory. Is there anything else you need help with? Not really, Cynthia chuckled softly. I was just wondering if you have time to stay for lunch. Of course I do. Caleb pulled a large pair of gardening shears from thin air, found them. Today, you'll witness the legendary skills of Master Gardener Caleb. Cynthia couldn't help but laugh. It's just mowing the lawn. No need to make a big deal out of it. I've got nothing better to do anyway, Caleb said casually. He grabbed the shears and got to work, snipping away at the waist-high grass while his Pokémon watched curiously from the sidelines. Cynthia stood under the eaves, watching him with an amused sigh. After reminding him to be careful not to cut himself, she went back to her chores. They didn't finish the big cleanup until noon. Cynthia's cheeks were flushed from the work, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Caleb handed her a damp towel he had prepared, asking, what's for lunch? At the mention of food, a chorus of stomach growls erupted from the Pokémon nearby. Cynthia thought for a moment, looks like we'll have to eat out. The fridge is empty. Caleb shook his head. No, I meant what do you want to eat? He pulled Cynthia into the dining room, and started pulling out meals Gardevoir had prepped earlier from his inventory. Sweet potato strings, pan-fried crucian carp, braised prawns, red braised spare ribs, steamed tofu with egg. Because time inside a player's inventory was frozen, anything stored inside stayed exactly as it was when put in. So the dishes were still steaming hot. Ever since that survival instance on the deserted island where he'd gone hungry, Caleb had learned his lesson. Now, he always stocked his inventory with plenty of food and essentials before every instance run. In fact, before entering this instance, he even spent 3,000 points at the Infinite Store to buy a black SUV that didn't even belong in this world. Cynthia's eyes widened as she stared at the food before her. She exclaimed, "What on earth do you keep in your inventory? First a pair of gardening shears, now full meals, what else can you pull out?" She honestly couldn't imagine. Caleb didn't think much of it. He had lived with Cynthia for years. He didn't guard himself around her like he did with others. So when she asked, he just answered casually, nothing special, just some daily necessities. Cynthia tilted her head curiously and asked, "Can I take a look?" Caleb raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "If it's inconvenient, forget it," Cynthia quickly said, her usual composure returning. "It's not that." Caleb hesitated, then sighed. "Never mind, come with me." They walked out to the yard. Caleb opened his inventory panel and started dumping everything out, grid by grid. Full heal potions for Pokémon, a full set of Piquet balls, a few basic evolution stones, a lighter, an iron pot, a king-sized bed, and so on. Eventually, he got impatient and just started dumping everything out. With a loud clatter, the yard was soon piled high with random items. Cynthia stared, utterly speechless, especially at the unfamiliar black SUV sitting right in the middle. Caleb gestured at the mess and said, "That's about it. If you see anything you like, feel free to take it." "No," Cynthia said, swallowing hard, "I'm good." As she spoke, a silver ring tumbled from the top of the pile and landed right at her feet. Caleb's gaze followed it. Cynthia crouched down and picked it up. The moment Caleb saw it, memories came rushing back. He recalled that it was an item he'd farmed during that Extreme Realm instance. There'd been a pair, but since he couldn't see its effect, he had just tossed them to the bottom of his storage. He didn't think much of it. Seeing Cynthia studying the ring so intently, he casually said, "If you like it, you can have it." "The inscription on this. I think I've seen it before in some ruins," Cynthia said, furrowing her brows as she tried to recall. "There's writing." Caleb raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed any. Cynthia nodded, holding the ring up. "It's a rare and ancient script. Unfortunately, based on the knowledge humanity currently has, we can't decipher it." Caleb leaned in for a look, but all he saw were faint decorative patterns. He was baffled. "Those patterns are writing." "Yes, why?" "Nothing," Caleb shook his head. He had always assumed those were just meaningless ornamental engravings. Chapter 313. "Can I borrow this ring for a while?" Cynthia asked. She wanted to compare it with the inscriptions at that ancient ruin she'd visited years ago. Caleb replied, "You can have it. I've got no use for it anyway." He didn't think much of it. The item was useless to him, so he didn't even register the implication of a guy giving a girl a ring. But Cynthia did. Fortunately, she knew Caleb well enough from their time together to understand he absolutely didn't mean anything by it. She stared at the black-eyed man before her. He had short dark hair, wore a plain white t-shirt, and had sharp, handsome features. His nose bridge was sharp, and he had thick eyebrows, making him quite eye-catching. In that moment, Cynthia suddenly realized something. Caleb was no longer the boy who once needed looking after. In both appearance and strength, he was now a capable adult. "What are you thinking about?" Caleb asked, stuffing his things back into his inventory. He spotted the second ring and pulled it out, asking, "This one has writing too. Do you want it as well?" Cynthia snapped out of her thoughts, glanced at it, and shook her head, saying, "No, you keep it for now. I just need to check if the inscriptions match the ones from that ruin. I'll give it back once I'm done." Caleb was confused. In his culture, once you give something away, you don't ask for it back, so he said, "No need to return it." Cynthia smiled softly and shook her head. "A ring like this should be given to a girl you like." Caleb didn't know what to say to that. Just then, Cynthia's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and said, "It's Caitlin. She's probably looking for you." She didn't step away and answered the call in front of Caleb. Sure enough, Caitlin's voice came through, full of complaint. "Cynthia, do you have any idea where your little brother ran off to this time? Seriously, traveling without a phone? How am I supposed to reach him?" Cynthia kept a straight face as she lied smoothly for Caleb. "He's probably out getting lunch. You know how bad the Unova League cafeteria food is." Caitlin grumbled. "I suggested to Alder that we hire a new chef, but he turned me down." After a brief pause, she sighed wearily. Forget it. I'll wait a bit longer. Did you eat yet?" "I'm about to," Cynthia said. "All right then. When you come visit for vacation, I'll treat you to a fancy dinner. Bye, Tilda." And with that, Caitlin hung up. "You champions and Elite Fours really live like regular people," Caleb muttered. Before coming here, anime had misled him into thinking these top-tier trainers just fought battles and served as regional figureheads. "We're all just normal humans," Cynthia laughed. "So yes, we complain about bad food and lousy weather too." "True," Caleb said, realizing she was right. He changed the subject. "You and Caitlin seem to get along well." He remembered that in the games, Cynthia would spend summers in Undella Town in Unova, renting a villa owned by Caitlin. Cynthia nodded. "She's an excellent trainer." Oh, Caleb wasn't particularly interested in their friendship. He had just remarked casually. So after that, he led Cynthia back to the dining room for lunch. After lunch, Caleb said goodbye to Cynthia and gathered his Pokémon to continue with the main quest. As soon as he returned to his Unova League quarters, a Mutwo popped out of its piquet ball on its own. Judging by its eyes and posture, it was Mewtwo. Caleb set aside what he was doing and asked, "What's wrong?" Mewtwo looked hesitant, as if struggling to find the right words. Caleb frowned slightly. This world had changed because of his influence. Giovanni had been forced to relocate with the infant Mewtwo earlier than in the original timeline. Seeing Mewtwo like this, Caleb wondered, could it be that with Team Rocket's bases in Kanto dismantled, their tech had failed, causing problems with Mewtwo's body? His thoughts spiraled. Concerned, he asked gently, "Are you feeling unwell?" Mewtwo replied, "No, I'm fine, it's just..." "Just what?" Mewtwo pressed its lips and asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course," Caleb said, giving the young genetic Pokémon his full attention. A flicker of confusion passed through Mewtwo's eyes. Why did humans create me? Caleb froze, stunned by the nature of the question. Is Mewtwo opening up to me? If not for that truck at the beginning, Caleb wouldn't have come to this world. If he hadn't come here, Mewtwo's fate wouldn't have changed. And if Mewtwo's fate hadn't changed, it would have followed the original storyline. Meeting Amber, watching her die, being used by Giovanni, returning to New Island, and eventually encountering Ash. After a moment's thought, Caleb chose his words carefully, because they wanted to create the strongest Pokémon in the world and use it to achieve their own goals. That was Team Rocket's reason for creating Mutwo. Harsh as it sounded, it was the undeniable truth. This young Mutwo deserved to know. Caleb refused to feed it some sugar-coated lie about being created out of love. So that was their goal. Mewtwo murmured, "Does that mean my existence is only for that?" From his vantage point, Caleb understood exactly what Mewtwo was feeling. Why do I exist? It was a philosophical question with no clear answer. "No," Caleb said firmly, "they are them, you are you. From the moment you were born, you've been your own independent being, a life recognized by this world. Every living being is like you. None of us chose to be born, but does that really matter? We live in this world. What matters most is being happy. There's nothing we have to do. I love Pokémon, so I met everyone and chose to live together. Some people love flowers, so they become gardeners. Some love the sky, so they study hard to become pilots. Some love sunrises, so they climb mountains at 4 a.m. to watch the sun rise. What you love, that's the meaning of your existence." "Love," Mewtwo echoed, dazed. Caleb had said a lot. He didn't expect the young Pokémon to figure it all out right away. After a pause, he asked, "Have you ever tried lying in the grass and soaking up the sun?" Mewtwo shook its head, puzzled. Caleb smiled, "Then let's go try it sometime." A moment to just let go. thinking about nothing and savoring the warmth of sunlight on one's skin. Most importantly, a moment spent with cherished companions: Mimikyu, Dragonite, Lucario, Celebi, Hydreigon, and both Mutwoes. Chapter 314. After his talk with Mewtwo, Caleb went back into the past alone to dig up more intel on the main quest. To avoid disrupting the timeline, he used his substitute glasses to fabricate a generic identity for himself. He tailed the memory-wiped dragon hunter and tracked him to a rendezvous point with his superior. Caleb stood calmly in the shadows, watching the two men conduct their transaction below. Once the unlucky dragon hunter received his payment and left, Caleb had Mutwo instantly teleport behind the contact. Mutwo's eyes glowed faint blue. Before the man could even register the horror on his face, Mutwo swiftly read his mind, then erased the memories of their short encounter. Having obtained the information he needed, Caleb exchanged a glance with Mutwo, then vanished from the spot in a flash. A gust of wind blew through the alley. The contact blinked at the empty space before him and muttered, "Must have imagined it." Then he wandered off into the city. Oplucid City Tilda. Inside a luxurious manor, Xingwang stared in shock at the man dressed in a butler's uniform before him. 3 months had passed since he'd entered this instance. After struggling through the early stages, he'd finally followed the trail of clues and completed a series of prerequisite quests, which led him here. He had assumed the final step of the quest would be just like the others: hand over the captured dragon-type Pokémon and call it a day. Master's plan has reached its most critical phase. The butler noticed the group of hired trainers, players, all wearing stunned and conflicted expressions after hearing his statement. He paused, then asked coldly, "What? You can't accept it?" "Extracting the dragon aura from those Pokémon, they won't survive that. It's too cruel," one player protested. Indeed, the final phase of their main quest was to extract the dragon-type energy from the Pokémon they had stolen. Xingwang considered himself a veteran player. Having spent considerable time in the infinite world, he had experienced numerous instances, both dark and light. But none of them compared to this one. In past instances, they had been mere observers. Here, they were actual perpetrators. Seeing their hesitation, the butler sneered, "You became murderers the moment you accepted our commission for money. Don't tell me you can't go through with it now? Sorry, but it's too late." With that, he waved his hand. From the darkness, armed men surged forward, snatching the players' piquet balls and pinning them down. Pressed to the floor, Xingwang heard a young player shout in fury, "You've gone too far." "Too far?" the butler scoffed, "and what you've done isn't. I didn't force you to do anything at gunpoint, you did it willingly." "No," Xingwang retorted inwardly, "it was our main quest, we had no choice." He had noticed that they had entered a special scripted event. Here, all items and piquet balls were disabled by default. Otherwise, no amount of armed guards could have subdued them. The young player fell silent, unable to explain they were players with no real choice. He could only glare and struggle. Satisfied, the butler smiled, saying, "Given your past performance, our master has graciously decided to give you one last chance. Keep working for us or stick to your morals. Which will it be?" The moment the NPC finished speaking, 2 options popped up before every player. 1. Immediately extract the dragon aura from the Pokémon to prove your loyalty. 2. Stay true to your heart and refuse to harm the Pokémon. Please make your choice within 15 seconds. 15. 14. 13. Every player froze in hesitation, struggling to choose. They didn't understand why Infinite World would give them such a choice, or what the right answer even was. Logically, option 1 was safest. It meant continuing the main quest. As for option 2, they'd likely be executed on the spot. This is a test from Infinite World, the thought struck Xingwang. He turned his head and saw the captured dragon types watching them silently, eyes wide. He closed his eyes. Unlike the others, he had a hunch about why Infinite World gave out such dark quests. If they didn't do it, someone else would, likely the world's native residents. Not everyone loved Pokémon. Not everyone would choose compassion for Pokémon over a fat paycheck. And their identities were meant to replace the native trainers of this world. Having experienced so many instances, Xingwang knew that every world was independent and alive. Even if they hadn't come, the story would still unfold. So the infinite world's purpose in bringing players here was obvious. Ah well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. He sighed inwardly, then selected option 2. Around him, other players made their choices too. Some stood up, some stayed down. The scene continued. The butler smiled with satisfaction, but just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. All heads snapped up. Ripples shimmered in the air, and a pink humanoid Pokémon emerged. Its eyes flashed blue. The butler and his men were instantly blasted backward, collapsing unconscious. Ding! Congratulations, you've made the correct choice. Your main quest has been updated. Please check your quest log for details. The notification sounded like heavenly music their ears, but Xingwang barely heard it. His attention was completely focused on the humanoid Pokémon before him, Mutwo. Given everything that has happened in Infinite World, seeing Mutwo here could only mean one thing. That man was involved. Just then, Mutwo seemed to sense something. He turned his gaze toward the entrance. Several players followed Legendary's gaze. The door swung open. Leading the way was a girl with long, golden hair. Her clear, furious voice rang out, "Arrest them all." Officer Jenny and a squad of officers stormed in, slapping silver handcuffs onto everyone's wrists. As Jenny cuffed him, Xingwang felt an odd sense of relief. Then a male voice called from outside, "See, I told you I found the lead, but you didn't believe me. You nagged me 18 times in 2 hours. Happy now." Caitlin immediately switched to a curious, relaxed tone. "You really found clues in a dream." Caleb smirked and lied with a straight face. "I wasn't sleeping. I was using my psychic foresight to foresee the future." Seriously, he had stayed up all night tracking clues in the past, and he didn't even get a nap when he got back. The Unova League was so harsh. It was nothing like Kanto or Sinnoh, where every visit felt like coming home. Whether it was Lorelei or Cynthia, they always treated him with good food and comfort. But here in Unova, he was stuck eating cafeteria slop every day. Chapter 315. Snap. In the dim interrogation room, Caitlin snapped her fingers. A bright white spotlight instantly shone down on the middle-aged man sitting at the far end of the long table, his wrists cuffed. "You've got 3 minutes," Caitlin said, her fair face stern. "Tell us your objective. Otherwise, we'll resort to special interrogation methods." The man, none other than the butler from the manor, remained calm, completely unfazed by the young lady's threat. He casually brushed some dust off his suit and said, "I've got nothing to say." As long as he stayed silent, their operation would be classified as a simple Pokémon theft case. Under Unova League law, such cases warranted 3 to 10 years in prison. And with his lawyer's help, he was confident his sentence would be minimized. As for his family, that person would take care of everything. So, since no one was going to die, there wasn't anything for him to fear. "Don't think we don't know just because you won't talk." Caitlin narrowed her eyes, recalling the intel from their investigation. Yamamoto Takashi, 18th generation head of the Yamamoto family. A highly organized and malicious Pokémon theft operation occurred at his estate. "Do you really think he'll walk away from this?" "Then go investigate," the man said dismissively. "You don't honestly think you can touch the Yamamoto family in Oplucid City, do you?" He smiled at the girl, "Miss Caitlin, I think you understand what I mean." Smack. At that, Caitlin shot up, slamming her palm on the table in anger. Of course she understood. Being born into a prominent family herself, she knew exactly how these clans operated. Vast wealth, complex networks of influence spread across Unova, alliances with other major families. Their reach even exceeded that of the Unova League itself. If they moved against one, the whole region could spiral into chaos. Thus the interrogation hit a dead end. Furious, Caitlin momentarily lost control of her normally well-contained psychic aura. The table in front of her was instantly flung across the room with a loud crash. The sound reached outside, where Caleb was dealing with the detained players. Hearing the commotion, he said to them, "Wait here a moment." The players stared blankly. Xingwang asked in disbelief, You're really Caleb." Caleb gave a quick nod and walked straight toward the interrogation room. The moment he left, the group of players exploded into whispers. Damned, he really is Caleb, the one who caught Mutwo. Wait, did you guys see the news from this world? What news? About the Mutwo that mysteriously appeared in Alola. It ended up getting caught by some mystery guy. You think that was him? Everyone fell silent, unsure how to react. After a long pause, someone finally said, "No way. If that's true, doesn't that mean he's got 2 Mutwos now?" Caleb pushed open the interrogation room door and asked, "What's going on?" Caitlin closed her eyes, reining in her surging psychic aura, then recounted the entire conversation. Caleb raised an eyebrow when he heard it. This reminded him of that one country back on Earth, which was completely controlled by corporations and capital. Before crossing over, Caleb had been an ordinary person and didn't know much about these things. But he knew this kind of situation was extremely dangerous. He thought for a moment and asked, "Can these noble families really undermine the League's authority?" Caitlin nodded gravely. "One family alone isn't scary. The real threat is when they unite. These elites control access to rare Pokémon resources. And they've even infiltrated the League itself," Caleb finished, understanding immediately. If that was the case, this whole mess was going to be incredibly hard to handle. If they decided to go after the families involved, it would provoke fierce resistance. But if they didn't act, the consequences would only grow worse. Caleb glanced at Caitlin. He could see her dilemma. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Surely not all these noble families are corrupt, right?" Caitlin was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't know." "All right," Caleb sighed, "this is going to be tough." As he spoke, he unclipped a piquet ball from his belt. With a flash of light, Mutwo materialized in the interrogation room. "Time to get to work again," Caleb said, nodding toward the man still sitting on the floor. Mutwo understood instantly. In a split second, he swept through the man's mind with his psychic force and projected the extracted memories directly into Caleb's mind. Caitlin watched quietly from the side. After a long moment, Caleb slowly opened his eyes and turned to Caitlin. "Well, things just got a lot more interesting. Team Plasma is involved too." In short, Yamamoto Takashi, head of the Yamamoto family, was a hardcore dragon-type enthusiast obsessed with powerful dragon Pokémon. His original plan was to collect every dragon type in the world, hoping to build a pet park to house them all. But 3 months ago, Team Plasma approached him. They told him the Unova legend of the Tau Trio was real, and that the 3 most powerful dragons in existence were currently dormant. To awaken them, they'd need massive amounts of pure dragon-type aura. As a die-hard dragon fanboy, Takashi couldn't resist. He immediately partnered with Team Plasma. In return, Team Plasma provided him with machines capable of extracting both aura and vitality from Pokémon, then departed. Ever since, the fickle Takashi had launched a full-scale operation, hiring people worldwide to hunt down every dragon type they could find. It was a grand spectacle. The stage was nearly set. Soon, the show would begin. Caitlin's delicate brows had been furrowed the entire time. She gritted her teeth in fury and said, "How could they do this?" Caleb also found it utterly monstrous, but his past experiences helped him stay calm. His memories didn't include Takashi's current location. "Aside from what I just told you, we've got nothing else." They had no further intel on Team Plasma, or no clue where the 3 dragons lay dormant. Caitlin took a deep breath and said, "I'll contact Grimsley, Alder, and the others." Grimsley was another Unova Elite Four member. Alder was the Unova League champion. "All right," Caleb nodded. "I'll go chat with the folks outside." Chapter 316. Name: Han Xingwang. Gender: Xingwang choked for a second. Eyeing the pen twirling in the other's hand, he mumbled, "Male." Though he has come across gender-altering items before, he never actually used one. Then Caleb stopped spinning the pen, gripping it firmly. He looked up and asked, "What were you doing before we arrived?" Xingwang hesitated, then pulled up his updated main quest on his panel and showed it. "We entered a special scripted sequence. The one was to continue working for the Yamamoto family, the other was to refuse. Right after that, you guys showed up." Caleb nodded thoughtfully and continued. "Second question, during your time there, did you ever interact with Yamamoto Takashi himself? Xingwang quickly nodded, then shook his head, saying, I saw him, but never spoke or had any contact with him. He only came to the manor once in these 3 months and hasn't been back since. So you entered this instance 3 months ago? Caleb asked. That's right, Xingwang confirmed. There were a lot of us players in that batch, but our quests were all different. I didn't know anyone, so we split up. All right, you can go wait outside, Caleb said. Got it. Xingwang stood, hesitated as if wanting to say more, then walked toward the door. Caleb watched his back, mentally sorting through everything he had learned so far. Yamamoto Takashi, Team Plasma, and Unova's powerful noble families. What a deep, tangled mess. From the Unova League's perspective, even if they uncovered the truth, taking action against Takashi would be nearly impossible. The web of connections was too tangled, too volatile. One wrong move, and the entire league could collapse. But for now, the priority was locating Takashi and Team Plasma. As for the noble families, that headache belonged to Alder and the others, not him. Just as Xingwang reached for the door, Caleb called out, Wait! Xingwang froze, then turned cautiously and asked, Is there something else? Caleb nodded. What date did Takashi come to the manor? Although using the time travel was more troublesome than the Book of Answers, he didn't want to waste one of his 3 precious uses. Xingwang thought for a moment, then replied, I think it was September 23rd. That was the day of the Dragon Festival in Oplucid City. Yeah, definitely September 23rd. At noon, Caleb and Caitlin had lunch at the police station, accompanied by Officer Jenny. With Caleb's help, the players whose quests had changed were now temporary police assistants tasked with countering Team Plasma. They had feared being jailed, failing their main quests, and losing half their points. Now, relief washed over them, along with a deep gratitude toward Caleb. Xingwang led the group in personally thanking him. Caleb chuckled at the crowd of players. He had only mentioned to Officer Jenny that they were short on manpower and hadn't expected this reaction. Still, players were generally friendly, as long as their quests didn't conflict. Thinking this, Caleb smiled and said, If you really want to thank me, help me investigate Team Plasma. That's already our main quest. The players exchanged glances, then each pulled an item from their inventory. If it weren't for you, our quests would have failed. The infinite world system was highly adaptive, so quests shifted based on player actions. If Caleb hadn't shown up that morning, those who chose not to harm the Pokémon would have undoubtedly failed. Most players assigned such high-stakes quests were veterans who had saved up points for ages. Losing half in one go was something they couldn't afford. A female player said, It's fine, just take it. It's a small gift. She shoved the item into Caleb's hand and dashed off without looking back, saying, I'm off to investigate Team Plasma. See you all later. The other players followed suit, handing over gifts and running out. Caleb looked down at the handful of high-quality evolution stones and the mysterious trinkets now dangling from his arm, shaking his head with a helpless smile. That afternoon, Unova's Elite Four finally arrived in Oplucid City. They rushed straight from the airport to the police station. Caleb and Caitlin greeted them in the station lobby. Caitlin pointed at Caleb and introduced him to the four. This is Caleb. I'm sure you've heard of the name. On the far left stood a woman with short purple hair and round glasses. She adjusted her frames, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Ah, finally meeting you. I've heard all the rumors, but I didn't expect you to be even better looking in person. Ahem, the man to her left cleared his throat lightly. The woman smoothly corrected herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Chantal. Chantal, a Ghost-type Elite Four member, and a talented novelist. Caleb recalled what he knew and replied, Nice to meet you, I'm Caleb. The man who had coughed earlier stood with arms crossed, his expression naturally haughty. Grimsley. That's my name. Grimsley, a Dark-type Elite Four member. Born into a fallen noble house, he had a gambling habit and viewed life itself as a gamble. Hello, Caleb responded politely. The third to introduce himself was a muscular, dark-skinned man with a buzz cut. He looked even more robust than Bruno from Kanto, Marshall. Marshall, a fighting-type Elite Four member, and Champion Alder's disciple. Caleb nodded. then turned to the oldest-looking man on the far right, a red-haired figure with a grim expression. Noticing Caleb's gaze, Caitlin stepped in. "This guy is Alder. I mentioned him earlier." Alder's face was tight with stress. He gave a curt nod and immediately headed toward the conference room. The other four followed. Caleb stayed put. Caitlin turned back and waved at him. "Come on." Alder and the others paused and looked over. Caleb raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure I can join?" After all, he was just an outsider. No matter how many rumors floated around, some would still dismiss them as Kanto exaggerations. Before Caitlin could answer, Chantal spoke up eagerly. "Of course you can. I've heard all about what you've done from Cynthia herself. If you can't join, then no one deserves to." Grimsley nodded in agreement. He actually admired this young investigator. Even someone like him, who saw life as one big gamble, had to admit that Caleb's feats were utterly insane. Chapter 317. Tilde Conference Room Tilde. Everyone sat around the long table. Officer Jenny stood beside Alder and handed him the investigation report that had been prepared in advance. "We haven't located Takashi yet," Caitlin said, her delicate brows furrowed. "And Team Plasma, which had been active in major cities, has recently gone quiet." Alder didn't respond. His brow furrowed deeper as he quickly scanned the report. Then he asked, "Has anyone here specifically studied Unova's mythology and historical legends?" Caitlin blinked, then realized what he meant. "You want to start from there?" Alder nodded. "From the butler's testimony, both Takashi and Team Plasma are after those 3 legendary Pokémon. If we find the location of those Pokémon, we'll be able to find Takashi and Team Plasma." "But once we find them, what do we do with Takashi?" Chantal asked, resting her chin on her hand. Grimsley glanced at Alder, then shook his head at Chantal with a sigh. "I doubt we can touch him." Going after Takashi would trigger an immediate unified pressure from all the noble clans. Unova's league had been in decline for years. If war broke out, they'd likely end up in a holding the emperor hostage to command the nobles scenario. At that point, the league would be fully controlled by the aristocracy, and the law would mean nothing to them. Grimsley didn't want to see that happen. "Damn it!" Marshall, who'd stayed silent until now, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. They were powerless. Even if they found Takashi and Team Plasma, they'd probably be forced to quietly deal with Team Plasma only. As for Takashi, his influence in Unova was too vast. The League couldn't touch him. "So, is this really the only way?" Chantal asked gloomily. "No," Alder shook his head. "They've crossed a line. But now isn't the time to act." He paused, then suddenly called out, "Caleb." At the name, the Elite Four instinctively turned to look at Caleb. Caleb felt a bit of pressure, but he wasn't some rookie anymore. He calmly met the champion's gaze. Alder's eyes showed a flicker of approval. "What are your thoughts on this?" Caleb asked, "Do you mean finding Takashi's location or dealing with Unova's capital forces?" "If it's the former, I think it's pretty straightforward." "You know where the Tau Trio are sleeping?" Alder asked. Caleb honestly shook his head. "No, but I have a Pokémon companion with time travel abilities. With its help, I can go back and investigate Takashi's movements." Chantal, a novelist with a love for adventure stories, was surprised but quickly raised a concern. "But if you change the timeline, can you still return here?" She knew about the butterfly effect. Every action in the past altered the future, creating a new timeline, and it would never be the original one again. Caleb understood her concern. He explained, "No one will know I was there, and I won't make any changes that affect the timeline." "Oh," Chantal's eyes lit up in understanding. Alder nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "And the latter, what about the noble families?" Caleb considered it for a moment, then said, "Expose what they've done to the people of Unova. Win public opinion first, then use that as grounds to freeze their assets." Alder's eyes lit up, but then he frowned again. "Ah, if only it were that simple. The problem isn't just their wealth. They have countless trainers with elite and champion-level power. It wasn't just the 5 of them. There were many more powerful trainers out there. Many had been recruited by organizations, noble houses, or working as League investigators." Caleb nodded in understanding. After a moment, he said, "Then we'll have to use force. Marshall blinked, huh. Everyone turned to him. Grimsley hesitated. You mean, declare war? No, no, Caleb quickly shook his head. I mean go straight to their doors, beat them into submission, and take control. What do you mean? Chantal asked, confused. Caleb explained, simple. Find a strong trainer, pass them off as a noble immigrating from another region, and send them to challenge the major clans under the guise of friendly exhibition matches, at least on the surface. Grimsley finally understood. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're suggesting? If I move fast, I can handle 2 clans in one day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, Caleb said. Chantal gasped, hand over her mouth, but isn't that illegal? Caleb raised an eyebrow. Don't you think it's justice being served? And we'd only target clans with anti-league tendencies who have done wrong. Skeptical, Caitlin frowned. There's no one in the league who fits the role you're describing. Who could possibly have that kind of power? To single-handedly take on numerous elite trainers from across Unova's noble houses. It was impossible. Even Alder couldn't pull that off. There is, Caleb said. Who? Grimsley asked. Me, Caleb answered. You, this isn't the time for jokes. Marshall scowled, clearly annoyed. Why would you think I'm joking? Caleb asked, genuinely surprised. Do I really look that harmless? He wondered. Do you know how many noble families there are in Unova? Grimsley said gravely. There are 38. Each one has between 10 to 50 trainers with at least elite-level strength. Even if we average 20 per family, that's 760 trainers. Even if you're strong, can you handle that many alone? To that question, Caleb's answer was simple. Of course I can. Players had endless potential. He had the Viridian Power, 2 Mutwos, armored Mimikyu, a Dragonite that hit like a bomber, and a Lucario that could link with him for aura amplification. Even Celebi could support from the rear. This team's strength had long surpassed that of any elite level. Sure enough, as soon as he agreed, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've triggered the hidden quest, unrivaled under heaven. Quest objective, challenge Unova's noble houses. Completed, 020. Reward, SSS. Chapter 318. Do you really think you're capable of that? Grimsley's eyes narrowed with doubt. If I recall correctly, you were just an investigator in Kanto, right? Caleb nodded, yes. That had been his role during his first instance. And if I'm not mistaken, back then you only had 1 Pokémon, Grimsley added, recalling the intel he'd seen. Nearly 2 years had passed since Team Rocket's downfall. For an ordinary trainer to grow into someone with elite-level strength in just 2 years sounded like pure fantasy. Grimsley simply didn't believe it was possible. Caleb clearly understood Grimsley's skepticism, but since it involved Infinite World, there was no way to explain it, and he didn't feel like trying. So he just said lightly, people grow. Grimsley frowned, this isn't the time for jokes. Challenging every noble house single-handedly, fighting dozens of elite-level trainers. The odds of winning were about as likely as Rayquaza evolving from a Caterpie or Groudon learning to fly. Grimsley's tone wasn't pleasant, but Caleb took no offense. He just asked calmly, why are you so sure I'll lose? Obviously, 6 Pokémon in a rotation battle against hundreds of elite-level Pokémon. Even if those 6 were all elite tier, there was no way they'd last to the end. Grimsley thought, failing to fathom where this guy got his confidence. He's just a regular investigator, an intelligence agent for Arceus' sake. Everyone in the league, new investigators from the intelligence division, weren't exactly strong trainers. Grimsley barely held back the urge to slam the table. He fixed Caleb with a stern glare, his furrowed brow screaming disapproval. You. Grimsley, that's enough. Caitlin cut in before he could finish. Grimsley froze. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but in the end said nothing. He just slumped back in his chair, silent. Caitlin gave Caleb an apologetic look. Caleb just raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling he didn't mind. Sorry, Alder spoke up from the head of the table. Grimsley didn't mean anything by it. It's just, what you said is honestly hard to believe. I don't mean anything either, Caleb said. I just want to give it a try. Alder sighed. I know. but we can't afford to provoke them without absolute certainty of success. In the upper echelons of the Pokémon world, reputation often outweighed everything else. Showing up at their doors to challenge them was basically spitting in their faces and saying they had no worthy trainers, that their strength was a joke. If you won, fine, but if you lost, the league would look like a bunch of clowns and end up with a mountain of trouble. That was the concern shared by all 5 of them. And Caleb wasn't even from Unova. So from every angle, they couldn't just entrust the future of the Unova League to him so easily. Caleb understood Alder's point perfectly. Truth was, this whole thing wasn't even part of his main quest. Win or lose, it wouldn't affect him either way. Sure, the hidden quest came with an SSS grade reward, but if they didn't trust him, there wasn't much he could do. So he fell silent, content to sit quietly as a mere observer. Alder didn't press further. He just leaned back, deep in thought. Chantal's brows were knotted in worry, her glasses sliding slightly down her nose. Marshall sat with his thick arms crossed, looking like a man burdened by the weight of the world. Grimsley rubbed his temples, his expression as tense as the thinker statue. Caitlin bit her lip, her delicate brow furrowed. The others didn't know Caleb's true strength, but she did. Mutwo, the mysterious Pokémon that had suddenly appeared in Alola. Since its emergence, countless elite trainers had tried to challenge it, including those with champion-level strength. All of them failed. Not a single one succeeded. Every trainer who had faced the Mutwo described it the same way, too terrifying. As if they'd lost the ability to speak, only being able to utter those words. One Mutwo was already that powerful, and Caleb had 2 of them. For a trainer to tame 2 Mutwos, just how monstrous must his strength be, Caitlin couldn't even imagine. Now she finally understood why the villainous organizations in Kanto and Sinnoh had collapsed so quickly. Just then, Alder's peripheral vision caught Caitlin zoning out. He blinked, then asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" They couldn't afford anyone dropping out right now. His voice drew everyone's attention to Caitlin. "No, I'm fine," she said quickly. "It's just about this matter, I think." She glanced at Caleb and paused at the crucial moment. Caleb tilted his head, a little confused. Alder held his breath, but after no follow-up came, he had to ask, "You think what?" Caitlin's gaze lingered on Caleb. "I think we should go with his plan." The room fell dead silent. Grimsley's jaw dropped in disbelief. He looked like he was about to blurt out a sharp retort. Marshall and Chantal exchanged glances. Though they said nothing, their eyes were full of doubt. After a brief moment of surprise, Alder recovered quickly. He looked at Caleb, then at Caitlin and asked carefully, "What do you mean?" Caleb was surprised too, but he caught on fast. Under everyone's stares, Caitlin said slowly, "He can pull off challenging those noble trainers." Then she turned to Caleb and asked earnestly, "Right?" Though her words were vague, Caleb understood exactly what she meant. All eyes shifted to him. "Well," Caleb sighed, "all right." He reached into his belt and pulled out all his piquet balls. With flashes of white light, a variety of Pokémon appeared in the modest-sized conference room. First came the smallest, Mimikyu and Celebi. The moment they appeared, they hopped onto Caleb's shoulders, one on each side. Next was Lucario, standing tall at Caleb's side like a loyal knight. Then came Dragonite and Hydreigon, their imposing forms flanking Caleb from behind like 2 extremes. One sleek and majestic, the other fierce and menacing. "That Dragonite, it's been raised to absolute perfection," Chantal murmured, eyes wide. Caleb glanced at Dragonite. Of course, nothing less was expected from this majestic, chonky dragon. He was fed top-tier Pokéblocks daily and trained alongside Hydreigon and Mutwo. Even a Weedle could evolve into the deadliest Beedrill imaginable under those conditions. Then Caleb held up his last 2 piquet balls. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary red and white balls, plain and unadorned. But Caitlin knew better. Inside those simple spheres lay 2 Pokémon of infinite potential. Caleb tossed them into the air. Brilliant white light erupted. From within the glow, 2 nearly identical humanoid Pokémon slowly emerged. As the light faded, the piquet balls dropped neatly back into Caleb's hands. Everyone except Caitlin froze in stunned silence at the sight of the 2 Mutwos. Grimsley's eyes bulged. Suddenly remembering something, he snapped his head toward Caleb, who was now surrounded by his Pokémon, and blurted out, "You're the person from Alola." Chapter 319. To Grimsley's question, Caleb just smiled faintly and said, "Congratulations, you guessed right. Too bad there's no prize." Grimsley stood frozen in place, as if he hadn't even heard the reply. Beside him, Marshall and Chantal were so shocked, they nearly forgot to breathe. Even Alder, champion of the Unova League, now looked at Caleb with completely different eyes. The already quiet conference room fell into an even deeper silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. From Caleb's perspective, he could easily hear the heavy, rapid breathing of Grimsley and Marshall. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, can we proceed now?" Alder finally tore his gaze away. After a moment of deep thought, he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" He knew Mutwo was powerful, but could it really take on hundreds of carefully trained, elite-level Pokémon in succession? As champion, Alder had his responsibilities. He didn't want to drag this Kanto investigator into Unova's murky waters. The situation here ran too deep for a lone outsider to handle. After a pause, Alder said gently, "What I mean is you don't have to get involved." Youthful passion was admirable, but in this situation, no one could guarantee that Caleb's fire wouldn't be drowned by the flood of noble power. If Mutwo failed, Caleb would undoubtedly earn the lasting resentment of those clans. "Honestly, I don't want to get mixed up in this mess either," Caleb thought silently. But his main quest was tied to this region, so he couldn't just walk away. In a way, he and the Unova League were already in the same boat. Still, he had to play the part. With a hero's resolve, Caleb declared firmly, "I think anyone in this situation would refuse to back down, right?" Predictably, Alder was moved. He took a deep breath, reached out, and gave Caleb's shoulder a solemn, heavy pat. "Then we're counting on you." Caleb's plan was approved, and the meeting finally moved forward. He laid out the general strategy, and Caitlin and Chantal refined the details. In the end, the six of them split into two teams. Alder, Chantal, Grimsley, and Marshall would infiltrate Team Plasma's base. Caleb and Caitlin would handle Unova's noble houses. After the meeting, the atmosphere in Unova seemed unchanged, but beneath the surface, currents were already stirring. No one knew that later that afternoon, in Oplucid Gym, a young man defeated Unova's entire Elite Four members and the champion in a 6-on-1 battle, proving his strength. 3 days later, a young noble from Sinnoh landed at Castelia City Airport. At the same time, a rumor began spreading through Unova's upper class. The young master of the Kyudo family from Sinnoh, Kyudo Shinichi, said all the noble families here are trash. This statement instantly ignited the fury of Unova's young noble trainers. They scrambled to find this Shinichi, ready to teach him a lesson. But before they could track him down, the so-called young master showed up himself. After defeating one opponent, he arrogantly shouted, "Is this it? Is this really the best Unova's got? Who could possibly tolerate that?" A wave of young nobles rose up in fury. The commotion grew so large, it caught the attention of the clan heads themselves. After some deliberation, the heads decided to turn this into an opportunity to host a Pokémon tournament to settle things. At Castelia City's police station, Caleb nearly spat out the water he had just sipped when he heard the news. He turned to Caitlin and asked, "Did I hear that right?" "You did," Caitlin said, frowning as she studied his expression. "Wait, you look happy about this." "Shouldn't I be?" Caleb grinned. "They're gathering everyone in one place. I won't even need to chase them down." Caitlin blinked. "Wait, you're not planning to make a move at the tournament, are you?" "What's wrong with that?" Caleb asked, confused. Wait, Caitlin quickly recalled the details. 17 noble houses are participating. That means you'd be facing all of them at once. Mutwo is strong, sure, but even it can't handle that many enemies. Caleb finally understood her concern. He chuckled, saying, "I never said I'd follow the League's battle rules. It's simple, really. What if I just confiscate their Piquet balls and detain them, then, one by one, invite them all in for some tea?" Caitlin stared dumbfounded. "You mean?" "No, you can't. There'll be civilian spectators there." "That's easy," Caleb said nonchalantly. "Give me a Team Plasma uniform. That way, the league stays clean in the public eye. Caitlin's mouth fell open. She pictured the scene, then her expression toward Caleb shifted instantly. Caleb met her gaze innocently. Caitlin bit her lip, hesitated, then finally asked, "Does Cynthia even know you're this devious?" "You can't deny that there's no simpler or faster way than this," Caleb said reasonably, "and this avoids pointless battles and mass casualties." "Is that so?" Caitlin murmured, dazed. "It is," Caleb said firmly. The young trainers tournament was officially set to take place in Castelia City. As soon as the announcement dropped, the Castelia Stadium buzzed with frantic preparations. As a major event for the younger generation of noble families, all the family heads would attend for appearances. That was the exact opportunity that Caleb and Caitlin had been waiting for. Before the tournament began, Caleb used his SL item, Rewind, to save a checkpoint. If something went wrong, he could reload and try again. Meanwhile, Alder's team kept sending updates. Their undercover agents in Team Plasma had discovered that Plasma's ultimate target was Kyurem. This intel didn't surprise Caleb. In Pokémon Black and White, Team Plasma's goal was to separate humans and Pokémon, so they alone could control Pokémon and dominate the powerless masses. By Black 2 and White 2, Ghetsis' aim had shifted to seize control of Kyurem's mind and use it to conquer Unova. Standing at the edge of the Castelia City Stadium and watching staff rush around, Caleb murmured to himself, "Team Plasma, huh? Then, does this world have N?" Chapter 320. 3 days later, as the preparations for the competition venue were completed, the tournament, which had attracted attention from countless spectators since its announcement, finally held its opening ceremony. As the organizers of the event, the heads of various major families in the Unova region made appearances at the opening ceremony, offering words of encouragement to the young trainers. Watching the middle-aged man on stage delivering a speech, Caleb remarked, "It seems like more than just the 17 families are attending this event." Judging by the situation below, it appeared that nearly every major and minor family in Unova had arrived. Caitlin wasn't surprised by this. She had also spotted members of her own family in the crowd. "This isn't just a simple tournament anymore," she said, pointing toward a specific section of the stadium and asked, "See those people over there?" Caleb followed her gaze and noticed a group of meticulously dressed individuals in a corner. "Those are the lowest-ranking families in Unova. They came here hoping to curry favor with the top-tier clans," Caitlin explained calmly. "Bootlickers," Caleb commented. The term hadn't yet appeared in this world, so it took Caitlin a moment to grasp its meaning. She chuckled and said, "Even canine Pokémon aren't this eager to please." Caleb acknowledged her remark with a nod and shifted the conversation back to the event. By now, the spectator stands of the venue were completely filled. "It's time to make our move," Caitlin said. "Once the opening ceremony ends, they'll start leaving." Caleb hummed in agreement. Then, he took the Team Plasma uniform from Officer Jenny, put it on, and zipped it up. Just as he was about to issue some instructions, he caught sight of a boy with a Pikachu rushing in through the entrance. "Is that Ash?" Behind him were a dark-skinned girl with twin tails and a green-haired young man dressed in a shirt and uniform. They were Ash's travel companions in the Unova region, Iris and Silan. Noticing Caleb's slightly odd expression, Caitlin asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Caleb shook his head. He just hoped that Ash wouldn't immediately turn into a well-intentioned obstacle and attack him once he began his operation. Though Ash's strength now lagged far behind Caleb's, his personality meant he'd likely charge in without hesitation. This wasn't the anime. Before arriving here, Ash had already journeyed through Kanto, Johto, Hone, and Sinnoh. If Pikachu's power hadn't been reset, it could be terrifyingly strong by now. After a moment's thought, to avoid unnecessary trouble and accidentally harming Ash, Caleb turned to the Officer Jenny beside him. "See those 3 over there?" Officer Jenny stepped forward with a serious expression. "Yes, take them backstage," Caleb instructed. Officer Jenny glanced at Ash and the other 2. Though puzzled, she didn't question the order. Instead, she gave a solemn salute and went to carry out the task. Caitlin had also noticed Ash and the others. She was curious about Caleb's actions. Is there something wrong with those three? If she remembered correctly, the green-haired guy was one of the Striaton City gym leaders. Wait, Caitlin's eyes sharpened. She looked at Ash again and after a moment exclaimed, "Isn't that boy the champion of the last Sinnoh League tournament? Why is he here?" Caleb was taken aback. "What did you say?" Caitlin blinked and repeated, "The champion of the Sinnoh region." Ash, "Yes, that's his name. I watched that tournament. It was truly spectacular." Caleb sighed. It seems the plot has shifted once again. If he remembered correctly, in the anime, Ash lost to Tobias and his Darkrai in the Sinnoh League. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The opening ceremony was wrapping up. Caleb glanced down, nodded at Caitlin, and tossed 2 piquet balls. In the next second, his figure vanished from the room. Castelia City Stadium Tilda. The opening ceremony had officially concluded. Joden Mori, the representative of the leading families, had just handed the microphone back to the host and was preparing to leave when the weather above suddenly changed. The clear, cloudless sky was instantly covered by dark, ominous clouds that seemed to appear out of nowhere. A strong wind began to blow across the venue, and a storm brewed within the clouds. Joden frowned and opened his mouth to speak, only for him to be engulfed by a flash of white light and lose consciousness. The sudden incident immediately drew everyone's attention. Since the tournament hadn't officially begun, the participating trainers were still standing outside, listening to the speeches. They witnessed firsthand how the group of family heads on stage suddenly vanished. That Pokémon emanating a blue glow, it was Mewtwo. For a moment, everyone was frozen in place, staring in shock at the sight. A few quick-thinking trainers sensed danger and swiftly threw out their piquet balls, releasing all their Pokémon. The long-brewing storm finally broke overhead. Like judgment itself, the wind howled across the arena. On the now empty platform, amidst the howling wind and pouring rain, Mewtwo coldly scanned the crowd below before stepping slightly aside. The crowd was bewildered, but before they could process what was happening, a man wearing a Team Plasma uniform emerged from behind Mewtwo, walking forward slowly. Wherever he passed, the rain parted, not a single drop touching him. "Team Plasma," someone shouted, their voice echoing through the downpour. The cry jolted the stunned crowd out of their daze. Recognizing the danger, they quickly reached for their piquet balls, ready to confront the enemy. But the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The piquet balls in their hands seemed to gain a life of their own, breaking free and rising into the sky through the rain. In the midst of the storm, another figure slowly materialized. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on it. The spectators who hadn't yet left, the production crew watching from backstage monitors, and the elite trainers in the center of the arena. All of them stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with sheer disbelief. "That's a second Mewtwo. How is this possible?" Snap! With a crisp snap of fingers, the fierce wind abruptly ceased, and the falling raindrops hung motionless midair. An overwhelmingly powerful wave of psychic force erupted from the Mewtwo above, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The world fell into silence. The Pokémon released by the noble trainers instantly lost their ability to battle. It was a show of absolute domination. Watching the scene below, Caleb suddenly felt that he had a real knack for playing the villain. Chapter 321. "Damn it, Team Plasma, this is unforgivable." One of the nobles who was yanked into the air by Mewtwo's psychic grip shouted through gritted teeth. But no matter how hard he struggled, there was no escaping Mewtwo's power. A villain should look the part. Caleb turned his head, his face, which had been altered by the substitute glasses, now cold and menacing. Then, with a casual flick of his finger, Mewtwo's eyes flashed blue. A surge of psychic force slammed into the man, sending him flying backward through the air. The noble's heart almost stopped in fright, his eyes squeezed shut as he braced for impact. But the pain never came. Instead, he collided with something warm and solid. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." A calm, youthful voice rang out behind him, followed instantly by a sharp cry, "Pikachu." The noble opened his eyes. Electricity crackled through the rain, exploding across the sky like fireworks. Transparent raindrops reflected the world in miniature. Time seemed to freeze. Everything around him slowed to a crawl. The current reacted with the rain, spreading at blinding speed. Within a split second, it coalesced into a spherical lightning bolt that engulfed Mutwo. Pikachu landed gracefully beside Ash. Ash clenched his fists, eyes locked tensely on the scene above. Officer Jenny, who had failed to find Ash earlier, finally arrived. She stopped a short distance behind him, panting, and shouted to the stunned crowd, "This place is dangerous. Everyone evacuate." Most spectators here were passionate Pokémon battle fans. Many had watched the last Sinnoh League tournament. So the moment they saw that iconic red and white cap and the ever-present Pikachu, they recognized Ash instantly. That's the champion. Compared to when he'd first left Pallet Town, Ash had clearly matured. Hearing his name called, he only glanced back briefly before urging the crowd, "Leave this to me. You all leave this place." "Seriously, we're doing this now," Caleb sighed inwardly. He shot Ash and Pikachu an exasperated look, then turned to Mewtwo, who had just appeared beside him after teleporting away from Pikachu's attack. Mewtwo gave a silent nod, then vanished and reappeared behind Ash and Pikachu. In a flash of blue light, Ash and Pikachu vanished. Having just witnessed the spectacle, the crowd erupted into panicked cries. "Ah, the champion. The champion couldn't even stand against him. We're doomed. Damn Team Plasma." Chaos broke out. People shoved each other and stumbled, but with the exits being narrow, many were knocked to the ground. Caleb clearly saw a little girl in a dress get separated from her parents and shoved onto the wet pavement by the surging crowd. His brow furrowed. His goal was to invite the noble heirs for tea, not harm innocent civilians. He glanced at Mutwo. Mutwo nodded, then his eyes glowed faint blue. Instantly, the entire crowd was enveloped in a gentle psychic field and lifted safely into the air. The fallen girl was cradled upright by an invisible, tender force. Officer Jenny, who had been holding her breath in terror, finally exhaled in relief. She turned gratefully toward where Caleb had stood, but he was already gone. She blinked, then looked toward the battlefield. Sure enough, all the noble heirs had vanished too. The massive Castelia Stadium now held only a sea of confused and dazed spectators. When the little girl's frantic parents finally found her, she was gazing up at the sky. Her father scooped her up. Clinging to his shoulder, she pointed cheerfully at where Mutwo had hovered. "Daddy, that Pokémon helped me." The man stared, bewildered. "Pokémon? What Pokémon?" "A Pokémon that had used psychic power, but hadn't harmed them. It had prevented a stampede and gently lifted people to safety." Could it really be Mutwo? He looked at his wife and saw the same disbelief in her eyes. Tilda, meanwhile, in Kanto Tilda. Inside a hidden facility, a man in a black suit with a sharp buzz cut lay on a cold metal bed. Holding a bundle of neural interface cables, Domino looked at the man with concern. "Boss, are you sure about this? Our memory extraction tech is still experimental." Hearing this, Giovanni impatiently shut his eyes. For months, he has been searching for clues about his own identity. 2 months ago, a woman named Domino contacted him, claiming to be his secretary. She told him everything. At first, Giovanni refused to believe her, but the evidence she presented proved every word true. This memories had been erased, perhaps even altered. The realization shattered his sense of self. Team Rocket's old research on the effects of psychic power on the human brain had concluded that psychic-induced amnesia didn't delete memories. It merely suppressed them deep within the mind, shielded from access. Fortunately, this research base had survived the Kanto League's purge. "Whoever altered my memories, they're dead," fury burned in Giovanni's eyes. He took a sharp breath and growled, "Do it." Domino sighed, worry etched on her face. Without another word, she attached the neural nodes to his temples and other key points. "Boss, I'm starting," she said. Giovanni grunted and shut his eyes. Domino activated the long idle machine. With a loud click, a jolt of intense current surged through the cables. Giovanni's vision flashed white. A moment later, unbearable pain came. Teeth clenched, eyes wide and unfocused, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Time passed, long enough for Domino's forehead to be drenched in sweat. Finally, with a grinding creak, the machine shut down. The damp nodes fell from Giovanni's head. Residual agony pulsed through his mind. Did it fail? Domino held her breath, too afraid to ask. After a long silence, Giovanni's scattered gaze slowly refocused. He sat up from the metal bed, eyes cold as they pierced through the walls ahead. Contact Maxi, Getsis, and Lysander, he commanded coldly. Activate Project R. Chapter 322. Domino's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to say something, but seeing Giovanni's cold, indifferent expression, she swallowed her words and simply replied, "Yes, sir." Giovanni closed his eyes, his brow furrowed with irritation. How's the situation in Alola progressing? Domino, we've already tracked traces of Solgaleo and Lunala's movements. Faber of the Etha Foundation is currently pursuing them. Giovanni, find them as soon as possible. Only through them could they open an ultra wormhole, enter ultra space, reach ultra megalopolis, and awaken the being imprisoned there for 1,000 years. Domino nodded solemnly, understood. Giovanni rose from the metal bed, his voice flat and emotionless. You go back first. Domino blinked in surprise. Aren't you coming back to Alola with me? A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Giovanni's lips. The gift I prepared for the Kanto League hasn't been delivered yet. Domino understood. She nodded and left the base without another word. No one knew what Giovanni had planned. 3 days later, a horrific bombing rocked the League's headquarters. Dragon-type Elite Lance, Ghost-type Elite Agatha, and Fighting-type Elite Bruno all vanished without a trace in the explosion. Lorelei, who hadn't attended the meeting and was out on assignment, narrowly escaped. Standing before the smoldering ruins, she froze, completely lost. 24 hours later, news of the 3 Elite Four's deaths spread across Kanto and Johto, sparking widespread mourning. At the same time, in Sinnoh, Cyrus escaped prison, rallied the remaining Team Galactic remnants, launching a spree of Pokémon thefts. In Hone, Maxi and Archie joined forces at MT, Pyre, uncovering the key to awakening Groudon and Kyogre. In Kalos, Lysander found Zygarde, the guardian of the ecosystem, in a deep cave, defeated it through cunning tactics, and forced it to fragment into cells scattered across Kalos. 3 days earlier, Caleb sat on the sofa, watching with mild amusement as the man across from him slowly came to, "You're awake. How was your nap?" Caitlin had mentioned this was the most influential among Unova's noble heads. His name was something like Joden Mori. Memories trickled back into Joden's mind. Recalling what had happened, his eyes instantly sharpened with suspicion. "It was you," he said with certainty. "Aren't you even curious why I brought you here?" Caleb asked casually. Joden's mind raced through possibilities. Though inwardly shaken, he kept his expression calm. "You're from the Voltaire family." Caleb raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shook his head. "The Ashford family." Caleb shook his head again. Joden guessed several more names, but kept missing the mark, leaving Caleb increasingly baffled. This man has a lot of enemies, huh? But the real issue wasn't that Joden couldn't guess right. It was that, in his worldview, the Unova League simply didn't have the power to oppose them. So naturally, he had ruled them out entirely. Caleb didn't bother playing games. He recited the script Caitlin had prepared. "Joden Mori, you violated the League's Pokémon Smuggling Act. You're under arrest." Joden didn't care about the mispronounced name. He focused on the accusation. How dare the League do this? Don't they fear the Mori family manipulating the market and destabilizing the entire region? "Impossible," Joden snapped. "You have no evidence. You have no authority to arrest me." Caleb gave a faint, knowing smile. "Oh, is that so?" After his initial shock, Joden had regained his composure. He sneered, "According to League law, no one may detain a civilian without cause. I demand to see my lawyer. I'll sue you." "All right then," Caleb said, picking up a coffee cup from the coffee table and took a sip, frowned at the taste, and set it down. "Who said we're detaining you? I just invited you for a cup of coffee." Joden clearly didn't believe him. "You just accused me of smuggling. That's slander." "Did I?" Caleb looked genuinely puzzled. "I don't remember saying that. Do you have any evidence to prove I said that?" The words died in Joden's throat. He stared, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he said arrogantly, 5 million, let me go. Caleb shook his head. Too little, how much did they pay you to kidnap me? I'll double it. Caleb just laughed. Without another word, he stood up. You keep saying we're holding you captive, but that's not the case. You don't believe me? Feel free to step outside and see for yourself. With that, he left the room. Joden sat silently on the sofa for a while. When the hallway outside fell completely quiet, he quickly moved to the window and looked out. He noticed they were in large 3-story manor, one surrounded on all sides by endless, uninhabited mountains and dense forest. Joden stared blankly at the view. He wasn't technically imprisoned, but there was no way he could leave either. His Piquet balls were gone. Wild Pokémon wouldn't be nearly as obedient as trained ones. Surviving alone out, there was close to impossible. Now fully calm, Joden reflected. Reaching his position hadn't been easy. He always thought further ahead than most. He recalled recent events. Then he remembered what happened to the Yamamoto family. The League had already moved against them. And now they'd snatched him too, clearly to prevent the nobles from causing chaos in the power vacuum. Joden had no idea where the League found someone capable of pulling off such an abduction. At that moment, a chilling thought surfaced in his mind, unbidden. They're finished. When Caleb returned to Caitlin, she had already explained everything to Ash and his friends. By now, Caleb had deactivated the effects of his substitution glasses and changed back into his usual clothes. Ash recognized him immediately, his face flushed with guilt, sorry for attacking you back there. Caleb waved it off. He studied Ash carefully and noticed that any trace of the childish image from his anime era had vanished. He had fully matured into a formidable trainer. Did you go pick up Pidgeot? Caleb suddenly asked. Ash blinked in surprise. How did you know? Caleb lied without missing a beat. Professor Oak told me. Ash nodded in understanding. Yeah, I brought her back. She's here too. You want to see her? Caleb declined. He was busy. After greeting Ash, he turned to Caitlin. We can start the next phase now. That was to expose everything these nobles had done. Let the public and the law deliver the final judgment. Caitlin nodded, and they quickly finalized the details. Meanwhile, Ash, Iris, and Scylla stood to the side. Iris cradled Axew and asked, Ash, do you know him? Ash hummed softly, recalling his brief encounter with Caleb back in Johto, and all the legendary things he'd heard since. With quiet admiration, he said, he's a very incredible person. Chapter 323. The next day. Represented by Caitlin, the Unova League held a regional press conference in Castelia Town. At the event, she publicly exposed the crimes of several noble families. These included cross-regional Pokémon smuggling, drug trafficking, restaurants that served Pokémon as food, and other even darker, more horrifying acts. The revelation instantly ignited outrage across Unova. Enraged citizens took to the streets with their Pokémon, demanding the League punish the culprits without mercy. The League naturally complied. Officer Jennies from across the region mobilized, arresting all involved individuals, seizing their private assets, and placing them under League management. All profits from those operations were redirected to local Pokémon centers for the benefit of the public. Of course, not everyone went quietly. Some tried to fight back in desperation, but Caleb took care of them all in just a few minutes. By the time everything was settled, it was already 9 p.m. Caleb and Caitlin had just returned to their temporary residence when they spotted a familiar golden-haired figure waiting outside. Caleb was genuinely surprised. You're here, how come? Cynthia stood beneath a tree, holding 2 takeout bags, watching them from a distance. She smiled softly, not happy to see me. Caleb was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he said, It's just, I didn't expect you this late. Truth was, she had arrived hours ago, but seeing how busy they were, she decided to wait quietly. Cynthia didn't mention that, though. Instead, she changed the subject. Have you had dinner yet? At the mention of food, Caleb's stomach growled loudly. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and said, Not yet. Perfect, Cynthia said, holding out the bags. I grabbed 2 meals from the convenience store. Standing nearby, Caitlin narrowed her eyes at their interaction. She definitely smelled something different. The three entered the room. Caleb flopped onto the sofa, opened his meal box, and found it filled with all his favorite dishes. Just as he was about to dig in, Caitlin spoke up. "You'll get sick if you eat without washing your hands." Caleb, sighing, he got up and went to wash his hands. Once he was gone, Caitlin turned to her old friend with a sly look. "How long have you two known each other?" Cynthia glanced at her. "What are you getting at?" Caitlin hummed playfully. "So, are you two dating?" At those words, Cynthia froze. She instinctively protested. "Don't be ridiculous." "I didn't hear a no tilde." No, Cynthia had never even considered it. She had spent the first half of her life pursuing her ideals, traveling extensively for theology and history, until Caleb came along. Caitlin clearly didn't buy it. "Then let me ask this, is he really your little brother?" Cynthia paused, looking at her in confusion. Caitlin smiled. "I mean, do you really see him as just a brother?" Caitlin has never seen a sister blush when seeing her brother, or drop everything at work to secretly visit him. Now Cynthia understood. Her expression remained unchanged, but her heart was in turmoil. After living together for so long, they'd grown utterly accustomed to each other's presence. In the days right after Caleb first left, she felt his absence deeply. She was left with a strange emptiness and longing. She wanted to see him, to talk to him, to just be near him, even in silence. But was that love? And why didn't she know? Caleb was undeniably handsome, smart at times, silly at others, loved Pokémon, and was sincere with people. Cynthia said nothing. Caitlin didn't press further. Some things only needed to be said once. She trusted her friend already knew the truth. Just then, Caleb walked back in. Seeing their quiet atmosphere, he grinned and sat beside Cynthia. "What were you two talking about? It looked like you were having fun." Caitlin replied, "Shouldn't we be celebrating? We just solved a huge crisis." "True," Caleb agreed, and went back to eating. He had already fed Dragonite, and the others at 6 p.m. They were likely exhausted from a full day of battles, so he let them rest. Caitlin rested her chin in her hand, watching Caleb intently. Caleb wasn't blind, he felt the stare. He glanced over and asked, "What do you want?" "Just one question." "Go ahead." Caitlin glanced at Cynthia, then asked, "Do you have a girl you like?" Caleb answered without hesitation, "No. Why'd you ask that all of a sudden?" "Just curious," Caitlin teased. "So when are you getting married?" Caleb groaned. Even this world has marriage pressure. He brushed her off. "Not happening. I'm spending my life with Pokémon." And if Cynthia never married either, he could add her to that list too. After their grandma passes, the two of them would be all each other had in this world. "Caitlin's." She wanted to say more, but her phone suddenly rang. She answered in front of both of them. The voice on the other end was quiet. Caleb couldn't hear the words, but Caitlin's changing expression implied it wasn't good news. At that exact moment, Caleb's panel flashed with a long-overdue notification. Ding! Phase 3 main quest objective not completed. Team Plasma has awakened Kyurem. Your main quest has failed. That fast? Caleb blinked in shock, then a second notification popped up. Ding! Instance difficulty has changed. Current difficulty, SSS+. World tier has changed. Current tier, SSS+. It's been detected that an exclusive player is still active in this world. Special quest issued. Please choose. 1. Main quest failed. Player will be returned to Infinite World. 2. Main quest updated. Defeat Kyurem. Caleb was stunned. Damn it, he seethed. He had gotten so caught up in dealing with those damn nobles, he'd completely forgotten the main quest objective. But what's going on now? I understand the first part, but why did the world tier change? Did Kyurem's awakening really raise the entire world's threat level? That shouldn't be possible. Kyurem is strong, sure, but it's not that impactful. Caleb's gut told him something was off. He still had his save and load trick as a backup. After a moment's thought, he decided not to use it yet. Better to see how things unfolded first. And it wasn't just Caleb's side that was in trouble. Caitlin's news looked grim too. Sure enough, after hanging up, she said gravely, "Something's happened. Team Plasma awakened Kyurem, but for unknown reasons, it went berserk. It attacked Alder and Team Plasma, then flew off. Caleb froze mid-bite. Alder and the others got hurt. Caitlin shook her head, no. After it left, Kyurem went to Lacanosa Town and froze the entire town solid. Chapter 324. Lacanosa Town Tilde. Lacanosa was a small settlement in southeastern Unova. Here, there was an old custom to never go out at night. The tradition stemmed from a legend. Long, long ago, a meteor carrying a terrifying monster crashed near Lacanosa Town. Every night, the beast would appear with a freezing wind, devouring both humans and Pokémon. To protect themselves, the townspeople built walls around Lacanosa, enacted strict curfews, and urged everyone to stay indoors after dark. But legends fade. Over time, the custom disappeared into the slow-flowing river of history. That's all I know about Lacanosa Town, Caitlin said to Caleb and Cynthia aboard the helicopter. 6 hours had passed since they left Castelia City. Caleb nodded thoughtfully. He had never been to Lacanosa before, so he couldn't teleport directly there. He didn't know much about the town either. Online, information was scarce. The only thing tied to it was the giant chasm in the northwest, a place said to be the lair of the legendary Pokémon, Kyurem. Any word from Alder? Caleb asked. Caitlin's expression darkened. They went silent right after sending that last message. A champion and 3 Elite Four members, completely out of contact. If even they couldn't escape unscathed, could Kyurem really be that powerful? The thought unsettled both Caleb and Caitlin. Cynthia offered gently, "Don't worry, maybe their communication gear broke. That's why we haven't heard from them." Caitlin nodded, exhaustion etched into her features. "You two should rest. It'll still be a while before we land," Cynthia added. Caitlin shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm just worried, that's all." "I don't think we'll be sleeping anytime soon," Caleb said, peering out the helicopter window. "The weather is changing." Snow had begun to fall. Caitlin said, "Kyurem is an ice-type Pokémon. That means we're close to Lacanosa." "Yeah, very close," Caleb agreed. In the distance, white plains gave way to the silhouette of buildings. The pilot immediately steered toward them. Soon, they hovered above Lacanosa Town. The once bustling town now lay in eerie silence. Not a single light shone from the sprawling buildings below. It was just past dawn, the world still cloaked in dim gray. The helicopter touched down on an open patch of snow. Caleb jumped out. Unsure if Kyurem was still nearby, he released both Mutwoes from their piquet balls. "Scan the area for any signs of human life," he said to Mutwo. Mutwo nodded and closed his eyes. Unleashing his psychic force, the entire town was blanketed in an instant. A moment later, he opened his eyes and pointed, "Over there." Cynthia and Caitlin, having just disembarked, followed Mutwo's gaze. "Should we go?" Caitlin asked. Caleb nodded. With the pilot in tow, they trudged through knee-deep snow for about 300 meters until they reached a red-roofed building. It was the Pokémon Center. Caleb knocked, calling out, "Anyone inside?" Rustling came from inside. The door opened, revealing Officer Jenny's sharp, weary face. "You're." She cut herself off when she saw Caitlin behind Caleb and immediately snapped a crisp salute. "Is everyone all right?" Caitlin asked, her voice tight with concern. Jenny stepped aside, gesturing them in. The moment Caleb entered, he saw a crowd of exhausted humans and Pokémon huddled together on the floor. Several fire-type Pokémon kept a central fire burning, warming the room. Jenny closed the door and said, "Everyone from town, human and Pokémon, is here." Caleb and Cynthia moved to the side as Caitlin frowned, asking, "What exactly happened yesterday?" Jenny's expression turned grim. About 12 hours ago, a blizzard hit. Kyurem attacked the town. After burying everything in ice, it left. Some trainers tried to defend the town, but only a few survived. The room fell into heavy silence. Then a frantic figure burst from the crowd, shouting, "Bro, over here." Caleb turned and saw a familiar face. It was Xingwang, the player he'd met at Yamamoto's manor. "You know him?" Cynthia asked. Caleb nodded. "We've met." As they spoke, Xingwang rushed over, his cheeks red from frostbite, nose running from a cold. Caleb wordlessly handed him a packed tissue from his inventory. Xingwang took it gratefully. "Thanks, I've been wiping my nose on my sleeve. That was so embarrassing." After blowing his nose, he grabbed Caleb's arm urgently. "I've got something to tell you." "Go ahead," Caleb said. Strangely, Xingwang barely glanced at Cynthia or Caitlin. His eyes were locked solely on Caleb, as if he were his last hope. "Man, you're the only one who can save us now," he pleaded, gripping Caleb's hand tightly. Caleb pulled away with mild disgust. "Just talk normally." Xingwang didn't care. He reported earnestly, "Yesterday afternoon, I followed some other players to the giant chasm. Alder, Grimsley, and the others were there too. Oh, and Team Plasma's 7 sages and Getsis were also there. Plus, their group had players as well." Xingwang paused to take a breath, then continued. "Then Alder's team clashed with the sages. It was brutal. We fought their players too. Then that son of a bitch Getsis pulled a fast one on us. He woke up Kyurem while everyone was distracted. And guess what happened next?" "I'm not guessing," Caleb said dryly. Xingwang looked disappointed but continued. "Some shameless player tried to catch Kyurem in the chaos." He seethed, cursing. "That bastard had 2 items that could summon Reshiram and Zekrom from other worlds. He summoned both dragons, and then—" His face twisted in horror and disbelief. Kyurem somehow fused with both of them. Caleb knew Kyurem could fuse with Reshiram to become White Kyurem, and with Zekrom to become Black Kyurem. But with so many players, Elite Four members, and even a champion present, could an upgraded Kyurem really overpower them all? Xingwang saw through Caleb's skepticism and shook his head grimly. "No, it didn't fuse with just one. It fused with both." The Tao trio became one. Chapter 325. "Get some rest," Cynthia said softly. Caleb shook his head. Kyurem had left Lacanosa town, but the place was now a ruin, with only the survivors remaining. Officer Jenny was organizing the able-bodied townsfolk and Pokémon to search for food outside. Nurse Joy was negotiating with a few electric-type Pokémon, hoping to temporarily restore power to the Pokémon Center. "I have food," Caleb murmured. Cynthia asked, "Are you going to give it to them?" Caleb nodded and, without hiding it, pulled all the food from his inventory. The aroma immediately drew the attention of the people and Pokémon nearby. When Caleb offered it freely, they all thanked him sincerely. No one asked where it came from, and Caleb didn't explain. Caitlin walked back in and announced to the crowd, "I've reported the situation here. Rescue teams will arrive soon to help everyone." After briefing Officer Jenny on logistics, she approached Caleb, her expression grim. "We have to go." Caleb understood immediately from her look. Kyurem's rampage wasn't over. "Which city?" he asked. "Oplucid City was attacked an hour ago. Kyurem has already left, but based on its path, its next target is likely Icera City," Caitlin said. "The League's strongest trainers are already gathering there." "Then let's go," Caleb said. This was his main quest, so he couldn't avoid it. And if this kept up, all of Unova would be buried under ice. According to Xingwang, the fused form of the Tao trio had instantly defeated the 3 members of Elite Fours and a champion. Its power likely surpassed any ordinary legendary. Officer Jenny escorted the 3 onto the helicopter. As Lacanosa shrank below, Caleb asked, "Any news on Alder's group?" Caitlin nodded. "They're injured and being transported back to Castilia for treatment." Exhausted from lack of sleep, Caleb leaned back in his seat, told Cynthia he'd rest for a bit, then dozed off. When he woke, the helicopter had landed in Icera City. A coat was draped over him. He recognized the scent instantly. It was Cynthia's. Noticing she wore only light clothing in the freezing temperature, Caleb pulled a high-tech thermal coat from his inventory and handed it to her. She accepted without hesitation and slipped it on. Caitlin was still asleep. The pilot pointed silently out the window. Caleb turned and saw the Officer Jenny of Icera City waiting outside with a group of grim-faced officials. He opened the door and jumped down. Cynthia woke Caitlin, and the 2 followed. Officer Jenny reported immediately, "Kyurem hasn't left Icera yet. The city center is now uninhabitable due to its influence." Caitlin frowned. "Were the residents evacuated safely?" Jenny nodded. Temperatures there have dropped beyond human survival limits. Any living thing entering gets instantly frozen solid. Our trainers can't do a thing. Caitlin's brow furrowed deeper. She glanced instinctively at Caleb. Caleb nodded. I'll go check it out. He released Dragonite and was about to mount when Cynthia said, I'm coming with you. Caleb didn't object. Caitlin called after them, saying, Be careful. Wait for me at the perimeter, I'll join you shortly. Caleb nodded. Cynthia released Garchomp. The two mounted their Pokémon and flew toward the city center, which was shrouded in a dome of swirling white ice fog. As they neared, the temperature dropped sharply. Their breath crystallized the moment it left their lips. Thankfully, the thermal coats Caleb had bought from the Infinite Shop handled the extreme cold perfectly. We're here, Cynthia said cautiously, halting just before the massive dome of fog. It's strong. Mutwo telepathically warned from his Piquet ball. Then, in a flash of light, he materialized beside Caleb. Mewtwo followed instantly, appearing at Caleb's left. Wooer, Dragonite whimpered weakly. The freezing air, ice type, which was especially harsh on dragon types, made Dragonite visibly uncomfortable. Caleb stroked the chonky dragon's stiffened cheek, landed gently, and recalled him with a soft praise, good job. Suddenly, the silent fog began to churn. A roar of terrifying power boomed from within. Legendary Pokémon could sense each other's presence, meaning Kyurem had noticed them. The temperature plummeted further. The fog surged outward, then, a beam of freezing energy shot toward them at blinding speed. Mutwo, Caleb shouted. Mewtwo intercepted instantly. Its eyes blazed blue as thick psychic wave materialized, meeting the attack head-on. Mewtwo had used Psystrike. Above, storm clouds gathered without warning. Thunder crackled within. The cold hit its lowest point. Then, as if by magic, it suddenly spiked into searing heat. That was White Kyurem's ice burn. Simultaneously, lightning struck the ice fog, forming electrified ice blocks that encircled them. And that was Black Kyurem's freeze shock. The Dragon Fusion had used 3 signature moves almost simultaneously. Is this the power of the strongest dragon? Caleb didn't dare act rashly. Cynthia was here, and he couldn't let her get hurt. Teleport us out of here, he ordered. Mewtwo nodded. Psychic aura enveloped them, but nothing happened. Mutwo's sharpened. In an instant, he mega-evolved into Mega Mutwo Y, unleashing a denser psychic wave that formed a protective barrier around Caleb. Ding! Teleport failed. You are within Kyurem's frost aura. Psychic abilities are frozen. Teleportating outside the field is impossible. Ding! Due to frost aura, your Pokémon Mutwo has suffered a 70% speed reduction. Before the alert faded, Caleb saw frost creeping up Mewtwo's Psystrike, spreading from the point of contact to its body in seconds. Ding! Your Pokémon Mutwo has been inflicted with a frozen status. Now Caleb understood why Alder's team failed. This is absolutely insane. He recalled Mewtwo and turned to Mutwo asking, Can you break through the restriction? Mutwo Y gave a firm nod. Yes. Instantly, a tidal wave of raw psychic aura burst from his body, pushing back the freezing aura. From the fog, a colossal silhouette emerged. Caleb looked up and froze. Before him stood a titanic Pokémon, its body split perfectly between black and white, golden eyes burning with divine authority. Its color scheme reminded Caleb of the yin-yang symbol from Taoist philosophy. Just locking eyes with it filled the mind with one thought: this is not a foe to be challenged. But immediately after, burning defiance surged in Caleb's chest. To hell with fear, I'm here to beat the strongest. He and Mutwo exchanged a look of perfect understanding. A soft green glow enveloped Caleb. It was his enhanced Viridian Power. Viridian Power, Max, a mystical power granted by nature to the chosen. Basic abilities: heal Pokémon, communicate with them, sense their emotions. Advanced abilities: 1. Enhanced healing. Healing time greatly reduced, Viridian energy consumption decreased. 2. Enhanced perception. Can sense the inner thoughts of Pokémon around the player and communicate with them. This ability does not require physical contact with the Pokémon. 3. Purification. can cure any negative status condition of Pokémon, such as burn, sleep, poison, etc. 4. Mass healing. Mobilize the power of nature to restore the stamina of designated allied Pokémon within an area. Chapter 326. You should leave, Caleb urged Cynthia, worry clear in his voice. He needed to focus on the battle ahead and couldn't afford to be distracted by concern for her safety. But Cynthia simply smiled and shook her head. She held up a piquet ball. I can help. Caleb paused. Of course, Cynthia is strong. She isn't someone who needs protecting. Relieved, he nodded. Together then. Let's go, Cynthia nodded and tossed her piquet ball into the air. With a flash of white light, a Charizard appeared overhead, a red scarf tied neatly around its neck. Caleb recognized it instantly. It was the little Charmander he had given her at that New Year's festival. Now, it has grown into a mighty Charizard under her care. Garchomp, Draco Meteor, Charizard, use Fire Spin to clear this frost, Cynthia commanded coolly. Caleb turned his full focus back to the battle. He released Mimikyu, Dragonite, Hydreigon, Celebi, Lucario, and the frozen Mewtwo. Viridian Aura instantly thawed Mewtwo. Together, everyone, Caleb addressed his team. Caillou. Bye. Roar. Lucario hopped onto Dragonite's back. Hydreigon beat its wings and surged upward through the freezing gale. Mimikyu and Celebi spiraled through the air, aiming straight for Kyurem's head. Mewtwo looked ashamed. It was about to silently join the fight when Caleb called out. It turned, puzzled. Caleb tossed over the Mewtwo heart he'd obtained in the collapsed world, shouting, "Take this." Mewtwo caught it cleanly. The moment the heart touched its body, it fused seamlessly. A strange power surged through Mewtwo as it thought, I will fight for you. Whoosh! Pale blue flames erupted around it. Mewtwo gave Caleb a firm nod, then shot skyward. Mid-flight, brilliant white light enveloped it. Its form shifted rapidly within the glow. Mewtwo had Mega evolved into Mega Mewtwo X. Caleb used Viridian Power to link with all his Pokémon. As their trainer, his only job now was to command the battle with his partners as one. Kyurem's furious roar shook the heavens. At the city's edge, Caitlin, Officer Jenny, and others stared at the center in awe. Crimson meteors rained from the sky. Within the ruins, white mist boiled under roaring infernos. Explosions and roars echoed endlessly. The sun neared the horizon. Blood-red twilight glowed faintly in the distance. This apocalyptic spectacle held every trainer present in rapt attention. A battle of that level? It's terrifying, murmured a trainer who'd come from Castelia to help. Mommy, our home is gone, a little girl whispered, gazing at the ruined city. They're protecting our home, Officer Jenny declared. Thinking of that mysterious young man, she turned to Caitlin with solemn respect. What's his name? Caitlin murmured, Caleb. Then, snapping back to herself, she raised her voice. We must fight too. Everyone who can still battle, follow me. We're going to support them and protect our home. Wild Pokémon that had lived in the city and were now sheltered with humans understood her words. Side by side with their human neighbors, they charged toward the heart of the battle. Outside the crowd, a young man with pale green hair like a Gardevoir's watched silently. He wore a black cap. He heard the Pokémon's voices. Together with humans, protect our home. Our shared home. A home for humans and Pokémon, the youth murmured, staring at the piquet ball in his hand. As if responding to him, the ball trembled gently. The young man took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was resolute. I understand now, Reshuram, I'll do it. Tilda City Center, Tilda. The battle showed no sign of slowing. Amplified by its frost aura, Kyurem fought like a force of nature. The air was so thick with cold, it felt like chilled aloe gel. Caleb's face was nearly numb. Frost coated Cynthia's eyelashes. In the sky, fighting in such extreme conditions drained the Pokémon rapidly. After 30 minutes of relentless assault, Lucario, Mimikyu, and the others were panting heavily. Even Kyurem, facing so many foes at once, was beginning to show strain. During a brief lull, the two Mewtwo's noticed their allies' exhaustion and telepathically urged, "Leave the rest to us." Caleb sensed his team's PP was nearly depleted, so he recalled them into their Pokéballs, saying, "Good job, everyone, rest up." Then he looked up at Kyurem. After all that fighting and getting thoroughly ganged up on, Kyurem had finally cooled down. Silent, it stared coldly at the humans below. Through the Viridian Power, Caleb had long sensed Kyurem's rage and its thoughts. It was angry about being woken from its slumber, decided to freeze the whole world in revenge. "Have you calmed down?" Caleb asked, communicating through the Viridian Power. Kyurem didn't respond, it just seethed inwardly. Caleb cut straight to the point. "The ones who disturbed you are already punished. Why hurt innocent humans and Pokémon?" Kyurem finally spoke, "I hate humans." Caleb countered sharply, "But your actions hurt countless Pokémon too. And these humans, they never harmed you." Kyurem. Caleb sensed it was about to lash out again, so he added, "You can't beat us." On cue, the two Mega Mutwoes landed firmly at his sides. Kyurem felt cornered. Caleb pressed, "Do you yield?" Despite his question, Kyurem, a trio of dragons, was actually stronger than a single Mega-evolved Mutwo. That's why it nearly one-shot Mewtwo earlier. If not for Caleb's remote healing via Viridian Power and two Mega Mutwoes, they'd have lost today. Of course, victory also came from teamwork. Garchomp's Draco Meteor, Lucario's Aura Sphere, Charizard's Flamethrower, and more. Kyurem understood the implication. It glared at Caleb and asked warily, "Human, what do you want?" Chapter 327. "I just want to reason with you," Caleb said. "I hope you understand what you're really doing." At this point, Kyurem had calmed down too. Continuing the battle would be meaningless. It fell silent, its golden, regal eyes fixed on Caleb. After a moment, Caleb felt the air around him grow warmer. The white mist swirled back into Kyurem's body like it had a will of its own, revealing the ruined streets and shattered ground beneath. It had withdrawn its frost aura. Caleb let out a quiet sigh of relief. That massive battle had drained his Viridian aura heavily, and since the Viridian Power was tied to his own stamina, he now felt utterly exhausted. Kyurem noticed and said, "You're out of energy." Caleb's expression didn't waver as he replied, "But my Pokémon still have plenty." Kyurem's gaze swept over the two Mutwoes. It let out a low huff, neither agreeing nor denying. Just then, Caitlin and the others finally arrived with their Pokémon. "Is it over?" Caitlin asked, surprised. "Yes, it is," Cynthia replied. The townspeople stared at the rubble around them, faces heavy with sorrow. "Our homes." A few electrodes sparked with electricity, glaring angrily at the one responsible for all this. Kyurem. For the first time, the mighty and proud dragon felt a pang of guilt. But its pride wouldn't let it apologize, so it just threw up its claws and growled, "Fine, what do you want me to do?" It knew it wouldn't be allowed to leave easily today. Caitlin heard the telepathic words and instinctively looked to Caleb, who stood at the front. So did the townspeople. Caleb suddenly felt a headache coming on. Kyurem had caused massive damage to the Unova League, but it was still a Pokémon. It had no money, no assets. Expecting compensation was pointless. If it couldn't pay, then the only option was servitude. But who would it serve? And in this situation, saying something like, "As compensation, you must let me capture you," would be wildly inappropriate. Yet every trainer dreamed of bonding with a powerful Pokémon. Letting this chance slip felt regretful. After a long pause, Caleb finally let go of the idea of catching it. Instead, he spoke firmly. "As reparation, I ask that from this day forward, you protect this land and every human and Pokémon who lives upon it." His words echoed through the falling snow like an ancient vow. Kyurem froze for a moment, then looked deeply at the young man standing tall in the snowstorm. In that moment, the dragon who had pierced chaos, severed dimensions, and walked the world alone gave humanity its most solemn promise. "I will." As it spoke, brilliant white light enveloped its body. From within that glow, the summoned Reshiram and Zekrom separated from Kyurem, then dissolved into starlight and returned to their original worlds. A pact between dragon and human was forged. Perhaps far in the future, the tale of what happened in Icyrus City would become legend. Countless trainers would journey to Unova, searching through forests and mountains for traces of this forgotten history. Is it really over? Caitlin murmured, watching Kyurem vanish into the horizon. Ding! Main quest completed. Rewards and points will be issued upon leaving the instance. Return to Infinite World now. If not, you will be returned automatically in 24 hours. Caleb looked at the floating panel and nodded. Yes, it's over. The gloomy sky finally began to clear. Caitlin dramatically exhaled, finally. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining down on the ruins and bathing the survivors in warmth. Smiles returned to the faces of humans and Pokémon alike. The storm had passed. The living would carry their fallen comrades' wills into the dawn of a new future. On a rooftop beyond the crowd, En watched the scene below. His cold lips finally curved into a gentle smile. Yes, this is the future humans and Pokémon should share. The path to a world of truth and ideals. He had found it. That man is Caleb, is he? Mutwo's telepathy echoed in Caleb's mind. Someone is watching you, upper right, rooftop. Caleb frowned inwardly. He looked up and saw a figure in a cap with green hair. One name flashed in his mind, En. En didn't panic at being discovered. He simply nodded gratefully at Caleb from afar, then released Reshiram and rode off into the sky. Come on, Caleb-chan. The townspeople are throwing us a celebration party tonight. It's still early, we should help out. Caitlin and Cynthia called from ahead, already a good distance away. Caleb turned back and jogged to catch up. He grumbled, "Don't call me that, it sounds weird." Why not? Caitlin asked curiously, her head tilted. Caleb shot her a look. Then I'll call you Caitlin-chan, or Caitlin-kun, or maybe Caitlin-tan. Caitlin's. She imagined it and shuddered. Yeah, never mind. Beside them, Cynthia listened to their banter, a soft smile playing on her lips. Her mood was clearly light. And so, the Unova crisis came to a close. Caleb hadn't even participated in the main battlefield, the awakening of Kyurem clash. But players from both factions suffered heavy losses due to Kyurem's chaotic emergence. Alder and the others recovered quickly thanks to top-tier medical resources. The dragon-type Pokémon Yamamoto Takashi had captured were returned to their trainers. The crimes of the noble families he led were made public. The people of Unova delivered their final judgment. The only regret was that Getsis, leader of Team Plasma, remained missing. But since the main quest was complete, and Caleb still had all 3 chances of the Book of Answers unused, he took the chance to ask for Team Plasma's base location and Getsis's whereabouts. He handed that intel to Alder and the League to deal with. As for himself, after the victory feast, he bid farewell to Caitlin and traveled back to Johto with Cynthia to visit Lily. Chapter 328. Mahogany Town Tilde. Krabby, now's our chance, use Bubble Beam. Krabby thrust its claws forward, unleashing a barrage of bubbles that crossed midair and struck the opposing Flareon dead-on. Flaya, Flareon let out a pained cry before collapsing, unable to continue battling. The referee at the edge of the battlefield raised a white flag. Flareon is unable to battle. The winner of this gym challenge is Trainer Keith. Yes, the boy, clearly no older than 10 and fresh on his journey, rushed forward and hugged his Krabby tightly. Krabby, did you see that? We won. Krabby beamed, rubbing the back of its head with one claw in a strangely human-like gesture. The boy and his Pokémon laughed together in pure joy. Lily, as gym leader, smiled warmly. She stepped forward and handed the boy a beautifully crafted badge. Congratulations, this badge belongs to you. The boy took it with both hands, holding it above his head and staring at it wide-eyed. This was his very first badge, and it marked the starting point of his life as a trainer. In the spectator area, Caleb watched the boy's joyful little gestures with a wistful look. I had dreams like that when I was a kid, he said softly. Cynthia turned to him, her gaze gentle. I dreamed of picking up my first Pokémon from the professor, Caleb continued. Camping together in the forest, traveling across mountains and seas, meeting new friends in places I'd never seen before. But as he grew older, life got busier, and that dream got buried deep inside. Watching this boy, fresh on his journey, Caleb saw a pure and unfiltered joy, a trainer's hope for the future. But thankfully, he had made it here, even if he wasn't 10 anymore. Cynthia listened quietly. After a pause, she asked carefully, "What were you doing when you were 10? That was over a decade ago. Caleb thought for a moment, probably watching Ultraman. Ultraman. Yeah, it's a race of heroes from a TV show. It was a special effects show on TV, one that was super popular with kids back home. Cynthia paused, then asked carefully, "So in your world, there are no Pokémon, right?" Caleb looked at her, unsure how to feel. "Right, this place. It's like a beautiful utopia to me." Cynthia asked softly, "Will you stay here then?" "I will," Caleb said, watching the young trainer walk away. "I will." Even if this world wasn't perfect, he'd do everything he could to make it better. A true utopia, just like the one every child dreams of. "What are you two chatting about?" Lily approached, cradling her injured Flareon. She stuck out her tongue playfully as she handed it to Caleb. "Help me out, please." Caleb took Flareon and used the Viridian Power to heal it. The Pokémon was warm, fluffy, and incredibly soft. Caleb couldn't resist petting it like a cat a few extra times. Flareon didn't resist at all. Scratching its chin, Caleb said, "All right, time for dinner. It's about that time." Lily froze. "You're leaving again." Caleb saw her expression, then Cynthia's quiet, attentive gaze, and suddenly didn't want to wander anymore. He'd already found companionship, friendship, family. Feelings were mutual. He couldn't keep making others wait for him. So he said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." He made up his mind. This time, he'd return to Infinite World, say goodbye to his friends there, wrap up his affairs, and buy a ticket to settle here for good. "Okay," Lily turned away, hiding her disappointment. Even now, she couldn't forget the moment Caleb died right in front of her. She'd dreamed of it countless times. It was a haunting obsession that drove her to grow stronger, to find Celebi, to travel from the distant future back to this moment, just to see him again. Even if they didn't speak, even if she could only watch from afar. She missed him so much. Even if he wasn't truly her brother, the warmth he gave her had been undeniably real. The three of them ate dinner in silence. Caleb checked the countdown. 5 minutes remained. He got up, gathered his Pokémon from outside, and returned them to their piquet balls in preparation to leave. But when he returned to the living room, he found Cynthia on the phone with her expression grim. A moment later, she hung up and frowned, saying, "Cyrus escaped prison." Caleb opened his mouth to respond, but his own phone rang. He answered. On the other end, Lorelei was sobbing. "Caleb, Giovanni bombed the League's conference building. Lance, Bruno, and Agatha, they're gone." Caleb went numb. "Gone." Lorelei's voice cracked. They were in a meeting when the explosion happened. "Giovanni regained his memories?" Caleb asked, his brows furrowed. Lorelei looked down at a note in her hand. "He left a message. Get ready for the gift I've prepared for you." Caleb instantly pieced it together. That message was meant for him. Giovanni knew Lorelei would call. Just then, a text from an unknown number popped up. Caleb opened it. The words were clear. "Do you like the gift? Lance died because of you." Yes, if he hadn't altered Giovanni's memory, if he hadn't handed him over to the Kanto League. He had provoked Giovanni. Lance, Bruno, and Agatha died because of him. Caleb's heart sank. The countdown hit its final second. With a chime from his panel, everything around him began to change. Cynthia and Lily vanished, replaced by a heavy darkness. Ding! Instance, Gathering of Dragons settlement in progress. Plot exploration, 75%. Important hidden side quest seeker of truth, triggered by 0 players. Main quest evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete, main quest completed. Due to high difficulty, reward points significantly increased. Congratulations, player. Reward obtained, 24,680 points. Exclusive quest completed. Special reward DNA Splicer has been placed in your inventory. Congratulations, player Caleb Chase, on obtaining achievement. The familiar achievement, storm clouds drifted above Pikachu Plaza. Caleb didn't check his rewards. He stood in his room, staring at his phone screen. The call with Lorelei had disconnected the moment he left the instance. His phone now showed no signal. He rarely used the old-school keypad phone from the Pokémon world. Usually, he just tossed it in his inventory and forgot about it. Now, the screen was flooded with spam messages. He scrolled through the message history and found a few texts Lance had sent months ago. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Chapter 329. At Hatsumi's shop, Caleb glanced her and Terrence, then said, "I'm leaving." Terrence nearly choked on his drink. What the already? Hatsumi glanced at the splash on her clothes with mild annoyance, then turned to Caleb. "You saved up enough points." Caleb nodded. "I made a little extra in the last event instance. I came today mainly to say goodbye." Terrence looked stunned. "So, does that mean we'll never see you again?" "Maybe not," Caleb said quietly. A heavy silence followed. Hatsumi sighed softly. She had noticed something was off with Caleb from the moment he walked in. "Did something happen?" she asked. "In my exclusive instance, Lance died," Caleb said plainly. He had told them about his exclusive instances before, so they understood what that meant. Terrence's jaw dropped. Significant NPCs don't die in regular instances, right? Was it a scripted death? Caleb nodded. "It's due to my influence. Because of me, Giovanni killed him." "So you're going back to save him?" Hatsumi asked, referring to him using Celebi to travel through time and rescue Lance. "I don't know," Caleb shook his head. "Maybe. But even if he went back and saved Lance, it would only create a new timeline where Lance survived. In the original timeline, Lance would still be gone." Terrence and Hatsumi exchanged glances. After a long pause, Hatsumi said firmly, "Then go for it." Terrence clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "It sucks, but I hope you succeed. Good luck, bro." Caleb looked at them both and nodded. He had already purchased the ticket. He could leave Infinite World and enter that world at any time. Hatsumi smiled gently. "Before you go, let's have one last meal together. You've never actually tasted my cooking, right? Today, I'll show you what I can really do." Terrence sniffed. "Don't we eat here all the time, though?" "Dummy," Hatsumi smacked his head. "Those have all been made by the housekeeping robot." With that, she headed into the kitchen. For this farewell dinner, Hatsumi had hung a closed sign outside. The large restaurant was now occupied by the three of them and Caleb's Pokémon. The two Mutwos sat by the window, pretending to look outside while secretly monitoring Caleb through telepathy. Mimikyu and Celebi playfully circled Hydreigon's three black heads. Hydreigon sat stiffly, too scared to move. The young dragon knew it couldn't beat Mimikyu in a fight. Lucario watched silently, his expression unreadable. Dragonite had been pulled aside by Terrence. The two were sharing a quiet, final goodbye. Caleb stood for a moment, then walked to the kitchen and leaned against the doorway, watching Hatsumi cook. She glanced back and playfully said, "You must really be starving, Tilda." Caleb shook his head and asked, "How many points have you saved up?" Hatsumi paused, surprised by the question. Then she smiled, replying, "Thanks to you, I've got 680. Caleb did a quick mental calculation, then asked, "You've been saving up to go back and see your son, right?" Hatsumi's hands stilled. She looked over her shoulder and chuckled softly. "You still remember that?" Caleb just shrugged. A mix of longing and warmth filled Hatsumi's eyes. "Of course I want to go back. He was only 2.5 when I died." She drifted into memory, then chuckled fondly. "He was such a sweet kid. He never made a fuss at bedtime. When I cooked, he'd sit quietly on the couch playing with his toy cars. I wonder if he'll grow up to love Pokémon like his mom. If a mother can't watch her child grow up, she'll regret it for the rest of her life." "Then I hope you and your son reunite soon," Caleb said, then transferred all his remaining points to her. After buying the ticket, he still had over 200 points left. But once he left Infinite World, they'd be useless. Hatsumi froze when the transfer notification popped up. Her first instinct was to refuse such a huge gift. But when she looked up, Caleb was already walking away. "Goodbye," he said. Hatsumi's eyes instantly welled up. She used to think lines like "life is a train, people get on, people get off. No one stays with you till the end" were overly dramatic. Now she realized that they were painfully true. In the dining area, Terrence stared wide-eyed at the item in his hands. Rewind S-Grade, a miraculous item with save-load functionality. Players may create a checkpoint at any moment, automatically recording all Pokémon statuses and inventory contents. At any later point, the player may reload this save, reverting everything to its prior state. Usable once per instance. You're really giving this to me? Terrence asked in disbelief. Caleb nodded. You heard right, it's yours. Truth was, when he bought the ticket, a notice had appeared. Certain infinite world items will become non-functional upon migrating to the Pokémon world. Rewind was one of these items. After all, real life wasn't a game. There was no save and load in real life. Terrence was overwhelmed. I. Caleb could tell he was about to tear up and hug him, so he joked, well, you did serve as my dog for 3 years in that instance. Consider this your payment. Technically, he was a Smeargle. Terrence's emotional buildup instantly deflated. He looked exasperated. But in the end, he still gave Caleb a hug. Take care, brother. May we meet again. May we meet again, Caleb said, patting his shoulder. After the meal, Caleb said his final goodbyes and teleported home with his Pokémon. He pulled out the ticket. The familiar system voice rang in his ears. Permanent residency ticket verified. It is detected that the player already possesses an exclusive world. Enter this world. Warning, upon confirmation, this world will be permanently sealed from the infinite world. No other players may enter for quests. Yes, Caleb said. Activation successful. Binding player identity to world. Binding complete. Transferring items. Transfer complete. Upon entry, all infinite world functions, leaderboards, friends list, etc. will be disabled. Only inventory functionality remains. Transferring Pokémon Paradise. Transfer complete. Spatial folding successful. Please select settlement location. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town selected. Confirm. Confirmation successful. Farewell, player Caleb Chase. We wish you a pleasant journey. As the voice faded, the view outside his window shifted rapidly. Moments later, all system notifications vanished. A warm beam of sunlight streamed through the window. Caleb opened it and saw 3 starlies perched on a branch. Startled by the sound of the window, the birds scattered into the sky. A gentle morning breeze blew in, and in that moment, everything in this world felt real and clear. Chapter 330. Caleb glanced at the decorative calendar hanging on the wall. Because his home had fused with the world, the date had changed from Infinite Worlds March 18th to September 26th. 3 full days had passed since he left the instance last time. He pulled out his phone from his inventory, dialed Lorelai's number, and headed downstairs. Pushing open the door, he stepped into a small, lush courtyard. Before the call even connected, Caleb opened the gate and walked onto the street. He saw a family of 3 standing outside the neighboring house. When they saw him, the little girl tilted her head, studying him with curiosity. Her mother gently patted her head in encouragement, and her father set her down. Holding a red balloon, the girl ran up to Caleb and said brightly, Oni-san, welcome to Celestic Town. We're neighbors now. To everyone else, he was just a new trainer who had recently moved in. Caleb smiled and accepted the balloon. The girl skipped happily back to her parents. Just then the call connected. Lorelai's voice came through. Where are you? Caleb asked. Lorelai sounded calmer than she had that day. Saffron City, you're back. Yeah, Caleb said, then hung up. He quickly sent texts to Cynthia and Lily, letting them know he has returned. Then he activated his warp beacon, instantly transporting himself to Saffron City, Kanto. Lorelai came downstairs and found Caleb waiting by the entrance. When they met again, Caleb noticed how pale and exhausted she looked. The relationships between the Elite Four in this world were very good, and now only Lorelai remained of Kanto's Elite Four. Caleb said quietly, I'm sorry. If he had just eliminated Giovanni himself, instead of handing him over to the League, none of this would have happened. Lorelai shook her head, her voice thick with grief. It's not your fault. You did everything right. We're the ones who failed. We didn't notice Giovanni's condition in time. Caleb fell silent. They walked upstairs together. As Lorelai reached for her keys, Caleb said, I'll bring them back. Lorelai paused and turned to him. You're going to travel through time. Caleb nodded. But first, he had to avenge them. Can you locate Giovanni? He asked. Lorelai shook her head. We don't know where he went. With 3 elites gone, the entire Kanto League was in disarray. Intelligence networks had fractured, and they were overwhelmed trying to calm the public. There simply weren't enough hands to investigate Giovanni's whereabouts. Hearing this, Caleb simply said, "Then I'll handle it." Since Lorelei lived alone, Caleb didn't feel like intruding any longer. Without sitting, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Lorelei called out. He looked back. From across the room, she said softly, "Don't blame yourself too much. You've done more than enough. Lance and the others believed in you. If they could see you now, they wouldn't want you to carry this guilt." Caleb knew she was trying to comfort him. He nodded and said, "Thank you." Downstairs, he checked his phone and noticed that both Cynthia and Lily had replied, asking where he was. He answered them both, then opened his inventory and pulled out the Book of Answers. Now that he was bound to this world, the book had been heavily affected, like Rewind. But unlike Rewind, which was now completely unusable, the Book of Answers still had 3 final uses left. After the final use, it would transform into a random legendary or mythical Pokémon egg as compensation. Caleb used his first question now. Question: what is Giovanni's exact location? The pages fluttered on their own, then settled on one. Alola region, Etha Paradise. Etha Paradise is an artificial island created by Lusamine, president of the Etha Foundation, with the aim of protecting injured Pokémon. Caleb activated the warp beacon, with his selected destination being the Alola region's Holly City. Space warped around him. In the next moment, the scenery changed to a familiar beach. He's never been to Etha Paradise, so he couldn't teleport there directly. Holly City would serve as a transit point. There were no trains or ferries to Etha Paradise, but flying Pokémon could be rented here as transport. Luckily, Caleb already had Dragonite, so he didn't need to rent a Sharpedo or Charizard. After buying a map and compass from a bookstore, Caleb released Dragonite, climbed onto his back. After setting the course, Dragonite soared into the sky. The city quickly vanished behind them. The ocean below blurred past as wind whipped past his ears. Being more peaceful than any other region, Alola was a perfect vacation spot. But Caleb wasn't here to relax. Soon, land appeared ahead. It seemed to be just open fields, and Caleb didn't think much of it. But then, Mutwo's voice echoed in his mind. There are Team Rocket members below. Dragonite land here, Caleb instructed decisively. Woo! Dragonite nodded and dove sharply downward. As they neared the ground, Caleb saw a girl with light golden hair, wearing a white skirt and knee-high socks, running frantically. Behind her, a group of adults in Team Skull and Team Rocket uniforms rode motorcycles, casually chasing her like she was prey. Even though the girl knew she couldn't escape, she kept running. In her panic, she tripped over a rock and her knee scraped red from the impact. The motorcycles circled her, cutting off all escape. Ignoring the pain, the girl clutched her satchel tightly to her chest. "Oh, it looks like the little missy's hurt herself," a Team Skull grunt sneered. "Just hand it over already." The girl bit her lip and stayed silent. The grunt's smile vanished. "Fine. If that's how it is, then don't blame us for getting rough. Get her." They dismounted and closed in. The girl hugged her bag tighter, despair in her eyes. "Is this the end, Mom?" But just then, powerful energy waves surged from above. Every Team Rocket and Team Skull member froze in place, completely immobilized. A cold, emotionless voice followed. "You will not lay a finger on her." Sensing the powerful energy, the girl's Cosmog peeked out curiously from her bag. The girl, Lily, flusteredly stuffed Cosmog back in, even though she knew doing so wouldn't protect it. Who the hell are you?" the Team Skull grunt shouted in panic. The Team Rocket members, however, stared in shock. They recognized the humanoid Pokémon floating in the air. That was Mutwo. Chapter 331. Lily, the Etha Foundation's young heiress, had secretly taken Cosmog, Nebby, from Etha Paradise after her mother, Lusamine, began using it for research. Determined to uncover Cosmog's true identity, Lily had bravely set out alone to explore the ancient ruins scattered across Alola's islands. After swiftly neutralizing the Team Rocket and Team Skull grunts, Caleb turned to face the heroine of the 7th generation, his expression unreadable. His gaze drifted from her face down to her waist. At that, Lily bit her lip and gripped the strap of her satchel even tighter. Mutwo's voice echoed gently in Caleb's mind. "You're scaring her." Caleb, though sorry, he really wasn't in the mood to smile right now. Understanding this, Mutwo said nothing more. Caleb forced a soft expression and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. That Pokémon in your bag, that's Cosmog, right?" Lily grew even more tense. Caleb continued calmly, "I know who you are, though you probably don't know me. Your name is Lily. You're the daughter of Etha Foundation's president, Lusamine, and you have an older brother named Gladion." Seeing Lily's eyes widen slightly, he went on, "Your father disappeared while investigating ultraspace. And your mother? She plans to use Cosmog's power to open a gateway into that realm." This was the game's storyline. In canon, Lusamine was obsessively devoted to Pokémon, so much so that her love had twisted into a desire to collect them all. Whether opening ultraspace was to collect rare ultra beasts or to search for her lost husband, only she knew the full truth. Lily knew this too. As a child, she had been taken by Lusamine to live in another mansion for a time. After that, the girl who once loved Pokémon became terrified of touching them and lost all memory of that period. It was that buried trauma that had subconsciously driven her to protect Cosmog by fleeing Etha Paradise with it. Judging by her expression, Caleb knew he was right. He paused, then added, "Right now, you want to travel across Alola's islands to study ancient ruins, all in hopes of uncovering Cosmog's true identity. Am I right?" Perhaps from running too fast, Lily's pale face showed signs of exhaustion. Now that the panic was fading, the physical pain hit her. "Oh, she whimpered. The scrape on her knee stung sharply in the breeze, making her flinch. Caleb finally noticed. Apologetically, he pulled a small folding stool from his inventory and set it down. Then, he gestured for her to sit. Lily hesitated, glancing nervously at Dragonite and Mutwo standing behind Caleb. After a moment, she sat down gently. Her grip on the bag loosened, and Cosmog seized the chance to float out, circling curiously around Mutwo. "Nebby," Lily gasped, about to stand, but Caleb gently held her back. "Relax," he said, a little exasperated. "We're not after the little fella." Mutwo reached out and poked Cosmog lightly. Cosmog let out a happy little chirp. Watching this, Lily's worry eased just a little. "Thank you," she whispered. Caleb took out some antiseptic ointment, cleaned her wound, and applied a medicinal plaster. He then withdrew his hand immediately, careful not to overstep. After all, Lily was just a 10-year-old girl. He wasn't a creep. Holding her now empty bag, Lily finally felt a flicker of safety. She hesitated, then looked up at Caleb, but could only see his chin. How do you know all that?" she asked. Caleb watched Cosmog playing with Mutwo and said, "Would you believe me if I said I'm from another world?" Lily blinked, then gave a small nod. Caleb smiled softly. He liked Lily. Not in that way, he just found her adorable. She was strong and courageous. Thinking of her journey in Sun and Moon, Caleb said gently, "Can we talk properly now?" Lily nodded. "Have you seen those guys before?" Caleb gestured to the unconscious grunts. He strongly suspected Team Rocket was working with Lusamine. Lily hummed an affirmation. "I've seen them at Etha Paradise." "Just as I thought." Caleb took a quiet breath, then asked, "I'm heading to Etha Paradise now. Want to come with me?" Lily hesitated, then shook her head lightly. "I still have something I need to finish. I can't go back yet." "Is it about Cosmog's true identity?" Caleb asked. Lily nodded nervously. "It's the legendary Pokémon of Alola, Solgaleo," Caleb said. Of course, it could also evolve into Lunala. This was the real world, after all, not a split of Sun or Moon versions. But to trigger Cosmog's evolution, she would need either the Sun Flute or Moon Flute. Lily was visibly stunned. She stared at Cosmog, murmuring, "Nebby is Solgaleo." "Yes, and there's something else you should know," Caleb said. "Your father isn't dead. He lost his memories and might be building a resort somewhere right now." Lily froze. Caleb didn't push. He stood, gazing at the sky, and said softly, "Actually, maybe it's better if you don't come. Paradise isn't safe anymore. He turned, calling to Dragonite and Mutwo, let's head to Holly City and relax. The Alola arc had begun. Maybe he'd run into the Gen 7 protagonists there, Elio or Selene. No, Lily stood up decisively. I'm going back, I have to stop her. She doesn't know Dad's still alive. Caleb looked at her. Lily pleaded, please take me with you. She'd been away for a long time. She knew who was really behind her pursuers. It was her own mother. Lily lowered her head, hiding her emotions. Caleb wasn't good with comforting words. He could only say, everything will be okay. After all, in both the games and anime, mother and daughter reconciled in the end. Lily nodded. Caleb helped her onto Dragonite's back. The chonky dragon was large enough to carry 2 people easily. Thank you, Lily said gratefully. Can I know your name? Caleb replied softly, just call me Caleb. Chapter 332. Paradise Tilda. Inside a room filled with high-tech equipment, Giovanni's emotionless face was illuminated by the cold glow of multiple screens. One screen displayed an encrypted video call with Cyrus, Archie, Maxie, and the others on the other end. Where's Getsis? Cyrus asked, eyeing an empty black quadrant on the grid. That fool failed and got himself captured by the Unova League, said a man with flame-like hair. He was Lysander, leader of the Kalos region's Team Flare. Cyrus scoffed, what a waste. Lysander didn't argue. He turned to Giovanni, who still hadn't spoken, asking, does his absence matter? Giovanni's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something. He let out a cold snort. He failed. That's all that matters. The implication was clear. Even if Getsis mattered, he wasn't coming back. Lysander nodded in agreement. Giovanni continued, but at least his failure proved one thing. The others froze, their faces twisted into identical expressions of realization. They had all thought the same thing. Giovanni's voice dropped low and grim. This world has been infiltrated. For some time now, their plans had been repeatedly disrupted by outsiders who seemed to know everything. Their secrets, their hidden bases, their moves before they made them. At first, Giovanni suspected internal leaks. But after thorough investigation, he found something impossible. Those people didn't exist in this world at all. They came and went like ghosts, yet always knew too much. And that young investigator named Caleb was clearly one of them. Silence filled the room. After a pause, Giovanni asked, how are your plans progressing? Archie and Maxie exchanged glances. We've located Groudon and Kyogre. With the orbs, we can awaken them anytime. Lysander added, thanks to you, I've captured Yveltal and Zygarde. Unfortunately, Xerneas escaped. But it doesn't matter. We're ready to activate the ultimate weapon. Then, all eyes then turned to Cyrus. The man in question snapped, why are you all looking at me? That damn Caleb stole the key to Spear Pillar. What do you expect me to do? Lysander sneered, useless. Cyrus fumed, but could only lash out verbally. You should be glad you never met him. Your Team Flare would have been crushed even worse than my Team Galactic. Before Lysander could retort, Giovanni cut in sharply. Enough, I didn't call you here to bicker. The two turned away from each other. Giovanni glanced at another monitor feed and said, begin your operations. Cyrus blinked, what about you? Giovanni's voice turned cold, he's coming. As if on cue, alarms blared through the facility. Alert, alert, powerful energy signature approaching, distance, 560 meters, 480 meters, 200 meters. Giovanni stood, the metal walls of the room parted automatically. He stepped onto a central platform that rose to the surface. Above Paradise, the protective barrier opened. From four corners, massive metallic pillars extended upward. In another chamber, Lucamine heard the commotion. She abandoned her work and took an elevator to the surface. Elsewhere in the facility, 3 cloak-wearing figures dismounted from their Pokémon below and looked up at the spectacle. You came, Giovanni said, as if he'd expected it all along. His hawk-like eyes locked onto Caleb, who sat atop Dragonite. Caleb landed and helped Lily down. Lily stared nervously at Lucamine behind Giovanni. Mother. Lucamine's expression hardened. Don't speak such nonsense. I have no daughter nor son. A child who rejects my love and abandons me is no child of mine. Lily's grip tightened on her bag. She looked down, biting her lip. Lusamine watched her coldly. How utterly disappointing. Giovanni clapped mockingly. How heartless. Then he turned to Caleb. Is someone else's family drama part of your quest, too, Caleb? Or should I call you the annoying interloper from another world? At least I've never harmed humans or Pokémon, Caleb replied calmly, then released his other Pokémon. Mimikyu, Lucario, Hydreigon, Celebi, and both Mutwoes. Is that so? Giovanni's gaze swept over them, then he laughed. Lance and the other two died because of you. Boom, blown to dust in that building. And you'll pay for that, Caleb said quietly. Giovanni just smirked. Don't forget, Mutwo was created by Team Rocket. Who do you think understands its biology better than us? The moment he finished speaking, the 4 mechanical pillars surrounding Aether Paradise hummed to life, glowing with deep violet energy. 4 beams shot skyward, merging into a single, colossal dark purple column like a divine cannon descending from the heavens. The terrifying blast struck within seconds. Teleport, Caleb ordered, frowning. But Mutwo didn't respond. Giovanni laughed mockingly. Did you really think I'd let you escape so easily? I've been preparing for this day for a whole year. Caleb could still teleport away, using the warp beacon, but he didn't want to leave Lily and his Pokémon behind. With their teleport disabled, the 2 Mutwoes locked eyes, nodded, and instantly mega-evolved, charging straight into the energy beam. You fool, Giovanni sneered. You came alone thinking Mutwo makes you invincible. The cataclysm struck. Caleb barely had time to recall Lucario and Celebi before the shockwave hit. At the last second, his substitute glasses activated, and a white energy shield expanded from him, perfectly shielding Lily and the remaining Pokémon. Substitute glasses conceals identity and blocks one attack. Functions like the Pokémon move, substitute. Cooldown 1 hour. The devastating blast knocked both Mutwoes out of Mega Evolutions and stripped them of their levitation. They crashed hard onto the ground. Snap! Giovanni snapped his fingers. With a mechanical hiss, countless metal spheres shot out from the walls, swarming toward the downed Mutwoes like a tidal wave. The Mutwoes tried to retreat, but there were too many. One sphere struck true, and a sharp pain flared as something was injected into its body. Fool, what have you done? Lusamine shrieked, seeing the crater left by the blast. Cosmog is with them. It's the key to opening the Ultra Wormhole. Giovanni shoved her aside impatiently and said, It doesn't matter anymore. He had obtained 2 Mutwoes, and his enemy was dead. The Aether Foundation had outlived its usefulness. Chapter 333. From the billowing smoke, a furious figure shot out like an arrow loosed from a bow. Giovanni barely registered the sound of something slicing through the air before a heavy blow struck his face, sending him flying backward. A faint electric current crackled across his body, paralyzing him. Dragonite glared down at him, eyes burning with rage. Caleb stepped out of the wreckage with Lily, staring coldly at Giovanni. I was wrong, he said. I shouldn't have spared you and handed you over to the Kanto League for judgment. Mercy toward your enemy is cruelty to yourself. So now you die. Dragonite, use Fire Punch, aim for his head, Caleb commanded coldly. Woo, Dragonite roared, his fist igniting in flames as he dove toward Giovanni. Just as the flaming punch was about to crush Giovanni's skull, a figure flashed in front of him, catching the attack with precision. It was Mutwo. Dragonite was stunned. Though confused why his ally intervened, he instinctively held back most of his power. Woo, the shiny dragon's head tilted in confusion. Then another figure appeared. Blue light flared in its eyes as a surge of psychic power erupted, blasting Dragonite backward over 10 meters. Mutwo, Caleb's brow furrowed. But the look the Mutwo gave him was utterly cold. In that instant, Caleb realized his companions had been compromised somehow. Giovanni shook off the fading paralysis and stood behind the 2 Mutwoes. He sneered, It's Celis. Pokémon controlled by neural toxin can't hear you. They're mine now. Giovanni glanced at the 2 legendaries and coldly said, You two, eliminate them. Both Mutwoes were still battered from taking that catastrophic beam head-on, but they obeyed without hesitation, charging forward like emotionless machines. Caleb tried reaching them through the Viridian Power, but got no response. Purification didn't work either. The Mutwoes unleashed a psycho cut each. Mimikyu leapt in front of Caleb. The first slash hit her disguise, shattering it. The second struck her body directly. Caleb caught Mimikyu and activated the Viridian Power to heal her. Now what? He tried thinking of a way out of this predicament. In anime, protagonists often awaken their controlled Pokémon through tears or bonds, but that usually comes after the protagonist gets beaten senseless first. But here, Caleb was dealing with two Mutwoes. He'd be dead before he even had time to cry. "What's wrong?" Giovanni taunted. "Can't bring yourself to attack your own companions." As he spoke, Mutwo launched another assault. Mimikyu instantly shifted into her armored form and charged forward to intercept. Dragonite and Hydreigon engaged the second Mutwo, but without type advantage, psychic types dominated in raw power. And Mutwo, being a top-tier legendary with insane base stats, kept them at bay with sheer telekinetic force. Every time the two dragons tried to close in, they were hurled back. It reminded Caleb of Ash's battle against Sabrina in that old Kanto episode, where he was helpless against Sabrina's psychic might until he pulled out Haunter. Caleb's eyes suddenly snapped to Hydreigon. When Dragonite got blasted away, Hydreigon took the hit and barely flinched. Just like how fairy types resist dragon, dark types resisted psychic. "Hydreigon," Caleb shouted. "Roar!" The three-headed dragon roared in response. The battlefield was set. Caleb and Giovanni stood at opposite ends of Aether Paradise. Hydreigon and Mimikyu versus Mutwo and Mewtwo. "I'm sorry," Caleb whispered to his mind-controlled companions. To find a way to bring them back to their senses, he'd have to defeat them first. This was bound to be a brutal fight, but he couldn't afford to back down. Mimikyu double team, then swords dance. "Hydreigon, Draco Meteor," Caleb ordered. Giovanni laughed. "Fool, type advantage means nothing against absolute power." Caleb didn't respond. He used Viridian Power to silently link with his Pokémon so that he could command telepathically. The sky darkened. Pure dragon aura condensed into blazing meteors that rained down on Aether Paradise. The Mutwoes raised their heads, then their psychic power shattered the meteors midair. The purple aura scattered like fireworks. Meanwhile, Mimikyu's sword's dance succeeded. She emerged like a phantom behind one Mutwo and struck with Shadow Claw. But Mutwo reacted instantly, letting loose a psychic blast that sent Mimikyu flying. Hydreigon tangled with the other Mutwo, spiraling into the sky. Caleb couldn't follow them, so he focused on the ground battle. Just then, a wave of Team Rocket and Team Skull Grunts arrived. Lucamine ignored Giovanni entirely. Her eyes were locked on Lily, or rather, on Cosmog. "Seize her," she ordered the Team Skull Grunts. "Lucario, Dragonite, Celebi," Caleb called. The three Pokémon immediately shielded Lily. "Mother, Dad is still alive," Lily cried out, heartbroken. Lucamine's expression finally flickered, but she didn't stop. "Considering we were once mother and daughter, I don't want to hurt you. Just hand over Cosmog." Lily clutched Cosmog tighter, her refusal clear. The Grunts sent out their Pokémon. Dragonite, Lucario, and Celebi clashed with them, but there were too many enemies. Caleb's brow furrowed deeper. Mimikyu and Hydreigon were struggling. Their attacks rarely landed. Giovanni stood confidently, convinced of his victory. And Lily's side was collapsing too. More enemies kept arriving. If this continued, Caleb was sure to lose. Giovanni was right. Caleb had become over-reliant on his Mutwoes. He looked at his struggling team: Dragonite, Mimikyu, Celebi, Hydreigon, Lucario. He realized he had been too arrogant. He thought a single Mutwo made him invincible. He ended up underestimating his foes. That became worse when the second Mutwo joined him. Perhaps sensing his despair, Mimikyu turned mid-fight and let out a sharp cry. "Q." Giovanni smirked. His goal was achieved. With that being the case, he saw no need to continue playing around. He coldly instructed the Mutwoes, "Forget those two. Kill him." Instantly, both Mutwoes abandoned their opponents and charged toward Caleb like soulless killing machines. But just then, a deep, hearty voice boomed from above. "Hey, kid, don't you dare give up." An old, raspy voice followed. "Sigh, young people these days are too impulsive." Caleb looked up and saw a massive Jengar had materialized in front of him, blocking the Mutwo's attack. Agatha's wrinkled face broke into a grin. "Surprised young man." Behind her, Bruno barked, "Nidoking, go." And atop his Dragonite, Lance gave Caleb a firm nod, then locked eyes with Giovanni, saying, "It ends here, Giovanni." Chapter 334. Seeing the three who should have been blown to bits suddenly standing before him, Giovanni's face twisted in shock. "You're not dead. How is that possible?" Bruno directed Nidoking to sweep aside a swarm of grunts and laughed. "Did you really think we'd be dumb enough to leave you in the league unsupervised?" Lance had suspected Giovanni from the start. After investigating, they discovered his activities, including that secret base, and deliberately left it intact. When Giovanni lured them into the trap, they played along. At the last moment before the explosion, they escaped, faked their deaths, and tracked him all the way to Alola to uncover Team Rocket's final scheme. And this entire time, only the three of them knew. "Lorelai's gonna kill us when we get back," Bruno muttered, already picturing the scolding. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Caleb asked. Lance turned to him, replying, "We're the Elite Four. Protecting this world is our duty. Besides, we can't always rely on our junior to protect us, can we?" Giovanni's eyes turned cold. "Even so, you three alone can't stop what's coming. Mutwo." "Actually," Bruno tilted his head toward the sky, grinning, "looks like it's not just us." "What?" Giovanni blinked. Following Bruno's gaze, he saw four strange-looking Pokémon hovering in the sky. Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, Tapu Fini. "They're Alola's island guardians," Bruno murmured in awe. "It's my first time seeing them." One of them, Tapu Fini, which resembled a mermaid with a purple shell, extended its fin-like hands and released a stream of water. The water flowed with purpose, directly entering the bodies of the Mutwos. It was purifying water, Tapu Fini's special ability that was capable of cleansing both body and mind. In the anime, to earn this water, one had to endure its fog and gain Tapu Fini's trust. Yet now, it offered the water freely to the Mutwos. Their eyes gradually regained clarity as the purifying nature of the water did its magic. After using the move, Tapu Fini looked exhausted, but it, along with the other three guardians, turned their gaze toward Caleb. The four guardians exchanged glances. Then, the pink one, Tapu Lele, flew down and offered Caleb a pale pink Z-ring. Caleb took it, bewildered, wondering why Tapu Lele would give him this. Using the Viridian Power, he asked directly, "Why are you giving this to me?" The four guardians looked at each other. Then, led by Tapu Koko, they spoke in unison, their voices echoing like distant chimes. "We ask you to protect this world." Caleb was stunned, but before he could respond, the guardians gave him one last look, then turned and flew back to their respective islands. The two Mutwos returned to Caleb, shame in their eyes apparent. "We're sorry." Caleb didn't say a word. He just pulled them into a tight hug. "You're back. That's all that matters." Hey, save the hugs for later," Bruno laughed. "Let's finish off the enemy first." Caleb released the Mutwos and walked calmly toward Giovanni. Giovanni knew he was defeated. He couldn't replicate that devastating attack from the beginning. Caleb pulled out a handgun he had purchased in Infinite World and pressed it to Giovanni's forehead. "This time, there'll be no mercy." Giovanni didn't flinch. He stared at Caleb and said, "You've killed before." Caleb's expression didn't waver. "You're next." Giovanni smirked. "Even if you kill me, evil won't end. Without Team Rocket, there'll be Team Aqua, Team Magma, and the like. Team Rockets shall live on." "So what?" Caleb said coldly. "Every time you rise, I'll strike you down. Evil may never vanish, but neither will we. And when we're gone, countless trainers in the future will carry on our fight against you." "How noble," Giovanni said, gazing at the young man before him. "I really regret not killing you the first time we met." "I regret not killing you last time," Caleb replied. Giovanni sighed, his eyes drifting past Caleb, as if seeing something far beyond. "What a shame. But you won't live to see that future. This world is about to end. Can you save it?" Caleb didn't answer. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A single gunshot echoed. The boss of Team Rocket fell. "It's finally over," Agatha said, her voice devoid of pity as she looked at Giovanni's corpse. "No, it's not." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Giovanni's secretary, Domino, appeared out of nowhere. She shoved Lily aside and snatched Cosmog from her arms. In a flash of light, Cosmog's energy surged upward, tearing open a strange, swirling portal in the sky. It was an ultra wormhole. Domino's eyes burned with madness. "You killed him, then let's all die together." Before anyone could react, she was sucked into the wormhole. From the rift, jellyfish-like creatures that moved with the grace of human maidens floated out. They waved their translucent tentacles, curiously observing this new world. Lily, still on the ground, watched them with horror. One of the creatures noticed her and drifted down gently. It reached out with its tentacles, trying to parasitize her. Caleb instantly realized what was happening: Mimikyu. Exhausted but determined, Mimikyu lunged forward. The Nihilego flinched and retreated, but before it could flee back into ultra space, the wormhole snapped shut. Sensing danger, the Nihilegos panicked and scattered in all directions. Lusamine watched them go, deep in thought. "Are those Pokémon?" Bruno muttered. Lance shook his head. "No, they're ultra beasts, creatures from another world." Lusamine nodded. "You're right, that one is called Nihilego. Like Pokémon, they have types and can use moves." Lily stood, lips pressed tight. "Mother." Lusamine didn't respond. Without even glancing at her daughter, she stepped onto the teleport pad and vanished. Lily lowered her head. Cosmog hadn't gone with Domino into ultra space. It floated to Lily's side and nuzzled her forehead, silently comforting her. "What should we do about that woman?" Bruno asked, pointing to where Domino had disappeared. Lance hesitated, then shook his head. He didn't understand ultra space well enough to know what awaited a human there. "She'll encounter many ultra beasts," Caleb said. "Most likely, she'll be parasitized by a Nihilego and trapped there forever." Then how will she eat, or use the bathroom?" Bruno was baffled. Agatha shot him a look, worry about explaining this mess to Lorelei instead. "Why me? It was your idea," Bruno protested. Ignoring them, Lance approached Caleb and asked, "When did you get back?" "This morning." "You wanted to avenge us, didn't you?" "I failed," Caleb said quietly. Lance placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "You did more than enough. But if something really happens to us, don't do something like this again." Caleb looked up. Lance continued, "As you said, justice needs to be passed on. If we aren't here, it's even more reason for you to live well. And don't blame yourself. We don't blame you." Yes, this was Lance. Forever righteous. Forever kind. Bruno slung an arm around Caleb's shoulders, beaming. "Can't believe you went this far for us, all by yourself." Caleb felt a little embarrassed. He just couldn't shake the thought. If I hadn't handed Giovanni over to the Kanto League, this wouldn't have happened. Chapter 335. "What are you going to do now?" Caleb asked, looking at the scattered Team Rocket grunts scattered across the ground. Lance furrowed his thick brows and replied, "Giovanni is dead. We'll take these men back to Kanto and lock them up." Bruno stretched with a loud yawn. Tilda, it's finally over. As for me, I'll probably head back into the mountains to train with my Pokémon." Hearing this, Agatha, who'd been talking with her Jengar on the side, shot Bruno a sharp look. "The League still has a pile of work waiting for you to handle." Bruno instantly deflated. Caleb turned to Lily, who stood nearby hugging Cosmog. He walked over and asked, "Do you have somewhere to go?" He felt helpless about her situation. Lusamine was still in her deluded state and probably wouldn't be easily swayed by familial affection. It wasn't his place to interfere in their family matters. "Thank you," Lily said politely, bowing slightly. When she looked up, her eyes were resolute. "I'm going to find my brother." Caleb was momentarily startled, then smiled in understanding. "Then go. But remember, your mother won't give up on using Cosmog to open the Ultra wormhole. She'll probably send Team Skull after you again." Mentioning this dimmed Lily's spirits. She pursed her lips and said softly, "I know, but don't worry, I'll be fine. My brother is there, he will protect me." "Then I'll take you there," Caleb said. He glanced at Cosmog, then added, To evolve Cosmog into Solgaleo, you need to blow the sun flute at the altar of the sun. The sun flute should be on Executor Island. Oh, right? As he spoke, Caleb pulled out a pen and paper from his inventory. Here's my number. Call me if you need help. Lily stared at the numbers and said solemnly, "Thank you." "You've said thank you way too many times already," Caleb chuckled. Lily looked up. Caleb turned, saying, "Good luck, little Lily. Your mother will understand you someday." Lily clenched her fists and nodded firmly. After thoroughly cleaning up Team Rocket's remnants, Lance, Bruno, and Agatha returned to Kanto ahead of time. Caleb didn't go with them. Instead, he accompanied Lily to Akala Island, where they found her brother, Gladion. After entrusting Lily to Gladion, Caleb left the Alola region. He has already shared all the key plot points with the siblings. If things went smoothly, they'd soon find Moan and inform Lusamine. With any luck, the tragic events of Sun and Moon would never unfold in this world. Before leaving, Caleb looked at the Zering Tapu Lele had given him. He didn't have the matching Z-Crystal yet, so he couldn't use Z-moves. There were many ways to obtain Z-Crystals, such as the Island Challenge from the anime. In the Island Challenge, trainers must complete the Grand Trials to receive Z-Crystals from the Island Kahunas. Of course, a very small number of trainers might receive recognition from a totem Pokémon during earlier trials and be gifted Z-Crystals by them. But Caleb had no plans to start the Island Challenge now, because something was wrong on Cynthia's end. She hadn't explained clearly in her text message, and Caleb didn't know the specifics. He had assumed it was related to Cyrus's escape, but when he teleported to Sinnoh, he realized it was something else entirely. Before him, wild Pokémon were fleeing the forest in droves. "What's going on?" Caleb asked with a frown. Cynthia's replied grimly, "We don't know. It started 3 days ago. Pokémon across forests, plains, and rivers have been acting strangely. All of them are fleeing their habitats in a panic." As she spoke, several Magikarps flopped out of the river onto the bank. Officer Jenny tried returning them to the water, but they kept jumping back out. Some even evolved into Gyarados on the spot for unknown reasons. "Report, massive numbers of wild Pokémon are flooding into Pastoria City," Jenny said, frowning at the city center's alert. Caleb stopped a passing Apom. "Where are you all going? What happened in the forest?" The young Apom stammered through a jumble of thoughts, but Caleb caught the key phrase, "The forest is dying." Then it darted past him and ran off. "Strange," Officer Jenny exclaimed, listening to another update. "Their destination isn't Pastoria City. They're passing through it and heading towards other areas." "It's like a mass escape," Cynthia murmured, her delicate brows knotted. Hearing that, Caleb immediately recalled Giovanni's last words. "This world is about to end. Can you save it?" And the Four Tapas had also asked him to protect this world. Caleb wondered what was happening beyond his knowledge. Team Rockets shall live on. He wondered if these events were also part of Giovanni's plan. Hone Region, Sotopoli City Tilda. The sky, which should have been bright and clear, was now choked by heavy storm clouds, as if the world itself were ending. Stephen looked up at the oppressive sky. The air was eerily still, not even the usual sea breeze stirred. Wallace stepped out of the building and stood beside Steve. Sighing softly, he murmured, "The storm is coming." The Kalos region had been baptized in the rainstorm far longer than other areas. From a distance, the forest stood silent under the downpour. It was dark and ominous. The trees looked like man-eating spirits from fairy tales, wailing soundlessly in the storm. The forest was deathly still, the vitality that should have been there gradually withering away. Tilda Geosenge Town Tilda. Atop ancient ruins, a cutting-edge research facility had been built. Lysander stood before the ultimate weapon, his eyes burning with ambition. Behind him, a massive bird-like Pokémon with black and red plumage was restrained by a specialized containment device. Beside it lay a small, green, cell-like creature. "Any sign of Xerneas yet?" Lysander asked. His earpiece crackled. "Boss, our teams are tracking it with full force." "Find it quickly," Lysander snapped, then ended the call and approached the weakened Zygarde cell. "You can see and hear me, right?" he said coldly. "Aren't you going to show yourself? If you don't, this world will be utterly destroyed." No sooner had he spoken, in a distant forest, the Zygarde core, which was recovering from its injuries, snapped its eyes open. At the same time, on the edge of Kalos, Xerneas sprinted through the rain-soaked night, racing toward a distant point. There it sensed the breath of another Xerneas. No, more than that, many divine presences converged there. Maybe, just maybe, the one blessed by so many guardians could still save this world. Xerneas closed its eyes and kept running through the darkness. Chapter 336. Tilda Pastoria City Tilda. Caleb and Cynthia followed the chaotic tide of Pokémon through the steel-and concrete city, arriving at a vast expanse of wetland, the Great Marsh. Officer Jenny's police squad trailed behind, radioing updates to colleagues maintaining order in the city while reporting to Cynthia. Past this nature reserve, we enter Veilstone City's territory. They've reported the same phenomenon there. Cynthia's delicate brow furrowed. After a moment of calm thought, she asked, "Can we predict their destination?" These wild Pokémon were abandoning their habitats en masse, meaning something catastrophic must have happened in nature, something beyond human understanding. Officer Jenny shook her head gravely. "We can't determine that at the moment." Caleb frowned. "A disaster like this can't be regional. Have you checked with other regions?" Officer Jenny blinked, then snapped into action. "I'll contact them right away." "Let me handle it," Caleb said. With that, he pulled out his phone and called Lance in Kanto. After understanding the reason for the call, Lance replied with a frown. Similar situations are occurring in the Kanto region too. Large-scale Pokémon riots. Just as I suspected, Caleb thought. After hanging up, he turned to Cynthia and Officer Jenny, saying, "It's happening worldwide." Cynthia asked coolly, "Is this part of Giovanni's plan?" Caleb had just filled her in on what happened in Alola, so she had some context. He shook his head. "I don't know. Logically, only the 3 legendaries in Kalos could cause this scale of natural disruption." Cynthia caught on instantly. "You mean, something's happened to those 3 legendary Pokémon?" "Most likely," Caleb nodded. "Zygarde is the guardian of the ecosystem. If I'm right, it is the living embodiment of the world's self-regulating balance. That's why, in Kalos legends, Zygarde awakens only when the ecosystem collapses. If Xerneas and Yveltal represent life and death, that is, the producers and consumers, then Zygarde is the decomposer," Caleb said carefully, laying out what he knew. Cynthia pieced it together. "So, the reason for the current situation is that something went wrong in the Kalos region." Caleb gave an affirmative hum, "But I don't know anyone there." He looked to Cynthia to handle the outreach. She understood immediately. "Leave it to me. You should rest." Caleb smiled wryly. "Is it that obvious?" He has been working non-stop since returning from Infinite World. He's had no time to rest. Cynthia reached out and gently touched the corner of his eye, saying, "The dark circles under your eyes are pretty prominent." "I'm not tired," Caleb said, shaking his head. He shifted the topic back to the crisis. Kalos' evil organization is Team Flare. Their leader is Lysander. Their goal is to wipe out all life and create a peaceful world for humans alone. Cynthia listened quietly, her eyes fixed on his. When he finished and looked back at her, she asked softly, "How do you know all this?" Caleb froze, then he remembered that he has left Infinite World. Maybe it's safe to tell her now, he thought. "Come with me," he said. The task of contacting the Kalos League was handed over to Officer Jenny. Taking advantage of that time, Caleb took Cynthia back to Celestic Town. Looking at the previously uninhabited residence that had now completely changed its appearance, Cynthia stood stunned for some time. "This is my home," Caleb said. He pushed open the gate, walked across a lush green lawn, and Cynthia followed. Just before opening the front door, he hesitated. He wanted to tell her the truth, but could she accept that she and this entire world were originally just characters in a manga and anime in another world? Cynthia sensed his hesitation and asked, "What's wrong?" Caleb snapped out of it and smiled. "Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I'm not leaving anymore." "Really?" Cynthia's eyes lit up instantly. Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I've moved all my stuff here." As he spoke, he opened the door, revealing the bright, clean, and spacious living room. Cynthia stepped inside. marveling at how much larger it was than it appeared from outside, but she didn't ask how. Gardevoir, his maid robot, floated in gracefully, placing 2 cups of tea on the coffee table. "That's my smart domestic robot," Caleb explained. Cynthia watched Gardevoir curiously. The robot bowed slightly. "Welcome, Miss Cynthia." Cynthia nodded politely. Then her gaze drifted to the Pokémon game cartridges and manga Caleb had bought to catch up on the lore. Caleb grabbed the remote, turned on the TV, and pulled up the Sinnoh arc of Ash's journey. As the opening theme played, he said, "What I'm about to tell you might be hard to believe." Cynthia cut him off. "You mean that I and this world are actually characters from an anime?" Caleb was stunned. "How did you know?" "Dummy," Cynthia said softly, watching the Pokémon opening on screen. "I guessed when I saw all this." Caleb tested the waters and, "You're okay with it?" Cynthia thought carefully, then countered, "Why wouldn't I be?" Caleb couldn't answer. If someone told him he was just a fictional character, he'd probably have an existential crisis. Cynthia saw his uncertainty, then said, "All I know is that this world is real to me. Every Pokémon I've met, every person I've known, they all have thoughts, feelings, stories of their own." Caleb had no rebuttal, because according to Infinite World's guidelines, this world was just as real as the one he originally came from. "And the world is balanced," Cynthia added gently. "Because of this, we met you." Caleb breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't quite grasp the grand philosophy, but it was enough that Cynthia could accept it. "So, now it's just the 2 of us who know we're characters from a comic?" Cynthia asked. Caleb nodded. "Come with me." He took her to the storage room and showed her the items he'd collected from other worlds. "I used to be in a place called Infinite World. It's kind of like a transit. People who love Pokémon deeply get summoned there after death, and if they work hard, they can fulfill their wishes. This leaf stone was a gift from a Pokémon in Johto. This is the spear key I stole from Cyrus. And this," he pointed to the red orb on the shelf, "this lets me control Groudon, Hoen's legendary." Omitting the unpleasant experiences, Caleb told Cynthia everything he could. Cynthia listened quietly, frowning occasionally. Just as Caleb was about to take her to the Pokémon paradise to see the wild Pokémon, Cynthia suddenly asked, "Did it hurt?" Caleb blinked. "What?" Cynthia pursed her lips and said, "You said only people who have died get summoned there." Caleb instantly understood. He smiled and shook his head. "Not really. One moment was darkness, the next I was here." Meanwhile, Xerneas was still running, racing toward the source of divine blessings. Chapter 337. When a player settled into the Pokémon world, it wasn't just their room that fused with this reality. Everything they had acquired in the Infinite World came with them. The Pokémon paradise, all purchased items, even the very fabric of their digital life. Caleb set the sky of Pokémon paradise to a starry night. Then, he and Cynthia strolled through the grass, surrounded by the quiet hum of nature. Wild Pokémon occasionally poked their heads out from the bushes, watching them with curious eyes. These were the ones Caleb had rescued from the burned-down Ilex forest during the mythical Pokémon contest instance. "Whenever I left you all before, I would come here to look at the stars," Caleb said softly. "Sometimes I would contemplate, wondering whether you were real, whether everything I've experienced was just a dream. In my old world, there were no Pokémon, only endless workdays and long-awaited days off that never seemed to come. Back then, I used to wish I could live in the Pokémon world. My understanding of life amounted to work, earning money, and building a better future for the next generation. But I wasn't happy. That life felt awful. I thought I'd never experience pure joy." Cynthia listened quietly. Sometimes, she felt that Caleb seemed like a child who'd been abandoned. Hesitantly, she asked, "Did you not have any family in that place?" "I grew up in an orphanage," Caleb said with a small smile. Cynthia fell silent. Caleb went on, "Then I came here. I met Mimikyu, Dragonite, Lucario, and everyone else. I'm so grateful they've walked this path with me. I love this world where everyone is together, so I want to make this place even better." "I'll be with you," Cynthia said, hesitating for a moment before gently reaching out and firmly grasping Caleb's hand. "It's time to go," Caleb nodded, giving her hand a return squeeze. "Let's protect this world together." It sounded a bit corny, but the message was simple and clear. They left Pokémon Paradise and returned to Pastoria City. By now, Officer Jenny had received word from Kalos. They've already sent people to Geosenge Town to stop Team Flare. Cynthia nodded, then turned to Caleb asking, "Are you going?" Caleb began, but was interrupted by shouts outside. Officer Jenny frowned. "What's going on?" The officer at the door didn't answer. He stared at the sky, murmuring, "That Pokémon is." No one liked cryptic answers, so the three of them stepped outside, only to freeze at the strange sight before them. A deer-like Pokémon was riding on the back of a massive bird with lightning-like feathers, rapidly flying towards them. Caleb was stunned, because he was looking at Xerneas standing on a huge Zapdos back. The bizarre scene naturally drew crowds from all over Pastoria. People rushed out as Zapdos descended slowly, landing gracefully. The legendary Pokémon scanned the humans with a proud, majestic gaze. Xerneas leapt down lightly and walked straight to Caleb under everyone's wide-eyed stares. Caleb was baffled. He didn't know this world's Xerneas, and he wondered how a legendary from Kalos even get all the way to Sinnoh. "Human, please help us," Xerneas pleaded telepathically. Caleb instantly sobered. He assumed this was about the crisis in Kalos. "What happened?" he asked. "They have captured Yveltal and wounded Zygarde. I can feel their life forces fading. If this continues, the balance of nature will collapse." Boom! Thunder cracked and rain began to pour. Zapdos raised its head, staring solemnly at the sky. "Don't worry, there are people already on their way to rescue them," Caleb reassured. He turned to Cynthia and asked, "Is Sinnoh safe now?" Cyrus still hadn't been dealt with, but Cynthia didn't tell Caleb that. She shook her head and said, "I'll handle things here, you go." Caleb nodded, then reached for Dragonite's Piquet Ball. But Zapdos let out a sharp, impatient screech. "Human, stop dawdling, don't waste time and just get on already." Caleb. Xerneas had already hopped onto Zapdos's back and was now looking back at him expectantly. With a twitching eye, Caleb climbed up, gripping Zapdos's glossy feathers as the whole city watched. "I'm off," he called to Cynthia. Zapdos shot into the sky so fast, Caleb didn't even hear her reply. Beneath him, Zapdos's feathers shimmered with raw electric aura. More importantly, its size was enormous. Caleb guessed this wasn't just any legendary, it was one with an actual divine role, unlike the Suicune that had once been captured in nets. Zapdos flew at blinding speed, but Xerneas activated its life aura, wrapping Caleb in a protective field so he wouldn't be ripped away by the wind. The distance between Sinnoh and Kalos was vast, so Caleb glanced at Xerneas and asked, "Why did you come to me?" He didn't believe he was some chosen one just because he was now bound to this world. Xerneas gazed at him and explained, "You carry the blessing of another me." Both Yveltal and Xerneas were embodiments of nature itself, and those who gained their recognition were worthy of trust. Caleb nodded in understanding, since he was indeed blessed by Xerneas in a different instance long ago. Xerneas added, "And you carry the power of the forest." Caleb conjured a green orb of Viridian aura in his palm. Xerneas nodded gently. "This world favors you." Caleb got it. The world itself was actively accepting him. He looked down at the Zapdos serving as their transport and asked, "How did you two meet?" Xerneas replied warmly, "This one heard my call and so came to help." Just then, Zapdos glanced southeast and said abruptly, "The clash between land and sea has begun again." Xerneas, "How many times is this now?" Zapdos, "I've lost count, but it's been a long time since their last fight." Caleb, "Are you talking about Groudon and Kyogre?" he asked. Xerneas hummed an affirmation. Caleb's head spun with confusion. "What now? Hone is in trouble too. Steven and Wallace should be able to handle it, right?" Chapter 338. This Zapdos truly lived up to its divine status. Its speed was far beyond that of legendaries like Suicune, who could be captured by human nets. The vast distance from the Sinnoh region to the Kalos region was covered in just 2 short hours. The rainstorm in Kalos was even fiercer than the one in Sinnoh. By the time Caleb arrived at Geosenge Town, the Kalos League forces were already locked in brutal combat with Team Flare. Caleb didn't recognize any of the Kalos trainers, and this wasn't the time for introductions. So, he turned to Xerneas and asked, "Can you sense Yveltal's exact location?" Xerneas nodded gently, then leapt down and led the way. "Xerneas is here," someone shouted in the chaos. The remaining Team Flare grunts immediately swarmed toward them. Seeing this, Zapdos let out a sharp cry. Its body erupted with intense electrical energy, mingling with the heavy rain to form a massive electric net that it hurled at the attackers. Frontliners fell, but more rushed in, taking their place. Dozens of Pokémon launched simultaneous attacks in this direction. It was clear that Team Flare had committed all their forces here. Caleb calmly pulled out Dragonites and Hydreigon's Piquet balls. Zapdos dove from above. A devastating thunder strike crashed down from the stormy sky, engulfing the enemy ranks in a storm of lightning. Without looking back, Zapdos telepathically said, "Leave this place to me. You two go inside." "Dragonite, Hydreigon, go assist Zapdos," Caleb ordered. "Woo! Roar!" The two Pokémon responded in unison, then flanked Zapdos as they charged the Team Flare army. "What's going on over there?" asked Wickstrom, one of Kalos's Elite Four, frowning at the light erupting from the other side of town. "The enemy's attention has been diverted," said Siebold, the Water-type elite observing the battlefield. "It's an ally." "Ara Tilda, it must be the trainer Cynthia recommended," said Drasna, the Dragon-type elite, smiling as she commanded her Pokémon. "What trainer?" Wickstrom didn't quite understand. Siebold watched the electrical flashes lighting up the sky and said softly, "You know, the one who dismantled Team Rocket in Kanto, crushed Team Galactic in Sinnoh, and just recently thwarted Team Plasma's plot in Unova." Hearing this, a gleam appeared in Wickstrom's eyes, so he's finally come to Kalos. Zapdos, Dragonite, and Hydreigon held off the bulk of Team Flare. Caleb didn't need to deal with the remaining stragglers. Xerneas effortlessly dispatched them as they went. The pair moved unimpeded through the corridors until they reached the final chamber. Xerneas spoke, "Yveltal is inside." Caleb didn't have a passcode, so he resorted to brute force. He released Mutwo, whose eyes flashed blue, and the next instant, a hole was torn through the reinforced metal door with a heavy psychic force. Silence greeted them inside. Caleb and Xerneas walked in, and immediately saw Yveltal restrained on a metal apparatus. "You've arrived," said a voice came from the right. Caleb turned and saw a red-haired man seated in a chair, his face obscured by shadow. Though he'd never met Lysander in this world, Caleb recognized him instantly. "Your presence here means Giovanni has failed," Lysander said. So the villains were working together. Caleb didn't respond. He gestured with his hand, and Mutwo instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Yveltal. With a twist of telekinesis, the metal restraints bent and released Yveltal, who collapsed to the floor. Lysander watched this motionlessly. Only after Mutwo brought Yveltal to Xerneas' side did he shake his head with a chuckle, saying, "Too late. It's useless to me now." As he spoke, he stood up, pulling a strangely shaped Piquet ball. With a black flash, a serpentine Pokémon with a green body and 5 black frill-like appendages behind its head appeared. It was Zygarde, 50% form. "I will create a better world. Go Z, destroy everything," Lysander commanded. Zygarde's eyes glowed red, indicating it was under control. The Order Pokémon let out a deafening, mindless roar. The sound tore through the roof, echoing across all of Geosenge town. Outside. "What was that?" Wickstrom shouted, looking toward the source. "No idea, damn it, more enemies incoming. Gyarados, use Twister," Siebold ordered while retreating. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot skyward from the building surrounded by Team Flare. It tore through the sky, ripping apart the dawn. Plants across the land began growing wildly due to the disruption of order, but their shapes were unnatural, eerie, as if they didn't belong to this world. Everyone, humans and Pokémon alike, froze and looked up. A massive explosion rocked the building. In the storm, it collapsed into rubble. The smoke was washed away by the downpour, revealing the mastermind behind it all. Lysander sneered at the ruins, then turned, surveying the Kalos Elite Fours with disdain. "It ends here, Z, eliminate them," Lysander commanded. Just then a voice called from behind him, "Hey, that's enough." Lysander spun around, shock visible on his face. "You're alive. How?" He had seen them swallowed by Zygarde's attack with his own eyes. Caleb couldn't be bothered to respond. Honestly, Lysander's whole "I'll destroy the world because of humanity's greed and violence" shtick was textbook villainy. It was right up there with "it's not me, it's the world, and I've isolated myself from everyone." "You're not a god," Caleb said flatly. "This world isn't yours to control." Lysander narrowed his eyes and retorted, "A world drowning in greed, violence, and conflict. Does it even deserve to exist? I'm giving humanity a chance to live beautifully without darkness." Caleb had no interest in debating genocidal philosophy. Then let's settle this with a battle. Chapter 339. Zygarde's power has a suppressive effect on Yveltal and Xerneas. This effect is similar to Rayquaza's dominance over Groudon and Kyogre. Under the pressure of red-eyed Zygarde's aura, Xerneas trembled slightly. But this effect didn't work on Mutwo. Caleb pulled out his Piquet balls. In a series of white flashes, all his Pokémon appeared before the stunned crowd. Dragonite and Hydreigon flew over, lining up side by side to face Zygarde in the distance. Lucario, unable to fly, stayed back to protect Caleb. On the ground, every battle halted. All eyes turned skyward. The rain grew heavier, threatening to drown everything. In the downpour, the two Mutwos vanished from their positions and reappeared beside Zygarde. In the next instant, a tidal wave of psychic aura crashed down, engulfing Zygarde in an instant. Caleb's eyes glowed green, indicating the use of the Viridian Power. He tried to awaken Zygarde, but the moment his consciousness entered the Order Pokémon's mind, he was met with a sea of chaotic red. The red energy detected the intrusion and surged toward him like a tidal wave. Violent, destructive thoughts flooded into Caleb's mind. Feeling his body begin to react with agitation, he quickly withdrew his Viridian Power. Since purification didn't work, then the only option was to defeat it head-on, Caleb thought. This wasn't Zygarde's complete form. Its 50% form had a base stat total of 600, which was lower than a single Mutwo's. The genetic Pokémon could suppress Zygarde head-on without even needing to Mega Evolve. Caleb watched calmly as Zygarde was pinned down, then turned to Lysander and said, "It seems like your plan is failing too." Lysander seethed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Damn it, why? Why do you have two Mutwo's? Even though I managed to control Z, why am I still failing?" "Because Z isn't in its complete form," Caleb said, looking up at Zygarde. "End it. Sistrike." Both Mutwo's unleashed a devastating wave of psychic energy. As Sistrike hit, a deafening sonic boom erupted from the battlefield. Lysander stared blankly at the explosion in the sky, muttering, "Not the complete form." Then the shockwave hit him. He coughed up blood, flew backward over 10 meters, and collapsed motionless in the rubble. Zygarde also lost consciousness. Its massive form dissolved into shimmering green particles, leaving only a battered, glowing core behind. "It's over," Caleb picked up the core. Confirming it was stable, he channeled his Viridian Power into it. Under the green glow, Zygarde's core slowly opened its eyes and gave Caleb a look of deep gratitude. Xerneas stepped forward, said, "Thank you, human." The unconscious Yveltal woke up at this moment. Although its nature wasn't as amiable as Xerneas's, it still gave Caleb a respectful nod. With Lysander defeated, the remaining Team Flare grunts were no threat. After witnessing that battle, they had lost their will to fight. The Kalos region's officer, Jenny, and her team arrived late, but quickly arrested the remaining grunts. Xerneas and Yveltal carried Zygarde away. Before vanishing, Zygarde cast one last meaningful glance at Caleb. After seeing them off, Caleb turned toward the Elite Four of Kalos. He didn't approach them, he simply gave a distant nod and used the warp beacon to leave. Zapdos, his transport, left with him. Wickstrom looked at this scene, somewhat baffled. He just left like that. Siebold leaned against a wall with his arms crossed, looked up at the sky, and said, "He probably has something urgent left to do." The crisis wasn't over yet. Drasna tapped her chin in thought, then asked, What do you think? Should we send the token of our gratitude to Kanto or to Sinnoh? Siebold was right. There was one last matter to resolve. Worried about the situation with Groudon and Kyogre, Caleb didn't linger in the Kalos region and directly teleported to Slateport City in Hoenn. Watching the waves crash against the shore, he turned to Zapdos and said, "Hey, bird bro, mind leading the way?" Zapdos huffed proudly, "Get on." As a gesture of gratitude, it would carry him once more. Caleb found this Zapdos oddly likable. He climbed onto its back and asked, "Do you know Articuno and Moltres?" Zapdos replied, "Of course I do, you want to meet them." "Can I?" Caleb hadn't seen Moltres in person yet. Zapdos thought about it and said, "It's not impossible, I think they'd be happy to see you." "How do you know?" Caleb asked, amused. Zapdos answered seriously, "Because no Pokémon can resist the aura you carry." That aura of nature itself made those around him feel peaceful and safe. If it were anyone else, Zapdos wouldn't give them the time of day. Is it addictive? Caleb hoped it wasn't like some kind of Pokémon catnip. Zapdos scoffed, "Of course not, we have excellent self-control." "Good to hear," Caleb sighed in relief. With Giovanni and Lysander defeated, only Archie and Maxie remained. For the first time in days, Caleb could finally breathe. He took the opportunity to ask Zapdos for some insider information regarding legendaries. "Have you met Ho-Oh?" "No." "What about Entei, Suicune Reiku?" "I've seen them." "How strong is Suicune? Do you think it could get captured by humans using a net?" "What kind of net could possibly hold us?" "I've seen a Suicune caught in one before," Caleb said skeptically. Zapdos imagined it, then laughed mockingly. Then that Suicune was too dumb. As they bantered, the ocean ahead began to change. Caleb spotted a path of hardened magma stretching across the sea. It was likely Groudon's trail. Zapdos called out, "Ready, we're almost there." Chapter 340. Caleb didn't know the exact situation in Hoenn, so just to be safe, he had Zapdos wait in place while he teleported back home to retrieve the two orbs that could control Groudon and Kyogre. Meanwhile, in a remote stretch of ocean, Groudon, controlled by Maxie through the red orb, was already locked in battle with Kyogre, controlled by Archie via the blue orb. From his helicopter, Maxie held the red orb aloft, his eyes burning with fanaticism as he gazed down at the clash below. In the opposite helicopter, Archie watched Maxie coldly and demanded, "You've already achieved your goal, why are you still fighting me?" Maxie shifted his gaze to Archie and grinned, "Still don't get it. My goal is to expand the landmass using Groudon, and your existence will only hinder my plan." Archie sneered, "You don't even know, do you? Lysander has also failed. Without me, do you really think you stand a chance against two Mutwoes?" This was the latest intel he had received from a Team Aqua mole planted within Team Flare. Sure enough, Maxie fell silent at those words. Just then, several helicopters appeared in the distance. "The meddlers have arrived," Archie noted indifferently. "Then let's deal with them together first," Maxie declared. The orbs in their hands glowed red and blue. Below, Groudon and Kyogre immediately stopped fighting, their golden eyes emotionless as they turned toward the incoming aircraft. Steven and Wallace stood at the open cabin doors, frowning at the scene below. They exchanged glances, nodded in silent understanding, and each threw a piquet ball. In twin flashes of white light, Milotic and Metagross appeared in midair. Steven looked toward the enemy helicopters and said, "That kind of power is not something you can control." Those who couldn't master the orbs would eventually be consumed by their power. Maxie and Archie scoffed in unison, "Enough talk. Groudon/Kyogre eliminate them." Grooar. Kyoo. The two ancient deities roared, their bodies erupting with red and blue light. The energy surged along the black patterns on their hides, converging at their heads. Then, terrifying power erupted from Groudon, racing through the solidified magma below. It erupted beneath Milotic and Metagross like a colossal blade of molten rock, slashing upward with enough force to cleave cliffs. Before Kyogre, golden rings materialized in the air. With a strange hum, several straight beams of white light shot forth. Those were the iconic Precipice Blade and Origin Pulse. Metagross/Milotic dodge now, Stephen and Wallace shouted. Meta. Miluo. Both Pokémon were battle-hardened veterans and were acutely sensitive to danger. Their bond with their trainers ensured perfect coordination. They dodged with swift precision, narrowly avoiding both devastating attacks. With their companions having evaded, Stephen and Wallace instantly issued their next orders. Metagross Flash Cannon. Milotic Hydro Pump. Without needing to coordinate, they had already split targets. Metagross engaged Kyogre. Milotic faced Groudon. Maxie sneered, the power of the Earth deity isn't something you can withstand. Groudon, Precipice Blade. Archie echoed, Origin Pulse. The signature moves came again. Metagross's bulky frame moved with surprising agility, weaving between every beam of Origin Pulse. Milotic dove beneath the waves. Wherever the Precipice Blades passed, seawater instantly solidified into hardened land. Milotic calmly weaved through the terrain at top speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then it leapt from the water, a torrent of pressurized water coiling around it. The attack was released and slammed straight into Groudon like a cannonball. Metagross's Flash Cannon struck Kyogre at the same instant. And that was the scene Caleb witnessed the moment he arrived. Groudon's head was violently knocked off course, while Kyogre was engulfed in the blinding light of Flash Cannon. Caleb stood stunned. Damn, Stephen and Wallace are strong. They were each using only one Pokémon, and yet they seemed to be gaining the upper hand against two legendaries. Relief washed over Caleb as he realized that the battle was almost over. He released Mutwo, pointed at Maxie's helicopter, then calmly said, "Teleport." In a flash, he appeared right behind Maxie. Caleb snatched the red orb from Maxie's hand and kicked him hard, saying, "Down you go." Maxie let out a scream before splashing into the ocean. Caleb repeated the move with Archie, grabbing the blue orb and sending him diving. Now holding the red orb in his left hand and the blue orb in his right, Caleb issued a single command to both legendaries: "Stop fighting." He then cancelled the forced control the orbs had imposed. Stephen and Wallace watched, utterly stunned. Caleb hopped onto Zapdos, who'd come to pick him up, gave the two a nod, then landed before Groudon and Kyogre. "All right, that's enough. Go back to sleep." Groudon glared at him fiercely. Through the Viridian Power, Caleb sensed its fury toward humanity. Caleb tried reasoning with it, pointing to Maxie and Archie who were flailing in the water. They are the ones who did this, not humanity. Groudon remembered the humiliation of getting smacked in the face by Milotic's hydro pump. Its eyes blazed with renewed fury. At that, Caleb had no choice but to threaten, "Are you sure you want to keep this up? If you do, I'll just invite that one." He projected an image of Rayquaza into both Groudon's and Kyogre's minds. Groudon's anger instantly cooled. It shot Caleb a resentful look, then turned and unleashed Precipice Blade on Maxie. Kyogre did the same to Archie with Origin Pulse. Having vented their frustration, the two deities turned away and began retreating toward their respective lairs. Caleb thought to himself, Groudon and Kyogre of this world are surprisingly reasonable. Watching Groudon's lonely retreating figure, an idea sparked in Caleb's mind. He wanted to following it to see how long it would take for it to walk home. He realized this might be his only chance to find out. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. So he asked, "Hey, bird bro, do you need to head back right away?" Zapdos, no. Then how about we follow it, fly high so it doesn't notice? What are you planning? You said the Cave of Origin is really far from here. Caleb finally voiced his burning question. And Groudon can't fly, so how long would it actually take to walk all the way back? Zapdos hadn't cared at first, but now he was curious too. Still, he kept his tone indifferent. "We'll find out if we go see." The pair decided to act without hesitation. They set off immediately. With the crisis resolved, Caleb felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. Lighthearted, he bid a quiet farewell to Stephen and Wallace, then secretly trailed after Groudon. Back on the helicopter, Wallace watched Caleb's retreating figure and asked, "That's the trainer you mentioned, right?" Stephen nodded. "Yes, he is. Exceptional." "I heard he helped resolve the incidents in Unova and Sinnoh," Wallace said. Stephen looked at him, puzzled. Wallace continued, "So, what do you think we should give him as a token of our gratitude?" After all, without Caleb's intervention, this disaster wouldn't have ended so cleanly. Stephen understood. He thought carefully, how about a fossil? Wallace gave a wry smile. Not everyone is as obsessed with rocks as you are. Well, what do you suggest? He doesn't seem to need money. After all, as part of Devon Corp, Stephen knew Caleb earned royalties from Pokéblocks. Wallace recalled a rumor. Lance once mentioned he asked the Kanto League for a Dragonite. Maybe we should give him a Pokémon too. Stephen nodded. He does love Pokémon. Perfect, Wallace said. The League happens to have an unhatched Larvitar egg. Let's send that over. A Larvitar egg was an extremely rare treasure anywhere. Giving it to Caleb was both a gesture of gratitude and a way to foster a good relationship. After all, a trainer regarded highly by every region's league was someone Hone couldn't afford to overlook. Chapter 341. Tilda Pastoria City, Sinnoh Region Tilda. Caitlin lay sprawled across the table, bored out of her mind. Thanks to Caleb, the situation in Unova had been mostly resolved, and they have successfully captured Getsis, the leader of Team Plasma. As for the remaining political mess among the noble families, Caitlin had dumped it all on the recently recovered Alder and her 3 elite peers. She herself had packed a large bundle of gifts and traveled alone to the distant Sinnoh region. Cynthia sat in a chair, quietly reading a book on theology. Sunlight streaming through the window fell on her face, giving her an ethereal and composed beauty. Nearby, a pile of colorfully wrapped gifts lay stacked on the carpet. "Is the Team Galactic situation resolved?" Caitlin asked casually. "Mostly," Cynthia replied softly without looking up. After a tense chase, Cyrus had finally been apprehended by the Officer Jenny family and thrown into prison. All that remained was returning the Pokémon stolen by Team Galactic's remnants to their rightful trainers. "So you finally get to relax a bit," Caitlin sighed. "How about coming to my place for a vacation in a few days? I've already had the villa cleaned." "Let's wait and see," Cynthia said, still flipping pages. She wanted to make sure things were stable in Sinnoh before deciding. "All right then," Caitlin said, somewhat helplessly. "So, when exactly is Caleb coming back?" She'd already been waiting in Sinnoh for 3 days. At that question, Cynthia finally set down her book. Her beautiful eyes drifted to the window. After a moment, she said, "I don't know either." "You don't know? Then do you at least know what he's doing right now?" Caitlin asked, incredulous. Cynthia nodded. "He told me he's filming a documentary called The Temptation to Go Home." Caitlin facepalmed. "What kind of ridiculous title is that?" "Tilda Pastoria City Airport Tilda." 2 private jets landed simultaneously. From one stepped a man cradling a Pokémon egg. From another landing pad, 2 men and 2 women disembarked. Stephen, who was dressed modestly, glanced at the Kanto Elite 4, who were also laden with gifts, and fell silent. "Lance," Lorelei, ever the social butterfly, greeted cheerfully. "What a coincidence." Stephen eyed their packages and asked calmly, "Here to deliver gifts too?" Lance's eyes fell on the pale green-patterned egg in Stephen's arms. His extensive knowledge allowed him to instantly recognize which Pokémon it was. As expected of the heir to Devon Corp, rich and extravagant, Lance thought, feeling their own gifts paled in comparison. But outwardly, he remained composed. "Shall we go together?" Stephen had no objections, since they were going the same way anyway. The 5 boarded a minivan and soon arrived at the Sinnoh League headquarters. They weren't just here to thank Caleb, they also wanted the world to know everything he'd done behind the scenes. Every time Lance thought about it, he felt a strange emotion stir. Caleb was unusual. From the start, he never seemed to care about fame or reward. Despite his immense contributions to the various regions, he never asked any league for anything in return. He didn't seek recognition, and he risked his lifetime and again. If he hadn't experienced it all firsthand, even the justice-driven Lance would find it hard to believe that such a person truly existed in the world. From the driver's seat, Lorelei glanced at Lance through the rearview mirror and said, "Don't worry. We've already arranged everything with the press and media." Stephen, who had come alone, observed the 2 of them. After a pause, he asked, You're planning to tell the public everything. Lance didn't deny it. People deserve to know someone like him exists. These deeds shouldn't be forgotten with time. This was the world's due response to him. Stephen considered it, then nodded. You're right, that's how it should be. As they spoke, the van pulled up to the Sinnoh League building. They stepped out, and after showing their credentials, they were escorted straight to the top floor. Lorelei knocked on the door. It opened quickly. Cynthia blinked in surprise at the crowd. What's all this? Who is it? Caitlin called out, then peeked over and instantly understood. She chuckled. I thought I was the only one coming. Cynthia politely ushered everyone in. Lance murmured thanks and sat properly on the guest sofa. Lorelei, Bruno, and Agatha took one couch, sitting next to each other. Stephen sat alone on a single-seat sofa, still holding the egg. Cynthia watched the scene with quiet resignation. That guy is really popular. Just then, another knock sounded from outside. Cynthia, now numb to surprises, opened the door and found Drasna leading the Kalos delegation. Cynthia. Everyone inside exchanged glances with the Kalos group. The events happening in Sinnoh were unknown to Caleb. He was currently with Zapdos, using a camera he had purchased in Infinite World to document Groudon's entire journey home. 3 days had passed since Groudon and Kyogre's battle, and in those 3 days, Groudon had only made it to Fortree City. Zapdos, this one's speed is too slow. Caleb's arm was sore from holding the camera, so he had promoted Mewtwo to cameraman. At Zapdos' remark, he muttered, It's about what I expected. Over the 3 days, Groudon hadn't been walking non-stop. Perhaps it was the world's way of self-correcting. With Kyogre no longer a threat, Groudon seemed much more relaxed. It would walk for a while, then stop to rest. The continent Pokémon had long noticed Caleb and his Pokémon trailing it, but simply chose to ignore them. By noon, Groudon stopped to rest and, as usual, shot Caleb a pitying look, as if he was an idiot. Doesn't this human have to work? Why does it keep following me? Is there something wrong with its brain? Groudon didn't hide its thoughts, so Caleb instantly sensed them through the Viridian Power. Caleb sighed in exasperation. Just then, a text from Cynthia arrived. Caleb checked it and decided he'd followed Groudon long enough. He stood up and asked, Need a lift? Groudon looked up, puzzled. Caleb explained, I can take you home. It'll be faster than walking alone. Groudon disliked humans. Though Caleb felt different from most, it still refused the offer. Caleb didn't insist. He took the camera from Mewtwo, tucked it into his inventory, and turned to Zapdos, saying, Thanks for the past few days, bird bro. I have to go now. Zapdos glanced at Groudon. You're not following it anymore. Caleb stroked the yellow feathers on Zapdos' cheek and pulled out electric-type special Pokéblocks from his inventory. As he fed the electric bird, he said, No, I'm heading home. You should head back too. Zapdos blinked. Oh. Caleb felt a real connection with this bird, but a free-spirited legendary like Zapdos would never agree to be caught. So he didn't ask. Let's meet again if we get the chance, he said. Chapter 342. The moment Caleb stepped through the door, he saw a room full of guests bearing gifts. Lance, Lorelei, Stephen, Cynthia, Caitlin. Whoa, an all-star lineup, Caleb thought, slightly stunned. Aside from Alola and Galar, it seemed like every regional league had sent representatives. Caleb's eyes immediately locked onto Stephen, who stood out from the group with the egg cradled in his arms. Caleb activated appraisal. A moment later, the egg's details appeared in his mind. Larvitar egg, still some time before hatching. Is that for me? Caleb was genuinely shocked. Tyranitar was a pseudo-legendary from Hone, and Caleb felt he hadn't even done anything special for the region. I did kick Maxie and Archie into the sea, but that was incidental. I even got the red and blue orbs for free, and the Hone League hadn't asked me to return them. Looking at everyone, Caleb broke into a smile and said, Seriously, you didn't have to bring gifts. Lorelei chuckled and teased, then stopped staring at Stephen's egg. Caleb laughed sheepishly. At that moment, Drasna from the Kalos delegation stepped forward with a warm smile and extended her hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chase. I'm Drasna. Caleb recognized her from the anime. And in person, she didn't look very different from her animated counterpart. He shook her hand with a grin. Technically, this is our second meeting. He hadn't greeted them last time since he was in a rush and just teleported straight to Hone. How about having a meal together? Caleb asked, glancing around at the group. Cynthia moved to his side, saying, I'll go prepare something. No need, Caleb shook his head. Let's just go to my place. Since arriving in this world, the warp beacon had automatically removed all locations from other dimensions, and in turn, gained a new function: group teleportation. Huh? Cynthia was momentarily stunned, then remembered Caleb's special ability and smiled, nodding. At the mention of my place, Lorelei raised an eyebrow and asked, So you're staying for good? Caleb nodded. Yes, I'm never leaving again. As he spoke, he activated the warp beacon. In the next second, the entire group, along with all their gifts, appeared on the grassy lawn of his backyard. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the sudden shift. Caleb explained casually, It's my psychic ability. I can teleport people with me. They were all adults, so no one pressed for details. After the initial shock, they followed Caleb into his house. Gardevoir, his domestic robot, instantly sprang into action upon learning the situation and hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Caleb released all his Pokémon from their Pokéballs and had Dragonite lead them to the Pokémon paradise to relax. When Drasna spotted the two Mutwoes, her eyes widened. You're the mysterious trainer from Alola who caught Mutwo. Yep, that's me. Oh my, Drasna gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Caitlin patted her shoulder, completely unfazed. Stay calm. Just then, a red orb and a blue orb rolled out from the inner room, with Mimikyu and Celebi gleefully chasing after them. The two small Pokémon hopped on top of the orbs and started rolling on them like they were on wheels. Stephen watched, his expression complicated. Even for someone of his privileged background, this was astonishing. What kind of household treats legendary orbs like toys for Pokémon to play with? Caleb turned on the TV, but in this setting, no one really wanted to watch. After a moment's thought, he led everyone to the Pokémon paradise. Drasna and the others were even more shocked. This is a backyard. Whose backyard is this extravagant? This has to be a separate dimension. It's not even visible from outside. Caleb pointed to a few wild Pokémon playing on the grass and said to Lance and Lorelei, These are the wild Pokémon we rescued from the burned-down Ilex forest. Remember. Lorelei certainly remembered. Seeing their joyful faces now, she sighed softly, We really owe you for that. As they strolled through the grass, they discussed the aftermath of various villainous teams. Caleb learned more about Team Flare, Team Aqua, and others. Soon, Gardevoir announced dinner was ready. The meal seemed lavish, making everyone's appetite surge at the sight. But just before eating, Caitlin leaned in and whispered to Caleb, If you ever become league champion, would you use the trophy as a flower pot? Caleb blinked, taken aback. Why would you think that? Caitlin nodded toward the red orb, now rolled into a corner. Just feels like something you'd do. As a psychic herself, she could naturally sense the terrifying energy sealed within. I'm not planning to participate in the league competitions yet, he said. Even if he did, he'd wait until Ash reached Kalos. By then, Mega Evolution research would be public, and he wanted to experience a battle against Ash's bonded Greninja. All right, Caitlin said, then sat down like a noble lady and began enjoying the exotic otherworldly cuisine. After the meal, Bruno looked around at the group and mused. Never thought I'd share a meal with so many Elite Four members from other regions at once. Everyone exchanged glances, each feeling something indescribable. Caitlin smiled and suggested, In that case, why don't we take a group photo to commemorate this? Drasna's eyes lit up. Great idea. Lance crossed his arms. I don't mind. Stephen gave a slight nod. Does anyone have a camera? All eyes turned to the homeowner. Caleb. He sighed and pulled the camera from his inventory. Removing the film reel of Groudon's walking documentary, he loaded a fresh roll. Caitlin and Cynthia picked a wide-open spot in the Pokémon paradise. Caleb set the timer, then rejoined the group. Background, blue sky, white clouds, green grass, gentle breeze. People, Siebold, Drasna, Caitlin, Stephen, Caleb, Cynthia, Lance, Agatha, Bruno, Lorelei. Say cheese. cheese. Click. The moment was immortalized. Meanwhile, in Alola. After extensive investigation and using the information Caleb provided, Lily and Gladion finally found their father, the amnesiac Moan, on a remote island. They brought this information and a current photo of Moan to Lusamine. However, the moment Lusamine saw Lily, she ordered her guards to seize Cosmog and handed it over to Faba, head of the Etha Foundation's branch. "Mother, please believe us. Father isn't dead, it's all true," Lily pleaded as she was restrained. Lusamine stared at her, expressionless. After a long silence, she finally bent down and picked up the photo from the ground. Seeing the familiar face, her cold expression finally wavered. But just then, a massive ultra wormhole tore open above the mansion. Nihilego and other ultra beasts poured out, scattering across Alola. A few Nihilego noticed the group in the courtyard below and approached. As they drifted closer, Lily's face turned pale as memories of past traumas flooded back. "Silvally," Gladion frowned, ordering his Pokémon to block the approaching Nihilego. But in that instant, one Nihilego silently crept up behind Lily, reaching out with its tentacle. At the critical moment, Lusamine noticed and rushed over, shoving Lily aside and getting grabbed herself. "Mother," Lily cried, collapsing in fear. Gladion reacted swiftly, "Silvally, stop it." But it was too late. With other Nihilego covering it, the creature carried Lusamine into the ultra wormhole. Then the rift snapped shut. Gladion snapped out of his shock and charged into the mansion's lab. There, he found Cosmog, fast asleep, having evolved into Cosmoem. "Faba, what did you do?" Gladion roared. Faba had seen everything through the monitors. Calmly, he explained, "Your mother ordered me to do it." Gladion realized the truth. Lusamine still hadn't given up on opening ultra wormholes and capturing ultra beasts. Faba looked toward where the wormhole had appeared and said, "Those creatures. Your mother named them UB-01 Symbiont." Chapter 343. November arrived, and the temperature in Celestic Town dropped steadily. In the mornings, a delicate layer of frost now coated the windows. Winter was coming to Sinnoh. While the outdoors grew bitterly cold, the house remained cozy and warm. This kind of warm environment was the best condition for Pokémon eggs to hatch. Over a month had passed since that group dinner. Yet neither Steven's Larvitar egg nor the Dark Lugia egg Caleb had brought from Infinite World showed any signs of hatching. That Dark Lugia egg had been obtained in the Extreme Realm instance. Due to a system bug, it could only hatch after he left Infinite World. Staring at the two eggs resting quietly on soft blankets inside the incubation room, Caleb sighed in resignation. "Well, looks like they won't hatch today either." He turned and left the room, heading to the dining table to join his Pokémon for breakfast. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a faint knocking came from the second-floor bedroom window. Caleb looked up and exchanged glances with Mutwo across the table, saying, "I'll go check. You guys keep eating." He stood and headed upstairs. Mimikyu followed. Caleb glanced back at his cute starter, full already. Mimikyu nodded happily. "Then let's go take a look," Caleb said, ruffling the little one's head with a soft smile. They reached the second floor, entered the room, and Caleb pushed the window open, only to be hit by a sharp gust of cold wind. "Nothing's out there," he frowned. Even if it was another Pokémon, it shouldn't have vanished that quickly. Mimikyu floated outside, scanning the yard, then let out a surprised cry. "Q!" Caleb leaned out and saw a familiar green core lying in his backyard. Minutes later, in the dining room, Caleb and his Pokémon stared at the exhausted Zygarde core sprawled across the table. "So there are a lot of residual negative energy cores scattered across Kalos?" Caleb asked, recalling the bizarre, unnatural plants he'd seen sprouting from the ground during his visit. In the anime, Ash had faced something similar. Only his Greninja could see those cores, so Zygarde hired him to cut down the corrupted trees. But here, it seemed all of Caleb's Pokémon could see them. His expression turned odd. Zygarde gave him a pleading look. Caleb sighed reluctantly, "All right. If chopping down corrupted plants is part of protecting this world, so be it," he thought. He turned to his team, then asked the guardian of the ecosystem, "How long will it take to clean up all the negative energy cores?" Zygarde thought for a moment, then answered, "By human standards, about a year." That meant he'd be separated from his Pokémon for an entire year. Caleb felt a pang of reluctance at that. Since entering Infinite World, he'd never been apart from his companions. Not once. Especially Hydreigon. He had practically watched it hatch and grow from day one. Just then, Mutwo joined in. The negative energy cores are disrupting the world's ecological balance. Caleb knew what it meant. Ash was still traveling in Unova, Greninja hasn't shown up in the picture yet, and others couldn't see those negative energy cores. This left the task to Caleb and his companions. Caleb took a deep breath. "I'll be here waiting for you to come back." "Woo," Dragonite whimpered softly. Caleb stroked his chubby cheek, then pulled out his warp beacon and handed it to Mutwo. "Take this, you can use it to come back anytime." At least once a week for dinner," he said, suddenly feeling like a dad sending his kids off to boarding school. "We will," Mutwo said solemnly, accepting the beacon. He glanced toward the incubation room, then added, "Don't worry, you won't be alone." After discussion, it was decided that Mewtwo would stay behind to protect Caleb, while the others would accompany Zygarde to cleanse the world. That morning, Caleb and Mewtwo stood at the front door, watching as their companions departed. Lucario, Mimikyu, Dragonite, Celebi, Mutwo, and Hydreigon. The moment they left, the house, which once lively and chaotic, fell into sudden silence. Caleb wasn't used to it at all. He sat on the sofa for a while, but even his favorite games and the TV held no appeal. After some thought, he went to check on the Larvitar and Dark Lugia eggs in the incubation room. Both remained perfectly still, seemingly deep in slumber. Mewtwo watched him and asked quietly, "What was your life like before you met us?" That felt like a lifetime ago. Caleb tried to remember, but the memories were distant, hazy. "Not good but not bad either," he said simply. On the second day after Dragonite and the others left, Caleb saw news about Zapdos appearing in the Sinnoh region. Then that very afternoon, he saw a certain massive and majestic bird on his roof. "How did you end up here?" Caleb asked, amused. Zapdos gave him a sidelong glance before shamelessly saying, "Just passing through." Caleb laughed, inwardly retorting, "Sure, except I saw the news this morning." "Want to come in?" he offered. Zapdos didn't hesitate. But at over 2 meters tall, the electric bird barely fit in the 3-meter-high living room. Caleb had no choice but to lead his guest to the Pokémon paradise. The moment Zapdos stepped inside, his eyes lit up with pure joy. Caleb. 3 days later, watching Zapdos lounging contentedly in the paradise, Caleb was left speechless. "When are you planning to leave?" he finally asked. Zapdos had no intention of leaving. This place had the scent of untouched nature, endless food supply, and whether that could shift at will. For a Pokémon, this place was nothing short of heaven. Caleb, who sensed Zapdos's thoughts through his Viridian Power, wondered if he was being taken advantage of. He really wanted to ask, "Bird bro, is this what you meant by good self-control?" But the Pokémon Paradise's infinite food was part of the original package, costing him nothing, so he let the shameless bird stay. Zapdos's arrival eased his loneliness somewhat. On the 6th day, the incubation room finally stirred. Hearing Mewtwo's call, Caleb rushed over and saw the black and silver egg cracking open. A tiny, sleek black creature pushed through the shell with its wings, its head peeking out from beneath the broken fragments. Dark Lugia had finally hatched. Chapter 344. Immediately after, cracks began to spread across the other Pokémon egg with light green patterns. Crack! A crisp crack echoed through the room, and a tiny, green Larvitar with shiny black eyes blinked open from within its shell. Caleb's heart leapt in joy at this welcome surprise. "Lar," Larvitar let out a tender cry. Dark Lugia, drawn by the sound, responded with its own high-pitched, delicate cry. So adorable! After waiting so many days, finally seeing these 2 newborns melted Caleb's heart completely. "Lar," he mimicked Larvitar, gently scratching the little one under its chin. Larvitar immediately let out a happy, contented hum. Nearby, the little Lugia watched with wide, curious eyes, first at Larvitar, then at Caleb. Caleb realized he shouldn't play favorites with his Pokémon, so he reached out his other hand and stroked the shiny Lugia's tiny head. He didn't play with them for long, however. Newly hatched Pokémon were still in their fragile infant stage. They were tiny and fragile. Depending on the species, it could take anywhere from a few months to years to reach full maturity. Breaking out of their shells had already taken a lot of their energy. After playing for a while, little Larvitar fell asleep right inside the eggshell. Lugia hadn't fallen asleep yet, but it was blinking drowsily. Caleb whispered, "Rest now, little one." Its breathing slowed and it dozed off, limbs sprawled in its shell. Caleb didn't move them. He had done his research. Larvitar hatchlings instinctively ate their eggshells to replenish energy. As for Lugia, he wasn't sure. So he placed them together, adjusted the room's temperature to the ideal setting, and assigned Mewtwo as their full-time babysitter. Then he stepped outside. Cynthia was already waiting in the yard. Caleb looked at her and asked with a strange expression, "Did Lance really tell everyone what I did?" A few days ago, he'd seen news reports about himself on TV and couldn't believe it. Cynthia nodded. After a pause, she asked, "Do you dislike being interviewed? If you do, we don't have to go." Indeed, the story had spread worldwide in just 2 days. Everyone now knew of a trainer named Caleb who'd been silently fighting villainous organizations behind the scenes. Caleb scratched his head. "It's not that I dislike it, it's just kind of embarrassing." After all, the evaluations of him in the newspapers had gone way overboard. Phrases like hero of a new era, the embodiment of justice, knight who guards the world, and even some Chunabiu-sounding phrases that made one's heart race and face flush. It was even more absurd than Infinite Worlds achievement titles. Caleb felt like he didn't recognize the heroic person the articles kept describing. He just couldn't link that figure to himself. Cynthia burst out laughing and said, "Don't worry, they all really like you." When Caleb and Cynthia arrived at the interview site, the reporters were watching a pre-recorded segment. It featured a little girl clutching an Eevee plush alongside her parents. "It's true, the Big Brother's Pokémon saved me." Caleb recognized her instantly. She was the girl Mutwo had rescued at Castelia Arena. Other survivors from the town frozen by Kyurem added, "We saw him too. When our town was buried in ice, he brought us food from outside, which kept us alive until help arrived." The moment the reporters spotted Caleb, they swarmed over, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Faced with so many cameras for the first time, Caleb felt awkward. Unsure how to act, he just offered a polite smile. Staff responsible for maintaining order stepped forward and had them line up to ask questions one at a time. "Excuse me, are the reports about you on TV really true?" "Caleb, they're exaggerated. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person, really. We heard you've been traveling through various regions alone, dealing with local evil organizations. Were you ever afraid when facing them?" "Caleb, I wasn't entirely alone. The local officer Jennies and the Elite Four members provided me with a lot of help. We heard you are currently on vacation. May I ask what your plans are for the future?" "Caleb, maybe I'll try entering a league tournament someday." By the time the interview ended, Caleb was utterly drained. He took the water Cynthia handed him and decided right then that he would never accept interviews again. Cynthia chuckled, saying, "Then get some proper rest for a while." Caleb nodded, but reality gave him no such luxury. 3 days later, while playing house dad to little Larvitar and Dark Lugia, Caleb received a call from Alola. It was Lily asking for help. From her account, Caleb learned that Lusamine hadn't escaped the original storyline's fate after all. To save Lily, she was seized by Nihilego and dragged into ultra space. Cosmog had also fallen into a deep sleep, evolving into a Cosmoem. "Caleb, how did we end up back in the anime plot again?" In the show, Ash and the others later helped Lily enter ultra space and rescue Lusamine, who had fused with Nihilego. But right now, Caleb only had 2 battle-ready Pokémon, Mewtwo and Zapdos, the freeloader who refused to leave. Ironically, Dragonite and the others had just departed that morning to help Zygarde clear negative energy cores. Caleb thought it over. If it's just Lusamine who's merely controlled by Nihilego, then Mewtwo and Zapdos should be enough to handle it. He said, "All right, I'll come. Meet me on Pony Island." Since Lily's group had already found the Sun Flute, Caleb could go straight to Pony Island, awaken Cosmog at the altar of the sun, and open the Ultra Wormhole. Without his warp beacon, he'd have to ride Zapdos. At Bird Bro's speed, the trip from Sinnoh to Alola would take at least 5 hours. Caleb quickly informed Cynthia and entrusted the little dark Lugia and Larvitar to her care. Before leaving, he knelt to the 2 clinging babies and said gently, "Be good at home. I'll bring you new toys when I get back." As the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized he had inadvertently set a flag. But with Mewtwo and Zapdos, defeating Nihilego and rescuing Lusamine should be doable. Right. Chapter 345. Caleb's interview went viral across every region. Online, fans erupted with reactions. "What? He's way too humble. Wait, he said he'll enter a league tournament. Did anyone ask which one? I need to book tickets a year in advance. He's the mysterious guy who caught Mutwo in Alola. Will Mutwo battle in the tournament? Caleb-san, come to Unova. We welcome you." "No, don't go to Unova, come to Hone. Steven's ready for your challenge anytime." "Don't be ridiculous. He's clearly from Kanto. He'll pick the Kanto League." "You're the one being ridiculous. He's already settled in Sinnoh." While various forums were buzzing with excitement, Caleb was already on his way to Alola. Riding Zapdos, he brought only Mewtwo with him. This trip wasn't just about rescuing Lusamine, he also had to address Alola's looming crisis. 4 hours later, Caleb and Zapdos finally landed on Pony Island. Lily and her brother Gladion were already waiting. "Please help us," Lily pleaded. Gladion stepped beside her, looking Caleb in the eye, then said, "As thanks for your aid, once this is over, you may ask one favor of us. We'll do our best to fulfill it." A promise from the Etha Foundation's heir carried serious weight, but Caleb didn't need it. He shook his head. "No need. I'm helping because I promised Lily." Lily bowed deeply. "Thank you." It had been 2 full months since Caleb last saw her. Now, just like in the games, she had changed her hairstyle and her eyes shone with newfound resolve. "Let's begin," Caleb said. Lily nodded. She placed the slumbering Nebby on the altar, then pulled out the Sun Flute, which had taken them half a month to find. Ultra Beasts had begun invading Alola a month ago. To save her mother and Nebby, this was their only choice. She and Gladion exchanged glances, then moved to opposite sides of the altar and blew into their flutes. Melodic notes echoed through the air. Caleb, watching from behind, couldn't resist pulling out his camera to record the whole scene. It was an iconic moment, after all. Sure enough, as they played, brilliant light erupted from the base of the altar. Like liquid radiance, it flowed upward along ancient carvings until it reached the sun's symbol at the peak. Then a beam of dazzling, multicolored light shot down, striking Nebby. Wind whipped their clothes violently. Caleb and Zapdos looked up in awe at the sacred spectacle. Under the surge of cosmic energy, Nebby's form began to change. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a majestic, lion-like Pokémon glowing with solar brilliance. Lily whispered, "Nebby." Cosmoem, now evolved into Solgaleo, ran to Lily's side and gently nuzzled her cheek. A moment later, Lily raised her head, her gaze firm once more. "Solgaleo, please help me." Solgaleo turned, and an ultra wormhole tore open in midair. Caleb put away his camera and prepared for battle. With Solgaleo's aid, the 3 successfully entered the ultra space. Their arrival drew immediate attention from the ultra beasts dwelling here. Caleb spotted Buzzwole, Pheromosa, and other familiar ultra beasts. Gladion frowned, saying, "Many of these creatures have been appearing all over Alola lately." Caleb didn't speak. The ultra beasts had already begun invading Alola, but the ultra guardians hadn't been established yet, so naturally, no one was sending them back. He hoped this incident would make Lusamine see reason. Led by Solgaleo, they navigated the treacherous ultra space and reached the deepest point, the ultra deep sea. Through thick mist, Caleb saw Lusamine, who was controlled by a Nihilego. The Nihilego coiled atop her head, its jellyfish-like tentacles piercing her neck and scalp. Black neurotoxin pulsed through her veins, which were visible beneath her skin as dark throbbing lines. This was far more horrifying than the anime's sanitized version. "Mother," Lily gasped, hands covering her mouth. The Nihilego noticed them. It eyed Solgaleo fearfully, but instead of retreating, it let out a cry. Instantly, swarms of Nihilegos and other ultra beasts converged. Gladion scowled. Have they gone mad? "Roar!" Solgaleo let out a majestic roar. Several ultra beasts flinched back in fear, but just as quickly that fear vanished. Their movements turned stiff, like they had become mechanical. Caleb tried the Viridian Power, but sensed no consciousness at all. Strange, it's as if they are being controlled. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. With more ultra beasts closing in, Caleb shouted, "Get ready for battle. Gladion, protect your sister. Mutwo, Zapdos." Gladion decisively released all his Pokémon, with Silvally at the front, bracing for battle. Zapdos shrieked, and a bolt of raw lightning erupted from his body, striking a Nihilego at blinding speed. "Mewtwo, can you pull that woman over with Psychic?" Caleb asked. Mewtwo nodded, its eyes glowed blue. A blue aura enveloped Lusamine and the Nihilego controlling her, lifting them toward the group. The surrounding Nihilegos went berserk, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Mewtwo. Nearly 100 Nihilego fired a concentrated beam of energy straight at Mewtwo. At the last second, Solgaleo leapt in front, golden eyes blazing. A beam of cosmic power erupted from its mouth. The two attacks collided, then detonated in a massive explosion. Something's wrong, there are too many. This never happened when Ash rescued Lusamine in the anime. Caleb frowned, eyeing the approaching Nihilego. Is that one their leader? Zapdos flew into the fray like a bird-shaped blender, electrocuting everything in its path. By now, the Nihilego controlling Lusamine had been brought over. Mewtwo pointed at the Nihilego's head. Psychic energy solidified into a blade, and with one strike, sent it flying. Lily hurried over to check on Lusamine's condition. "Mother." Freed from control, Lusamine weakly opened her eyes. Terror filled her gaze. She pushed Lily away, her voice barely a whisper. "Run, Lily, get out of here, now." Chapter 346. Lusamine collapsed right after whispering her warning. "Mother, don't worry, everything's all right now." This was the first time Lily had ever seen Lusamine look so terrified, but with Solgaleo here, they could escape ultra space anytime. She turned to Solgaleo. "Nebby, take us home." Solgaleo circled back and summoned its power, tearing open an ultra wormhole leading to their world. Caleb ordered Mewtwo and Zapdos to cover the rear. Lily and Gladion carried the unconscious Lusamine and leapt through. Silvally followed closely behind. "We're leaving too," Caleb called to Mutwo and Zapdos. They nodded. But just then, something unexpected happened. A beam of unknown origin struck Solgaleo midair. Caught off guard, Solgaleo lost control and the wormhole vanished. What was that? Caleb instantly tensed. He suddenly realized that the surrounding ultra beasts had stopped attacking at some point. Before he could warn Mewtwo and Zapdos, a blinding flash erupted in front of him and a crushing grip locked around his throat. This was Mewtwo. No, it wasn't either of his Mewtwos. Mewtwo immediately became frantic. Let him go. It unleashed a storm of psychic energy, hammering the stranger with relentless force. But the unknown Mewtwo merely gave it a cold glance and vanished with teleport, dodging every strike. Immediately after, the ultra beasts surrounding the area automatically parted, revealing a path. A man in a black suit, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, stepped calmly through the gap. Cough, cough. Caleb was thrown to the ground, gasping. He looked up and froze at the face before him. "Giovanni, impossible, didn't I kill him, unless..." Caleb's mind clicked. This was ultra space, and Giovanni appearing here could only mean one thing: Team Rainbow Rocket. "Your performance has been quite impressive," Giovanni said, lips curling into a smirk. Caleb didn't respond. His mind raced, calculating his position and silently communicating with Mewtwo. Giovanni had one Mewtwo, while Caleb had both Mewtwo and Zapdos. "Let's take him down." The moment the command was sent, Caleb and Mewtwo swapped positions. During the swap, Mewtwo was enveloped in intense white light, instantly mega-evolving into its X form. Then, it threw a punch directly at Giovanni. But the expected victory didn't come. The stranger Mutwo, as if foreseeing the attack, Mega evolved instantly and stepped in front of Giovanni, catching the punch with one hand. Its eyes locked onto Mewtwo with icy disdain. It had used Future Sight, a psychic move that predicts and counters attacks. No words were exchanged. Invisible hostility crackled between the two Mutwos. In the next second, they shot skyward. Mega Mutwo X versus Mega Mutwo X. Fists collided at speeds too fast for the eye to follow. Meanwhile, Solgaleo and Zapdos flanked Caleb, shielding him. But Giovanni remained utterly calm. He spoke matter-of-factly. "It seems all the so-called bosses of this world have already been crushed. I thought I could use them, but now they're useless. What should I do, Savior?" He knows. Caleb's pupils shrank. That meant Team Rainbow Rocket had been in this world for a while already. This Giovanni radiated a pressure the original never had. Seeing Caleb's reaction, Giovanni chuckled. "Don't be nervous, Savior. I mean no harm. I admire strength. How about joining Team Rainbow Rocket?" Caleb kept a straight face and feigned ignorance. What organization is Team Rainbow Rocket? At the same time, he mentally ordered Zapdos to strike. Giovanni currently had no other Pokémon with him. With Zapdos's speed, he simply couldn't react in time. Caleb thought so, and so acted. Zapdos blurred, his body sheathed in lightning, streaking toward Giovanni like a bolt of light. Just as his beak was about to pierce Giovanni's chest, Zapdos froze midair, as if time itself had stopped. From the shadows, a gaunt man emerged. Floating beside him was a massive blue Pokémon. It was Dialga, the temporal Pokémon. Cyrus glanced at Caleb with cold indifference, then turned to Giovanni and said, "Enough playing. It's time to begin the plan." Giovanni grinned but ignored Cyrus. He looked at Caleb and said, "Your refusal is truly disappointing. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you watch as Team Rainbow Rocket conquers this world." As soon as he finished speaking, several more figures materialized out of thin air. Maxie, accompanied by Groudon. Archie, accompanied by Kyogre. Getsis, accompanied by Kyurem. And Lysander, accompanied by Yveltal. All of them appeared simultaneously in the ultra space. Caleb's heart sank. Giovanni turned away, not even recalling his Mutwo. He simply said to Cyrus, "You handle this." Cyrus gave a slight nod, his hollow eyes fixed on Caleb. The other bosses followed Giovanni and vanished from the space using unknown technology. Meanwhile, in Alola above Ether Paradise, or rather Team Rocket Castle as it was now called, Giovanni looked down at the high-tech facility and laughed. "Ether Foundation, with your interdimensional tech. Your science now belongs to Team Rainbow Rocket." Faba, former Ether Foundation branch chief, opened the main gate with a bow. "As you wish, Lord Giovanni." Half a month ago, right after Lucamine was dragged into ultra space, and Lily and Gladion set off to find the Sun Flute, Team Rainbow Rocket had descended upon Alola. Faba, lured by power and ambition, had welcomed them and helped them seize the Foundation. In the week since, Giovanni had used teleportation tech to capture Ultra Beasts, assembling a massive Ultra Beast army. A male researcher watched this scene with concern and asked, "Is this really the right thing to do?" "Fool," Faba sneered, eyes burning with fanaticism. "This is for our future." Chapter 347. A deafening roar echoed above Caleb. Dialga unleashed a thick beam of azure energy from its mouth. Under its relentless assault, Solgaleo was forced into retreat. The final roar of time struck true. Solgaleo's body was blasted backward, plunging into the ultra-deep sea. "Dialga," Cyrus said calmly, glancing up at the two battling Mutwos, "go assist it." Dialga let out a resonant roar. Its massive form shot skyward like an arrow, leaving sonic booms in its wake. Zapdos remained frozen in place by Dialga's time lock. Solgaleo had vanished into the depths. Now, aside from the surrounding ultra beasts, only Caleb and Cyrus remained in this space. Cyrus studied Caleb with a blank expression, then suddenly said, "You don't seem like someone from this world." Caleb was silent for a moment, then said, "Neither do you." Cyrus gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "My name is Cyrus. I have a question for you. Is the world I'm in now a new world? You already know the answer, Caleb replied. Team Rainbow Rocket, as established in the games, was formed when Necrozma's overflowing aura, which was capable of opening ultra wormholes, resonated with overwhelming evil intent. This force summoned Giovanni, Getsis, and other villainous leaders from alternate worlds to Alola, forming Team Rainbow Rocket. Their goal was to seize the Aether Foundation's interdimensional technology, build a powerful Ultra Beast army, and conquer all worlds. Both Cyrus and Giovanni came from worlds where they had already achieved their ambitions. Cyrus's gaze grew distant, as if recalling another life. From you, I sense a strong will to protect something. How amusing. You people always claim to be righteous, wanting to protect this and that. Yet in the shadows, you engage in ugly struggles and harm each other. Caleb didn't argue. He could feel Cyrus's unwavering resolve to reshape this world. So he simply asked, "Did you succeed in creating your ideal world?" Cyrus smiled, but gave no answer. Just then the ultra wormhole reopened. A figure stepped through. Cyrus looked toward the rift, sighing softly. Things unseen by the eye are as elusive as the morning mist, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Caleb recognized the newcomer instantly. It was Domino, Giovanni's secretary. Seeing Caleb, she smirked with cruel satisfaction. "Didn't see this coming, did you? It was my will that summoned Lord Giovanni back." "Good for you," Caleb said. Domino's face twisted with rage. "You killed Lord Giovanni. Now, I'll make you watch as the world you love is destroyed." She whipped out a gun from behind her back and fired at Caleb's knee. "Team Rockets shall never die." Bang! But it was Domino who collapsed. Caleb's substitute glasses had nullified the shot, and the moment Domino took aim, he had pulled his own gun from his inventory. Cyrus watched impassively. Turning away, he murmured, almost to himself, "Such meaningless conflict." This was exactly why he sought to build a new world. Above, the battle finally ended. Overwhelmed by the enemy Mewtwo and Dialga, Mewtwo reverted to its base form, battered and bleeding, and landed beside Caleb. Dialga returned to Cyrus's side. Giovanni's Mewtwo, though victorious, was also grievously wounded. It stood there, staring at Caleb with cold indifference. Caleb subtly channeled the Viridian Power to heal Mewtwo. The favorability item he carried had no effect on the enemy Mewtwo, which meant it had little self-awareness and was being controlled. Caleb scanned the area, his eyes locked onto the ultra-deep sea. The warp beacon wasn't here. The orbs that could control Groudon and Kyogre weren't here either. "Che, this is really bad." Pony Island Tilda. Lily stared in panic at the suddenly closed ultra wormhole. Gladian thought quickly. Faba has been researching a device to artificially open ultra space. Let's head back to Aether Paradise. Without Solgaleo, it was their only option. Lily nodded, her heart pounding. "Please, don't let anything happen in there." With Silvali's help, they carried the unconscious Lusamine toward Aether Paradise. But then, the sky suddenly darkened. Lily and Gladian looked up and witnessed a sight they'd never forget. In the sky, countless ultra beasts, wearing special armor, flew towards the horizon in an endless stream. What's happening?" Lily stammered. Gladian's gut twisted with dread. Back to Aether Paradise now. But before they even reached the city, a massive screen on a skyscraper flashed to life. And it wasn't just that screen. Every electronic display on the planet simultaneously showed the same footage. Giovanni sat elegantly on a sofa, smiling confidently into the camera, and declaring, "From this moment on, this world belongs to Team Rainbow Rocket." Kanto Region Tilda. Lance and Lorelei stared at the screen in disbelief. Impossible. Hone Region. Stephen and Wallace frowned deeply, eyes fixed on the army of armored ultra beasts behind Giovanni. Tilda Sinnoh Region. Cynthia, who was buying ice cream on the street, dropped her cone in shock. A terrible premonition welled up inside her. "Aether Paradise has been taken over," Gladian said grimly, gazing at the ominous facility. "Let's go to Professor QQE's lab." Lily clenched her fists, praying silently, "Please be safe." But when they arrived, they found Team Rainbow Rocket grunts already swarming QQE's lab. Just then, hands clamped over their mouths from behind. dragging them into an alley. "SHH, don't go out there, it's dangerous," the perpetrator warned. Gladian turned and saw Professor Kukui, his face tense with worry. Beside him stood a man in a black jacket, wild white curls framing his face. It was Guzma, the current leader of Team Skull. Chapter 348. Unlike Giovanni and the others who sought to destroy the world, Guzma had founded Team Skull simply to overthrow the island challenge system and the rule of the kahunas. "Why are you here?" Gladian asked warily, having heard rumors about Team Skull. Guzma rolled his eyes, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. "Why the hell shouldn't I be here?" Professor Kukui stepped in. All right, none of that matters now. What matters is what we do next." Guzma snorted. "Alola is Team Skull's turf. If they want to conquer this world, they'll have to get through me first." Gladian thought to himself that Guzma's ragtag group couldn't even compare to a single toe of the enemy's forces, but he kept quiet, knowing Guzma might snap if provoked. Instead, he turned to Kukui. "Professor, what should we do now?" Kukui fiddled with his wrist communicator while saying, "Alola's entire network has been hijacked. But don't worry, I've contacted other leagues using my private channel. Help is on the way. By the time they get here, Alola will probably be completely overrun," Guzma said, tossing his jacket over his shoulder without looking back. "Better to rely on ourselves." Ultra Space Tilde. Caleb locked onto the direction of the ultra deep sea, mounted Zapdos, and dove down with Mewtwo. Strangely, Cyrus and Dialga just stood there watching. They didn't pursue. Caleb didn't believe for a second Cyrus would let him go so easily. But without Solgaleo, there was no way out of ultra space anyway. The sensation of weightlessness spread through his body. The ultra deep sea wasn't an ocean made of water in the literal sense, but a magical space composed of special energy, resembling the sea. As they descended, the ambient light shifted from azure to deep indigo. Sound vanished. Even light began to fade. Dappled rays from above made the space feel like a real seabed. Yet somehow, humans could still breathe here. Near the seabed, Caleb finally spotted Solgaleo, though motionless. But just then, the energy ocean around them rippled with a strange wave. Immediately after, a behemoth floated out from the ripples. Its body was silver-white, with purple vertical patterns on its shoulders connecting to its chest and extending down to the tip of its tail. That was the spatial Pokémon, Palkia. Cyrus stepped out from behind Palkia, expressionless. In his hand was a purple and white Piquet ball with an M emblem. It was a Master Ball. "The Master Ball, a Piquet ball that can capture any Pokémon," Cyrus stated in an emotionless tone, then used the ball to capture Solgaleo. He looked up at Caleb and added, "I'm sorry, but you're not leaving yet." "Where is Giovanni's Mutwo?" Caleb asked, scanning the area. Cyrus blinked, then saw the corner of Caleb's mouth curl into a smirk. In the next instant, Caleb's body erupted with brilliant green light. He had activated the Viridian Power at max output, syncing his consciousness with Mewtwo's. Brilliant green energy flooded the space. Mewtwo glowed with nature's power. "Still not giving up?" Cyrus asked. Caleb didn't answer. Instead, Mewtwo shot skyward, then in a flare of white light, Mega evolved into Y form. Cyrus watched, then murmured, "Is this your answer?" He turned to Caleb. "I feel your resolve, and I will not lose. Dialga Palkia, crush it." At his command, Dialga materialized from its Piquet ball. The spatial Pokémon and the temporal Pokémon crossed paths as they flew into the air. Reality warped as Roar of Time, and spatial rend erupted toward Mutwo from both sides. Caleb stayed calm. Through the Viridian link, he saw through Mutwo's eyes and felt its thoughts. In perfect sync, they moved as one. "Teleport behind Dialga," Caleb shouted mentally. Mewtwo vanished, reappearing behind Dialga in less than a tenth of a second. "Sistrike," Caleb commanded. Mega Mutwo Y was one of the most powerful Pokémon in existence. Its special attack stat was unmatched. Sistrike, a move only Mutwo could use, maximized its psychic firepower. At point-blank range, Dialga had no chance to dodge. The blast hit its head like a nuclear strike. Dialga roared in pain and fury. "Freeze it in time," Cyrus shouted. "Don't give it a chance. Teleport headshot Sistrike again," Caleb ordered. Normally, Pokémon need to hear a full command before reacting. Only those with deep bonds can act before the command is finished. But Caleb and Mewtwo were beyond that. This wasn't turn-based combat. He didn't need to wait for the opponent to finish speaking. Mega Mewtwo, Y-speed was absurd. Therefore, after one successful hit, the second attack instantly followed, interrupting Dialga's move. Mewtwo flickered around Dialga like a phantom, too fast for Palkia, who was nearby to target. Finally, after another Sistrike, Dialga's body plummeted downward, unable to battle. Cyrus's emotionless face finally showed shock. How is that possible? How are you so fast? Only a Mewtwo can beat a Mewtwo, Caleb said. The only opponent he truly feared was Giovanni's Mega Mewtwo. Without type advantages, psychic types dominate. Teleportation and psychic control make them nearly untouchable, especially Mega Mewtwo Y, whose speed and power are unmatched. With another mental command, Mewtwo appeared beside Cyrus. Psychic energy coiled, ready to tear him apart, but suddenly, Caleb's instincts screamed. A blast of freezing air surged from behind. Zapdos shrieked a warning, lunging in front of Caleb. Ice fog swept over the electric bird, instantly freezing it into a statue. From the shadows emerged Ghetsis, with Kyurem hovering behind him. He glanced at Cyrus's disheveled state and smirked, still struggling. In this situation, all you need to do is kill the trainer. Problem solved. Chapter 349. Kyurem Ice Beam, Ghetsis commanded. Kyurem unleashed a surge of ice aura, then fired a white beam capable of freezing anything in its path. But the attack wasn't aimed at Mewtwo, it was locked onto Caleb. Seeing this, Mewtwo had no choice but to abandon its assault on Cyrus and teleport to Caleb's side, pulling him out of harm's way. The ice beam missed. Cyrus, who had almost lost his life from Mewtwo's assault, felt a surge of anger. He glared at Mewtwo's new position, and with a mental command, Palkia, still battle-ready, opened its maw. A colossal blade of spatial rend materialized instantly. Exploiting the brief recovery window after teleport, the attack warped across dimensions and slammed directly into Mewtwo. The Mega Mewtwo Y form prioritized special attack and speed, but at the cost of defense. It was the ultimate glass cannon, and the description fit perfectly. Taking a full spatial rend head-on, Mewtwo let out a pained cry, its form flickering, nearly reverting from Mega Evolution. Caleb reacted instantly. The Viridian Power surged, and healing aura flooded Mewtwo's body. Fascinating, Ghetsis mused, watching the green light, but pointless. Kyurem, end this. No, Cyrus suddenly interjected. Ghetsis turned, their eyes met. Cyrus said flatly, Giovanni didn't order his death. Ghetsis considered this, then laughed, as expected of the ultimate villain. Making the savior watch as the world he loves is destroyed. There's nothing more poetic. Cyrus neither confirmed nor denied it. Ghetsis grinned, then until Team Rainbow Rocket claims this world. Let's play, O wielder of the Viridian Power, show me your limits. The battle reignited. Outside Ultra Space Tilde. Upon learning of Alola's crisis, every regional league sprang into action, dispatching their champions and elite fours to reinforce Alola. Aboard the flight to Alola, Cynthia sat with a laptop open. On screen, a group chat rapidly filling with new members. Besides the Elite Four members and champions from various regions, it also included officials from the major leagues. Soon, everyone was present, and a video call came through. Cynthia answered, and the screen immediately showed many familiar and unfamiliar faces. This was a rudimentary video conference. They had all received Alola's distress call and situation report beforehand. So the moment the call connected, someone burst out, "Damn it, wasn't Team Rocket eliminated ages ago?" "Not just Team Rocket," another added grimly. "According to Professor QQE, Team Flare, Team Plasma, Team Aqua, and others are there too." "How?" A Hone League official looked stunned. "Weren't they all captured over a month ago?" Archie and Maxie had perished at sea. Ghetsis and Cyrus were imprisoned, and reports confirmed they were still behind bars. How could there be two of the same person? "Believe it or not, what's happening now is real," Steven said firmly. "Then where are they from?" the official pressed. No one answered. Then Cynthia spoke, I know. All eyes turned to her. She said gravely, they're from other worlds. Moreover, they're from universes where they've already achieved their goals. She had learned this from the manga, in Caleb's house. The official froze, his disbelief warring with the undeniable evidence from the global broadcast. Everyone fell silent. Whether it was Lance from Kanto or Stephen from Hone, they all knew, to varying degrees, the goals of these evil organizations. This meant that if what Cynthia said was true, then those people. Caitlin frowned. She scanned Cynthia's video feed, but didn't see the face she expected, so she asked, Cynthia, where's Caleb? At the mention of this name, everyone's attention shifted. He was the most famous trainer across all regions. Everyone present knew at least part of his feats. That's right, where is he? Why isn't he here? Lorelei asked. Under their stares, Cynthia bit her lip, shook her head, worry thick in her eyes. He went to Alola 2 days ago, and we've had no contact since. Lorelei's brow furrowed. What, how? Caitlin, knowing Cynthia too well, saw the panic beneath her calm and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. He has so many powerful partners with him, he'll be fine. Lorelei added, relax, have faith in him. That guy is a miracle in himself. But Cynthia wasn't reassured. This time, he only took 2 Pokémon with him. The enemy had 6 leaders, not to mention the legendary Pokémon they likely possessed and the hordes of Ultra beasts they control. Even the best could fall to overwhelming numbers. Could Mutwo and Zapdos really win? Caitlin's face paled. Oh no. Silence fell again. Finally, the Kanto League president spoke solemnly. This will be a difficult battle. For the sake of this world, we cannot afford to lose. Tilda Alola region, Etha Foundation Tilda. Giovanni watched the live feed on screen, a smirk curling his lips. Our old friends have finally arrived. Lysander stepped forward, memories of the past surfacing in his mind. How nostalgic. In their worlds, the leagues had lost. What about this one? Just then, Faba walked in and said, everything is ready, Lord Giovanni. The Ultra Beast army can descend on Alola at any time. However, due to time constraints, the numbers aren't as large as planned. Giovanni waved a hand, his eyes gleaming with certainty. It's more than enough. Well done. Faba hesitated. Then, Lord Giovanni, regarding my. Giovanni glanced at him and said, from today onward, you are an executive-level member of Team Rainbow Rocket. After we conquer this world, its management will be handed over to you. As for them, they would proceed to the next world, continuing their conquest. Faba's face lit up. Thank you, Lord Giovanni. I won't let you down. Chapter 350. No wonder you defeated this world's so-called bosses, Getsis said, watching Mewtwo with grudging admiration. In the air, Kyurem and Mewtwo clashed, while Palkia timed a spatial rend that grazed Mewtwo's arm. Caleb was on the verge of collapse. 2 days of non-stop, high-intensity combat had brought him to the brink of exhaustion. Dialga had also recovered and joined Palkia and Kyurem. It was 3 legendaries against 1. Worse, Maxie and the others had even rotated in for a shift earlier. No matter how fast Mewtwo was, it couldn't emerge unscathed from the encirclement of so many legendary Pokémon. Every injury required Caleb to expend energy to heal it. Team Rainbow Rocket had indeed chosen the perfect moment to launch their invasion. They had arrived early, quietly gathering intel on everything in this world. The Lusamine incident, the Ultra Beast invasion of Alola, and Lily's plea for help. If Caleb was right, all of this was part of this Giovanni's plan. Giovanni was known for his ambition, sharp mind, and high intelligence. Having learned why the villains of this world had failed, he crafted a counter-strategy. And that strategy was to trap Caleb in ultra space. The facts proved that Caleb's conjecture was not wrong. Giovanni had even monitored Lily's private phone. The only thing he hadn't expected was Caleb entering ultra space with only 2 Pokémon. Mewtwo glanced back, worry in its eyes. Caleb shook his head, panting as he faced the 3 legendaries preparing to strike again. Solgaleo had been captured by Cyrus using a Master Ball. Now, only Lunala and Necrozma could open ultra space. But ultra space was vast, and finding them was nearly impossible, which meant Caleb was truly trapped. Nearly 2 days had passed since he entered. As for what was happening outside, he didn't dare imagine. In the games, Team Rainbow Rocket was defeated by the Protagonist. But in this world, Caleb had brought too much change. Many events had diverged from the original timelines. The protagonists hadn't even begun their journeys. Without them, only the champions and elite fours from other regions remained. But faced with a fully prepared Giovanni, who even controlled an Ultra Beast army, could they succeed? Watching Mewtwo struggling in the bitter battle, Caleb recalled the events he encountered in the punishment instance. Will this world suffer the same fate? Memories of infinite space flashed through his mind. His undercover missions, meeting Lance, traveling with Cynthia, watching wild Pokémon in their natural habitats. No, not this world, not here. Caleb took a deep breath. In that moment, he made his decision. Before settling here, he had read the ticket's fine print. If a player living in this world dies, the world will open to players, and would likely be treated punishment instance. You're almost at your limit, aren't you? Ghetsis asked with a relaxed smile, having slept soundly the night before. Your willpower is truly admirable, Cyrus added. I used to think saying something like, if you want to destroy this world, you'll do it over my dead body, was too melodramatic, Caleb said softly, but now it seems more appropriate. The moment he finished speaking, emerald green aura erupted from his body and engulfed Mewtwo. The blazing aura pulsed with vitality, healing Mewtwo's injuries. Amid the rejuvenating force, Mewtwo's form shifted into X form. Burning your own life force, Cyrus murmured, watching the spectacle, is this world really worth it? Caleb just looked at him and shook his head. You wouldn't understand. Cyrus fell silent for a moment, then said, You're a worthy opponent, I'll remember you. I see, Caleb said, voice steady, Mewtwo psychic. Tears filled Mewtwo's eyes. Just moments ago, Caleb had spoken to it telepathically. If I'm gone, don't resist if they catch you, wait until you're out of this space. Don't worry, I'm just returning my life to the forest. Tell Mimikyu and the others I love you all. Mewtwo felt Caleb's determination and the torrent of vitality flooding into it, but it would never abandon him. With nothing left to lose, Mewtwo's attacks grew even more ferocious. The vitality coursing through it rendered enemy strikes meaningless. Any non-fatal wound healed instantly. So it embraced the brutal physical power of X-Form, charging straight into the trio's assaults, fists hammering Dialga, Palkia, and Kyurem without pause. Alone, Mewtwo forced the three legendaries into retreat. How is this possible? What is this power? Ghetsis cried in shock. Caleb's gaze locked onto him. If I take out these two with me, it'll ease the pressure outside. In the next second, with a thought, Mega Mutwo X vanished and reappeared before Ghetsis, throwing a punch. Ghetsis flew backward, head lolling as he collapsed, either unconscious or worse. Cyrus's blood ran cold. Without hesitation, he recalled Dialga and Palkia and activated his teleporter, then vanished from ultra space. His life force will burn out eventually. I'll just wait outside until it does, he thought. Etha Paradise Tilda. Cyrus reappeared, but the conference room was empty. He didn't care. He went straight to Kalrus's lab and ordered him to activate the teleporter to retrieve Ghetsis for treatment. After that, he stepped outside. The sky above Alola was now filled with swarms of ultra beasts, all flying in the same direction. Why are you out here? Lysander's voice came from behind. There was an unexpected complication. Cyrus frowned and recounted what had happened. Lysander stared, incredulous. You're telling me the two of you with so many Pokémon couldn't defeat one guy? Cyrus's face darkened. He burned his own life force. Before Lysander could respond, Giovanni's voice echoed from a nearby screen. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? Cyrus asked, who's he talking to? Lysander grinned. Who else? Our old friends, they've arrived. Chapter 351. What's wrong? Caitlin asked, concern evident in her tone as she quickly steadied Cynthia. Cynthia looked pale. For some reason, she felt a tightness in her chest and had a bad premonition. She glanced at the sky and shook her head. It's nothing. It's been 2 days since they arrived in Alola. From the moment they landed, strange creatures they'd never seen before began appearing around them. Lance had explained that these were Ultra Beasts, beings from another dimension. Their numbers were overwhelming. It took immense effort just to deal with them, but every time the League Coalition prepared to move toward Aether Paradise, a new wave of enemies appeared. It was as if they were being deliberately worn down and toyed with. Just then, Steven's voice rang out from nearby, "More enemies incoming." Professor QQE, who had rejoined the main group, was furiously typing on his keyboard. "Damn it, our position has been exposed." "Prepare for battle," Lance said with a frown, then released his Pokémon. But just then, Bruno gasped in disbelief as he stared at the horizon. "What is that?" In the distance, a sea of dark silhouettes had emerged from the land. Caitlin's eyes glowed blue as she activated her psychic abilities. What she saw next horrified her. Those are humans. Parasitic creatures clung to their heads. Their faces were sickly pale, eyes wide and vacant, like mindless zombies risen from the earth. As the horde drew closer, everyone else saw it too. Drasna, the elite from Kalos, covered her mouth, her voice trembling through her fingers. "Oh my god." Wickstrom's expression was grim, his brows tightly furrowed. "Are they still alive?" Professor QQE answered gravely, "Yes, they're alive." All eyes turned to him. He explained, "Those parasites are called Nihiligo. They're from a place called Ultraspace. They have the ability to parasitize other organisms." Just then, a voice crackled from QQE's laptop on the table. "Do you like the gift I prepared for you?" "Giovanni," Lance growled. Giovanni's laughter echoed through the speakers. "Long time no see, Lance. This world now belongs to Team Rainbow Rocket." The line went dead. At that moment, the parasitized humans reached them, surrounding the group completely. Bruno dropped into a fighting stance. "What do we do?" For a moment, everyone hesitated at the thought of attacking civilians. But in that moment of indecision, the horde lunged forward, their hands outstretched. One of them nearly grabbed Lance's Gyarados, which was hovering at the periphery, but a wave of psychic aura erupted from Caitlin. In an instant, she teleported the entire group away. On the screen, Giovanni watched their escape, his eyes narrowing, still not giving up. "Sir, they're only 5 kilometers from Aether Paradise," reported Faba. Giovanni clasped his hands, elbows resting on the table. After a moment's thought, he said, "Stop releasing Ultra Beasts. Let them come." Faba was taken aback. Giovanni smirked. "They won't give up until they try for themselves." Wanting to stop Team Rainbow Rocket was an impossible endeavor. "It's time they witnessed the true power of Team Rainbow Rocket," Giovanni thought. Faba nodded, understood. Lance thought of those parasitized people and slammed his fist against a tree in rage. "Damn it." Silence hung heavy in the air. Steven watched him, then spoke calmly. "Our priority now is stopping Team Rainbow Rocket. I just checked, we're only 5 kilometers from Aether Paradise." Everyone understood what he meant. They exchanged glances. Caitlin said, "Then let's go together." "This is it, the final battle," Wallace added. Lorelei extended her hand and glanced at the others. Cynthia was the first to place her hand on top. Caitlin's eyes lit up. "Oh, I love this part." She added her hand to the pile. Lance took a deep breath and joined them. Although they came from different regions with different backgrounds, at this moment, they shared a common goal. The elites and champions from various regions stacked their hands together and shouted in unison, "Let's do this." Gladion watched the scene. After they finished, he said, "Follow me." As Lucamine's son, he knew Aether Paradise better than anyone. Lily stayed behind to care for Lucamine, who had finally reconciled with her children after awakening and understanding Lily's heart. Lily wanted to come too. She was desperate to rescue Caleb from Ultra Space, but she wasn't a trainer and had no combat ability, so she stayed behind. So Gladion came in her place. Standing nearby, Guzma watched the scene with amusement. "Never thought I'd end up teaming up with you guys." QQE shot him a look. "You should be glad there isn't a version of you in that Team Rainbow Rocket." Guzma chuckled. "Not a chance. I don't want to destroy the world. I just want to tear down that stupid island challenge system." Guided by Gladion, the group reached Aether Paradise without incident. But strangely, the facility which was now occupied by Team Rainbow Rocket had no guards. Just as they wondered why, the facility's front doors swung open. Giovanni and his team stepped out. "Welcome, everyone," Giovanni said with a smile. Lance didn't speak, he simply released his Pokémon. The others followed suit, taking battle stances. Giovanni clicked his tongue, so violent. Then his tone shifted. "Let me show you the true power of Team Rainbow Rocket." With a flash of light, Mutwo appeared before them. "Mutwo," Lance's pupils shrank. He glared at Giovanni. "What did you do to Caleb?" Cynthia held him back. "Stay calm. That Mutwo isn't the one we know." Hearing the name, Giovanni raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Don't worry, he's in a very safe place." As soon as he finished speaking, the others also released their respective Pokémon: Groudon, Kyogre, Palkia, Dialga. Seeing the stunned faces before him, Giovanni's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "Now then, let's begin." Chapter 352. Compared to the unexpected variable that was Caleb, Giovanni truly didn't place much importance on these regional elites and champions. After all, he has conquered countless worlds, and the Elite Fours of every region were more or less the same across numerous worlds. Giovanni was more than familiar with their tactics. Facing the league's overwhelming number of Pokémon, Giovanni showed not a trace of fear. He ordered in an unhurried manner, "Mutwo, show them your power." The group of elites exchanged glances. Lance and the Kanto delegation moved to confront Mutwo. Steven led the Hone and Unova teams against Groudon and Kyogre. Cynthia and the Sinnoh group took on Dialga and Palkia. The remaining Kalos delegation engaged Lysander and the XY duo, Xerneas and Yveltal. The power of legendary Pokémon isn't something your hand-raised pets can withstand. Giovanni declared with a smirk, "Mutwo Mega Evolve." Mutwo's indifferent eyes closed slightly as it bathed in evolution light. Its form shifted rapidly within the glow. In the blink of an eye, Mega Mutwo Y stood before them. Gyarado's Hyper Beam, Dragonite Dragon Dance, Lance commanded sharply. "Useless," Giovanni said, confidence radiating from his eyes. "Mutwo, eliminate them." Mega Mutwo Y vanished and reappeared instantly. A terrifying wave of psychic aura engulfed Gyarados in a flash. The sheer force distorted space itself. Gyarados collapsed, instantly defeated. "How?" Lance stared in disbelief. But Mutwo wasn't done. It teleported beside Dragonite midair. Blue light flashed, and Dragon Dance was forcibly interrupted. Dragonite plummeted like a broken kite. On another battlefield, Cyrus watched Giovanni's display, then turned his gaze to Cynthia's Garchomp. "How nostalgic," he mused. "In my world, you did everything to stop me, only to fall at Spear Pillar, consumed by shadows." Cynthia met his eyes coolly and said, "You won't succeed." Cyrus laughed. "Is that so? Then prove it." Dialga Roar of Time, Palkia Spatial Rend. Time and space tore apart as the two guardians shot skyward. Then, their signature moves descended from above. Cynthia's lake-like eyes reflected the apocalyptic scene. The power of legendaries was so great, it could alter the climate. Black storm clouds smothered the sky above Aetha Paradise. Wind whipped through, sending Cynthia's golden hair streaming backward. Garchomp sensed the terrifying energy. It spun around instantly, carrying its trainer away at top speed. The combined might of the temporal and spatial deities struck the earth. Explosions roared. Combined with Groudon's rampage in the distance, the world itself seemed to shatter, as if it were the apocalypse. The situation was similar on other battlefields. Giovanni and the others hadn't even needed to use their other Pokémon. With just Mutwo, Groudon, and the rest, the battle had already tilted hopelessly in their favor. "This is Mutwo's true power," Giovanni said, smiling as he watched Dragonite fall, defeated by Mega Mutwo Y. "Damn it," Lance gritted his teeth. Steven frowned, supporting his badly wounded Metagross as he caught his breath. "They're too strong." Team Rainbow Rockets, Groudon and Kyogre, were far stronger than the ones they'd faced before. "It seems this world hasn't mastered Mega Evolution yet," Maxie remarked, eyeing Metagross. He had encountered a Steven who could Mega evolve his Metagross in another world. That battle had been tough. "This is the end, Lance," Giovanni said, signaling Mutwo to halt its assault. Lance, battered by the battle's aftermath, bled from a deep gash on his shoulder, his clothes soaked red. He said nothing. Giovanni's gaze swept over the defeated League members and laughed, feeling hopeless. If you just surrendered to Team Rainbow Rocket earlier, none of this would have happened. Lance clutched his bleeding arm and spoke through gritted teeth. Someone will stop you. Giovanni raised an eyebrow, amused. Now's not the time for bravado. Oh, wait. You're talking about that Caleb guy, aren't you? How interesting. You see him as your savior. No one responded. Giovanni's smirk widened. Then it's a shame. Let me crush your last shred of hope. I'll show you, no, I'll show this entire world just how powerless your so-called savior really is. Faba. Faba's voice crackled through his earpiece. Yes, sir. Giovanni ordered. Broadcast live across all regions, link the feed to ultra space. Understood. The moment he finished speaking, an ultra wormhole opened behind Giovanni and the others. They stepped backward and vanished. In their place, a massive screen materialized. The screen showed a strange space. There, a young man was curled up on the ground, unconscious. Beside him, a humanoid Pokémon stood guard, unrelenting and protective. Cynthia's heart sank at the sight. She clenched her fists. Caleb, Caitlin whispered, staring at the screen. No way, Lorelei frowned. He can't be. He'll be fine. Does anyone know how to enter that place? Lance asked gravely. Gladian stepped forward from the crowd. It's useless. Without Solgaleo, we can't open a portal to that place. The air grew heavy with despair once more. So tired. That was the only thought in Caleb's mind. The vitality-fueled Viridian Power had drained him completely. After 2 days of relentless, high-intensity combat, he collapsed into a deep coma the moment Cyrus fled. Time itself began to slow for him. The very concept was about to fade away. Memories flashed through his mind. It is said that in the moments before death, one's life flashes before their eyes. Am I dying? What will happen to that world after I'm gone? He hadn't even said goodbye to Mimikyu and the others. Pokémon were deeply loyal creatures. He thought of that Charmander Ash encountered in the anime. It was abandoned by its trainer, yet stubbornly waited for him in the same spot. Worry consumed Caleb. What would Mimikyu do without him? Could Lucario survive alone in this unfamiliar world? Dragonite, he probably didn't need to worry him. That chonky dragon could thrive anywhere. Celebi would likely return to the forest. Hydreigon had grown so strong, it could rule the wilds as a true apex predator. Dark Lugia and Larvitar, they were still hatchlings. They'd probably forget him once they grew up. As for his Mutwoes, just then his consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality. Caleb opened his eyes and saw Giovanni and the others lined up not far away. Mewtwo, grievously wounded from the onslaught of multiple legendaries, knelt on the ground, ignoring its own injuries. The young legendary Pokémon's eyes filled with worry and sorrow as it looked at Caleb. Get up, Giovanni said. Defeat us and we'll spare this world. Chapter 353. Caleb glanced at the floating camera-like device in the air and spoke. You think I'd believe anything you say? Giovanni's eyes darkened. A slow smirk curled his lips. Is that so? He waved his hand. An ultra wormhole opened, and Mutwo exited through it, then returned moments later. This time, it carried a golden-haired woman. Giovanni asked, how about now? Caleb's expression changed. He forced himself to stand and said coldly, let her go. Giovanni flicked his wrist, and Mutwo tossed Cynthia aside. Your relationship really is something special, Giovanni scoffed. So, shall we begin? Caleb looked at Cynthia. She had been silenced by Mutwo's psychic power and could only shake her head anxiously, her eyes full of worry. Don't worry, I'm fine, Caleb said softly, then withdrew his gaze. Giovanni had his Mutwo throw the severely injured Mewtwo back to Caleb. Caleb used his Viridian Power to restore Mewtwo's strength. His stored energy had already been depleted, but he still carried Xerneas's blessing, which allowed him to convert his own life force into healing power. Mewtwo, linked to his mind, knew this and tried to stop him. But Caleb pushed its hand away with firm resolve and spoke telepathically. See the teleporter on Giovanni's belt. When the time comes, grab it and take Cynthia out of here. What about you? Mewtwo asked, worried. I'm sorry. No, Mewtwo's eyes burned with desperation. Listen, they won't kill me right away. Once you're out, go find Dragonite and the others to come back and save me. You're lying, I know what you're planning. Caleb's tone became stern. This is an order, if you still consider me your trainer. Mewtwo fell silent. It looked at this human in silence, as if trying to etch him into its memory. Please, Caleb's voice cracked, I'm begging you. Mewtwo closed its eyes, let out a deep sigh, and when it opened them again, its resolve was absolute. I'll stay with you, no matter where you go. Caleb frowned, don't be reckless. He opened his mouth to say more, but Giovanni cut in sharply, enough, let's begin. Caleb stood, giving Mewtwo's shoulder a light pat. Mewtwo turned around, its gaze burning with fury as it looked at Giovanni. Without wasting time, Caleb initiated with teleport. But Giovanni, as if reading his mind, instantly commanded, teleport. Both Mewtwo's vanished from their spots simultaneously, instantly swapping positions, then shot skyward, their fists colliding midair. A massive psychic shockwave erupted from the clash, causing Ultra Space itself to emit a strange hum. If Mewtwo had been at full strength, this exchange would have been even, but it had already been through a brutal beating. Though Caleb had restored some of its health, it wasn't enough. Giovanni noticed Mewtwo's weakness and ordered, go all out. His Mewtwo's right hand surged with power. A psychic wave burst from its eyes, blasting Mewtwo backward. It crashed into Caleb, and both were thrown to the ground. Caleb struggled to his feet, continuing to heal Mewtwo. Moments later, he stood again, exhaled, and said, continue. But in this state, Mewtwo stood no chance. Seconds later, it was sent flying once more. Caleb could barely stand, but he still dragged himself to Mewtwo's side to heal it. Tears streamed down Cynthia's cheeks. A sense of helplessness spread through her entire body. Not just her. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast felt shock and anger. Tgthegood region. Lily sat before her computer, biting her lip, watching the scene in sorrow and pain. Somewhere else, Jessie, James, and Meowth watched in silence. Boss Giovanni is so cruel, James murmured. Meowth smacked his head. He's not our boss, Naya. Don't forget who helped us achieve our dreams, Naya. Jessie shouted at the screen, watching Caleb fall and rise again. That's right, you have to hang in there. Unova region Tilde. The little girl Caleb had once saved couldn't bear to watch, and buried her face in her mother's embrace. Hone region. Mr. Stone clenched his fists at the sight, remembering his meeting with the young man at the academy years ago. You're clearly at your limit, why don't you just give up? Giovanni asked, do you even value your life? There are things in this world more important than life itself, Caleb replied. True enough, Giovanni said, almost wistful. For me, conquering all worlds is worth more than life. Just then, Caleb gave Mewtwo a subtle nod. Mewtwo instantly teleported beside Giovanni, snatched the teleporter from his belt, and vanished to Cynthia's side. An ultra wormhole opened behind them. Mewtwo grabbed Cynthia and leapt through. Giovanni's eyes widened. Stop the... Bang! A gunshot rang out. Giovanni looked down at the bullet wound in his abdomen. Caleb smiled weakly. My arm couldn't lift properly, so I missed. The next second, the protective protocol of Giovanni's controlled Mewtwo triggered. It appeared before Caleb and blasted him away with psychic force. They got away, Lysander reported, returning from the wormhole. Giovanni ignored his wound. He fixed his gaze on Caleb, then looked straight into the camera and coldly declared, Your savior falls now, you're next. He turned to Mewtwo and ordered, Finish him. Cynthia, now in a safe place, had just opened the live stream when she heard those words. On screen, Mewtwo stood over Caleb. No, she screamed, terror gripping her heart like never before. At that moment, the ring she always wore on her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Immediately after, glowing particles began rising from Steven, Lance, and the others. Not just them. At that moment, glowing orbs emerged from every human and Pokémon watching the broadcast. Amid cries of please, hang in there, don't die, the lights soared into the sky and raced toward Alola at incomprehensible speed. Meanwhile, deep within Ultra Space, a pitch-black creature suddenly opened its eyes. In the next instant, it vanished and reappeared above Alola. The light of humanity's prayers flooded into it. Bathed in that radiance, its body began to transform. In moments, it became a colossal, luminous being. Necrozma finally reclaimed its stolen light through the faith of humanity. If Caleb had been there, he'd have immediately recognized it as Ultra Necrozma, the radiant one of Alola. The same radiance simultaneously enveloped the entire Ultra space. Giovanni and the others frowned at the sudden shift. Mutewo's action hadn't stopped. A solid blade of pure psychic energy had already formed before it, but just as it launched, figures emerged from the light behind Caleb. Another Mutewo appeared, blasting Giovanni's Mutewo away with a single psychic attack. Giovanni's face twisted in disbelief. "It's you." At the front stood a young man in a red and white jacket, a red cap with half a piquet ball emblem tilted on his head. He helped Caleb up from the ground and, looking at Giovanni and the others opposite, said, "Your plan ends here, Giovanni." Ultimate Necrozma had sensed the human's prayers and, after regaining its light, summoned righteous heroes from other worlds, just like it had summoned Team Rainbow Rocket. Chapter 354. Cynthia lowered her gaze to the ring on her finger. Though it looked unchanged on the outside, she could clearly feel something was different, like it had lost some kind of blessing. Just moments ago, when she saw Caleb being attacked, a strange voice had echoed in her mind, saying, "Congratulations, you've met your destined one. Now make a wish." So she wished, "Don't die." And then those lights appeared. The live broadcast was still ongoing. Caleb weakly glanced at the young man supporting him, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. "What's going on? How is Red here?" Caleb was stunned. He turned his head and saw several familiar faces. Besides Red, there were green, blue, yellow, silver, gold, ruby, sapphire, and a large group of other protagonists from the Pokémon Adventures manga. There were so many, he couldn't take them all in. Red looked down at the limp young man in his arms. Green chuckled at the sight and said to Caleb, "Don't worry, leave this to us." With that, the group stepped forward and released their Pokémon. Red had caught his own Mutewo a long time ago, and now he was a mature young man. Coupled with so many other protagonists, this wasn't a battle, it was a righteous beatdown. Red didn't even need to give orders. Giovanni and the others were already at a disadvantage. Red stayed back and supported Caleb. Caleb hadn't expected Red to be such a man of few words, so he spoke first. "My body can't hold on much longer." He had completely exhausted his life force. The only reason he was still conscious was sheer willpower. Red frowned slightly. Caleb pleaded, "So please do me a favor." Red finally spoke, "Tell me." Caleb said, "Go outside. Tell my Pokémon to live the lives they want. They don't need to follow me anymore." Red didn't respond. Caleb didn't press him. Instead, he glanced at the ongoing battle. Upon confirming this world was safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, his body began dissolving into countless motes of light, fading into the void of ultra space. Red stared at his empty hands, his brows furrowed. Kalo's region. Mutewo and the other Pokémon, who were clearing the negative energy cores, felt a sudden emptiness in their hearts, as if something precious had been lost. He turned and saw a tear slide down Lucario's cheek. A terrible premonition struck Mutewo. Desperate to verify it, he looked to Zygarde. Although Zygarde didn't know what was happening, it still nodded. Mutewo immediately gathered Mimikyu and the others and teleported home using the warp beacon. Upon arrival, they saw an elderly woman sobbing on the sofa. Nearby, the newly hatched Darkluja and Larvitar were crying too. It was Cynthia's grandmother. Mutewo recognized her. At this sight, Mutewo's heart dropped. The grandmother turned and said through tears, "That child is gone." Mutewo stood frozen in place, then suddenly cried in horror, "No, it can't be." After asking for the location, he teleported with Dragonite and the others to Alola. Sensing Mewtwo's position, he used teleport to reach it instantly. "What happened?" he asked, seeing Mewtwo's injuries. Mewtwo was consumed by grief, staring blankly at the screen, as if it hadn't heard the question. Only then did Mutewo notice the grim expressions on everyone's faces. Panicked at being unable to get any answers, he grabbed the nearest person, the unlucky Guzma, and read his memories. Moments later, Mutwo's eyes filled with shock and despair. He's gone. As the eldest of the team, Mutwo painfully delivered the news to Dragonite and the others. At that moment, every Pokémon's eyes overflowed with uncontrollable tears. 3 months later, with the help of Red and the others, Team Rainbow Rocket was ultimately defeated by the League. Giovanni and his allies were killed on the spot by Green. Faba, who had facilitated their arrival, was arrested and punished. With the help of Lily and Gladion, Lucamine established the Ultra Guardians. This was a force responsible for returning the Ultra Beasts that appeared in Alola to the Ultra Space. After summoning Red and the others, Necrozma returned to Ultra Space. Solgaleo, who had been captured by Cyrus with a Master Ball, reverted to Cosmog and returned to Lily's side. For 3 months, the world mourned. Countless people had watched Caleb dissolve into light to save them. Every day, crowds gathered at his memorial to pay their respects. Life moved forward as usual, but in many places, things felt undeniably different. After that battle, Lance and the other elites recognized their shortcomings. They stepped away from League affairs to focus on training. Caleb's Pokémon, after struggling to accept the loss, eventually dispersed. Without him, nowhere felt like home. So they didn't return. Instead, most of them went their own way. Mimikyu went back to where she first met Caleb and waited silently for his impossible return. Dragonite with Hydreigon returned to the Dragon Holy Land like broken strays. Their once-proud spirits now carried only sorrow. Together, they sat by the moonlit lake, reminiscing about him. Celebi vanished through the River of Time, its destination unknown. Mewtwo, having personally experienced everything, was in extreme agony. One late night, it attempted suicide but was discovered and stopped in time by Mutwo. Mutwo said, "We have to believe in him, he'll come back." Though it sounded like Mutwo was convincing himself. To prevent Mewtwo from repeating its attempt, Mutwo took it to assist Zygarde in its mission. As for Lucario, he returned home. With Caleb gone, he had nowhere else to go. The only place the Aura Guardian wanted to be was where he had spent the most time with Caleb. At least there, he could see traces of Caleb's existence. He also cared for the hatchlings, Dark Lugia and Larvitar. With the domestic robot Gardevoir around, their meals were taken care of. Cynthia would visit from time to time. She would sit on the sofa in a daze, often for hours on end. One day, Caitlin visited Sinnoh to check on her. Seeing her friend in this state, she said, "You've lost so much weight, Cynthia. You need to take care of yourself." Cynthia's face was pale. She only glanced at Caitlin but said nothing. Caitlin pressed, "He wouldn't want you to be like this." Hearing this, Cynthia finally couldn't hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "The ring said it could grant one wish. I wished for him not to die, so why did he still leave?" she whispered. Caitlin bit her lip, stood up, and pulled Cynthia into a hug, gently patting her back. "Everything will be okay," she murmured. It was all she could say. Chapter 355. October 2021, 3:00 p.m. People's Square Station, Shanghai Metro . Stardust rained from the sky, coalescing into the form of a young man on the platform. This impossible sight instantly drew stares from passers-by. Some called the police and ambulances for the unconscious man. Others pulled out phones, filming and uploading to Douyin, Bilibili, Weibo, and Taoxiao. In a world without mystical forces or monsters, such an event at a subway station instantly went viral the moment it touched the internet. Bilibili went wild. "FCK, Light turned into a human. Is he Ultraman?" Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as Ultraman or aliens in this world. Everyone knows videos can't be faked, so it's gotta be real. It's true, I was right there. I saw the light particles turn into him with my own eyes. Could it really be an Ultraman's human form arriving in our world? Say what you will, but this guy is insanely handsome. I'm down. He's my husband, so back off, thought. Otherwise, I'll take up legal means to defend our marriage. Even official media weighed in. Breaking news. At 3 p.m. on October 22nd, a man materialized from light at People's Square Station. His identity remains unknown. He has been taken to city hospital by concerned citizens. Caleb smelled disinfectant. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a white single bed. A glucose IV bag hung beside him, dripping steadily through a tube. As he moved, the needle shifted, and a large bump visibly swelled on his hand. Caleb pulled out the needle, pressed the alcohol swab to the puncture, and sat up on the bed. What's going on? Didn't I die? Did Red save me? He scanned the room, walked to the window, and froze. Outside stood the Oriental Pearl Tower, something that was buried deep in his memories. His eyes widened in disbelief. With a thought, his inventory interface appeared before him. Inside were his stored items, and a piquet ball holding the critically injured Zapdos that he had put away before the final battle. Seeing these things, relief washed over him. Thank goodness, this isn't a dream. So, what happened while I was unconscious, and how did I return to my original world? He turned to the Book of Answers and asked his second question. The pages flipped on their own. Words materialized on a blank page. Cynthia used the item ring ephemeral dreamlike void to wish you didn't die. TN, it was previously translated as floating world is like a dream empty, but ephemeral dreamlike void sounds better. A ring? Caleb frowned and dug through his inventory until he found the forgotten ring from the Extreme Realm instance. Its effect had always been hidden, so he nearly forgotten it existed. But even if I was revived, shouldn't it be in the Pokémon world? He wondered, then muttered, so why am I here? Just then the book flipped again. New text appeared. It was Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia who sent you here. Caleb realized he'd asked 2 questions in quick succession. After answering the last of his 3 questions, the Book of Answers emitted a white light and transformed into a Pokémon egg, quietly resting in a slot in his inventory. Caleb pondered the last answer, Arceus, but I don't know that world's Arceus, let alone the temporal and spatial guardians who never showed up. At that moment, the hospital room door opened. A gentle-faced nurse stepped in, her eyes lighting up. You're awake. Caleb turned to her. Before he could speak, she ran out into the hallway shouting, head nurse, the patient in bed 8 who's been asleep for 2 days is awake. Soon, a group of female doctors in white coats entered. Do you remember who you are? One asked. Caleb hesitated, then nodded. Then do you remember what happened? Several nurses looked on eagerly, clearly hoping for some magical answer. What happened? Should I tell them I fought Team Rainbow Rocket for 3 days straight? If he did, they'd probably think he was delusional. After a moment's thought, Caleb shook his head. I don't remember. The lead doctor pushed up her glasses, pulled out her phone, and played a viral video on the screen. Caleb watched himself materialize from light particles on the metro platform. Caleb, are you an Ultraman? A nurse who looked freshly graduated asked, her eyes gleaming. Caleb shook his head. I don't remember anything before waking up. The doctor shooed the giggling nurses away. Don't worry. The hospital just needs your identity for records. Caleb exhaled in relief. But her next words made him tense. Oh, and police might interview you this afternoon about what happened. Also, do you have family? Call them to settle your medical bill. How much is it? Do you have health insurance? I'm not sure. Caleb used to have, but after being dead for 3 years, it might have been cancelled. Without insurance, it's 542 yuan. We'll leave you to rest. Caleb never imagined he'd be stumped by a bill of just over 500 yuan. Should I just run? After all, he's already legally dead here. The calendar on the wall showed 2021, 3 years past the year he died. No, I have no money and no ID. I can't go anywhere. After the nurse removed the IV and left, Caleb tiptoed to the door, peeked out, then locked it. He pulled out Zapdos's piquet ball from his inventory. In a flash of light, the unconscious Zapdos appeared. Caleb stroked his feathers as he channeled the Viridian Power to heal him. Soon, Zapdos's eyes opened. Sorry, bird bro, Caleb whispered guiltily. Zapdos scanned the room. Sensing no danger, he relaxed, but he also sensed something was off about this place. Where are we? My old home, Caleb replied. Arceus sent me here. He expected Zapdos to ask what happened, but Zapdos showed an expression of sudden understanding. You know the alpha? No wonder I sensed his aura on you. Caleb blinked, catching the implication. What do you mean? Zapdos tilted his head. His power, it's all over you. Before Caleb could press further, footsteps echoed outside the door. He swiftly recalled Zapdos, unlocked the door, and jumped back into bed. The door swung open. What? Don't recognize me? Hatsumi grinned, stepping inside. Another voice followed. Didn't they say he was awake? Why is it so quiet? Terrence strode in, holding a fancy fruit basket. Saw Caleb and grinned, surprise. Chapter 356. Name: Caleb Chase. Age: 21. Hometown: I don't remember. Do you recall what happened before you woke up? No, Caleb shook his head. The police officer stared at him for a moment after this answer. No one could play dumb better than Caleb. He met the officer's gaze with a blank, confused expression. The officer adopted a slightly interrogative tone. You really don't remember? I remember now, Caleb suddenly exclaimed. The officer beckoned. Go on, I'm listening. I got transmigrated to another world, an anime world to be precise. After a brief silence, the officer sighed. You expect me to believe that? It's true, though. It was a world full of cute girls. The officer chuckled. Yesterday someone called in claiming to be Ultraman. Guess what happened? Caleb played along. What? Turns out that Ultraman was just a second personality he made up. Fake, all fake. There's no such thing as Ultraman in this world. He gave Caleb a pitying look. Okay, maybe I acted a bit over the top, Caleb thought, seeing how the officer looked at him. Seeing the inquiry yielded no results, the officer turned to the two people who accompanied Caleb. One last question, what's your relationship with him? We're online gaming friends, Hatsumi answered smoothly. We heard he was in a car accident and passed away 3 years ago. We didn't expect to see him on the news yesterday, so we came to check on him. This was the story the three of them had concocted over lunch. After all, in this information age, checking a person's identity based on facial features and fingerprints was all too easy. Hearing this, the officer immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming. You mean he came back from the dead? Caleb feigned shock and confusion. What? I died. My head hurts, I can't remember anything. The officer waved him off. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. We'll need you to do a facial recognition and fingerprint test. We'll try to help you find your family as soon as possible. Caleb thought, good luck with that. I don't have any family here. The officer was kind enough. Since Caleb had no ID or belongings, he exchanged contact info with Hatsumi, saying they'd follow up later, including help with reissuing identification. Hatsumi thanked him profusely and escorted him out of the hospital room. Outside, the officer murmured, My suggestion is to take your friend to see a psychiatrist. Hatsumi bit back a laugh. Thank you, officer, we'll take care of it. The officer nodded and left the hospital. Hatsumi went to pay Caleb's medical bill and handle the discharge procedures. By the time she returned, Caleb had already changed out of the hospital gown and into the clothes Terrence had bought him. Ready to go, she asked, leaning against the doorframe. Caleb was startled. Go where? He didn't have a home here. We're taking you to eat. Terrence frowned. You look pale as a ghost. They packed up. Terrence carried the fruit basket downstairs, handed it to Caleb, and went to get the car. Caleb noticed it was a flashy Rolls-Royce. Terrence rolled down the window and called out, Hop in. And Evie pressed its fluffy paws against the window, excitedly peeking out. Terrence yanked it back. My little troublemaker, you can't let anyone see you. The Evie whined. It just wanted to sunbathe. Okay, Terrence soothed. I'll take you to Maldives for some sunbathing later. Be a good girl for now, okay? Getting inside the car, Caleb gaped at the Eevee. Hatsumi rolled her eyes at Terrence and asked dryly, Did you set your Pokémon to be visible to outsiders? Nope, Terrence replied matter-of-factly. Then why are you so nervous? No one can see it. Terrence grinned sheepishly. It's just there are so many cars out, Sid. What if she jumps out and gets hit? Hatsumi ignored him and explained to Caleb, When we left Infinite World, our inventories automatically created a Pokémon dimension, a self-contained habitat with mountains and rivers. like those personal beast pocket dimensions in those beast-taming web novels you guys read. We can summon Pokémon and put them back in any time. She added, besides that, we can freely set whether they are visible to outsiders or not. Hahaha, ever since I came back, I feel like I'm living a web novel protagonist's life. Terrence laughed as he drove, buying luxury cars, villas, and throwing money around. I finally get why those characters love showing off. It's awesome. Hatsumi snorted, please. Your classmates probably think you got yourself a sugar mama. Laughter filled the car. Terrence took them to a high-end restaurant where a server led them to a private room. As they waited for food, Terrence and Hatsumi exchanged glances. Then Terrence asked, so, how did you suddenly return to this world, and at this time? They had both restarted from the moment of their deaths. Caleb wanted to know the answer to that question even more than they did. He thought for a moment and said, I died, but was revived because of an item. When I woke up, I was back here. You saw the rest. Sensing his low mood, Hatsumi asked gently, can you go back? Caleb shook his head, I don't know. Don't worry, there's always a way, Terrence said reassuringly. Caleb nodded and changed the subject. How long have you two been back? Not long, just over a year, Hatsumi said. Apparently, the infinite world is not bound by the laws of time. That makes it possible for players return to any point in their respective timelines. Caleb nodded, and what are you doing now? Staying home with my son. Those who return from infinite world don't lack money. Extra points get converted to cash. 1 point is 10,000 yuan. I saved up a lot back then, enough for my family to live on luxuriously for 3 generations. Caleb turned to Terrence. I'm still a college student. Terrence grinned, pretty sweet, right? Caleb agreed with chuckle. Over dinner, they shared stories about life after Infinite World and some interesting instances they'd encountered back when they were players. From their stories, Caleb learned that Terrence was from Shandong and currently attending university there. He'd seen Caleb on the news and driven overnight to find him. Hatsumi was a Shanghai local. After the meal, Caleb and Terrence followed Hatsumi home and met her adorable son. Her son, a quiet, bright-eyed toddler playing with blocks, looked up when they entered. Say hi to your big brothers, Hatsumi said, pointing at the two of them. The boy blinked his big dark eyes and lisped, BW, Biwata. Caleb dug into his pocket, then pulled an empty, spare, Poké ball from his inventory. He crouched down and handed it to the boy. Here, this is for you. The child didn't take it immediately. He looked back at his mom. After seeing her nod, he accepted it and said, Thank you, Biwata. Caleb ruffled his hair. Maybe this kid will grow to love Pokémon too, he thought. Maybe he'll dream of traveling with them in that world, like I did. Chapter 357. Caleb didn't stay long at Hatsumi's place. After resting for a while, he headed downstairs with Terrence. Terrence told him to wait while he went to get the car. While waiting, Caleb observed the passing crowds and felt out of place in this world for the first time. There were no Pokémon on the streets, no Pokémon centers by the roadside, no trainers, and no league competitions. Fortunately, Terrence didn't keep him waiting long. He soon pulled up in the Rolls-Royce, rolled down the window, and stuck his head out, saying, Get in. With nowhere else to go, Caleb climbed in. Terrence didn't say much. He just hummed a cheerful tune as he drove onto the highway. As they passed a toll station, he finally asked, Are Dragonite and the others not with you? They're probably helping Zygarde get rid of the corrupted plants right now, Caleb replied, like Ash's Greninja did. A sentimental old song played in the car. It was Twilight by Steve Chu. Caleb had heard it back when he stayed at the orphanage. Terrence glanced in the rearview mirror and asked, Do you have a way to go back? Caleb took a deep breath and shook his head. Maybe if I die again, I'll be sent back, he thought. He'd heard before that if someone loves Pokémon and isn't an evil person, they might be summoned to the infinite world after death. So, should I try again? Should I attempt to return to the infinite world, reset everything, and start over? Now that I think about it, who controls such a powerful system? Caleb began seriously pondering the question. He wondered why the being in question would summon so many players from Earth. It can't be as simple as granting people's wishes just because they were kind, right? Caleb didn't believe any god would be that bored. Infinite world was a concept often found in web novels, stories where protagonists traveled through numerous realities. For example, horror, sci-fi, or adventure anime worlds. These protagonists constantly grow and become stronger there, eventually reaching the peak of infinity. Behind those stories, however, the infinite worlds were usually governed by cold, high-dimensional ROBs. These entities would often view players as lab rats and toys. But the infinite space Caleb encountered was different. Compared to those, it was surprisingly humane. As long as players didn't recklessly seek to throw their lives away, it would protect their personal safety to the greatest extent possible. More crucially, the worlds it contained weren't random omniversal crossovers. They were all strictly part of the Pokémon multiverse. So, who created it? Who is the ROB behind it? Recalling his experiences in previous instances, a vague guess formed in Caleb's mind. Maybe players were summoned to help fight evil forces like Team Rainbow Rocket. The weather on the highway shifted rapidly. Moments ago, the sky was clear. Now, dark clouds loomed overhead. Terrence loved listening to those sentimental old songs, but fearing Caleb might relate too much to the scene, he proactively turned off the music and reassured him, "Don't worry, bro. There's bound to be a way back." Caleb was about to nod, when an all-too-familiar notification sound suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding! Main quest, Ascend to the Peak of the World, has been issued. Objective, reach the highest point on Earth within 48 hours. Countdown, 47:59:59. Rewards. Caleb froze. He turned and locked eyes with Terrence. Terrence questioned, "You got it too?" Caleb nodded, a surge of excitement suddenly welling up inside him. A gut feeling told him that through this quest, he might be able to return to that world. Terrence's eyes widened. Whoa, what's going on? How are we getting quests in this world? Just then his phone rang. He answered. Hatsumi's voice crackled through, "You guys left already." "Yeah," Terrence nodded. "By the way, did you also get the new main quest?" "Of course, hurry back and bring me along." Terrence and Caleb exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, then took another exit off the highway, turning back towards Shanghai. 40 minutes later, they pulled into Hatsumi's apartment complex. From afar, they saw her waiting at the entrance. "Where's your son?" Terrence asked. "I left him with Mime JR, she said, hopping into the car. She threw an arm in the air, grinning, "Let's go. It's been ages since I've had a battle. It's about time I stretched my muscles." Caleb blinked. "Wait, what's your quest? Mine didn't mention anything about battling." Hatsumi and Terrence shared a secretive look and giggled. "Not telling you." The highest point on Earth was, without question, Mount Everest, straddling the China-Nepal border. "I only have Zapdos with me," Caleb said. "I'm not even his official trainer. If the enemy is strong, I can only offer healing from the backline." "Don't underestimate us," Hatsumi laughed. Caleb was taken aback. Thinking about it, she was right. No player who has survived the infinite world long enough to leave was a pushover. They finally reached the airport. By the time they boarded their flight, 46 hours remained on the timer. As the plane took off, Caleb felt oddly restless. He scanned the cabin and spotted a man cradling an Alolan Raichu a few rows back. Caleb's jaw dropped. The man noticed his stare, looked down at his Raichu, and gave Caleb a friendly nod. Caleb whispered to Terrence, who sat beside him, "It seems we're not the only ones who got the quest." "Relax," Terrence patted his shoulder. "Everyone's got the same goal. There won't be any infighting." "Same goal," Caleb's eyes narrowed. "Their quest must be different from mine." "So what exactly is your quest?" he asked. Terrence winked mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." 5 hours later, the plane touched down at Lhas's Gongor International Airport. Countdown, 41 hours remaining. Tibet's high-altitude inland landscape was a world apart from Shanghai's urban sprawl. The group found a guest house, changed into temperature-regulating jackets purchased from the Infinite Shop, and bought mountain climbing equipment on the street. Once all preparations were complete, they set off for Mount Everest. Chapter 358. Caleb had never been to Mount Everest before. His entire impression of the world's highest peak came solely from textbook descriptions. Mount Everest is shaped like a massive pyramid, majestic, and towering into the sky. Its terrain is extremely treacherous, its environment incredibly complex, with a summit elevation of 8,848.86 meters. Now, standing at its base and facing the mountain directly, Caleb realized how inadequate words were to capture its grandeur. It was majestic and vast, imposing and magnificent, surrounded by towering peaks and layered ridges. It was impossible not to feel a deep primal sense of awe at the sight. Terrence marveled beside him, so spectacular. "Hey, do you think we'll see a Tibetan fox here?" Hatsumi checked her phone and replied, "Probably. We're on the north slope right now. Below 4,100 meters, you can spot peacocks, gibbons, snow leopards, and Tibetan antelopes in the forests and shrubs." "You still have internet. What brand is your phone?" "Mine lost signal the moment we got here," Terrence asked. Hatsumi gave him a deadpan look. "Is now really the time for that? If you like it, I'll buy you a dozen and ship them to your dorm." "Nah, I'm good." Terrence shifted to the real issue. "Anyway, how do we get up there? Do we ride our Pokémon?" Hatsumi shook her head. "No. If your body ascends too quickly from low altitude to high, it won't handle the pressure." "Then we hike slowly. Shouldn't we get a local guide or something? I feel like the three of us would get lost in there," Terrence said. "I already arranged one. He should be here shortly," Hatsumi said, checking her watch. Just then, a middle-aged man in traditional herdsman's clothing jogged over from a parked vehicle. "Here he is," Hatsumi greeted him. "You must be Uncle Tsering." The rugged man nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. "It's just the three of you." "That's right," Hatsumi confirmed. "Then let's go. We need to find a campsite before dark. There will be a blizzard tonight," Tsering said, strapping on his gear. In accented Mandarin, he muttered, "So strange. Why are so many young people climbing the mountain today?" Caleb heard this. He turned to Terrence and Hatsumi and mouthed silently, "Other players." Hatsumi nodded without showing any concern. "Probably. Don't worry about them." Her dismissive attitude only made Caleb more curious, but she showed no intention of explaining. With no other choice, Caleb followed them up the trail. Soon, night fell, and the mountains weather proved Uncle Tsering right. It started snowing. Tsering found a suitable campsite, and the group set up camp. Coincidentally, not long after they arrived, another group came up from below. Caleb checked the countdown on his panel, worry creeping in. "If we don't use Pokémon, at this pace, we won't reach the summit in time." Outside, a blizzard raged. Inside the tent, Tsering smoked quietly. Caleb decided to ask Hatsumi if their quest had a time limit. When he reached the tent flap, he ran into a group from the neighboring campsite. One man held a flare-on like a living hand warmer. Seeing Caleb, he smiled. "You're a player too, right?" Sensing no malice from the man, Caleb nodded and curiously probed for information. "Did you get the quest too?" "Of course, who'd come to this freezing hell otherwise?" the man joked. "Mind telling me what your quest is?" Caleb asked. He expected the man to decline, but instead he smiled. "You look familiar." "Oh right, the guy who appeared at the subway station online a few days ago was you, right?" Caleb, what could he even say to that? The man leaned in, intrigued. "Did you just come back from Infinite World?" Caleb nodded, more or less. Just then, Hatsumi lifted the tent flap and ushered them inside. They seemed to know each other and spoke openly in front of Caleb. "We're only 2 kilometers from the first mission point." The man chuckled. "Don't worry, with so many of us we won't fail." Hatsumi exhaled. "Let's hope so." Caleb had no idea what they were talking about. The next day, as they came across a familiar figure in a barren thicket, Caleb finally understood the meaning behind their words. Maxie, the leader of Team Magma, stood there disheveled and furious as he spotted Caleb. "It's you." From his tone and attire, Caleb instantly recognized him as the Team Rainbow Rocket version. In the games, after Team Rainbow Rocket is defeated, they aren't killed. They manage to escape to another world with Kalrus's help. So is it the same scenario with this Team Rainbow Rocket? They also escaped after being defeated by Red and Green, but how did they end up on Earth? "Leave this to us, you guys keep moving forward," said the players Caleb met at the campsite. That doesn't feel right. Caleb was taken aback. The man just grinned. Do you have time to waste here? Caleb got the hint. Then I'm counting on you. Don't worry, the man nodded, then pulled out a piquet ball and launched a coordinated assault on Maxie. The hired guides watched in utter confusion as the young people fought empty air. Aha, uncle, we're just taking photos, a female player explained, waving a camera. Kids these days sure know how to have fun, but it doesn't change the fact that they're nuts, the guides thought. The second mission point was on a peak about 2,000 meters above sea level. Caleb's group met more players on the way. Together, they reached the site and encountered Archie, who had appeared here for some unknown reason. This boss is ours, go find another one. A tall man stepped in front of Caleb, blocking his path with commanding authority. Caleb wasn't upset, he simply said, "Thank you." The man didn't look back as the others continued onward. Suddenly, he called out to stop Caleb, "Hey, this is for you." Caleb instinctively caught the object tossed his way. It was an ordinary-looking flashlight, but its function was anything but ordinary. Adaptation Light A grade, an item from Doraemon's 4D Pocket. Anyone illuminated by this flashlight can adapt to extreme environments like deep sea, snowy mountains, or in the outer space. At the third point, Caleb encountered Cyrus. Like the previous times, it was handled by the players they met on the way. Caleb's group moved on. At the fourth point, they met Lysander. On the fifth was Getsis, who was paralyzed from the neck down by Mewtwo, with only his head able to move. By now, only 3 hours remained on the countdown. One final point remained. Barring any surprises, the boss there should be the leader of Team Rainbow Rocket, Giovanni. Chapter 359. Further up lay the 6,000-meter mark. This altitude was far beyond what the human body could normally endure. It was a height only reachable by professional expedition teams with full preparation. The local guides flatly refused to go further. Helpless, Hatsumi had no choice but to dismiss them and send them back down the mountain. Without guides, the group, none of whom had a good sense of direction, quickly got lost in the blizzard. Fortunately, not long after, they encountered a female player carrying a navigation tool. With her help, they finally reached the final point. There, Caleb faced Giovanni, the ultimate embodiment of evil from the Pokémon-verse. Giovanni had just materialized from a rift in space. Seeing Caleb alive, his expression shifted from disbelief to grim understanding. His hawk-like eyes locked onto Caleb. An irresistible force brought us here. I see now. Even they are aiding you. He clenched his fists. Then let's have our final battle. Only 40 minutes remained on the countdown. Hatsumi and Terrence exchanged glances. Hatsumi said, "Go on ahead." Terrence stepped forward and hugged Caleb tightly. "Don't worry, bro, we'll handle things here. Oh, and say hi to Dragonite for me. Tell Lump of Cuteness I miss him." Unlike Hatsumi, Terrence had spent 3 whole years by Caleb's side during the transformation and substitution instance. Now they were parting ways, perhaps forever. Their quest, they received, wasn't about reaching the world's summit or defeating the remnants of Team Rainbow Rocket. It was simply, escort a Pokémon-loving youth home. Caleb returned the hug. As they separated, Hatsumi smiled. "No need to thank us. The items you left behind when you left saved us many times in later instances." Terrence nodded. "Compared to that, what we're doing now is nothing." Caleb turned his head and saw all the players around him, both familiar and unfamiliar, looking at him. They nodded at him, standing beside their Pokémon partners, silently conveying that they had things under control. Caleb bowed deeply in gratitude. Then, he released Zapdos from a piquet ball, mounted the legendary bird, and soared into the sky. Zapdos spoke. "Articuno would love this place." Caleb replied, "Then let's go back and tell your friend all about it." The two shot through the clouds. With 1 minute left on the timer, they reached the summit. Below, mist and snow swirled, making the peak look like a celestial realm. The sheer awe it inspired defied words. Caleb spotted a spatial rift at the summit's edge. He and Zapdos flew straight toward it. In the final second before entering, he glanced back and silently bid farewell to his home world. The next moment, they vanished into the sky, and the rift sealed shut behind them, all surrounding sounds fading away. Caleb opened his eyes and saw a radiant, divine white figure before him. Around it floated 18 colored plates. To the figure's left and right hovered 2 other figures, one blue, one purple. They were the original one, Arceus, the temporal Pokémon, Dialga, and the spatial Pokémon, Palkia. A voice of immense authority echoed in Caleb's mind. That is your world. He turned and saw a beautiful blue planet drifting in the void beyond. Arceus continued, and this place is the world where Pokémon exist. Caleb stood between the 2 worlds, looked at Arceus, and asked, "Did you create Infinite World?" Arceus shook his head, his emerald eyes gazing deeply at the human. "No, you did." Caleb was stunned. In that moment, Arceus's eyes seemed to see both the distant future and the ancient past. The great alpaca who spat at the face of nothingness and willed the Pokémon multiverse into existence added, "Within you, I see something called causality." Caleb met the radiant llama's gaze. Countless worlds have been destroyed by greedy humans. Though we are gods who create all things, we are not omnipotent. Caleb recalled the movie, where Arceus was buried in Mercury. The 18 plates behind Arceus detached one by one, then floated toward Caleb. "Come, all of you. This place is the boundary between worlds and is free from the constraints of time and space." As he spoke, more figures emerged from the void around them. Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Xerneas, Ho-Oh. But unlike the Arceus before him, these beings were spectral. That is, they were without physical form. "This is our request," the phantom Arceus said. The material Arceus explained. They come from worlds that were destroyed. After these words, more phantoms appeared. Countless Arceuses and other legendaries from countless ruined realities emerged from the void. They surrounded Caleb and Zapdos, their primal energies transforming into streams of light that flowed into Caleb's body. Dialga's power over time, Arceus's power of creation, Palkia's dominion over space, Ho-Oh's gift of rebirth, and the might of every legendary that ever was. All of it was bestowed upon one human. Arceus continued gently, "We were born from the laws of the cosmos. Though we are legends to humanity, many things cannot be done by us alone. Therefore, we ask you to stop the evil that arises in those worlds, to save the worlds ruled by darkness." With that flood of power, Caleb saw everything. He saw the future, the past, life and death. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and said, "I understand." With that, a brilliant light erupted from him, radiating outward. This void, the space beyond all worlds, began to change. In the light, Caleb learned when he had first been noticed by this world's Arceus. From the very beginning, when he entered this world, during the first instance, he had already been noticed. It was also Arceus who transferred him to Earth after his revival, and who exiled the fleeing team Rainbow Rocket to that world. The truth was staggering. Arceus had known everything from the beginning, but that no longer mattered. Empowered by legendaries from infinite parallel worlds, the infinite world was formed. The first player was summoned, and, under Caleb's arrangement, began their training in a Pokémon world. Then, one after another, deceased humans were summoned. Caleb saw them training Pokémon, meeting new companions, saw partings and reunions, saw some crying, others laughing. Some worlds fell into darkness like the collapsed world instance, while others were saved by players. The players supported and accompanied each other. Chapter 360. Tilde League Calendar 2021, October 25 tilde. 1 year has passed since the Alola incident. During this year, the League enacted a new bill. They designated October 25th as a Memorial Day to commemorate the trainer who sacrificed himself to protect this world. The wealthy Kanto League even erected a massive statue in Celadon City. Passing trainers and citizens would pause before the statue in silence and remembrance. Caleb's grave was ultimately placed in Celestic Town, Sinnoh. It was where he had lived the longest and where his home was located. A full year after his passing, everyone who knew Caleb's origins felt he would never return, that he would never suddenly appear before them like before. With this realization, hope turned into disappointment, and disappointment to despair. But the traces of his existence did not fade with the passage of time. Instead, they became increasingly vivid in people's hearts. His grave was never without flowers and offerings. When Lance and the others finished a year of intense training and came together to visit, they found Caleb's grave buried beneath a thick layer of flowers. Stephen lifted the top layer and found the ones beneath already withered. Cynthia stood at the back of the group, her hair tied in a low ponytail, silently gazing at the name carved on the tombstone. "You promised you'd stay in this world," Lorelei murmured, half scolding, half heartbroken. "It's been so long. If you don't come back soon, everyone's going to forget you." At those words, the group fell into silence again. No one spoke, they just stood there mourning. And that was the scene Caleb witnessed as he stepped into the clearing after he had completed Arceus's request. A whole group of friends gathered to mourn him. He stood behind them, amused by the scene, and called out, "Hey, I'm not dead yet. What are you guys doing?" At the familiar voice, everyone whirled around, instantly switching from grief to stunned joy. Lance was the first to sprint over. He punched Caleb's shoulder, then pulled him into a crushing hug. "You brat." "Bro, man-to-man contact is not cool," Caleb joked. Lance abandoned his usual stoic dignity and squeezed even tighter, earning hearty laughter from the whole group. After rounds of tearful embraces, Lorelei asked softly, "You won't leave again this time, right?" Caleb smiled. "No, I'm staying." With that, he walked up to Cynthia and said, "You're the one who saved me, you know." Cynthia was momentarily stunned. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Caleb noticed that she still wore that ring. He took her hand, his heart feeling completely clear. He raised his own hand, showing the ring on his finger, and said with a smile, "Make a wish, anything at all, and it will come true." Cynthia chuckled, a lone tear sliding down her flawless cheek. Looking at Caleb's serious expression, she made her wish earnestly, "I wish for you to always be happy and healthy." As soon as the words were spoken, a bright light erupted from the ring on Caleb's finger. The single chance to make a wish was used like this. Caleb winced. "No, why did you use your wish on me again?" But Cynthia just kept smiling, to the point that she even looked a little silly. Caleb exhaled in resignation and pulled her into a hug. "This girl." "Lucario, everyone, I'm home." Caleb led the group back to his house. The moment he opened the door, he saw Lucario taking care of the two hatchling Pokémon. No, hatchlings wasn't the right word to describe Larvitar and Dark Lugia anymore. In a year, they had grown to full size. Seeing him, Lucario froze in disbelief for a moment, then bolted forward and hugged Caleb tightly. Caleb patted Lucario's fluffy head and held him in his arms, saying, "I'm sorry. I know the past year must have been hard on you." "Not at all," Lucario thought. Larvitar and Lugia came over too, curiously inspecting Caleb. Caleb turned his gaze to them. He had only taken care of these two little ones for a few days back then. He wondered if they still remembered him. The answer came quickly. They clearly remembered him. Larvitar instinctively used Splash, leaping high and tackling Caleb to the ground. Lugia waddled over and gently licked Caleb's cheek with its damp tongue. After reuniting with the three, Caleb scanned the house, only to realize that Dragonite and the others were missing. Cynthia explained softly, "They left after you died." Caleb's heart sank. "Damn it, Arceus, why send me a year into the future instead of right back to when I left?" Fortunately, Lance spoke up. "Your Dragonite took Hydreigon back to the Dragon Holy Land. After you left, they've been in a very bad mental state. When I last saw them, they had lost a lot of weight." Caleb felt a sharp pang of guilt. Without the warp beacon, he couldn't teleport there directly. Seeing him like this, the others lost their mood for a proper reunion. They all said their goodbyes, suggesting they get together properly once he had gathered everyone back. That afternoon, Caleb flew with Lance and Lorelei to Johto. In the Dragon Holy Land, he found the two dragons in poor spirits, undergoing checkups by Nurse Joy. Caleb immediately broke away from Lance and ran to them, burying his face in Dragonite's neck. Dragonite choking at it. After a long moment, Caleb let go. Dragonite's eyes widened in shock after registering what was going on. "Am I dreaming? But it's not even bedtime." Before the chonky dragon could process further, Caleb tackled Hydreigon next. "I'm not dreaming then." "Wooer," Dragonite let out a choked sob. Tears streamed from his emerald eyes. Reunited after a long separation, the three of them embraced tightly. Squeezed in the middle, Caleb struggled to breathe. Lance watched this scene from the side, a quiet smile on his face. Dragonite and Hydreigon rejoined the team. Looking at how Dragonite had taken Hydreigon back to where he first met him, Caleb wondered if his remaining Pokémon had also done the same. After some thought, he boarded a flight to Kanto. Tgthegood City Tilda. The old Team Rocket base had been transformed into a bustling gourmet district. Tourists came and went in droves. Locals all knew that behind the lively scene lived a Pokémon that looked a lot like Pikachu. It had arrived a year ago and stayed in the same spot ever since, rain or shine, as if waiting for someone. At first, some trainers tried to catch it because of its unique appearance and unfathomable strength, but no one ever succeeded. A whole year had passed. People wondered if the one it waited for would ever return, or maybe he had abandoned it. After all, incidents of trainers abandoning their Pokémon due to their appearance or strength were not uncommon. "Hey, little guy, the person you're waiting for doesn't want you anymore. Come with me, I promise I won't do what he did," said a young trainer who was about Ash's age, crouching down. Mimikyu didn't respond. She didn't even lift her head. The boy remembered his pre-journey lessons. To catch a wild Pokémon, one must first battle it and prove their strength. So maybe I need to prove myself to this one too, the boy thought. He stepped back, pulled out a Pokéball, and yelled, "Then let's battle. Go Squirtle." Just then, a voice cut in from behind. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? You can't just catch someone else's Pokémon." The boy turned his head and saw a familiar face. That's... Mimikyu's head snapped up at the voice. Recognition lit her eyes. "I've come to take you home," Caleb said softly. "Q," Mimikyu leapt into the air. Caleb caught her mid-jump and hugged her tight. The rookie trainer beside them was stunned, muttering, "That Pokémon belongs to you." "As you can see, kid," Caleb replied, suddenly remembering how he used to crush rookies in his early days. It all began in the city with his starter Mimikyu, so. "I challenge you," Caleb said to the boy, "go Mimikyu." "Wi," the boy stammered. Now reunited with Mimikyu, Dragonite, Lucario, and Hydreigon, only the two Mutwoes and Celebi remained. From the Kalos League, Caleb learned that the Mutwoes were still aiding Zygarde in purging negative energy cores and getting rid of the corrupted plants. When he finally found them, they were resting in a forest thick with corruption. Mutwo saw him and said telepathically, "You're back." Caleb nodded, "Yeah, I'm back." No more words were needed between the two. Mewtwo was less composed, however. It teleported instantly to Caleb's side and wrapped him in a fierce, trembling embrace. Caleb sensed its guilt and soothed it gently. "It's okay. I'm here. I'm fine. Don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. Don't worry, what happened before will never happen again." Mewtwo said nothing. It just held on tighter. Nearby, Zygarde watched in silence. The bond between humans and Pokémon is truly fascinating. As for Celebi, Caleb got word from Lily. After Caleb's departure, Celebi had traveled through a time rift, its whereabouts unknown. To find his tiny companion, Caleb traveled to MT. Coronet used the spear key to open the spear pillar and sought the help of the temporal Pokémon, Dialga. With Dialga's help, Caleb finally found Celebi within a rift in time and brought it back home. At this moment, Caleb felt like he finally understood how Goku felt after collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. He brought everyone to the Pokémon Paradise and took out his camera. "Say cheese." Q. Woo. Ruor. Bay. Awo. Lar. Click. The moment was captured. Every journey has an end, and now, this train has finally reached its destination. Caleb's story in the infinite world has ended, but his story as a trainer is just beginning. Chapter 361. One day, Caleb arrived in the Alola region, a land of palm trees and seas, with Mimikyu perched on his shoulder. As a specially invited trainer, he was set to join trainers from various regions in Alola's Island Challenge, a rite of passage unique to this tropical paradise. "So many people," Caleb marveled, Mimikyu perched on his shoulder as he fed her bites of ice cream while surveying the crowd. The Island Challenge was a ceremony passed down in Alola, designed to help children grow into skilled Pokémon trainers. At age 11, they were expected to take on the challenge. In the games, the Island Challenge effectively replaced the traditional gym circuit. Caleb felt a little out of place, standing among a crowd of 11-year-olds. A 20-something young man standing among them was, to put it mildly, rather conspicuous. It was actually quite funny. He had been under the impression he was just here to observe the Island Challenge as a guest, but as soon as he arrived, the 4 Island Kahunas had practically shoved him into the competitor's slot, citing a vision from the Island Guardian, Tapu Koko, as their reasoning. Caleb was mortified, especially when the kids started staring at him with looks of fervent admiration. It's fine, it's fine. This is nothing, I'm very thick-skinned," he kept repeating in his head. News of his participation had drawn a massive influx of tourists and reporters from every region to swarm the event. Cameras clicked nonstop around him. Q, Mimikyu sighed. Suddenly she noticed a strange figure in the distance. Q. Caleb turned to look, spotting a distinctive figure with green hair and a white cap moving through the crowd and entering the competitor zone. Isn't that, and what's he doing in Alola? He wondered. N felt Caleb's gaze and looked over. Their eyes met across the crowd. N tipped his cap slightly and nodded in Caleb's direction. Just then, a sharp whistle blew. A dark-skinned man with pink hair stepped forward with a warm smile and introduced himself. Greetings, trainers taking on the Island Challenge. I'm Ilima, the captain leading the trial goers on Melamel Island. After the introduction, he explained the trial. The Melamel trial is simple. Head to Verdant Cavern, defeat the Pokémon within, and retrieve the Z-crystals located deep inside the cave. Please note, there are only 16 Z-crystals. Trainers who fail to obtain one will be eliminated. He added, only after completing this trial can you proceed to the next island. Also, you are permitted to use only one Pokémon during this trial. Using any other will be considered a violation, resulting in disqualification. And with that, the challenge begins. Another whistle sounded, and the Island Challenge officially kicked off. Verdant Cavern lay on the far side of Melamel Island. Getting there meant crossing a mountain first. Caleb and Mimikyu exchanged glances. Around them, trainers were already sprinting. Some had flying Pokémon that could carry them. Mimikyu could technically fly, but carrying a full-grown human was another story. Oh well, Caleb shrugged, then scooped Mimikyu up and took off running after the crowd. Overhead, Firo with cameras mounted on them filmed the entire event. After running 5 kilometers, Caleb was seriously considering pulling a small off-road vehicle out of his inventory for transport, but spotting the Firo, he quickly abandoned the idea. There were only 16 Z-crystals, which meant latecomers would be eliminated. Oh, come on, Caleb cursed inwardly. Alola's relentless heat was brutal. For a guy who'd spent years in Sinnoh, where the temperature rarely topped 32 degrees C, it was roasting him alive. Feeling worried and helpless at her partner's situation, Mimikyu chirped, Q, maybe we should just quit. We're being filmed, girl, Caleb reminded. Ever since becoming famous, he'd grown increasingly mindful of his public image. Being caught on camera quitting the Island Challenge just because of a little heat would ruin his reputation as a national idol. Mimikyu shifted into armored form, extending 2 tiny mechanical arms to hoist her trainer into the air. After much struggling, Caleb didn't budge an inch. Mimikyu let go, blinked, then poked Caleb's stomach accusingly. Q. Haha, Caleb laughed nervously. I've been working out, I'm just a bit denser now. He'd never admit he'd gained weight from couch potatoing. At that moment, a shadow swept over them. Caleb and Mimikyu looked up to see a majestic, flowing white dragon descending gracefully. It was Reshiram. Why? Before Caleb could puzzle further, Reshiram touched down a short distance away. En leaned out from atop it, his green hair tousled by the wind. He looked at Caleb and asked, Need a ride? Caleb snapped out of his shock, You know me. En arched an elegant eyebrow and countered, Is there anyone who doesn't? Fair point, my brutal beatdown in ultra space had been broadcast live across every region by Giovanni. Caleb smiled sheepishly. An opportunity to ride Reshiram was not something to pass up. "Thank you," he said politely, climbing on with Mimikyu in his arms. Reshiram dipped its head slightly, its beautiful blue eyes brimming with friendliness. N stroked his companion's white mane. The legendary dragon spread its snowy wings and soared into the sky. High above the island, N gazed ahead while Caleb studied him and the legendary dragon beneath them. He had met N briefly in Lacanosa town. At that time, N must have probably watched him battle Kyurem. Just as Caleb was about to speak, N broke the silence. "Thank you for what you did back then." Caleb grinned. "I just did what felt right." N also grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Reshiram was swift. Within minutes, they landed at the entrance to Verdant Cavern. N seemed ready to leave. Caleb blinked. "You're not competing in the Island Challenge." Standing beside Reshiram, N turned his gaze toward the clear blue sky. "I simply wanted to explore this world, which is different now." Caleb thought, speechless, "So this basically signed up, just to give me a lift." N's gaze dropped to Mimikyu on Caleb's shoulder. A silent exchange passed between them. After a moment, N's lips curved into a tender smile. In a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "She says she really likes you and wants to stay with you forever." Caleb froze. By the time he registered the words, N was already riding Reshiram into the clouds. He looked down at Mimikyu and ruffled her little head, saying, "I like you too, Mimikyu. I also want to stay with you forever." Mimikyu blushed. "Q." Just then a voice called out nearby, "Good luck, Caleb Oniai-san." Caleb turned to see Lily waving at him, little Nebi cradled in her other arm. Behind her, Lusamine rested her hands on Lily's shoulders, nodding at Caleb with a warm smile. And in that moment, a weight lifted from Caleb's heart. He glanced toward the horizon, where N had vanished. It seemed that apart from him and N, Lily, and even Ash, who at this very moment was fighting his way through the Kalos League, were all on their own journeys, moving forward. So, until Ash arrived with Greninja and Incineroar to challenge him, Caleb would claim Alola's first league championship in his place. "Let's go," Caleb said to Mimikyu. "Q," Mimikyu chirped, brimming with fighting spirit. At the end,